I traveled to a parallel world where everyone awakened as deities. I thought I would end up like the original host of Bottom Feeder bullied by everyone. But then I discovered a severe cultural rift in this world. Countless deities had been forgotten by history, and people's understanding of them was vastly distorted. But I, because of my memories from a past life, know these gods like the back of my hand. My name is Chen Gong. I just transmigrated into this world, and a flood of memories rushed into my head. Only then did I realize today is the awakening day. In this world where spiritual energy has revived, everyone must undergo awakening on the eve of the college entrance exam. If one can awaken their own power system, they can soar to great heights. But if they fail to awaken, not only will their future be bleak, they might not even be able to keep their lives. I stood on the awakening square. The original owner of this body was a notorious loser, despised by everyone. What a mess I'd been thrown into. Just as I was stewing in frustration, Lin Mu glared at me furiously and demanded answers. As the principal's grandson, he had never gotten along with the original owner. But I couldn't be bothered to engage with him. Then our homeroom teacher, Luli, barked at us to stop causing trouble. Today was an important day. Over at the awakening platform, Li Xiaoxiao stepped into the gate of creation. I heard her father awakened the wind god's power system, and she's the top student in her grade, so her bloodline affinity must be strong. She stood reverently before a deity statue, invoking the wind god to descend. The gray statue gradually shed its dull hue, revealing a half-human figure. A streak of green light merged into her body. It was said that divine statue awakenings were categorized into 5 tiers: white, orange, green, purple, and red. She had fairly good luck. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. After all, asking Fangbo to command the clouds and rain while also dispelling disasters and praying for blessings was just too absurd. That laugh was no small matter. Everyone around me glared at me angrily, and some even scolded me for calling grapes sour just because I couldn't reach them. Lin Tian seized the chance to mock me, but I refused to back down and fired back, even hitting a sore spot by mentioning his strained relationship with his older brother, which made him clench his fists so hard they creaked. Amid the commotion, homeroom teacher Shin Fei called Lin Mu to the stage for his awakening. Lin Mu glared at me indignantly, threatening to kill me after awakening, then turned and stepped onto the awakening platform. The bald principal watched with pride as his grandson entered the gate of creation. It's said that divine statues randomly appear within the gate of creation. Standing before one, reciting the name, deeds, and praises of the deity may trigger awakening. The more accurate the description, the stronger the awakened power, but mistakes can be fatal. Bloodline affinity also influences the awakening process. The entire Lin Tian family awakened the Red Boy system, but when he entered the creation gate, he bypassed the Red Boy statue and headed toward another deity, one with an ox head and a human body. The seemingly fierce and mighty deity statue rushed over. Everyone around was excitedly saying it was the Bull Demon King statue, and awakening it successfully would at least yield a purple tier reward. Lin Tian was about to soar to the heavens in one step. But I clearly think that wasn't the Bull Demon King. After all, how could the Bull Demon King have wings? I took out my phone to check and found that after the spiritual energy resurgence, there was a cultural gap, and many deities had been forgotten. In Xianlong country, there were also many unfamiliar deities appearing. Watching the growing excitement around me, as if Lin Tian's awakening was a foregone conclusion, I silently shook my head. Looking again at the gray statue, its bull-headed appearance more like armor, yet Lin Tian stood excitedly before it, loudly declaring. Possessing boundless strength, skilled in battle, with a mouth like a blood-red basin and teeth lined like copper plates, his roar shakes the mountains and terrifies the gods, his imposing presence sends demons fleeing in panic. Renowned across the 4 seas as the Chaos Bringer, hailed in the Western realms as the mighty Demon King. This humble junior Lin Tian pays respects to the great sage equal of heaven, the Bull Demon King. Chapter 1, The Day of Awakening. I wonder which divine statue I'll come across today. Heaven, please grant me your favor, let it be one I recognize. I hope it's the statue of the strong man. My ancestors were strongmen, so maybe I'll be blessed by their protection. Oomph, what a loser. The 2 men speaking turned around angrily to look back. A bald teenager with a haughty expression was standing there, arms crossed and glaring at them. The 2 men could only smile awkwardly. They dared not provoke him. This man was named Lin Mu, the principal's own grandson. Standing beside Lin Mu was Qin Gong, looking completely bewildered. What's going on? Awakening day? Mythical figures? Had he not woken up yet? Was he still dreaming? Shen Gong blinked and gave Lin Mu a hard pinch on the arm. Lin Mu yelped in pain and jumped up. Shen Gong, are you trying to kill me? Shen Gong finally confirmed that the flood of memories that had just surged into his mind were real. He had traveled through time. In this world, spiritual energy had revived, and everyone participated in the awakening before the college entrance exams. This day was also called Awakening Day. If one awakened their own power system, they would soar to great heights with boundless potential. Those who failed to awaken would fade into obscurity, and the unlucky ones might not even manage to get into a university. Those who failed to awaken risked losing their lives. Today was Awakening Day, and Shen Gong stood on the Awakening Square. The original owner was a notorious underachiever, despised by everyone. Chen Gong felt like crying. Brother, why did you bring me here? At least give me some time to react. You're just setting me up. Chen Gong muttered under his breath. I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? What are you muttering about? Lin Mu, who didn't get a response, glared angrily. Chen Gong was already annoyed. The original owner and Lin Mu didn't get along well, so he saw no point in pretending to be polite. Keep your voice down. The homeroom teacher, Luli, noticed the commotion and scolded them harshly. Today is such an important day, and you still have the nerve to cause trouble here? Lin Tian shot Chen Gong a cold glance, snorted, and turned away. On the awakening platform, Li Xiaoxiao stepped into the gate of creation, and hundreds of divine statues appeared around her. How envious! Li Xiaoxiao's father has awakened the power system of the Wind Lord. Li Xiaoxiao is the top student in her grade, and her father is a school board member. Her bloodline affinity is something we lowly scum can't even compare to. Li Xiaoxiao raised her eyes, scanned the area, and walked firmly to a divine statue. She spoke in a solemn voice, master of the 8 winds, controlling clouds and rain, dispelling disasters and bringing blessings. This junior, Li Xiaoxiao, humbly invites the Wind Lord to descend. The gray surface of the divine statue gradually faded, revealing half of the human figure. A green light entered Li Xiaoxiao's body. The awakening rank of a divine statue is divided into 5 grades: white, orange, green, purple, and red. Lin Xiaoxiao was quite fortunate. Poof. Chen Gong couldn't help but laugh out loud. He understood controlling the 8 winds, but asking a wind lord to control clouds and rain? That's taking things too far. Just make the cloud god and rain master unemployed, and as for disaster relief and blessings, that's sheer nonsense. Chen Gong's laughter made the people around him look at him as if sparks were flying from their eyes. Chen Gong, don't be a sore loser. Exactly, you're just a loser, and you dare to criticize the top-ranked person? If you want to laugh, go ahead. After today, you won't even be worthy of tying my shoes. Lin Tianshan added, don't even mention someone of the level of the laughing goddess. You probably won't even get to see her face. What does her achievement have to do with you? Instead of getting all worked up here, why don't you take a look at yourself first? Chen Gong glanced at the students he had just dismissed. As for you, you're not exactly qualified to be Lin Xiaoxiao's sycophant. Apparently, she has a bit of a crush on your older brother. Killing someone is no big deal. Lin Tian and his brother have always had a strained relationship, and this remark was like pouring gasoline on a fire. Lin Tian clenched his fists so tightly they cracked, his eyes turning red. Lin Mu, it's your turn. Lin Mu was about to say something but was interrupted by his homeroom teacher, Xin Fei. Lin Mu glared angrily at Chen Gong. You just wait. Once I awaken, I'll kill you. Lin Mu turned and stepped onto the awakening platform. The bald principal looked at his grandson with a satisfied expression. Go in. The gate of destiny stood silently on the platform, shrouded in a faint golden glow. Lin Tian took a deep breath and slowly stepped inside. Within the gate of destiny, one could glimpse the path of destiny. After entering, a divine statue would randomly appear. Standing before it, one had to call out its name, recite its deeds, and praise it, thereby gaining a chance to awaken. The longer and more accurate the description, the stronger the power of awakening. But if you say it wrong, you won't even leave your life behind. Besides luck, there is another influencing factor: bloodline affinity. Lin Tian indeed had reason to be proud. His entire family had awakened, and they all belonged to the Red Boy lineage. Stepping inside the door, looking out from the outside, it was like seeing flowers through a mist, unclear and indistinct, with only the 100 or so divine statues surrounding Lin Tian visible. Some were human-shaped, some were beast-shaped, and some were even half-human, half-beast. These statues stood, sat, or lay motionless, shrouded in a gray haze as if covered in dust. Those must be the divine statues of the Red Child. Principal Lin is truly fortunate. On the awakening platform, Director Li smiled broadly as he offered his congratulations. Principal Lin also looked deeply satisfied. It's all thanks to my son's good fortune. At that moment, Principal Lin's bald head seemed to glow brighter. Inside the gate of creation, Lin Tian had already passed the statue of the Red Boy, causing Principal Lin's heart to race. Lin Tian almost ran to another statue, his face filled with excitement. The statue had the head of a bull and the body of a human, looking incredibly fierce. This was the Bull Demon King. Chen Gong was also puzzled. He knew the Ox Demon King well. His wife was the beautiful Iron Fan Princess, and he had a concubine named Jade Face Princess. But this statue clearly wasn't the Bull Demon King. This was one of the few divine statues officially recognized by the state, and once awakened, it would at least reach the purple rank. Lin Tian was about to rise to the top in one go. Lin Tian actually looked pretty handsome. With that bald head, his family wouldn't even need to buy light bulbs. Marrying him would save a fortune. The surrounding whispers made Chen Gong start to doubt himself. The original owner was just a loser, getting by day. He really didn't understand these things. But it doesn't matter. When in doubt, just ask Baidu. Chen Gong pulled out his phone. He didn't know until he looked, but when he did, he was shocked. The revival of spiritual energy was real, but another problem had emerged, a cultural. Countless deities had been forgotten by history. As a result, while the Xianlong kingdom had the most deities, it also had the most deities that no one recognized. Chen Gong put down his phone and watched as the people around him grew increasingly excited, as if Lin Tian's success was already a foregone conclusion. Chen Gong shook his head silently. The gray deity statue had a bullless head, wings growing from its back, but upon closer inspection, the bullless head resembled armor. Moreover, how could the bull demon king have wings? Endlessly powerful, skilled in battle, with a mouth like a blood-filled basin and teeth like copper plates, its roar shook the mountains and terrified the gods. Its movements were majestic, causing even evil spirits to flee in panic. It was renowned throughout the four seas as the chaos-bringing demon king and known in the west as the great demon king. This junior, Lin Tian, humbly welcomes the heaven-shattering great sage, the ox demon king. Chapter 2, Awakening Fails. Everyone present believed that Lin Tian had awakened as the bull demon king, which aroused envy and jealousy in many. Some teachers glanced at him with a hint of jealousy, but still smiled and congratulated him. The principal truly has a remarkable grandson. It seems that once Lin Tian soars to greatness, he won't forget us. Lin Tian will surely one day rule the world, and by then, the principal won't have to worry for the rest of his life. If my child had even half of his talent, I'd probably smile in my sleep. Chen Gong shook his head with a smile. This isn't the bull demon king at all. The bull demon king was a huge white bull, with a head as steep as a mountain peak, eyes that shone like lightning, 2 horns as tall as iron towers, and teeth as sharp as blades. From head to tail, it was over 1,000 feet long, and from hoof to back, it stood 800 feet tall. Just as everyone was rejoicing at the arrival of the divine being, the surrounding plants suddenly began to wither, as if the world were coming to an end. Lin Tian looked at the monster in fear, but it didn't give him a chance and immediately devoured him. This isn't the ox demon king. What on earth is this thing, and why is it so terrifying? Regardless of what it is, this is a new deity. We must report this immediately. Lin Tian was truly pitiful. He could have succeeded, but now he had lost his life. The teachers didn't care at all about what had happened to Lin Tian. The appearance of a new deity had them overjoyed. This is a new deity. Have the students take a closer look and see if they recognize it. I'll report this to the higher-ups immediately. Every new deity brings the nation an extra dose of fortune. Principal, should we continue? The principal looked at everything before him with a face full of sorrow, his expression rich and varied. By all accounts, he should be heartbroken his grandson is dead. But faced with the emergence of a new deity, he couldn't help but feel joy at the possibility of the nation becoming stronger. Without new deities, their nation would fall behind others, and those who lag behind are bound to suffer. Therefore, the appearance of a new deity could bring them immense joy. Across the entire country, only a little over 300 deities have awakened. This number may not seem small, but since many people do not know the names of the deities, hundreds must die each time. Every stroke of these characters represents countless lives. But they have no choice but to continue. Otherwise, their nation will face annihilation. Not just them, but their family and friends as well. Even an entire nation could be destroyed because of this. So they have no choice. Even if it's not for themselves, they must sacrifice themselves for their families. Even if it means death. They must try. Therefore, even though the principal is in great pain, he must set aside all his thoughts and give orders in an orderly manner. Control the deity and let all the students give it a try to see if anyone recognizes it. Chen Gong, however, looked at this so-called deity with a heavy heart. He already had a rough idea of what this unfamiliar deity truly was. This wasn't a deity at all, it was a ferocious beast. It had the body of a bull, a human face, eyes under its armpits, ate people, was extremely fierce and greedy, moved swiftly like the wind, and caused havoc in the region. At that moment, a group of people suddenly arrived at their school. The leader looked distinguished, exuding an air of authority. However, despite his luxurious attire, his urgent demeanor added a touch of earthly urgency to his appearance. It was as if he were just an ordinary person in a hurry. Nevertheless, his arrival immediately drew everyone's attention, and their expressions grew solemn. Their admiration for him was genuine, evident in every gesture they made. The principal also showed him great respect, greeting him with a smile. "Lord City Master, you've arrived." "The City Lord? Shui Tiancheng?" Chen Gong looked as though he finally understood. No wonder these people had changed so much. Shui Tiancheng didn't even acknowledge them, his attention entirely focused on this unfamiliar deity. He looked at the deity with furrowed brows and said helplessly, "Does anyone recognize him?" The principal looked helpless. He had thought the City Lord might recognize it. Perhaps this could reduce the losses, but now it seemed like he had been overly optimistic. Some teachers looked deeply saddened. They had also come to their senses from their initial excitement. Although the appearance of a new deity was something to be happy about. But it also meant that many of their students might have to sacrifice their lives as a result. This weighed heavily on their hearts, and the principal felt the most pain of all. The principal shook his head helplessly and looked at some of the teachers with a questioning expression. But everyone shook their heads, indicating they had no idea. Shui Tiancheng spoke with a mix of resignation and determination. "If we don't know, we'll have to try one by one, but this might result in some casualties." Facing this decision, no one dared to speak up. After all, among these students might be their own students, or even their relatives. Therefore, they did not want to make this decision. At that moment, the principal nodded. Though he was reluctant, he had no choice but to agree for the greater good. Lord City Master, sacrificing ourselves for the nation is something we are willing to do. Just tell us how many people are needed to try. Shui Tiancheng could see their thoughts. If possible, no one would want to sacrifice their own people, but for the sake of many, they had to make small sacrifices. He said solemnly. At least 7 people. I know of exactly 7, but I can't be certain. 7 people? That meant they might lose 7 students. They opened their mouths but couldn't utter a word. Disagree? What about the others? Do you agree? But those are their 7 students. The principal pondered for a moment before clenching his teeth and saying, a new deity has appeared today. Is there anyone willing? Many faces turned pale. Volunteering meant risking death. But there were always a few who were willing to sacrifice. Zhong Lian from Class 5 is willing. Xin Tian from Class 7 is willing. Class 1, Xu Tianjue and Xu Tianxin are willing. Although they knew exactly what they were facing. But they fear nothing. If they can exchange their own lives for the lives of countless compatriots, it is worth it to them. Shui Tiancheng looked at these children, tears welling up in his eyes. He wanted to comfort them, but felt that it would be an insult to them. This left him speechless. He turned away and said, let's begin. Just at that critical moment, Chen Gong raised his hand and said, this isn't a divine being. It's a ferocious beast. Chapter 3, The Reappearance of a New Deity. At these words, their footsteps halted, and everyone stared at Chen Gong in shock. Chen Gong looked completely serious, showing no signs of joking. However, to others, he looked like a madman. Once some people came to their senses, they burst into laughter, mocking him. Chen Gong, did you fall asleep standing up in broad daylight? You're just a clown trying to attract attention with nonsense. I think he's deliberately trying to attract our attention. Such a worthless person can only resort to such shameless tactics to draw others' attention. Stop fooling around, Chen Gong. The city lord is still here. If you know what this is, I'll stand on my head and wash my hair. Chen Gong smiled and shook his head, then walked directly toward them. Anyway, there's no harm in trying. If it works, it's a good thing. If it doesn't matter to you. However, the principal, Cheng Mingting, walked over to him, took his hand, and smiled as she spoke to the others. Children don't know any better. How would he know what this is? After saying that, she glared at Chen Gong as if warning him. However, the principal was indeed glaring angrily at Chen Gong at that moment. He had almost forgotten about this person's existence. His grandson had always been at odds with this man, and as a result, he didn't care for him either. As the principal, he had always considered it beneath him to take action against a student. After all, they were still students of his school. However, now that Chen Gong had chosen to walk into trouble, there was no one else to blame but himself. Thinking this, he looked at Chen Gong with a strange expression and coldly said, since he had come to test himself, they certainly couldn't stand in the way of a student's enthusiasm. Cheng Mingting was about to say something else, but the principal cut her off without a second thought. Everyone's life is precious. Why should others be allowed to do something that your classmate isn't? Besides, he did it voluntarily. We didn't force him. You should respect the children's wishes. Cheng Mingting was about to say something else, but in her heart, Chen Gong was just a loser who would never succeed. As Chen Gong's homeroom teacher, she naturally didn't want to watch her student go to his doom. However, with so many eyes fixed on her, if she tried to stop him again, she feared they would all turn against her. Chen Gong himself didn't care and even patted Cheng Mingting's hand to comfort her. Although Cheng Mingting still felt uneasy, the situation had already reached this point. She could only let Chen Gong try it on his own. Whether it turned out for good or ill was beyond her control. Chen Gong strode confidently ahead, while those who had volunteered to try looked at him with disdain. Some even rolled their eyes in annoyance. Chen Gong acted as if he hadn't noticed, walking straight to the front. The students who had been standing at the front sighed helplessly. This isn't a joke. One wrong move and you're dead. Why bother? Chen Gong didn't seem to care. He stood motionless at the front. Don't worry, it'll be fine. The principal snorted disbelievingly. He didn't think Chen Gong could succeed. Begin. At the principal's command, Chen Gong walked in under the watchful eyes of everyone present. Everyone watched his every move intently. Though they said otherwise, many secretly hoped he would succeed. The moment Chen Gong stepped into the mysterious space, his senses were instantly amplified to an unimaginable extent, as if he were in the midst of the universe. All he could see was an endless, dazzlingly beautiful starry sky. Each star was a divine being containing infinite energy, leaving one both awestruck and marveling at the power of the divine. Chen Gong carefully observed his surroundings. There were many stone statues, some of which had been there for a long time, and some people already knew their names. However, the stone statue of a bull was new, clearly having appeared only recently. Chen Gong was in no hurry. Once a choice was made, it could not be changed, so he continued to observe. However, while he was observing his surroundings, others had their own thoughts. This guy must have been scared, so he's probably going to give up right away. What a coward. This is truly embarrassing, and it's even in front of the city lord. I wonder what he's thinking. I told you so. He's clearly just trying to draw attention to himself. He's nothing but trash, and you actually thought he could do it? Those who spoke these words were all the cowards who had been hiding earlier. They knew they were cowards, so seeing Qingong made them feel superior by comparison. Typical of someone pretending to be weak to take advantage of others. The principal said angrily, he shouldn't have agreed to this. It's made me lose face. Shui Tiancheng gave him a warning glance, puzzled by the principal's uncharacteristic outburst. Don't jump to conclusions so quickly. The principal finally stopped speaking, but his face was still filled with resentment. Shui Tiancheng saw this and continued to watch Qingong, though he had no idea what the man was up to. However, regardless of the circumstances, since Qingong had dared to step forward, he had already made the decision to face death. People like them were heroes, they couldn't tolerate such slander. Something's wrong. Principal, Lord City Master, look quickly. Cheng Mengting stared at Qingong in shock and hurriedly redirected their attention back to him. Everyone watched Qingong's every move in shock, as he stood before one after another of deities resembling humans. This man had golden hair parted down the middle, flowing gracefully to his waist, wearing a crown symbolizing heaven and earth, with the sacred sun emblem on his forehead, and clad in a robe adorned with the patterns of the primordial cosmos, the sun, the moon, and the stars. He held a bell in his hand, which looked extremely powerful. Upon seeing him, everyone present was filled with curiosity. This deity was also an unknown entity, there was no overlap in my memories. What exactly was it? I had no recollection of it either. There were only a few humanoid beings, but none of them were holding a bell. Perhaps it's just a coincidence, but it doesn't seem right. However, this deity feels very powerful. If we can successfully deal with it, we might gain another powerful ally. Many people were discussing this unknown deity. Shui Tiancheng didn't join in, but instead watched Qingong's every move intently. Even he didn't know what this deity was. Though he had some guesses, he dismissed them all. This deity was completely beyond their understanding, just like the ox stone statue earlier. However, this only made him more eager. Perhaps Qingong could bring them another deity. This would make their country even stronger. Chapter 4, Awakening Successful. However, just as everyone was deep in thought, Qingong bowed solemnly. The mountains have auspicious deities who bring peace and prosperity, their presence brings light, and they can move the energies of heaven and earth. Tai Feng is the same as Tai Yi, and Tai Tai are interchangeable terms, both referring to Tai Yi, who is revered as the Eastern Emperor. This humble disciple, Qingong, humbly welcomes the ruler of the ancient heavenly court, the supreme deity, Dongwang Tai. Qingong's words left them utterly baffled, these descriptions were completely unknown to them. The ruler of the ancient celestial court? What ancient celestial court? I've never heard of such a thing. I've only heard of the celestial court. Are these two related? Supreme deity? Could it be referring to the supreme deity? Who dares to call a deity supreme? Isn't that a bit too far-fetched? Donghuang, that sounds like a title for a powerful being. Regardless, this deity must be extremely powerful. What Qingong was saying completely exceeded their understanding. These so-called titles of honor were completely unfamiliar to them. Many people were watching Qingong, hoping he would succeed. I never thought that in this era, there would still be someone who remembers me. As everyone was pondering, Dongwang Tai spoke slowly, casting a satisfied glance at Qingong. Before anyone could recover from the shock of Qingong's success, the next thing they saw was the stone statue erupting with red light and entering Qingong's body. At that moment, everyone was left speechless. It took them a moment to come to their senses. Red. Everyone stood up in shock, staring in disbelief at the scene before them. Shui Tiancheng clenched his fists tightly, his body trembling slightly. Not to mention their own country, the number of red-level countries in the world didn't even reach double digits. And now, this divine being, rare to the point of defying the heavens, was being born right before their eyes. This left them speechless, unable to describe their astonishment. The ruler of the ancient celestial court was truly legendary. However, the commotion on their side has also been detected by the Supreme God's Temple, which controls the divine beings of the Xianlong Kingdom. The Supreme God Temple was filled with powerful beings, and when they detected the unusual activity, their eyes widened in astonishment. Even some elderly predecessors who were in seclusion for cultivation were awakened by the commotion. Immediately, someone relayed this joyous news to everyone across the nation. This was an event worthy of national celebration for them. Red. It's red. This is a divine being of a rank that exists only in legend, and few have ever witnessed it with their own eyes. Our Xianlong Kingdom has hope now. With such a great deity on our side, I'll see what other nations dare to do to us. I just wonder who this person is. If possible, I would like to make their acquaintance. While some rejoiced, others grieved. Except for the people of the Xianlong Kingdom, the people of other nations were unlikely to be happy. At that moment, the news quickly spread throughout the Tianzhou Kingdom, causing them to become instantly vigilant. How did the Qianlong kingdom suddenly get so lucky? Their divine beings were severely depleted before, not even red ones, let alone purple or green ones. Investigate this person. If he can be of use to us, keep him. If not, eliminate him immediately to prevent future troubles. It probably isn't that simple. The Qianlong kingdom has finally produced such a powerful figure, they will certainly do everything in their power to protect him. Trying to take action against him would be as difficult as climbing to the heavens. The relationship between the Heavenly Light Kingdom and the Qianlong Kingdom has always been hostile. During the Qianlong Kingdom's period of weakness, the Heavenly Light Kingdom frequently launched attacks. Simply launching attacks isn't a major issue. The crucial issue is that the Tianzhou Kingdom shows no mercy even to ordinary civilians, killing without batting an eye. This has kept relations between the two countries tense, and among those most afraid of Qianlong Kingdom's rise is undoubtedly him. However, many are still eager to uncover more information. The people of the Qianlong Kingdom did not rejoice over this news for long, but instead grew even more concerned about Chen Gong's situation. The awakening of a deity of the red rank is, of course, a tremendous blessing for them. However, they also place great importance on their affinity with the deity. The higher the affinity, the greater the energy one can unleash. The deity's rank is like their future ceiling, determining how far they can go. Affinity was the lower limit, or one could say it was innate talent. The two complement each other and are indispensable. However, regardless of their thoughts, everyone in the Qianlong Kingdom is closely monitoring Chen Gong's current situation. Even many powerful beings have already arrived, as this is the key to their rise. At this moment, the area around the place where Chen Gong awoke was crowded with people, all of whom were high-ranking officials of the Qianlong Kingdom. Chen Gong himself, however, remains completely unaware, as he has focused all his attention on the stone statues. Chen Gong's recently awakened deity, Dongwang Tai, signifies that he now possesses the power system of the demon clan. Although this is already quite powerful, Chen Gong has not forgotten the other deities. He knows more than just one name, and he is confident he can awaken other deities. However, Chen Gong has no interest whatsoever in these deities, they are too weak for him. If others were to hear this, they might be so enraged they'd spit blood. They should be grateful just to have awakened, they have no time to concern themselves with such matters. But Chen Gong, bold and confident in his abilities, paid no heed to such concerns. He walked directly toward the unknown deity he had just encountered. This left everyone present speechless in shock. Could this man be trying to awaken another deity? Even if he could, wouldn't awakening another deity be dangerous, especially since he already possessed such a powerful one? Quick, stop him. He's awakened a red-ranked deity. If he dies, our hopes will vanish too. We must save him at all costs. It's over. Don't bother. He's already started. If we disturb him now, we might end up dead too. Let's try and see if we can succeed. As everyone was filled with anxiety, Chen Gong had already knelt down, speaking with a reverent expression. Zitunshi, capable of devouring all things under heaven, able to swallow the heavens and earth, one of the 9 sons of the dragon, ranked 5th, and one of the 4 great beasts. This humble disciple, Chen Gong, humbly welcomes the Shitian. Countless people held their breath, not daring to blink as they watched Chen Gong. It seemed as though if they so much as looked away, Chen Gong might fail to awaken and die. This left them dared not make a single sound, and in such a crowded place, it was miraculously quiet enough to hear a pin drop. However, just as everyone was tense, a voice echoed through the air. Who dares to awaken me? Though it seemed like a question, his eyes were already fixed on Chen Gong, as if he already knew the answer. Chapter 5, The Evil One. The gluttonous creature glared at Chen Gong with disdain. Chen Gong remained unchanged, speaking calmly. Ogre, the divine beasts, our divine heavens and earth are currently under invasion by foreign tribes. The divine culture has suffered severe, and the younger generation has searched in vain. We implore the divine beasts to save us. The Taoye showed no emotion at his words, but instead sneered coldly. Divine beast? I am unworthy of such a title. You have always called me a ferocious beast. To get me to help you, you'll say anything. Everyone present was stunned by the exchange between the Taoye and Chen Gong. According to conventional wisdom, when a divine being is summoned, it should immediately enter the body of the summoner. However, the Taoye seemed to hold Chen Gong in utter contempt. They were all experiencing this for the first time and couldn't fathom the Taoye's actions. What's going on here? We've never encountered such an odd situation before. It seems this deity doesn't want to become part of Chen Gong, but that also indicates it's no ordinary deity. Regardless, keep a close eye on Chen Gong, he must not come to any harm. I know that after some time, the elder will arrive, and there shouldn't be any major issues. Let's hope so. He is the hope of our Qianlong kingdom. Chen Gong naturally knows that the Taoye divine beast has no defined classification, though most people consider it A. He doesn't feel strongly about it, he just wants the Taoye's assistance. It seems like the Taoye doesn't care about its reputation, but if it truly didn't care, it wouldn't have asked that question in the first place. Therefore, Chen Gong knew that as long as he answered correctly, the Taoye would certainly accept him. The Taoye waited a long time for Chen Gong to speak, then impatiently said, You don't even think before you speak. You're a worthless fool. How dare you ask me to help you? Either leave now or die with no place to bury your body. Chen Gong sighed helplessly. But Glutton's temper was truly terrible. He then recited the prepared speech he had prepared. You are one of the 9 sons of the dragon. Who dares to disrespect or fear you? Aside from your greed, do you have any other flaws? There is a saying that holds true among both divine beasts and ferocious beasts: if you want to become a certain kind of beast, you will become that beast. Otherwise, you'll just spend your days wallowing in self-pity. Such words only make me look down on you. Speaking so much here is a waste of my breath. If you want to be a rat scurrying through the streets, then go ahead and do it yourself. What's going on here? Everyone present was filled with confusion, staring at Chen Gong on stage in bewilderment. However, at that moment, someone frowned and said, "Didn't Chen Gong just say this was a ferocious beast?" Although it's a new deity, those who awaken tend to become extremely violent, even sparing no one, not even their closest relatives. Upon hearing this, everyone present snapped back to reality. They were so overjoyed that they had forgotten it was a. No one knew whether the appearance of the Taodia was a good or bad omen. Chen Gong's future achievements were unimaginable, but if he were influenced by a deity, it would cause immense harm to their nation, and there might be no one capable of stopping Chen Gong. Immediately, some people turned their gaze toward Luli, and Shui Tiancheng asked, "What is this boy's character like?" Luli had never had a good impression of Chen Gong, the underachiever, and spoke bluntly. He's not a good person, but he's not a bad one either. He's highly susceptible to influence. Upon hearing Luli's words, everyone present changed their expressions, and the principal even said directly, "This boy is likely to become a menace in the future. We must eliminate him before he grows stronger, otherwise, he will inevitably harm many more people." Though no one agreed with the principal's words, they were deeply ingrained in everyone's minds. Obtaining a genius is naturally a good thing, but if a genius harbors treacherous intentions, the best course of action is to eliminate them immediately. Before anyone could speak, Chang Mengting was the first to object. He wasn't summoned by Chen Gong, he's clearly the principal's grandson. Now you're shifting all the blame onto Chen Gong. It's utterly ridiculous. Shui Tiancheng finally realized there was another matter at hand, and the principal's expression darkened. It seems that the principal's family has produced a traitor. The decision of the divine beings is closely tied to one's character. Your grandson has awakened a ferocious beast, you should go back and investigate thoroughly. Everyone's gaze turned to the principal, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Some students, though unaware of the details, began to look at the principal with suspicion after being informed by some geniuses. However, at that moment, people from the country of Tenshou arrived. Upon hearing these words, they seemed delighted. They walked in arrogantly and spoke in a commanding tone. A dangerous figure has emerged in the Xianlong kingdom. If you are unable to handle him, the Tenshou kingdom will take care of it. Their appearance enraged everyone present, and several young, hot-headed men immediately confronted them. When it comes to Xianlong kingdom, you people from Tenshou kingdom have no right to speak. I think you're just jealous because we have a genius among us. Get out of Xianlong kingdom, or don't blame us for being ruthless. How dare you walk around so brazenly on our territory? Why waste time talking to them? Just attack them directly. I want to see what they can do in our country. These people are all just 18 years old and don't know the ins and outs of this matter. Currently, the Xianlong kingdom is the weakest among the nations, so they wouldn't dare to directly confront the people of the Amaterasu kingdom. Shui Tiancheng is the highest ranking among them, so he must personally handle these unwelcome guests. So you're envoys from the Heavenly Light Kingdom. I didn't expect you to not only care about your own country's affairs but also about ours. Thank you very much. At first glance, there seems to be nothing wrong with these words, but upon closer inspection, one can tell that Shui Tiancheng is mocking them for meddling in others' affairs. Many people couldn't help but chuckle to themselves, surprised that the usually serious and dignified city lord had such a charming side. The people from the Tianzhou kingdom had no intention of engaging in a verbal exchange with him. They didn't even bother to ask before speaking. Such people must not be spared. Since your Xianlong kingdom lacks the courage to act, we will take the initiative. Let's begin. As he finished speaking, a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s stepped forward. Tianzhou Kingdom's Nishida Toshiyuki challenges Xianlong Kingdom's Chen Gong to a duel. Even if I die, I have no regrets. Upon hearing this, everyone present paled. The name Nishida Toshiyuki was no stranger to them. He was undoubtedly among the top 10 in the Heavenly Light Kingdom and held a high reputation across the major nations. Not to mention Chen Gong, who had only recently awakened his powers. Even the city lord, Shui Tiancheng, would not stand a chance against him. Chapter 6, The Conspiracy of the Heavenly Illumination Kingdom. Chen Gong looked at this man in confusion. Upon hearing his name, his expression turned murderous, and he spoke harshly. Those who dare to offend the Xianlong kingdom must be killed. Su Tianqing, however, looked determined to win at all costs. In his heart, Chen Gong could only be called a genius, but he still had a long way to go compared to him. This battle, he felt, had no suspense whatsoever. However, at that very moment, Chen Gong felt as though his body was being pulled by some unseen force, and he found himself on an ancient battlefield. He looked around warily, his mind processing the information about the battlefield. Nishida Toshiyuki gave him a cold smile and explained in a seemingly kind manner. This is the battlefield of the gods. Our country and your country have each sent 5 people to compete. Only the gods can be summoned to fight. If you lose, don't come crying to me. Shen-gong blared back at him, equally unwilling to back down, looking eager to fight. Thank you for the explanation, but our country doesn't need to send anyone else. I alone am enough. I can take all of you down by myself. No way. The tension in the air is palpable, and even the atmosphere outside feels like a war is about to break out at any moment. At this moment, many elderly elders from the Xianlong kingdom had gathered together to discuss the divine battle. The old general of the Xianlong kingdom, Luo Jingqi, slammed the table and stood up angrily. The country of Tenshou is simply too arrogant. Who gave them the audacity to dare to act against us? Shen-gong is our future hope. There must be no issues whatsoever. I think I should take charge of this divine battle. I will protect Shen-gong at all costs, even if it means sacrificing my own life. The old general spoke with righteous indignation, though he knew he was no match for his opponent. However, he had no intention of retreating. Even if it meant death, he would not surrender without a fight. Men of Xianlong Kingdom. Only heroes die in battle. There are no cowards who fear death. At that moment, an elderly veteran spoke up. You're all grown men, yet you act without any plan. If we all go into battle, what if another country attacks us at this critical moment? We only get to participate in the divine war once a year. Are we supposed to send these children to their deaths? Although the heavenly illumination kingdom is powerful, it is insignificant in the face of certain nations. Seeing the elder speak, no one dared to say a word. He held absolute authority within the Xianlong kingdom. The elderly elder sighed and then ordered. We must not act now, otherwise, we might be taken advantage of. Trust these children, they might bring us a favorable outcome. This time, let Shen-gong, Lu Xinglan, Lin Ziyuan, Shui Xinro, and Huanqing take the lead. We will adapt to the situation as it unfolds. No one dared to object, but everyone's expression was extremely solemn. If we win this time, with the 5 of them holding the fort behind us, there shouldn't be any major issues. If we lose, their country will face a life or death battle. The elderly statesman was also helpless. It seemed this decision had been made. He had also made up his mind, prepared to sacrifice his life for the nation at any moment. The people present were in an uproar over the matter. The nation of Amaterasu had dared to launch a divine war within their own borders. This filled them with both concern and a profound sense of humiliation. Although the two countries frequently had friction, the significance of a divine war was different. Therefore, very few nations would dare to initiate such a conflict lightly. In a divine war, not only can a country only initiate it once a year, but each individual can only participate once in their lifetime. If two nations were to engage in a life or death battle, there is a high risk of being exploited by other nations. This also means that the losing side faces the risk of national annihilation. This is precisely why no nation dares to initiate such a conflict lightly. It seems that the country of Amaterasu has made a decisive break and is prepared to engage in a life or death battle with the country of Xianlong. At this moment, the crowd on the scene was in an uproar over the matter, especially the people from the Xianlong kingdom. The Tenshou kingdom is becoming increasingly unethical in its actions. They are challenging us while we are in the midst of our awakening. Doesn't everyone know that this is a time when everyone is awakening? They are clearly trying to take advantage of the situation. They always act this way. We've grown accustomed to it, but we're too bound by righteousness and morality, which is why they found an opportunity to exploit us. I wonder who all the participants in this divine battle are. But no matter who wins, they will be my idol from now on. Just as everyone was discussing this, a group of people walked in from outside. Shen-gong, Lu Xinglan, Lin Ziyuan, Shui Xinro, and Huanqing walked over side by side. With their arrival, the atmosphere on the scene once again became chaotic. They were like fans seeing their idols, cheering wildly. Lu Xinglan, who would have thought that the once beloved daughter of heaven would be called upon to participate in this competition? It's said she has been in seclusion for a long time, studying more about divine knowledge. Except for one who looked younger, the other 4 were all well known. But why was he here? Was he just filling in for someone else? Did your internet go out? You don't even know him? He's the genius who recently awakened the red deity. Don't underestimate him just because he's young. His knowledge of deities is definitely no less than yours. Those who were worried about someone so young participating in the divine battle were now in shock. Now everyone is stunned, unable to say a word. He is already famous nationwide, even worldwide. This makes it understandable why someone so young, with an unfamiliar face, would appear among the 5. But Shen-gong truly has the ability, and no one would dare to dispute it. The 5 of them remained silent, staring at the people from the country of Tenshou, regardless of their relationship with them. With so many people present, they had to put on a good show, so Lu Xinglan smiled and asked. Our people have already arrived. Have your people come out yet? If you're not afraid of losing to us, why haven't you dared to show up? The people from the Tianzhou kingdom sneered, clapped their hands, and immediately 5 people stepped forward. The people of Qianlong Kingdom were stunned into silence upon seeing that it was those 5 who had come forward to fight. These 5 individuals were all ranked among the top 10 in the Tensho Kingdom. Besides Nishida Toshiyuki, who had already appeared earlier, the other 4 were, in order, Ida Rina, Aoki Miyu, Aoba Kimiko, and Ida Misa. Chapter 7, Summoning the Gods. The people of Qianlong Kingdom were no strangers to these 5 individuals. They were not only among the top-ranked individuals in the Heavenly Light Kingdom but were also renowned worldwide. The Amaterasu Kingdom is truly despicable for sending such elite warriors. It seems we were completely unprepared and never anticipated they would risk their own lives to drag us down with them. Although the 5 from our country are also child prodigies, they are still young. They likely aren't a match for them. Don't panic, perhaps they'll bring us an unexpected surprise. But since their country doesn't act like a civilized nation, we don't need to treat them with courtesy either. This made the 5 who had been so confident suddenly feel a hint of fear. Though they believed in themselves, the enemy's strength was simply too overwhelming, leaving them without any confidence. However, the people from the Heavenly Illumination Kingdom had already prepared themselves. The first to step forward was Nishida Toshiyuki. Let me go first. I wonder what kind of opponent you'll send out. I hope you send someone strong, don't make it too boring for me. I need a challenge. The people from the Qianlong Kingdom dared not take the first move as their opponents were all well-known figures. Though they had some fame, they were still young and couldn't be compared to the others. Moreover, the first match is crucial. If they win, it will give them the courage to continue fighting. If they lose again, no one will dare to step forward easily afterward. Even if there are those deemed by heaven to be extraordinary, none dare to be the first to step forward. Su Tianmin laughed heartily, clearly not taking them seriously. I had thought we could have a good fight, but it turns out you're all cowards who lack the courage to face me. Since that's the case, there's no point in continuing. Just admit defeat. I'll go. The people of the Qianlong Kingdom were originally very angry, but upon hearing these resolute words, they immediately focused all their attention on the speaker. When they saw that the speaker was Chen Gong, their spirits plummeted once again. Though they knew he was a genius, he was undoubtedly the youngest among them. How much could he possibly know about the gods? Perhaps he would just be cannon fodder if he were to enter the battlefield, and it wouldn't matter if it were a later battle. But this was the crucial first battle. They absolutely couldn't let a greenhorn rookie take the stage. Let Lu Xinglan go first. An elderly veteran spoke up, more out of concern for Chen Gong's safety. However, Chen Gong merely glanced at Lu Xinglan and spoke with unwavering resolve. I wield my sword toward the heavens with a smile. Whether I stay or go, my loyalty remains unwavering. To die for the nation, we have no regrets. Chen Gong's words struck them like a hammer, and they seemed to see a hero who was willing to sacrifice himself without fear of death. His demeanor made many feel ashamed, for this was their shared Qianlong Kingdom, not just one person's. They should all be willing to sacrifice everything, even their lives. These words not only demonstrated his fearless heroism but also successfully reignited everyone's fighting spirit. This time, victory or defeat seemed unimportant to them. Since Chen Gong wanted to fight, they would fight. This time, Chen Gong faced no obstacles and stood directly on the stage. No need for words. If you want to fight, stand your ground. As soon as he finished speaking, Nishida Toshiyuki stopped beating around the bush and went straight to the awakening platform to select his own deity. Chen Gong followed closely behind, his heart yearning for victory, naturally eager to act. This time, the 5 divine statues he entered did not include the Taodi or Donghuang Tai Chi. Upon witnessing this scene, the citizens of Qianlong Kingdom turned ashen-faced, seeing no hope of victory. Are we going to lose the first battle? Are we really going to fall to this ruthless little country? Our Qianlong Kingdom heaven does not protect us. No, I still choose to believe him. He would never risk his own life or the destruction of the Qianlong Kingdom for such a thing. The people of the Tenzo Kingdom didn't care about what was happening on this side. They didn't even blink as they watched their own people. Suddenly, cheers erupted from their side, as if victory was already within their grasp. Hi, it's Hai. He is the guardian deity of the seas, and later became the god of commerce and wealth due to the rise of maritime trade. It seems we won this time. Although there were 2 we didn't recognize, we knew the other 3, and even I recognized him, so he must know them too. It seemed like victory was within our grasp. We just had to wait and see how we would humiliate them. The people of the Qianlong Kingdom may have pride, but pride can't feed them, and they can't summon deities. They'd be better off kneeling down now and begging for mercy. Maybe we'll show mercy and spare them. Qianlong Kingdom is one of the countries with the most severe divine power vacuum. On the other hand, the deities of the Tenzo Kingdom are mostly known by name, so they are highly confident in this divine battle. However, Chen Gong was quite delighted. Seeing these awakened gods, the smile on his face was almost impossible to hide. Although the deities he had awakened were not the same as the previous 2, any one of these 5 was absolutely no weaker than the previous 2. He felt his luck was simply incredible, enough to easily overwhelm them. These 5 deities are Kuanping. Kuanping possesses immense strength, capable of flying thousands of miles in a single bound and covering thousands of miles in a single day. It is one of the most powerful great demons, even beyond the command of Donghuang Tai. Zhu Ke. It has the ability to control fire and can make flames dance. Zhu Yen. Its appearance is like the harbinger of a storm, foretelling the outbreak of war. Gu Diao. It feeds on humans, becoming a nightmare in people's hearts. The last one is the Azure Dragon. One of the 4 divine beasts, one of the 9 sons of the dragon, its power is sufficient to tower above all demons. Chen Gong looked at these 5 deities and was momentarily at a loss for which to choose. However, in the eyes of others, it was clear that he didn't even know the names of these divine beings. This is why he remained motionless, causing the people of the Xianlong kingdom to feel a chill in their hearts, as if all hope for victory had vanished. Just as they were about to give up hope for the Xianlong kingdom, Chen Gong carefully straightened his clothes and bowed deeply. His form resembled that of a dragon, with a long head and 2 horns, scales covering his body, and a blue color corresponding to the element of wood in the 5 elements, as well as a neck, shoulders, ribs, heart, and tail. This humble disciple, Chen Gong, humbly welcomes the arrival of the Azure Dragon, one of the 4 divine beings of heaven, the deity of the East. As his words fell, a red light broke through the sky, and the scene fell silent. Chapter 8, No Match for Him. After a moment of silence, the scene erupted into thunderous applause. Everyone in the Xianlong kingdom wore expressions of joy, as if they were about to celebrate the new year. Another red divine being has blessed our Xianlong kingdom. It seems we've won this time. The people of Tianzhou kingdom can't even compare to us. I told you so. We must believe in Chen Gong. None of us dared to believe he could summon a second divine being, but he did it. He's like a god. A strong youth leads to a strong nation, a determined youth leads to a determined nation. With such a young genius, our Xianlong kingdom has hope. Let us see what those Western nations have to say then. Chen Gong has already solidified his reputation as a young genius in their hearts. It seems that as long as he is here, the Xianlong kingdom has hope, and their lives have a new purpose. What was once thought to be an inevitable defeat now seems impossible to lose. The existence of a red deity is no ordinary foe to be taken lightly. However, the people of the Tenzhou kingdom felt as though they had swallowed a fly. They had originally intended to mock the people of the Xianlong kingdom for being unable to even awaken. Now it seems they are the true clowns, and they too have begun to feel a growing sense of crisis. However, before they could think further, the battle between the two sides had already begun. When Nishida Toshiyuki emerged, he saw a blue dragon, which instilled a sense of danger in his heart. As everyone knew, dragons were extremely powerful beings in the Xianlong kingdom. However, he had never heard of a blue dragon before, which gave him a sense of false hope. He decided to test the waters. Why haven't I heard of a blue dragon before? Chen Gong rolled his eyes impatiently and said, "If you want to fight, just fight. Don't waste so much time. If you don't want to fight, just admit defeat and leave." Shi Tianmingxing was instantly enraged and didn't want to do anything else. He directly addressed the deity behind him. "Moonlit Knight, revered deity, you can see I'm not lying. The people of today no longer hold our nation in any regard and treat us with such contempt." As the words fell, the air seemed to freeze, causing everyone to hold their breath in unison. They all stared intently at the awakening gate behind them, wondering what kind of powerful deity would emerge. There stood Yu Yizun, dressed in blue, with green eyes and green hair styled in a half ponytail. He had translucent wings with golden edges, which were incredibly beautiful. Such a powerful and beautiful deity instantly captured everyone's attention. Chen Gong, however, paid no heed, speaking with equal respect. "Lord Qinglong, we, the younger generation, have always lived in seclusion. Yet they have repeatedly attacked us. We humbly request that you, our senior, uphold justice for us." As his words fell, the mighty voice of the Azure Dragon echoed through the air. "Either leave now or die." Though the Azure Dragon spoke these words, he already snorted coldly, his body flickering as he transformed into a colossal form tens of thousands of feet tall. With a single kick, he sent Yu Yizun plunging into the earth, hundreds of miles deep. Everyone was still too stunned to comprehend what had just happened. But by the time they did, they saw. Yi Jianzun lay on the ground, staring at Qinglong in sheer terror. Shi Tianmingxing stared at the scene in disbelief, screaming madly. "How is this possible? This is absolutely impossible. How could I possibly lose to you cowards? Yi Jianzun, you are our night god. How could you possibly be defeated by a mere dragon from the Xianlong kingdom?" Qinglong's expression darkened. He had never been treated this way before. This made him decide to kill him, giving Yi Jianzun no chance to speak. A surge of annihilation energy erupted from his feet. The once powerful and beautiful Moon Knight Zun was reduced to a pool of blood in a single strike, his soul dissolving into nothingness. Everyone was utterly shocked, staring at the scene in disbelief. Soon, the Xianlong kingdom erupted in joyful celebrations. "Goodness gracious, that's way too powerful. I never would have thought that a single kick could kill a deity. This seems a bit exaggerated. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I never would have believed it. Now I truly understand that the 5,000-year heritage of the Xianlong kingdom is no mere boast. There are many powerful deities within its ranks, though we may not know their names, their strength is undeniable." Qinglong, one of our nation's most powerful divine beasts, right? I remember that dragons are incredibly powerful beings. Though I don't know Qinglong's exact status within the dragon clan, it must be quite high. Don't even mention them. Even Shen Gong himself didn't expect the Qinglong to be this powerful. He didn't hesitate to strike fatally at the slightest provocation, giving the opponent no chance to defend themselves. If he hadn't known about the Qinglong's power, he might have thought the other side was just putting on a show. Nishida Toshiyuki watched the scene in shock, feeling as though his worldview was collapsing. He closed his eyes and fainted. The people of the Amaterasu kingdom had already suffered a humiliating defeat at the hands of the Qianlong kingdom. When they saw this again, their blood boiled with anger. If they hadn't managed to control themselves, they might have fainted as well. Hurry up and get him down. This fool has already lost. Why are we still letting him embarrass us like this? Hurry up and get him down. Do you want him to keep embarrassing us up there? At the leader's furious shout, the others snapped out of their stupor and rushed forward to carry the man down. The people from the Qianlong kingdom couldn't help but burst into laughter. Their mockery was blatant. They had been holding their breath, waiting for someone to come challenge them, and now Qin Gong's appearance had allowed them to vent their frustration. They had also witnessed the power of the divine beings of Qianlong kingdom, giving them hope for the future. However, how could Qin Gong let him live? If he dared to come and challenge the Qianlong kingdom without regard for his life, he must be prepared to die. Qin Gong hurriedly said to Qinglong, Lord Qinglong, the people of the Tenchou kingdom have always looked down on our Qianlong kingdom, and this time they even came to challenge us. This man is the mastermind behind it all. We must not let him escape easily. Qinglong, who had previously shown no interest, suddenly grew cold and glared angrily at Nishida Toshiyuki. The reason he couldn't muster any interest was that he felt these people were all too weak. However, he absolutely would not tolerate anyone daring to lay a finger on his juniors. Suddenly, Qinglong flickered and appeared directly in front of Nishida Toshiyuki, swiping his claw down. Instantly, blood and flesh flew everywhere, causing many to turn away in fear. The Qinglong coldly watched the person who had stepped forward, startling him so much that he dared not move. But it merely spoke in a calm tone. The nation of Qianlong will not tolerate your intrusion. Chapter 9, nearly derailed. However, just as everyone thought it was over, a voice filled with murderous intent suddenly rang out. Who is it? Who killed my summoner? At those words, everyone watched the movements on the field closely. Some people from the Tenzou kingdom had already reacted, and they roughly guessed what kind of deity had appeared this time. They never imagined that the legend was true. He had actually awakened. Such a powerful deity is one of our nation's guardian beasts. We haven't seen its true form yet, so I dare not make any hasty conclusions. However, the legend does say that it has awakened our national guardian beast. Let him die if he must. He no longer possesses the power of faith, and we will no longer believe in him. Perhaps the deity he has awakened will bring us unexpected surprises. Amidst the buzzing discussions, the deity that had everyone so curious finally appeared. Kappa, one of the three sacred beasts protecting the nation of Amaterasu, possesses immense strength, with a body resembling a monkey, duck-like hands, and a disc-shaped head. It was born in deep water but can also come ashore. Legend has it that if there is water on its head, it is invincible. The people of Amaterasu kingdom immediately felt victory was within reach, as this was their guardian deity. There was no way it could go wrong. Qin Gong regretted seeing this scene deeply. No wonder the first deity that appeared wasn't particularly powerful, merely a fairy. It turned out he was merely stalling for time to summon his own spirit beast, the Kappa. Even he couldn't be certain of victory, though he had no doubt about the power of the Azure Dragon. However, the divine power of the deity of the Qianlong kingdom was relatively weak, nowhere near that of the Amaterasu kingdom. In such a situation, they would be at a disadvantage, and he couldn't be sure of victory either. Even the Azure Dragon had lost the arrogant demeanor he had just moments ago. Instead, it began to take things more seriously, likely due to the pressure caused by the Kappa's appearance. However, just as everyone thought a major battle was about to erupt, the Gate of Awakening suddenly sucked the Kappa inside. This dramatic turn of events left everyone with a puzzled expression, unsure of what had just occurred. They soon realized the situation they were in, which nearly caused the people of Amaterasu's country to choke on their own blood. It's all this useless fool's fault. Not only did he fail himself, but he also left the Kappa with no room to act. Why didn't he just die sooner? Who even let him participate in the divine war? I'm going to check out what kind of people are in the Qianlong kingdom. I won't give them the slightest chance to turn the tables. Since they dared to humiliate us like this, they all have to die. Be careful. I have a feeling this young man isn't as simple as he seems. If he's not the one in the next battle, then it's fine. But if he is, you must summon your Shikigami quickly. The people of Amaterasu kingdom originally believed they were certain to win, but now they no longer think that way. It feels like the people of the Qianlong kingdom have surpassed their expectations, forcing them to take them seriously. Especially with Qin Gong's appearance, they even feel a bit of pressure. On the Qianlong kingdom side, everyone was jumping up and down in excitement. Shin, I've decided from now on, you're my god. I'll do anything you ask of me.
Why do I feel that this young man is so handsome? Young man, look at Auntie. Auntie loves you. Let's stay calm.
A young man like him wouldn't be interested in an older woman. If he were, he'd choose someone like me. I want Chen Shen to have my children.
He's just too handsome. One move and he killed him.
In the moment of victory, the joy and excitement gushed out like a spring, making everyone smile and cheer involuntarily.
The joy of victory flows like a warm current through everyone's body.
The match that was least expected to win ended up being the one that triumphed. This left them all incredibly excited, with a few even jumping up and shouting.
No one will dare to bully the Qianlong Kingdom again. Who would dare to say that the Qianlong Kingdom has no gods? They could awaken at will, and even a single deity could easily overpower the deities of other nations.
Qianlong Kingdom is a nation that remains silent until it speaks, and when it does, it shocks the world.
This time, they will make everyone know the true strength of Qianlong Kingdom. Chen Gong walked back to his elders amidst the cheers of the crowd. Mission accomplished.
This threat has been exposed, and now they know the immense pressure this person is bearing. He was just a youngster, which left them with a mix of guilt and pride.
You've worked hard. Leave the rest to us. We old-timers aren't pushovers. Rest assured. Even you, a junior, have triumphed. If we fail now, we might as well commit suicide in atonement. Let me go assess the strength of these people first. Chen Gong, you are the hope of our Qianlong Kingdom, the rising light. As he spoke, an elderly predecessor prepared to enter the second match. However, Chen Gong showed no intention of resting. He knew that the divine power of the Qianlong Kingdom was severely depleted, and if he didn't go, these elders might die during their awakening. This was something he couldn't accept, and he knew he would definitely win if he went up. He didn't feel much pressure. Moreover, he refused to let the Qianlong Kingdom fall into the hands of such a petty individual. As a citizen of the Qianlong Kingdom, he naturally owed it to his country to contribute his own efforts. Don't even mention just letting him compete on stage. Even if he were asked to commit suicide right now, he wouldn't bat an eyelid. So he looked at the elders with solemn seriousness. I have nothing to do. Let me go next. Upon hearing this, the elders all stopped in their tracks, staring at him in shock. They certainly didn't think Chen Gong was doing this for his own fame. He might even die there. Who would risk their life like that? They knew Chen Gong was afraid they might fail to awaken, which is why he refused. This warmed their hearts deeply, but if even a junior like Chen Gong wasn't afraid of death, how could they be? Therefore, they did not agree lightly. The 5 of us agreed to fight one-on-one, but you've already fought them all. What are we old-timers supposed to do? You must know that seniors are always seniors. We all understand your intentions, but you are our last hope. If anything happens to you, then the Qianlong Kingdom will truly be doomed. Let us old-timers go instead. It wouldn't look good for you young ones to always be on the front lines. Chapter 10, Second Match. Chen Gong knew they were afraid he might fail to awaken his true power, but he knew his strength was no joke. Even if he couldn't know everything, it wouldn't lead to failure. So he insisted firmly. Trust me, let me go. I won't let anything happen to myself. I'm not that great that I'd sacrifice my life. His words left everyone speechless, as he clearly didn't want to put any pressure on them. Yet he belittled himself in this way, making them feel even more guilty. However, they did not continue to stop him. They knew that since success had already been mentioned, he must have his own plans. Therefore, they should also support the younger generation's desire to sacrifice for the country. Do your best and stay safe. Chen Gong nodded solemnly. Just as everyone was watching to see who would be next, he unexpectedly stepped forward, which not only surprised the people of the Tianzhou Kingdom but also caught the people of the Qianlong Kingdom off guard. Come on, he has already fought one battle. Don't they let him rest before sending him up again? Isn't that a bit too much? Although I believe in his abilities, shouldn't the elders show some mercy and let the younger generation rest? This is a bit too much, isn't it? Stop talking nonsense. They must have planned this in advance. These old masters are not afraid of sacrifice. You'll be struck by lightning if you say such things. Chen Gong's appearance was unexpected by everyone, and the people from the Tianzhou Kingdom were also quite shocked. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't be afraid, but this young man made them feel a hint of fear. He is too mysterious, and they had never even heard of this person before he suddenly appeared, and he is so powerful. This left them without confidence, unsure of how to confront him. Since it's still him, who among you will go this time? There's something off about this guy. He's so young yet knows so much, even more than those who've studied for decades. Let me go. I'll summon my spirit beast as soon as I arrive. I won't give him the slightest opening. If anything happens to me, you must take care of my wife and children. Don't worry. If anything happens to you, I'll treat your son as my own. The rest is up to you. Ida Rina is the second to appear. Although she ranks 4th, her fame is no less than the top 3. The reason he ranks 4th is because his Shikigami are relatively weaker compared to others. However, he knows just as many deities as the others, and being able to reach this point without relying on his own Shikigami is a testament to his immense strength.
Although Shikigami are not particularly powerful beings, he has fought them numerous times, resulting in a higher affinity with them. Therefore, his Shikigami's combat power is relatively stronger, which highlights the importance of his Shikigami. The appearance of Ida Rina caused everyone to grow tense, with some looking at Chen Gong with concern. However, they couldn't discern his emotions from his expression.
Chen Gong walked onto the divine battle stage with a blank expression, followed closely by Ida Rina.
Ida Rina, on the other hand, was much more polite and made a gentlemanly gesture of invitation.
Mr. Chen, please.
Chen Gong, however, showed no regard for her, responding bluntly.
I'm just an 18-year-old kid. Don't you think it's a bit much to call me Mr.?
Ida Rina's expression turned cold, but she quickly regained her composed demeanor. However, his expression did not escape Chen Gong's eyes, and one could only say that this person had a touch of green tea.
Clearly, his inner self was a very evil person, yet he insisted on portraying himself as a gentleman.
This actually piqued Chen Gong's interest. As the two of them took the stage, the atmosphere in the venue reached another peak. This time, no one dared to underestimate Chen Gong. Some even began to believe that this time, Chen Gong would undoubtedly emerge victorious. Ida Rina, having been humiliated, had no intention of speaking further and walked away.
Chen Gong didn't rush, instead observing his movements.
His demeanor left everyone present unsure of his intentions. Instead of awakening his divine power, he was observing his opponent. This was probably the first time in history, but it was truly absurd, so absurd it set a new standard for absurdity.
Chen Gong had his own reasons for acting this way.
Although he knew a great deal about the so-called cultural heritage of the Tenjo kingdom. However, he had read some books that were too shocking to describe, and he knew a thing or two. While his country didn't suffer from a severe divine power gap, there were few deities, so he had a general understanding of them. However, others were unaware of his intentions, which left the people of Xianlong Kingdom so anxious they were ready to push him inside. Shen, we know you have your reasons for doing this, but time is truly running out.
Why don't you go in first and come out later to take a look? There's only 1 minute left.
If you don't go in now, there won't be enough time.
You can't possibly go up there again just to court death, can you?
Shut up, don't disturb Shen's rhythm. I have a feeling he's about to do something that will shake the heavens and move the gods.
Let's watch carefully and not miss a single move.
However, after observing for a while, he didn't make any moves and simply walked inside, leaving everyone speechless.
At least he went and he didn't give up right away. Chen Gong entered and surveyed the 5 deities before finally standing before a monkey dressed in flashy attire. When he chose to regret his decision, everyone was left speechless. What kind of deity was this? Why hadn't anyone mentioned it before? If you knew, you'd be Chen Gong. But even so, I've never heard of a powerful monkey like this before. What kind of deity is he? Not only was there no mention of a powerful monkey in their memories, but even Chen Gong only knew of this one. Therefore, many people from the Xianlong Kingdom were curious about this, and some even began to doubt it. They think he might not know the names of other deities and only knows this one. That's why Chen Gong chose it. Who else would choose such a weak deity? However, Chen Gong bowed solemnly. Dressed in golden armor that shone brightly, wearing a golden crown that gleamed, holding a golden staff in his hand, and wearing cloud-like shoes that matched his attire, with a pair of strange eyes like stars, and ears that reached his shoulders and were hard as stone. This junior, Chen Gong, humbly welcomes the great sage equal to heaven, the victor over demons, Sun Wukong. Chapter 11, The Battle Begins. Chen Gong had actually chosen this monkey, and immediately everyone's expressions grew strange. The people of the Tianzhou Kingdom, had they not been mindful of the occasion, would have burst into laughter long ago. In their eyes, although this monkey looked the part. However, they had never heard of a powerful monkey-like deity from the Xianlong Kingdom. This made them can't help but suspect that Chen Gong must be desperate for time and resorting to desperate measures. It seems this man is truly courting death. I wonder what he is thinking, coming here to see our deity. Perhaps it's just to attract attention. Who cares? It's a good thing for us anyway. Now the people of Xianlong Kingdom must be too ashamed to hold their heads up. Is this deity going to perform monkey tricks for us? Although the people of Xianlong Kingdom also felt that the monkeys seemed unreliable, out of trust in Chen Gong, they ultimately chose to remain silent. After all, speaking now would only make the people of the Tenzo Kingdom think they were right. When the truth is laid before them, everything will be resolved. However, just as both sides were about to argue, a red light descended. Instantly, countless astonished gazes turned toward Chen Gong, and everyone began to doubt their own eyes. When did red divine beings become so commonplace? There have been nearly 5 of them appearing one after another. Xianlong Kingdom used to have a deity, and summoning them was extremely difficult. This must be divine favor for Xianlong Kingdom. After today, no one will dare to look down on us. It's over, it's all over. Xianlong Kingdom has produced a genius like Chen Gong. It'll be nearly impossible to lose this battle. Don't panic. Ida Rina isn't that simple. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to hold on to the 4th position. Let's wait and see. You thought you could boast? Now you know the true power of the Xianlong Kingdom. Remember to keep your tail between your legs when you see someone from the Qianlong Kingdom in the future. At that moment on the stage,
Sun Wukong stood there in his golden armor, wearing a golden crown and holding his magical golden staff, looking majestic and imposing.
What do you want from this old monkey?
Upon hearing these words, the expressions of everyone present grew strange. In their memories, most deities were arrogant. Deities were eternal and indestructible, their power never faded, always protecting their followers. However, compared to other deities, this monkey seemed more down to earth. Only Qin remained unfazed, bowing deeply and saying, "Great sage, enemies have come to our divine land to cause trouble. Please help us, the younger generation, to uphold justice."
He was like a different monkey from before.
The once carefree Sun Wukong, upon hearing this, immediately revealed a fierce expression, filled with murderous intent.
Who dares to come to the divine land of China to cause trouble? Take me there immediately to see who dares to be so bold. Let me show them what I'm made of.
Chen Gong made a gesture of invitation and stepped out of the awakening gate, just as the others emerged from the opposite side. As the saying goes, enemies meet and their hatred burns even brighter. Chen Gong pointed at the people across from him and said, "Great sage, it was them who attacked us, younger generation.
You must avenge us."
At that moment, countless people were sizing up both sides, many of them speculating in their hearts which side had a higher chance of victory. At this moment, Chen Gong also began to study the deity on the opposing side, forming a rough guess in his mind. This deity was the goddess of the sun from the kingdom of Tenshou. She was the representative of the water deities of the Amaterasu kingdom, and her mythological tales were full of intrigue.
Like other deities of the Amaterasu kingdom, the goddess of the water element is also a descendant of the deities Izanagi and Izanami.
Her birth originated from the urine that flowed from Izanami when she was burned to death while giving birth to the fire god. This deity was no stranger to the people of the Amaterasu kingdom, who had originally believed they would surely emerge victorious. After all, water is the source of life, and water deities are often seen as magical and majestic beings who govern rivers, lakes, and seas, nurturing all living things. However, they now believed that the goddess Wangshan was highly unlikely to be a match for Sun Wukong. As everyone pondered, Sun Wukong picked up his golden staff, flickered into action, and appeared behind the goddess Wangshan. He swung the golden staff in a wide arc and struck the goddess of chaos on the head with tremendous force. The goddess of chaos didn't even have time to react before the intense pain on her head told her someone was behind her. She immediately leaped into the air, or else she would have been killed. Sun Wukong stood there confidently, not blinking once as he watched their movements. Old Sun has come out today to stretch his legs.
I'm in a good mood. I'll give you a chance. Call me Grandpa Sun, and I'll show you mercy and leave you a whole body.
Such a humiliating insult caused the people of the Tenzo kingdom to grind their teeth in anger. If not for the rules, they would have charged forward and torn them to pieces. Given their status and position, they wouldn't even be treated as honored guests in their own country. In any other country, everyone would show them the utmost respect. Now that they were being treated with such contempt, they couldn't help but start cursing loudly.
You damn monkey, who do you think you are? You dare to look down on us here? Don't you fear that we'll beat you to death someday? What kind of disrespectful deity is this? Is this how you treat guests in the Qianlong kingdom?
It seems you truly don't know the meaning of death.
Sun Wukong, is that you? I'll remember you. If we ever meet again, I'll make sure you have no place to be buried. Such a person deserves to die.
The goddess Wang Xiang's expression wasn't good either, but she knew she wasn't a match for him. Though she knew this, she had no intention of backing down. Otherwise, even if she managed to survive by sheer luck, she would be looked down upon by everyone, including the gods. For them, face is more important than life itself. She stared intently at Sun Wukong and Chen Gong, with no intention of attacking first, but instead waiting for the other side to make the first move. If she were to act first, although she would gain the upper hand, she would undoubtedly enrage the other party completely. She had originally planned to stall for time.
If it came to a fight, she was certain she wouldn't be able to land a single blow.
Sun Wukong no longer spoke, intending to strike fatally. Holding his golden staff, he continuously launched attacks toward the goddess of chaos. The goddess of the void had no intention of attacking, mainly because she was powerless to do so. The people of the Qianlong kingdom, witnessing this scene, immediately felt a sense of vindication. Earlier, it was their compatriots who had been forced to dodge, and now it was someone else's turn. Moreover, these were the very people who had previously wronged them, which gave them a sense of satisfaction.
Chapter 12, Stalemate.
They never expected the people of the Tenshou kingdom, who seemed so arrogant and boastful, to be nothing but a bunch of showboats. That must be their water god, yet he ended up like this. This battle is undoubtedly ours. The enemy should just admit defeat. There's no chance of winning anyway. I feel like there's more to this than meets the eye. If it's really that easy to win, then it wouldn't be the country of Amaterasu. Why bother with all that? Just enjoy the show. Besides, with Chen Gong here, no matter what tricks they pull, we'll definitely win. The people of the Amaterasu kingdom don't look too happy, even though they know they have a backup plan. But in this current situation, they're already so embarrassed they can't even show their faces.
They've never faced anything like this before. Moreover, the opponent is just a newly awakened child, while they are all over 50 years old. Just as the enemy's deity was about to be defeated, another deity emerged from the awakening gate. The heavenly eternal deity, one of the 5 divine beings of the Amaterasu kingdom's mythology, holds a lofty status. It was revered as the leader of the gods who ruled the central sky, Takamagara, and was on par with the main god of the heavenly prison. When they saw that it was Amaterasu, everyone was taken aback. This deity was not only well known to the people of their own country but also familiar to the people of the Qianlong kingdom. Though it may not be the most powerful deity in the Amaterasu kingdom, it holds an unparalleled status. This news filled the people of the Amaterasu kingdom with joy, as they now saw victory within their grasp. The heavenly eternal deity cast a disappointed glance at the disheveled goddess of chaos, his tone matching his expression. "You can't even defeat this little monkey. Go rest. I'll handle this." The goddess of chaos showed no emotion on her face, not even a hint of embarrassment at being looked down upon. Among the deities of the Amaterasu kingdom, some held extremely high status. Not only would no one dare to speak ill of them, but even if they were attacked, no one would dare to retaliate. The people of Qianlong kingdom looked solemn, but they also sensed something was amiss. Why had 2 deities appeared at once? Where had this deity come from? Could it be that the Tianzhou kingdom was too weak to fight us and was resorting to trickery? I think it's possible. The people of the Amaterasu kingdom have always been shameless, so such things are indeed possible. But with so many people here, they wouldn't dare to be so bold, would they? It shouldn't be possible. Divine battles have always been fair, just, and open. Master, what's going on here? Is it a Shikigami? I seem to have heard someone mention it before. At their age, they've only heard about these things from adults, and very few people actually summon Shikigami. Shikigami are more important to them than their own lives, so they would rather die than summon one. The people of Amaterasu kingdom looked down on them with disdain, as if they were a bunch of ignorant fools. They explained with an air of superiority. Sure enough, they're just a bunch of country bumpkins who've never seen the world. They don't even know what a Shikigami is. This is our hero's Shikigami. I wonder how your teachers taught you. You're all just children. Why don't you learn from the person above you? Look at yourselves. Even though you're classmates, you're not even worthy of tying their shoes. That's the difference between you. You should go back and study properly instead of coming out here to embarrass yourselves. What on earth have your teachers been teaching you all this time? You don't even know this. These words may be harsh, but they are the truth. So even if they are very angry, there is nothing they can say in their defense. However, some teachers and administrators have already decided to give these children special training. Otherwise, letting them keep embarrassing themselves isn't right. However, when compared to them, people grew to like Qin Gong even more. Even if they can't reach Qin Gong's extraordinary level, just getting close to him would be more than enough for them. Meanwhile, on stage, the heavenly god of eternal stability looked down on Qin Gong and Sun Wukong with disdain, clearly not taking them seriously. Qin Gong immediately smiled and said to Sun Wukong, "Great sage, look at him. He seems to look down on you. Aren't you even angry?" Sun Wukong looked down on Tianji Changlishan, and both sides were determined to win. "No need for words, let's fight." The heavenly god of eternal standing looked at him calmly and nodded slightly. Sun Wukong could no longer contain himself. He raised his golden staff high and swung it fiercely toward the direction of the heavenly constant standing god. The speed was so fast that the sound of the staff cutting through the air echoed across the sky. Many people held their breath, watching the scene unfold, curious to see how the heavenly guardian would handle it. However, the heavenly god of eternal stability had no intention of dodging. He raised his hand, intending to catch it bare-handed. When Sun Wukong's golden staff made contact with the heavenly deity's hand, the space around them seemed to warp. Countless people watched in shock, as it appeared that the two were evenly matched. However, those with keen eyes could discern the difference between them. The heavenly guardian god stepped back half a step, while Sun Wukong didn't even seem to be using his full strength. For Sun Wukong, this level of strength wasn't worth using his full power. The heavenly guardian also realized that Sun Wukong was no ordinary opponent. From this single strike, it was clear that the other party was far more powerful than him. This caused his expression to grow solemn as the two fought fiercely, neither willing to give ground. However, Qin Gong felt that this matter was not as simple as it seemed. Given Sun Wukong's personality, if he could resolve the situation quickly, he would never waste so much time. He immediately realized it must be due to the difference in faith power. In the Qianlong kingdom, due to a cultural and divine beliefs, many people doubted the existence of their deities. In contrast, the Tenshou kingdom had no such issue, which was the primary reason Sun Wukong couldn't defeat his opponent. If this continued, even the heavenly eternal god might notice something amiss, which would put them in grave danger. He immediately searched his mind for a solution. To make them believe in the gods, a book about Sun Wukong was crucial. That book is Journey to the West. With this idea in mind, Qin Gong began to speak seriously to the audience below. "We cannot help in the battle against the gods, but we can use other methods to assist them.
Now I will tell you the story of the Monkey King Sun Wukong. Though it is his story, the book's protagonist is not alone, there are others.
Let me tell you about them in detail. Chapter 13, Final Victory. Everyone immediately looked at Chen Gong with curiosity.
They were all very interested in this story about the gods. This was a deity they had never heard of before, and one so powerful it held an irresistible appeal for them. Chen Gong saw this and knew there was potential, so he began telling the story immediately. Legend has it that long ago, a huge hole appeared in the sky, and water poured down like a waterfall. The people on the ground were nearly drowned. Everyone listened intently, as these were all new things to them.
Chen Gong told the story vividly, as he knew every detail of the journey to the west.
He could retell the story in his own words, preserving every detail.
Not only the people of Xianlong Kingdom, but even those from Tenshou Kingdom couldn't help but listen intently. Though they weren't particularly eager to listen, their ears couldn't help but follow. Chen Gong's voice and the story he was telling seemed to have a magical power.
Sun Wukong, who had been locked in a fierce battle with the heavenly god, couldn't help but look over when he heard Chen Gong telling his own story. He looked surprised, not expecting anyone to know so much about him. However, the heavenly eternal god knew their thoughts and had no intention of giving them time.
He immediately launched an even more intense attack.
Nevertheless, Sun Wukong showed no fear. In truth, his divine power was nearly depleted. Nevertheless, he possessed the courage and confidence to fight to the end without giving up. At that moment, Chen Gong also mentioned a thrilling scene. Sun Wukong had mastered the cloud somersault, able to travel 10,800 miles with a single somersault, and had also learned the 72 transformations, able to transform into anything he desired. The people of Xianlong Kingdom couldn't help but clap and cheer, feeling a deep sense of pride. Such an outstanding monkey was their deity, which made them believe that the deities of the Xianlong Kingdom were also extremely powerful. Sun Wukong was not only a martial arts master but also possessed magical powers, inspiring admiration, with vast abilities and fearless courage. His great image is forever etched in people's hearts. Truly worthy of being the divine being of our Xianlong Kingdom, you are truly amazing. If all the divine beings of our Xianlong Kingdom were as outstanding as you, these people would dare not act against us so lightly.
I never thought everyone looked down on you, but you are the most promising one.
I hope you can achieve victory. You are a deity worthy of our faith. No matter what others say, I believe Sun Wukong is the strongest deity without a doubt.
Anyone who speaks ill of him will face my unwavering opposition.
Sun Wukong, who had previously felt powerless, suddenly felt his divine power not only restored but also enhanced to a new level. This made him laugh, and he even harbored murderous intent toward the heavenly standing god, his eyes burning with the desire to kill him immediately. The country of Tenshou is truly despicable. Daring to offend the Xianlong Kingdom, even if you are far away, you will be punished. Once I kill you, I will go to challenge the other gods of the Amaterasu Kingdom and make all of you pay. With that, Sun Wukong leaped forward, his killing intent surging, and with a single strike of his staff, he killed the once mighty heavenly guardian god.
Chen Gong couldn't help but look at Sun Wukong with admiration.
No wonder he's the Monkey King, Sun Wukong. Not only they, but even the people of the Amaterasu Kingdom felt a sense of fear. Sun Wukong had no intention of lingering. He cast a meaningful glance at Chen Gong, then entered the awakening gate with murderous intent, making it clear exactly what he intended to do.
Not a single deity of the Tianzhou Kingdom will be spared.
The great sage equal to heaven keeps his word. As he spoke, Sun Wukong, who had shocked everyone, vanished completely from sight. Everyone at the scene was so shocked they couldn't speak. This Sun Wukong may seem carefree, but his love for the land of Zhonghua is no less than anyone else's. Once upon a time, there was a demon who was born from a stone of 5 colors, imbued with the essence of heaven and earth, and endowed with divine wisdom. Though he took the form of a monkey, he possessed the intelligence of a human. He traveled to the seas in search of immortality, mastering astonishing abilities. He was born with an arrogant spirit. Even the heavens and the supreme rulers of the 3 realms could not intimidate him. If anyone dared to insult him, he would defy the heavens themselves. His fighting spirit never dies, and his resolve remains unwavering. The true Monkey King would rise again even if burdened by the weight of the 5 mountains and the 4 seas.
The great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, was the childhood idol of his generation.
He should be a fearless hero who dares to defy heaven and earth, a symbol of both wonder and power. Everyone's admiration for Sun Wukong had reached its peak, and Chen Gong did not forget to praise him one last time.
The alchemical furnace forges the primordial body.
The mixed energy body aligns with the primordial.
Enduring countless trials, it remains natural. Vast and formless, the supreme ultimate. Unmoving and still, it is the primal void. After prolonged refinement in the furnace, it is no longer lead or mercury. Eternal life beyond the material world is the true immortal. Endless transformation returns to transformation.
The 3 refuges and 5 precepts. The realm of the nation remains silent. These few lines of poetry describe Sun Wukong being imprisoned in the alchemy furnace by the Supreme Elder Lord and refined for 49 days. This made countless people feel as though they were witnessing Sun Wukong leaping out of the alchemy furnace. After Chen Gong finished speaking, he walked away. The people of the Tianzhou kingdom turned pale, feeling uneasy that something ominous was about to happen. They now had no courage to oppose him. Chen Gong seemed like an insurmountable mountain. They would never be able to climb it, and for the rest of their lives, they could only gaze at it from the foot of the mountain. They had lost the courage to defeat Chen Gong, and even the Shenlong kingdom was now an unbeatable force in their eyes. Therefore, they dared not step forward again. However, precisely because of this, their divine power had completely collapsed.
What awaits them can only be death.
Countless people watched them fall to the ground, and from that day forward, the world knew no more of the Tianzhou kingdom. Chen Gong couldn't help but feel that the Monkey King had done something, otherwise the three of them wouldn't have had such an effect. However, regardless of the circumstances, it was a good outcome, so he did not dwell on it further. Instead, he decided to join the others in celebration. At that moment, all the people of the Shenlong kingdom present wore expressions of joy, as this matter was of great importance to them. Moreover, this was the most decisive victory they had ever achieved, so when Chen Gong descended, he was surrounded by the crowd. The boys looked at Chen Gong with admiring eyes, as if they had seen their ideal hero. Some of the girls, however, blushed shyly, clearly showing signs of youthful infatuation.
Chen Gong, you're truly amazing. I never thought you could actually defeat an entire country on your own. We all underestimated you before. Chapter 14, The Passionate Man. Chen Gong, were you just pretending to be weak all along? We never would have guessed that you were the bottom of the class at our school. How could you act so confident without bursting from the pressure? You are the pride of our school and a genius that our Shenlong kingdom can be proud of. With you around, our Shenlong kingdom will have nothing to fear. Chen Gong, do you have a girlfriend? If not, would you consider me? I think I'm one of the top-ranked beauties in our entire school. Chen Gong was dominating the stage, but once he stepped down, he became a bit flustered. This was his first time encountering such a situation, so he could only awkwardly smile in response. At that moment, someone approached him. From his attire, it was clear that this person was no ordinary individual. He was accompanied by several men in black suits who looked like bodyguards. Their presence caused the crowd surrounding Chen Gong to instinctively make way for them. Countless people watched their every move with curiosity. They felt that something big was about to happen on Chen Gong's side, as they were at an age where they were curious about everything. The man at the front looked at Chen Gong with an expression of admiration and satisfaction, smiling broadly as he spoke. Chen Gong, isn't it? Indeed, heroes emerge in youth. It seems we're truly getting old. The world will belong to you young people in the future. After this incident, our Shenlong kingdom will likely become a thorn in the side of many nations. If you're willing, let's discuss this matter together. Instantly, many people looked at Chen Gong with envious eyes. This man was clearly a high-ranking official. Even their city lord stood respectfully by his side. Chen Gong has truly risen to prominence overnight. He didn't make a sound until he made a splash. However, while they envied him, they did not harbor jealousy. Chen Gong truly deserved such treatment from the leaders of Shenlong kingdom. He was their hero, their savior. Chen Gong, of course, had no intention of refusing. This time it was the Tianzhou kingdom who knew what country it would be next time. He has already gained some fame, and even if he doesn't provoke trouble, people from other countries probably won't let him live in peace. Moreover, no matter what, he is still a member of the Shenlong kingdom. Therefore, from any perspective, he would go. After Chen Gong agreed, the leaders were even more satisfied, and the group departed in a grand procession. Everyone's eyes were fixed on them. The revival of the Shenlong kingdom seemed within reach. Who isn't born into a lowly station? If they had the ability, they would rather die than let their country be looked down upon like this. They had already endured enough of this life of humiliation. Therefore, even knowing that attempting to awaken the divine beings would lead to certain death, many still rushed forward without hesitation. This is the spirit of the people of the Shenlong kingdom. For the sake of the Shenlong kingdom, even death is without regret. At that moment, Chen Gong had already followed them to the door of a meeting room. As the door opened, everyone entered one after another. Inside, there were many people seated, including the four who had accompanied Chen Gong earlier. Their arrival drew everyone's attention to Chen Gong alone. Their expressions varied. Some were challenging, some admiring, some reverent, and a few looked at him as if he were an outstanding junior. Chen Gong immediately noticed the elderly man seated at the head of the table. The old man appeared to be well over 50 years old. When he saw them enter, a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He appeared as kind and benevolent as an elderly relative, but Chen Gong dared not underestimate him. Someone who could sit in the main seat in such a setting was certainly no ordinary person. He might even be an elderly predecessor. At that moment, the old man spoke, his voice slightly hoarse. Chen Gong, although I was unable to watch your match, I heard that you emerged victorious. That's commendable. I have some matters to discuss with you today. Chen Gong nodded awkwardly, feeling curious about him. The old man didn't linger and continued speaking. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Su Zhongshan. This name made Chen Gong's eyes widen. This name was no stranger in the Shenlong kingdom. He was a renowned powerhouse in the Shenlong kingdom, primarily because his spirit beast was an extremely powerful entity.
If others had awakened as gods, then he was the god of the entire Qianlong kingdom.
Su Zhongshan couldn't help but burst into laughter at Chen Gong's expression. No matter how powerful he was still just a child, with his emotions clearly visible on his face. Who I am doesn't matter.
What matters is that you all need to be careful from now on, especially Chen Gong. Your story has already spread far and wide, and many people are likely out to kill you.
Chen Gong nodded in acknowledgement. There was no doubt about it.
Su Zhongshan feared he might have frightened him and smiled reassuringly.
However, you need not worry. Since you are a junior of the Qianlong kingdom, I will naturally protect you.
We have already discussed this matter.
In the coming days, you will stay by my side.
Chen Gong did not immediately agree, but instead fell into deep thought. In theory, this would indeed ensure his safety, but it was impossible for everyone in the Qianlong kingdom to flee. Therefore, the next time, it would simply be a matter of sending someone else to their death. If he went himself, even if he couldn't recognize everyone, he could at least recognize most of them. After all, he was unlikely to die from a failed awakening, but others might fail. Everyone was waiting for his answer, and this was Chen Gong's opportunity.
Chen Gong eventually shook his head and refused, already having made up his mind. I know you're worried about me getting into trouble, but my life is my life. Aren't their lives worth anything? No matter what, I must go. Even if I die, I won't be a coward. Moreover, I already have a rough plan for this matter. After the battle with the country of Tenshou, the divine power of our nation has risen to a new level. If other nations also fall to us, our nation will undoubtedly grow stronger and stronger. Is the divine war only held once a year? Su Zhongshan nodded satisfactorily. Chen Gong's words clearly pleased him greatly.
If Chen Gong agreed, he would indeed protect him. However, he would feel disappointed inside, as Chen Gong would likely only serve as a symbolic figurehead. However, the current Chen Gong had shown him the true character of the people of Qianlong Kingdom. At this moment, they had finally fully acknowledged Chen Gong as a person. Everyone's expressions grew filled with relief, almost treating Chen Gong as their own junior. Such young people were neither too few nor too many, but one with both ability and courage was likely only Chen Gong.
Chapter 15, The Summoning of the Divine Battle.
Chen Gong hadn't thought much of it at first, assuming it was because he had done something commendable that caused these people to look up to him. However, seeing their expressions now, there was nothing left to misunderstand. Chen Gong shook his head with a wry smile, understanding their actions, and said nothing in response. Su Zhongshan suddenly looked at Chen Gong sternly and asked, "What you say has some merit, but right now, there are hardly any people who can actually fight.
Even if some do, they'll just be cannon fodder. What's your take on this? Moreover, each country can only initiate the divine war once a year.
There are no restrictions on the number of times a country can participate, but the initiative to start the war can only be taken once." Chen Gong was also somewhat familiar with these rules and had already thought of a plan to deal with them. Upon hearing Su Zhongshan's words, Chen Gong immediately thought of an answer.
I already have a general idea. Let's hear it first and see if it's feasible.
We don't need to initiate the challenge. This opportunity must be used wisely, and we need to decide which country to target.
As for other countries challenging us, I will handle it.
The others can just make up the numbers, or if I can't participate, they can lend a hand. Chen Gong's words left everyone present deep in thought, as if they were all considering the feasibility of this plan. This matter was of utmost importance to them. A single misstep could lead to the downfall of the nation. Therefore, they took this matter very seriously and did not agree immediately. However, Su Zhongshan continued to look at Chen Gong with a dismissive gaze. Though he had achieved great fame and possessed decent abilities in his lifetime. But deep down, he knew that eventually, the future of this nation would fall into the hands of these young people.
Among the new generation, aside from Chen Gong, the others were lacking in certain areas.
Therefore, if anyone else had brought up this matter, he would have refused without a second thought. No matter what situation arose, they would be there to protect the country and prevent its downfall.
But Chen Gong was different.
Chen Gong was well aware that many were sizing him up, yet he showed no sign of nervousness, standing there with a serious expression. It was as if he had already made up his mind. This matter concerned the survival of the nation, and he spoke with the confidence that he had the ability to handle it. In the end, Su Zhongshan saw Chen Gong's resolve.
If you've made up your mind, then do as you say.
Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at him. Even he himself felt doubt cast upon his decision.
Su Lao, this matter cannot be left to the younger generation to handle recklessly. Although we know we must give them room to grow and expose them to broader horizons, isn't this a bit too hasty?
I think we should discuss it further.
Even if they come, we can still step in.
If something goes wrong, it would be a devastating blow to our country. Although I agree that this decision is a bit impulsive, if it succeeds, it will bring us many benefits.
Since it is Su Lao's decision, we should follow his orders.
We'll see how it goes. After all, we older ones are still here.
Let them give it a try.
Who knows, they might even carve out a new world for us. That way, our Qianlong kingdom could become a world power.
Chen Gong saw their expressions and couldn't help but smile.
Even he felt there was hope for the future. Everyone on their side was overjoyed, but others could not share their happiness. Especially some high-ranking officials from other countries who had heard about this matter were immediately drawn to Chen Gong's battle. They never expected the Qianlong kingdom to recover like this. If they had known, they never should have given them the chance to rise. But this man is said to have just awakened his talents at such a young age. How could he know so much about the gods? We must not give them the chance to develop further. Otherwise, the countries that were once under their control will never have a good life. It's better to attack them now while they're still weak than wait for them to come after us. I agree that this matter should be handled this way. We should prepare our forces and attack them now, leaving them no chance to develop further. Most nations have already decided to join us, except for a few arrogant ones that haven't made up their minds yet. However, they also don't intend to let the people of the Qianlong kingdom off easily, so even if they don't come, they'll be stirring things up behind the scenes. Chen Gong, though highly confident in himself, was well aware of the Qianlong kingdom's decline, which stemmed from a severe cultural. Su Zhongshan and the others, seeing that he hadn't left, couldn't help but grow curious. They still had many matters to attend to. They had just defeated the Tianzhou kingdom and naturally needed to reclaim their spoils of victory. However, Chen Gong spoke up while they were thinking. I recall there was a name-calling divine war. I intend to launch it against the Zhao Yu Tree kingdom. A name-calling divine war? Su Zhongshan and the others stared at him in shock, as if they had seen a ghost, and some even thought they had heard wrong. Everyone stared wide-eyed, and eventually Su Zhongshan was the first to speak up. Do you know what the naming god war is? Chen Gong nodded without hesitation. He naturally knew what it was before daring to speak. Of course I know. The name-calling god battle is different from ordinary god battles. In a god battle, you summon gods to fight each other. However, the name-calling divine battle involves submitting a list of designated names, and deities are randomly selected from that list. They had assumed that Chen Gong was unaware of this rule, which is why he dared to act so boldly. Previously, in their country of Qianlong, let alone the name-calling god war, even winning an ordinary god battle was a cause for great celebration. Their country's divine culture had suffered severe, and they currently knew of fewer than 600 gods. Among those they knew, most were not particularly powerful, and the strongest were likely the gods summoned by Chen Gong. They had previously suspected that the deities of the Qianlong kingdom were extremely weak, but it turned out they simply knew nothing about them. The difference between the Qianlong kingdom and the Zhao Yezhu kingdom is like heaven and earth. The Qianlong kingdom is at the bottom, though they are reluctant to admit it. This is an undeniable fact. The Day Palm Tree kingdom, on the other hand, was among the top-ranked nations in all of their known realms. Few nations dare to challenge it, and its power is such that countless nations avoid it. Now Chen Gong is challenging the Day Palm Tree kingdom to a divine name battle. This is no different from suicide. Chapter 16, Overreaching? The Qianlong kingdom has not participated in such a divine war in all these years, as they have no chance of victory. However, now that Chen Gong has brought it up, they have remembered that this is what a divine war should truly be like. They had almost forgotten what a divine name battle truly entails. They lack the courage to participate, and naturally have no face to watch. But now that Chen Gong has brought it up, it would be a lie to say they aren't tempted. However, they all know that the Qianlong kingdom has virtually no chance of winning. The divine awakening battle they had participated in before was actually a tournament. The powerful nations wanted the meat, while the smaller nations could only drink the broth. The divine awakening war was their chance to get a taste of the broth, essentially giving smaller nations an opportunity. As for the summoning the gods battle proposed by Chen Gong, that was the battle method for the great nations. In these powerful nations, they already possess complete mythological systems. Therefore, the awakening war was essentially child's play for them. They had the strength and the resources to engage in such battles. As for Chen Gong bringing it up now, it's like begging someone to cut you. Even Su Zhongshan, who had supported Chen Gong earlier, dared not continue his support this time. It's too risky. You know our situation in the Qianlong kingdom in our mythological civilization is severe. Chen Gong, I know you have great confidence in yourself, but the power of the gods in these powerful nations is beyond your imagination. We don't even have information on many of these gods. Trying to awaken them is like chasing a fantasy. Others are even more opposed. If it weren't for Chen Gong's previous victory over the people of the Amaterasu kingdom, they would have almost believed he was a spy sent by another nation. If we really participate, we're just setting ourselves up for failure. Have you ever considered that if we fail, what awaits us could very well be the downfall of our nation? Chen Gong, you are young and full of energy and ambition, which is a very good thing. After all, you are still young and have endless possibilities. However, this matter should not be mentioned again in the future. We understand your urgency, as the current situation in Qianlong kingdom is extremely dangerous. But precisely because of this, we must strive even harder. Chen Gong knew there was a high likelihood they would refuse, but he had no intention of giving up. He spoke solemnly. If I knew the divine name of the Qianlong kingdom's deity. He had thought that by saying this, they might waver. But to his surprise, it only made them more determined in their resolve. Even if you knew, so what? Many other countries already have complete life systems.
Even if you knew all the names of the gods, you couldn't catch up.
We can agree to the matter you mentioned earlier, but as for this matter, don't even think about it.
I absolutely cannot agree to it.
The others didn't speak, but from their expressions, it was clear their thoughts were similar.
Chen Gong also understood their concerns.
If he were in their shoes, he probably wouldn't agree so easily either. After pondering for a moment, he spoke respectfully to Su Zhongshan. If you don't believe me, I'll write down the names of a few gods right here.
If you think they're acceptable, we'll join. If not, consider it never said.
Since Chen Gong had spoken so decisively, Su Zhongshan eventually nodded in agreement. In truth, everyone knew that Su Zhongshan would never agree to such a thing. However, Su Zhongshan couldn't dampen the enthusiasm of the younger generation, so he was willing to give Chen Gong a chance.
It was also a good opportunity to see just how much this young man truly knew.
Although they didn't know the names of the deities Chen Gong had summoned, they admired him and didn't feel inferior.
Knowing the names of deities that others did not know was a perfectly normal thing for them. Therefore, while they recognized Chen Gong as a promising talent in their hearts, that was all it was.
After receiving permission, Chen Gong picked up his brush and began writing. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the names of the deities he was writing. The Jade Emperor, as the ruler of the Celestial Court, is the commander of all gods and Buddhas in the three realms.
Tai Shan Lao Jun.
In Taoist mythology, Tai Shan Lao Jun holds a higher status than the Jade Emperor, symbolizing the Tao and the fundamental source of heaven and earth.
The Queen Mother of the West.
In Taoist mythology, the Queen Mother of the West is the leader of the female immortals and governs the yin and yang energies of the world alongside the Eastern King. Tai the savior of suffering, Neza, Erlangshan, Jinyuan the great immortal, Guanyin Bodhisattva. They hadn't taken it seriously at first, but now they were truly astonished. They had never heard of any of these divine beings. If they had never heard of some of them, that would be understandable. But they had never heard of any of them before. If it weren't for the facts right before their eyes, they would never believe it no matter what. This matter was as fantastical to them as a tale from the Arabian Nights.
I've never heard of any of these deities' names before. Am I dreaming? This is too fantastical for me to believe. Pinch me to see if I'm dreaming. I never thought Chen Gong actually had this ability.
I originally thought he was just fooling around, but it turns out he really has this capability.
Now I feel there is still hope.
These people all seem so outstanding, but many of them are completely unknown.
Where did Chen Gong even hear about them? Just because we don't know doesn't mean everyone else doesn't. That's why they say heroes emerge in youth.
When the youth are wise, the nation is wise. When the youth are wealthy, the nation is wealthy. When the youth are strong, the nation is strong. With a young genius like Chen Gong, it seems that my Xianlong kingdom is destined to become one of the world's great powers. However, Su Zhongshan wasn't as happy as they were. The appearance of these deities naturally caught him off guard. Even if they knew the names of these gods, they wouldn't know what they looked like. If they tried to figure it out one by one, they might not even finish before they gave up. Su Zhongshan looked at Chen Gong's confident expression and could only pin his hopes on him. If he could only know what these gods look like, it would be a cause for great celebration throughout the entire country of Xianlong. The concerns he had would naturally come to mind after others had celebrated, and at that point, someone couldn't help but ask,
"How did you know the names of these deities?" Chapter 17, all correct.
As soon as he spoke, the scene fell silent. The one who spoke was a middle-aged man who looked very mature and composed. Others also noticed this, finding it truly strange. If Chen Gong were an elderly man in his 70s or 80s, he would naturally know so many divine beings' names and wouldn't find it surprising. But Chen Gong was just a young man who had just come of age.
Even a genius wouldn't be that extraordinary.
Instantly, everyone's expressions changed. Chen Gong hadn't expected anyone to doubt him so much. After careful consideration, he had already thought of his words. The names of these deities are not ones I know. They were told to me by a deity in my dream. In a very distant era, humans like us did not yet exist. Only many divine beings inhabited this world. Until a powerful and beautiful goddess named Manhwa appeared. She created humanity, and she claimed she couldn't bear to see the creatures she had created being looked down upon like this. She is the deity of my Xianlong kingdom and naturally helps us. All these things were told to me by her.
If you don't believe me, why not ask her yourselves? Go ask? First, let us not even mention that they might never have such an opportunity in their entire lives.
Even if they somehow had such extraordinary luck to encounter the goddess Manhwa, they would likely dare not ask such a question. Although they believe that the deity of the Xianlong kingdom would never harm them, they still hold deities in awe. Therefore, they can only think about it. Not a single person would dare to ask a single word about meeting her. Chen Gong showed no signs of lying, speaking with such conviction that he successfully convinced everyone. He was truly fearless. These people would never dare to ask, and they wouldn't have the chance anyway. As for whether such an incident had actually occurred, they dared not confirm its absence, as doing so would make it impossible for them to take action against him. After all, Chen Gong was now regarded as a savior in the eyes of other Xianlong kingdom citizens. Even they dared not act against him lightly, so even if they harbored doubts, they dared not utter a word.
However, Su Zhongshan still harbored some doubts about the feasibility of the matter. If it were true, it would naturally be a good thing for them. But if something is amiss with Chen Gong's intentions, it would be a devastating blow to their nation. Therefore, he asked with a smile. We naturally believe what the divine beings have told us, but this matter is indeed too fantastical. We have never heard of such a thing before. Chen Gong immediately understood their meaning. They wanted her to do something to prove herself. Without hesitation, he replied. If you doubt me, go fetch some portraits of deities you recognize, and I will identify them for you. Su Zhongshan finally laughed sincerely and immediately called someone to fetch them. How could we not believe you? We were just curious. Chen Gong smiled noncommittally. There wasn't much to trust in Su Zhongshan's words. Soon, someone brought out a painting. Chen Gong glanced at it casually. There was a man in armor, his chest armor shimmering in the sunlight, highlighting his imposing figure. His short hair, like a lioness mane, framed his head on both sides, while his long beard, like spears, flowed down his chest, fully showcasing his fierce and courageous demeanor. Chen Gong had been curious about what kind of portrait they would present, but he never expected it to be of himself. He glanced at it briefly before continuing to write, answering their questions as he went. Lu Bu was not a deity, but a general, a warrior of unparalleled skill and bravery, renowned as the Flying General. Dressed in black armor, wielding a square-headed halberd, he stood tall and proud, his aura as mighty as a rainbow. However, your god's hierarchy is far more exaggerated than I imagined. I'll try to guess their ranks and write them down later. But I can't be certain, it's just a rough estimate. You'll have to judge for yourselves later. After saying this, he didn't look at anyone else's expression but continued to look at the next page. Zhang Liang, who had lived through 5,000 years of tumultuous changes, was an extraordinary figure among the many talented individuals who emerged like a mighty river flowing eastward. Those skilled in strategic planning were countless. However, over the past 2,000 years, only one was known as the strategist sage. Zhang Liang had a delicate appearance, but his abilities were undeniable. When Chen Gong answered another question correctly, everyone present felt as though they had lived their entire lives in vain. Yet Chen Gong continued to speak eloquently, and there was not a single deity he did not recognize. However, the next image caused Su Zhongshan to grow serious, indicating that this one was also of great importance to them. This deity had a tall stature, a handsome face, gray-white hair, a small and sharp head, eyes with distinct black and white irises, and a resolute expression. Chen Gong looked at Su Zhongshan with curiosity, and Su Zhongshan said awkwardly. This deity had actually not been successfully awakened. We have always been unaware of his true identity. If you know who he is, it would be a tremendous blessing for us. Chen Gong had thought they had finally discovered a powerful deity, only to find out it hadn't been successfully awakened. He sighed helplessly and said solemnly. This deity is named Bai Qi, a great general of the state of Qin during the late Warring States period. He was an outstanding military strategist who never lost a single battle in over 70 engagements throughout his life, earning him the posthumous title of War God. However, due to his ruthless and decisive nature, which led to the slaughter of countless lives, he was also dubbed the God of Slaughter and the Butcher of Men. Although Lu Bu was also a general, he paled in comparison to Bai Qi and might even be considered a lesser deity. Su Zhongshan did not expect Chen Gong to look down on Lu Bu so much. He had intended to say something but could not bring himself to do so. Although Lu Bu was already a very powerful deity in their eyes, he paled in comparison to the ones Chen Gong had summoned earlier. It was like a child fighting an adult, there was no comparison at all. Su Zhongshan thought about it and couldn't say anything, so he quietly watched Chen Gong write. The others remained silent as well, as if they truly felt inferior to Chen Gong. If it were other young people, they wouldn't even bother to take them seriously. After all, they were just their juniors. Their thoughts weren't merely due to their age. What mattered more was the contributions they had made to the Xinlong kingdom. However, they didn't care about that. What they cared about was the Bai Qi mentioned by Chen Gong and the Qin dynasty. Could Chen Gong elaborate further? Chen Gong isn't a history scholar and isn't very familiar with this topic. He remained silent for a moment, and everyone assumed he was just making things up. Chapter 18, Legends of the Gods. Though they said nothing, their expressions spoke volumes. Chen Gong sighed helplessly upon seeing this, pondered for a moment about Bai Qi, and then spoke. Slaughtering the surrendered soldiers, their blood flowing freely, yet still eager to wield their weapons. Having achieved glory, he sought to retire. How could a general die and do you? A simple poem captured the story of the legendary warlord Bai Qi. Though they knew little of it, they seemed to glimpse the figure of a fearless general. The first two lines depict Bai Qi's bravery, while the last two lines depict his helplessness and self-sacrifice. He appears to be a general, yet he also seems incredibly powerful. At this point, someone curiously asked, "Can a general be a deity? Is he very powerful?" Chen Gong's expression changed as he looked at him. This remark seemed to imply a lack of respect for Bai Qi. Although he wasn't entirely certain of Bai Qi's rank, he was certain that he wasn't just an ordinary deity. After some thought, Chen Gong spoke slowly. Though he couldn't compare to powerful red deities, the title of God of War wasn't something to be taken lightly. If he were to come, I dare say he'd be unmatched beneath the supreme deity. Invincible beneath the supreme god? Invincible?
If those words came from anyone else's mouth, few would believe them. But these were Chen Gong's words, which unintentionally added a touch of credibility. Originally, some people didn't believe Chen Gong could succeed, but now that the gods have spoken these words without a single error, they have begun to reconsider. Su Zhongshan exchanged glances with the others. Though no one spoke, most knew he was tempted. Chen Gong, seeing that no one was speaking, continued writing, roughly describing the appearance and ranks of the various deities. Su Zhongshan saw this and said nothing either, gesturing to the others to leave. After they left, Su Zhongshan finally spoke. Regardless of the circumstances, I have already made up my mind. Over the years, there are few in our Xianlong kingdom who can still remember us. After such a long period of quietude, it is time for us to venture out and stretch our legs. I think we should follow Chen Gong's plan. Otherwise, any country could come and trample us, and our lives would be even harder. His words carried great authority among them, so everyone was now contemplating the feasibility of the matter. If it were just Chen Gong alone, they would certainly refuse. But with Su Zhongshan added to the mix, the situation changes entirely. Over the years, many countries have looked down on us, and this is something we struggled to resolve despite our best efforts. Participating could bring us some benefits. But have you considered what would happen if we fail? We wouldn't have a good life either. The fate awaiting us would be national extinction. Every time we engage in a divine battle, we lose something. Our territory has already shrunk significantly, and we are weak yet still have a large territory. However, I believe we should trust Chen Gong. If we continue to drag this out, our situation won't improve much. We might as well take a chance, perhaps this time we will succeed. In truth, most people are willing deep down, but they are afraid of failure and dare not agree. However, Su Zhongshan was very firm on this matter, cutting off their discussion and speaking in a tone that left no room for argument. This matter has been decided, there is no need to discuss it further. You should all go and discuss the specifics of how to implement it. I will go and see Chen Gong now. Chen Gong didn't even look up, continuing to write. Upon hearing the voice, he smiled and spoke. Agreed? Su Zhongshan sighed helplessly and nodded. Chen Gong seemed to have known all along that they would agree. This inexplicable confidence was something he couldn't understand, but it was indeed the case. Didn't you already write everything down just now? What are you writing now? How could this deity be a red deity? It seems you're not very familiar with this. This is Zhang Zia. We've known about him for a long time. His combat power isn't very high. I remember he is just a green deity. Chen Gong suddenly felt he had heard wrong, staring at Su Zhongshan in disbelief. He pointed at Zhang Zia and asked in astonishment. Are you sure Zhang Zia is really just a green deity? Su Zhongshan nodded firmly, confirming that it was true. Chen Gong exhaled deeply, adjusted his emotions, and finally spoke. Let me explain it to you carefully. Regarding Zhang Zia, he was indeed once immortal. However, his ancestors were all extraordinary individuals. His forebears were prominent ministers who assisted Emperor Yu in controlling the floods during the Xia dynasty. Although he wasn't a deity himself, he had granted divine status to these deities. He hadn't elevated himself to divinity because he had lived too long, and by the time there was an opening, he hadn't been able to take it, so he had granted divine status to over 300 deities, leaving himself still in the mortal realm. Su Zhongshan had never heard of this before and never imagined that Zhang Zia had such a story. Although Zhang Zia appears quite ordinary and only ranks as average among the gods, he is the one who bestowed divine status, so his abilities must be extraordinary. Chen Gong also noticed that people's understanding of the gods was quite limited, so he decided to write a more detailed account. Su Zhongshan, seeing that he was still writing despite having already done so, couldn't help but ask. A general introduction is sufficient, there's no need to be so detailed. Chen Gong paused for a moment and replied instinctively. I know, but if you all have this knowledge, even if I'm not here, there will be someone in Xianlong Kingdom who can take my place. After all, individual abilities are limited. Su Zhongshan hadn't expected Chen Gong to have such thoughts, and instantly his image became incredibly noble and impressive. Even if others knew the name of a deity, they probably wouldn't reveal it. People are selfish, even he probably couldn't match Chen Gong's selflessness. Chen Gong's actions had saved all the people of Xianlong Kingdom. He even felt that this man was truly a divine being. His appearance gave them hope for revival and the possibility of survival. He seemed to see a glow emanating from Chen Gong, brighter than the sun. Chen Gong found his expression amusing and ignored him, continuing to write. In the beginning, chaos reigned. Heaven was not heaven, and earth was not earth, a barren wasteland. Within this void, the great god Pangu was nurtured, and billions of years slowly passed. Pangu suddenly awoke, picked up the axe that had appeared out of nowhere, and split open the heavens and earth that had been suppressed for billions of years. The turbid chi descended to form the earth, while the clear chi rose to form the sky. Pangu stood between heaven and earth, lifting the sky one zhang higher each day. Pangu eventually exhausted his strength and died, his body transforming into all things. Chapter 19, The Wrong Quality. They were originally discussing matters in the meeting room, unaware that everyone outside was staring in their direction, their faces filled with astonishment. A blinding light erupted from their side, not only stunning the people of the Qianlong kingdom but also drawing the attention of people from other nations. This was an unprecedented event for them. Countless people speculated about it, but most believed that this matter was not as simple as it seemed. Recently, the Qianlong kingdom has been acting strangely. The incident involving Qin Gong had already caused quite a stir.
It seems that the Qianlong kingdom can no longer be viewed with the same eyes as before. Send someone immediately to investigate what is happening.
We must uncover the cause and effect of this incident beforehand, otherwise, it will definitely not be good for us.
This is the first time I've heard of such a red glow. Could it be another red deity? Qianlong kingdom is rising.
The news spread quickly, and many countries sent their best agents to investigate. While the commotion raged outside, Qin Gong's surroundings seemed to be filled with voices he had never heard before. These evil-minded individuals believe that by erasing our names, our descendants will never know who we were.
It's utterly ridiculous.
They know their own abilities are insufficient, so they resort to such methods. There is no need to get angry over these petty matters.
After all, one of our descendants has already arrived, hasn't he?
Qin Gong looked over in the direction of the voices and saw three elderly men seemingly discussing something.
He looked around in confusion.
He had been in the conference room moments ago, but now he found himself in this unfamiliar place filled with the power of the gods. The three people who had been speaking all turned to look at him, and one of them stepped forward to explain. You don't need to worry about how you got here. Now that you're here, there are some things we need to tell you. Our true names have been erased by some evil people, so none of you know our names. Qin Gong had already realized who these people were. He asked uncertainly, "May I ask if the three of you are the three pure ones Yuqing, Shanqing, and Taqing, the supreme deities of Taoism, corresponding to Yuanshi Tianzuan, Lingbao Tianzuan, and Dao Tianzuan?" The three elderly men looked extremely surprised, as if they hadn't expected that someone among their descendants would know their names. However, they quickly regained their composure. After all, they were ancient beings who had lived for countless eons. The three of them immediately grew serious and nodded in agreement, confirming that Qin Gong had spoken the truth. That is correct, we three are the three purities you speak of.
Qin Gong's eyes lit up.
He dared not linger for a moment, kneeling before the three of them and bowing deeply. This junior, Qin Gong, pays his respects to all of you venerable ancestors. However, they only responded to Qin Gong's words and said nothing else.
It was as if no one had ever been there before. Has this matter been reported to the Demon Clan and the Witch Clan? We must ensure their cooperation to have any chance of success.
Yuanshi Tianzun spoke with a serious expression, indicating that this matter was of great importance to them.
Lingbao Tianzuan listened and responded with equal solemnity. I had already asked about this matter a few days ago.
I didn't expect that the two tribes, who usually seem to be at odds with each other, would unite in times of crisis.
Qin Gong was about to ask for more details about the matter.
However, he suddenly felt the world spinning, and his consciousness returned to its original place. He looked at the TV in horror and finally believed that he had returned. This left him feeling disappointed, as he knew it would take some time to uncover the truth. Su Zhongshan had been observing his expression closely all along. After calling out a few times with no response, he finally calmed down and stayed by his side. When he saw that Qin Gong finally stirred, he gradually relaxed and hurriedly asked, I called you for a long time, but you didn't respond. What happened? What was that flash of light? Upon hearing this, Qin Gong seemed to finally snap out of it, looking at Su Zhongshan with a terrified expression.
I don't know what happened either.
I suddenly found myself in a place that was completely unfamiliar yet filled with divine power, and I saw many of our ancestors.
Su Zhongshan didn't even consider such a possibility, as such incidents hadn't occurred in their country for many years.
Now that he had a definitive answer, he immediately jumped to his feet, looking more excited than if he had seen a red deity.
Did you see many gods chatting, but they couldn't see you? Qin Gong hesitated before nodding, as if nearly answering a question, and indeed, it seemed as though he hadn't seen anything.
Su Zhongshan was so excited he almost jumped up, as if he had encountered the most important event of his life.
Now I'm telling you that this state is extremely important.
If you ever encounter such a state again in the future, you must remember every single action they take and every word they say. This is an epiphany, and it will have a profound impact on your future. However, everyone sees different things, so don't tell anyone else about this, not even your own children.
Qin Gong nodded.
Such an important matter, he had never intended to share it with anyone. However, he dared not go out carelessly now, having gone through that ordeal. He noticed something on his forehead, resembling the shape of a mountain. Su Zhongshan had already noticed it as well, so he didn't ask any further questions. Instead, he walked out to explain the situation to the others. Nothing had happened, we were simply conducting research on the divine, and such an anomaly had appeared.
This matter must not be mentioned to anyone. Upon hearing this, everyone understood the importance of the matter.
Even they couldn't tell anyone, which meant this matter could now threaten the very survival of the Qianlong kingdom.
They would never allow any mishaps to occur.
They had already devised a plan and prepared the wording for others to use. Su Zhongshan walked in and continued the previous topic. He had been curious about it for a long time.
I have a question for you. Zhang Zia has always been of green quality. If he is truly as important as you claim, why is he only green? To be honest, the green rank is really nothing to boast about.
If there were better options, we probably wouldn't have chosen him either.
Chapter 20, Discovering Clues. To be honest, Chen Gong didn't know what was going on either.
If a deity's quality is truly tied to their combat power or similar attributes, then there would be many inconsistencies, even among red quality deities, with some being powerful and others ordinary. Take Sun Wukong, for example. Although he is widely regarded as a powerful figure, his history has been significantly delayed, making him a later-born being. On the other hand, figures like Manhwa are disciples of Hongjun Laozu, and these gods should be even more powerful, yet they are all red gods.
Chen Gong pondered for a moment and came up with what he believed to be the most reasonable explanation.
I have some speculations about the gods, but I cannot guarantee they are 100% correct. I believe the quality of a god is not greatly related to their own strength. Sun Wukong, though extremely powerful, still falls short of the gods I mentioned earlier, yet he is a red god. Therefore, I believe that the quality of a deity is most importantly determined by their status among the deities, and while there may be some connection to their strength, it is certainly not as significant as we previously thought. Su Zhongshan, who had lived for 50 or 60 years, heard this for the first time and looked at Chen Gong in disbelief. It seemed as though two voices were arguing inside his mind. One told him that this was completely impossible, while the other urged him to believe Chen Gong. Chen Gong could tell he didn't believe him, so he didn't bother to explain further.
After all, he couldn't guarantee he was absolutely correct.
Su Zhongshan looked at him with an indifferent expression, as if the matter was merely something he had mentioned offhand. However, regardless of the circumstances, he had already made up his mind. Xianlong Kingdom had finally gotten a chance to revive itself. It absolutely couldn't be ruined by the outdated ideas of their generation. Therefore, he spoke resolutely. I don't care how this matter turns out, but you'd better not mention it to a third person. As for the proposal you made earlier, I will follow your instructions and arrange for full cooperation.
This is both an opportunity and a pressure for you. I hope you won't let me down.
Chen Gong never expected this person to trust him so much. He seemed to believe everything he said, which made him ask uncertainly.
Are you sure you want to entrust this entire matter to me? Aren't you afraid I'll mess it up?
Su Zhongshan snorted coldly. Suddenly, Chen Gong saw the pride of a soldier in him. Chen Gong, you must understand that you don't represent just yourself, you represent the lives of millions of people in the Xianlong Kingdom. If you fail, many will die alongside you.
If you succeed, the Xianlong Kingdom will emerge victorious and have a strong backing. No matter how outlandish your decisions may be, we will follow you.
Chen Gong had expected some kind of threat, but instead, he was given a straightforward analysis of the pros and cons. If it had been the former, he might have given up entirely.
Whatever happens next, as long as he isn't harmed, it will be fine.
But if it was the latter, even if he himself were to die, he would not allow the Xianlong Kingdom to face any crisis. Chen Gong bowed deeply, with a sense of determination to die for the cause. I will devote everything I know to help the Xianlong Kingdom achieve its revival.
Su Zhongshan burst into laughter, laughing heartily.
Those are your words. I know placing such a heavy burden on you is difficult.
If you feel overwhelmed, let us elders take the lead. As long as we are still alive, no other nation will dare to harm you. Chen Gong did not respond.
At this moment, anything he said would be inappropriate. This was the mindset of the older generation. In their hearts, they would rather die themselves than let the younger generation go to their deaths. Su Zhongshan no longer spoke of such heavy matters but waved his hand dismissively. They must have already discussed it thoroughly.
Let us go see how we should implement it specifically.
Chen Gong nodded and seemed to have gone to another meeting room. When the two of them arrived, the room was in an uproar.
This matter is simply impossible to win. What is the point of discussing it here?
We'd be better off thinking of a way to persuade Su Lao to change his decision.
Do you really think no one in Xianlong Kingdom can defeat us? As a citizen of Xianlong Kingdom, why aren't you studying harder to learn more about the gods? What good does it do to wallow in self-pity here? Enough of this arguing. If Su Lao arrives and we haven't reached a decision, don't drag us into your punishment. No matter the consequences, we must come up with a plan first.
Su Zhongshan's expression immediately turned serious. He ignored the people around him and walked straight inside.
Chen Gong knew he was angry.
Such an elderly senior figure, if anything happened, it would be disastrous. He hurriedly followed him inside. The people inside fell silent the moment they heard the commotion, some of them looking nervously at Su Zhongshan.
Su Zhongshan snorted coldly and spoke with a strong voice. When we first arrived, weren't you all discussing things so heatedly? Why aren't you saying anything? I want to see what you have to say about my decision. Speak up now.
Those who were once so eager to persuade him are now too afraid to say a single word. Anyone who knows him well knows that speaking up now would only really anger him. Chen Gong saw that they were deadlocked and decided it wasn't worth it. He didn't understand Su Lao's temperament, so he spoke up bluntly.
Why don't you let me handle this with them? You should rest for a while.
Instantly, everyone in the room turned their gaze toward him, their eyes seeming to carry a hint of pity.
It was as if he were about to be sent away, leaving him completely baffled. Had he said something wrong?
Su Zhongshan finally stirred, and everyone looked at him with concern, their words of comfort already on the tip of their tongues.
However, the next moment left everyone speechless. This matter was originally intended for you to handle.
Since you've spoken up, you should discuss with them how to proceed.
What? That's it? Su Zhongshan isn't angry? Are they dreaming?
Soon they realized he wasn't angry at all, and seemed quite pleased with the arrangement. This left everyone curious about what had happened when they weren't looking.
Chapter 21, Another problem arises. Chen Gong waited until everyone agreed, then smiled broadly with a touch of humility and addressed the others.
Elders, I've already thought this through. Here's what I propose.
Please listen to my ideas first, then share your opinions.
First, based on my understanding of the deities of the Date Palm Tree Kingdom, their national deities consist of Ra, the sun god Osiris, the god of the underworld Isis, the wife of Osiris. Set, the god of chaos and war Horus, the sky god Anubis, the god of the dead Thoth, the god of wisdom and writing Sekhmet, the goddess of war and healing Nut, the sky goddess Inshu, the god of air. No other beings can be compared to them, so our chances of victory are extremely high.
I have at least 7 layers of protection. The scene instantly became chaotic.
It seemed like there were many possibilities with 7 layers, but there was also great danger. However, it also seemed quite feasible. A 70% chance of victory was already an incredibly advantageous position for them. In a battle of the gods, no nation dares to guarantee a 100% win rate. Therefore, having a 70% chance of victory is already incredibly rare.
Moreover, it seems there is some restraint, and they haven't revealed everything. Since you've already said that, how many gods do you think can stand up to them?
We can't just know the names of their powerful gods.
A 70% chance is already quite good. Now we need to figure out how to proceed. Su Lao's decision was indeed spot on.
Chen Gong was also at a loss for a moment. He hadn't yet figured out which deities to use to counter them. However, others saw his expression and assumed he wasn't confident in victory, so someone immediately asked.
You didn't agree to this without having thought it through, did you? Even if you knew, what could we do? Which deity should we use to fight them? Chen Gong glanced at them impatiently but didn't say anything. He just randomly mentioned a few names of deities.
It's not that I don't know which deities to use, there are simply too many options available, and I haven't had time to decide yet.
I'll just mention a few, and you can choose. Everyone fell silent. Just as they were about to be scared to death, a dramatic twist occurred.
Anyone would question their existence, let alone these men in their 50s and 60s.
Could you please just get to the important part first? Don't scare us like this.
If you scare us into having a heart attack or something, you'll see how serious it is, right? They had originally thought it was because they lacked ability, but never imagined it was because there were too many deities. Many of them couldn't help but roll their eyes and glare at him.
Chen Gong chuckled, seeming to think these people were taking things too far.
After all, they were at least his father's generation. The only person present who seemed to have anticipated this possibility was Su Zhongshan. He remained completely unfazed, maintaining a composed demeanor.
Chen Gong continued his explanation.
In the ancient era, there was a primordial chaos, and back then, there was no distinction between main gods and lesser gods.
Instead, there were quasi-saints and saints.
The saints included Hongjun the ancestor, the 3 purities, Manhwa, the 2 saints of the west, and Ho-Tu, who was also considered one. Even the deities I had awakened earlier, such as Dong Huang Tai, were merely quasi-saints.
Dong Huang Tai? A red deity? Just a quasi-saint?
What Chen Gong said completely overturned their understanding. They had always believed that Dong Huang Tai was already in existence that defied the heavens, but they never imagined there could be someone even more extraordinary than him. This made them doubt the truth of everything they had known before. In Chen Gong's eyes, the gods of the Qianlong kingdom seemed to be no ordinary beings.
However, in their understanding, the deities of the Qianlong kingdom were not even on the same level as those of other nations. Although we know the names of these gods, can you guarantee that they will definitely come according to the summoning list? Many gods dislike warfare, and some even refuse to fight alongside their summoners. If they are truly as powerful as you claim, they might not necessarily come when summoned. Chen Gong hadn't considered this yet. After all, he had just arrived in this world and wasn't very familiar with these rules. Moreover, the original host was indeed a complete failure, so he couldn't obtain any additional information. From what these people have said, it seems that not all deities will necessarily come to participate.
I truly didn't know any of this.
Thankfully, you told me in advance.
I can't guarantee anything about the other deities, but there are some I'm certain of, such as Manhwa, who created us. She would never allow her descendants to face such a threat. After all, we are like her children.
Some human deities would also never stand idly by. Hearing him say this, everyone present felt relieved. They had previously thought Chen Gong was all-powerful. Now he seemed a bit like a child. They had previously heard that this person was a failure. They hadn't believed him before, but now it seemed somewhat credible, even though he didn't know the rules. Some of the claims were too exaggerated and outlandish, but now they also believed the story about the deities appearing in dreams. Chen Gong thought for a moment, picked up a pen from the table, and began to write. I'll first write down the deities I've roughly identified as coming, then add some more powerful ones. As long as one is willing to come, there shouldn't be any issues. The others had no objections, they didn't even understand these matters. So they followed the principle of trust those you doubt, and doubt those you trust, and handed everything over to him to handle. Chen Gong felt like his head was about to explode. He went through everything he could think of in his mind. In the end, he could only write down the deities he was certain would come. This is the best I can do. Please review it yourselves to see if there are any issues. These are the ones I've roughly confirmed as likely to come. Everyone looked over, and deep down, they couldn't help but feel a hint of doubt. These deities seemed to include demons, monsters, and all manner of creatures. Everyone looked at Chen Gong with deep suspicion, but they didn't ask immediately. After all, Su Zhongshan trusted him so much they dared not show any signs of distrust. They pondered in their minds and asked in a joking tone. Chapter 22, Enhancing Bloodline Affinity. You seem to have awakened as a demon deity earlier, but there are also many human spirits in your records. Could these spirits be on par with deities? I've already thought about what you're saying. Chen Gong didn't even bother to look up as he replied, continuing to speak without waiting for others to respond. Every deity has their own story. Most of the deities I awakened before were from the demon clan and the celestial court. This time, it's just a small experiment to see if it can succeed. If it succeeds, then no matter which country I encounter in the future, I will have a way to deal with it. That's why I added these 5 human spirits. I wanted to give it a try. Everyone was momentarily at a loss, unsure of what exactly he was trying to achieve. Everyone fell into deep thought, sensing that Chen Gong was about to stir up another major incident. Su Zhongshan pondered for a moment before saying in a frightened voice, "No, we must not try this." As he spoke, he had already roughly guessed what Chen Gong meant by trying. However, the others hadn't figured it out yet and looked at the two of them in complete confusion. Su Zhongshan seemed extremely excited and took a moment to compose himself before continuing. "I think I know what kind of experiment you're planning. Are you intending to summon anyone, regardless of their race, as long as they're connected to the matter?" Everyone's expressions mirrored Su Zhongshan's earlier expression, looking as though they had seen a ghost. Chen Gong didn't understand why their reaction was so strong and nodded in confusion, indicating that he indeed thought the same. Su Zhongshan spoke firmly. "We have considered trying this approach before, but we have never dared to implement it. If it fails, it could lead to the downfall of our nation. If you don't have absolute certainty, you must not attempt it. You must understand that if we were to attempt this, we would lose many geniuses, even our elders. Ordinary deities would not yield significant results in such experiments. Therefore, we have chosen only the most powerful deities. If so many geniuses and elders were to perish, our Xianlong kingdom would truly have no chance of rising again." Chen Gong merely had this idea and had not yet decided to act on it. Though they opposed it so strongly, the matter had already taken root in his heart. However, he also doesn't plan to act on it immediately. The words of the older generation still hold some truth. He nodded to indicate he understood, then changed the subject. "I was just speaking off the cuff. I wouldn't risk anyone's life. Since you've said that, I won't bring it up again. I'll discuss it with you once I come up with a solution. There's another matter. You all saw the state of the great sage earlier. The divine power of our country's deity, the dragon god, is now almost depleted. Therefore, I hope that such situations will not arise again in future competitions. We must go forward with the belief that the Xianlong kingdom will triumph. Additionally, when I summon the divine beings, you must serve them properly." Su Zhongshan and the others are all very sharp-eyed. They already know the entire story behind this matter. They have already made such a rookie mistake once, they certainly won't let it happen again. Chen Gong risked his life for these people. Such minor matters should be left for them to handle. You can rest assured that this will not happen again. Leave it to us to handle. With that, the matter has been settled. Just as they were discussing this matter, the kingdom of Tenshou had already been completely divided among the other nations. According to logic, since the Xianlong kingdom defeated the Tianzhou kingdom first, they should have claimed the lion's share. However, in reality, they received nothing beyond their rightful share. The saying "weak nations have no diplomacy" was vividly demonstrated at that moment. In truth, they also wanted to gauge the reaction of the Xianlong kingdom. If it had been the Xianlong kingdom of the past, they would have had no choice but to swallow their pride and accept the situation. But now, they couldn't be completely certain of that either. When this news reached Chen Gong and his group, everyone was furious. These people were too much. They were a bunch of scoundrels who didn't even follow the rules. The destruction of the Tenzhou kingdom was our doing, so no matter what, we should get the lion's share. If it weren't for the constraints of the Divine War's rules, forget about our divine power improving, we might not even get a share. These people are simply too much. It's also our own fault for lacking strength, allowing these nations to act so brazenly. Now I fully support Gong's previous stance. We absolutely cannot let this continue.
We should also make those nations that look down on us see that they must now walk on eggshells around us.
I've had enough of this humiliating life. What should we do, Su Lao?
Su Lao's face grew cold and menacing, causing those present to swallow nervously. After all, his status wasn't just because of his seniority. The most important reason was that someone had dared to harm a child from the Shenlong kingdom. He couldn't contain his anger and, disregarding his superior's pleas, went to attack the people of that country. The scene was truly horrific, with bodies littering the ground, sending chills down everyone's spines.
Now he's like this again. Who knows what earth-shattering events will unfold next? Gong, we should immediately launch a divine war against the Zhao Yaotree kingdom.
We need to give them some time to prepare, but in this matter, we should launch a surprise attack on the Zhao Yaotree kingdom. We've been quiet for so long, it's time for other nations to see our true strength.
Gong, prepare yourself. Clang.
Some people were so scared they nearly fell over.
Some cups fell to the ground.
Some were filled with terror.
Su Lao, is this really a good idea?
Perhaps the only person who saw this as a good idea was Gong.
I think it's a great idea. Let's just take action and prove ourselves. After all, as long as we're not caught, who would know it was us? However, you shouldn't get involved in this. I'll go alone.
Su Zhongshan hesitated to agree. Going alone was too dangerous.
But Gong wasn't the least bit afraid. He had complete confidence in his abilities. He had awakened a deity and gained some of its abilities. He was no longer an ordinary person.
Su Zhongshan saw his expression and knew there was no point in arguing.
He could only give him a final warning.
If you must go, I'll tell you one thing first. The only way to enhance your abilities is through bloodline affinity.
I recall there's a similar term for it. The more you understand a deity, the higher your affinity becomes.
You must know the deity you've awakened very well, but you can't use other deities once you've awakened one, otherwise it would defy the heavens.
Chapter 23, Ambush on the Enemy Nation. Gong didn't expect there to be such a saying. In fact, this was something everyone knew.
He didn't know because he had just arrived in this world, and the original host was an academic underachiever, so he truly knew nothing about it. Upon hearing Su Zhongshan say this, Gong immediately realized that he was being told to increase his affinity. The only deities he had awakened so far were Donghuang Tai, Sun Wukong, and Qinglong. He knew a lot about these three, so he immediately spoke up in front of everyone.
Donghuang Tai was the ruler of the ancient celestial court.
He was a great deity born from the chaos. He wields the primordial treasure, the chaos bell, and during the time when Pango split the heavens and earth and Nuwa created humanity and all things, he suppressed the primordial chaos. Gong detailed the story of Donghuang Tai, and everyone listened intently. They had lived for 50 or 60 years and had never seen anyone study a deity with such depth before. It seemed as though these matters were not something Gong had researched, but rather something someone had told him or something he had witnessed firsthand. Perhaps he had indeed witnessed them firsthand. After all, hadn't he mentioned that the deity had appeared to him in a dream? Gong continued speaking, moving on to the next deity after finishing his account of Donghuang Tai. The heavenly king first opened the divine stone, giving birth to the primordial monkey. Seeking immortality and eternal life, he embraced the Bodhi tree. The Tai form was boundless and unrestrained. He proclaimed himself the supreme sage of the heavens, disrupting the peach banquet and bringing disaster upon himself. He repeatedly rebelled against the supreme emperor to seize the throne, with 10,000 heavenly soldiers at his command, invincible in battle. The previous introduction to Donghuang Tai was already shocking enough, but now it was about Sun Wukong. They had some knowledge of Sun Wukong as a deity, though all their information came from Gong. They had already considered Sun Wukong to be extremely powerful, but after hearing the more detailed descriptions, they realized that his strength far exceeded their imagination. After finishing his account of Sun Wukong, Gong continued to speak about the Azure Dragon. Though merely simple descriptions, they felt as though they had witnessed three legendary tales. Everyone was stunned by the stories of these three deities. It took them a long time to come to their senses after listening to them. Gong never imagined that your understanding of the deities had reached such an extraordinary level. After hearing your account, we all felt as though a veil had been lifted from our eyes.
This isn't the time to talk about this.
Hurry up and send someone to turn what he wrote into a book and distribute it to everyone. This way, our Shenlong kingdom will be ranked among the strongest nations. Gong, I have studied the gods for over 30 years, but I cannot compare to you. You are truly a genius. Gong felt a bit embarrassed hearing them speak so highly of him, but he didn't have the energy to respond. He felt that his body had undergone a complete transformation compared to before. His body was now beyond the realm of ordinary understanding. It would not be an exaggeration to say he had descended from the heavens. He felt that his vision, strength, speed, and everything else had become extraordinary. Those around him were shocked by his transformation and didn't dare to disturb him at that moment. When it was over, they seemed to see Gong radiating golden light, as if he were truly a divine being.
Chen Gong burst into laughter, and his laughter could be heard clearly even by those outside. Ha! I am invincible.
No one doubted his words. His bloodline affinity had reached an incredibly extraordinary level.
None of those present could even begin to compare to him. Not even a handful of people in the entire world could match him. Su Zhongshan, seeing his expression, burst into laughter as well. After laughing, he patted Chen Gong on the shoulder. The summoning of the Divine War has 3 days of preparation time. Remember to arrive within 3 days. Under no circumstances should you go alone. Su Zhongtian, step forward.
Immediately, a middle-aged man stepped forward.
His appearance bore at least a 3-part resemblance to Su Zhongshan.
The two of them appeared to be father and son. Su Zhongshan looked at him with a complex expression, seeming reluctant, but eventually made up his mind. You will lead the 10th squad to assist Chen Gong in the ambush mission. Remember, if anyone other than Chen Gong is captured, you must commit suicide immediately.
Under no circumstances can you allow anyone to capture you and use it against you.
As for the others, as long as they don't return, you will stay here and discuss the matter of summoning the Divine War.
Do not let a single word leak out.
After speaking, everyone agreed without objection.
Chen Gong and Su Zhongtian then left together under the watchful eyes of the others. As he stepped out, Su Zhongtian walked up to Chen Gong and led the way.
The 10th squad was trained by me. Every member is willing to sacrifice everything for the Qianlong kingdom.
Most of them are descendants of heroes. Betrayal is absolutely out of the question. This time, we will all follow your orders, including me. This is my father's arrangement, and no one will oppose it. However, I have one request: please ensure they return alive.
Chen Gong saw the qualities of a general in him. He didn't care about his own life, but he didn't want his warriors to die in vain. Such a hero, such a general.
Chen Gong respected him from the bottom of his heart. He bowed solemnly. Rest assured, as long as I am still alive, not a single one of you will die in battle. Let us depart quickly. Time waits for no one. Su Zhongtian, satisfied with the answer, said nothing more and headed straight for the 10th squad's territory.
When they arrived, they saw roughly 10 people engaged in rigorous training. When they saw Su Zhongtian and Chen Gong arrive, they stopped their training and approached in an orderly manner.
Captain.
Su Zhongtian immediately assumed the posture of a leader, exuding an air of authority that made it seem as though no one could refuse his orders.
Today, the higher-ups have assigned the 10th squad a difficult yet heroic mission. We will follow this hero Chen Gong by my side to infiltrate the enemy's inner sanctum and launch a surprise attack.
This operation may result in casualties, but dying for the sake of the Qianlong kingdom is an honor.
Fight! 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 3 battle cries, 10 men.
It seemed as though one could see thousands of soldiers clashing on the battlefield. They knew that this time, there was a high chance they wouldn't even return with their bodies intact. Their families were waiting for them to return home. Yet they also knew that if they did not go, others would, for they were all their own people.
Moreover, they were protecting their country and their families.
Therefore, even knowing that they might never return, they had no hesitation.
Chapter 24: The Might of the Qianlong Kingdom. Chen Gong saw their determination and was deeply moved.
A strong sense of patriotism welled up within him.
As long as he was still alive, he would never allow anything to happen to Qianlong Kingdom or its people.
Don't worry, it's not as serious as your captain said.
I'm still here, RNTI? Let's depart immediately for the Zhao Yao Tree Kingdom. The name Chen Gong was no longer unfamiliar to them. Seeing this legendary hero in person, so approachable and easygoing, gave them an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Su Zhongtian smiled and shook his head. He was still just a young adult, after all. Chen Gong was unaware of their thoughts.
All he wanted now was to complete his mission as soon as possible. Then they hurried back. After all, time waits for no one. So after saying that, he set off immediately.
Let's go! At Su Zhongtian's command, everyone set off.
On the other side, in the Zhao Yao Tree Kingdom, they were waiting for the Qianlong Kingdom to initiate the divine battle by calling their names. The entire nation was pondering this matter. Even at night, many people were gathered together discussing the matter, especially the soldiers who were on high alert. What's the difference between Qianlong Kingdom doing this and courting death? I wonder what they're thinking. Their so-called gods aren't even worthy of fighting us. Perhaps they think that by defeating the Tianzhou Kingdom, they will become invincible and can challenge any powerful nation. But they are overestimating their own capabilities. There's no point in this. I have no idea what the higher-ups are thinking. It's just the Qianlong Kingdom. Why are we so tense? It's already so late and we're still patrolling here. We should just go back to sleep. However, as they spoke, they didn't notice that someone had already infiltrated the area and was watching them. Chen Gong couldn't help but overhear their conversation. So he waved his hand to signal the start of the operation. The others had already been itching to act, but without orders, they held back. They probably would have already acted while they were talking. Now that they received the order, everyone charged forward. Before the enemy could react, they had already struck. After dealing with the patrol, everyone scattered to target others. They felt that working with Chen Gong was absolutely fantastic. Not only could he almost perfectly complete his own tasks, but he could also help them complete theirs. It was as if he were a natural-born leader. As long as they were with him, they didn't need to think about anything, they just followed his orders. Chen Gong also noticed that, as expected, the team trained by Su Zhongshan's son was different. These people worked together seamlessly. Even as a newcomer, he could coordinate flawlessly, though he had no idea that this was all thanks to his leadership skills. Soon, the garrison here had been completely eliminated. Chen Gong saw this and said to them, "We must hurry to the next city immediately. Do not linger here any longer." Su Zhongtian did not refuse, but as they were leaving, he couldn't help but ask, "Are we just leaving like this? Didn't you forget that not only I can participate in the summoning of the gods' battle, but ordinary civilians can as well?" Chen Gong's expression changed instantly, as if he were looking at a devil, and his tone grew icy. "We are only targeting soldiers. We must not harm any ordinary civilians. If any of you dare to do so, I will not spare you. Don't worry about what others do. We'll do what we have to do. Some of those common people haven't done anything wrong. Why should they have to bear the consequences too?" His words satisfied Su Zhongtian, who nodded approvingly. It seemed he had no such intentions either, but was merely testing the waters. The others, upon hearing this, felt a mix of admiration and awe. It seemed they had never done such a thing before. They were merely testing his intentions. Chen Gong rolled his eyes in exasperation. These people were truly cunning. One wrong move and they'd fall into a trap. He finally couldn't take it anymore and reminded them helplessly. "My goal is very clear. I just want to make the manga more dramatic. I'm not a murderer. You don't need to test me with such things. Our target is their capital city." The capital city? Attack the capital city directly? This left them utterly stunned. They never expected such an extravagant plan. This is the capital city of a nation. There are countless soldiers, guards, and skilled fighters there. If they really go through with it, they'll likely have a hard time surviving. However, even knowing that this battle might very well end in death, not a single person dared to retreat. Everyone followed Chen Gong's lead, marching toward the capital of the Zhao Yaotree kingdom. Along the way, they spared no mercy for any city they passed through, even those that had been untouched for a year and 9 months. They only targeted the garrisons, leaving the ordinary citizens unharmed. Soon, news of this spread throughout the Date Palm Tree Kingdom, and everyone was furious. Who could have resorted to such underhanded tactics, avoiding a divine battle and instead launching a surprise attack against us? If I find out, I will make everyone in that country pay with their lives. Don't you think there might be other nations besides the Xianlong Kingdom capable of such an act? I never imagined they would launch a divine war against us in public while acting so treacherously behind our backs. Send envoys immediately to negotiate. They must give us an explanation. Even if they weren't directly involved, they must be connected somehow. The most important thing now is to find this group. Last night, 3 garrisons in different cities were attacked. Though they are few in number, they are all skilled fighters. If they continue, what will happen to the soldiers? However, even as they discussed this, they were unaware that Chen Gong and his group had already arrived at the capital, Memphis. Upon arrival, they did not immediately take action but instead focused their attention on Chen Gong. At this point, he had become the leader of this group. Although they possessed a portion of divine power, traveling so quickly was still taxing. However, there was no sign of fatigue on his face, and he even seemed to be handling the situation with ease. If he hadn't been waiting for them, he would have arrived much earlier. Chen Gong was also observing his surroundings and noticed that the garrison in Memphis was much larger. Chapter 25, Safe Withdrawal. Chen Gong saw this and hesitated to order them to act immediately. He could ensure his own safety, but not theirs. After some thought, he instructed Su Zhongtian. "Stay outside and provide backup for me. I'll go in alone." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone became serious. This was the first time anyone had ever dared to defy his orders during this operation. "Absolutely not. If we go, we can at least help you in some way. Although we may not be as powerful as you, I don't think we'll hold you back. Even if you're as strong as you claim, you've said yourself that 2 hands can't fight 4 fists. It's better for us to stick together. We'll live or die together. This time, no matter what you say, we will absolutely not follow your orders. This is a mission we're supposed to carry out together. Why should you go alone? Everyone's goals are completely aligned. No matter what you say, we're going with you." Chen Gong saw their determination and knew that no matter what he said, they would go. So he said nothing. He merely nodded silently, having already made up his mind to bring everyone out. "Since that's the case, let's act together. Follow my commands and don't act recklessly." With that said, Chen Gong led them into action. After all, the garrison troops in the capital city were far stronger than those in other cities, and even some of their skilled fighters were unable to handle them. Chen Gong was like a god of death on this mission. From the moment he was born, someone had to die. However, he had underestimated the Zhao Yu kingdom. Their movements had already been discovered by many people. After all, it was the capital city, not only with garrison troops but also many skilled fighters stationed there.
Upon receiving the news, many had already rushed over. Chen Gong noticed this issue and realized they couldn't completely wipe out the capital's garrison this time. Fortunately, his goal was merely to weaken the enemy's strength, not to annihilate them. Moreover, none of their heroes could fall into the enemy's hands. Otherwise, the Xianlong kingdom would never be able to hold its head high again. He then instructed the others. Don't linger in battle, retreat quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone sprang into action, surrounding Chen Gong to protect his retreat. However, at that very moment, a tall, muscular man appeared before them, clearly a warrior. Chen Gong's expression grew solemn upon seeing him. This man was clearly no ordinary individual. Even he didn't seem to have complete confidence in victory. It seemed that the Zhao Yutri kingdom truly was a place where dragons and tigers lay hidden. You all find an opportunity to retreat. I'll handle this man. Chen Gong's words seemed to be directed at everyone, but they all knew he was speaking to Su Zhongtian. Su Zhongtian seemed ready to refuse, but Chen Gong's serious expression was as if he were facing a formidable enemy. If we leave, how will you handle so many people alone? Chen Gong's tone was unwaveringly firm. As long as you leave, I can find a way to escape. If you stay here, you'll only slow me down. Retreat immediately. Though his words weren't pleasant, he wouldn't have gotten angry if it had been someone else. However, there was not a single trace of contempt in their hearts. Instead, there was genuine concern. Chen Gong could have escaped on his own, but he chose to stay behind for them, giving them the opportunity to go. If it were Su Zhongtian, he would never agree and insist on staying. But he looked at his usual brothers. He could disregard his own safety, but he couldn't abandon them. So he remained silent. Silence meant consent. Chen Gong had neither the time nor the energy to concern himself with them. The warrior they saw was already charging toward him. It seemed he had recognized Chen Gong as the leader of the group, so he attacked Chen Gong directly. Chen Gong faced him without fear, and the two of them were essentially relying on divine power to fight. After the battle, both realized the extraordinary nature of their opponent. Neither could gain the upper hand for the time being, and a stalemate had formed. However, Chen Gong knew that if he could focus entirely on his opponent, he would not be defeated. Though he might resort to some tactics, he wouldn't be this passive. The main reason was that he had to ensure the safety of the others, so he had to keep his guard up and reserve some strength for any unexpected situations. Su Zhongtian hesitated for a moment before finally making a decision and giving the order. Retreat! Leader! One of them tried to say something, but was stopped by his companions. They already knew their leader would never agree to them staying behind. Although they weren't a match for the skilled fighters, these ordinary soldiers couldn't stop them, and they quickly carved a bloody path through the crowd. Chen Gong not only had to fight the skilled warrior but also had to constantly watch out for someone using a hidden weapon. Gradually, he began to feel overwhelmed, and his movements slowed considerably. Why are you doing this? You're so powerful, yet you're giving those cowards a chance to survive. I am not the coward you speak of. Su Zhongtian had returned without anyone following him. He could disregard his own safety, but he couldn't ignore the safety of his companions. So he sent the others out and chose to stay behind himself. Chen Gong couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions, thinking they had all left and he could finally go, but now someone had returned, and there was nothing he could do. Aren't you all gone? Why did you come back? Su Zhongtian smiled, exuding a sense of grandeur. We can't let the hero's journey to the afterlife be too lonely. Chen Gong admired him greatly. Such a man was a true general and a great leader. So he said nothing and simply joined the battle. Chen Gong's goal had never been to kill everyone, so he had been looking for an opportunity to escape all alone. When he finally found an opportunity, he grabbed Su Zhongtian's hand and left without hesitation. We can't keep fighting. If we keep fighting, we'll all die here. Don't do anything, just let me pull you away. The two of us will escape together. Su Zhongtian had thought they were going to die here together, but he never expected this escape to happen. This left him utterly surprised, and he fled without fully understanding what was happening. Chapter 26, The Battle Begins. Chen Gong had already awakened the divine power of Sun Wukong, though he couldn't match his ability to travel 10,800 miles with a single somersault. However, being able to run quickly was perfectly normal, and even if he was carrying someone, ordinary people couldn't stop him. Moreover, he had awakened more than one deity, so when an opportunity arose, the two of them escaped together. The people from the Jujube Tree Kingdom saw them escape and immediately sent pursuers, but they couldn't possibly catch up. Now, Chen Gong's abilities were beyond ordinary comprehension, and very few people could keep up with him. Soon, Chen Gong and the other person caught up with them. When they arrived, those people were actually planning to run in their direction. They must have realized that the two of them were no longer there, so they disregarded any orders and decided to return to fight together. Chen Gong saw this and slowed his pace, saying to them, "Don't linger here, run." Upon hearing the familiar voice, they immediately turned and ran together. Chen Gong's speed was simply too fast, and even they didn't realize that the two people were the ones they were looking for. If Chen Gong hadn't slowed down to speak to them, they would have continued running back. However, once they confirmed it, everyone ran back in the direction they had come from.
They fled in a hurry, but the people of the Date Palm Tree Kingdom, upon hearing the news, were nearly driven mad with anger. The enemy had already reached the capital city, killed so many people, and now they had let them escape. This was more humiliating than being slapped in the face. Their country had always been a relatively powerful nation, and this was undoubtedly the greatest humiliation they had ever suffered in their history. Regardless, if this news spreads, they will be mocked for a long time, and the people of their country will be unable to hold their heads high. This is utterly despicable. What are you people even doing? Why didn't we receive any information when they had already reached the capital city? What allowed them to escape? Don't you know how to pursue them? I don't care what methods or means you use. Even if you can't find them, you must uncover the truth. Otherwise, how will other countries view us? Immediately, countless people began investigating the matter, eager to discover who was bold enough and capable of carrying out such an act. However, by the time they began their investigation, the masterminds behind the plot had already entered the inner regions of the Qianlong Kingdom. At this moment, the divine war between the two nations was about to begin. Please have the participants from both countries come forward to submit their lists. Damn it! Although the Zhao Yezhu Kingdom had made preparations, the recent events were simply too overwhelming. This matter was almost forgotten, but at this moment, the Call of the Gods war began. It's truly one problem after another. Domestic matters have yet to be resolved, and now foreign issues are arising. Regardless, the previous incident was merely a matter of face, and they could send someone to investigate. However, the naming god war is a matter of life and death for their nation. Therefore, they immediately set aside all other matters and focused solely on the summoning of the divine war. Send the first squad to investigate the matter, thoroughly search the areas around the capital, eliminate any suspicious individuals, and the rest will accompany me to participate in the summoning of the divine war. It seems that the people of the Date Palm Tree Kingdom have not taken the naming god war seriously at all. Otherwise, they wouldn't have started preparing so late. In their eyes, what the Qianlong Kingdom is doing is no different from seeking death. Therefore, they have not paid much attention to it and have instead focused on other matters. If it weren't for the alert sound just now, they probably wouldn't have cared at all until now. I think the people of the Qianlong Kingdom are just arrogant, thinking that defeating the Tenzo Kingdom makes them so great that they dare to challenge us in the naming god war. They're just asking for death, so it's none of our business. I'll just take their territory and divine power for myself. Why bother caring why they're choosing to die? Anyway, we're certain to win this time. How could the wild gods of the Qianlong Kingdom compare to our main gods? Just send a few powerful gods to give them some face. They quickly made their preparations, mainly because they didn't take this matter seriously at all, so they just randomly assigned some gods to the task. Meanwhile, the Qianlong Kingdom didn't immediately take action, mainly because Chen Gong hadn't returned yet. Immediately, some began to suspect something was amiss. It's been over a minute now. Why hasn't anyone from the Qianlong Kingdom stepped forward yet? Could it be that they want to surrender without even fighting? I think they just want to attract others' attention, but now that the time is up, they're backing out. This is just a joke at our expense. I told you this battle wasn't worth watching. They insisted on making me come, and now it doesn't even seem like a fight. This is so boring. Su Zhongshan didn't seem the least bit flustered. He was just waiting to see if Chen Gong could return. Even if he doesn't come back, he can still take the stage. He has already written down the name of the deity, so even if he is not there, there is a way to handle it. Just as everyone was puzzled by the Qianlong Kingdom's move, Chen Gong had already returned. He seemed a bit out of breath, but his condition was still decent. He took the list from Su Zhongshan's hands, and they headed up without looking back. Su Zhongshan watched his back and smiled, sighing to himself, thank goodness he returned safely. However, the next moment, he couldn't help but look around, checking if his son had returned. When he saw the familiar figure, he finally relaxed completely. Please exchange the lists. As he spoke, Chen Gong placed the list on the table. His list was only a single sheet of paper, and the number of deities listed did not seem particularly large. Immediately, someone could not contain their curiosity. How many deities could one sheet of paper possibly list? Was there even 100? Goodness gracious, this is better off just admitting defeat. It's utterly embarrassing. Look at the Qianlong Kingdom, they only wrote one sheet of paper, while the other side seems to have written 4 or 5 sheets. There is no comparison at all. Chen Gong seemed unfazed, calmly gazing into the distance. Meanwhile, the people from the other side were also sizing him up and greeted him with a smile. Hello, you must be Chen Gong. I am Tupsakanwai. Nice to meet you. Chen Gong responded with a forced smile. Hello, I am as well. Chapter 27, The God of Drought appears. Their conversation did not reach the ears of others. However, judging by their expressions, their conversation must have been filled with hostility. Tepsakamwe pretended to show off by shaking the list in his hand a few times, clearly showing that it was full of 5 names. This not only made people from other countries think that the Qianlong Kingdom was doomed to lose the summoning of the gods battle this time. Even those who were originally from Qianlong Kingdom couldn't help but doubt whether their country could win this time. Among them, the least worried was Chen Gong.
He seemed to know that the victor this time would undoubtedly be him, showing no expression on his face. The reason he had only written down over 100 deities was simply because he believed the opposing side didn't deserve to send so many deities to face them. However, the other side seemed to think that having more gods meant they would win, but in reality, no matter how many mortals there were, they could only match the gods. If Chen Gong were truly willing to write more, he could easily write thousands or even tens of thousands. But he felt that this was sufficient to resolve the matter. Why go through the trouble? Su Zhongshan, on the other hand, was neither tense nor concerned. After all, he knew Chen Gong's abilities, so he didn't care. Chen Gong couldn't help but roll his eyes at their determined expressions. After all, the Xianlong kingdom had already existed for 5,000 years. If he were willing, these people would likely be terrified to death. These people were nothing but frogs in a well, ignorant of the civilization of the Xianlong kingdom. As they were discussing, the competition had already begun, and the order in which the deities were submitted had been disrupted. Everyone held their breath, staring intently at everything happening on stage, curious about which deities would appear. Soon, 10 beams of golden light descended, 5 from each side. As the golden light dissipated, everyone saw the true forms of the deities, and immediately, shouts of astonishment erupted from the side of the Zhou kingdom. Seth, the god of the desert and storms. It seems we've won this time. Set has a nickname, the Lord of Strength, possessing immense power as the god of war, the desert, and the storm. When Set appeared, everyone was certain that the Date Palm Tree Kingdom had won. Once Set appeared, he had never lost a battle. He was the renowned war god of the Date Palm Kingdom. On the other hand, the 5 who appeared from the Xianlong Kingdom were truly bizarre and unusual. Originally, there were only 5 deities, but now there are demons, celestial beings, and even humans. This made others believe that the gods of the two nations were completely incomparable. The people of the Date Palm Tree Kingdom, without any surprise, chose Set. Next, it was Chen Gong's turn to choose among the 5 deities, and this time his luck was quite good. Among the 5 were Cheng Nu, the goddess of frost and snow; Zhang Shang, the kitchen god; Bai Zhe, one of the divine beasts; Di Jiang, one of the 12 ancestral wizards; and the goddess of drought, Nuwa. Chen Gong pondered for a moment and chose the goddess of drought, Nuwa Ba. Facing the war god, whose combat power was undoubtedly formidable, only the last 2 among these deities might be able to stand against him. She was a rather pitiful deity, having done nothing wrong yet being labeled the ancestor of zombies. Chen Gong decided to choose her for 3 reasons. First, he believed he could win; second, to clear her name; and third, to prove the others wrong. After making his decision, he bowed deeply in the direction of the goddess of drought, Nuwa. In the south, there was a being 2 or 3 feet tall, naked with eyes on its head, moving as swiftly as the wind. It was called Ba, and wherever it appeared, the land would suffer a severe drought, leaving the earth barren for thousands of miles. It was also known as the Mother of Drought. This humble disciple, Chen Gong, greets the drought goddess Ba. After Chen Gong finished speaking, the goddess of drought, Ba, opened her eyes and looked in Chen Gong's direction. Everyone present was startled by his choice. They did not look down on female deities, but as far as they knew, there was no such powerful female deity. A woman? A deity? And a drought goddess Ba? How powerful could such a deity be? Don't let her show up and get defeated in just a few moves. I've never heard of this deity before. Maybe it's just some local deity from somewhere. Let's not bring it out and make a fool of ourselves. Have you noticed the temperature rising? Is this the work of the drought goddess? This is getting a bit too scary. I'm starting to feel like taking off my clothes. Stop making things up. If she were really that powerful, everyone would have heard about her by now. I think it's just your imagination playing tricks on you. Most of the people saying these things are from the Date Palm Tree Kingdom, but they don't even bother to acknowledge the people of the Xianlong Kingdom. They've reached a point of blind faith in Chen Gong, so when they hear these words, they just scoff at them. These people don't even know where they get the nerve. They're already complaining and whining before the battle even begins. Don't they fear being humiliated by our Chen Xin when the time comes? Don't bother with this bunch of clowns. Let's just wait and see how our Chen God deals with them. Worrying so much is pointless. Who's worried? What's wrong with women? These people are really funny. Our goddess will beat them into a pulp, and that's what's exciting. They act like they're so superior. The 2 groups immediately engaged in a verbal battle, neither giving an inch. On stage, the drought goddess Nuo looked at Chen Gong with some surprise, a smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Chen Gong? You summoned me here? Chen Gong lowered his posture and spoke with utmost respect. It is indeed this junior. To be honest, he didn't want to do this either, as there were various legends about the drought goddess. Some say she is a pitiable deity, having done nothing yet still helping others. It is precisely because she can bring droughts that people summon her at will and dismiss her just as easily, leaving people in awe. However, others claim that the drought goddess Nuwa is one of the 10 great demons, a ruthless female demon who kills without mercy. He couldn't be sure which story was true, so he immediately adopted a humble attitude to observe her closely. Although you summoned me, why should I come to help you? You all know I can bring disaster upon you. I spare your lives out of respect for our ancestral ties, and helping you is nothing but a joke.
It seemed as though she was refusing to help, but upon closer listening, one could still detect a hint of resentment in her tone. If she truly didn't want to help, she could have simply not come. Her presence indicated that her intentions were still good, though she was clearly still bitter about her past experiences. Shen Gong immediately understood her meaning and responded respectfully.
I understand your grievances, but we younger generations have done nothing wrong.
I can assure you that if you help us resolve this trouble, we will be eternally grateful to you.
Chapter 28: Overwhelming Dominance. The drought goddess Nuwa snorted coldly.
Though she seemed unconcerned, a hint of icy expression flashed across her face, indicating she had already made up her mind to kill.
Remember what you've said. Otherwise, I can help you, but I can also kill you. Shen Gong swallowed hard.
Thankfully, he had agreed, otherwise, he might not have survived today.
Yes, this junior will keep his word.
The drought goddess flew into the air, waving her magic staff and muttering incantations. Instantly, the temperature rose sharply, and the sky turned a fiery red.
A blazing sun hung in the sky, its scorching rays bathing the world in intense heat. This left everyone at a loss for words.
They had never encountered a deity who unleashed such a powerful attack from the very beginning.
It seemed as though she didn't need to hold back. A single move could be enough to kill.
Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, a raging inferno suddenly appeared where Set stood. The heat was so intense that anything caught in the flames would be reduced to ashes. As everyone watched in astonishment, with a piercing scream, the temperature dropped and everything returned to its original state. The face of the drought goddess Nuwa also turned pale, apparently from overusing her divine power. Shen Gong, however, felt there was more to it. Before becoming the ancestor of zombies, the drought goddess indeed possessed such abilities. However, she had sacrificed her own abilities to assist the Yellow Emperor, thereby becoming the ancestor of zombies. It seemed she had never let go of this, otherwise she wouldn't have chosen such a dangerous method this time. The goddess of drought noticed the look of concern in his eyes, and her expression grew slightly complicated. It seemed she had not placed her trust in the wrong person this time.
Thank you.
The people from the Shenlong kingdom seemed to have just snapped out of their shock.
My goodness, is this really happening? Just reciting a spell and burning the enemy to death. The enemy didn't even have a chance to fight back. It was so satisfying to watch. My goodness, she's so gentle yet domineering.
Such a beautiful and fierce older sister, I absolutely adore her. If this were real, I'd do anything to win her over, but it looks like I don't have that chance now.
Why aren't the people from the Zhao Yu Tree Kingdom continuing to shout? Do they have something on their minds?
Some are happy, others are sad. The people of the Date Palm Tree Kingdom look as though they've been poisoned. They thought they had victory in the bag this time.
But they never imagined that their nation's proud deity wasn't even a match for the enemy's single move. How loudly they were shouting earlier, how humiliating it must feel now. Is this really Set? Isn't he supposed to be the war god? How can he be so weak?
The deity on the other side looks so gentle and kind, yet his first move was so powerful.
Have we not woken up yet and are seeing things? Set may not be invincible, but he shouldn't have died so easily, right?
It's okay, it's just one battle. We have so many gods, the other side can't possibly be our match. It's just good luck. The goddess of drought, Nuwa, looked at them indifferently, but the slight smile on her lips suggested she was secretly pleased. Finally, she savored the moment and gave Shen Gong one last lingering glance.
Once this is settled, I'll be leaving.
If you forget about me, I'll unleash a massacre.
Shen Gong suddenly felt a chill down his spine. No wonder the legends about her were so different.
Her mental state had a mad, unhinged quality to it. There was a sense of those who obey thrive, those who defy perish. Shen Gong remained silent for a moment, filled with fear. Just as the goddess of drought was about to lose her temper, he finally spoke. If our ancestors are so concerned, perhaps we should fight a few more battles. I can fulfill the requirements they set forth earlier. The drought goddess's eyes lit up, but she soon looked disappointed and said, My divine power is exhausted.
Continuing like this will only hold you back.
Besides, I am the ancestor of zombies, not your ancestor.
Perhaps you wish to become a zombie? What on earth are you talking about? Shen Gong felt his mind was spinning. When did he say he wanted to become a zombie? Isn't it better to live a normal life?
This man must have been driven mad by someone and has become a bit unhinged. He said helplessly. Elder, I didn't mean it that way. In my heart, you are our ancestor. As for the power of the gods, you don't need to worry about it. I can help you resolve it.
Do you look down on zombies?
How dare I? It's just that in this day and age, we haven't seen any zombies. Don't be afraid. I don't think much of them either.
Didn't you see I don't even use their abilities?
I'll agree to help you. What the hell? Shen Gong felt an urge to curse, but for the sake of his own life, he feared he might end up arguing with her. She just wanted to keep this powerful figure around for a few more battles. Why was that so difficult? It seems that the two stories about her have some basis in fact.
She is just a mad woman, isn't she?
The drought goddess suddenly burst into laughter, leaving Shen Gong even more baffled.
You're really amusing. Following the three purities is a pity. They're all old men who insist on rules and etiquette. If you're willing, why not become my heir?
Shen Gong stared wide-eyed, shocked, and asked.
You know the three purities? What does heir mean?
The shock of this statement was comparable to when he first traveled through time.
The goddess of drought and the three purities weren't from the same era. Who knows how many years separated them?
Not only did they seem to know each other, but they also appeared somewhat familiar.
And he was actually the three Qing's heir, yet he knew nothing about it?
The goddess of drought, Nuwa, looked at him in confusion and asked.
You carry the aura of the three purities and their markings.
As for who they are, only you yourselves know.
If you don't want to, I won't force you. After all, I might not be able to defeat them.
Just as they were speaking, a red light appeared from the direction of the Juju Palm Tree Kingdom.
Shen Gong said solemnly. Senior, be careful. Interrupting our conversation? Just wait until I turn you into a zombie.
The goddess of drought, Ba, suddenly revealed a murderous intent.
With a single strike, she vanished without a trace. Turn into a zombie. What an odd yet imposing way of putting it.
Their presence might be because I somehow encountered them before, leaving a mark on me.
I have no idea what it means.
Shen Gong was terrified by her, and her mood swings from gentle to violent were truly unbearable. He couldn't help but worry if he could survive, fearing that saying the wrong thing might turn him into a zombie.
However, the red deity of the Date Palm Tree Kingdom couldn't even withstand a single blow from her. That's a bit too exaggerated, isn't it?
Even in her rage, it shouldn't be that exaggerated. Shen Gong is starting to doubt if the gods of the Date Palm Tree Kingdom are all that powerful.
Chapter 29, The Crazy Father and Daughter.
Shen Gong suddenly felt that this drought goddess, Nuwa, seemed to have an odd temperament, but she was probably just a girl who lacked love. Otherwise, she wouldn't have patiently answered his questions. She would have grown impatient and left long ago.
I'm not very clear on this either.
These people have always looked down on me and wanted to get rid of me, but trying to kill me is just a pipe dream.
However, I heard that some gods seem to be imprisoned.
I don't know how you managed to get in, but perhaps you are the opportunity they were talking about. It's all their fault for not trusting me and not telling me anything.
I only know this much. Otherwise, I could have helped you more. The drought goddess Nuaba seemed to truly know no more than that.
At that moment, she regretted her reclusive nature. Shen Gong felt that he was facing an extremely powerful and unpredictable deity, whose temper could change at any moment. Senior, don't worry. Since we've noticed something's off, we'll figure it out eventually. Actually, the goddess of drought, Nuwa, wasn't completely ignorant. She just dared not speak up. In the end, she impatiently reminded him once more.
This is so annoying. Why do you have to ask me so many questions just because you want me to help you with a small favor? I'm not saying I don't know everything, I just can't say it. Those people have been watching me the whole time. It looks like I'll have to fight again when I get back.
Shen Gong looked at her pale face with concern and cautioned her gently.
Be careful of everything. If it comes to it, just go back first.
The goddess of drought, Nuwa, immediately flew into a rage and glared at him.
What do you mean? Do you look down on me? Why are these people staring at me? Can't I even remind them a few times? I can't help you anymore. I'm going back to destroy their temple and turn them all into zombies.
Remember, bring back the gods, or our names will erased forever.
How do we bring back the gods?
Just as he was about to ask, the person had already vanished, and his mind was completely consumed by this matter. He felt that this matter was extremely important.
Would the complete disappearance of the gods mean that the Xianlong kingdom would truly become godless? If that were the case, what awaited them would be a devastating blow. Just as he was thinking, a voice rang out. Does the Xianlong kingdom still have gods to fight for it?
She had broken the rules, but the rules seemed powerless against her. Even the Gate of Awakening showed no reaction. She might be the only exception. As the saying goes, those with nothing to lose have nothing to fear. This person has likely been hated by others and seen as the source of disaster, and on top of that, she has always been helping the good guys. Therefore, her mind had become twisted. Other gods might try to reason with her, but she doesn't care about that. If she disagrees with someone, she kills them. That's bad enough, but she also turns them into zombies to be her descendants. As a result, she has become almost untouchable, with few daring to cross her. Moreover, if she were to cast a spell at the slightest provocation, even after her death, she would ensure that no one would be spared. The heat was so intense that even the gods found it unbearable, with underground fires raging everywhere, instantly incinerating weaker deities. However, the people present weren't concerned about such matters. The people of the Xianlong kingdom couldn't help but grow worried. Why is she leaving? What will we do if she leaves? Don't go. I'll even become a zombie if you don't leave. Now that the drought goddess Ba has left, we don't know what kind of deity we'll be able to summon next time. Stop talking. Look, a new deity has appeared, and we don't recognize any of them. What deity will Chenshin choose this time? I'm so curious. I feel that we can't judge the power of the deity Chenshin chooses with our own eyes. Instead, we should blindly believe that whatever he chooses is the strongest existence. 5 new deities appeared on the stage. Chen Gong immediately began to analyze them: Xian Yuan, Xiaohao, Dayu, and Swerin. All 5 of these deities were human deities, and Shen Gong's expression grew somewhat troubled. After some deliberation, he ultimately chose Shen Yuan, who was none other than the Yellow Emperor, and had a significant connection to the previous drought god. He unified the Xianlong kingdom tribes, conquered the Dongyi and Jiuli tribes to unify China, and during his reign, he cultivated various grains and plants, promoted agricultural development, established clothing and headgear, built boats and carts, created musical instruments, and founded medicine. This humble disciple, Chen Gong, humbly welcomes the Yellow Emperor Xian Yuan.
The Yellow Emperor? Xian Yuan?
This left the others even more puzzled, as the human deities were considered relatively weak.
However, having learned from previous experiences, they dared not say anything more, fearing they might be humiliated.
As he summoned him, Xian Yuan looked at him with some surprise, glancing around with an odd expression. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, he spoke in an unusual tone.
Has the god of drought been here before? Apart from Chen Gong, no one else understood the relationship between the two.
Chen Gong's attitude toward him wasn't particularly good, nor was it particularly bad. He has been here before, helped us defeat 2 deities, and told me some things.
How is that possible?
Xian Yuan was about to say something else, but then thought of something and immediately shut his mouth, looking somewhat worried.
Chen Gong knew what he was thinking and, after a moment's consideration, comforted him.
You should trust your daughter, she is not as fragile as you think.
Xian Yuan's face turned very grim, as if he wanted to say something but couldn't bring himself to do so.
In the end, all his words boiled down to one sentence.
As long as she's still alive, I'll be at ease. Chen Gong clenched his fist then relaxed it.
He couldn't judge the mistakes of his ancestor either. Xian Yuan sighed and, seeing his expression, seemed to understand.
You chose me because of my daughter, didn't you?
I admit I've done some things that were wrong by her, but I had no choice.
Wherever she went, there were droughts. I had to think of my people. Chen Gong could no longer contain himself and bowed deeply. The elder did not blame your ancestor.
She merely felt wronged. She was your daughter, a goddess who should have been revered, yet she went to fight against you to help you. Nuyu, dressed in a simple green robe, could stay on the battlefield and dispel the storms around her, giving the Yellow Emperor's army a chance to catch their breath. The Wind Lord and Rain Lord, seeing that Nuwa had such power, summoned even more storms. Now even Nuwa found it difficult to withstand them.
Xian Yuan listened with tears streaming down his face.
But just as he was moved to tears, the deity across from him suddenly roared. His face twisted into a ferocious expression, and he struck her throat with a sword.
The people of the Zhao Yao Tree Kingdom fell silent. What on earth was happening?
The people of the Xianlong Kingdom cheered. This father and daughter are so powerful. Chen Gong, however, continued speaking in a voice devoid of emotion, yet his words brought tears to the eyes of many.
Chapter 30, Sudden Development.
After finishing his words, Chen Gong roared at everyone. In my heart, she is not a disaster, not the ancestor of zombies, she is a hero who willingly sacrificed herself for the sake of countless people. The people of Xianlong Kingdom clapped and cheered with tears in their eyes. Though they didn't know if it was true, they were all moved to tears by the story. It was truly heartbreaking. She had done so much to help him, yet in the end, she met such a tragic fate. This was simply unfair. I think I can understand her state of mind now. If it were anyone else, they probably wouldn't have done as well as she did. If it were me, I'd at least not harm anyone, but if they wanted my help, they could forget it. I never imagined that such a beautiful goddess had gone through so much. If it were anyone else, they would have killed those people, but she didn't even consider it.
This is unbearable. I feel so sorry for this deity.
Why must she endure so much suffering?
If this is true, it's truly heartbreaking. Why are those people so wicked?
After Chen Gong finished speaking, he didn't say another word, but Xian Yuan was deeply saddened. It seemed that he still cared deeply for his daughter. However, there were always those who couldn't keep their eyes off the situation and decided to act at that moment. Xian Yuan finally couldn't resist the urge to kill everyone, not only targeting the deity but also the contestants. The people of the Juju Palm Tree Kingdom were terrified by this scene and immediately applied for the God King battle. If they didn't act quickly, who knew what this madman might do next? Xian Yuan wasn't a madman, he had simply been provoked. He held an extraordinary status within the Xianlong Kingdom, as the Yellow Emperor was the ancestor of the Xianlong Kingdom. However, Xian Yuan had already vanished, leaving only Chen Gong behind. He knew Xian Yuan wasn't the one, but others didn't. The people of the Zhao Yao Tree Kingdom have begun to question the meaning of life. How can the deities of the Xianlong Kingdom be so? This couldn't help but stir a hint of fear in their hearts. Goodness gracious, are all the deities of the Xianlong Kingdom mad? The one before was always turning people into zombies, looking so handsome on the outside but so evil on the inside. This one looks perfectly normal, with a human form, yet he is just as terrifying. As soon as he shows his face, he is gone like cutting scallions.
If you can't speak, then don't speak. How dare you compare your country's deities to cabbage?
But these two are indeed father and daughter, their tempers are equally outrageous. The drought goddess Nuwa returned and immediately attacked her, not letting her speak the truth, and kept watching her. However, after 2 battles, she was still exhausted and began to feel overwhelmed. She never expected to gain anything by helping others. Her lack of action was merely a sign of disappointment. However, she soon discovered that her divine power had not only recovered but had also improved slightly. This left her both surprised and a bit relieved she hadn't placed her trust in the wrong person after all.
Chen Gong was unaware of what was happening here.
He was currently facing a battle against a divine king, and even he had to take it seriously. Divine King, revered Divine King, please look upon us, your junior disciples, who are being bullied and trampled upon.
Please come to our aid and descend upon the world. Honored Divine King, please save your descendants. They have gone too far. Divine King, please save us.
Chen Gong coldly snapped, seemingly unconcerned, calmly watching these people beg and plead like children.
The people of Xianlong Kingdom were amused by their antics, laughing heartily. The contrast between their earlier demeanor and their current behavior was truly striking.
These people are just like elementary school students who lost a game and are running back to their mothers.
You don't really think that summoning your so-called Divine King can compare to our Qinshan, do you? Who will you blame when you lose? Cry all you want.
I doubt your God King dares to show up. Otherwise, why hasn't he appeared yet, even though you're all in this state?
It's better to beg your Divine King than to beg Qinshan. Maybe he'll take mercy on you and let you go.
The people of the Date Palm Tree Kingdom were so enraged they nearly fainted.
Such humiliation made them wish they were dead. However, at that very moment, the sky suddenly grew dark. This scene silenced everyone.
They felt that their lives were in someone else's hands.
Chen Gong's expression grew solemn. It seemed a fierce battle was imminent. The people of the Xianlong Kingdom now deeply regretted speaking out. They hadn't needed to be so dramatic.
The people of the Date Palm Tree Kingdom were about to burst into laughter, as it seemed their salvation had arrived.
Amidst the gazes of the crowd, a towering golden red light appeared, drawing the attention of countless onlookers to the stage.
There stood a figure with the head of an eagle and the body of a human, a sun disk atop his head, with a coiling snake symbolizing protection always circling around it. As he appeared, the air seemed to freeze in place. He exuded an air of authority, commanding respect without needing to raise his voice, leaving everyone unable to look away. This was the supreme deity of the Date Palm Tree Kingdom, La, who was believed to be the god of the sun and the sky, bringing light and warmth. He is also regarded as the creator and ruler, possessing infinite wisdom and power. Ra is also regarded as the ruler of natural phenomena, capable of controlling wind, rain, lightning, and floods. Additionally, he is regarded as the god of healing and medicine, capable of curing all manner of illnesses. There are many claims about his abilities, but the key is that all of these are real. He is simply a perfect deity. At that moment, the ruler of Xianlong Kingdom seemed to gain new life, while the people of Jiayue Kingdom felt reborn. The people of the Zhao Yao Tree Kingdom immediately lifted their heads high, speaking with confidence. Now the people of the Xianlong Kingdom are doomed. We humbly welcome the Divine King. Divine King, please uphold justice for us. They have been too cruel. Divine King, I remain your most loyal follower. From now on, I will worship you as my reborn parents. As your subjects, we have been so humiliated. Please, Divine King, avenge us and kill them to settle the scores for our other divine ancestors. Their words did not cause LA's expression to change in the slightest. He simply continued to stare at Chen Gong, lost in thought. The people of Xianlong Kingdom couldn't help but grow anxious. If the Divine King has arrived, can we still win? We don't even have a God King, so does that mean we're doomed? Shen shouldn't let us down. Let's wait and see, maybe a miracle will happen. Where would so many miracles come from? Let's just hope Qinshan has a solution. Chapter 31, The Earth-Shattering Battle. Chen Gong had never heard of such a rule and descended directly. Before the other party could speak, he spoke first. This is completely against the rules. Even if you're a god king, you can't act this way. Don't you fear that the divine beings of the Xianlong Kingdom will come looking for trouble? Laha laughed heartily, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. It was your drought god who broke the rules. I'm just here to set things right. What wrong have I done? This law was too shameless. Chen Gong didn't know what to say for a moment. The key point was that this calling the name divine battle seemed to favor their Zhao Yao Tree Kingdom greatly. Otherwise, the drought god wouldn't have left so hastily earlier. He thought to himself, feeling a bit helpless, and asked a question. At least he's a god king. How can he be so shameless? LA's expression turned cold, and he was about to act, but at that moment, someone suddenly appeared on the stage and stopped him. The rules have changed. It's now a god king battle, allowing god kings to participate. As soon as the words were spoken, the person vanished. This scene left everyone both surprised and curious. They had previously heard that whether it was the summoning of names Divine War or the Divine War, powerful deities were responsible for maintaining order. They had only heard about it before, but seeing it with their own eyes left them deeply astonished. Chen Gong noticed that these beings seemed to have some sort of targeting against the divine beings of the Xianlong Kingdom. For a moment, he couldn't figure out what was going on, and there was no one to ask. However, he was certain that there must be many dirty reasons behind this. Just as he was pondering, 5 beams of light flashed, clearly indicating that the deities of their Xianlong Kingdom had been summoned. This time, he wasn't as lucky as before.
The five deities were Tianpeng Yuan Shuaizhu Beiji, the peacock, one of the divine beasts Yang Jian, the war god of the heavenly court Dong Wang Gong, the leader of the male immortals of the heavenly court, and Maitreya Buddha, a disciple of Buddhism. Although these five sounded intimidating, Chen Gong was not entirely satisfied with them, fearing they might not be a match for the enemy. Shu Beiji was originally the general of the Heavenly River Army in the Heavenly Court, but he was demoted to the mortal realm and turned into a demon after being punished for flirting with Chang'e. He later joined the group on the journey to obtain the scriptures and was later as the Bodhisattva of the Pure Altar. The peacock is associated with wood, its body is bright blue and green, and it inherits the dance talent of the phoenix. Its first dance revives plants, the second dance brings birds together, and the third dance makes all beings serve. Yang Jian, known as the clear source marvelous Tao true lord, appears as a handsome young man or youth with a refined and elegant appearance. He is skilled in hunting and warfare, and his carefree and unconventional nature makes him the only child born of a divine and mortal union. Chen Gong reviewed all the affairs of the five deities in his mind and realized that none of them could defeat La. This left him with no choice but to consider the most likely deity. Regardless, he couldn't immediately replace the deity, so he might as well choose one slightly more powerful. Ultimately, he chose the peacock, as it was a divine beast and also a very beautiful and magnificent one. After making his choice, he bowed deeply with reverence and said, "The primordial peacock, the divine bird phoenix, born from the primordial yin and yang, takes the form of a flying bird, with an emerald-green crown on its head and blue-green feathers shaped like spikes. Its tail is adorned with numerous feathers, extremely vibrant and beautiful." The junior disciple Chen Gong humbly welcomes the peacock great brightness Buddha mother. The peacock opened its eyes, truly a magnificent divine beast, instantly capturing the attention of countless people. The peacock flapped its wings a few times, then casually looked in Chen Gong's direction and said, "Were you the one who awakened me? For what purpose?" Chen Gong was momentarily at a loss for words. This was no different from summoning the peacock to its death. However, La burst into laughter at that moment, his eyes filled with contempt as he looked at them. "I thought you had been thinking so hard that you might summon some powerful deity, but instead you chose a mount. Well, since that's the case, I'll take him as my mount today." The peacock's expression turned cold, and a glint of murderous intent and a hint of fear flashed in its eyes. It then said helplessly, "Because of him? I can't defeat him." Perhaps he had spoken too bluntly, leaving everyone else speechless. According to custom, deities would fight even if they knew they couldn't win, as it was a matter of their dignity. But this peacock didn't play by the rules. He immediately admitted he couldn't win. La felt humiliated. Though he wasn't very familiar with the deities of the Shenlong kingdom. But he knew that the peacock before him, though somewhat famous among divine beasts, was only ranked among the top 5. Moreover, among the 5 deities it had summoned, the strongest one was clearly not it. He immediately felt his dignity had been insulted and grew angry and humiliated. "How dare you insult me?" The peacock looked at him in confusion, though his tone wasn't exactly polite either. "We are all divine beings, there's no need to be so petty." "I don't understand. I can't defeat you, so why do you look down on me?" The other mothers ignored him completely, not listening to the peacock's words, and erupted in anger. "You're just a smooth-talking liar. Just wait until I take your lives today." With a single strike, he acted swiftly and decisively, flipping his palm to strike out. Bang! This strike clearly revealed her intent to kill. Even if the peacock managed to withstand it, he would likely suffer severe injuries. This caused the peacock's eyes to gleam with intense focus as he carefully observed, piercing through the trajectory of time and space. He searched for a sliver of hope and swiftly dodged, stepping sideways by half a step. Half of his body vanished into the void, skillfully evading the strike. Terrifying. This statement echoed everyone's thoughts. They never imagined that this deity could be so powerful. The peacock's expression grew solemn, clearly aware of the danger he now faced. He looked at Chen Gong with a hint of resignation. "This time, you young ones have really gotten me into a mess. However, there is still a way out. You must prepare yourself for my failure, as the gods are not so easy to deal with." After speaking, the peacock said no more, as La was already preparing for the next attack. As the peacock spoke, La's expression grew solemn. He extended his palm, slowly clenching it. As he closed his hand, the entire universe seemed to collapse. More accurately, everything was converging toward La's hands, the 10 directions of heaven. The universe and spacetime, the rules and the fabric of reality, everything were drawn toward the center of his palm. What is holding the heavens in one hand? La demonstrated this mythical technique. Countless people watched in horror, as if they already knew the peacock's fate. However, the peacock, who had just moments ago claimed he might lose, now took the situation seriously. He stared intently at La's every move, as if waiting for the right moment. Finally, under everyone's gaze, he moved. The peacock flipped over and dodged La's attack. Its wings spread, releasing countless golden feathers. Chapter 32, Stalemate. Like flying swords, capable of striking down enemies from 1,000 miles away. Countless feathers swarmed like yellow bees, rushing to attack La. In an instant, it seemed as though a whirlwind of blades had formed.
No one had anticipated that this beautiful peacock, which appeared so elegant and graceful, possessed such immense power. They had all underestimated the peacock deity, believing the battle was already lost, but now it seemed things were not so certain. However, as a divine king, La was by no means a simple being. He had merely underestimated them before. Now, with a single staff in his hand, every move he made seemed to shake the heavens and earth. Even the peacock's feathers changed direction, attacking both the peacock and Chen Gong. Everyone could see that La's strike was not aimed at the peacock, but at Chen Gong. The peacock immediately understood and had no intention of dodging the attack. Instead, he stood before Chen Gong, adopting a resolute and self-sacrificing stance. Be careful. Chen Gong also reacted, though he might not be a match for these divine beings. However, his physical and mental capabilities were far beyond those of ordinary humans. Therefore, he didn't show much emotional fluctuation and instead coordinated seamlessly with the peacock. After it was over, the peacock glared angrily at La and erupted in fury. A petty act. La snorted coldly, unconcerned. I was just making a normal attack. Why blame me for standing so close together? If you're really that upset, why not settle this in a proper battle? The peacock didn't even acknowledge him, instead turning to look at Chen Gong. What do you think? Are you okay? Chen Gong remained unfazed, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and pretended nothing had happened. I'm fine. I won't die. Seeing his expression, the peacock looked relieved, then turned to glare at La with a fierce expression. I know I might not be able to defeat you, but you dared to harm my junior, my descendants, in front of me. So today, even if I have to sacrifice my life, I will take yours. The peacock spoke with great authority, then immediately entered combat mode. The peacock's illusory form let out a loud cry to the sky, shook off the feathers on its body, and transformed into a stream of light to attack La. However, La casually waved his hand and effortlessly deflected the attack, freezing the peacock's feathers in mid-air. After a slight tremor, they changed direction and flew toward the peacock, using its own technique against it. Countless streams of light flickered in the air, and five-colored shone brightly. A vast surge of spiritual energy flowed with the peacock's wing beats. The peacock spread its wings, its dazzling form of a divine bird dancing through the heavens, flapping its wings lightly. The surging spiritual energy instantly transformed into two beams of five-colored divine light, leaving two brilliant trails across the sky. Everyone had assumed this was the peacock's attack, but they never expected it to kneel down while attacking. He hesitated, glancing at Chen Gong, as if he had something to say but couldn't bring himself to speak. As the attack was about to stop, it finally flew into the air and shouted loudly. Welcome the ancestral peacock king. Welcome the ancestral peacock Mingwang. Everyone was puzzled. What did this mean? The peacock's actions left everyone baffled, but as he shouted, the sky began to show signs of change. The sky, which had been a solid red, now became distinctly divided into two parts, one red and the other a vibrant array of colors. However, no deity appeared, only a faint sigh could be heard. Go! As the words fell, the peacock let out a loud cry, as if enduring great pain. At this moment, La also noticed something was amiss. While he had heard of the Peacock King as the ancestor of the Peacock clan. However, this peacock was clearly his descendant. If it were truly the Peacock King, that would be quite difficult. However, given the current restrictions, appearing here was as unrealistic as a fool's fantasy. Playing to the crowd. La appeared before the peacock, holding his staff as if reciting a spell, and countless attacks surged toward the peacock. The peacock shouted. Peacock Buddha-like golden bell shield. In the blink of an eye, the peacock's body erupted with a dazzling array of colorful peacock Buddha light. It instantly above the crowd into a massive, semi-transparent bell composed of five-colored Buddha light. The five-colored Buddha light bell enveloped La within its confines. And as the bell appeared, La also collided with it with a loud crash. A deafening roar echoed through the air. The peacock remained within the Buddha light bell, gazing at the surrounding scene, which was filled with surging crimson flames. However, no matter how fiercely the scorching flames raged or how violently they collided, the golden bell remained steadfast and unmoving. It had actually withstood the impact head-on. How incredibly powerful was the peacock! After the single strike ended, the giant bell formed from the five-colored Buddha light flickered and shook twice before disappearing into the air. Behind the peacock, the noble and sacred peacock Buddha light continued to flow slowly, illuminating the surroundings. La's expression grew solemn. The Peacock clan truly lived up to their reputation as one of the divine beasts. Such power had even made him take them seriously. He took this seriously as well, launching a fierce attack at the peacock. The peacock flapped its wings. Peacock King's great hand seal. Countless feathers emitted vibrant Buddha light, blooming brilliantly from its body before instantly coalescing into a gigantic Buddha hand over 100 meters in size. It struck toward the attacking La with a single palm strike. Immediately, an ear-splitting roar echoed throughout the heavens and earth. It swept toward the distant horizon, unleashing a furious storm. However, the peacock's vibrant, multicolored light made it impossible for anyone to see what was happening inside, causing the people of the Xianlong kingdom to grow increasingly anxious. Who won in the end? How did the peacock, who was initially outmatched, suddenly become so powerful? Shen Shin is injured. I hope this ends soon so we can treat him.
The peacock's ancestor was truly majestic.
At first, it knew it couldn't win and kept dodging, but the moment Shinshin was injured, it erupted with all its power.
What's going on? We can't see anything. I hope Shinshin and the peacock are both okay.
The people of the date palm tree kingdom are starting to think they must be seeing things.
This is way too exaggerated. When did their main god become so weak?
This scene made them all start to question their existence, and for a moment, they dared not look up at anyone. However, some people with thick skin were still discussing the matter nonchalantly.
The main god must have won.
The reason it hasn't ended yet is simply because he wants to give the other side a chance.
Anyway, we're all going to win in the end. Chapter 33, What is the truth?
The people of Xianlong Kingdom summoned a bird and thought it was our main god's opponent. They are truly foolish to the extreme, seeking their own destruction and blaming others.
That deity who seemed so afraid of death earlier, why did he suddenly become so aggressive? Could it be because the Supreme Being accidentally injured Chen Gong? Are you dreaming? The gods may help us, but they wouldn't sacrifice their lives just because we're hurt. You really don't make any sense.
Chen Gong stared at the peacock in disbelief, but the next moment, he only received a feather.
The peacock had fallen. The people of Xianlong Kingdom were overcome with grief as they witnessed this scene. Welcome the peacock deity back to its rightful place.
Chen Gong's voice trembled with emotion. It seemed the peacock was gone for good.
Welcome the peacock deity back to its rightful place.
The people of the Xianlong Kingdom shouted in unison.
Though the peacock had initially had no intention of fighting to the death, he had used his clan's secret technique after the enemy's deity had injured his own kin.
This caused them to weep uncontrollably. The peacock's death was something they could not accept.
The people of the Jujube Tree Kingdom did not laugh either.
The incident was like a bloody ordeal. His entire body had been slashed by the peacock's attacks. This caused the people of the Date Palm Tree Kingdom to erupt in a chorus of mournful cries.
Great God King! How could this be?
The happiest people now were undoubtedly those from other nations. Whether their country had won or lost, it was advantageous for them either way. After this battle, it seems that the Xianlong Kingdom and the Zhao Yao Tree Kingdom are no match for them. They can now act against these two nations. Especially the Xiando Kingdom, which is closest to the Xianlong Kingdom, has already set its sights on them. After this battle, they have already made up their minds to launch a summoning god war against the Xianlong Kingdom. However, Tepsikanwi, with tears in his eyes, looked at their main god, who was covered in wounds, with a touch of pity. La also knew he was no match for them and left without saying a word.
This battle had left him utterly humiliated. The Zhao Yao Tree Kingdom was somewhat demoralized after La's defeat, but they were not without other deities.
Although La was the leader of the gods, they did not believe that every deity of the Xianlong Kingdom was as powerful as him. With this thought, their expressions brightened somewhat. Tepsikanwi closed his eyes in prayer and slowly opened them amid the cries of the crowd to look around. Upon seeing this, Tepsikanwi also sighed in relief.
Shu, the god of wind and air, was regarded as the god of order.
Among the 9 great gods, he also holds a very high rank.
This made Tepsikanwi's expression improve considerably, and now it was Chen Gong's turn to feel tense. However, he was only nervous.
In his mind, apart from Ra, all other gods were insignificant. Even the capital of the gods had already fallen, and the defeat of the Zhao Yao Tree Kingdom at the hands of the Xianlong Kingdom was merely a matter of time.
I know this is Shu, another major deity. Last time, we barely won at the cost of sacrificing a deity. Will it be the same this time?
Our gods aren't all as powerful as that. I hope Jinshin still has a plan. Otherwise, the Xianlong Kingdom will be left to be picked apart by other nations. We were once on the verge of victory, but now we find ourselves in this dire situation.
It seems Jinshin is bearing a tremendous burden alone.
Aside from him, we have no one else we can rely on. Just as they were lost in their thoughts, the deities of the Xianlong Kingdom also appeared in everyone's field of vision. Chen Gong looked in the direction of the 5 deities, and upon seeing them, a satisfied smile immediately appeared on his lips. This time, their luck had improved significantly. His smile left everyone present puzzled, staring at him with astonished expressions. These 5 deities were none other than the Monkey King Sun Wukong, the Taoist deity Feng Bo Yusi, the 9 heavens Shen Nu, and the 1,000-mile eyes. Chen Gong immediately fixed his gaze on the Monkey King Sun Wukong. However, at that very moment, the martial arts stage suddenly underwent a change. The wind and rain gods had not been summoned yet, but they spoke first. This wasn't Sun Wukong. The voice was faint, but Chen Gong heard every word. Chen Gong looked at Feng Bo and Yushur in astonishment, shocked that he could speak, and even more shocked by the meaning of his words. Fortunately, he did not speak immediately, otherwise, this time he would have truly met his end. He observed the monkey with some confusion, but his mind immediately recognized who he was. This person must be the 6-eared macaque. Where could the real Sun Wukong have gone?
Chen Gong was momentarily confused.
The one he had summoned earlier should have been the real Sun Wukong. The wind and rain masters must know a lot, but when he spoke those words, his expression was pained. It seemed he had taken a great risk to speak. Chen Gong still didn't understand the situation and didn't know what to do. Just as he was thinking, the gate of awakening suddenly stirred, and the general of the heavenly army burst out.
Countless people stared in shock at the scene, wondering what was happening. The heavenly general charged straight toward the Monkey King, no, toward the six-eared monkey. You filthy monkey, dare to impersonate Old Pig's senior brother? I'll beat you to death. However, the next moment, the six-eared macaque opened his eyes and struck with his golden staff in anger. Fool, can't you even tell who I am? Fool! The celestial general of the heavenly army was stunned. Chen Gong also froze. This seemed to be a term only Sun Wukong would use for Zhu Beiji, leaving everyone else confused. Zhu Beiji still couldn't help but speak up. Who are you? If you don't clarify this today, Old Pig won't let you off the hook. Who am I? The monkey burst into laughter. I'll tell you who I am. I'm the Monkey King Sun Wukong, the disciple of the Bodhi Patriarch. You fool, you still ask who I am? He looked down on everyone, as if no one was worth his time. Chen Gong noticed something was wrong. The previous Sun Wukong was the six-eared macaque, and this one was the real Sun Wukong. With this realization, he observed Sun Wukong closely. Sun Wukong was born on Flower Fruit Mountain in the Kingdom of Alai, East Shengsheng continent of the Saha world, nurtured by a divine stone that had existed since the beginning of time. However, the divine stone was not without origin. It was situated on the ancestral vein of the 10 continents and 3 islands, its height corresponding to the 24 solar terms, and its pores aligned with the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams. One day, the stone cracked open, producing a stone egg. When the wind blew, it transformed into a stone monkey. Upon its birth, 2 beams of divine light shot from its eyes, piercing the celestial palace and startling the Jade Emperor in heaven. After successfully entering the water curtain cave, he was crowned the Monkey King by the monkeys of Flower Fruit Mountain. Throughout his life, he valued the title of Monkey King above all else, so Chen Gong confirmed that this was the true one. Chapter 34, Western Gods and Buddhas. Chen Gong suddenly looked terrified. If this man was the real Sun Wukong, then why had the one he had awakened earlier been successful? Could all of this be the work of the Buddha? However, Zhu Beiji was also momentarily at a loss, staring in shock at Sun Wukong. You're the real senior brother? Suddenly, he seemed to realize something was amiss as well. Tathagata, you've deceived this old pig so badly. As he spoke, the gate of awakening forcefully pulled Zhu Beiji inside. Sun Wukong looked worriedly at the spot where Zhu Beiji had disappeared. He immediately grew impatient and ordered. Hurry up and wake up old Sun. Once this is settled, I need to go help the fool. Chen Gong snapped back to his senses, hesitating over his own speculation. However, his top priority now was to uncover the truth. So he steeled his resolve, clenched his teeth, and spoke. Dressed in golden armor, shining brightly, with a golden crown on his head, reflecting light. He held a golden staff in his hand, and his cloud-like shoes matched his attire. His pair of strange eyes shone like stars, and his ears, which reached past his shoulders, were thick and hard. Standing tall and agile, his voice rang out like a bell. With a sharp beak and crooked teeth, he was the horse tamer, aiming to become the Monkey King. The younger generation, Chen Gong, humbly welcomes the Monkey King Sun Wukong. However, after he finished speaking, there was still no movement. His face turned pale, and he immediately thought he had made a mistake. The direction of the Jujube Day Tree Kingdom burst into laughter, believing Chen Gong was doomed. The country of Shenlong was filled with cries of despair, unable to understand Chen Gong's actions. However, at that very moment, Sun Wukong erupted in anger and shouted toward the sky. What a hypocritical Buddha! What a cunning Buddhist! Ha! I, the old monkey, have returned. Watch me tear your Buddhist sect apart. Sun Wukong looked resentful, as if he had suffered a great injustice. However, at that moment, a voice echoed from the sky, its source invisible. You insolent monkey! I have already sealed your master and your younger disciple. Now that you have become the victor over demons Buddha, you still dare to be ungrateful? You truly deserve a beating. As the words fell, a beam of Buddha's light illuminated the earth and a gigantic hand appeared in the sky. Sun Wukong showed no fear on his face and struck the massive palm with his staff, shattering it. Hey! You don't really think no one knows about your little schemes, do you? Everything you've done, old Sun has already found out. It's just a six-eared macaque. Does it really think it can replace old Sun? My younger disciple already knows the truth, and my master will find out sooner or later. Even if you take away my destiny, so what? I, Sun Wukong, was born to live forever. You can't kill me, and no one in this world can kill me. Chen Gong's expression grew solemn. After hearing their conversation, he had pieced together the entire story. The others, though confused by what they heard, knew that this matter was far from simple. All eyes were fixed on Sun Wukong. They had originally thought that Sun Wukong had been the victor over demons Buddha, but now it seemed that the matter was far from that. Only Chen Gong seemed to know the truth, but even he was only speculating. Chen Gong knew there were 2 versions of the journey to the west, but the differences between the 2 were too great. The first version was the original text, which recounted Sun Wukong's birth, his apprenticeship under the Bodhi Patriarch, and his rebellion in heaven. He met Tang Sanzang, Zhu Beiji, Sha Wujing, and the White Dragon Horse, and set off on their journey to the west to retrieve the scriptures. Along the way, they faced countless dangers, defeated demons and monsters, and endured the 81 trials.
Finally, they reached the Western Heaven and met the Buddha, achieving enlightenment as the five saints. However, Sun Wukong's journey was different. Before setting off on the journey to the west, he encountered many events. After gaining his initial supernatural powers, Sun Wukong first caused chaos in the Dragon Palace to obtain the Rui Jingu Bang, then caused chaos in the underworld to erase his name from the Book of Life and Death.
He was later recruited by the Heavenly Realm and appointed as the Horse Guardian.
Upon learning of his lowly position, he returned to Flower Fruit Mountain in anger and defeated the tower-holding Heavenly King and the three princes who came to suppress him. He forced the Jade Emperor to grant him the title of Great Sage equal to heaven and built the Great Sage's palace in the Heavenly Court, where he was tasked with managing the Peach Garden. After getting drunk and disrupting the Queen Mother's peach banquet, he stole the golden elixir from the Supreme Elder, which transformed him into a golden body. By chance, he gained the Fire-Eye Golden Gaze while being refined in the Supreme Elder's alchemy furnace. He then caused chaos in the Heavenly Palace, and even the 10,000 heavenly soldiers and generals, the 4 heavenly kings, and the 28 constellations were unable to defeat him. Later, he lost a bet in battle with the Buddha, and was imprisoned under the Five Elements Mountain, formed from the Buddha's discarded hand, for over 500 years to atone for his sins.
Repent and reform? Did he truly repent?
Shen Gong absolutely did not believe that Sun Wukong had truly repented. If he had truly repented as claimed, he wouldn't have caused so much trouble when he first met Tang Sanzang. Even after being bound by he remained defiant. All of this changed after encountering the six-eared monkey. At first, Sun Wukong was invincible in battle, but later he had to seek help from the Heavenly Court.
Shen Gong dared not think any further.
All of this was part of a conspiracy. After the incident with the fake Monkey King, they all believed that the Sun Wukong they knew was actually the six-eared macaque, while the real Sun Wukong had been imprisoned all along. However, the Buddha would never admit to this. If he did, Tang Sanzang might not fight him to the death, but the Bodhi Patriarch would certainly not spare him. Tang Sanzang had spent so much time with Sun Wukong and had never noticed that he was different from before.
No one would believe it, would they? Even Zhu Beiji noticed something was off just now. Tang Sanzang probably wouldn't admit it even if he knew the truth. However, the Bodhi Patriarch is truly different. The difference is evident from the way they address each other.
Sun Wukong has always referred to Tang Sanzang as master, while the Bodhi Patriarch is called master. Master can refer to skilled craftsmen or service providers in various fields. It can also specifically refer to the teacher of an emperor or a teacher for the common people during the Southern Song dynasty. Master, however, refers to a teacher who imparts knowledge and resolves doubts, carrying a stronger emotional connotation. As the saying goes, once a teacher, always a father. In traditional society, fathers held a special position of reverence and obedience. To put it bluntly, Tang Sanzang is the leader, while Bodhi Zusheng is the true master and father figure. Shen Gong also understood why the Buddha could conceal the truth for so long, fearing that Tang Sanzang had tacitly approved it all along. Sun Wukong saw that the Buddha had not spoken, and immediately burst into laughter.
Do you think that just because you're not speaking, I can't do anything to you? Don't you fear that my 2 masters will find out and come to settle accounts with you? The Buddha finally spoke. As a messenger of the Western Heavens, you dare to break the rules and appear here? You will be severely punished upon your return. As for you, Jinshan Zi, you are also a deity of the Western Heavens. If you dare to act similarly, you will face the same punishment. Chapter 35, The Buddhist Conspiracy. Sun Wukong raised his golden staff, his expression turning cold. You dare to threaten me in front of so many people? Do you really think I'm someone who can be intimidated?
Saying this, Sun Wukong was about to attack.
Shen Gong called out to Sun Wukong at that moment.
Your master and disciples are still in his hands.
This is not the best time to act. As for the Buddha, you are nothing but a hypocrite.
On their journey to the west to retrieve the scriptures, they encountered countless demons and monsters, and you committed countless acts of slaughter. In the end, all you got was the label of demon, yet you still refused to return with me. You claim to preach compassion and enlightenment to all beings, but even if there were a Buddha in this world, he wouldn't be like you. Since you refuse to acknowledge it, tell me, is the six-eared monkey truly dead? Then who was the one I saw earlier who claimed to be Sun Wukong? As the questions rang out, the Buddha remained silent, as if unable to speak. Sun Wukong watched as the faint figure in the sky vanished, and he erupted in anger, directing his fury toward the deity of the Zhao Yu Tree Kingdom. In a fit of rage, he struck without mercy, quickly dispatching his target. Chen looked at him with a complex expression, unable to understand why Sun Wukong was so powerful. After all, the opponent was at least a main god, yet he had disposed of him so easily. It seemed that Sun Wukong was even more powerful than he had imagined. His previous concerns had only been about the six-eared macaque. After dealing with the situation, Sun Wukong turned his gaze toward Shen Gong. He must bring back the gods of Huaxia as soon as possible. The next battle must be against the Xian Do Kingdom. After speaking, Sun Wukong departed immediately. The people of the Jujube Tree Kingdom were already startled by this scene. This Sun Wukong was truly terrifying. The gods of Huaxia are all too terrifying. Every single one of them is so powerful. What can we possibly do against them? Two main gods have already been injured, one severely and the other fatally. I think if we keep fighting like this, the only fate awaiting us is defeat.
Why insist on fighting? It's better to surrender now and avoid more divine beings dying later.
We thought we had this one, but it turns out the people of Huaxia are truly wolves in sheep's clothing. They looked so weak, but now they've really risen to the top.
Enough, enough. We can't win. No matter what happens, the only fate awaiting us is failure. We might as well just admit defeat now.
It seems that only those present are still worried about the outcome of this battle. Because it's clear that the victor of this summoning of the gods battle will definitely be the Huaxia nation. And they may face various consequences such as territorial concessions. However, people from other countries are all thinking about Sun Wukong, which has piqued the curiosity of countless people.
The matters Sun Wukong mentioned don't seem that simple.
They appear to be connected to the Xiando kingdom, but no one knows the details. Who would have thought that the Buddha, who seemed to radiate divine light, was such a cunning villain, stealing others' destiny?
How could such a person deserve the title of Buddha?
I believe most people in the Xiando kingdom are also treacherous individuals.
If even their Buddha is like this, they must not be much different.
If I were from Xiando kingdom, I'd probably want to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. The Buddha we worship has done such a treacherous thing, yet he still has the nerve to stand here and chat with us. Most of these words come from countries that are at odds with Xiando kingdom.
However, these words have made the people of Xiando kingdom extremely angry.
Nevertheless, even if they knew which country these words came from, they couldn't possibly deal with so many countries at once. Therefore, the first target of the Xiando kingdom's attention fell on the people of the Huaxia kingdom. They believed that the current situation they were facing was all because the deities of the Huaxia kingdom had spoken nonsense.
Their Buddha would never do such a thing.
The people of Huaxia are simply too arrogant. Without investigating the matter thoroughly, they dare to make such baseless accusations.
Your gods are unreasonable, and you are even more so.
Don't think that just because you defeated the Zhao Yutri kingdom, you can challenge us, the Xiando kingdom.
We will crush you and make you beg for mercy on your knees. General, we absolutely cannot let them off the hook.
If they get away with this once, they will do it again, and our reputation will be ruined. Anyway, the Huaxia kingdom is already severely weakened.
Let's fight them to the end.
We must show the people of the Huaxia kingdom that we are not to be trifled with, or they will think our Xiando kingdom is easy to bully and frame. Everyone who had thought about it was filled with righteous indignation, eager to fight the people of the Huaxia kingdom right now. However, due to the constraints of the rules, they dared not act rashly. However, not everyone believed Sun Wukong's words.
Some people still thought he was just making things up.
However, Chen Gong's expression grew solemn. He sensed that there was more to this matter than met the eye. At this point, the people of Zhao Yaotri kingdom had lost their will to win and even chose to surrender outright. After Chen Gong stepped down, he went straight to Su Zhongshan's side. Our severe cultural disconnect with the divine realm is not our fault. It is likely that some divine beings from other nations have engaged in underhanded dealings. Today, Sun Wukong encountered a monkey on his journey to the west who looked exactly like him. The two fought fiercely, neither able to overpower the other. So they searched all the places where gods dwell, seeking to determine who was real and who was fake, but no deity could assist them.
Ultimately, the two went to the Buddha.
In the end, the Buddha distinguished between the two, but now that both Sun Wukong have appeared, I believe the Buddha intends to completely eradicate our Chinese deities and has chosen the six-eared monkey to replace our Sun Wukong. Su Zhongshan's expression grew solemn, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Through Sun Wukong's words, he had already formed such suspicions. However, he dared not confirm it, as such a thing was too absurd to believe. But now, Chen Gong's thoughts were almost identical to his own. This made him gradually believe in his own suspicions, glaring menacingly in the direction of the Xiando kingdom.
You should give us an explanation. Things have already come to this point. Regardless of the truth, you must provide an account.
The leader of the Xiando kingdom looked down on them with disdain, as if they didn't even exist.
Chapter 36, Forcing the Goose to Lay Eggs. You just claim it was our Buddha who did it. What proof do you have? It's all just your speculation. Even the words spoken by your son Wukong, are they necessarily true?
Su Zhongshan's face turned angry as he looked at Chen Gong with a questioning expression. Chen Gong turned to him and whispered a few words into his ear. Since you say this is our speculation, and we believe this matter is real, both sides have discovered such political intrigue.
Why not settle this through a divine battle to prove the truth?
We have already launched a divine battle this year and cannot launch another one.
Since you believe we are framing you, why don't you just launch the divine battle yourselves?
The Xiando kingdom couldn't say what they had already said, though they had their own thoughts. However, the situation in the Huaxia kingdom has changed drastically from before, and it can no longer be judged by conventional logic. They are unaware of the Huaxia kingdom's true capabilities, while the Huaxia kingdom knows theirs, leaving them hesitant to respond immediately. Nevertheless, in everyone's eyes, they appear to be acting out of fear, and immediately, everyone begins to feel a hint of apprehension toward them. If they can use such treacherous methods against the Huaxia kingdom, they could do the same to other nations, so they couldn't help but feel afraid.
The people of the Huaxia nation were already furious and had been discussing the matter below the stage. If you keep claiming you didn't do such things, why won't you face us in battle? Just because you say it nicely, should we believe you? I think this matter is almost certain. In the future, we must be cautious when interacting with the Xiando kingdom. If they use such methods against the Huaxia kingdom, who knows what they will do to other nations next time? This is too terrifying. I'll report this immediately. Otherwise, if we encounter such a situation, we might not be as lucky as the Huaxia kingdom was to have Chen Gong. They think that by not engaging in the name-changing divine war, everything will be fine. I believe our Qin Shen will definitely find a way to investigate this matter. Once the results are out, they will become the target of everyone's criticism. Xiando kingdom is now in a no-win situation. If they agree, they might end up losing to China. If they refuse, other countries will harbor resentment toward them. One option is possible defeat, the other is certain resentment. They have already made up their minds. Regardless, they must take a chance to find out the outcome, so they have made their decision. Xiando kingdom is declaring a divine war against Huaxia kingdom. Suddenly, a row of characters appeared in the sky. The Xiando kingdom and the Huaxia kingdom will begin the divine name war in 3 days. Chen Gong saw this scene and felt a sense of tension. He wondered if his guess was correct. Su Zhongshan and Chen Gong exchanged glances. The former whispered, "Chen Gong, let's discuss this matter after we return." Chen Gong had no intention of speaking here in the first place, so upon hearing this, he remained silent. Thus, they returned under the gaze of the crowd. As soon as Su Zhongshan arrived at his own territory, he couldn't help but ask, "Chen Gong, what was the deal with that Sun Wukong today?" Chen Gong hesitated for a moment before saying, "I can't explain this clearly right now, because I'm not entirely certain my guess is correct. It's quite possible that the Buddha of Victory we encountered earlier was the six-eared macaque, and the Sun Wukong we saw today is the real one." Su Zhongshan fell silent. If that were the case, things would be complicated. After pondering for a moment, he said to Chen Gong, "Regardless of how this matter unfolds, we must get to the bottom of it. Among all nations, only our Huaxia civilization has the most severe in its divine culture. If there are any questions about this, it would be understandable." Chen Gong nodded in agreement, his thoughts perfectly aligned with Su Zhongshan's. Su Zhongshan hesitated and said, "This time, you should stay put and not handle the Xiando kingdom the same way you did with the Zhao Yaotri kingdom. They must have already made preparations. Use the next 3 days to think it through. What's wrong with this situation? What's really going on? If you need any help, just let us know, and we'll do everything we can to investigate and uncover the truth." Chen Gong nodded in agreement, as he had no intention of leaving in the first place. He wanted to think carefully about any other irregularities in the journey to the west, as this might be helpful for him in the future. With that thought, he said no more. Su Zhongshan immediately realized he was contemplating something important, so he quickly summoned his men to leave. After they left, they couldn't help but discuss it among themselves. "We never thought that our Chinese deities would be bullied like this by these bald men. If the rules didn't prohibit it, I'd kill them all right now. We must not act rashly in this matter. I believe Chen Gong has already devised a plan. If we act impulsively, we might ruin his plans. Thinking this way, we should first figure out how to cooperate with Chen Gong. In the coming days, we must strengthen security here. No one except the few of us should be allowed to approach. We'll take turns bringing him food, no extra people should be sent. We must be extremely cautious. I feel this matter could be a turning point for the entire Chinese nation. After Chen Gong and the others have left, we should focus on handling the matters related to the journey to the west. I have a feeling that the Buddha and the others couldn't have orchestrated such a large-scale operation on their own. Moreover, the Bodhi Patriarch must have noticed something. Perhaps he knew there was no guarantee of success and chose not to intervene. Anyone in the world could betray Sun Wukong, but the Bodhi Patriarch would never abandon him. Therefore, Chen Gong knew there must be something extraordinary at play here, and he only hoped he would have the opportunity to meet this Bodhi Patriarch. The great enlightened golden immortal, free from defilement, the ancestral Bodhi of the Western paradise, unborn and undying, the threefold path, the all-pervading spirit and boundless compassion. Empty and still, naturally adapting to change true nature, freely acting as it is, sharing the same lifespan as heaven, a majestic being having undergone countless trials, a great master of the Dharma. This is the Bodhi Patriarch. In the journey to the west, there are few deities in the world who can match him. There must be something extraordinary about this matter. Meanwhile, the Xiando kingdom was in complete chaos. They couldn't understand why, despite merely watching from the sidelines, they had become entangled in this matter. This made them furious, and their hatred for Chen Gong reached its peak. "I don't care what the world says about me. I only know that Chen Gong must die, otherwise, our Xiando kingdom is in danger. So this time, no matter what you say, I will go and kill Chen Gong." Chapter 37, Assassination Fails. The one who spoke these words was a tall, muscular man with a murderous expression, as if he wanted to grow wings and fly over to kill Chen Gong right then and there. However, this was merely a fantasy. The others would not give him such a risky opportunity.
So someone acted quickly to stop him, speaking without any hesitation. If you go and succeed, that's one thing, but if you fail, our Xiando kingdom will become a laughingstock for everyone to mock. If you want to be ridiculed, go ahead. If you're so impulsive, I'll knock you unconscious, carry you back, and lock you up. There are definitely people around Chen Gong right now. The Han man, blocked by them, grew furious and slammed the table into two pieces. He glared angrily at the people in front of him but couldn't think of a rebuttal. At that moment, a middle-aged man spoke up. Although you're acting impulsively, I think this is the best course of action. We both know the truth about what Chen Gong said. If he takes these 3 days to truly come to terms with it, then our Xiando kingdom won't just be laughed at, but mocked by everyone. It's better to take a risky move and assassinate Chen Gong directly. His words carried significant weight among the group, so no one immediately objected. Everyone was contemplating whether this plan was feasible. However, deep down, they all knew that Chen Gong must die. Thus, they ultimately made their decision to kill Chen Gong. Chen Gong was unaware of their schemes. He was still pondering what extraordinary events had unfolded in Journey to the West. At that moment, someone knocked on the door. No one would disturb him except during mealtimes. Although time was precious to him now, he still ate when it was time to eat. So he walked over and opened the door. "Why did you come so quickly today? Did something happen?" Just as he spoke, he felt as though someone was watching him, and the gaze was filled with murderous intent. He didn't show that he had noticed, instead pretending nothing had happened and intending to go inside. Just then, someone leaped out of the shadows, holding a dagger in their hand. Chen Gong reached out to block the attack and struck without mercy, but the attacker wasn't alone. He looked at the 4 or 5 people surrounding him with a serious expression. It was clear that there were spies from the Xianlong kingdom among them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to sneak so many people in. This made his expression dark and ominous. Although he was a master, these men were no pushovers, and the two sides quickly found themselves locked in a standoff. Chen Gong wasn't particularly worried about himself. These men weren't his match. He had not killed anyone immediately because he wanted to spare 1 or 2 survivors. They had to find the traitor from the Xianlong kingdom at all costs, otherwise, such incidents might occur frequently in the future. Soon, Su Zhongshan and his men arrived. Upon seeing Chen Gong and the others engaged in a fierce battle, they immediately grew tense. Protect Chen Gong. Capture the assassins. As soon as the order was given, people sprang into action. Chen Gong, seeing this, randomly grabbed the nearest assassin and brought him inside. Soon, the area outside grew quiet, and Chen Gong coldly stared at the other party. "How did you manage to sneak in here? Who in our country is your accomplice?" The assassin clenched his teeth, refusing to speak. "If you don't speak, I won't kill you. I'll torture you. Have you heard of the cruel tortures of our Xianlong kingdom? Let me give you a detailed introduction." The assassin wasn't afraid of death, but he feared a life worse than death. When he heard Chen Gong say this, he swallowed nervously but still refused to give in. Chen Gong sneered coldly, his sinister expression sending a chill down one's spine. The brutal tortures of the Xianlong kingdom include slow slicing, beheading, decapitation, flaying, burning on a hot iron, and castration, among others. Notable examples include the Ming dynasty's legal tortures, the Qing dynasty's 10 great tortures, and the Shang dynasty's 10 great tortures. I wonder how many you can endure. We're not in a hurry, we'll take them one by one. The assassin was clearly afraid, and Chen Gong noticed it, waving the dagger in front of him. Just as the dagger was about to slice down, the assassin finally couldn't hold back and spoke up. I'll talk. Your security captain's wife is in our hands, he can't help you now." Chen Gong sneered and ignored him. Su Zhongshan walked in shocked. It seemed he wasn't unfamiliar with this man. How could it be him? If he hadn't notified me, I wouldn't have come so quickly. Chen Gong immediately realized there was no spy among them. These people were using their own relatives as hostages. He couldn't believe that almost everyone among them had their own family members. If someone were truly so ruthless as to control everyone's families and force them to do things, then what choice would these people have? Thinking this, Chen Gong said to Su Zhongshan, "This matter is most likely true. Throughout history, loyalty and filial piety have rarely been compatible. He took a great risk to come and inform you. In the future, all important military personnel must be kept in a safe place. Su Lao, you must give this matter your full attention. These heroes are willing to sacrifice their lives for our country. We can't do much to help them, but at least we must ensure they have no worries for the future." Su Zhongshan said with a sense of guilt. "This is all my fault for not thinking ahead. I will handle it properly. Just wait for my good news. There's only 1 day left, and these people must be from Xiando Kingdom by now." Chen Gong nodded, his expression unchanged. "The more they want to kill me, the more suspicious this matter becomes. It seems my suspicions are nearly confirmed. I will tell you everything in detail tomorrow. I'll use the remaining time to write down some names of deities. I'll try to choose those from Journey to the West, as that will make it easier for us to learn more about the situation." Su Zhongshan had no objections and nodded before going to do his own tasks. Chen Gong moved to another location to continue his work, as there was little else he could do to assist. At that moment, the people from Xiando Kingdom had already learned of their failure. They realized that what they had done could no longer be concealed. This left the people of Xiando Kingdom in a state of despair, as if they had faced a great calamity, with no trace of joy on their faces. In contrast, the people of Xianlong Kingdom continued with their usual routines, eating and drinking as if nothing had happened.
Chapter 38: The Cunning Traitor.
Although the assassination had been strictly ordered to be kept secret, many people still found out about it. Those who learned of it were all eager to immediately seek out the people of Xiando Kingdom for a fight.
The people of Xiando Kingdom are truly despicable.
They think they can't win in open combat, so they resort to underhanded tactics.
How has such a country managed to survive this long? I wonder what they're thinking. Even if they want to win, they don't have to go to such extremes, right? Going straight to fight Chinchin, I wonder how he's doing now.
Where did you all hear about this?
Why haven't I heard anything? What's happening now? Did the people of Xiando Kingdom succeed?
What goes around comes around.
Heaven doesn't spare anyone.
They used such methods against our country, so it's no wonder others use methods against them. Chen Gong, that dog, is still alive. What a curse he is. At that moment, Chen Gong had moved to a different location and began to ponder. He wasn't thinking about the Buddha, but why the people of Xiando Kingdom would do such a foolish thing.
Su Zhongshan, after handling matters outside, entered and hurriedly asked.
There were simply too many things happening earlier.
Since you seemed unharmed, I didn't ask. Are you certain you're not injured? Perhaps you should get a full checkup to rule out any internal injuries? Chen Gong shook his head and asked. I'm fine. This is the list I prepared in advance.
Take it and hand it over when the time comes.
The strongest ones on the other side aren't that many.
I have a 90% chance of winning.
Su Zhongshan didn't doubt him at all.
He already knew that their chances of winning this time were very high. After all, their country had a genius like Chen Gong, so there was no need to worry about such things. However, some people were more cautious and asked carefully. Although we all trust you, this matter is extraordinary. Why don't you explain the situation so we can think of a solution together?
Chen Gong nodded, indicating he understood. The only deities worth paying attention to in the Xiando Kingdom are Indra, Vishnu, and Shiva.
The others are no problem.
Don't worry. Su Zhongshan nodded and said nothing more.
By then, it was almost time, so the few of them walked out together. They arrived at the site of the martial arts arena and saw that the people from Xiando Kingdom had already arrived. When they appeared, many people in the crowd looked over curiously. Su Zhongshan walked directly to the front of the Xiando Kingdom's resting area and slammed his fist on the table.
Who was responsible for yesterday's incident? We both know the truth. The martial arts competition hasn't even begun yet. I demand a formal apology from you.
The leader of the Xiando Kingdom, Shihujie, stood up angrily and said angrily.
What evidence do you have to prove it was our country? Coming here to cause trouble without any evidence, do you think that's appropriate? Why should we apologize to you? I think you should apologize to us. You falsely accused us without any reason. Please give us an explanation. Otherwise, this will be considered a declaration of war.
Su Zhongshan's face turned ashen.
Everyone knows who did this.
However, the other party adopted a stubborn attitude, insisting that we have no evidence. They acted as if even if they knew it was us, they would never admit it. Su Zhongshan dared not speak up, though their country had improved significantly compared to before. But they weren't strong enough to confront others openly. The saying weak countries have no diplomacy was fully demonstrated at this moment. Chen Gong understood his concerns. He wouldn't have endured such humiliation if it weren't for the sake of the nation. So he walked over, looking ready for a fight. Since you refuse to admit that you attempted to assassinate me, I will prove it with my actions.
Let us settle this with a fight. You have no evidence to prove it wasn't us. We also have no evidence to prove it was you. Since neither side has evidence, let's settle this with our fists. Whoever loses apologizes. The once dominant Fan now dared not speak. He understood that the current Xinlong Kingdom was no longer the same as before. It seemed he had acted impulsively. If they really angered Chen Gong, several of them might not return alive.
Fan immediately stood up respectfully and apologized. There's no need for all this trouble. I admit that some of us acted impulsively, but please believe that this was not the intention of our national leaders. Please forgive us.
Chen Gong snorted coldly, unwilling to waste his breath on such unreasonable people, and left directly.
Su Zhongshan looked triumphant. Their country hadn't felt this powerful in a long time. This scene made the people of Xinlong Kingdom feel a sense of pride. They had endured years of humiliation and had long forgotten what it meant to walk with their heads held high. But now Chen Gong tells them that they can walk with their heads held high in front of other countries. They can say whatever they want and do whatever they please. All of this is what Chen Gong has brought them, and what the nation has brought them. This has moved the people of Xinlong Kingdom to speak from the heart. Indeed, truth lies within the range of a cannon.
The transformation from a nation that was never respected to one that is now respected. Only the people of Qianlong Kingdom know how bitter and arduous that journey was. Chen Gong is so cool. He exudes dominance yet retains elegance. A single smile or glance is enough to intimidate those demons and monsters. Without him, Su Lao would have suffered even more humiliation. Only now do I realize that our nation has always progressed step by step. Without Chen Gong, our nation had fallen to a state where everyone could be trampled upon. But his arrival brought us hope. Thank you, Chen Gong. Thank you, Motherland. It is you who gave us the courage to speak out and fight those cowards from Xiando Kingdom, making them pay for their actions. Su Zhongshan was the one who felt it the most. Before, when his country spoke, hardly anyone listened. Few cared about his feelings, but all of that was changed by Chen Gong. Strength is the foundation of justice. Dignity lies only on the edge of the sword, and truth only within the range of the cannon. Chen Gong had also come to deeply understand this truth. No matter the cost, he could not allow himself to fail. His failure would not be his alone, but the downfall of the entire nation. He had finally given these people hope for revival. He absolutely must not let that hope be shattered. Chapter 39, The Battle of the Gods. With this resolve, the competition began. The divine summoning battle between the Qianlong Kingdom and the Xiando Kingdom has officially begun. Please enter the arena. Chen Gong rushed in as soon as he received the news. Standing across from him was Shi Jiefan, the one who had previously engaged in a verbal altercation with him. Shi Jiefan approached him enthusiastically, though it seemed he had been half forced to come. Hello, Chen Gong. I am Shi Jiefan. Please take care of me. Chen Gong smiled and nodded, unwilling to engage with such a hypocritical person, and did not respond further. So Jifan's expression was somewhat unpleasant, but he dared not say anything. Both sides placed their lists on the table, and this time, Xiando Kingdom was given priority. Manjushri Bodhisattva, Dharmakaya Buddha, Vairocana Buddha, the 5 Wisdom Buddhas, the 5 Wisdom Tathagatas, Manjushri Bodhisattva, and the Willow Branch Guanyin. Their choice was Manjushri Bodhisattva, a deity who was also among the most prominent in their Xiando Kingdom. This reassured the people of Xiando Kingdom greatly, giving them the confidence to speak with authority. We have summoned Manjushri Bodhisattva this time. I don't believe their luck can stay this good forever. They can't keep summoning powerful deities every time. There must be a few weaker ones among them. Don't worry, I think the myth of their Qianlong Kingdom's inevitable victory will be shattered this time. The victors will definitely be our Xiando Kingdom. I never expected our luck to be this good this time. I hope our luck will continue to improve so that the Qianlong Kingdom will eventually fall into our hands. This time, Chen Gong prayed for Sun Wukong. However, things didn't go as planned. The 5 deities that appeared this time were Xiao Bailong, the son of the Dragon King of the Western Sea, who was also the Mount of Tang Sanzang, later the 8-part heavenly dragon Guangli Bodhisattva. Chengtian Xiaofa Huda Huangdi, the 4th of the 4 heavenly emperors in Taoism, was once one of the 12 ancestral wizards of the Witch Clan. The ancestor of the Earth Immortals, Jin Yuan the Great Immortal, whose lifespan is equal to that of the world, and who lives as long as the heavens and earth. Neza, the great god of the 3 altars and the sea assembly, possesses treasures such as the fire-tip spear, the heavenly brocade, the heaven and earth ring, and the wind and fire wheels, and possesses supernatural abilities such as 3 heads and 6 arms. The fairy Chang'e of the Palace of the Moon is the pride of heaven and the glory of the earth. The Milky Way shines brilliantly, accompanying only the cold moon. Chen Gong's primary goal this time is to win, but there is also a very important point, to uncover the true nature of the Buddha and Sun Wukong. Among these individuals, the one closest to Sun Wukong is undoubtedly the White Dragon. Although the White Dragon is always depicted as a horse in Journey to the West, his combat prowess is no slouch. He is not much weaker than Zhu Beiji. In the story of Bao Xiang Kingdom, Xiao Bailong once transformed into a beautiful woman and fought the Yellow Robe Demon for a long time. If Xu Beiji and Xiao Wujing attempt to ride him, they will inevitably provoke the White Dragon horse's fierce resistance. This alone demonstrates that while Xiao Bailong cannot match Sun Wukong in combat, he is roughly on par with Xu Beiji. Therefore, Chen Gong naturally chose the White Dragon horse this time. His mane hangs like white jade, and pearls spew colorful mist. The gods of snake-coiled mountains secretly protect him, and the wild horses of eagle-grieving gorge reign in their reigns. His body is covered in golden scales, and silver whiskers grow from his jaws. He radiates auspicious qi, and his 4 hooves are surrounded by auspicious clouds. This junior, Chen Gong, humbly welcomes the 8 heavenly dragons and the Bodhisattva of great beneficence, Xiao Bailong. Upon hearing this, a white dragon coiled itself and looked at Chen Gong. He immediately asked, "Are you Chen Gong? There's been a major incident at our place. The eldest senior brother should be fine, even the Buddhas like the Tathagata wouldn't dare harm him. However, the 2nd senior disciple, Zhu Beiji, and the 3rd senior disciple, Xiao Wujing, have been imprisoned. This time, you absolutely must not summon them out." Chen Gong did not regret summoning the White Dragon at all this time. It seemed that only he and Tang Sanzang had not been imprisoned. As Xiao Bailong spoke, Manjushri Bodhisattva across from him erupted in anger and shouted harshly.
Although you were born in the Xianlong kingdom, you attained enlightenment in our Xiandu kingdom.
Are you now betraying our Xiandu kingdom? Xiao Bailong looked down on him.
Although he had been humble lately, he wasn't like that with everyone.
He didn't think Manjushri Bodhisattva was worthy of such treatment.
Thinking this, Xiao Bailong spoke with utter disdain.
As one of the 4 great guardian bodhisattvas before the Buddha, his combat strength should be inferior to that of Earthstore Bodhisattva and Guanyin Bodhisattva.
You speak with such authority, but I refuse to accept it.
Let's settle this in a fight. Manjushri Bodhisattva also looked down on him.
Though they were all bodhisattvas, there were differences.
Xiao Bailong was at most his equal. Xiao Bailong instantly flew into the air, blaring fiercely at Manjushri Bodhisattva. In an instant, thunder and lightning appeared in the sky.
The thunderclaps echoed continuously, sending shivers down the spines of those present.
Even ordinary deities would have been struck dead by the lightning. Manjushri Bodhisattva, let's settle this today. Exactly my intention. Manjushri Bodhisattva did not back down, flying directly in front of Xiao Bailong at a short distance. The little white dragon swept its tail and struck directly at Manjushri Bodhisattva. The blue lion beneath Manjushri saw this and charged toward the white dragon's attack. But to everyone's surprise, the white dragon struck the blue lion and it fell to the ground instantly. Do you think this beast is my opponent? Manjushri was furious.
This was clearly a slap in his face. You wicked beast dares to do such a thing, we cannot spare you.
The audience below witnessed this scene and were deeply moved, each with their own thoughts.
The people from Xiando Kingdom had a grim expression, not expecting things to start off like this. This made them feel humiliated, as they had been certain of victory. They never imagined they would still end up losing, which was unbearable for them.
Who is this white dragon on the other side? He doesn't look that impressive, yet he's so powerful. Even our Manjushri Bodhisattva isn't his match. Wait a minute, why is the title of the deity on the other side 8-part Heavenly Dragon Guangli Bodhisattva? Shouldn't that also be a deity from our country? What does Chen Gong mean by this? I didn't even notice that until you mentioned it. What's going on here? It can't be that our country's deity defeated one of our own. That's too absurd. The Xianlong Kingdom must provide us with a reasonable explanation for this matter. This is too much bullying. Do they really think others are too stupid to notice? The people of Xianlong Kingdom don't know what's going on either. But that doesn't stop them from supporting Chen Gong. When they heard what Xiando Kingdom said, they couldn't help but refute it. You don't even know what's going on and you're just spouting nonsense here.
Be careful, a bolt of lightning might strike you from the sky.
Your mouth is so foul, did you even brush your teeth this morning? I recall that Qin Shen mentioned earlier that the western journey was supposed to come to your Xiando Kingdom, wasn't it? Chapter 40, the battle begins. Although I believe in Qin Shen, I'm also quite curious about what's really going on. Why does our country's deity have a shrine in Xiando Kingdom? Chen Gong seemed to have anticipated their speculation and explained loudly.
Xiao Bailong was originally the third prince of the Western Sea Dragon King. As a child, he was irresponsible and set fire to the pearl in the palace, committing a serious offense. Since his father, the Dragon King of the Western Sea, was a man of integrity, he decided to send Xiao Bailong to the heavenly court to await punishment. Fortunately, Guanyin Bodhisattva recognized that Xiao Bailong still had potential, so she pleaded for his punishment to be forgiven and transformed him into a white dragon horse. In this way, Xiao Bailong not only avoided punishment but also took on the task of carrying Tang Sanzang to the western heavens to retrieve the scriptures, thereby atoning for his sins. During the journey, Xiao Bailong endured hardships and sacrifices, ultimately achieving enlightenment. After obtaining the scriptures, he was elevated by the Buddha to the rank of the 8th heavenly dragon Bodhisattva. There was always a sense of awe, so that's how it was, but Chen Gong thought for a moment and continued. Originally, the story was like this, but I'm curious, how could Guanyin Bodhisattva see in all directions and hear everything, knowing so much? Immediately, everyone's gaze toward the Xiando Kingdom changed. This matter couldn't possibly be that simple. Meanwhile, the battle between Manjushri Bodhisattva and the White Dragon had reached a critical stage. Manjushri, riding a blue lion, transformed into countless forms, with blue Buddhist symbols forming a vast net spanning the sky. The White Dragon remained motionless as a mountain, with divine energy swirling around his body as he charged toward the blue net. A piercing roar echoed through the air as the two forces collided. Every step they took was imbued with immense power. Manjushri was quite surprised. This net should at least require the cultivation level of a Taiyi Xianxin to withstand it. Yet the person before him showed no sign of change. Xiao Bailong was equally shocked. He had underestimated this Manjushri Bodhisattva. This was going to be a fierce battle. Manjushri Bodhisattva, prepare to die. As soon as the words left his mouth, the once massive dragon form transformed into that of a graceful gentleman. Many young women instantly felt as though they had seen their dream lover. Xiao Bailong's words were filled with murderous intent. Though he was strongest in his dragon form. However, he knew that this Manjushri Bodhisattva was no ordinary opponent. He decided not to reveal all his trump cards at once. That's why he transformed back into human form, intending to fight Manjushri Bodhisattva to the end. You wicked beast!
Even now, you show no remorse. I will capture you alive and present you before the Buddha to atone for your sins. Manjushri Bodhisattva was not to be outdone. He clenched his fist, and the wisdom sword appeared in his hand. Attack, Manjushri Bodhisattva. Xiao Bai Long didn't bother to argue with him over this matter. It wasn't his fault to begin with. He had been summoned here. It was either the other's death or his own. Now it seemed as though he had committed some heinous crime deserving no mercy. These so-called Buddhas and Bodhisattvas were nothing but hypocrites, which enraged him to the point of drawing his sword. Manjushri Bodhisattva also drew his wisdom sword and charged forward. A deafening explosion echoed, as if two meteors had collided with the earth. Both figures were forced to retreat violently. Xiao Bai Long and Manjushri Bodhisattva both retreated dozens of steps before managing to stop their momentum. It seemed that the two were evenly matched. However, the little white dragon seemed extremely anxious, eager to resolve the situation and return as soon as possible. Chen Gong noticed this as well. The only way he could assist the little white dragon was by recounting the story of Journey to the West. Only by doing so could they enhance their divine power and weaken the opposing force of faith. With this in mind, Chen Gong began to recount his thoughts from the past few days, word for word. Today, I will speak of the cunning schemes of Journey to the West. The Buddha once said, the people of the southern continent are greedy, lustful, and prone to violence. They kill and fight endlessly, creating a realm of verbal warfare and a sea of evil. The southern continent is where our Xianlong kingdom is located. At that time, our country enjoyed political clarity, economic revival, military strength, and a peaceful and prosperous people. People from all nations were welcome to come and study, work, and do business. Whether they followed Taoism, Buddhism, Christianity, or Zoroastrianism, they could freely practice their faith, and people had the freedom to believe or not to believe. Chen Gong spoke each word slowly, and at that moment, they realized that this so-called Buddha was truly a master of manipulation. This caused many people to lose their composure and begin cursing. Are you kidding me? There was such a golden age back then? And yet it was being disparaged to the point where it wasn't even as good as any other country? With virtuous rulers, national prosperity, and favorable weather, what is there to reflect on? Therefore, the first step is to manipulate the Yellow Emperor, making him have nightmares and feel guilty. My goodness, this is too terrifying. They say that all other places in the world are good, but the southern continent has original sin, indulging in lust and chaos, killing and fighting, so it needs his true scriptures to save it? This not only makes the people of Xianlong Kingdom think the Buddha is too absurd, but even others find it baffling. Such a powerful Xianlong Kingdom wouldn't even exist in that feudal society, let alone the Xianlong Kingdom of today. In fact, such a weak Xianlong Kingdom should have already been destroyed long ago. But they are not afraid of death. That is why the Xianlong Kingdom has survived until now. Therefore, when they hear the Buddha's words, they find them utterly absurd. This led many to believe that there must be some hidden secret behind it all. The people of the Xiando Kingdom also feel that something is amiss. However, they are certain they must speak for their own country. Therefore, they chose to ignore the discrepancies they noticed and spoke with clever and evasive words. How much of history is true and how much is false? You don't know either. Perhaps it was your emperor who, for the sake of his own reputation, disregarded these matters. This doesn't prove anything either. If you really didn't do anything, why would you believe it? It must be because you did something wrong that you feel guilty. Ancient emperors killed countless people and committed countless atrocities to secure the throne. Even after becoming emperor, they claimed to act for the sake of the country and the people. Who can guarantee they didn't kill anyone before that? At this moment, Xiao Bai Long looked at Chen Gong in shock. He never imagined that there was someone in this world with such profound understanding. This gave him a sense of enlightenment, and his divine power grew significantly stronger, making his attacks far more agile than before. You are the true beasts, fabricating lies to make us fight for your cause. How dare you treat our senior brother like this? How dare you deceive us? Every single thing you've done, we've seen it all. Go to hell and wait for your accomplices to join you there. Chapter 41, The Bodhi Patriarch. Both sides pressed forward relentlessly, refusing to back down. Chen Gong continued to reveal the dark side of the Journey to the West conspiracy. Xiao Bai Long grew anxious, worried about the safety of Zhu Beiji and the others. So he transformed into his dragon form, and dark thunder rolled across the sky, as if a violent storm were about to erupt. Suddenly, a thunderbolt struck toward the direction of Manjushri Bodhisattva with tremendous force. Manjushri Bodhisattva did not expect him to suddenly transform back into his dragon form and was caught off guard, struck heavily by the lightning. Xiao Bai Long, having landed his first blow, dared not give him a moment's respite and struck again with lethal force. The people of Xiando Kingdom watched in shock as the Bodhisattva, second only to Guanyin Bodhisattva, was defeated by a small dragon. On the side of the Xianlong Kingdom, there erupted a chorus of cheers and celebrations. That was truly amazing. Although they were all bodhisattvas, there were still ranks among them. The one on the other side wasn't even a match for us, yet he had the nerve to claim our deity as his own. Xiao Bai Long is mighty. Chen Xin is domineering. Watching Animal Teru was so thrilling. The rolling thunder was so intense that I almost thought it was going to rain. I never expected Xiao Bai Long to display such divine power. Just now, they were still talking about what to do to Little White Dragon. What happened? Now they're all dead at his hands. Those cries of demon beast, who are they even calling? These so-called Journey to the West stories are actually a huge conspiracy. Who came up with this? Who wrote this story? I really want to know the truth. After dispatching his opponent, the Little White Dragon returned to his side and transformed back into human form. Shen Gong, I must return to investigate further. I can't help you much now, and with Manjushri Bodhisattva dead at my hands, this will surely cause a lot of trouble. You must take care of yourself. Remember that the deities of other countries do not want to see us grow strong. Be careful, be careful. By the time he finished speaking, Xiao Beilong had already vanished. It seemed as though he wanted to say something but couldn't bring himself to speak. Shen Gong saw this and realized it wasn't just the conspiracy of their Xian Do kingdom, other nations might be involved as well. Thinking this, he clenched his fists tightly, showing no sign of fear. No matter what, he would get to the bottom of this. Whether the real Sun Wukong was genuine or not, or whatever the truth behind him was, he had to investigate and uncover the entire truth. At that moment, the people from Xian Do kingdom could no longer sit idly by and began to pressure Su Zhongshan. Su Zhongshan, your countrymen have already insulted us so much, and you still won't do anything about it? Or are you saying that besides the name-changing divine war, we also need to fight a real battle in the real world? If that's the case, any unfavorable remarks about our country will be considered a declaration of war. I'll return immediately to organize my forces and come find you. Su Zhongshan refused to back down. If you hadn't done anything, why are you in such a hurry? So many deities, there must be one or two who know the truth. When that time comes, you will naturally understand what really happened. Are you so worried because you know what the gods of our country have done? You're unreasonable. These words left the other party speechless, so he angrily left. As he walked back, he must have said something to the people around him, likely intending to put pressure on the Xianlong kingdom. Sai Jiefan's expression was extremely grim. He already knew that if he failed, it would have a massive impact on their country. If they failed, it wouldn't just be Xianlong kingdom taking advantage of the situation. Even many other countries might use the banner of justice to attack them. Therefore, this battle was one he could not afford to lose. Victory was the only option. He kept praying in his heart for the arrival of a divine being, such as the Buddha or the supreme deity. The next moment, he looked at everything before him in shock and, without a moment's hesitation, chose the ancient Buddha of the lamp. He didn't even glance at the other four deities. His decisiveness was so striking that it couldn't help but arouse curiosity. The people of Xian Do kingdom looked as though they had seen a savior, unable to resist taunting and mocking him. We have summoned the ancient Buddha of the burning lamp. I wonder what deity your Xianlong kingdom has that can stand up to him. It would be better to admit defeat early and avoid unnecessary sacrifices. This time, it seems certain that we will win. There is no doubt about it. Shinshin, you should stop referring to him that way. Otherwise, it will be you who loses face. How could an ordinary person be deified? What matters most isn't winning, but discovering the truth. Manjushri Bodhisattva may not know the full story, but the ancient Buddha of the lamp certainly does. He stands shoulder to shoulder with the Buddha himself. Shen Gong saw the ancient Buddha of the lamp before him. His heart couldn't help but race with tension. Though he wasn't very familiar with him, he had heard of the ancient Buddha's fame. The ancient Buddha of the lamp was the previous patriarch of the 10,000 Buddhas, possessing immense power and vast experience. He had once expressed his with Buddhism and chosen to abdicate, revealing the deeper reasons behind his retirement. Additionally, he has existed for a much longer time and possesses even deeper spiritual power. Therefore, the ancient Buddha of the burning lamp was regarded as one of the most outstanding Buddhas. Upon his emergence, the ancient Buddha of the lamp bathed the earth in a divine light, leaving countless beings feeling purified. Shen Gong also felt a sense of physical and mental ease, unable to help but exclaim in his heart, no wonder he is the ancient Buddha of the lamp, capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with the Buddha. However, he quickly snapped back to reality, as after the Xian Do kingdom made its choice, it was his turn. The 5 deities were as follows. One of the 6 sovereigns, the Eastern Sovereign of the East, the Azure Emperor of the East, the Supreme Lord of Salvation. Tai Bai Jing Xing, Tai Bai Jing Tian, the bringer of change to the world, the one who brings new kings to the people. The Supreme Lord of Thunder and Lightning, Wang Shan, the divine official of the 3 eyes, who can see all matters under heaven and awaken the world with a single whip. Hua Guang Emperor, a general under the true martial emperor, guardian of the celestial realm. The Bodhi ancestor, who is neither born nor dies, shares the same lifespan as heaven, encompasses the 3 teachings and 9 schools, and possesses the great heavenly immortal decision, with 36 transformations of the heavenly gangs. The earthly fiends have 72 transformations, the 3 flame true fire, the cloud somersault, and various martial arts. Shen Gong did not hesitate for a moment and directly chose Bodhi as his teacher. Not only was he close friends with Sun Wukong, but his abilities were also among the top in all the gods. Thus, Shen Gong bowed deeply with reverence and said,
The great enlightened golden immortal, free from defilement, the ancestral Bodhi of the Western realm, unborn and undying, the threefold path, the all-encompassing chi and spirit, the boundless compassion. Emptiness and stillness naturally follow change. True nature acts freely. With a body as majestic as heaven, he is the great master who has attained enlightenment through countless reincarnations. This junior disciple, Chen Gong, humbly welcomes the patriarch Subhuti. Upon receiving the summons, the Bodhi patriarch opened his eyes. His originally compassionate gaze suddenly turned murderous upon seeing the ancient Buddha of the lamp. Lantern. Die. Chapter 42, The Best Master. The ancient Buddha of the burning lamp, who had not yet taken him seriously, suddenly became unpredictable, even showing a hint of unease and fear. Bodhi patriarch, there must be a misunderstanding regarding that matter. Please allow me to explain in detail. The Bodhi patriarch snorted coldly, showing no mercy as beams of light shot toward him. The ancient Buddha of the lamp blocked them with a single beam of Buddha light. There is nothing more to discuss between us. You once spoke kindly to me, claiming it was all for Wukong's sake. Now you dare to harm him? If you harm Wukong, I will slaughter every divine being in the western heavens. Upon hearing this, the entire Xianlong kingdom erupted into chaos. My goodness, exterminating all the western deities is so bold. This is truly the best master in the world. Although Sun Wukong was born of heaven and earth, without a father, he had found a master who treated him like a son, truly regarding him as his own flesh and blood. Those words made me feel like I could join the army right now and crush those western nations into oblivion. How dare they use such underhanded tactics? They're asking for death. I feel like I'm going to die. Although Sun Wukong has suffered many injustices, he has encountered the best master in the world. No matter what he does, there will always be someone to avenge him. The ancient Buddha of the lamp may not necessarily be a match for the Bodhi patriarch. However, the current Bodhi patriarch is completely deaf to any advice, and every move he makes is aimed at taking someone's life. Though the two are theoretically equals, the enraged Bodhi patriarch is indeed no match for him. Bodhi patriarch, don't forget this. We told you in advance, and you agreed. It was also your plan to send Sun Wukong to the western heavens to retrieve the scriptures. Saying this only made the Bodhi patriarch even more enraged. His divine form seemed to transform into countless swords, stabbing toward them. Back then, you told me to give Sun Wukong some Buddhist teachings, not to replace him with someone else. How dare you compare that monkey to my disciple? There's nothing more to say. Today, we will fight to the death. The ancient Buddha of the lamp truly never imagined that Sun Wukong was so important to him. Upon hearing this, he was so enraged that he wanted to storm Mount Ling and slaughter all the Buddhas there. He also knew that no matter what he said today, it would be useless. Bodhi patriarch would never listen to him calmly. To clarify this matter, only force would suffice. With this in mind, the ancient Buddha of the lamp no longer spoke and grew serious. However, from their battle, it was clear that the Bodhi patriarch was slightly more powerful than the ancient Buddha of the lamp. Chen Gong's eyes darted around. This Bodhi patriarch must know a lot about Sun Wukong. But at this moment, he didn't want to listen to anyone, he only wanted to kill him quickly to vent his anger. Therefore, for Chen Gong, the most urgent task now was to assist the Bodhi patriarch in killing the ancient Buddha of the lamp. With this in mind, Chen Gong began to speak about the Bodhi patriarch again. The Bodhi patriarch is neither an orthodox Buddhist nor a pure Taoist. He is not only a harmonious blend of the three teachings, but also a master of all schools of thought. Furthermore, this master has extensive worldly experience, understanding the dangers of the world, the coldness of human relationships, and all possible strategies. Originally, the Bodhi patriarch had only wanted to help his disciple avenge his master, but upon hearing Chen Gong speak so knowledgeably about him, he looked at Chen Gong with some surprise. When he saw the patterns on Chen Gong's head, he immediately understood. However, the audience from the Xian Do kingdom overheard that the Bodhi patriarch was one of the 10 great disciples of the Buddha. This surprised them, and some even felt a hint of joy, unable to resist mocking him. I thought he was such a powerful figure, but he's just one of the Buddha's disciples. How dare he be so disrespectful to the ancient Buddha? This is hilarious. He's just a disciple of our deity, yet he dares to commit such an act of disrespecting his master and betraying his ancestors. He should kneel down and apologize immediately before his master comes to punish him. I never expected that the deities of their country had such a deep connection with our deities. I think they're just a bunch of traitors. They learned everything from us, yet they dare to turn against us in the end. The people of Xianlong Kingdom immediately declared that they had never seen such shameless people in their entire lives. Thus, they did not back down and confronted them directly. Are your ears deaf or your eyes blind? Didn't you hear? He was merely one of your masters. Though he imparted Buddhist knowledge to him, he didn't learn only Buddhist knowledge. If that's the case, then as long as your master taught you knowledge, even if he killed you, you would still smile and accept it? If you can do that, then come talk to us. I see that you are the hypocrites, always talking about masters and disciples, yet you do such things and still think you are in the right. Bodhi patriarch was already on par with the ancient Buddha of the lamp, and with the divine power bestowed upon him, he immediately gained the upper hand.
Just as he was about to kill the ancient Buddha of the burning lamp, a faint figure suddenly appeared in the sky. Buddha's light illuminated the earth, and the entire world seemed to be bathed in Buddha's light. Countless people gazed at the figure formed by the Buddha's light in the sky. You ungrateful disciple! How dare you commit such an act of betraying your master and dishonoring your ancestors? Kneel down and confess your sins at once. Upon hearing this voice, everyone knew that the one who had arrived was the Buddha. Earlier, when Sun Wukong was present, they had also heard the voice of the Buddha, but they had only heard the voice and not seen his form. Now it seemed as though the entire Buddha had come in person. It appeared that he held the Bodhi patriarch in high regard. The Buddha Sakyamuni is revered as the supreme ruler of the Buddhist realm and the sovereign of the world. He is the leader of all Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, and commands all Buddhist disciples. His supernatural powers are profound and unfathomable, and he is highly skilled in understanding the principles of Zen Buddhism, mastering the boundless teachings of Mahayana Buddhism. He has cultivated a golden body 6 feet tall, and his sacred artifacts include a golden bowl, a relic, and 3 golden bands. Even when facing the Buddha Sakyamuni, the Bodhi patriarch refused to back down, charging directly into the sky and roaring angrily. Disciple? Master? The Buddha himself doesn't know where you get the nerve to call yourself my master. The greatest regret of my life was trusting you and sending Sun Wukong to the western heavens to retrieve the scriptures. If not, he would be by my side, laughing and playing. Since all of this is my doing, I will take responsibility. Today's battle, even if I die, I will not regret it. I must seek justice for my disciple. Chapter 43, Evenly Matched. The Buddha of the western heavens sighed and looked at the Bodhi patriarch with an expression as if he were watching a mischievous child. I know you harbor resentment, but things are not as you imagine. I too am unaware of the truth behind the real and fake Sun Wukong. Let us discuss this further upon our return to Mount Ling. Bodhi patriarch showed no mercy, refusing to waste words with him. There is nothing left to discuss between us. When you laid a hand on Sun Wukong, we were nothing but enemies. I am no longer your disciple. Today, I will tell you here, either let Sun Wukong return safely, or I will storm Ling Mountain and slaughter your entire clan. These words were spoken with unquestionable authority. Everyone believed he would actually do it. The faces of the ancient Buddha of the lamp and the Buddha of the present were both extremely grim. Given their status and position, when have they ever been scolded in such a manner? Regardless of how powerful the Bodhi ancestor is now, he is still their disciple. Now he dares to speak to them like this, leaving them with no face to save. Therefore, the two of them didn't bother with further words and immediately took action. The ancient Buddha of the lamp is the highest-ranking Buddha among the 48 Buddhas of the Western Heavens, and is known as the first Buddha of the Western Heavens. The Buddha of the present is the leader of the 48 Buddhas of the Western Heavens, the current Buddha, and the ruler of the world, with boundless divine power. The two of them joining forces would be a force few could withstand. Bodhi Patriarch's expression was extremely solemn. It seemed that his battle today was indeed fraught with danger. However, for the sake of his beloved disciple, he had no fear, even knowing he might not be able to win. Tathagata, Dharmakara, today I will seek justice for my disciple. As he spoke, the Bodhi Patriarch moved his hand, and a appeared in his palm. He swayed, summoning countless illusory blades that charged toward the Buddha and the lamp. The Buddha and the lamp master exchanged glances. Finally, the Buddha's hand shone with golden light, and a golden bowl appeared in his hands. With a thought, the golden bowl emitted blinding golden light, heading toward Bodhi's onshore. Since you are so stubborn, the master will no longer spare you out of old affection. The expression on the Bodhi Patriarch's face showed no sign of panic. He moved his hand and silently recited a mantra, and a blue light enveloped him. However, his attack was completely blocked, and the Buddha and the lamp bearer remained unchanged. The Bodhi Patriarch's expression remained calm, but his mind was in turmoil, unsure if he could return. He clenched his tightly, showing no intention of attacking, but instead watched the two figures in the distance with caution. He now realized he was no match for them. At most he could defeat one of them, preferably the Buddha. In fact, the relationship between Sakyamuni and Dharmakara seemed very close at that moment, standing together through thick and thin. In truth, their relationship had been strained for a long time, but they had been forced to cooperate due to the presence of this formidable enemy. The Buddha furrowed his brows, looking at Bodhi Patriarch with shock. I never imagined you had reached such a level. Bodhi Patriarch replied with a look of disdain. Although you are my master, you know better than anyone where my abilities come from. Don't think you are truly my teacher who passed down your teachings. The Buddha flew into a rage, saying nothing more. In the next instant, he had already appeared behind the golden bowl. To everyone's astonishment, he drew a swastika symbol in the air with his hand. Once he had finished, he struck the golden bowl with a palm strike. The golden bowl immediately erupted with flickering golden light, instantly illuminating the entire area, as if they were now on Mount Sumeru itself. At that moment, the swastika symbol flew swiftly toward the Bodhi Patriarch. A blue barrier slowly began to crack under the Buddha's attack. The face of the Bodhi Patriarch changed, and his body trembled slightly. With a flick of his thoughts, he vanished from the scene. It seemed that today was his end, and a look of sorrow appeared on his face. He was not afraid of death, he was afraid of being unable to avenge his disciples. The people of Xiando Kingdom saw this and couldn't help but show joy on their faces, clapping their hands in approval. His words were indeed bold, but how could his abilities and strength compare to what he claimed? He was no match for the Buddha, yet he still dared to say he would storm Mount Ling. You all say that the Buddha did nothing wrong to you, but why did he do this? You are no match for him. The Buddha wouldn't risk his reputation to do such a thing. I think you all know that your country's deities are no match for the Buddha of the present, so you're trying to frame him to disrupt his resolve. Chen Gong heard everything clearly and couldn't help but start speaking on behalf of Bodhi Patriarch. Before accusing the Bodhi Patriarch of deceiving the world and betraying his ancestors, why not consider what you yourselves have done? Why did he suddenly act in such a manner? First, the Buddha claims to be the master of the Bodhi Patriarch, but in reality, he is merely an elder brother. The Kunlun Patriarch also had two outstanding disciples. His eldest disciple was named Jian Daorun, and his second disciple was named Zhuoti Daorun. The two were devoted to cultivating immortality and founded the Western sect, with one serving as the greater sect leader and the other as the lesser sect leader. The senior disciple, Jian Daorun, later reincarnated in the human world to cultivate. He suddenly attained enlightenment, understood the Buddha's teachings, and founded Buddhism, becoming known as the Buddha. As for the second disciple, Zun Ti Daoist, it is unknown what conflict arose between him and Jian Daoist, or what changes he underwent, but he disappeared without a trace. No one knows where he went or what he did. This person is the Bodhi Patriarch. Upon hearing this, the entire crowd was in an uproar. Countless people began to wonder about the relationship between the two, why some said they were master and disciple, while others claimed they were brothers. The Bodhi Patriarch never imagined that anyone would know his true identity. Originally, he had no intention of speaking to Chen Gong. First, he wanted to resolve the matter here as soon as possible, and second, he looked down on him. However, he had now changed his mind, but he needed to find out how Chen Gong had found out. I have already admitted it myself, I am the disciple of the Buddha. Why do you think I am his junior disciple? Chen Gong must have his reasons for saying that. Upon hearing his words, he replied directly. You two were once fellow disciples, but due to political disagreements, you fought fiercely and became sworn enemies with deep-seated hatred. However, the Buddha is skilled in tactics and manipulation, so he won the war and eventually established his power on Ling Mountain. Bodhi Zushi, on the other hand, was the loser. Losers have no right to speak of other matters, so he could only retreat to the slanted moon in 3 Stars Cave. Chapter 44, Strained Relations. The Buddha's eyes suddenly filled with murderous intent. Bodhi the sage saw this and immediately went to Chen Gong's side. You don't know how to speak diplomatically. Be careful not to provoke him into killing you to silence you. Bodhi, give your life. The Buddha had been so enraged recently that he couldn't care less about the current situation. These people dared to slander him without any regard for his status. In a fit of rage, he clenched his hands into palms and continuously exerted more force toward the golden bull. As he exerted himself, the air around him seemed to warp, and countless people looked on in terror. Under such a fierce attack, any other deity would have had no chance of survival. Suddenly, the sky was filled with swastika-shaped lightning bolts, creating a breathtaking spectacle. This is too terrifying. Shen Shen, can you still win? Is he planning to kill him? The Buddha's gaze was sharp, showing no sign of emotion toward Bodhi. With a single burst of power, countless swastika-shaped lightning bolts relentlessly struck toward Bodhi and Chen Gong. In an instant, even the stage began to crack, and the areas hit were reduced to dust. Bodhi Patriarch shielded Chen Gong with a blue barrier. However, he flew directly into the air and shook his. Instantly, a earthen wall appeared before him, but it was no match for the attack. With a thought, he exerted his strength, and they shone with golden light. Instantly, a towering tree appeared before him. It appeared to be an ordinary tree, with the only difference being that it was made from the white strands of the. All the swastika-shaped lightning bolts that approached the tree vanished without a trace, unable to come within inches of him. Chen Gong was secretly astonished. This Bodhi ancestor was so powerful that even the Buddha himself couldn't defeat him in a short time. However, what concerned him more was that the ancient Buddha, the lamp-bearer, was standing by quietly, seemingly with no intention of intervening. He was secretly startled. It seemed that the relationship between the Buddha of the present and the ancient Buddha of the lamp was not good. This thought caught him off guard, but it also made sense upon reflection. After some contemplation, he understood the underlying cause and effect. With that, he spoke without hesitation. The Buddha of the present age is not the absolute leader among the Buddhas of the Buddha lineage, as his former master also resided on Mount Ling, and there were certain things the Buddha of the present age disapproved of, prompting him to intervene. That master was none other than the ancient Buddha of the lamp. Therefore, ancient Buddha Yendan, did you already know what the Buddha had done? You knew, but because he was your disciple and the Buddha, you couldn't speak out. You truly deserve the title of teacher, but do you deserve your followers? Do you deserve the people of the world? The ancient Buddha of the lamp's expression grew complex. In truth, he had always disapproved of some of the Buddha's actions. He couldn't help but intervene. He was the ancient Buddha of the lamp.
When Tang Sanzang and his companions finally arrived at Mount Ling, it had taken them 14 years. They were given a scripture without any words by the Buddha's disciples. It was fortunate that he was there at that moment, otherwise, if Tang Sanzang and his companions had returned with an empty book, Tang Sanzang would certainly have been punished by the Tang Emperor. Even if they had returned with a sutra written in Sanskrit, the monks would still have had to study and translate it. From this, it can be seen that their relationship was not particularly good, though not particularly bad either.
However, the Buddha was truly concerned that Ran Jing might take actions detrimental to him. Ran Deng was inflexible in some aspects. He immediately spoke seriously.
Regardless of our personal matters, they are all matters of Ling Shan. Let us resolve the matters here first before returning to handle our own affairs.
Otherwise, will you allow the entire world to mock Ling Shan?
The ancient Buddha with the lamp grew even more displeased, but out of consideration for the many people present, he refrained from saying anything. He sighed helplessly and eventually made his way to the side of the Buddha.
Considering your current status as the Buddha, I will assist you one last time.
From now on, your affairs are no longer my concern. After speaking, the ancient Buddha of the lamp waved his hand, directly sending the Buddha of the present to his side. The Buddha of the present seemed powerless to stop him. The Buddha of the present showed a look of joy and did not refuse, instead standing aside to adjust his breath and restore his divine power. The ancient Buddha of the lamp looked at the expression of the Bodhi Patriarch with some reluctance, but at this moment, the Bodhi Patriarch showed no gratitude and even mocked him.
We've come to this point. Why bother with pretense? If you want to fight, let's fight. Do you think I, Bodhi, am afraid of you?
The ancient Buddha of the lamp closed his eyes tightly. When he opened them again, his expression was resolute, indicating that he had made a decision. Suddenly, a brilliant Buddha light shone around him, and a massive black ruler appeared in his hand. This was the Qianquan ruler. The Qianquan ruler contained the essence of the universe, formed from the union of the yin and yang of the world, representing the balance of the universe. A terrifying aura instantly engulfed Bodhi Zushi, making him feel as though death was approaching. The Bodhi Patriarch could have dodged, but Chen Gong was below him. If he dodged, Chen Gong would likely be in grave danger. Just as the Bodhi Patriarch was about to confront it head-on, the awakening gate began to shake violently, as if something was about to emerge. Countless eyes turned toward the awakening gate, only to see Sun Wukong emerge wielding his golden staff, looking fearless and defiant. Dare to touch my master, and I'll leave no one alive on Mount Ling. As soon as the words left his mouth, Sun Wukong had already appeared beside the Bodhi Patriarch. Without a word, he charged straight toward the Qianquan ruler.
When the golden staff and the Qianquan ruler collided, a deafening sound echoed through the air.
Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through the area, obscuring the view inside. All that could be heard was the clanging of weapons colliding. Bodhi Patriarch hadn't even realized that Sun Wukong had arrived. By the time he reacted, he immediately grew tense.
Wukong, let me handle this. Saying this, the Bodhi Patriarch was about to join the battle.
However, just as he was about to attack, Sun Wukong suddenly stumbled backward several times. The Bodhi Patriarch had no choice but to walk over and support him.
Wukong, are you okay?
Sun Wukong's eyes were red and teary, looking as pitiful as a child who had returned home to see his family.
Master, your disciple has finally seen you.
The Bodhi Patriarch was also moved, his eyes slightly reddening. He took the opportunity to check Sun Wukong's pulse, finding that his divine power was merely weakened, but there was no serious issue. This relieved the Bodhi Patriarch, but he now harbored a murderous intent toward the ancient Buddha of the lamp.
You dare to harm my disciple, Yen Dan Guofo? Today, I will fight you to the death. Chapter 45, Brothers and Sisters Gather.
Seeing this thrilling moment, the audience below began to cheer wildly, especially those from the Qianlong kingdom, who were filled with righteous indignation.
2 against 1 is truly shameless. When your own student makes a mistake, shouldn't the first priority be to educate them? Protecting your own doesn't mean you can't be reasonable. Bodhi Patriarch is truly too cool. Being his disciple must be so fortunate. Did you notice how he always refers to Sun Wukong as his disciple?
I think he truly treats Sun Wukong like his own son.
The relationship between the Buddha and the ancient Buddha seems to be strained. The ancient Buddha is being too harsh.
If the Buddha made a mistake, he should correct it, otherwise, there would be no justice. Sun Wukong and the Bodhi Patriarch are truly meant for each other. If you harm my disciple, I will kill you and your entire clan on Mount Ling. If you harm my master, I will leave no one alive on Mount Ling. They are truly master and disciple, even their way of speaking is so similar. Su Zhongshan wore a smile mixed with tension. Such an incident hadn't occurred in their country for a long time. This made him very happy, as it would surely earn them the respect of other nations, and no one would dare to act as they had before. However, he was also worried about whether the Bodhi Patriarch and Sun Wukong would be able to win this time. Though he knew both were incredibly powerful beings. But the two opponents were likely equally matched, and the outcome was far from certain. What worried him most was Chen Gong. If he failed this time, he would lose his life.
If something happened to him, the Qianlong kingdom would suffer an unprecedented blow.
The people from Xiando Kingdom spoke in hushed tones. By now, they had a general idea of what was happening. If they continued to flaunt their strength, the people of Xianlong Kingdom might not be able to resist attacking them directly. After all, one must be cautious when on someone else's territory.
Sun Wukong clearly isn't a match for the ancient Buddha of the lamp. This battle is ours no matter what. I hope the next one is someone more powerful and a righteous deity.
I think our chances of winning are really high. The ancient Buddha of the lamp is the predecessor of the Buddha, belonging to the past Buddhas, having ruled the Buddha realm for countless years before returning to pass the throne to the Buddha. His seniority is one rank higher than the Buddha's.
Even if they don't work together to become invincible, they're not far off. However, I feel that the relationships between these individuals are truly complex.
Perhaps only Chen Gong truly understands the situation. Since we have always maintained such close ties with the deities of the Xianlong Kingdom, why do we continue to suppress them?
You fool! You've lost your mind. You've forgotten what should and shouldn't be said. If you keep this up, I think it's better to just kill you now to prevent you from betraying us later.
They spoke in whispers, only audible to those present. However, everyone knows that the people of Xiando Kingdom and their deities are not good people.
But since the name-calling god war is still ongoing, they can't act yet. Otherwise, some hostile nations would lose control. At that moment, in the heavens,
Bodhi Patriarch faced off against the ancient Buddha of the lamp, while Sun Wukong naturally faced off against the Buddha. The two in front were evenly matched, but Sun Wukong was no match for the Buddha. Seeing this, the Buddha of the present could not help but mock him.
Sun Wukong, you should stop this. You don't understand my opponent at all.
Bodhi, look at your disciple, his life and death are in your hands. Bodhi the sage looked at the scene with a serious expression, his eyes filled with worry and conflict.
Wukong.
Sun Wukong, upon hearing this, gripped his golden staff tightly and pointed it at the direction of the Buddha, roaring loudly.
Using me to threaten my master? Wait another few million years.
As he finished speaking, Sun Wukong raised his golden staff and smashed it violently toward the direction of the Buddha. Seeing Sun Wukong's reckless actions, the Bodhi Patriarch no longer intervened, focusing instead on the ancient Buddha before him. When the ancient Buddha of the lamp spoke these words in the presence of the Buddha, his expression betrayed a hint of anger. However, he did not do so out of consideration for the many witnesses present. He intended to have a proper discussion with the Buddha. Just as both sides were about to engage in a decisive battle, the gate of awakening stirred once more. This time, the three who emerged from within were Zhu Beiji, Xiaolong, and Sha Wujing. Upon seeing the three of them appear, the expression of the Buddha of the present changed drastically, alternating between pale and red.
Are you all going to side with Sun Wukong?
Zhu Beiji held a 9-foot-long spiked club in his hands, his face filled with determination. Now that I'm here, I will never stand by and watch my senior brother suffer alone. It was your deception that led him to endure so much suffering over the years.
I will never repeat that mistake. Sakyamuni, come and take my life.
As soon as the white dragon appeared, he transformed into a massive dragon, seemingly capable of swallowing the heavens and earth. He stared at the Buddha with unwavering resolve. Sakyamuni, you deceived us and caused our senior brother so much suffering. How dare you speak of enlightening the masses? After speaking, Xiao Bai Long emitted a massive resonant sound, with thunder rolling across the sky as if it were about to destroy the entire world.
Master, I'm here to help you.
Sha Wujing also raised his demon-subduing staff and flew directly into the sky without a moment's hesitation. Chen Gong looked up at the three figures appearing in the sky, his expression filled with shock. He never expected that this time they had attracted so many divine beings. This was almost turning into a battle of the gods. The others Chen Gong had already seen before, but this Sha Wujing was the first time he had encountered him. He searched his mind for information about Sha Wujing. Sha Wujing was personally appointed by the Jade Emperor as the General of the Curtain, serving in the Lingxiao Palace. However, during the Peach Banquet, he accidentally broke a glass cup and was banished to the Lushui River. After obtaining the sacred scriptures, he was bestowed the title of Golden-Bodied Arhat Bodhisattva by the Buddha. With these three joining the battle, the previously evenly matched sides suddenly found themselves in a completely different situation. The Buddha seemed to realize that he could not defeat the four of them this time, so he sighed and said, I granted you redemption, allowed you to reform, and bestowed divine titles upon you. Yet you dared to heed the words of demons and turn against me. Such treachery deserves the severest punishment.
I spit on you. Zhu Beiji showed no mercy, immediately launching into a tirade.
I was living a good life in Gao Laozhuang, with a wife and an in-law, enjoying a comfortable life. If it weren't for you dragging me to the western heaven to retrieve the scriptures, I wouldn't have had to endure the 81 trials. Zhu Beiji's words left Sun Wukong and Sha Wujing speechless.
Xiao Bai Long couldn't help but speak up. From the way you're talking, you're still very unwilling, aren't you? You don't even want to acknowledge us, do you? Chapter 46, Tang Sanzang didn't come.
Zhu Beiji immediately realized he had spoken out of turn. Seeing the expressions on his fellow disciples' faces grow tense, he spoke cautiously. Senior brother, third junior brother, little white dragon, that's not what I meant.
I was just joking. Don't take my words to heart.
The three of them smiled without comment, as if, were it not for the powerful enemy nearby, they would have insisted on a proper argument. The ancient Buddha of the lamp watched the scene before him with a look of deep sorrow.
Sakyamuni, I told you before that there are some things you shouldn't do. Today's events are all you're doing.
If you had listened to me earlier, we wouldn't be in this situation now. The Buddha, who was already in a furious mood, responded without any regard for his words.
Everything I've done was for the sake of Lingshan. You know that. Now you're blaming everything on me. Do you think that's fair?
You are my teacher, I should respect you, but you can't just shift all the blame onto me. The ancient Buddha of the lamp never imagined that his disciple harbored such thoughts toward him, which left him feeling wounded. Bodhi, the great master, sensed his hesitation and would not let this opportunity slip away.
He flicked his brush and launched a fierce attack at the ancient Buddha of the lamp. The ancient Buddha of the lamp, due to the words of the Buddha, was momentarily caught off guard and was struck.
He stepped back several paces, with numerous wounds appearing on his hands.
Impressive. No wonder he's the Bodhi patriarch.
I never expected him to be so powerful. I think he's not only capable but also very protective of his disciples.
Such a master is truly enviable.
Watching this was truly exhilarating. This was a battle that shook the heavens and moved the spirits. I couldn't tell who was winning or losing, it seemed like they were evenly matched.
I felt like crying.
I never thought the Xianlong kingdom would become so powerful one day.
I think the Xiando kingdom should just surrender sooner rather than later.
I thought Qin Shang was already incredibly powerful, but when he reached his peak, he suddenly summoned so many divine beings. The Xianlong kingdom is certain to win. Everyone in the Xiando kingdom felt like burying their heads in their hands and crying at the sight of this.
If they were to lose to the Xianlong kingdom, their only fate would be national annihilation.
With this thought in mind, they began to speak cautiously, as if afraid that others would realize that the Xiando kingdom was doomed to lose. The summoning of the divine battle was supposed to be a duel between two divine beings, yet it had escalated into a large-scale battle.
This was clearly against the rules. Why hadn't anyone intervened yet? Am I the only one who thinks the people of the Xianlong kingdom are utterly shameless?
We only have 2 people here, yet they've called in 4 or 5 of their own.
This is simply too excessive.
I think if it were a one-on-one fight, the Xianlong kingdom wouldn't stand a chance against us. Those earlier claims were probably just lies they made up to slander us.
There's no suspense at all.
If those 3 hadn't suddenly broken the rules and intervened, they would have won long ago. However, just as the 2 sides were fighting, a shadowy figure appeared on the stage. The rules of the divine battle are clear, please leave immediately. Bodhi Zushi looked at him impatiently, his words filled with warning.
This is a matter between us, it has nothing to do with you.
If you meddle further, I will deal with you after I have settled matters at Ling Mountain. The one responsible for enforcing the rules, the referee, dared not even glance at him at that moment. He could only gently remind them to leave, for if a fight broke out, he would not be a match for anyone. Upon hearing this, he no longer cared about the rules. If they didn't leave, he feared he would meet his end here today, so he departed.
Everyone witnessed this domineering display and was shocked. They never imagined that their influence among the divine beings could be so overwhelming.
Even the referee dared not say a word, as all this fear stemmed from their power.
Bodhi Patriarch was facing off against the ancient Buddha Ranjing alone, while the others were engaged in battles with the Buddha.
However, at that moment, Sun Wukong noticed that an important person was missing from their group.
He asked with concern, "Where's the master?"
Xu Beiji seemed taken aback by the question, his eyes flickering with panic as he stammered.
"The master should be safely at Mount Ling now."
Sun Wukong saw his expression and knew he was lying.
There must be something he didn't know.
So he grabbed Xu Beiji's hand and shouted,
"What's really going on with the master? Why won't you just answer my question? Did the Buddha do something to our master?"
Upon hearing his question, Xu Beiji realized that today's events could no longer be concealed. This made him hesitate before speaking.
"The master is no longer the master he once was.
We never told him about this matter, and if he were to find out, he would certainly not help us, he might even betray us." Sun Wukong looked hurt, with a very wronged expression.
Why would he do this? What had old Sun done to wrong him?
If it weren't for me, he would have died long ago on the journey to the west. Xu Beiji also felt deeply unfair and didn't mince his words. He has now been granted a divine title, with his nose practically in the sky. Back then, we went through so much to help him retrieve the scriptures from the western heavens, yet now he is acting like this. Sun Wukong quickly stopped him from continuing, fearing he might lose control and fly back to kill that hypocritical little man.
People have their own aspirations.
Since he has done such a thing, he is no longer my master. I swear today that from now on, my only master is the Bodhi Patriarch. That Jin Chanzi has nothing to do with me anymore.
The next time we meet, I will demand justice from him." Xu Beiji said nothing more.
Although Sun Wukong spoke as if he didn't care about the matter. But everyone knew he had feelings for Tang Sanzang, so no one said anything else. However, Chen Gong saw this and knew that Tang Sang was likely an agent of the Buddha. Among these people, only he had always been listening to the Buddha. He appeared to be very kind, but it was all just hypocrisy.
He clearly knew that Sun Wukong had the fire-eye golden gaze, which could see through everything, yet he refused to believe it. Chapter 47, The Departure of the Lamp-Bearer. In Tang Sanzang's heart, Sun Wukong's actions were all malicious, and he had driven Sun Wukong away multiple times. Sun Wukong is the most patient and enduring person here. Even after being treated so harshly by Tang Sanzang, he still returned multiple times. At this moment, Sun Wukong finally realized what kind of person his master truly was, and he laughed aloud to the heavens. Tang Sanzang! Tang Sanzang! You're quite the Tang Sanzang! In the end, he said nothing, but his grief was felt by everyone present. Tang Sanzang was of pure and kind nature, compassionate and loving, with an unwavering determination to obtain the scriptures. However, he was also stubborn and old-fashioned, often deceived by demons and falling into perilous situations, and frequently swayed by the slanderous words of Zhu Beiji. After expelling Sun Wukong twice, it was only after the incident with the true and false Monkey Kings that Tang Sanzang and his disciples put aside their doubts and set off for the Western heavens with a single-minded purpose. They overcame the 81 trials, attained enlightenment, and were by the Buddha. With these words spoken, there was nothing left for those present to misunderstand. Even Zhu Beiji finally came to his senses, looking both regretful and angry after realizing he had been deceived. No wonder Master Tang Sanzang trusted the eldest disciple after the incident with the fake and real Sun Wukong. I naively thought he had come to his senses, but it turns out he knew that the current eldest disciple was no longer the same person he once was. Tang Sanzang is also one of you? No matter whether the eldest disciple is from Mount Sumeru or not, he is still our eldest disciple. How could he do this? Sha Wujing simply refused to believe that Tang Sanzang could be such a person. But now it's not up to him to believe or not, the facts are right in front of him. This made him extremely angry, and he vented all his frustration on the Buddha. Sun Wukong was the one who suffered the most among them. At this moment, he was both crying and laughing. The Buddha had wronged him, but though he was angry, he wasn't heartbroken after all. Their relationship wasn't particularly close. But Tang Sanzang and the Buddha were different. No matter what, Tang Sanzang was his master. He had diligently protected his master for years. Sun Wukong's eyes were red, and it was hard not to feel sorry for him. Now, he is filled with resentment, holding his golden staff high. Grow larger. As soon as he spoke, Sun Wukong's golden staff grew enormous, as if it could pierce the sky. Zhu Beiji, Sha Wujing, and Xiao Bailong were all ready to attack, their minds set on killing the Buddha. The attacks of the four of them all headed toward the direction of the Buddha. It seemed they were truly intent on killing him. Their combined attack was so powerful that few gods in the heavens could withstand it. In an instant, even the Buddha himself was struck to the ground, leaving a massive crater. At that moment, the people of Xiando Kingdom shouted aloud. The Buddha? How is that possible? Four of them could kill the Buddha? I must be dreaming. This is absolutely impossible. I don't believe it. I refuse to believe it. Xianlong, are you going too far? Attacking 1 against 4? This clearly violates the rules. I demand that Xianlong be declared the loser. This isn't Xuanlong's fault, it's our Buddha who went too far. I won't associate with petty people like you who can't tell right from wrong. I'm leaving Xiando Kingdom right now. Get lost. I can see you're just a cowardly son of a turtle. No matter what, I'm still a citizen of Xiando Kingdom. Even if they did something wrong, it was certainly for the good of Xiando Kingdom. By all rights, the people of Xianlong Kingdom should be happy, but at this very moment, they can't even manage a smile. They're happy because they won, but they're more heartbroken over Sun Wukong's plight. Sun Wukong is the youngest disciple, everyone loves him. Later, he followed Tang Sanzang and was constantly wronged. So the Monkey King has no reason to be sad, he doesn't deserve to be your master. Your best master is right in front of you. It feels like Journey to the West is satirizing Buddhism, because although Tang Sanzang claims to be compassionate, Sun Wukong protects him every day, yet he calls him a monkey all the time. Sun Wukong gives his heart to Tang Sanzang, but Tang Sanzang pours urine on him. The Bodhi Patriarch must be the one who truly feels the most heartbroken. My lively, clever, and wise little monkey, how did he become a monkey under Tang Sanzang? It makes me want to cry. Sun Wukong's eyes are filled with tears. This scene is truly heartbreaking, as if he is no longer a mighty deity but a flesh and blood human being. Chen Gong looked up at Sun Wukong in the sky, his eyes filled with complex emotions, and couldn't help but say, "No wonder he's the Monkey King, Sun Wukong." However, at that moment, the Buddha once again rose into the sky. This time, he seemed to be able to see more clearly. The emerald lotus and golden elixir are offered to Sakyamuni, and the Buddha's lifespan is as vast as the sands of the Ganges. Peace and prosperity forever, the 3 vehicles of the sutra's health and longevity, the 9 grades of flowers. In the gate of no form, the true master of the Dharma, in the realm of form and emptiness, the immortals dwell. The heavens and earth all call him ancestor, his 6-foot golden body brings blessings and longevity. However, this time, he did not receive the respect of the crowd, but rather their contempt. He blamed all this on Sun Wukong and the others and immediately launched an attack. Sun Wukong and the others were not to be outdone. Only the Buddha's aura surrounded him, as if it were about to materialize.
Following his command, they charged toward Sun Wukong and the others. Sun Wukong raised his massive golden staff and struck toward the direction of the Buddha. The others followed closely behind, and the sky erupted with brilliant light. The sheer power of the attack was so intense that even those watching from a distance felt the ground shake and tremble. If it weren't for the divine beings maintaining order protecting them, they would have been killed here long ago. Chen Gong was startled and quickly took protective measures, otherwise, he too would have been severely injured. Bodhi Patriarch and the ancient Buddha of the lamp also stopped, as they were now worried about who among the group might be injured. However, as they waited, Bodhi Zushi couldn't help but ask, "Is this the Buddha you believe in?" The ancient Buddha of the burning lamp was speechless for a moment. He no longer knew what faith meant. Over the years, he had been deeply confused. He knew what the Buddha had done. But now he was the Buddha himself, and even as his teacher, he couldn't interfere too much. However, over the years, the Buddha had done many things that went against the natural order of heaven in order to elevate Lingshan above all other deities. Though he despised these actions, he did not stop them. He simply chose not to participate or support them, like a spectator watching a play. Bodhi Zushi did not press further, but sighed and said, "Today, no matter what, the Buddha must settle this here. As for whether you did anything or not, you may return. Otherwise, Ling Mountain will truly be left without a leader." Chapter 48, The Death of the Buddha. The ancient Buddha of the lamp stared at the Bodhi Patriarch in shock, severely doubting whether he had heard correctly, and asked in disbelief, "You're letting me go?" Although the Bodhi Patriarch did not speak, his silence was tacit approval. This made the ancient Buddha's face grow even paler. "The struggle between Taoism and Buddhism has ultimately been won by you. Most of the people on Ling Mountain are unaware of this matter. Please spare them. As for the Buddha, he has brought this upon himself." After speaking, the ancient Buddha of the lamp cast a complex glance at the Buddha of the present, then turned and departed. The ordered deity was so enraged that his face turned ashen, but none of these beings dared to offend him. Anyway, since things had already come to this, he didn't want to get involved anymore. He only hoped that these great deities wouldn't go too far. Once the ancient Buddha of the burning lamp had left, everyone knew that the Buddha of the Western Heavens' time had come. However, many people did not understand why the Bodhi Patriarch spared the ancient Buddha of the lamp. Could the Bodhi Patriarch have betrayed Sun Wukong as well? No, please, not that. Sun Wukong only has you as his master now. If you betray him too, he might not survive. I feel there must be much more we don't know. The Bodhi Patriarch is definitely not the kind of person like Tang Sanzang. If he were, he wouldn't have held back the ancient Buddha of the lamp from the start. Perhaps there is some connection between the two of them that forced him to spare the ancient Buddha. In any case, this matter was done by the Buddha, and has little to do with the ancient Buddha. Are you guys just coming up with conspiracy theories? The Bodhi Patriarch would go out of his way to cause trouble for the ancient Buddha for Sun Wukong's sake. How could he possibly betray the ancient Buddha? Don't speak without knowing the facts. These words mostly come from the mouths of people from the Shenlong kingdom, who are all pondering the true intentions behind the Bodhi Patriarch's actions. However, the people of Xian Do kingdom have a completely different perspective. They are now filled with secret joy. This is fantastic. If the ancient Buddha of the lamp and the Buddha of the present departure were to part ways, it would be for the best. This way, Mount Ling would not be left ungoverned, and our Xian Do kingdom would have another chance to rebuild. Although the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas of Ling Mountain hold a high status among our deities, there are still other divine kings present, so our chances of victory are still very high. I wonder if the Bodhi Patriarch will regret his actions when he hears of our victory. This must be the biggest mistake he's ever made in his life. In my opinion, the relationship between the ancient Buddha of the lamp and the Buddha of the present is not good. These matters were likely all decided by the Buddha of the present, which is why the Bodhi Patriarch spared the ancient Buddha of the lamp. Shen Gong watched the Bodhi Patriarch's actions from below and sighed. It seems he is not the kind of person who values loyalty while living in seclusion in the mountains. But in reality, he is the most compassionate person. If he weren't, he wouldn't have spared the ancient Buddha of the lamp. No one knows whether the ancient Buddha's departure was for the better or worse, but many people support the decision he made. Sun Wukong clearly had the opportunity to stop him but did not. He believed his master would never harm him. Although the Bodhi Patriarch spared the ancient Buddha, he was not so lenient with the Buddha. He was seen wielding his and attacking the Buddha, with the bristles of the continuously striking the Buddha. Each strike produced a piercing sound, as if he was determined to take the Buddha's life. However, just as the Buddha was on the brink of death, the Bodhi Patriarch suddenly stopped his fierce attack. Countless people watched his actions with curiosity. He had spared the ancient Buddha of the burning lamp, perhaps he might also spare the Buddha. Shu Beiji immediately spoke up in dissatisfaction. Bodhi Patriarch, even though you are the senior disciple's master, you can't be so unreasonable. You know what they did to the senior disciple. Spare the old man Ranjing is one thing, but even the Buddha doesn't hold a grudge against the senior disciple. Who will avenge him? Sun Wukong grabbed Shu Beiji and glared at him warningly, preventing him from saying another word. Bodhi Patriarch did not grow angry but spoke calmly.
It's impossible to spare him. I'm just letting my disciple kill him to avenge his own grievances. Upon hearing this, everyone present immediately understood. The Buddha looked at them in disbelief and warned them angrily. Bodhi, don't forget we are disciples of the same master. If the master finds out you killed him, how will you face him then?
Bodhi the patriarch remained completely unfazed, as if he had anticipated this response.
Our master simply doesn't know about the things you've done. If he did, there would be no need for us to act. Using our master as a shield would be a joke.
After speaking, Bodhi Zushi paid no heed to his words and walked off to rest. Sun Wukong knew his master's temperament and realized there must be no major issue for him to remain so calm.
He immediately glared at the Buddha with murderous intent, raising his golden staff to strike. This blow was enough to take the Buddha's life. Everyone watched the scene intently.
The death of the Buddha did not mean the end of the matter, perhaps it was only the beginning. Chen Gong also did not expect the Buddha to die so suddenly. Though he deserved it, it still left one feeling a sense of sorrow.
The Buddha of the present, fallen.
Bodhi Zushi shed a tear from the corner of his eye.
He could never forget his senior disciple. Though their beliefs clashed and they had become enemies after the conflict between Taoism and Buddhism. But in his heart, there was still a place for his senior disciple. However, Sun Wukong was his Achilles heel, no one could harm him in the slightest. The Bodhi patriarch, his expression filled with sorrow, shouted with reluctance. Senior disciple, farewell. Upon hearing these words, everyone knew that the Buddha had truly passed away. Sun Wukong was not particularly happy about his death, nor did he feel any sense of relief. Although the Buddha had wronged him, he was still an outsider. After killing him, their grudge was settled. But now he had one more person to deal with, Tang Sanzang. This was the master he had once regarded as his faith. Without Tang Sanzang's help, the Buddha of the Western Heavens would never have been able to deceive them for so many years. He knew everything but said nothing.
Not saying anything was one thing, but he even helped the Buddha deceive others. Sun Wukong would never let this person off the hook. Bodhi Zushi knew what he was thinking and patted him on the shoulder.
Go ahead, your master supports you.
Sun Wukong couldn't help but cry this time, though it wasn't very obvious, but everyone could see it.
Master, thank you.
Take care. 4 words spoke volumes. After speaking, Sun Wukong cast a lingering glance at Zhubeiji and the others, his eyes filled with concern.
Bodhi patriarch sighed. Leave them to me.
With those words, Sun Wukong had no further concerns and departed immediately.
Chapter 49, The Moral Heavenly Lord. As Sun Wukong departed, the others followed suit. At this point, the people of Xian Do Kingdom finally realized that their Buddha had died. Surprisingly, they did not experience much emotional turmoil, and there was even a hint of relief. However, they soon realized that if they truly lost, their nation might never recover, as the Zhao Yaotree Kingdom had before them. Therefore, they set aside their previous emotions and began to hope for their nation's victory. How could this be possible? He was the Buddha of the Western Heavens, the leader of all Buddhas, the leader of all Bodhisattvas, and the ruler of all Buddhist disciples. How could he possibly die? I suddenly understood why he let the ancient Buddha of the lamp go. If both the ancient Buddha of the lamp and the Buddha of the present moment were to die here, Mount Sumeru would be in chaos. At least there would still be the ancient Buddha of the lamp left. Although I think the Buddha deserves to die, if he really dies, what will happen to us? We don't even know what's going on. Don't be afraid.
Although there aren't too many who can fight on Ling Mountain, we still have the Divine King.
There's nothing to fear.
It's the Xianlong Kingdom that's in trouble. Those few who appeared earlier can't come out again.
Let us see what they'll do.
This is probably one of the few cases where even if we win, there won't be much to celebrate. They may feel a sense of revenge, but they are more worried about what will happen to Sun Wukong when he returns. Sun Wukong will probably head straight for Ling Mountain this time. Although the Buddha of the past has died, Ling Mountain still has the ancient Buddha of the lamp.
It seems like neither of them will be easy to deal with. Nothing should go wrong. The Bodhi patriarch will definitely help him. But why aren't the ancient Buddha of the lamp and the Buddha of the Western Heavens, who are both from Ling Mountain, opposing each other? This should be a good thing for us, right? Why bother with all that? The people of Xian Do Kingdom are simply too arrogant.
Once this is over, we must kill them all to vent our anger.
Sun Wukong is truly pitiful. After finally meeting his master, he thought she was his savior, only to discover she wanted nothing more than an obedient bodyguard. That must be why Tang Sanzang acted that way.
Chen Gong is also concerned about the situation there, but he knows he can't go in. Instead of overthinking it, he should focus on how to make the deities of the Xianlong Kingdom return completely.
With that thought in mind, he stopped dwelling on it. He also knew that the people below were curious about the relationship between the ancient Buddha of the lamp and the Buddha of the present.
He explained aloud. Their disagreement stemmed from differing perspectives.
The Buddha meant that the people in your realm are foolish and should be taught the wordless sutra. However, the ancient Buddha of the lamp believed that the monks of the eastern lands were ignorant and unable to recognize the wordless sutra, so why waste the holy monk's journey? Both believed the people of the Eastern Tang dynasty were foolish, but one argued that their foolishness warranted the use of the wordless heavenly scripture, while the other insisted that their inability to understand it demanded the use of the written scripture, a direct clash of views. Upon hearing this, the people of the Qianlong kingdom were furious and began to curse loudly. What do you mean our people are foolish? You are all shameless. This so-called Buddhism is something you excel at. Using your own expertise to compete with us is a joke. Ah, right, you're the smartest and the strongest. If that's the case, why did you set up a trap to prevent the divine beings of Qianlong from obtaining their rightful destiny? Now I finally understand how shameless one can be. Thank you, the gods of Xian Do Kingdom, for letting us see this. Soon, we'll show you just how foolish the people of Qianlong really are. The people of Xian Do Kingdom were about to retort, but seeing the angry expressions on their faces, they dared not speak up. At this point, arguing back was no different from seeking death. However, they did not know that the true scriptures come in two forms, one with few teachings and many methods, and the other with many teachings and few methods. The former is the scripture with words, and the latter is the scripture without words. In other words, the wordless true scripture is not truly without words, it simply has fewer scriptures. As you gain enlightenment, the words become more numerous, and you continue to gain further understanding. The scriptures with words, on the other hand, provide both the scriptures and the methods, making it easier to get started and reducing the time needed to attain enlightenment. In theory, Chen Gong also did not know who was right or wrong. However, the greatest mistake made by the Buddha was setting such a trap out of fear that the divine beings of the Qianlong realm would grow too powerful. Chen Gong explained this and did not dwell on it further, instead focusing all his attention on Si Jiefan. The previous battle clearly ended with the victory of the Qianlong kingdom, and the next trial was about to begin. Si Jiefan observed the 5 summoned deities and his eyes lit up instantly, as if he had seen a savior. Among the deities that appeared this time was Brahma, one of the top 3 deities in their pantheon. This caused his eyes to fixate solely on Brahma, and he chose him without a moment's hesitation. Chen Gong also knew about Brahma. Brahma was the god of creation, also known as the god of the universe. He held an extremely high status in the Xian Do kingdom. Chen Gong couldn't help but feel tense. Previously, the peacock had only won by sacrificing both sides. This time, facing Brahma, he was unwilling to risk the lives of the deities of the Qianlong kingdom in exchange for their lives. In his heart, it simply wasn't worth it. However, at that very moment, the 5 deities of the Qianlong kingdom appeared. The Jade Emperor is revered by the common people as the Emperor of Heaven and the supreme ruler of the divine world, but his actual power is not the strongest. Taishan Lao Jun, one of the 3 pure ones, was known as the Lord of Virtue and Morality, with the full title of Taiqing Dao Tianzuan. Taishanren, the founder of the Qingwei sect, is the 5th of the 12 disciples of the Yushu Palace, belonging to the Kunlun Mountain Jinxiao sect, and one of the main disciples of Yuanchi Tianzuan. Kunping spreads its wings to span 180,000 li, and when both wings beat together, it spans 365,000 li. Nanji Xianwang is one of the principal disciples of Yuanchi Tianzuan, the leader of the Chuan sect, ranking above the 12 immortals of the Jade Void Palace and second only to the Chuan sect's Randall Daoren. Chen Gong saw these 5 deities and knew without a doubt that they must be the Supreme Old Lord. In the beginning of chaos, there was no counting of years in the world, only the Tao came first. All laws return to the source, and I hold the supreme authority. The Tao gives birth to 1, and from 1 comes 2. 2 gave birth to 3, which transformed into all things. The true law was revealed, and the sage became the ruler. The same as 1 Qi, the Tao transforms the ancient and the old are the limitless Tao. This humble disciple, Chen Gong, humbly welcomes the Supreme Lord of the Tao, the founder of Taoism, the master of all teachings, the Supreme Lord of the Tao. Though no one except Chen Gong knew who this deity was, the title was quite intimidating. Chapter 50, easily resolved. However, the Tao de Tianjun remained motionless, causing everyone's hearts to race. Many began to speculate whether Chen Gong had failed, leaving even him feeling perplexed. The Supreme Old Lord and the Tao de Tianjun are actually the same person. Could all of this be because of other deities? Just as Chen Gong was lost in his thoughts, the moral Heavenly Lord finally opened his eyes, looking tired and exhausted. Chen Gong looked at him with a complex expression, still remembering what the god of drought had told him earlier. He was the heir to the 3 purities, though he did not know which one specifically. Now that one of the 3 purities, the Lord of Virtue, was standing before him, he naturally wanted to find out. However, at that moment, someone came to ruin the mood. Vishnu exclaimed in shock. How is that possible? Who is he? How could he know about you? However, the next moment, when he saw the patterns on Chen Gong's forehead, he instantly understood what was happening. He immediately harbored murderous intent, wielding a staff shaped like a spoon and striking toward Chen Gong. Taiqing Dao Tianzuan swiftly blocked the attack with a piercing gaze, then glared at Vishnu with murderous intent. How dare you lay a hand on our heir? Who gave you the audacity? As he spoke, the Taiji diagram appeared in the hands of the Dao Tianzuan. The Tai Chi diagram was profound and mysterious, capable of resolving all attacks and ignoring any defenses. Its possessor would stand invincible. Countless onlookers stared at the Tai Chi diagram in astonishment. Though it appeared ordinary, they had seen such symbols before. However, the Tai Chi diagram before them was different from any they had seen before. It was shrouded in the chaotic colors of yin and yang, embodying the form of the Tao's boundless perfection. From the infinite arises the Tai Chi gives rise to the two instruments evolve into the three talents form the four images transform into the five elements become the six harmonies establish the 7 stars, and the 7 stars give birth to the 8 trigrams, which connect to the 9 palaces. At that moment, they finally understood the meaning of those words. As soon as the Tai Chi diagram appeared, Van Tian's attack vanished completely, leaving no trace. Vishnu stared in disbelief at the scene. Now he finally understood why the Chinese deities were not allowed to return. If they truly returned, the other nations would have no chance of victory, not even the slightest possibility. With this idea in mind, his first thought was not to kill the moral heavenly lord, but Chen Gong. As long as Chen Gong was gone, the divine beings of Huaxia would no longer have any chance of returning. With this thought in mind, Vishnu launched an attack toward Chen Gong, seemingly determined to kill him at all costs. At that moment, the true power of the Tai Chi diagram was fully revealed. The first ability of the Tai Chi diagram, it can transform into a white jade bridge, connecting to the divine might of the Tao, and annihilate all enemies who dare to attack. Second, it can transform countless realms of time and space into primordial chaos. Third, it can subdue countless treasures and weapons. The moral heavenly lord had activated the third power, rendering Vishnu's weapons completely ineffective. He could only watch helplessly. Chen Gong also knew that the target was himself. Not wanting to be a burden, he couldn't help but speak up. I am unharmed, there is no need to worry about me. The moral heavenly sovereign cast a complex glance at him, then the Tai Chi diagram appeared above Chen Gong. At that moment, everyone understood that he was doing this to protect Chen Gong. Chen Gong believed that even without the Tai Chi diagram, the heavenly lord of virtue would still be no match for Brahma. Therefore, he said nothing, as this was the only way to assist the moral heavenly lord. The moral heavenly lord finally relaxed completely. With the protection of the Tai Chi diagram, Chen Gong would definitely not encounter any accidents. That was why he dared to fight so boldly. But he never expected that the void heaven would completely ignore him, flash past him in an instant, and appear beside Chen Gong, intending to take his life with a single move. However, just as he was about to get close, he was suddenly stopped by an invisible force, unable to get any closer. It was as if Chen Gong was surrounded by an invisible wall. The moral heavenly lord snorted disdainfully. The Tai Chi diagram is both an offensive weapon and a defensive artifact. How could you possibly break through my defense? However, the next moment, the moral heavenly lord appeared above the Tai Chi diagram, channeling his power toward it with both hands. Vishnu, unable to withstand a single move, had intended to retreat, but he discovered that he could not withdraw his hands at that moment. Countless people were stunned. This scene was truly shocking. The moral heavenly lord had barely done anything, yet Vishnu was completely under his control, leaving countless people in awe. My goodness, is he really this powerful? I feel like he could destroy the world with a single palm strike. It's as if the lives of all of us are in his hands. Is this what the three purities are like? Why does the so-called main god on the other side feel so weak? The moral heavenly lord killed him so easily. This is way too exaggerated. Moral heavenly lord, please accept my kneel. From now on, you are my idol. You're so young yet so powerful, you're simply too outstanding. Chen Gong, however, found it perfectly reasonable. How could these people possibly be a match for the moral heavenly lord? With sincere devotion, I surrender my life. Adapt teachings to circumstances, guide beings through trials. Teacher of emperors, teacher of kings, teacher of rulers, changing names and titles. Great compassion, great vows, great sage, great compassion, the supreme old lord, the moral heavenly lord. Chen Gong couldn't help but think to himself, while Brahma was the most shocked at that moment. He never imagined that he was not even a match for the lord of virtue and morality. He saw the Taiji diagram transform into the yin-yang Taiji, enveloping Vishnu. This Vishnu realized he truly could not move. You. Before the words could leave his mouth, Vishnu vanished. It was more like being swallowed whole than disappearing. No one could describe what had happened. Fang Zhang and Brahma hadn't even begun to fight, yet Brahma was already dead. Chen Gong stared in utter shock at the scene, seriously doubting whether he had seen correctly. No wonder they're the three purities. The moral heavenly lord showed no change in expression, as if he had merely disposed of an ordinary person. No one could have imagined that a main god could die so easily. After dealing with Fan Tian, the moral heavenly lord appeared beside Chen Gong, looking kind and benevolent, as if he were looking at his own disciple. Very good. Chen Gong couldn't understand why, after meeting him only twice, he had received those two words from the moral heavenly lord. It seemed simple, but it felt as though he was very satisfied with him. You have many confusions, but today I can only answer a few. You are indeed our heir. The supreme master of the heavenly way should be your master, but he has not yet taught you anything. There is one more matter. To bring the gods of Huaxia back, we must break the order and open a door beneath the Xianlong, known as the Gate of the Gods. This was done during the reign of Emperor Qin Shi Huang. Chen Gong's words afterward were not heard, but the moral heavenly lord seemed to have said a great deal. This made him sigh, and he could only urge him on. We must act quickly, we may not be able to hold on much longer. Chapter 51, Overwhelming Dominance. Chen Gong knew they must have encountered some difficulty, otherwise even the three purities wouldn't be able to handle it. The moral heavenly lord patted Chen Gong on the shoulder and then turned to leave. Chen Gong watched his back grow distant, feeling a mix of sadness and worry. However, now was not the time for him to worry. The Xiando kingdom, seeing them in this state, seemed to have already accepted their defeat. Vishnu was the most powerful of their three main gods, and even he had been defeated with a single move. They had lost all hope of victory. Defeat was inevitable. If even Vishnu had fallen to their hands, the other deities were no match for them. There was no hope left. Heaven was dooming the Xiando kingdom. Surrender, at least we can save some of the gods. Shi Jiafan had originally planned to continue, even if it meant dying. He refused to surrender so easily. But when he heard his people urging him to surrender, he knew he could never win. He stared at his people in shock, his face filled with grief and anger. Then, under everyone's gaze, he coughed up blood and died. Chen Gong instinctively walked over to support him, and upon seeing the tongue he had bitten off, he immediately understood everything. Why did you have to do this? Shi Jiafan shook his head with a bitter smile, looking resolute. Even if I die, I will die before the fall of Xiando kingdom. Seeing my country destroyed and my family ruined is worse than dying sooner. With that, Shi Jiafan smiled as he faced death. Chen Gong couldn't express what he was feeling inside. He felt a bit relieved that he had won, otherwise it might have been their country facing such a fate. But he felt more sorry for him. His death wasn't because of his abilities or his failure. His death was simply because his countrymen did not believe they could win. It was simply to prevent the nation from falling before him. Chen Gong closed his eyes tightly inside. Farewell. Come to the Xianlong kingdom in your next life. After speaking, he walked away with a complex mix of emotions. The people of the Xianlong kingdom, who had been rejoicing moments ago, fell silent instantly. Chen Gong said nothing, merely walking over to Su Zhongshan's side. At that moment, only he truly understood. This was his choice. Chen Gong nodded, indicating that he understood. However, at that moment, the people of Xiando kingdom were all deeply distressed, for if they lost this battle, their nation would cease to exist. The mountains would collapse, the earth would split apart, the seas would dry up, and the nation would be destroyed. This was their inevitable fate. At that moment, a middle-aged man with gray hair approached. As if he had made a momentous decision, he bowed deeply toward Chen Gong. Please, Chen Shen, save the children of our country and give them a glimmer of hope. Chen Gong looked at Su Zhongshan with some confusion. He was not yet familiar with the rules in this matter. Su Zhongshan also seemed reluctant, but he couldn't make that decision. If it failed, it wouldn't just affect the nation's fortune, it could lead to catastrophic consequences, whether natural or man-made. Chen Gong could understand a man-made disaster, as other nations would certainly not spare them. However, Chen Gong was confused by the idea of a man-made disaster. Isn't this all supposed to be due to the rules? Su Zhongshan glanced toward the direction of the Divine Order maintainers, and Chen Gong immediately understood. Old Su, investigate their backgrounds and take in some women and children. As soon as the words fell, countless people from the Xiando kingdom who had been shouting for blood moments ago were instantly filled with gratitude. Some emotionally overwhelmed individuals even knelt down, expressing their heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, Chen Shen. It's already good that some of them can be spared. Many of them don't even know what's going on. Thank you, Xianlong kingdom, for saving my life. This is truly the conduct of a great nation. No other country would ever agree to such a thing. It's not that they're heartless or ruthless, it's just that if they didn't act this way, there could be serious consequences. They had no choice. If they could have helped, they would never have killed so many people. However, if they were to save these people, it would only bring them a ticking time bomb. They don't care whether these people spare them or whether they once saved their lives. They only know that it was the Xianlong kingdom that subjected them to everything. It was the Xianlong kingdom that made them prisoners. It was the Xianlong kingdom that left them without a home. Even if they were to treat them well in the future, this thorn remains in their hearts. No matter what method is used, it cannot be removed. Therefore, they had no choice but to harden their hearts and watch helplessly as everyone on the other side perished in this disaster. Chen Gong made this decision under immense pressure, but he believed it was worth it. Su Zhongshan sighed. From the perspective of morality and righteousness, there was nothing wrong with what they were doing. However, it could potentially bring trouble upon themselves, so many people were reluctant to do it. Though they are indeed pitiable, according to reason, the victors have done nothing wrong. They were simply trying to avoid trouble for themselves, so in that sense, they were only thinking of their own interests. Therefore, Chen Gong's actions were seen as unusual by many, and few could understand his motives. If anyone else had done the same, the people of Xianlong kingdom would have already started an uproar. Because he led Xianlong to victory time and time again. In their hearts, he is already a figure akin to a deity, so his words did not spark a rebellion. However, many people still don't understand his actions. Everyone else is doing it, so it's only natural for us to do the same. There's no need for this, and it might even cause us a lot of trouble. Why bother? Although I do feel sorry for them, we went through the same thing back then. No one helped us when we were going through it, so why should we be so selfless now? Shinshin, even if we help them, they won't be grateful. In fact, they might even want to kill you when they grow up. This isn't a good thing for you. Shengon's expression grew icy, and he warned angrily. No matter what others say or do, we can't act this way. Just because everyone else does it doesn't mean it's right. They attacked our country, so it's only natural for us to fight back. But what did those women, children, and elderly people do wrong? They were just resting at home or attending school. If it were your wives, children, or parents facing such a situation, could you still say that with a straight face? When one is poor, one should cultivate oneself. When one is prosperous, one should benefit all under heaven. Have you all thrown our ancestors' words into the dog's belly? Chapter 52, Secret Meeting. Chen Gong's words left no room for face, causing countless people to fall silent. In truth, they knew deep down what they should do and even wanted to act on it. But the current environment is what it is, and they have long since grown accustomed to it. Chen Gong spoke sternly. I don't care what other countries do. The Shenlong kingdom absolutely must not harm the women, children, or elderly of other nations. If I find out, you'll be in for a beating. With that, Chen Gong turned and left without looking back. His departure left countless people with mixed feelings. Su Zhongshan followed closely behind Chen Gong, speaking with a mix of reproach and resignation. You didn't need to say that. Such words will make you a target for everyone. If even the people of Shenlong kingdom don't want you to live, then you can only wait for death. Chen Gong shrugged indifferently, seeming to care little for his own life. If I truly feared death, I wouldn't have appeared on the stage of the name-changing divine war. I know you think this is unnecessary, but all parents in the world strive for a better life for their children. Are you fighting just for yourself? Or is it simply for the nation? I tell you, I fight so that the world may know no more war. As long as I'm alive, I'll fight for this cause. Even if I die, it doesn't matter. As long as I finish the battle, my descendants won't have to fight anymore. His words weren't particularly profound, but they left Su Zhongshan deeply impressed. They weren't fighting to kill people. Who would start a war just to kill others? They were simply fighting to ensure that their children and grandchildren could live better lives. The two of them returned, but just as they arrived, someone approached them alone. Chen Gong did not recognize this man. It seemed to be their first meeting. However, Su Zhongshan treated him with great respect, even going so far as to show him deference. Why are you here? Is there something the chairman has instructed you to do? Upon hearing the word chairman, Chen Gong's eyes lit up. This man was the highest leader of their Shenlong kingdom. Su Lao, Shinshin, the chairman is requesting your presence at a meeting. There are important matters to discuss. Su Zhongshan seemed unfazed and immediately prepared to leave. After taking a few steps, he noticed Chen Gong still standing there dumbfounded. He stopped and looked at him in confusion. What's wrong with you? Hurry up and follow me. Don't you want the elders to wait for you alone? Chen Gong smiled, looking puzzled. A meeting attended by the chairman must be important. How could a mere high school student like me have the qualifications to attend such a meeting? Su Zhongshan slapped Chen Gong on the shoulder hard and said impatiently. Your influence in our country is almost surpassing mine. Ask anyone who treats you like an ordinary high school student. You need to take this matter seriously. This matter is definitely not that simple. There must be something major happening. Such an urgent meeting is very rare. Chen Gong no longer bothered to argue. Even Su Zhongshan was taking this so seriously. It must be something major. They arrived at a solemn and dignified location. When they arrived, the place was already packed with people. Upon seeing them, everyone stood up and bowed towards Su Zhongshan. Old Su. Chen Gong was taken aback by the scene. Su Zhongshan's status in the Shenlong kingdom must be on par with that of the chairman. Su Zhongshan raised his head, gesturing for them not to bow, then asked curiously. You arrived before me. Do you know why this meeting is being held? Chen Gong didn't bother listening to their small talk and walked over to stand quietly by himself. However, at that moment, a man who didn't seem much older than him approached. Judging by your age, you're probably around my age. Are you here with your elders to gain some experience? Chen Gong nodded instinctively. He had indeed come along with Su Lao. This made the other person seem overjoyed, as if they had seen a relative. I thought I was the only young person here. You don't know how bored I get every time my dad makes me come along to listen in on these meetings. Chen Gong curiously examined him but didn't notice anything unusual. He must be the son of some high-ranking official. Su Zhongshan had noticed the commotion on their side, but he didn't react at all. Instead, he looked as though he was enjoying the scene. Although Chen Gong was now fully qualified to be on equal footing with him. However, he was still just a high school graduate, and spending time with peers his own age could only be beneficial. Just then, a man walked in through the door. As soon as he arrived, everyone fell silent. They stood up as if they had been instructed beforehand. Chairman.
Chen Gong curiously examined the chairman, Lu Pengyue.
To be honest, Lu Pengyue was indeed a notable figure.
Although the Qianlong kingdom had not escaped the fate of war under his rule, he was at least a man with vision and ambition. If things had gone according to his plans, even without Chen Gong's arrival, life would have been much better in 10 years' time.
However, Chen Gong's arrival had truly given them hope for survival and a glimpse of revival.
What he didn't notice was that Lu Pengyue's arrival had caused the people who had been chattering around him to suddenly become cautious. Lu Pengyue's gaze toward him carried a hint of disappointment, but he quickly averted his eyes. Chen Gong, upon seeing this, seemed to have figured out who the father of the person beside him truly was.
Your father isn't our chairman, is he? Lu Pengyue nodded slightly, indicating that his guess was correct.
Chen Gong never expected that someone who had spoken to her casually could have such a high status. No wonder he was able to attend this meeting as an observer. Just as he was thinking, he suddenly heard someone call his name. He immediately stood up abruptly. Lu Pengyue looked like a kind-hearted elder, speaking in a soft voice.
You're Chen Gong, aren't you? I called you here today to tell you something important.
Although our country is now stronger than before, it has also become more dangerous. The things you mentioned earlier, I actually support them wholeheartedly.
We've been lagging behind and taking blows all this time, why not take a chance and fight them head-on? We all think it's a viable option.
However, these 3 consecutive victories have made other nations envious and eager to act against us. If it were a spiritual battle, we wouldn't worry with you on our side. But if they launch a military campaign, even with you, we wouldn't stand a chance.
Chapter 53, A Major Hidden Threat.
Chen Gong had already considered this point earlier and nodded in agreement when he heard it.
I've actually known this for a long time, but I've never figured out how to proceed.
If our people could gain access to more divine beings, we wouldn't have to worry about these issues.
If you think it's feasible, I'll write down everything I know. That way, we won't have to worry anymore. As for the next steps, we can choose some smaller nations that are hostile toward us to confront.
Everyone present was an elder to Chen Gong, but they all looked at him with respect when they heard him speak. If they knew as much about the gods as he did, they probably wouldn't have been able to achieve this level of understanding.
Yet here was Chen Gong, selflessly sharing his knowledge.
This made them feel both relieved and a bit ashamed, as they never imagined they would one day have to seek guidance from a junior.
Lu Pengyue saluted Chen Gong in a military manner, and the latter responded in kind.
On behalf of the millions of citizens of the Qianlong kingdom, I thank you. This is what I should do as a citizen of the Qianlong kingdom. No time to waste, Chen Gong immediately summoned several clones and gave each of them instructions.
You write about the primordial chaos. You write about the journey to the west.
You write about the investiture of the gods.
Su Zhanshan didn't expect Chen Gong to do this and couldn't help but speak up. We're still in a meeting. Even if you're in a hurry, you can't do this. Chen Gong shrugged indifferently. It's fine.
They're just my clones, they won't disturb our meeting.
I'll have them go out and write instead.
Lu Pengyue raised his hand to stop him immediately, then looked curiously at the items on Chen Gong's body. The first was the primordial chaos.
After the primordial god Pangu split the heavens and earth, the gods emerged.
The 3 sovereigns of the primordial era emerged one after another. The heavenly sovereign Sangli opened the 9 heavens and, together with the mother of the heavens, created the stars. The earth emperor, Yu Jian, opened the underworld realm and subdued the underworld gods. The human emperor Jiao organized the primordial chaos, slew the celestial demons, created the 5-colored human races, and pacified the chaos of heaven and earth.
Chen Gong's writing is more literary, but most of it is understandable.
Although he had written about this before, it was never this comprehensive. This caused everyone present to read it carefully. In their understanding, the study of deities had always been rather dry and tedious.
However, after reading Chen Gong's novel, they realized that these deities all had their own stories, which captivated them completely.
What a brilliant write! I've heard you mention Journey to the West before, but I never imagined it could be so captivating when put into words.
Chapter 1, The Origin of the Divine Root, Cultivating the Mind to Attain the Great Way. The poem reads: In the chaos before heaven and earth were divided, the world was vast and empty, with no one in sight. Since Pangu split the primordial chaos, the world was divided into clear and turbid. He sustains all beings with boundless compassion, and all things are perfected through his benevolence. To understand the great work of creation, one must read the Journey to the West. Among these stories, they should know the Journey to the West best. However, they never imagined that their knowledge was merely the tip of the iceberg. This made them wonder, if everyone were like Chen Gong and knew the names of all the gods, then other nations would not be their match, and they would become the world's greatest. This idea became deeply ingrained in everyone's minds, and countless people looked at Chen Gong with admiration. However, some were deeply captivated by the novel. King Zhou paid homage at the palace of Manhwa, where he saw the beautiful statue of Manhwa and wrote a poem in her honor. Manhwa was enraged by his disrespect and sent 3 demons, a 1,000-year-old fox spirit from the tomb of Xianyuan, to the palace to seduce the king and disrupt the Tang dynasty. This left them spellbound, completely immersed in the story. Chen Gong found their expressions amusing, but he could also understand them.
They weren't just reading a novel, they were seeing the future of their own country, the Dragon Kingdom. Chen Gong watched them and couldn't help but feel that everything he had done was worthwhile. After all, this was what a peaceful and tranquil life should look like. Lu Pingyue smiled and shook his head, as if he knew that even if he tried to stop them, their minds wouldn't be on the meeting. He decided not to interfere further. He walked over to Chen Gong and gestured for the two of them to step outside. They entered the adjacent meeting room.
I don't know if calling you out will affect your clone.
If it does, they might go crazy.
Chen Gong shook his head to indicate it wouldn't. Lu Pingyue finally smiled and continued speaking.
In recent days, other countries have already made their moves.
If we are to engage in a divine battle again, we must be cautious. After all, you won't be able to come down then.
And our Shenlong kingdom absolutely cannot afford to lose another Chen Gong. Therefore, I have an unspoken request. I admit I do have personal motives. He is, after all, my son, my only son.
I actually have 3 sons. The first 2 died in the Divine War. The youngest isn't as capable as his brothers, so I let him be.
After all, his brothers have already fulfilled their duty for him.
However, now that I have encountered you, I would like to invite you to take him with you.
You don't need to go out of your way, letting him learn a few things would be sufficient. Chen Gong had not expected that he had been summoned for such a trivial matter. He looked at the timid man beside him with some confusion, unable to connect him to the son of Lu Pingyue.
Lu Pingyue hurriedly pulled his son and said, I'm entrusting him to you.
Chen Gong had no chance to refuse, or perhaps he never intended to refuse. Since Lu Pingyue had already humbled himself so much, he certainly couldn't refuse.
Lu Xinhong, it's a pleasure to meet you. Chen Gong gripped his shoulders. Me too.
After settling his personal matters, Lu Pingyue finally got down to business.
I hear you left some people from other countries behind. That is not a good thing.
Chen Gong remained expressionless, speaking as casually as if chatting about everyday matters.
What? Does the chairman think I made a mistake in handling this matter?
Lu Pingyue shook his head with a smile. I'm not worried that these people will cause trouble, but you need to consider the other Xianlong citizens.
Are they willing to live alongside these people?
Their parents and elders might have died at their hands, so expecting them to coexist peacefully at this point is simply impossible. I'm not opposed to you doing this, but we must resolve the issue.
Chen Gong nodded, neither satisfied nor disappointed with his attitude.
However, he hadn't considered this aspect before and began to think seriously about it after hearing Chen Gong's words.
Is there a possibility of arranging them in one place, having them supervise each other, and then having our people oversee them? I'll explain it to you in detail. It involves the people we have taken in. Chapter 54, Launching an Investigation.
Lu Pingyue listened intently, his expression growing increasingly serious from the initial smile. By the end, his expression had turned into admiration, as if he had seen a long-lost genius.
Chen Gong, you are a genius.
I will proceed exactly as you suggested.
There is one more matter that requires your immediate response.
Although I didn't participate in your divine battle, I've heard a lot about it. It seems that the divine beings of Huaxia are facing some resistance, which is why they couldn't join our divine battle.
Chen Gong nodded and said seriously, I'm not very clear on this matter either.
Shortly after my awakening, during my enlightenment, I heard the 3 purities mention that they were going to train with the Witch Clan and Demon Clan to oppose something. Now they say they were likely imprisoned by foreign deities, so the likelihood of summoning them is very low, and even those maintaining order have joined this matter. One of the 3 purities, the moral heavenly lord, pointed me in a direction, telling me to go to something related to Qin Shi Huang, but he couldn't specify further, and I couldn't hear the details either. However, the most important thing I know about Qin Shi Huang is his tomb. Lu Pingyue also began to ponder, instantly understanding why only he, as the Xian Kong drum deity, had the most severe deity disconnect. Chen Gong knowing so much is a miracle, perhaps it's also the arrangement of those deities.
However, the most important thing now is to find a way to bring them back.
Qin Shi Huang is their most crucial target.
Chen Gong pondered for a moment before speaking.
The capital city of Emperor Qin Shi Huang was Xianyang, his mausoleum is the Terracotta Army, and the Great Wall he constructed are the 3 most important sites. We will prioritize investigations into these 3 locations. I feel that our investigation will encounter resistance, so we can only proceed on a small scale. Please assign 3 small teams to me. This matter is something I want to handle personally.
Lu Pingyue looked hesitant and worried as he gazed at his son.
However, he also knew that under his protection, Lu Xinhong would never achieve anything in his lifetime and would only end up as a useless second-generation heir. Lu Xinhong knew what his father was worried about and spoke solemnly.
Father, I am willing to go with Chen Shun.
This statement surprised both of them. Lu Xinhong was a spoiled young master who knew little of the world, a delicate flower grown in a greenhouse. The fact that he could make such a decisive decision so readily caught both of them off guard.
Chen Gong suddenly understood, like father, like son. Lu Pingyue was a prodigy of his generation, and his son wasn't far behind.
Lu Pingyue patted Lu Xinhong on the shoulder with a smile.
Good boy, Chen Gong, you 2 go ahead. Be careful of everything.
Chen Gong suddenly smiled and comforted him.
Don't make it sound like we're going to our deaths. Besides, even if your son isn't up to the task, I'm still here. Lu Pengyue smiled and nodded, showing no sign of anger, but he sent someone to fetch Su Zhongshan. Su Zhongshan, who had been watching intently, was called out and spoke with some dissatisfaction. Even though you're the chairman, you can't do this. I was enjoying it. Lu Pengyue gave him a sharp punch. Assign 3 small teams to Chen Gong. When they're carrying out their mission, give them the green light, no need for any procedures. Su Zhongshan, seeing the serious expressions on their faces, realized the importance of the matter and immediately made the necessary arrangements. Lu Pengyue returned to handle other matters as the chairman. He naturally had many responsibilities to attend to. Chen Gong and Lu Xinhong exchanged glances after they left. Finally, Lu Xinhong spoke first, unable to believe what had just happened. You're the young genius Chen Gong they've been talking about? I never thought I'd have the chance to meet the real person. You're really handsome. Chen Gong nodded, seeing his disbelieving expression, and walked over to shake his hand. I never imagined you were the chairman's son. No wonder you're so young and able to attend such a high-level meeting. You really can't judge a book by its cover. He didn't expect those words to make Lu Xinhong's expression darken, as if he were reminiscing. Actually, it was all my father's idea. After my 2 older brothers were killed in action, he doted on me more than his own eyes. If it weren't for your appearance, he would never have let me leave him so far away. Chen Gong said he understood, but didn't support it. However, since it was someone else's father, he didn't feel comfortable saying much. However, Lu Xinhong had no such reservations and spoke directly. You don't know how I feel. I feel like a puppet. I'm so happy that I can go on this mission with you. They didn't know how long they had been talking until Su Zhongshan, who had been arranged to come in, interrupted them. As expected, people of the same age have more to talk about. Chen Gong's mission must succeed at all costs. Failure is not an option. It would be best if everyone returned alive. It would be best if Lu Xinhong came back alive. Chen Gong immediately understood his meaning but didn't say it out loud. After everything was arranged, Chen Gong and Lu Xinhong followed Su Zhongshan to a training base. The people here were the elite soldiers of the Shenlong Kingdom, warriors they had trained for many days to become battle gods. Each of them exuded the distinctive military aura of soldiers, and their presence went unnoticed by others. It wasn't that they didn't notice, but because they were focused on their training and couldn't afford to be distracted. Chen Gong couldn't help but touch his nose, feeling a bit embarrassed. Am I in the wrong place? Su Zhongshan shrugged indifferently. If you were a spy, our Shenlong Kingdom would already be in someone else's hands. Chen Gong smiled and said nothing more. He was actually quite pleased with this level of trust. Lu Xinhong seemed to have been here many times before, with no expression on his face. They arrived at an open area and stopped. There were roughly 30 people waiting there. When they saw Su Zhongshan and the others arrive, they saluted in military fashion. General! Su Zhongshan waved his hand, and they immediately stood at attention. Today, you will follow Chen Shen and his team on this mission. Follow Chen Shen's orders at all times during the mission. Yes. This was the soldier of the Shenlong Kingdom. A single word conveyed a sense of resolve and readiness to sacrifice for the nation at any moment. After speaking, Su Zhongshan also left, as he had more important matters to attend to, namely, the documents written by Chen Gong. After he had gone, Chen Gong walked up to the group. I am Chen Shen. In your eyes, I may still be a child, but when it comes to carrying out missions, I expect you to obey my orders without question. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. The first squad is responsible for the Great Wall, the second squad for Xianyang, and the third squad for the Terracotta Army. Investigate any suspicious areas. Chapter 55, Making a Decision. Chen Gong searched his mind for important information and suddenly spoke as if he had thought of something. There is a door underground, likely quite ancient. This task caught everyone present off guard. It was the most absurd mission they had ever received since joining the military. After all, such a task should be handled by an archaeological team. But regardless of the task, as soldiers, obedience to orders was their duty. After finishing his instructions, Chen Gong told them to report anything they discovered to him immediately. He then returned with Lu Xinhong. Lu Xinhong couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Aren't we going together? Chen Gong shook his head, thought for a moment, and said, my target is too high profile. If I go with them, everyone will probably know about it before we even leave the city gates. It's better for us to stay here and wait for news. Moreover, the things I wrote will automatically return to my body if I'm too far away. I believe they can handle it. Though this made sense, Lu Xinhong couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. However, they soon returned, and even though he had many questions, there was nothing he could ask. Chen Gong led the two of them back to his room, where he immediately asked, I have a question for you. Who were those people we just saw? If there were no surprises, they were all special forces trained in secret by my father. Only they were qualified to participate in such missions, and I don't know much about them either. Chen Gong nodded and didn't say anything else. Lu Xinhong didn't understand why he was asking that, but out of trust, he didn't ask anything else. The main reason Chen Gong didn't go with them was because he felt the matter wasn't that simple. If it was just Emperor Qin Shi Huang, that would be too simple. Though it might be overthinking, he just couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to it. Lu Xinhong curiously picked up a book next to Chen Gong and began to read it. Chen Gong, these are not much different from mine. Why do you know so much while I know nothing? Could it be that you learned all this in your dreams? I didn't expect you to be so eager to learn. To be honest, I don't know how to respond either. It just suddenly came to my mind. If you're curious, I can teach you. Chen Gong didn't want to deceive him, but he certainly couldn't tell the truth either. The best solution was to change the subject. Lu Xinhong's eyes lit up immediately, clearly eager to learn more. Shen, no, master, please teach me quickly. Chen Gong chuckled, amused by his earnestness. All right. Just as he was about to speak, Lu Xinhong suddenly interrupted him as if he had remembered something important. Master, since you're going to tell me all this, why not let them come and listen too? Let's go together and see. Maybe they have some questions they don't understand. Chen Gong hadn't thought of that either, which surprised him a bit, so he followed them out. When they reached the door, they heard the people inside discussing the matter. The opening of Heaven's Calamity, the Dragon Han initial calamity, the struggle between Tao and Demon, the Witch Demon calamity, the rise of the 100 sects, the emergence of the Sage, the battle for the throne, the eternal human race, the battle of the sealing of the gods, and the journey to the west. Chen Gong wrote down these stories. When he entered, everyone looked at him as if he were a deity. Shen, you've written this so well. I feel like I've remembered everything after reading it. Although some parts are written in classical Chinese, we all understand it. You are truly a genius. If these teachings were to be widely disseminated, our Qianlong kingdom would become the world's strongest nation in no time. The rise of the Qianlong dynasty is within reach. Chen Gong couldn't help but smile. His Qianlong kingdom had never been about rising, it was about revival. Su Zhongshan was surprised to see them return, though he didn't understand, he didn't ask too many questions. It's good that you're back. These gods are all very powerful, but now we need to consider the matter of the naming god war. The god war itself isn't a big deal, but the summoning of the divine names can only be initiated once a year, and previously it was always the other side who started it. But now, I doubt many nations would dare to do so. Someone suggested from the side. This is easy to handle. We can simply declare war. Either we annihilate the nation or engage in the summoning of the divine names war. With these things in our possession, we now have the confidence to do so. That's not advisable. Chen Gong interjected at this point. Everyone looked at him in confusion, unsure of his intentions. Such words would inevitably lead them to unite against us, leaving us with little chance of victory. Upon hearing Chen Gong's words, they also came to understand that the foreigners were now at odds with them. If they continue to grow stronger, there is no guarantee they won't act on it. Even if they had some chance of winning, they couldn't be so careless. Otherwise, their country, Qianlong, might be erased from the world map. The next country, Haishi Kingdom. No one understood his decision. Why choose such a powerful country? They believed that the strategy should be to target a weaker nation, and such a powerful one made them hesitate. Shen should reconsider. This isn't a good choice for us. Although he hasn't gained much fame over the years, he shouldn't be underestimated. No. We worked so hard to reach this point. We must think carefully before making any decisions. Their words didn't sway Chen Gong in the slightest. He just sat there quietly, looking at Su Zhongshan, waiting for his response. Seeing him like this, the others also looked over quietly, wanting to know how he would respond. Su Zhongshan sighed and spoke reluctantly. We should trust Chen Gong. His choice must be the best decision for the current situation. Chen Gong was not surprised by this decision. Smart people knew they should trust him. Though the others were hesitant, since Chen Gong and Su Zhongshan had already made their decision, they couldn't say much. In truth, Chen Gong had his own reasons for acting this way. Although the Western Sea Kingdom is powerful, it is still a safer option for him. Indeed, their deities are also quite powerful beings. Jupiter, Juno, Neptune, Minerva, and Mars. These five were all extremely powerful deities. Jupiter is the king of all gods who rules over the divine realm and the mortal world. He is the ancient god of the sky, light, and law, and the leader of the 12 Olympians. Juno is the queen of the heavens, the goddess of marriage and motherhood. Chapter 56, Sudden Turn of Events. Neptune is the god of water and the sea, and is also worshipped as the god of horses, overseeing horse racing. Minerva is the goddess of the moon, memory, wisdom, and war, and also the patroness of artisans, students, and artists. Mars is the god of agriculture, war, the homeland, and spring. Chen Gong was most concerned about the leader of the gods, but he still had great confidence in the deities of his own country. However, his concerns were not limited to these gods. What worried him most were the deities above. His actions had already caused quite a stir and might have caught their attention. These gods are Yahweh, the creator of the universe, an eternal being who created and governs the world. In other words, God not only created the universe but is also its supreme ruler. The earth god Gaia, the god of the abyss Tartarus, and the god of love Eros.
These are all entities that Chen Gong must be wary of. One misstep could lead to disaster.
That is why Chen Gong chose the kingdom of Haishi.
At this moment, a man who appeared to be a military officer spoke up.
We have chosen stronger opponents in the past.
While I don't fully understand the decision to choose the kingdom of Haishi this time, I won't comment further. However, what we should be most vigilant about is the kingdom of the gods.
How many chances do we have against them? Chen Gong shook his head, hesitating. To be honest, I don't know either.
If our deities can participate, the success rate should be around 80% or higher. If some cannot participate, it would be around 40%.
Chen Gong's estimate was relatively conservative, but it was roughly accurate.
This estimate left everyone present pale-faced, but what they were more concerned about was what it meant for some gods to be able to participate and others not.
Why can't some deities participate in the summoning war? Shouldn't Chen Xin explain this to us?
Although there have been rumors about this before, what we know is only superficial. This phenomenon doesn't exist in other countries. It's unique to our nation, and it's undoubtedly connected to them. Think about it. The three purities defeated their opponent, Brahma, with a single move.
Brahma is considered one of the most powerful deities abroad. Chen Gong also couldn't answer this question, as he wasn't very familiar with it either. He couldn't possibly introduce all the deities from his country and abroad. Moreover, if what he knew about the gods was incorrect, it could influence their judgments. So he could only shake his head and admit he didn't know.
To be honest, I'm not very clear on this either, but I'll find out and tell you once I do. For now, the best option for us is the Western Sea Kingdom. With things having been said to this extent, the others, even if they had further doubts, dared not press the matter further, as the speaker had already admitted he couldn't provide a clear answer.
At that moment, on the other side,
the Divine Kingdom convened an important confidential meeting. Countless high-ranking officials were seated in the meeting room, discussing the events that had occurred in the Qianlong Kingdom.
I don't quite understand. It's just a slightly weaker country that encountered a genius.
It shouldn't pose much of a threat to us.
Why go to such great lengths to hold an important meeting?
To be honest, I also feel that many countries are paying too much attention to the Qianlong Kingdom. They were like this when it was weak, and now that it's slightly stronger, they're even more so.
Have you forgotten the words passed down by our ancestors? The gods of the Qianlong Kingdom are not as simple as we imagine.
If all the gods of our nations hadn't united to keep them in check, the world might have been completely conquered by the Qianlong Kingdom.
Just as they were discussing this, someone walked in.
The moment he entered, everyone fell silent.
Regardless of your current thoughts, we have already made our decision. We will now launch the Summoning God War against the Qianlong Kingdom.
This decision was both expected and unexpected to them. In truth, they didn't know either. Despite the Qianlong Kingdom's weakness, their ancestors had passed down the warning to be cautious of it. They didn't know why, but they had always followed this rule, and other nations did the same. After making this decision, they immediately ordered the summoning of the Divine War. The Divine Nations have declared the summoning of the Divine Names War against the Qianlong Kingdom to begin in 3 days. Upon hearing this news, some were overjoyed while others were filled with anxiety. Some nations had also planned to intervene to prevent the Qianlong Kingdom from continuing its development. However, now that someone had taken the initiative, they refrained from taking any action and instead watched from the sidelines. When two tigers fight, one must be injured. They might be able to reap the benefits later. Therefore, countless people are closely watching this battle. Who would have thought that after finally managing to get by a little better in recent days, Qianlong Nation would provoke such a powerful nation? I wonder if they can create another miracle this time. You've already called it a miracle. It's not something that can be easily achieved. To be honest, I'd also like to see Qianlong win, as that might give our country a chance to end the Qianlong myth. Though I don't quite understand why so many nations fear the Qianlong Kingdom, it's still entertaining to watch from the sidelines. We must go and see which of the two nations is stronger. This time, the Qianlong Kingdom is likely to be destroyed. I wonder what Chen Gong is doing now. Is he so scared that he's planning to flee? However, this news is a devastating blow to the people of the Qianlong Kingdom. They never imagined that the attention of the Divine Nation would come so quickly. Those who had been discussing Chen Gong now knew that this matter would reflect poorly on them in the future. Countless people are watching Chen Gong, and at this moment, he has become the pillar of strength for them. Chen Gong also didn't expect their actions to be so swift, but there was a loophole in the rules. Although the free nations had initiated the summoning of the gods' war against them, they could also initiate it against other nations. Since they had initiated it, they would be targeted first. With this in mind, Chen Gong immediately turned to Su Zhongshan. There was no time to hesitate. They must attack the Western Sea Kingdom immediately. However, his words were met with skepticism from many. Although this was a good decision for them, but in reality, it would also make them lose face completely. Therefore, even Su Zhongshan remained motionless at first, hesitating as he looked at Chen Gong. This matter is best left for you to consider carefully first. Don't rush into a decision. This is a major issue for us. Chapter 57, Picking the Softest Target. Not only Su Zhongshan thought this way, but others did as well.
I also think you should give this matter some serious thought. If this gets out, other countries will only think we are cowards, and we won't be able to hold our heads up high afterward. Under no circumstances. Everything can be negotiated, but this matter cannot be negotiated. Even if we have to die, we will die gloriously. We cannot die in such a humiliating manner. If you want to agree, go ahead on your own. I absolutely refuse to agree. There is no room for negotiation.
Chen Gong had already anticipated their refusal and had prepared his response. Our declaration of the divine war against the Western Sea Kingdom does not mean we fear them. It is merely a tactical maneuver to buy us more time. We originally had only 3 days. Now we have 6 days, plus the day of the battle, giving us a total of 7 days. Perhaps within these 7 days, I will be able to investigate the matter of our deity, which would greatly increase our chances of victory. After hearing his words, although there was some hesitation, no one spoke up at that moment. Lu Xinhong hesitated for a long time before speaking softly.
May I interrupt? I'm not afraid to die, but have you considered the countless compatriots who are counting on us to make our nation prosperous and protect them? Moreover, I think Chen Xin is right.
War is a matter of strategy. They have the audacity to launch consecutive divine battles against us.
Using a little cunning would not harm the greater cause.
His words gave many people pause. After all, his father was the chairman. If it were anyone else, they might not listen. But his words are worth considering. After all, his father is their leader.
Su Zhongshan suddenly closed his eyes tightly.
When he opened them again, his expression was resolute. This matter will be handled exactly as Chen Gong suggested. No one else is permitted to voice any objections. The decision has been made. After speaking, Su Zhongshan had already made arrangements for the matter. A solemn voice echoed from the sky.
The Xianlong Kingdom has declared a divine war against the Haishi Kingdom.
The divine nations have launched a divine summoning war against the Xianlong Kingdom, which will take place in 7 days.
This news left everyone speechless, though many had known it was possible.
However, very few nations had actually taken such a step. First and foremost, they could not guarantee victory. If they lost, they would suffer double the blow, which was unbearable for them. If they win, it's no big deal, they'll just be mocked for a few years. But if they lose, it's a massive disgrace. The people of the Western Sea Kingdom were furious, as this was no less than a great humiliation for them. The people of Xianlong Kingdom are simply too arrogant.
Do they really think the Haishi Kingdom is so easy to bully? This is too much. We must teach them a lesson.
What shameless people! They're shameless, but they're even more shameless.
This is unacceptable. We must make them regret this decision.
They always pick on the weak, and the soft target won't be the divine kingdom.
So it must be the Haishi Kingdom.
Time quickly came to the battle of the gods. When Sophia of the Western Sea Kingdom appeared, there was no significant commotion at the scene.
No one from other nations reacted.
After a moment of silence, Chen Gong stepped forward, with Su Zhongshan following closely behind him. Their arrival finally brought some excitement to the scene.
Chen Gong, fight on.
The Xianlong Kingdom will triumph.
Chen Gong, fight on.
The Xianlong Kingdom will prevail.
Chen Gong, go for it. Xianlong Kingdom will win. Chen Gong listened to the commotion and curiously looked around.
When he noticed some people wearing clothes not from their country but sitting on their territory. This piqued his curiosity, and he asked,
"These people don't seem to be from our country. Why are they here in our country?" Su Zhongshan didn't even glance at them and replied directly. "Weren't there 3 countries that were defeated by us earlier? You said we could take in some women and children. They are the ones we took in." Chen Gong nodded. No wonder they were so enthusiastic, they must be trying to win favor.
However, he didn't believe these people would submit to their country so quickly and consider themselves part of the Xianlong Kingdom.
As long as the Xianlong Kingdom is even slightly weaker, they might just leave or even betray us.
But such things were only possible in the distant future. Chen Gong didn't give it another thought and walked straight to his designated position.
The people of Haishi Kingdom, upon seeing him arrive, immediately grew extremely agitated.
"You shameless dogs dare to show your faces here.
If I were you, I would have already found a place to hide. Chen Gong, you bully the weak and pick on the soft. What do you have to appear in the battle of the gods? Even if you think we'll lose, things might not turn out as you expect. Be careful not to end up with your face slapped. Chen Gong, be careful not to die on the stage."
Chen Gong paid no heed to their words, completely unfazed by the insults. "Please take your places, contestants." As the words fell, Chen Gong and Sophia from the opposite side stepped forward together. Chen Gong looked at the girl across from him and was surprised to see that she was a woman. Sophia was furious at his expression.
"I haven't even watched the video yet. Why are you looking at me like that? Do you think you're going to beat me?" Chen Gong felt a bit embarrassed and shook his head, explaining.
"I didn't expect a girl to step forward, so I was a bit rude.
I apologize."
Sophia snorted coldly, adopting the attitude of a spoiled princess, and walked directly into the awakening gate.
Chen Gong didn't say anything and followed her inside.
Sophia was very lucky this time. She was immediately matched with a powerful deity, Minerva.
Minerva was the goddess of wisdom, war, the moon, and memory.
Among all the gods in the Western Sea Kingdom, she was clearly a prominent figure. Her appearance gave the people of Haishi Kingdom a glimmer of hope. Originally, they were very concerned about the outcome of the divine battle, but now they had no reason to worry. With Minerva on their side, they have a very good chance of winning this battle.
This caused their expressions to relax considerably.
Once the kingdom of Haishi made its decision, everyone's gaze turned to Chen Gong. Chen Gong had originally intended to initiate a divine name battle, but for them, a divine battle was the best outcome at this point. This would give them the highest chance of victory, but they feared that gods from other nations might intervene forcefully, so he proceeded with caution.
Chapter 58, The Battle Begins.
At this moment, a statue of a god also appeared on Chen Gong's side. Among the gods this time, there was even the appearance of a human hero's spirit, which made him hesitate in choosing which god to follow. After all, other nations had no restrictions, and any deity could potentially appear. As he pondered, Chen Gong's gaze fell upon a majestic archer holding a red divine bow and white arrows. Chen Gong immediately recognized who this was and bowed deeply with respect. The archer of the 9 heavens, a legendary archer of the Wu tribe, renowned throughout the world for his divine archery. This junior, Chen Gong, humbly welcomes the archer god Hui. When Hui opened his eyes, he looked a bit dazed. Upon seeing Chen Gong, he relaxed completely.
So you are the variable mentioned by the 3 purities. I hope you will not disappoint us.
Hui was a member of the Witch clan and had a long-standing rivalry with the Demon clan. While the 3 purities have always remained neutral, it is known that they lean slightly toward the Demon clan. Additionally, their fellow disciple Manhwa is a member of the Demon clan, so the Witch clan does not get along with them. However, from Hui's words, it seemed that he had a good relationship with the 3 purities, or at least had reached some kind of agreement. Chen Gong couldn't help but recall the first time he saw the 3 purities and their conversation. It seems they have truly formed an alliance and must have gone through some major events to make their relationship so harmonious.
Chen Gong didn't know how to respond to Hui's words.
He wasn't even sure how to get them to fully return now. Hui didn't say much more on the matter, perhaps because he couldn't, and instead walked toward the exit while giving instructions.
Resolve this quickly and return. If they discover I've left, things will become complicated. You should avoid summoning the demon and witch clans in the future. Instead, seek out deities like the mosquito Taoist.
Chen Gong didn't understand why they were doing this, but at this point, it was best to listen carefully to them.
In his mind, thoughts about the mosquito Taoist also surfaced.
During the Hongmeng era, the mosquito Taoist lived through the primordial chaos when the heavens were opened and the earth was established, and the elements of water, fire, wind, and earth were set in place, marking the beginning of the 5 elements era. He had lived through the ancient period when humanity first appeared, the archaic period under the rule of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, and had reached the present-day period of the. It had been countless thousands of years. His voice thundered like a clap of thunder, and his words were as sharp as needles. He could pierce through quilts and curtains with ease. Greedy for blood and flesh, they invade the human body, they fear smoke and gather in dense forests. In the heat, they grow more fierce and noisy, in the cold, they strike without mercy. The golden spirit Holy Mother, caught in a calamity, could not escape the gathering of sharp blades.
Chen Gong had some knowledge of the mosquito Taoist. Though a fearsome beast of his generation, his strength was formidable.
Several names flashed through Chen Gong's mind. If the mosquito Taoist could do it, then the great deities from the same era as Panga should also be capable. First among them were Hongjun the ancestor and Luya the Taoist lord, among others.
Hongjun Laozu's strength need not be mentioned.
Highly seated amidst the 9 layers of clouds, he attained enlightenment on his meditation cushion. Beyond the mysteries of heaven and earth, I shall preside over the teachings.
Panga created the taiji, and the 2 instruments and 4 symbols followed.
One teaching was passed to 3 friends, and the 2 schools were divided into the explanatory and the restrictive.
The leader of the Xianmen, transforming the 1 qi into Hongjun.
Luya, the Taoist, is also a being who can stand shoulder to shoulder with them. I am a guest of Kunlun, with an old residence south of the stone bridge. Through cultivation and enlightenment, I attained the initial stage of the great unity. Only then did I understand the principles of longevity and the cycle of life and death. Do not boast of the purple gold in the furnace, know that the jade liquid is burned in the fire. Luya the hermit has personally come here, he must subdue Zhao Gongming and Shiqi.
Chen Gong was not entirely certain whether they would appear.
However, those who have reached such a level of cultivation would not willingly allow themselves to be imprisoned. Therefore, Chen Gong believed the likelihood was quite high. In the future, he would also have a general idea of what kind of deities he should choose. After completing this summoning, Chen Gong stepped out and happened to catch a glimpse of the deity across from him. Hui saw the expression on the other deity's face relax, looking confident and determined. The 2 deities clashed the moment they met, and Hui mocked him directly. He had originally thought there would be a major confrontation, but never expected it to be you. I'll give you a chance to take your own life, so you won't have to suffer.
At those words, the people of Xianlong Kingdom erupted into chaos. Making someone commit suicide is so cool.
The other gods were too polite.
This is true dominance. Did you see that? The expression on the deity from Heishi Kingdom turned ugly instantly. That's exactly how they should be dealt with. This is so intense. No wonder my ancestors were so powerful. Shen Gong couldn't help but smile, enjoying the sight of the others daring to be angry but unable to speak. They were comfortable, but the people of Heishi Kingdom looked like they had seen a ghost. What is going on here? Why is the deity they summoned so impolite? Their deity doesn't even dare to speak a word. At this moment, they finally understood why their ancestors had passed down the warning for generations they must never allow the Qianlong Kingdom to develop. If all the deities of the Qianlong Kingdom were to return, they would have no choice but to await their doom. Who is this Hou-yi? What gives him the right to be so arrogant? He doesn't even have a proper title, yet he dares to speak so boldly. Be careful, or you'll end up begging for your life. I wonder if he is mentally unstable. Let him do as he pleases. Perhaps he's just a man who's never seen the world. We don't need to take him so seriously. Shen Gong is probably the calmest person here, aside from Hou-yi. Though he only has a vague idea of Hou-yi's strength, there's a rumor that one of his close friends, Kuafu. At the time, there were 10 suns in the sky, all children of Emperor Jun. They were mischievous, flying around the heavens and causing great suffering to the common people. Kuafu chased after them and eventually died from exhaustion. Hou-yi heard about this and went to avenge Kuafu, directly shooting down 9 of the 3-legged golden crows. In the end, it was only because Di Jun and his followers arrived in time that they managed to save the last one. Di Jun, enraged, sought to kill Hou-yi in revenge. The Wu tribe, known for protecting their own, refused to back down, leading to a direct conflict between the two tribes. Hou-yi's reputation as an archer was thus established. Therefore, although his strength was no match for Emperor Jun, he could still hold his own, and his power should not be underestimated. No matter how powerful he is, Minerva would never commit suicide under any circumstances. If she were to commit suicide, not only would the people of Heishi Kingdom never be able to hold their heads high again, but even they would be too ashamed to show their faces. Stop talking nonsense. If you want my life, come and take it yourself. Hou-yi snorted coldly, gripping his red bow tightly, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he stared at Minerva. Minerva seemed tense, perhaps having realized she was no match for him. Regardless, she would rather die here than commit suicide. Otherwise, even in death, she would find no peace. Minerva raised her spear, adopting a posture ready to attack. She charged directly toward Hou-yi, aiming her attack at his forehead. Chapter 59, A Narrow Escape. Hou-yi dodged effortlessly with an expressionless face, not even changing his posture much. His speed and reaction were so swift that everyone was left in awe. Minerva's expression darkened. She hadn't realized she had underestimated Hou-yi. However, even though she couldn't defeat him, she could use other methods to find an opportunity. With that thought, she sneered. Hou-yi, a member of the witch clan, do you think he is a deity? The witch clan are all evil. The 12 ancestral witches are also the 12 demon gods, and Hou-yi is their descendant. You actually worship such a person as a god? It's a joke. Upon hearing this, the people of Qianlong Kingdom immediately began to doubt. They didn't know much about the witch clan, but they had always been portrayed as villains. They immediately jumped to conclusions, following Minerva in believing that the witch clan were all evil beings. The wizards didn't sound like they were good guys. Even if they could lead us to victory, it wouldn't be a good thing. How could Qinshan summon an evil being? Could this influence his character? What if he becomes bloodthirsty and cruel? What would we do then? Perhaps all of this is false. We can't just believe what foreigners say and disregard our own ancestors. You should all keep your opinions to yourselves. Shen Gong never expected Minerva to be so cunning. Unable to defeat him, she resorted to trickery. Although he knew that Hou-yi had a high chance of winning, if the faith of the Qianlong Kingdom was shaken, Hou-yi's divine power would be affected. Minerva may not be a match for Hou-yi, but the gap between them is certainly not that great. Therefore, there was a high likelihood of turning defeat into victory. Shen Gong knew he couldn't let this continue. If Hou-yi lost, things would become very difficult. Not only did they think this way, but even Hou-yi's expression had changed slightly. Although he did not believe his race had done anything to wrong the Qianlong Kingdom. However, after doing so much and still being misunderstood, anyone would likely harbor some resentment in their heart. Thus, Hou-yi began to feel overwhelmed. Perhaps he simply felt that no one would acknowledge his efforts, and what good would it do anyway? Seeing this, Shen Gong clapped his hands and said. This was the first time he had heard someone say that the witch clan was evil. Without knowing the specifics of what had happened, he shouldn't speak recklessly. Everyone looked at him in surprise, as if they hadn't expected there to be another side to the story. However, his words carried significant weight, as he was regarded as a savior in their eyes. Shen Gong continued. After Panga created the heavens and earth and fell, his divine essence transformed into the 3 purities, and his essence blood became the 12 great ancestral wizards, who are the leaders of the witch clan. They were born with unparalleled physical strength, capable of devouring the heavens and earth, manipulating wind, water, lightning, and thunder, moving mountains and seas, and altering the heavens and earth. In that case, they are all descendants of Pangu. Pango separated the clear and turbid energies to form the heavens and earth, but eventually collapsed from exhaustion.
His voice, energy, and bodily parts transformed into all things in the world.
Even in terms of bloodline inheritance, you dare to claim that the entire witch clan is evil? That is a joke.
Minerva looked at Chen Gong in horror, her face filled with disbelief.
Impossible, how could you possibly know these things? Who are you, exactly?
Ho-Yi, who had been mourning, suddenly became alert, raising his bow and arrow into a ready position.
Minerva didn't notice this at all. Her mind was completely occupied with thoughts of Chen Gong.
Immediately, she spoke with absolute certainty.
I know. It must be the 7 saints who did something. I must report this back.
However, before she could finish speaking, Ho-Yi's arrow had already pierced her chest without mercy. She stared at the arrow in her chest, her expression filled with unwillingness.
Even if I can't report this today, they will eventually find out.
Ho-Yi looked regretful and said with frustration.
If only I had just killed her outright, it would have been over.
At least this matter hasn't been reported back, otherwise, our plan might have been ruined.
Chen Gong, I can't linger here any longer. Fortunately, I'm neither a Zhu Wu nor one of the 7 saints, so they don't pay much attention to me. However, I must depart now. Be cautious in the future. Chen Gong nodded.
Being able to fight was already quite good. At that moment, he regretted deeply why he had been so hasty in revealing everything. He had almost made a huge mistake. If it weren't for Ho-Yi discovering it in time, he would have become a villain for all eternity. If other deities had learned of their plans, the Shenlong kingdom might truly have been doomed. Although they had won this time, Chen Gong's heart was not filled with joy. Instead, it grew heavier. From now on, no matter what he does, he must be extra cautious. However, while he was deep in thought about such serious matters, the people of Shenlong kingdom were unaware of these events.
They only knew that they had won this time. One move to defeat the enemy that's so cool. So domineering. Who cares about the witch clan?
Someone this domineering, even if they were from the demon clan, I'd still admire them.
Ho-Yi, the great god, is the best.
Chen Gong heard the commotion over here and suddenly felt that everything was worth it. As long as he could save countless lives, he was willing to endure any hardship or suffering. They were happy, but the people of Haishi Kingdom were as black as the bottom of a pot. Their deity had been defeated so easily, and they couldn't fathom what was happening. The gods who had been rampaging through other battles were now almost powerless before them, like tigers with their teeth pulled out. At that moment, countless minds were filled with the same thought: Shenlong Kingdom must be crushed and Chen Gong must die. Sophia witnessed this scene and nearly fainted from the shock. Now, even if she returned, she would have no face to show anyone. So she suddenly shouted, "I will take my own life to atone for my sins." As soon as the words left her mouth, Sophia slashed her throat and took her own life. Her actions caused everyone present to grow solemn. Regardless of which country she was from, she deserved everyone's respect. Chen Gong bowed deeply to her, as a final gesture of respect.
Her actions reignited the once lifeless Haishi Kingdom. Even if they had to die, they couldn't flee without a fight. With this resolve, the second person stepped forward, an ordinary-looking middle-aged man. He looked at Chen Gong with confusion and asked, "Are you not planning to send someone else?" Chapter 60, The Nine-Tailed Celestial Fox. Chen Gong shook his head without hesitation. "I've fought all 5 matches alone. There's no need to ask." Although there was no rule requiring 5 people to fight, it was still very rare for one person to fight alone. Many people had come to realize that in the Shenlong Kingdom, only Chen Gong was capable of fighting, while the others could be considered useless. With this in mind, some nations had already made their plans. Haishi Kingdom dared not relax, even though there was only one person on the opposing side. However, Chen Gong's name has already spread throughout the world, and no one dares to underestimate him. No one would risk their life lightly. Chen Gong responded with a single word before turning and walking inside, giving off an air of wanting to settle this quickly. As he entered, the others followed suit. Everyone's hearts were in their throats as they stared intently at the 5 deities that appeared. This time, the kingdom of Haishi had chosen Neptune, the god of water, the sea, and also the god of horses. Chen Gong suddenly felt bored. The kingdom of Haishi was no match for them. The 5 deities that appeared this time were not as powerful as the sages, but they were still extremely formidable. Chen Gong's gaze fell on a fox with 4 legs and 9 tails. He immediately decided to pay homage. On Mount Xingqiu, there is a beast that resembles a fox with 9 tails. Its cry sounds like that of an infant, and it can devour humans. Those who eat its flesh will not be bewitched. This junior, Chen Gong, humbly welcomes the 9-tailed celestial fox. Upon hearing this, the 9-tailed celestial fox opened her eyes, and instantly everyone was drawn to her. They couldn't believe that a fox could be as beautiful and alluring as a woman. Chen Gong was momentarily dazed but snapped back to reality at the other's words. "Snap out of it. Did you summon me to fight?" Chen Gong shook his head, dismissing those random thoughts, but instinctively nodded in agreement. "Elder 9-tailed celestial fox, someone has invaded my Shenlong kingdom. Please help us seek justice." The 9-tailed celestial fox continued to smile, seeming to soften slightly. But the next moment, her words left everyone present speechless. "Why should I? There's no benefit for me unless you're willing to be my husband.
Her words must have offended countless young women present.
Some even began to curse loudly. What kind of daydream are you having? Shin would never be your husband. What kind of person are you? You come in and try to seduce people. Do you think just because someone summoned you, they must have fallen in love with you and must be with you? You're delusional. Shen belongs to all of us. What gives you a fox, the right? The nine-tailed celestial fox chuckled and transformed into the form of a woman.
Instantly, everyone was captivated by her beauty, leaving them spellbound. I can guarantee that few can match my skills. The country across the way is weak and ugly, only you catch my eye. Chen Gong's expression suddenly turned serious, causing the nine-tailed celestial fox to fall silent for a moment. The nine-tailed fox first appeared in the Warring States period and was later regarded as an auspicious beast during the Han Dynasty, symbolizing the rise of a ruler, numerous descendants, good fortune, and the omen of an emperor.
You're nothing like that.
The nine-tailed fox chuckled, as if she had heard the funniest joke in the world.
Have you heard of Daji? Technically speaking, she's still my junior.
In your eyes, we foxes are all seductive creatures, and among us, the nine-tailed fox is considered the pinnacle of foxes, hence deemed the most wicked of all.
Throughout history, women of beauty have often brought down nations. How could we possibly bring good fortune?
We are the harbingers of disaster. It seemed as though she agreed, but a hint of loneliness could still be detected in her expression. The people of Haishi Kingdom saw this and didn't miss the opportunity to mock her.
Sending the nine-tailed celestial fox, could this be a beauty trap?
If so, few would escape her clutches.
Shen Gong really is someone who will say anything to make others risk their lives. What else can a fox do besides seduce people?
She looks like a demoness who will bring ruin to the nation.
Don't let Shen Gong be seduced and forget about the competition altogether.
Though everyone thought this way, Shen Gong dismissed their words with disdain. He glared at those who were speaking, and this truly made them dare not speak, closing their mouths immediately.
When heroes are not on the same level and the emperor is incompetent and neglects his duties, what can be done?
Looking around them, regardless of any connection, they would first bring out a beauty, describe her as peerlessly beautiful, a once-in-a-thousand-years beauty, and then use her as a scapegoat. However, these beauties rarely earned the title of peerless. Throughout history, it seems only tragic beauties, fallen heroes, and rulers whose nations were destroyed could create such legends. Chen Gong's words seem mundane, but they have caused countless people to ponder.
Is the notion that beautiful women can ruin a country and harm the world truly valid? This makes them dare not be completely certain either. To be honest, they were just beautiful and didn't do anything wrong.
The nine-tailed celestial fox smiled indifferently, but her expression suddenly turned serious, no longer resembling the alluring and enchanting figure from moments ago. This transformation caused everyone to acknowledge Chen Gong's words.
Dare to bully my junior?
I'll show you how to write the word death.
Shen Gong suddenly felt a chill down his spine. A beautiful woman's anger was truly intimidating.
The two of them walked out together and happened to see the people across from them. When Neptune saw the nine-tailed celestial fox, his eyes lit up, as if he had seen the love of his life.
How beautiful. The nine-tailed celestial fox didn't even bother to look at him, giving him a dismissive glance.
Shen Gong dared not say a word, feeling that if she were to lose her temper, even he would not be spared. Shen Gong wasn't the least bit worried that the nine-tailed celestial fox would lose. She clearly looked like a 1,000-year-old demon. The nine-tailed fox gains a new tail every 100 years. When all 9 tails are complete. After another 100 years, meaning the nine-tailed fox has lived for 1,000 years, it can transform into a human. Judging by the nine-tailed celestial fox's appearance, she must have been able to transform into human form for quite some time.
The nine-tailed celestial fox flickered and instantly transformed back into its fox form.
The reason she dislikes transforming into a human is because she despises the way people look at her.
She is no demoness who brings ruin to the nation. She is an ancient divine beast.
Neptune snapped back to his senses at that moment. He had no time for romance now. The two of them assumed battle stances, but the nine-tailed celestial fox's gaze was one of superiority. Her arrogant demeanor seemed to suggest that the entire world was within her grasp.
Chapter 61, Targeted by Others.
The nine-tailed celestial fox's tail suddenly flickered in the air, a sight truly a feast for the eyes. Shen Gong, however, closed his eyes tightly at that moment.
The nine-tailed celestial fox's most powerful ability was her seduction technique. Her current demeanor was clearly a seduction tactic. However, even with Chen Gong's prior preparation, he couldn't resist at all.
He instinctively opened his eyes and looked at her. The nine-tailed celestial fox, who had been gentle and gentle moments ago, suddenly became fierce. By the time Neptune realized what was happening, it was already too late. The nine-tailed celestial fox had already unleashed her fatal move. Everyone was stunned by her. This was simply an otherworldly existence.
This is way too exaggerated.
There's no way to stop her.
One wrong move and you're already under her spell. To die under the peony flowers is to die a romantic ghost.
Even if I die at the hands of such a beauty, I would gladly accept it.
If you're willing, go die now. I'll send you to meet the beauty. Honey, I was just joking. Don't be angry. You're the most beautiful girl in my heart.
Neptune spat out a mouthful of blood and stared at the nine-tailed fox in disbelief. You must not be an ordinary nine-tailed fox. How could you possibly be here? The nine-tailed celestial fox snorted coldly and laughed sinisterly. I am the clan leader of the nine-tailed foxes, Bai Ling. After speaking, Bai Ling showed no mercy and immediately pressed her advantage.
I've made my position clear. I, Bai Ling, fear none of you. I came here directly because I've already prepared for this. Since you want my Qianlong kingdom to be destroyed, then come and fight us openly. Don't try to sow discord among us in secret. Otherwise, I'll break this rule and exterminate all your descendants.
These words were spoken with great arrogance, though they seemed somewhat puzzling.
She wasn't just making empty threats, she was sending a message to Chen Gong. She's gone mad. This Bai Ling is nothing but a madwoman.
Someone spoke in fear, clearly indicating how important this matter was to them.
We can't let this continue. The Qianlong kingdom must be destroyed. Let's collaborate. The Haishi kingdom can't possibly defeat the Qianlong kingdom.
As they spoke, several national leaders had already set off for Qianlong kingdom. The leaders of the Kingdom of Chaldeum, the Nordic Kingdom, and the Thousand Buddha Kingdom had all gone. Some powerful nations, believing themselves to be invincible, refused to participate. For example, the Kingdom of the Gods, even if they had such intentions, they would not dare to act on them. They approached the Haishi kingdom directly and revealed their intentions. As you can see, the Qianlong kingdom is no longer a match for any single nation. If we do not unite, we may have no choice but to yield to them. We must not allow the Qianlong kingdom to grow stronger. This is our nation's ancestral edict, so we are willing to cooperate with you to oppose the Qianlong kingdom. Their deities are extremely powerful. If this continues, our only fate is annihilation. Moreover, they seem to be planning something of great significance. Respectable leaders of the Haishi kingdom, we are all willing to provide you with assistance to help you defeat the Qianlong kingdom. We also hope you will agree to our proposal for cooperation. Haishi kingdom was originally unwilling to agree, but now there is no other option but to accept. The reluctance stems from uncertainty about the sincerity of their intentions. If they fail to uphold martial ethics during battle, they will inevitably face enemies on all sides. However, refusing might not end much better. The Qianlong kingdom has been overwhelmingly victorious so far, and it is clear to everyone that they are no match for the Qianlong kingdom. As long as Chen Gong is there, they will gain nothing. Therefore, after hesitating, the people of Haishi agreed to their demands, which was a good thing for all nations. After obtaining consent, they began to implement the decision in detail. Chen Gong watched their actions with some confusion. After waiting for 2 or 3 minutes, no one came forward. Judging by their demeanor, they certainly did not seem ready to concede defeat outright. Perhaps they were discussing something. However, Chen Gong had no idea what they were discussing. Since the competition hadn't started yet, he went to find Su Zhongshan. When Su Zhongshan saw him, he couldn't help but complain. These people are truly shameless. Several countries are ganging up on us. Chen Gong, you must choose the strongest deity later, or else we'll end up losing. Chen Gong didn't understand what he meant and asked for clarification. I don't quite understand what you mean. Could you explain it to me? Su Zhongshan suddenly burst into laughter, as if he had seen something extraordinary. Chen Gong, I didn't expect you to be so ignorant. Lu Xinhong, you tell him. Lu Xinhong looked like he was holding back a laugh, but he still seemed to respect this master he had gained. Master, the reason they didn't take the field is likely because several countries have joined forces to attack us. The Haishi kingdom couldn't defeat us, so they started resorting to underhanded tactics, which is why Su Lao is so angry. This is a loophole in the rules. As long as both sides agree, they can cooperate, but no more than 5 countries at a time. Chen Gong looked terrified and couldn't believe it. Don't tell me we have to fight 5 against 1? Lu Xinhong rolled his eyes in exasperation, clearly at a loss for words. Master, what are you thinking? It's still 1-on-1, but if those countries team up, their divine beings could appear, and that would put us in danger. As long as it's not 1 against 5, Chen Gong was still confident and immediately relaxed. You can rest assured as long as it's not 1 against 5, we still have a chance. The originally serious atmosphere instantly turned cheerful because of what he said, and many people laughed and commented on Chen Gong's dazed expression. Chen Gong didn't bother to get angry with them after all, he truly didn't know. Just as they were chatting and laughing, a solemn voice suddenly echoed from the sky. The Kingdom of Haishi has applied to form an alliance with the Kingdom of Caledonia, the Nordic Kingdom, and the Thousand Buddha Kingdom, and both parties have agreed to cooperate and establish the alliance. Chen Gong's expression turned serious upon hearing this. It seemed that this time, he really had to take things seriously. Otherwise, there was a real risk of things going wrong. These nations were not weak by any means, and some of them even had powerful deities. What worried Chen Gong the most were the 3 nations that had joined later. They were far more powerful than the Kingdom of Haishi. Su Zhongshan also spoke seriously. This is truly shameless. A few countries collaborating is enough, and they're all powerful nations. Chapter 62, Outnumbered? The others were also enraged by their shamelessness, wanting to confront them immediately.
This is way too much. Aren't they just bullying our country because we have no one? Why don't we find a few countries to help us? Otherwise, we'll really be bullied by them. Shin, do you have any ideas? We can't lose, can we? I can't control my temper. Don't stop me. I'm going over there to have a proper argument with them.
As they were about to start fighting, Gong immediately stepped in to stop them. There's no need to rush.
I might be able to figure something out.
The cost of losing the battle of the gods is far greater than that of the summoning of the gods. I doubt those powerful gods would come, so our chances of victory are still quite high.
Gong actually has no real confidence either. These nations are all very powerful.
If he could summon a more powerful god, there would be no problem. But the most important thing now is that he might not be able to summon them, so he can't guarantee anything. Nevertheless, his words calmed everyone down. As long as he was there, victory was certain. The kingdom of Chaldeum must be wary of the following deities: the Azure Heavenly Godin, the Lord of Breath Enlil, the God of Waters Aya, and the Guardian God Marduk. The supreme god Ashur, the sun god Utu, the moon god Sin, the storm god Adad, the god of agriculture and spring Dumas, and the god of the underworld Nergal. The Nordic kingdom has 12 main gods, and the Thousand Buddha kingdom has 4 guardian gods. Gong thought of this and suddenly felt that they were in great danger this time. It seemed he had to be extremely cautious this time. Moreover, all their previous achievements would be nullified, and they would have to start over from the beginning. Gong's expression grew even more somber, but even so, he had no intention of seeking help. These nations were only too eager for them to perish sooner rather than later. It would be better to eliminate them now than risk them betraying them later. It was better to eliminate that possibility before it even arose. As he pondered, the people across from him had already gone up. This time, it was still people from the Western Sea Kingdom. Gong didn't understand why they were sending the Haishi Kingdom's people forward, but now wasn't the time to dwell on it. As the opposing side took the stage, he followed suit. He put on a nonchalant expression, but deep down, he was terrified. Gong didn't bother to acknowledge him. When the conversation wasn't going well, he didn't feel like wasting his breath on these people. His attitude made him seem arrogant and disrespectful in others' eyes, and many were displeased with him. However, he had the ability to back it up. Once he entered, the people on the other side followed suit. As soon as he entered, the people from the Western Sea Kingdom erupted into cheers, as if they had won some great prize. Among the deities they had summoned this time was Jupiter, the king of all gods who ruled over the divine realm and the mortal world in the Haishi Kingdom. The ancient sky god, god of light and law, and the leader of the Roman 12 gods. His appearance gave all the people of Haishi Kingdom hope for victory. This time, we are certain to win. He is one of the original 3 main gods, a branch deity of the Heavenly Father, Tuz, wielding lightning as his weapon and maintaining order between heaven and earth. If Gong loses this time, Jupiter isn't just some random wild god who can be easily defeated. Rest assured, we're certain to win this time. Even if we can't do it, there are other nations. The Xianlong Kingdom has done so many things that defy the rules. Whatever we do is justified. Here, everyone was in high spirits, but Gong was unaware of the situation outside. Seeing the gods before him gave him a headache. It's not that there aren't powerful ones, but he wasn't sure if he could summon them. He didn't want to disrupt the 3 purities plans. After some thought, Gong decided on the Qilin. The Qilin, along with the dragon, phoenix, tortoise, and pi, are known as the 5 auspicious beasts. The 9 beasts of the primordial chaos refer to the 8-headed serpent, the azure dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, the black tortoise, the Qilin, the kuanping, and the 3-legged golden crow. The Qilin was among them, which spoke to its power. Moreover, this Qilin is no ordinary Qilin, it is the primordial Qilin. Gong bowed respectfully before everyone. The dragon gives birth to the Qilin. All beasts are born from the Qilin. It is a primordial divine beast and the emperor of the Qilin clan. This junior, Gong, humbly welcomes the primordial Qilin. The Xianlong Kingdom, upon hearing his choice, grew so anxious they nearly rushed forward. Although the Qilin is indeed powerful, it is clearly no match for the opponent across from them. The one across from them was their lord of all gods. They couldn't just act so carelessly, no matter what. Gong was the least nervous among them. For him, this battle was already won. Pangos separated heaven and earth, establishing the 4 primordial elements of earth, water, fire, and wind, stabilizing the primordial chaos. These 4 elements gradually evolved into the 4 primordial beasts, each giving rise to life. The primordial Qilin emerged at this time and took control of all the beasts of the earth. It evolved into the Qilin clan, becoming one of the great rulers of the primordial chaos. Gong had great confidence in the Qilin. Such a divine beast should not be under the watchful eye of the gods of other nations. As he pondered, the primordial Qilin opened its eyes, and the sky instantly filled with auspicious colors. Everyone felt refreshed and invigorated, as if enveloped by an inexplicable sense of happiness. Some even closed their eyes tightly, as this was indeed a rare pleasure for them. When they opened their eyes again, they saw a majestic Qilin. With a lion's head, deer antlers, tiger eyes, a horse's body, dragon scales, and a cow's tail, this was the Qilin. Everyone felt a sense of awe and reverence for this majestic creature. The primordial Qilin fixed its gaze on Chen Gong, as if it had seen a long-lost family member. Chen Gong looked at it in confusion, then suddenly remembered that the original Qilin had later become the mount of the primordial lord, which explained the sense of familiarity. This reassured him greatly. After all, it was one of his own.
We'll need your help in a fight,
the Shiki Qilin said confidently.
Leave it to me.
Chen Gong nodded, completely trusting him.
As the two of them walked out, they happened to meet Jupiter coming out from the opposite side.
Upon seeing him, Jupiter immediately began mocking him.
I thought it was someone else. Turns out it's just a mount. Do you really think you can take me on?
The Qilin wasn't interested in arguing with him. With its proud nature, it certainly didn't want to waste its breath on such trivial matters.
Moreover, the Qilin was gentle in nature, elegant and noble, and certainly wouldn't stoop to arguing with others. However, Chen Gong wasn't so patient. He retorted immediately.
You must be a very powerful deity, but your knowledge is so shallow.
You don't even know why the Shiki Qilin became a mount. Chapter 63, The Cunning Villain.
Chen Gong's words left no room for face, causing many people's expressions to darken. Some even thought he was putting on airs and speaking without any regard for others.
Chen Gong really thinks he knows everything. How arrogant of him. He can't possibly think he knows more than Jupiter, can he?
The people of Xianlong Kingdom have no idea about Jupiter's true strength. If they did, they would never dare to speak so boldly. Perhaps they're just trying to make their own deaths look more glorious.
I think we're in for a show. If even Chen Gong loses, what kind of people can the Xianlong Kingdom send out?
By then, there won't be anyone left to fight, and our chances of victory will be very high. Chen Gong, however, remained serious. He strongly disagreed with Jupiter's words and immediately rebutted him.
One of the three great chaos divine beasts, the Qilin clan, appears with auspicious signs.
The first Qilin led the Qilin clan to unite with the Phoenix clan to fight against the Dragon clan, resulting in countless casualties among the three clans. The first Qilin ultimately met the same fate as Yuan Fengzonglong, falling in battle. He vowed to the Tao of Heaven, wherever the Qilin appears, there will be auspicious signs. The Tao of Heaven bestowed its blessings, and the Qilin clan was reborn. The primordial Qilin sought to preserve the life of his legitimate son, the Four Unlikes, and to seek the protection of the primordial Heavenly Lord. The primordial Qilin ordered the Four Unlikes to become the mount of the primordial Heavenly Lord. Therefore, even though the Qilin clan became mounts, they are not as powerless as you claim. They merely sought to protect their descendants. Upon hearing his words, the original Qilin's gaze grew deep. It turned out that there was indeed someone who knew everything about their Qilin clan. The Qilin clan was the weakest of the three clans, and in the struggles among the three clans, they were at a disadvantage. Therefore, they allied with the Phoenix clan to resist the Dragon clan. However, even as the weakest race among the three, their ability to coexist and dominate the world alongside the other two races speaks volumes about their capabilities. Sure, Qilin felt a mix of emotions at that moment. Although he knew that Chen Gong should be aware of this. But hearing him say it out loud in front of so many people still moved the original Qilin deeply.
This gave him even more confidence. Jupiter, I don't believe you don't know these things.
You've studied everything about us in great detail. You're only saying this to make the people of the Xianlong Kingdom not believe me. But you've forgotten that there are people in the Xianlong Kingdom who know the truth.
So you're overthinking this. Using such underhanded tactics to win, even if you do win, what then? Chen Gong never expected Jupiter to resort to such despicable means for victory. He had assumed they were looking down on the Shikilin and hadn't bothered to investigate thoroughly. Fortunately, he had the foresight to reveal the truth directly. Otherwise, they would have been in a difficult situation this time. Jupiter's face turned grim, and his gaze toward Chen Gong was filled with murderous intent. I see you're just asking for death.
As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped toward Chen Gong and struck his neck with a palm strike.
Chen Gong dodged swiftly, thankfully now on par with ordinary deities.
According to the classification of deities in the Xianlong Kingdom, he should be somewhere between a golden immortal and a great golden immortal in the immortal realm.
Chen Gong was well aware of the distinctions in cultivation levels.
The ordinary realm is characterized by refining essence into qi, refining qi into spirit, refining spirit back to emptiness, and unifying emptiness with the Tao. The immortal realm consists of celestial immortals, golden immortals, and great golden immortals. The holy realm consists of the great golden immortal of the primordial void, the near saint, the great golden immortal of the primordial void and the saint, and the supreme golden immortal of the primordial void and the supreme saint. As for the Tao realm, it is likely only accessible to the ancient sage Hongjun and the deities that existed before him, such as Pangu. Although Chen Gong cannot defeat Jupiter, dodging his attacks is still quite easy. The primordial Qilin saw this and flew into a rage, sweeping its tail to knock Chen Gong off his back. Chen Gong was startled, though he didn't believe the primordial Qilin would harm him, but such a sudden move was still quite frightening. When he appeared on the first Qilin's back, he knew the first Qilin had done it to protect him. He must have been afraid he couldn't protect Chen Gong, and that his back was the safest place for him. Chen Gong, once he came to his senses, felt a mix of excitement, surprise, and a bit overwhelmed by the honor. Although the Shi Qinlin later became a mount, it wasn't something anyone could just sit on. The reason he could ride it was probably because he was the heir to the three purities. Though he wasn't entirely sure what that meant, this status granted him many advantages. At least even the Shikolin allowed him to ride it, which meant his presence was highly significant. Lost in his thoughts, those below had been stunned into silence by his actions. After a long time, a sudden voice rang out. How powerful. The moment those words were spoken, it was as if someone had flipped a switch, allowing everyone to speak freely. Is Chen Gong even human anymore? If I hadn't witnessed his rise step by step, I'd almost believe he's some kind of deity. His reaction is simply too exaggerated. He can no longer be described as human. Though not a deity, his power has likely reached the level of a deity. This man is truly terrifying. The Shikolin has become his mount. Isn't that the mount of the three purities? I recall that the one who defeated his opponent with a single move was also one of the three purities. This is simply too much. Lu Xinhong stared at Chen Gong in shock, as if he were seeing him for the first time. No wonder my father told me to follow him. He is truly too powerful. Su Zhongshan nodded in approval, though he said nothing. His expression clearly showed his deep admiration. At that moment, Jupiter was the most shocked. He knew he hadn't used his full strength. But he knew that even ordinary gods couldn't dodge it, let alone Shingon, an ordinary mortal. This made him take Shingon seriously, though he knew he couldn't harm him now. The Shikiri was clearly protecting Shingon, so he had no chance. Unless he was certain he could kill both of them with a single move. With this thought, Jupiter's gaze grew resolute. He clenched the lightning spear tightly in his hand. Suddenly, a vast expanse of dark clouds appeared in the sky, and the lightning seemed on the verge of materializing, constantly extinguishing the endless gale winds. The scene seemed to possess the power to destroy the heavens and earth, leaving countless people speechless with fear. They couldn't help but wonder if they were caught in the midst of it, would they be reduced to ashes by a single strike of lightning? The power of the lightning grew increasingly violent, and even from a great distance, they could hear the roaring sound. The expression on the face of the first Qilin grew serious. This move must possess terrifying power. Chen Gong couldn't help but swallow hard at the sight, but he wasn't the least bit worried about himself. Chapter 64, Mutual Aid. Chen Gong firmly believed that with the protection of the primordial Qilin, Jupiter would not harm him. As he pondered, countless bolts of lightning transformed into sharp swords, violently crashing toward Chen Gong and the primordial Qilin. This strike unleashed apocalyptic power, causing many to worry deeply. The primordial Qilin stepped onto the void, and the Qilin seal appeared in the air alongside him. Suddenly, the Qilin seal grew larger in size, even surpassing the size of his own body. The lightning's power did not even touch the Qilin mark, appearing to be blocked or perhaps devoured would be a more accurate description. The lightning power in the Qilin seal stood in defense and attack, seemingly evenly matched. However, anyone with keen eyes could tell that the primordial Qilin had not yet exerted its full strength. The Qilin seal had been in a defensive stance the entire time and had not launched a single attack. Chen Gong was not the least bit concerned about winning, as victory was certain. However, he was deeply curious about the Qilin seal, as it was the most precious treasure of the Qilin clan. It belongs to the category of ordinary innate divine treasures. The ranks of magical treasures, from highest to lowest, are chaos treasures, spiritual treasures, merit treasures, posthuman treasures, and posthuman spiritual treasures. Among these are further divided into supreme and ordinary. Therefore, the Qilin seal is considered to be of a relatively high rank among magical treasures. As he pondered, the primordial Qilin roared furiously, and the Qilin seal flew toward Zhu Bite with tremendous force. Jupiter hurriedly defended himself, but the primordial Qilin's attack was no easy feat to block. He was suppressed, and a trace of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. Everyone was startled by this scene. What on earth is going on? It can't possibly be over with just one move, can it? Impossible. This can't be happening. Jupiter is the ruler of all the gods in our country. How could he possibly lose to a mere mount? Don't worry, Jupiter clearly hasn't used his full strength yet. Victory is still possible. We should believe in him. If we don't believe in him, we might as well surrender now. Chen Gong also didn't expect the primordial Qilin to win so easily. However, when he felt the body of the primordial Qilin trembling slightly, he knew that the primordial Qilin had sacrificed far more than what they could see. If it were that simple, Jupiter wouldn't be the ruler of the gods of the Western Sea Kingdom. Although the Shiki Qilin had expended a significant amount of divine power, he couldn't let anyone notice that his divine power was nearly depleted. Feeling his own condition, he immediately told Chen Gong. After surviving the Dragon Phoenix ordeal, our Qilin clan's divine power has grown very weak. Though I can win, it is extremely difficult. Please help me. Chen Gong immediately understood his meaning. If the primordial Qilin weren't so obscure now, his divine power wouldn't be nearly depleted. He wouldn't have dared to confront Jupiter head-on from the start. After all, the Qilin seal is an offensive artifact. The fact that it could resist Jupiter's thunderous power was enough to demonstrate its capabilities. Chen Gong thought this through and comforted him. Leave it to me.
The primordial Qilin finally relaxed.
This unexplained trust made Chen Gong feel very pleased. He paused for a moment before beginning to speak about the affairs of the Qilin clan.
After Pango split the heavens and earth, the Xianhuang world entered the primordial era. From the chaos emerged the first dragon, the first phoenix, and the first Qilin.
They were respectively known as the primordial dragon ancestor, the Tai Su phoenix ancestor, and the Qilin ancestor. They were all hermaphrodites, able to reproduce on their own, and eventually gave rise to three major clans: the primordial dragon clan, the primordial phoenix clan, and the primordial Qilin clan. Together, they were known as the three clans of the primordial era and were the strongest among the 8 great clans of the primordial era. Although many people did not understand why Chen Gong would mention such things at such a solemn moment. However, everyone listened intently, as these were all entirely new concepts to them. They had never heard of such things before, and now it sounded like a fascinating story. This also made them realize the power of the Qilin clan. If it weren't for the dire circumstances, how could they have become someone else's mount? As the saying goes, among the 360 creatures with wings, the phoenix is the leader. Among the insects with fur, there are 360, and the Qilin is their leader. Among the insects with shells, there are 360, and the divine turtle is their leader. There are 360 creatures with scales, and the dragon is their leader. There are 360 insects with shells, and the sage is their leader.
The Qilin clan is no joke, it's not something Chen Gong just made up.
I used to think that the primordial Qilin was just a mount, but now I see how narrow-minded I was.
I should have believed Qinshan. How could he have chosen just a mount? My goodness, the primordial Qilin is so powerful. I almost fell for Jupiter's trick. How shameless.
The ancestors of the primordial Qilin should have killed him. I knew that the deity Qinshan had chosen couldn't be that simple, but I never imagined it would be this powerful.
This completely overturns my understanding.
The people of Haishi Kingdom once believed they were certain to win, but now they're no longer sure. All of this is far beyond their comprehension.
Can we really still win?
Facing such a scene, it seems impossible to win.
The people of Xianlong Kingdom are truly terrifying. They're completely different from what we knew. What we once thought was a sure victory now seems like a certain defeat. I wonder if Jupiter still has any way to overcome this. Why is every deity from the Xianlong Kingdom so powerful? Have we underestimated them? The Xianlong Kingdom is truly terrifying.
Chen Gong's words continued, but they had already achieved the desired effect. The Shikolin, who had been exhausted, suddenly felt full of energy again. He now handled the situation with ease, as if he hadn't been exhausted at all.
This sight once again made everyone fully aware of the power of the Qilin. From today onward, no one would ever dare to treat them merely as mounts. The original Qilin, however, showed little reaction. It seemed that victory was within his grasp. Jupiter also sensed this, feeling powerless to act. The people of Haishi Kingdom were well aware of his situation. Even if he used the same method, it wouldn't be any better than now. This made him feel certain of defeat, but there were still so many young people from the Western Sea Kingdom watching him. He couldn't possibly give up now, even if it meant dying. Otherwise, he wouldn't just be letting himself down, but also all his descendants. Thus, he raised the lightning spear high, seemingly determined to give it his all. Chapter 65, Overwhelming Victory. Lightning bolts like giant dragons descended from the sky, shattering the darkness and instantly illuminating the entire world. Bolts of lightning danced like silver snakes, fireballs soared into the sky, or flew across the heavens like fiery red snakes. The lightning, resembling dragons, charged toward the Qilin, accompanied by thunderous roars that sent chills down the spine. It seemed like an enraged deity tearing the earth to pieces. Meanwhile, the primordial Qilin merely activated the Qilin seal, which erupted with an invincible aura, filled with the might to swallow the heavens and soar through the clouds. When Jupiter's lightning clashed with the Qilin seal, it erupted with a deafening sound. Countless people instinctively covered their ears, a testament to the immense power of the two combatants. The Qilin seal seemed capable of suppressing all things, and under its suppression, Jupiter couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The primordial Qilin would not miss such a golden opportunity and immediately pressed the attack. Under the astonished gazes of everyone present, Jupiter perished, his soul vanishing into nothingness. This caused a thunderous round of applause to erupt from the Xianlong Kingdom, as if they had encountered a great blessing. No one had expected them to actually win. Was this really the leader of the gods of the Haishi Kingdom? He didn't seem that impressive after all, and he was defeated so easily. I thought the so-called leader of the gods of the Haishi Kingdom was so powerful, but he is already dead. It seems like you Haishi Kingdom have been exaggerating. He is just a rookie. The Shikiri was truly too cool. This was the weakest of the 3 tribes, so how powerful must the 2 divine beasts, the Zhurong and the Yuan Feng, be? The primordial Qilin looked at Chen Gong with gratitude, his eyes filled with emotion. However, he ultimately said nothing and left. Chen Gong sighed in relief, looking tired. These gods are always trying to harm him. Even with protection, he still wasted a lot of energy. His appearance worried Su Zhongshan, who shouted out in concern. If Chen Gong is tired, he should come down and rest first. I'll send others up. Hearing this, many people looked at Chen Gong with concern. Among them, there were also many with malicious glances. Chen Gong shrugged indifferently. He dared not come down yet, even though these people had already learned quite a bit. But after all, carrying these items took time, and he dared not risk victory on mere luck. This left the people of Qianlong Kingdom deeply worried, and the joy from their earlier victory vanished instantly. Under Chen Gong's protection, they had grown too complacent, or perhaps Chen Gong was simply too powerful. None of them realized that Chen Gong was not as all-powerful as they had imagined. He wasn't a true deity, he was a flesh and blood human being. Everything he did was to protect them. This left their minds in turmoil. Perhaps they had truly grown too comfortable under Chen Gong's protection. They now decided that they absolutely couldn't let Chen Gong face so many nations alone. They must strive to learn, for only then could they truly assist Chen Gong. They are no longer the people they once were, relying on guesswork about the names of deities based on human lives. With the information Chen Gong provided, things were now much simpler than before. Among them, the one who feels it most deeply is probably Lu Xinhong. Although he refers to Chen Gong as his master, he knows that Chen Gong is actually around the same age as him. Such a master, not much older than him, is working so hard just to protect the people of the country. Though everyone says that when the nation is in danger, every commoner has a duty to act. But some also say that since they have been supported by the people, they should sacrifice themselves for the people. But it was clear that at least he hadn't done that. This left him with extremely complex emotions. His older brothers had all made the ultimate sacrifice, while he had achieved nothing of note. He has never had any strong convictions about repaying the nation. But now he seems to understand why his brothers were willing to die honorably. Though he has no grand ambitions, he now seems to have one. He wanted to become someone like Chen Gong. Chen Gong was unaware of their thoughts. In truth, his current state was not as dire as they imagined. He was just a bit tired, nothing serious. Besides, he wasn't the one fighting, so he naturally didn't react much. At this moment, the people of the Western Sea Kingdom all looked extremely grim. They never could have imagined. Their supreme deity, Jupiter, was no match for the enemy across the field. We're doomed. The kingdom of Haishi is finished. Even Jupiter isn't their match. What should we do now? Chen Gong is simply a monster. How does he know so much? His brain capacity must be terrifying. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I never would have believed it. Chen Gong is truly terrifying. I wonder what you people from the Haishi kingdom have been doing all this time. But there's no need to look so defeated. After all, our country will back you up. As he spoke, a man with a scholarly appearance stepped forward, bowed politely, and said, I am Pashipan Pashiwigan of the Thousand Buddha Kingdom. It is an honor to be your opponent. You are very powerful. Chen Gong could tell his politeness wasn't fake, so he also bowed politely. Hello, my name is Chen Gong. It's a pleasure to meet you. Pashipan Pashiwigan seemed even happier. I had heard that you were arrogant and looked down on others, but I never expected you to be so polite. Let's go inside together. As he finished speaking, he made a gesture inviting him to proceed. Chen Gong did not step back at this point, out of respect for him, and the two entered almost at the same time. As soon as Pasifan Wigan entered, his expression turned stern, as if the polite person from earlier was not him. He wasn't pretending, this might simply be a matter of professional ethics. He looked at the 5 deities before him, pondering their immense power. The first was the Vishnu Emperor, seated on a golden throne, who ruled over the fate of all beings. He was also known as the Four-Faced Buddha and was said to be a compassionate and just deity who granted all requests. Naga is a horned dragon, regarded as a guardian deity, controlling rivers and rainfall. Tarba is a type of demon, like Papang, also a demon in amulets, said to be able to devour ghosts and demons. The monkey god Hanuman, also known as the war god, possesses boundless magical powers and the ability to transform at will. He can hold a mountain in one hand and cross the sea in a single step. The Ghost King, also known as the Guardian Ghost King, is also called the Yaksa Guardian Deity, Ghost Emperor Yaksa, Ghost King Yaksa, or Yaksa King. Chapter 66, The Red Cloud Taoist. Pashipan Vigan didn't even hesitate before deciding it was Hanuman. He is a very powerful deity in the Thousand Buddha Kingdom. Among all these deities, only he could make Pashipan Vigan feel at ease. Even with such a powerful deity appearing this time, no one dared to speak. They were unsure whether they could win, as they had previously believed they were certain to win on several occasions, only to end up losing miserably. Therefore, they did not express their thoughts immediately but waited to see how things would unfold. Perhaps deep down, they already believed their country was no match for the Qianlong Kingdom. However, they dared not speak, for thinking one thing and saying it were two entirely different matters. At that moment, on the other side, Chen Gong looked at the 5 deities before him with some confusion. These 5 deities were all relatively powerful beings. However, he dared not summon them carelessly, as he feared that he might accidentally attract someone else's attention. However, among the 5 deities, Chen Gong ultimately settled on Honyun Daoren. Honyun Laozu was the first red cloud to attain enlightenment after the creation of the heavens and earth, and as a Deluo Jingxian, he was at the quasi-saint level of cultivation. Chen Gong chose him for two reasons: first, because of his power, and second, because he was deeply intrigued by this first unlucky being.
In theory, Hong Yun Doran's fame was not low, but since he was not a sage, it should not be that exaggerated. After making his decision, Chen Gong spoke with great respect.
Hong Jun Laozu's nominal disciple, the lucky star Yun Zhongzi, the second Qingdi Taiyi Juku Tianzuan.
The junior disciple Chen Gong respectfully greets the Red Cloud Daoist. As his words fell, Hong Yun Daoran slowly opened his eyes and looked around in confusion.
Upon seeing Chen Gong, Hong Yun Daoran was surprisingly enthusiastic, seeming delighted to see him. Did you summon me for a reason? Chen Gong finally understood why Hong Yun Daoran was called the first-class good-hearted person. It was indeed as legendary as the tales.
Seeing this, he couldn't help but smile wryly. Someone has come to the Xianlong kingdom to cause trouble.
Please ask Hong Yun Daoran to help us drive them back.
Although Hong Yun Daoran was known as a kind-hearted old man, he wasn't someone who would give in to anything. When he heard Chen Gong say this, he immediately grew serious.
Take me with you.
I want to see who dares to cause trouble in the Xianlong kingdom. Chen Gong suddenly sighed in relief. He had truly feared that Hong Yun Daoran wouldn't even bother with this. This so-called first-class good-natured person isn't someone to be taken lightly. Hong Yun inherited the great compassion of the primordial deity Pangu, was naturally kind-hearted, loved helping other beings, and had a restless nature that drove him to travel far and wide. She traveled far and wide, stopping along the way, and after helping countless beings, she earned the reputation of a kind-hearted person among the primordial gods. Wherever she went, beings were willing to accept her.
Chen Gong was truly afraid that Hong Yun Daoran would refuse, but it seems he still has his limits. When they went out, Hanuman had already arrived.
As soon as Hanuman saw Hong Yun Daoran, he burst into laughter, looking down on him with obvious disdain.
After waiting so long, I thought it was someone else. Turns out it's just you, you unlucky fool. Hong Yun Daoran didn't get angry, he just smiled.
After all, what the other party said was true. He really was very unlucky. Inside the Zixiao Palace, he had relinquished his sacred position. Though he had obtained the Hongmeng purple qi, he lacked the fortune to absorb it. Later, he was ambushed and killed by the Blood Sea ancestor, with the threat of his true spirit entering the cycle of reincarnation. What was most frustrating was that after reincarnating, his luck seemed decent at first. He had become a disciple of the three purities primordial being. However, when it came down to it, he was originally his peer, but now he was a generation below, which was slightly unfair.
Hong Yun Daoran showed no signs of anger, which dampened Hanuman's enthusiasm for mocking him further.
Although he had mocked Hong Yun Daoran from the start, he was actually very concerned. Although Hong Yun Daoran was a kind-hearted old man and famously unlucky.
However, his true strength among the many deities of the Xianlong kingdom was undoubtedly among the top ranks.
Hong Yun Daoran was the first red cloud to appear in the heavens after the creation of the world, truly a being of exceptional fortune. His cultivation was extremely high. He had already reached the level of a great immortal when he listened to the teachings in the Purple Xiao Palace, and he was peers with figures like the Supreme Elder Lord and the Guide. Hong Yun possesses a precious treasure, the 99 soul scattering gourd, forged from a red gourd plucked from the primordial gourd vine. It has the power to destroy one's divine essence. It is easy to imagine how powerful he is. Chen Gong didn't know why, but he felt that Hong Yun Daoran was unreliable. He cautiously prepared his defenses, fearing he might meet an untimely end here.
However, at that moment, Hong Yun Daoran remained calm and began to channel his energy.
Suddenly, the Hong Yun array appeared out of nowhere. The red cloud array consisted of 7 layers of veils, each with its own unique function, overlapping and intertwining with thunder and fire, forming a formidable defense. As the array activated, it suddenly filled the sky. Red rain fell from the canopy, forming a shower of red light. As it dispersed, it instantly formed a dense string of thunderous sounds, accompanied by balls of fiery flames, all striking toward the heads of the attackers, creating a terrifying scene. Hanuman had naturally heard of the red cloud formation's power and dared not take it lightly. He immediately drew his weapon, the tiger-headed staff. The tiger-headed staff resembled a large copper hammer rather than a standard staff. He raised the tiger-headed rod to defend himself, but the attacks were too relentless. His body was covered with numerous minor wounds, and it seemed as though the formation could easily overpower him. Not only did others not expect this, even Chen Gong was greatly surprised. The Red Cloud Taoist even took the initiative to begin explaining the array to everyone. The Red Cloud formation is an extremely powerful and formidable formation composed of 7 layers of curtains, each with its own unique function. These curtains overlap one another, combining thunder and fire to form an extremely powerful defensive and offensive system. The array's power was so great that even the most powerful deities would find it difficult to escape its attack range. Everyone nodded unconsciously, initially thinking it was Chen Gong who had spoken. After a moment, they realized that Chen Gong hadn't spoken at all. They instinctively looked at the Red Cloud Taoist beside him. At that moment, their mouths were wide open in astonishment. It was Hong Yun Daoran who had answered their questions. It wasn't that they were surprised by his explanation, but rather that Hong Yun Daoran had personally taken the time to explain it to them, which was highly unexpected. After all, Hong Yun Daoran was a deity, an exalted being. They would never have thought he would take the initiative to answer. Doing so seemed to diminish his status. However, despite their shock, they couldn't help but marvel at Hong Yun Daoran's power.
Chapter 67, Has Hong Yun Daoran died? Shen Gong smiled and nodded.
This Hong Yun Daoran truly lives up to his reputation as a kind-hearted old man. Hanuman swung his tiger-headed, but he couldn't break the formation for the time being.
However, Red Cloud Taoist couldn't possibly defeat Hanuman just by relying on this formation. Hanuman probably never imagined that he would one day be trapped by an array formation.
This made him feel utterly humiliated. With this thought, his gaze grew fierce, and the tiger-headed struck the Red Cloud's formation again and again.
Though the Red Cloud formation was formidable, Hanuman was no ordinary warrior.
Therefore, the Red Cloud formation began to show signs of being broken. Seeing this, Hong Yun Daoran kindly warned him. My array won't hold him for long. Be careful later.
There are only two ways to break the formation. The first is to use brute force to destroy it. The second method is to use the array against itself by incorporating your own array device into the original array. However, Hanuman clearly isn't skilled in this technique.
Shen Gong nodded instinctively, but at that moment, he couldn't understand why a sense of foreboding arose in his heart. However, he did not believe that Hong Yun Daoran was unable to defeat him, so he did not think much of it.
Hong Yun Daoran held the 99 soul-scattering red gourd, which was originally a purple red gourd, but he had refined it.
As soon as Hanuman broke the formation, he burst into laughter, resembling Sun Wukong in both appearance and temperament. As soon as he emerged, he intended to seek revenge, raising his tiger headed toward Hong Yun Daoran. Hong Yun Daoran suddenly revealed a fierce expression, as if the patient person who had just answered questions was not him at all. As the saying goes, clouds have no form, and what has no form cannot be destroyed. The formless can transform into all things, and thus all things possess the might of heaven.
Though he was an old gentleman, he wasn't one to spare anyone.
As for someone like Hanuman, he had already decided to kill him. The 99 scattering soul gourd immediately released red poisonous sand.
The red sand within the gourd could be used for both defense and attack. It can also absorb human spirits, trapping the forms of immortals, destroying their bodies, and extinguishing their souls. Shen Gong couldn't help but exclaim. No wonder he's the Red Cloud Taoist. The people below shared his thoughts. This Red Cloud Taoist was indeed no ordinary person. However, what piqued their curiosity the most was the true power of this gourd. Hanuman was surrounded by a transparent light barrier, presumably to avoid the red sand intentionally. Hong Yun Daoran's expression grew grim, and his tone was filled with murderous intent.
It seems that even after using such underhanded tactics, you still refuse to spare the divine beings of our Xianlong kingdom and continue to study ways to counter us.
Hanuman chuckled dismissively, clearly unconcerned.
He spoke with a look of contempt.
Are we the ones studying you, or are you studying us? This is something we need to discuss properly.
After all, your Xianlong kingdom has a monkey king named Sun Wukong, who seems to have been modeled after me.
Upon hearing this, everyone realized the truth.
Those below couldn't help but feel curious, and some even began to speculate about the connection between Hanuman and Sun Wukong.
I recall that the Xianlong kingdom also has a monkey deity.
Both of them are monkey deities, and even their weapons resemble each other.
Could there be a connection between them? I've never heard of that. It seems even the Thousand Buddha Kingdom doesn't know what's going on.
Before, we didn't notice, but now it feels like the two deities have similar personalities, weapons, and even their forms are alike.
We all don't know. Perhaps only Chen Gong might know.
If even he doesn't know, then no one else does.
Maybe we're just overthinking it and it's just a coincidence.
Shen Gong also noticed the similarities between Hanuman and Sun Wukong. He began to explain to himself. The divine monkey Hanuman did indeed appear before Sun Wukong, but Sun Wukong's original model was a water demon similar to a monkey, very much like him. This water monkey has a flat nose, a protruding forehead, white hair, a blue body, fiery eyes, and golden pupils. His neck is 100 feet long, and he is stronger than 9 elephants. He often stirs up storms on the Huai River, endangering the people. Moreover, Sun Wukong has no parents. He was born from a stone, while Hanuman's father is the wind god and his mother is a heavenly palace singer. These two have no connection whatsoever.
Everyone suddenly realized that these foreign deities were indeed one more cunning than the next.
They must have known these facts, yet they deliberately fabricated a story to suit their own interests. This made them all realize that nothing Chen Gong said could be trusted.
These people would say anything to achieve their goals.
With this realization, the people of Xianlong Kingdom grew resolute, as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Hanuman had never expected that this would be enough to make them believe. Anyway, not everyone would believe Chen Gong's words.
He had been dueling with Hong Yun Daoran when suddenly his figure flickered and he appeared beside Chen Gong. Chen Gong reacted immediately and stepped back repeatedly, causing Hong Yun Daoran to fly into a rage. How dare you!
Even with his temperament, he couldn't allow someone to attack his disciple in front of him like that.
Hanuman didn't even acknowledge Chen Gong.
Instead, his tiger-headed suddenly grew larger. He channeled all his remaining divine power into this single attack and charged toward Hong Yun Daoran.
Hong Yun Daoran keenly sensed that he couldn't withstand this strike.
Realizing this, he immediately tried to flee, prioritizing his own survival. He took out his innate divine treasure, a gourd, and countless red sands erupted from it, as if they were about to fill the entire space with red sand. Hanuman was enveloped in a protective light barrier. He had already anticipated Hong Yun Doran's next attack. Even after being struck by the red sand, he still felt a strong tremor in his soul. It seemed as though it might dissipate at any moment, but he had already prepared his defenses. Therefore, he slightly circulated his divine essence to block the red sand, turned around, and charged toward Hong Yun with his tiger-headed. Hong Yun Daoran did not expect him to use such a reckless fighting style. While retreating, he pondered how long Hanuman could hold on. Hanuman could not catch up, letting out a furious roar. Even his figure was invisible, and he no longer saw the red cloud Taoist. His tiger-headed was hovering above the spot where the red cloud had been. Everyone who witnessed this scene was utterly astonished. They seemed to have never imagined that the once powerful Hong Yun Daoran would suddenly die like this. Not to mention them, even Hanuman looked utterly disbelieving. Chapter 68, All a Conspiracy. At that moment, the people below were discussing the matter. This is way too outlandish. Just moments ago, they were evenly matched. How could he suddenly die? There must be something fishy going on. If even Shen Gong couldn't handle it, we might as well just admit defeat. Could it be a tactical move? Dying like that is too absurd. Red Cloud Taoist didn't seem that weak. There's no way he could have died like that. Did Hanuman use some trick? How could Hong Yun Daoran die at his hands? It can't be that simple. When did the deity Chen Gong summon become so weak? Don't even mention that they don't believe it. Even Hanuman looks utterly disbelieving. Although he believes in his own strength, he wouldn't be so blind as to think that. He couldn't have killed Hong Yun Daoran so easily. Although Hong Yun Daoran isn't as powerful as the three purities, he's still a figure who appeared at the same time as them. His strength shouldn't be this simple. Chen Gong also didn't believe that Hong Yun Daoran could have died so easily. After all, Hong Yun Daoran was a deity who had survived Kunpeng's fatal attack. Hanuman's attack couldn't even be compared to that. Therefore, he wasn't particularly worried, but others were unaware of this fact. Everyone was watching the scene on stage. If he really died, Hanuman should have left by now. Perhaps there was indeed something more to this, as Hanuman hadn't left yet. Just as everyone was speculating, Hong Yun Daoran returned to the stage, looking slightly weakened. Fortunately, he was protected by the magical gourd, so the Red Cloud Taoist managed to escape unharmed. Hanuman looked at him in shock, then shook his head with a helpless smile. Indeed, it was the 99 soul scattering gourd, forged from the red gourd of the primordial gourd vine. It was truly remarkable. But you, such a kind-hearted old man, ended up with your soul and spirit completely destroyed. The fact that you even repaid kindness with hatred on the spot leaves me unsure whether to praise your kindness or call you foolish. This matter could be said to be Hong Yun Daoran's heartache, causing him to fly into a rage the moment he heard about it. He charged at Hanuman without a second thought, like a ferocious beast unleashed. The people below couldn't understand why Hong Yun Daoran was so powerful, and yet, as a kind-hearted old man, he ended up in such a tragic state. Chen Gong watched Hong Yun Daoran's state with some concern. If this continued, Hanuman wouldn't even need to attack. Hong Yun Daoran would exhaust himself to death. This prompted him to speak up and try to calm him down. According to my knowledge, there are two reasons for your current state of spiritual annihilation. First, during the lecture at the Purple Shao Palace, Hong Yun gave up his seat to the Jain Taoist. The vengeful Kunpeng, unable to provoke Yuanshi and Jinshi, directed his hatred for not obtaining the Tao toward Hong Yun. The second reason lies in the Hongmeng Purple Qi. Hong Jun casually bestowed a strand of Hongmeng Purple Qi upon Hong Yun. This act enraged Kunpeng, as it not only ruined his chance to attain the Tao but also granted Hong Yun the Hongmeng Purple Qi. Upon hearing this, Hong Yun Daoran's expression grew sorrowful. It turned out that all of this was due to the Kunpeng's petty heart. He didn't care about becoming a sage at all. Otherwise, among all the gods at the time, only he and a few others didn't have treasures. However, he never rushed and instead patiently searched. This alone shows that he did not have overly ambitious goals. Hong Jun, you've caused me so much suffering. Chen Gong couldn't say much about this either. Hong Jun the ancestor had indeed done some things that weren't very honorable. Hong Jun harmed Hong Yun because he wanted to obtain Hong Yun's power. According to legend, Hong Yun possessed infinite power, and Hong Jun the ancestor sought to utilize this power to enhance his own strength. Therefore, he decided to kill Hong Yun in order to obtain his power. However, Hong Jun's power might also be due to his role as the spokesperson of the Tao. Hanuman now seems to realize he can't win, so he's instead trying to stir up trouble between them. Hong Yun Daoran, you've always done good deeds, yet you were used as a pawn and killed in the end. Even if you were to confront Hong Jun the ancestor, what good would it do? Do you really think you can defeat Hong Jun Laozhu? Stop dreaming. Shut up. Chen Gong roared angrily, even he had been moved to kill. Hong Yun Daoran could no longer contain himself and unleashed his fatal move. Even the gentlest of people have their limits, and Hong Yun Daoran was no exception. Hong Yun Daoran had always harbored a grudge over that matter, so naturally he harbored murderous intent toward Hanuman, who had brought it up. Everyone could only see a sky filled with red sand, making it difficult to discern what was happening inside. Chen Gong, worried by the situation, went to Hong Yun's side.
The power of the 9-9 scattering soulboard was indeed extraordinary. Hanuman, who had endured the blow, was in even worse shape.
When the red sand dissipated, his soul had already been obliterated.
Hong Yun Daoran watched this scene with no emotion, as if he were watching someone who had long deserved to die.
Chen Gong, seeing his state, urged him with concern. No matter what happens, we must find out the truth before seeking a solution. After all, Hong Jun the Ancestor is not someone who can be easily opposed. Hong Jun the Ancestor is the teacher of the sages and the spokesperson of the Tao.
No matter what happens, you must think it through before acting. Hong Yun Daoran burst into laughter, laughing so hard tears streamed down his face. Think carefully. If the ancient sage Hong Jun were to intervene, could the deities of other nations possibly control all of us? After speaking, Hong Yun Daoran left with a bitter smile.
Chen Gong had never considered what role the ancient sage Hong Jun Laozhu played in this matter. Perhaps because all the gods he had encountered were benevolent, he had unconsciously assumed that all gods were good.
But now, Hong Yun Daoran's words had awakened Chen Gong.
A deity as powerful as Hong Jun Daoran, if he had been involved, things would never have turned out this way. Highly seated among the 9 layers of clouds, he attained enlightenment on the meditation cushion. Beyond the mysteries of heaven and earth, I shall preside over the teachings.
Pango created the taiji, and the 2 instruments and 4 symbols followed.
One teaching was passed to 3 friends, and the 2 schools were divided into the explanatory and the restrictive.
The leader of the Xianmen, transforming the primordial chaos into Hong Jun. What role does this deity play in this conspiracy? But if he's really not a good person, how could the 3 purities, as his disciples, help him? All of this is too far-fetched. Chen Gong could only think of 3 possibilities. The first, and simplest, is that Hong Yun Daoran was just talking nonsense out of confusion, and it doesn't count for anything.
Chapter 69, Striking from the Shadows. The second possibility is that the 3 purities deceived him, and they never truly cared about returning the so-called deity. The third possibility is that the 3 purities don't know, or they've broken ties with Hong Jun, and this matter has nothing to do with them.
To be honest, Chen Gong believed the last possibility the most.
After all, he still has some connection with the 3 purities. Moreover, he is the heir to the supreme sovereign of the 3 realms. Logically, if it were truly due to the second reason, there would be no need for such actions. As for the first possibility, perhaps he believed that Hong Yun Daoran, even if he had been driven mad by anger, would never do something as dishonest as inverting right and wrong. As Chen Gong was pondering this, the people below were discussing the outcome of the competition.
It's truly a twist of fate. I thought Hong Yun Daoran was already dead, but it turns out he was just dodging attacks. That nearly gave me a heart attack.
The deities of these nations seem to know our deities better than we do ourselves.
That's a bit too much. Even if they know each other, they shouldn't know each other that well. We're not entirely sure what's going on either. Perhaps only Chen Gong can explain it clearly. We hope to learn the truth soon. Hong Yun Daoran's gourd is truly remarkable.
It can be called both offensive and defensive. If it weren't for that gourd, we might have lost for sure. Chen Gong thought about it for a long time but still couldn't figure out the key point.
There must be many things we don't know about this.
However, just then, he saw someone approach Su Zhongshan and say something, causing the latter's expression to grow even more serious. Anyone could tell that something major had happened. Chen Gong, seeing their expressions, took the opportunity to approach them before they started moving.
What happened to Su Lao?
Su Zhongshan seemed hesitant, likely worried about interrupting Chen Gong's divine battle.
However, Chen Gong's expression made it clear he couldn't wait any longer. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke up.
The place you asked me to investigate earlier was indeed found in Xianyang City, but our men couldn't get inside.
You'll need to go there yourself. Chen Gong's eyes lit up.
It seemed that the truth he sought would soon be revealed. Su Zhongshan hesitated several times before finally speaking up. According to reports from the frontline troops, the Divine Kingdom is mobilizing its forces, and it seems they intend to take action against us. Upon hearing this news, everyone's expressions darkened.
This was a major issue for them.
In theory, with Chen Gong here, they shouldn't have to worry, but now they can't leave. Chen Gong, being alone, couldn't possibly attend to both places.
He simply couldn't make a choice. I will go to the front lines first.
As everyone hesitated, Lu Xinhong suddenly spoke up. Before Chen Gong could say a word, Su Zhongshan spoke up first with firm resolve.
Anyone else can go, but not you. As he spoke, Su Zhongshan grabbed Lu Xinhong's hand, afraid he would run off.
Lu Xinhong shook off his hand, clearly having made up his mind. My father dedicated his life to the nation, my brother made the ultimate sacrifice, and here I am, hiding behind your protection like a coward? I received the emperor's salary but cannot be loyal to him. I am loved by the people but cannot repay them. My teacher was coerced and I couldn't help him tell me, what is the point of me living? Does it matter if I live, as long as you all die before me?
Lu Xinhong had always been seen as gentle, spending his days studying and practicing calligraphy.
At this moment, his words made everyone understand what the saying "a tiger father does not have a dog son" truly means. His previous actions were not out of cowardice or fear of death, but because his father had only him as a son. Since ancient times, loyalty and filial piety have been difficult to balance. When faced with national peril, he was willing to sacrifice his life. Su Zhongshan had originally planned to do something, but was stopped by Chen Gong.
Su Lao, send someone to protect my disciple. I will resolve this matter as soon as possible and come over. Remember, no matter what happens, staying alive is more important. If anyone bullies you, wait for me to arrive and tell me.
This was the first time Chen Gong had referred to Lu Xinhong as his disciple. It seemed that, no matter what, he had already acknowledged this disciple. Su Zhongshan looked at them and, though he did not agree directly, he unconsciously loosened his grip. In truth, he didn't know what he was thinking either. Perhaps it was Lu Xinhong's words that had changed his mind. Or maybe it was simply because of his trust in Chen Gong. Regardless, he had already tacitly accepted Lu Xinhong's decision.
Lu Xinhong smiled sincerely and then left without looking back.
Su Zhongshan watched his back and couldn't help but speak up.
Lu Xinhong, remember to come back alive. Lu Xinhong waved his hand, continuing to walk forward as he replied.
Tell my father I didn't disgrace him. After saying that, Lu Xinhong quickened his pace and left.
Su Zhongshan looked extremely worried, but it was too late for regrets. Chen Gong looked at him in confusion and asked. If you're so worried, why didn't you go with him?
At the very least, you could have ensured his safety and saved his life.
Su Zhongshan shook his head, clearly having considered it, but he couldn't leave.
I want to go too, but there are people from other countries here. If they find out, they might attack us.
Not only can I not leave, but neither can they.
Otherwise, everyone will know we're panicking, and the likelihood of them attacking together will be even greater.
As for Lu Xinhong's side, there will naturally be others to protect him. He's the chairman's son.
No matter how much we try to stop him, he'll eventually take this path. Perhaps now, while you can still protect him, it's better to let him face it sooner.
Chen Gong hadn't thought of this, no wonder Su Zhongshan didn't want to leave.
This made him admire them from the bottom of his heart. In their eyes, the common people were not only more important than their own lives, but even more important than the lives of their own families.
Though they are not saints, their character is more admirable than that of saints. A brave army, fearless soldiers are the backbone of the nation.
Su Zhongshan embodies this saying perfectly. Chen Gong, you may not know this, but the chairman and I were childhood friends. I have no son, but Lu Xinhong is not only the chairman's son, he is also my son. I beg you, please spare his life. If he dies, the chairman and I will have no final consolation.
We are begging you. Chapter 70, The Great Sage Who Raises His Eyebrows.
At this moment, Su Zhongshan did not resemble a general but rather an elderly father deeply concerned for his son. Chen Gong couldn't help but feel a mix of envy and emotion seeing him like this. He is not only your son but also my disciple, and in a way, he is like my own son. If he must die, I will die before him.
Su Zhongshan finally smiled.
At that moment, he felt that Lu Xinhong had chosen the right master. As the saying goes, once a teacher, always a father. Chen Gong would never stand by and watch him die like this. Just as they were discussing this, the people of the Chaldean kingdom had already arrived. Faisal, seeing that Chen Gong had no intention of following, mocked him directly.
Chen Gong, what are you talking about down there? I've already gone up, and you're still not coming? Are you afraid? Don't you dare come up? Chen Gong looked at him fearlessly, showing no emotion on his face.
Under the gaze of the crowd, he walked up expressionlessly. Faisal, seeing his demeanor, looked extremely displeased.
Chen Gong's attitude clearly showed that he didn't think much of him.
Faisal suppressed his anger and said,
Regardless, I am older than you and you're senior. How dare you be so unpolite?
I wonder who taught you such manners.
Chen Gong didn't bother to respond, simply walking into the awakening gate.
He just wanted to finish this quickly and go to support Lu Xinhong. Although Lu Xinhong should be in better condition than before, age and the time they had spent together still mattered. Chen Gong was also very concerned about him. If anything were to happen, he feared he would regret it for the rest of his life. Faisal's eyes flashed with a hint of cruelty, regardless of Chen Gong's current fame. He still saw him as just a talented youngster who dared to look down on him. After all, with his strength and status, he was always surrounded by admirers wherever he went. Now he was being treated this way by a junior, which he simply couldn't accept. As he walked in, everyone stared at the two of them. However, the people from the Xianlong kingdom seemed uninterested in the competition, as they were all worried about the situation at the front lines. Just then, Faisal suddenly shouted with joy, his eyes brimming with excitement. The god of the underworld, Nurgle, it seems I still have a chance of victory. The underworld is associated with death, plague, and the underworld, as well as fire, war, and destructive forces. Though their appearance is terrifying and dreadful, they are not demons but one of the four great rulers of the universe as they believe. His appearance reassured Faisal somewhat, though he seemed to look down on Chen Gong. However, deep down, he was fully aware that if he truly looked down on him, he would meet a gruesome end.
Chen Gong entered without hesitation and made his decision immediately. Among the five, only one could he trust. His cultivation was rooted in the essence of space itself. The vastness of space determined the boundless expanse of his magical power. Born with the body of the great Tao of the primordial void, even the supreme magical power of the Tao itself could not withstand him. The junior Qingong respectfully welcomes the ancestor of all immortals, whose cultivation has reached the realm of the Tao, the Yangmei ancestor. This person was clearly no ordinary being, but it also piqued their curiosity. He had eyebrows like willow branches, hanging down gracefully, a snow-white body, and hair as white as snow, flowing down his shoulders. He wore a brilliantly colored robe, radiating golden light. Yang Mei Laozu held a brush in his left hand, adopting an odd posture, his face radiating divine might, his entire body emanating brilliant light, dispelling the darkness and chaos in an instant, leaving the chaos clear and bright. Chen Gong was deeply curious about this Yang Mei ancestor, who had once subdued the legendary Hanjun ancestor. Upon seeing Chen Gong, the Yang Mei ancestor shook his head immediately. He never expected that anyone would know his origins. According to reason, no one should dare to reveal his affairs. Chen Gong felt somewhat reassured upon hearing this, realizing that such a divine being must be known to very few. Everyone knows that Hongjun the ancestor is the spokesperson of the Tao, but few know that there once was a Yangmei Taoist who could match him in power. Chen Gong bowed respectfully, his expression urgent. Yang Mei the great sage, our Xianlong kingdom is under attack from all sides. Please lend us your assistance to resolve this crisis as soon as possible. Yang Mei the great sage nodded in agreement, then with a flick of his mind, he appeared on the stage. Before Hongjun came the heavens, I existed 1,000 years before Hongjun. When Nelger saw him, he was greatly puzzled. He had always believed himself to be well versed in the deities of the Xianlong kingdom. He could say that there was no deity he did not know. However, upon seeing Yang Mei Taoist, he did not immediately recognize who he was. He certainly didn't think it was because he didn't know, but couldn't help but mock him. What's this Yang Mei Taoist? I've never heard of him. Your Xianlong kingdom is really getting weaker and weaker. Even a random wild deity can call himself a Taoist. Yang Mei Daorun burst into laughter, looking down on him like a child causing trouble. This made Nelger extremely angry. If you're not satisfied, then state your name, and let me see if I know who you are. Yang Mei the great immortal laughed, his bold demeanor drawing everyone's attention. He spoke with unmatched confidence. Before Hongjun came the heavens, I existed 1,000 years before Hongjun. Upon hearing this, Nelger's expression changed drastically. He now knew exactly who this person was. The one who could utter such words must be the great deity whose name even the gods of the Xianlong kingdom dared not speak. Hongjun and Yangmei were both avatars of the 3,000 demon gods born during the chaos before the heavens were formed. Yangmei was a primordial demon god born in the Hongmeng world, inherently adhering to the laws of time and space. Later, he utilized the position of the heavenly opener to become a supreme sage of the primordial void. This mixed Yuan sage is different from the heavenly Tao sage. The mixed Yuan sage relies on his own power to forcibly break free from the Tao. They exist alongside the Tao, truly free and unfettered after the creation of the heavens. As a celestial Taoist, Hongjun, though united with the celestial Tao, possesses boundless divine power and supernatural abilities. However, he has one flaw: he can only exist as long as the Tao of heaven exists. If he were to enter the chaotic world, where the Tao of heaven he had merged with no longer exists, his power would greatly diminish. Therefore, Yang Mei the great sage is stronger than Hongjun the sage, who is a celestial Taoist. Although Nelger was very confident in himself, he did not consider himself a match for Yang Mei the great immortal. He spoke hesitantly. Oh, it's Yang Mei the great immortal. My apologies. Yang Mei the great immortal looked indifferent given his status, he wouldn't bother with such trivial matters. It's understandable that you don't know, I told them not to mention it. I hear you plan to take action against my descendants? What seemed like a casual remark sent a cold sweat down Nelger's back. He looked like a mouse that had seen a cat. How dare he admit it? Chapter 71, terrified out of their wits. Those who didn't understand why Nelger was so afraid of Yang Mei the Great began to curse him openly. After all, there had been others who felt they couldn't win before, but they would rather die than beg like this. Nelger's actions were a complete disgrace to them. Faisal couldn't hold back any longer and blurted out. Nelger, why are you doing this? How can you justify this to your own identity and to your descendants? Yang Mei de Xian smiled broadly without saying a word, seeming completely unconcerned about the matter. However, his demeanor still startled Nelger, who roared angrily. You don't even know who he is, so stop talking nonsense. Not only am I no match for Yang Mei the great sage, but even all the gods combined might not be his match. Yang Mei the great immortal hurriedly waved his hands, clearly shaken by the outburst. You can't just say that. I'm not at the level you're talking about. Nelger laughed in response, seeming to think his words were perfectly reasonable. This left the others baffled and deeply shocked. Who is this Yang Mei Taoist? Even Nelger was scared into this state. It seems he is truly afraid, not just putting on a show. Could it be that this Yang Mei Taoist has become so powerful that he feels certain of defeat? If Chen Gong continues to have such good luck, what should we do? We have no records of this deity from the Qianlong kingdom.
If even Nelger can't defeat him, there might be few in the world who can stand against him. Nelger gave a sly smile, putting on a fawning expression. Yang Mei Daoist is said to be a chaos demon god from the same era as Pangu, mastering the laws of space. Your strength ranks third among the chaos demon gods, only surpassed by Pangu and the time demon god Shurchen.
How could I possibly be your opponent? Why don't you just kill yourself? If I die, it will affect you too.
At least I can survive if I kill myself. Nelger seriously doubted he had heard correctly.
How could a deity say such a thing? Chen Gong could understand Nelger's actions.
He did so for two reasons. First, he was afraid of death.
Second, he was afraid of completely angering Yang Mei Daoran. If Yang Mei Daoran were to intervene in their affairs, they would likely be powerless to act. However, although Yang Mei Daoran was unwilling to meddle in others' affairs, this matter concerned the survival and safety of the Qianlong kingdom.
He wouldn't go so far as to remain aloof and indifferent, waiting for others to handle it. Perhaps he was unaware of the situation, or there were other reasons. With that in mind, Chen Gong decided to wait and see. Faisal was unwilling to die so easily and instead turned his gaze toward the people on the stage, seeking their opinions.
Yang Mei Daoran looked impatient, as if he might explode at any moment.
This frightened Nelger, who hurriedly urged him. You must decide whether you want to die alone or have everyone in our country die with you. This had reached a new level, and even if he didn't want to, he probably wouldn't survive if he returned. If he were willing, perhaps he could spare them, and they could treat their families better. With this thought, he had already made up his mind. He looked at the people on stage with a touch of reluctance and said, "Take care of my family." After saying that, he intended to take his own life. Yang Mei Daoist appeared beside him at that moment, and no one noticed when she had disappeared. At that moment, everyone believed Nelger's words. This man truly had the ability. Though you followed the wrong person, you are indeed a loyal and filial individual. Today, in my presence, you shall not die. After speaking, Yang Mei Daoran abruptly changed his earlier gentle demeanor and glared angrily at Nelger.
No matter what your reasons are for doing this, I dislike your actions, and you deserve to die.
As he spoke, he raised his hand as if he had done nothing, and in the next moment, Nelger was seen dead on the martial arts platform. This scene left everyone stunned, their mouths agape, as if they had witnessed something they could never believe.
Chen Gong, it's settled. I'm telling you, though I don't like meddling in others' affairs, the Qianlong kingdom is my territory.
If any of you dare to covet it again, I will destroy your sect and slaughter all your deities. Chen Gong heard his words and grew even more puzzled. He quickly asked him, "Since that's how you feel, why don't you do something about the fact that the deities of Qianlong kingdom can't return either?"
Yang Mei Daoran shook his head, feeling helpless. If I could do something about it, would I not? There is no one else who can help them besides you. However, rest assured that you still have some time, and I will keep an eye on things for you. After speaking, Yang Mei Daoran departed.
Chen Gong didn't know why, but he could roughly guess from their words. They were powerful, but they couldn't stay in this world for long. Perhaps there was something in the real world blocking them. This must be closely related to the place they had instructed him to find.
Chen Gong walked down with a mind full of questions. Su Zhongshan, seeing his expression, didn't ask any further but instead looked at the people across from him and said,
"You've lost 3 times already.
Are you going to keep going?"
For some reason, that casual remark made the people across from them dare not take it lightly. They all looked at Su Zhongshan with great seriousness. Their fear wasn't directed at Su Zhongshan but at Chen Gong. Chen Gong and Su Zhongshan seemed very close, and Chen Gong even appeared to hold Su Zhongshan in high regard. If they said anything disrespectful to Su Zhongshan, they might lose their heads in the next moment. At that moment, the people from the Nordic countries stood up with smiles on their faces, looking almost as if they were trying to curry favor. "This time we have already lost, so there is no point in continuing the competition. We agreed that the remaining 2 matches would be played by our Nordic country, so we concede defeat." The people of the Nordic country looked perfectly normal, as if they were saying it willingly. But they had no choice but to agree. The previous Yang Mei Daoran had truly terrified them. Therefore, he had no intention of competing with him. He might even be killed the moment he stepped forward, which would be very bad for them. Chen Gong smiled and nodded without surprise, even feeling a touch of gratitude toward the Nordic country. Regardless of the reason for their surrender, he had more important matters to attend to, and this had made things easier for him. Chapter 72, Directly Admitting Defeat. This scene left the people of Qianlong Kingdom both astonished and extremely excited, as such an occurrence was extremely rare. "We never imagined our country would receive such treatment. We've never experienced anything like this before. It's too exciting. I feel our country is truly impressive. These people dare not offend us. Will they avoid us in the future? It can only be said that we are truly powerful. Chen Gong is truly a hero. Otherwise, we might still be living a life of dependence on others. Perhaps all of this was meant to be ours all along. If we hadn't been so ignorant about these matters, the entire world might have had to follow our lead. They may be happy, but people from other countries aren't.
Especially you, Haishi Kingdom. Your losses must be the greatest among all these countries. This has caused them to start cursing openly. At first, everything was said nicely. If you hadn't come to us first, we wouldn't have let you join. Now that you realize you can't win, you're just admitting defeat. We never thought you were all such cowards, willing to sacrifice your own dignity. Not only that, but you're making our country pay for your mistakes. Let's put the matter of the Xianlong Kingdom aside for now. Why don't we fight it out? I see you've already forgotten what your ancestors said: those who want to die should not drag us down with them. You're just afraid of dying. Even if you beg for mercy, the Xianlong Kingdom might not spare you. Who knows when they'll come after you cowards? Their words did not evoke any emotional response from the Nordic Kingdom. They had already made their decision and were unlikely to change it easily. Though many people don't understand their actions. But seeing that talking was useless, they couldn't really act on it. After all, the Nordic Kingdom is one of the top nations in the world. Even if they wanted to take action, they didn't have the courage to do so, lest they be killed by the Nordic country at any moment. When the people of the Nordic countries were talking endlessly in the Western Sea Kingdom, they simply laughed and spoke up. We only said we would participate, we didn't say we would do so at any cost. If we can't win, what's wrong with admitting defeat? As for what our elders said, whether we follow their orders or not has nothing to do with you. Once we establish good relations with the Xianlong Kingdom, can they still dare to act against us? The people of the Nordic Kingdom had never even considered this possibility, and they dismissed it with contempt, thinking the Nordic Kingdom was being naive. Do you think this is something that can be resolved by you yielding to me and me yielding to you? I think you don't know what betrayal means. Be careful, you might end up dragging your country into ruin, and then you'll see how powerful they are. Chen Gong, seeing their argumentative expressions, spoke angrily. If you have any grievances, don't voice them in front of us. I will remember the favor the Nordic Kingdom has done for us this time. If anyone brings this matter up again, come find me, and I will speak with them on your behalf. After speaking, Chen Gong glared at them with a warning look, then turned and left without looking back. His words were indeed very effective. Even after they had left, no one dared to speak. Many people glared at the people from the Nordic Kingdom as they left. Regardless, they still had no idea what Chen Gong's true capabilities were. All they knew was that Chen Gong had never lost a single battle, and in many cases, he had achieved overwhelming victories. This left them dare not utter a single unnecessary word. Chen Gong had already issued a blatant warning to them if they continue to bring up this matter. They also have no idea what Chen Gong will do once he finds out. They don't even want to know. So they could only leave in disgrace. After Chen Gong left, he didn't bother with anyone else and left swiftly. Su Zhongshan had been following closely behind him, but he had already disappeared out of sight. If even he was like that, how could the others fare any better? Many people couldn't keep up and had no idea which direction they had gone. Su Zhongshan, seeing that he couldn't keep up, gave up chasing after him, shook his head helplessly, and made a stop gesture. We can't keep up. He should be fine on his own. If we go, we might just slow him down. It's better not to go. No one dared to disobey his order, so everyone stopped and followed him back. Chen Gong had never intended for them to follow him, so he walked quickly. Mainly, he was afraid something might happen to them. If he went alone, he would make sure nothing happened to Lu Xinhong. If he brought others along, he'd have to not only figure out how to save Lu Xinhong but also how to get everyone else back alive. This was a situation where no one should have allowed them to follow. Although Chen Gong's speed wasn't fast enough to get there instantly, it was still very quick. He arrived at his destination in less than half an hour. When he arrived, both sides were already engaged in combat, but Lu Xinhong, being younger, was clearly at a disadvantage. Even so, he remained steadfast in his fight against the enemy, displaying a heroic willingness to die. They were all too engrossed in the fight to notice that Chen Gong had already come very close to them. Lu Xinhong glared at the person in front of him with a fierce expression, resembling a young wolf cub. The man across from him, seeing his expression, might have felt a pang of mercy, or perhaps he wanted to intimidate them further. He spoke with a complex expression. You can't beat me. Why not admit defeat now and spare your life? Lu Xinhong shook his head without hesitation, showing no intention of backing down. I would rather die than surrender. Today, it's either you die or I die. What's with all this talk of death? It's unlucky. Just as they were speaking, the sound of laughter suddenly echoed through the air. Instantly, both groups froze upon hearing the familiar voice. Who could that be? Lu Xinhong looked toward Chen Gong with wild joy, his entire body relaxing. He looked as though, with Chen Gong's arrival, victory was assured. Master, you finally arrived. Chen Gong smiled and nodded, walking directly to his side and adopting a protective stance. I'll see who the fool is who dared to lay a hand on my disciple. Bullying a child is no feat if you have the guts, come fight me. Chen Gong's words seemed harmless at first glance, but they left Lu Xinhong puzzled as he looked at him. Chapter 73, Defeating the Enemy Without Fighting. You seem to be on the same level as me, don't you? Chen Gong glared at Lu Xinhong in displeasure, causing the latter to fall silent immediately. Who here doesn't know Chen Gong?
Even if they knew the man before them was Chen Gong, the expressions on their faces betrayed their unwillingness to believe it. Especially the people from the land of the gods looked as though they had seen a ghost.
How long had it been?
They could understand why Lu Xinhong had arrived so quickly. He didn't have a match, so he naturally knew and came right away.
But shouldn't Chen Gong be participating in the divine war right now?
They couldn't possibly believe that Chen Gong could defeat him so easily. This made them think it might be because of Lu Xinhong, and they instantly looked down on the two of them. They never expected Chen Gong to abandon the lives of countless civilians just to save the son of your chairman.
How do you think your people will react when they find out?
Lu Xinhong, I actually thought you were a principled wealthy young man, but it turns out you're just a cowardly traitor.
The way you're acting, the glory of the Xianlong kingdom will be tarnished by you. Chen Gong, do you really think you can take on all of our soldiers alone? Chen Gong could only think that these people were completely out of their minds.
When he saw that Lu Xinhong also looked skeptical, he angrily tapped Lu Xinhong's forehead. You don't spend a single day thinking about how to improve yourself, all you do is daydream.
Go back and memorize everything I wrote.
As he finished speaking, the person across from him, who had been ignored, erupted in anger. Before anyone could react, he swiftly slapped someone who was laughing loudly. The crisp sound of the slap echoed through the room, startling many. If you dare to speak ill of my disciple again, I will make you pay with your lives. I'll give you 1 minute to leave. Those who leave will be spared, the rest will all die here.
After saying that, he actually started counting down.
If anyone else had been in his place, they would have already lost control and attacked him. Now, not only did they dare not act, but some even had thoughts of fleeing. Those who had just fought against Lu Xinhong saw their expressions and sighed with disappointment. Yes, if you run now, you'll survive. But have you considered how your families will look at you when you return, and how others will look at your families?
Do you want to be pointed at and called cowards?
If you leave, I guarantee I'll kill you. If you stay, there is still a sliver of hope. His words made some people even more determined, but there were those who were afraid of death, and many left directly. Chen Gong looked at the man speaking and nodded approvingly, regardless of whether they were enemies or not. Such patriotic individuals would be respected wherever they went, and Chen Gong was no exception.
Chen Gong bowed respectfully and said, "May I ask your honorable name, General?"
His manner made the people across from him grow wary.
"My name is not worth mentioning. I am Toby Jean." Chen Gong's expression remained unchanged upon hearing the name, and he instead made a gesture of invitation. His actions made it clear to everyone that he wanted to challenge Toby Yukin to a fight. Although Toby Eakin knew he was no match for Chen Gong, he stepped forward in response to the invitation. He knew that if he didn't step forward, these people might become even more hesitant. He also knew that Chen Gong was giving him an opportunity. If not, he would have already attacked them directly. Just as they were about to act, a person walked over to the two of them. "Wait a moment. The two of your nations are about to engage in a divine war. A conflict at this time would be detrimental to both of you. Let us put aside our differences for now." Chen Gong looked at him in confusion, unsure of his motives. Toby Jean also strongly disagreed and refused outright. "No matter what, I won't surrender without a fight. If you have something to say, wait until after the battle."
The man looked at him helplessly before turning to Chen Gong. "He is your opponent in the near future, so there is no need for you to argue now.
You can settle this when the time comes." Chen Gong hesitated for a moment before nodding.
After all, he didn't have time to linger here. Toby Yujin was reluctant at first, but he also thought about what would happen to Chen Gong if he died here.
Among them, who could be Chen Gong's match? Chen Gong didn't respond and left directly.
His actions had already made it clear to everyone that he agreed. Lu Xinhong looked at him with admiration. Those who had been arrogant moments ago immediately became respectful upon seeing Chen Gong. They weren't afraid of the Xianlong kingdom. Within the Xianlong kingdom, only Chen Gong was worth mentioning. Their concessions and admissions of defeat were all because of Chen Gong alone. They knew they couldn't possibly be his match. After Chen Gong left, they grew even more anxious and immediately ordered them. "Let's head straight to Xianyang and hurry up." Lu Xinhong didn't know why he was in such a hurry, but he obeyed and followed along. The group hurriedly made their way to Xianyang city. Chen Gong's expression looked extremely anxious. There was nothing he could do. If he didn't hurry, he feared that in the upcoming battle against the Divine Kingdom, they would have no choice but to accept defeat. Thinking of this, Chen Gong hurried even more, and though they had already been struggling to keep up, they now fell even further behind. Even Lu Xinhong was struggling, but seeing how anxious he was, he dared not say anything. The group soon arrived at their destination, Xianyang City. Xianyang, abbreviated as Xian, also known as the capital of Qin, was formerly called Xianyang, Xianwater, Xianin, and Xianting. It was the capital of the first feudal dynasty, the Qin dynasty, and the origin point of China's geographical coordinates. It is a nationally designated historical and cultural city. As soon as they arrived, they felt the ancient charm of this historic city. Many were so amazed by the appearance of Xianyang City that they were speechless, and some even slowed down to admire the scenery. Chen Gong had no time for that and immediately asked, "Where is the underground tunnel they had found?"
Upon hearing this, someone immediately came forward to guide them. Chen, I know the way. I'll take you there. With that, they set off for the cave in question. As they walked down the street, Gong couldn't help but feel like someone was watching him. This feeling grew even stronger as they approached the entrance of the cave. He looked back with some confusion and then instructed Lu Xinhong. Someone has been following us. Take some men and go check it out. Chapter 74, The Mysterious Cave. Lu Xinhong immediately grew vigilant. Gong's reaction clearly indicated that he took this matter very seriously. If they were stopped, their mission might be compromised, which could lead to serious trouble. He decided to lead his men personally to investigate the situation. Gong remained at the original spot, observing the cave entrance. With the naked eye, he couldn't detect anything amiss. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that a voice was urging him to go inside. Although he wasn't entirely sure if he could go inside, he trusted his instincts. As he approached step by step, he felt an invisible force blocking his progress. He couldn't describe this feeling. It was as if someone was pulling him from behind, preventing him from moving forward. He moved closer slowly, and the resistance grew stronger, causing sweat to break out on his forehead. Shin. Those behind Gong couldn't help but feel concerned seeing him like this. Some of the more anxious individuals immediately walked toward him, only to be violently repelled. This made them feel something was terribly wrong. Previously, they had only been unable to approach him, but this was the first time he had actively harmed them. This made them even more worried about Gong's situation, and some hesitated before stepping forward. Gong, seeing their expressions, clenched his teeth and managed to force out 2 words with all his strength. Don't come. Seeing him like this, though they were uneasy, they dared not approach. After all, they didn't know if getting closer would have any effect on Gong. If their good intentions led to harm, they would truly be guilty of an unforgivable sin. When Gong saw that none of them were approaching, he finally relaxed and slowly moved closer. At this point, the lines on his forehead became increasingly prominent, clearly forming the shape of a fork. Gong felt as though his body had become as heavy as 1,000 pounds, making him feel unable to stand. However, his forehead grew increasingly hot, causing him some discomfort. Though he didn't know what was happening, the others could see everything clearly. Suddenly, someone shouted out. Look, golden lines have appeared on Shin's forehead. What on earth is this? It looks like a fork, but it's not very obvious, and some parts are unclear. Have you noticed that the pattern is becoming clearer? Perhaps only Shin can open this cave. We approached it, but there was no movement. Gong overheard their conversation and confirmed that this was the place he was looking for. So even though he felt he was about to give up, he gritted his teeth and kept going. He had to keep going, no matter what, and get inside first. When he had this thought, he wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but he suddenly felt the resistance on his body ease up considerably. This made him happy but also filled him with confusion. However, just at that moment, he was suddenly sucked in by a powerful force. When the people outside saw this, everyone was startled and screamed in unison. What on earth was happening? Where had Shin gone? We didn't see anything clearly. Shin just disappeared suddenly. Did you see anything? No, it was as if Shin had been sucked into something. Just as they were discussing it, Lu Xinhong returned with his men. Originally puzzled by why he hadn't noticed anything, he suddenly became tense. What are you talking about? Where is my master? Where is he now? Seeing Lu Xinhong in this state, they grew frightened and cautiously pointed toward the entrance of the cave. Lu Xinhong, seeing their expressions, didn't bother to wait for them to gather and rushed forward without hesitation. However, before he could even get close, he was suddenly knocked back by an unknown force. Lu Xinhong. What's going on? Quick, help him up. Seeing Lu Xinhong in that state, the scene instantly descended into chaos. Countless people rushed to Lu Xinhong's side, checking his condition or trying to help him up, all busy beyond measure. Lu Xinhong pushed everyone away, looking extremely tense. What time is it now? Why are you still bothering with me? Hurry up and find my master. Hurry up. Hearing Lu Xinhong's words, some people followed his instructions to find Gong, while others stayed behind. Lu Xinhong stared at the entrance to the cave where Gong had disappeared, tears uncontrollably streaming down the corners of his eyes. He had no idea what the situation inside was like. If he had known, he wouldn't have gone personally. Maybe he could have followed Gong inside. He dared not think about it. If Gong had died there, what would he do? What about the Xianlong kingdom? However, just as they were worrying, Gong had already arrived at an unfamiliar place. It was extremely dark, so much so that one couldn't see their hand in front of their face. Even Gong had become vigilant in this unfamiliar place. No one knew what might happen here. Just as he had arrived, a hoarse voice suddenly echoed through the air. Coming here now is like seeking your own death. Go back. Return to where you belong. Gong heard the voice, though he didn't know who it belonged to. He didn't detect any malice. This gave him some courage, and he directly refused. I have very important business to attend to here. Please grant me your kindness. Sigh.
The person who had spoken earlier sighed, as if the sound was right beside his ear, yet also as if it came from a great distance. Chen Gong immediately realized that this person was no ordinary individual, at least on the level of a sage.
No matter what you do, you won't succeed.
Next time you come, make sure to meet the Supreme Master of the Heaven-Reaching Sect and listen to what he tells you. Before Chen Gong could say another word, he was already being pushed out. It wasn't so much being kicked out as he didn't even realize it the next moment, he was already outside. His sudden appearance startled someone, who stammered nervously.
Chen Shen, are you human or a ghost? Chen Gong glared at him with a dark expression and said irritably. Are you hoping I'm dead?
This statement scared the person so much that they immediately apologized.
I'm sorry, I spoke out of turn. Please forgive me, Chen Shen. Chen Gong found his expression amusing and said. What are you looking for?
Before anyone could answer, Lu Xinhong, who had heard the commotion, rushed over. He looked as though he had seen a long-lost relative, filled with excitement.
Master, it's so good to see you. I was so worried. I thought I'd never see you again.
Saying this, Lu Xinhong immediately embraced him.
Chapter 75, Facing a Powerful Enemy. Chen Gong didn't expect him to pull such a stunt.
His body froze instantly, and it took him a moment to react before he embraced Lu Xinhong. The commotion drew a crowd of people, each with a happy smile on their face.
Chen Shen, where did you go? You had us all worried sick.
Lu Team was about to cry, his eyes were red. You suddenly disappeared, and we thought you had gone somewhere. Thank goodness you're back, otherwise, we wouldn't know how to explain ourselves. Maybe we should go to the hospital just in case.
If there's any hidden injury, we can get it treated in time. Of course, it's best if everything is fine. Thank goodness you're back.
Otherwise, if the others found out we lost you, we'd be in big trouble.
Chen Gong heard their words and felt a touch of emotion.
Regardless of the reason, everyone was worried about him at this moment. Lu Xinhong felt a bit embarrassed and let go of Chen Gong, lowering his head and no longer speaking. Chen Gong, seeing his expression, wrapped his arm around his shoulder and said,
We've handled everything here. If there's nothing else, we should head back.
Lu Xinhong nodded, his expression relaxing slightly, looking somewhat tired. Though he hadn't been raised in luxury, he hadn't endured much hardship in his life. This time, he had truly changed a lot. If Lu Pangyue were to find out, he would certainly be proud of him. With this thought in mind, Lu Xinhong's expression grew even happier. Chen Gong saw his expression and, even if he had something to remind him, he didn't feel right interrupting him. So Chen Gong turned to the officer beside him and said,
Surround this area and don't let anyone approach.
No matter who it is, inform me first and only then may they proceed with my approval. Of course, no one dared to disobey his orders, and immediately after receiving the command, they went to carry it out.
Chen Gong saw their actions and gradually relaxed. Now there shouldn't be any problems, he thought to himself as he followed along.
As soon as they left, people quickly surrounded the entire cave, preventing anyone from entering or exiting. However, he believed his plan was flawless, yet it was still detected by the people of the Divine Kingdom. Several leaders of the Divine Kingdom were gathered together discussing this matter, which seemed like a matter of utmost importance to them. Today, spies from the Xianlong Kingdom reported back with news. After negotiating with us, Chen Gong had gone to the cave in Xianyang City where he had been before. If their deities were to return, it would be a devastating blow to us. We must take precautions immediately to avoid being caught off guard. Upon hearing his words, everyone present grew solemn. If they find out, they will stop at nothing to bring their deity back. We must not allow such a thing to happen. However, judging by their demeanor, it seems they have not succeeded. If they had succeeded, things wouldn't be in this state now. They would likely be eager to launch a name-calling god war against us. However, Chen Gong is no pushover. Even if he doesn't know now, it doesn't mean he won't find out later. This time, they won't be able to escape the divine summoning battle. We must eliminate him completely. He doesn't seem easy to deal with. If we can defeat him in the divine name battle, that would be best. If not, we'll have to think of other ways. After this incident, their resolve to kill Chen Gong has only grown stronger. Over the years, although the Xianlong Kingdom has never been a major power and can even be considered a very weak nation. However, in the eyes of other nations, it has always been a force to be reckoned with, which is why many have sent spies to gather intelligence. Chen Gong never anticipated this, as all the people he knew from the Xianlong Kingdom were utterly loyal. Time passed quickly, and by the time Chen Gong returned to the capital, it was already midday the next day. Su Zhongshan had been waiting at the door since early morning. He must have heard the news already. As soon as he saw Chen Gong appear, he hurried over and asked anxiously. You were too fast. We couldn't keep up, so we sent some people to follow behind. Everyone else has already returned. What's the situation over there now? Chen Gong saw their exhausted expressions and sighed helplessly. Even if you're in a hurry, you can't start asking questions here. Have everyone go back and rest first. I'll report to you later. After speaking, Chen Gong walked directly toward Su Zhongshan. Su Zhongshan nodded slightly, feeling a bit guilty, but did not refuse. The two of them walked into a smaller office together. Seeing Su Zhongshan's anxious expression, Chen Gong spoke with a displeased tone. This time, I can safely say I found nothing.
There must be a skilled person in that cave. I can't go in there now. However, we do know that this cave is the place I've been searching for. We must station someone there to guard it and prevent anyone from approaching. Su Zhongshan didn't get any useful information and seemed a bit disappointed, but he quickly composed himself. That's not a problem. As long as you all return safely, that's the best outcome. I'll handle the arrangements. I'll ensure not even a fly can get near. Chen Gong nodded. With Su Zhongshan's assurance, there shouldn't be any issues.
After Su Zhongshan returned from giving his orders, he still couldn't help but express his concerns.
It's not that I don't trust you. It's just that, given your current situation, we didn't discover anything this time. How much of a chance do we have against the Divine Kingdom?
Chen Gong shook his head with a bitter smile. It seemed he was also deeply troubled by this matter. I had thought that this single trip would resolve everything, and we would have a fighting chance against the Divine Kingdom. But now, it seems we might only have a 30% to 50% chance at best.
However, it's not certain.
While their gods are powerful, ours aren't pushovers either.
We'll just have to take it one step at a time.
Su Zhongshan looked as though the sky was about to fall.
If even you don't have a chance of winning, then what about the others?
Heaven is out to destroy our Xianlong kingdom. Chen Gong felt a bit uneasy hearing this, as he thought it was a bit premature to give up before even starting. He didn't say anything, just sat down quietly to write the list.
Chapter 76, The Eve of the Divine War.
Although Chen Gong was displeased, he could understand Su Zhongshan's feelings at that moment, so he simply continued writing in silence. Su Zhongshan had been wailing, but upon seeing Chen Gong begin to write, he dared not utter another word. Chen Gong had not been worried before, but now he was a bit afraid that other gods might discover their plans and cause trouble. Therefore, he chose to be cautious this time, paying particular attention to those gods who were not well known but were powerful. As he pondered, Chen Gong had already written several pages. Su Zhongshan curiously came over to look, and among them were several familiar faces. In recent days, many of them had been reciting what Chen Gong had written whenever they had the chance. As a result, Su Zhongshan had gained a basic understanding of these deities, at least enough to avoid feeling completely lost like he had the first time. Chen Gong wrote part of it and stopped when he felt it was sufficient.
Su Zhongshan still felt a bit uneasy and asked, Chen Gong, is this enough? To be honest, Chen Gong wasn't entirely sure himself.
However, there were some deities he dared not touch, as even the slightest mistake could lead to trouble.
Especially Yang Mei Doran's words made him even more uneasy.
Even if he could avoid alerting the deities of other nations, getting past Hongjun the ancestor would be no easy feat. After all, Hongju Laozhu is the spokesperson for the Tao, and matters involving deities are unlikely to escape his notice. However, all of this was just his speculation. He wasn't entirely sure of the exact reason. Perhaps he needed to gather more information from these deities to understand the exact situation. As he pondered, Su Zhongshan, seeing his demeanor, dared not ask any more questions.
Besides Chen Gong, there was no one else they could turn to. If even Chen Gong couldn't handle it, they were practically as good as defeated.
Su Zhongshan sighed and walked out with Chen Gong's list. The others were unaware of Chen Gong's concerns. The entire Xianlong kingdom was abuzz with the news of how he had single-handedly repelled an army of 10,000. Shenshin was truly a deity of his time. His mere appearance caused the people of the Divine Kingdom to flee in terror.
This could be considered a feat without precedent in history. When I first heard about this, I thought it was just a rumor. I never imagined it was true. Why didn't we know anything about it? Of course you didn't know.
As soon as Chen Gong appeared, the enemy fled in terror. I wonder if, during the summoning of the gods' battle, the people of the divine realm will be so terrified by Chen Shen's presence that they won't dare to fight.
That's really hard to say. I think they might actually do something like that. We'll just wait and see the show.
I'm curious to see who dares to show off in front of our Xianlong kingdom. Chen Gong is revered by the people of the Xianlong kingdom as a deity, so they instinctively believe it was Chen Gong who scared the gods of the divine kingdom away.
But there are always a few rational ones who think this matter isn't that simple. After all, the divine kingdom is undoubtedly a far more powerful existence than any of the nations they've encountered before.
Given their consistent approach to handling matters, they would rather die on the battlefield of the summoning of the gods than retreat without a fight. Many people believe that there might be some hidden circumstances they were unaware of. When the people of the divine nation heard this, they were both angry and amused. They couldn't understand where they got the confidence to think that they had reached a level that would make them so afraid.
They are like clowns.
Although the Xianlong kingdom has changed beyond recognition, it is still far from being on the same level as our divine realm. I wonder where they get their confidence from. Apart from one named Chen Gong, they have no one else worth mentioning. Perhaps because they produced one relatively capable individual, they have become arrogant and overconfident. Anyway, no matter how powerful the Xianlong kingdom is, when it comes to facing our divine kingdom, they're destined to lose. We'll see how we crush them with an overwhelming victory. Even though the name-calling god war hasn't started yet, the people from both nations are already brimming with hostility, neither willing to give an inch.
Amidst everyone's anticipation, the date of the summoning of the gods has finally arrived.
The people of the divine nation arrived early, looking confident in their victory. Upon arrival, they put on a show of being fully prepared for battle, and many people were rooting for them.
However, not long after, Chen Gong and his group appeared.
When they saw him, the scene reached a fever pitch. They immediately spotted Toby Eugene, who had recently fought with Lu Xinhong.
Although Toby Jean felt he was no match for Chen Gong personally, he still had great faith in their deities.
Therefore, when he saw Chen Gong and Lu Xinhong, he immediately raised his thumb and then pointed it downward without hesitation. This arrogant gesture enraged Lu Xinhong, who roared angrily.
Toby Jean, what are you showing off here? Don't you know who you're dealing with?
Not long ago, when you saw my master, you were like a mouse that had seen a cat.
Now you have the nerve to treat my master like this? Do you really think you're so powerful?
Be careful, my master will beat you until you beg for mercy on your knees.
Chen Gong couldn't help but laugh and cry as he looked at Lu Xinhong.
He hadn't noticed before that he had a talent for arguing. What he didn't know was that Lu Xinhong was only saying those things because he couldn't stand anyone speaking ill of Chen Gong. If it weren't for that, he'd probably be as quiet as he used to be. He was doing this out of fear that he might accidentally cause trouble for Lu Pengyue, so he had always been the most gentle one. Su Zhongshan said seriously. Lu Xinhong must not act recklessly. Chen Gong, however, didn't think it was a big deal and tried to persuade him.
Young people should act their age.
Now, if you don't scold those who deserve it or hit those who deserve it, you'll find that when you grow up, there will be even more people you can't scold or hit. So we should let him say whatever he wants and do whatever he wants while he is young.
No matter what he does, I'll always have his back.
The previous words weren't that bad, but the last sentence moved Lu Xinhong to tears.
He too was now someone with someone to back him up.
Su Zhongshan, hearing Chen Gong speak up, dared not say anything.
Moreover, Lu Xinhong is still young, so making mistakes is understandable. They thought Toby Jean wouldn't think that way, but surprisingly, he didn't get angry.
His expression gave off a sense of satisfaction, and Chen Gong immediately sensed something was amiss. It seems your disciple is quite skilled.
Why not let him fight me? Chapter 77, The Ancestor of the Kunpeng.
Chen Gong clenched his fists and held back Lu Xinhong, who was about to speak.
Bullying juniors isn't something people of our status should do. If you want to fight, your students should come forward. Why should you be the one to fight my disciple? Bullying the weak is not honorable. Don't risk being mocked by everyone.
I urge you to think carefully before acting. Toby Eugene paid no heed to his words, bowing with a smile and saying, as your disciple, you dare not even accept the challenge.
I never expected that the two of you, master and disciple, would turn out this way, one with no background yet loyal to the country, and the other, as the son of the chairman, cowardly and afraid of death. If I had such a disciple, I'd probably be wishing I could find a place to crawl into right now.
Chen Gong seemed completely unfazed, even smiling as he walked up.
Stop beating around the bush. Let's just go up there. What's the point of picking on my disciple?
His words didn't seem angry at all, making everyone think he had a good temper.
But in reality, he was seething with anger.
If you offend him, you'll have to face the consequences. But if you offend someone close to him, he can't tolerate it at all. He should be grateful that the rules saved his life, otherwise, Chen Gong would have attacked him without a second thought.
Toby Ekin didn't know Chen Gong's personality, but from the looks of it, he clearly looked down on the Xianlong Kingdom. He made the people of Xianlong Kingdom feel deeply humiliated. Toby Ewing's arrogant and rude behavior has enraged them all. Su Zhongshan smiled and shook his head, seeming to enjoy the spectacle. Toby Eugene probably wouldn't survive this.
Lu Xinhong looked at him with a puzzled expression, as if he hadn't heard clearly.
Why did you say that? Master has never harmed anyone from the enemy country before. Why would he kill someone this time?
Su Zhongshan tapped his forehead impatiently. His words were clearly meant to provoke you.
If you can't handle the provocation, you might not survive the morning.
He wants your life, and Chen Gong certainly won't let him off. Lu Xinhong felt guilty and remained silent.
It was all his fault. Su Zhongshan knew what he was thinking, but he didn't plan to comfort Lu Xinhong at this moment.
After all, regardless of the reason, Lu Xinhong had already become a passionate young man. His desire to become stronger was probably countless times stronger than before. Toby Eugene smiled at Chen Gong, who didn't back down either. But even so, it was clear that beneath their smiles, the tension between them was palpable. Just then, a solemn voice rang out.
Please submit your lists.
Chen Gong made a gesture of invitation, and Toby Eugene handed it over without hesitation. Judging by the thickness of the paper, there were at least 7 or 8 pages, clearly demonstrating that the land of the gods was indeed a nation of gods. Regardless of their strength, the sheer number of their deities was something many nations could only dream of. Chen Gong remained expressionless as he handed over his own list. This time, the list was several times thicker than the first one. It seemed to be on par with the list from the divine realm. This left people from other nations stunned, even those from the Qianlong kingdom found it hard to believe.
When did the Qianlong kingdom acquire so many deities? No wonder Qin Gong dared to challenge the people of the divine kingdom. After all, in terms of numbers, the two nations were now on par with each other. Now it seems that the outcome is far from certain. Every time people think Qin Gong is finished, he always does something to prove he still has what it takes. Some people are capable of creating miracles, and Qin Gong is undoubtedly one of them. However, who will win or lose is still uncertain, as this is not a round-robin battle. Toby Eugen seems to have some understanding of the Qianlong kingdom, as he didn't seem too surprised. The two of them waited in silence. Soon, 5 divine tree holes appeared in Toby Eugene's direction. These 5 divine beings vary greatly in power, making it easy for Toby Eugene to choose. He naturally chose the strongest among them, the elephant-headed god Ganesha. The elephant-headed god Ganesha is the god of wisdom and the destroyer of obstacles. Though he appeared unremarkable in appearance, his power was quite formidable. He had the body of a human with an elephant's head, a large belly, a single tooth, and held an axe, candy, prayer beads, and a lotus flower. His long tusks possessed immense divine power. When Qin Gong saw him, he immediately thought this must be the guardian beast of the realm of the gods. His followers are not only found in the realm of the gods but also in other realms. Therefore, he is certainly no one to be underestimated. Qin Gong clenched his fists nervously, hoping for a stroke of good luck. At that moment, several deities on his side also appeared simultaneously, immediately beginning to ponder seriously. Prince Chongqing was the second music god after Fuxi. Nuyi is the goddess of flowers. According to ancient accounts, she commands all flowers, governs the heavens, and oversees the growth of all plants. She is also known as the Flower Maiden. Lei Zhe, the thunder god, is one of the oldest gods of the Qianlong kingdom. This is no ordinary thunder god. Yu Jiang is the legendary sea god, wind god, and plague god, also known as Yu Chang or Yu Jing, and is the grandson of the Yellow Emperor. Kunpeng was originally a ruler of a region and had the power to dominate the primordial world. However, it did not wish to compete with the true dragons for the title of the strongest in the world and ultimately settled for being the second strongest. Not only can it fly, but it can also swim, and its speed is so great that no creature in the heavens or earth can catch up to it. There was no need for a choice. Qin Gong simply bowed to the Kunpeng. Before the creation of the heavens and earth, it was an unparalleled being born from the primordial chaos, with an extremely long lifespan and immense experience. It is the ancestor of all demons across the 3 realms. The junior Qin Gong humbly welcomes the Kunpeng ancestor. As he spoke, the Kunpeng ancestor opened his eyes and sighed. "Why did you summon me here? I have no desire to involve myself in the world's conflicts." I almost forgot the Kunpeng ancestor has always lived a reclusive life, minding his own business. The key is that he is also extremely powerful and maintains neutrality, so no one dares to offend him. Qin Gong was afraid he might refuse, which would cost them the initiative, so he spoke firmly. "Do you really think you can remain untouched by doing this? If the other deities of Qianlong Kingdom no longer exist, they will eventually turn against you. By then, you'll be fighting alone, and no matter how powerful you are, you'll end up outnumbered and defeated. Think it through carefully." Kunpeng the ancestral master looked at Qin Gong with some surprise. If he had directly pleaded with him, he would have refused. However, Qin Gong's blunt admission that he couldn't save himself made him hesitate. Chapter 78, The Decisive Battle. Kunpeng the ancestor was confident in himself. However, he couldn't guarantee that he could survive an attack from multiple opponents. Qin Gong saw his expression and knew there was a chance. He seized the moment and pressed on. "Now that the Qianlong kingdom has recovered, if you could lend us a hand at this critical moment, we would remember your kindness. Moreover, the fact that you haven't attained sainthood has always been a thorn in your side. Perhaps this time you might even uncover the heavenly secrets and fulfill your dreams." Kunpeng the ancestral master's expression softened slightly. It seemed he had truly taken this matter to heart. After some thought, he finally said to Qin Gong with a sigh, "You have a point. Take me there to see for myself." With that, Qin Gong led the way, taking Kunpeng Zushi with him outside. Kunpeng the ancestral master was a demonic master of the demon clan. During the War of the Wizards and Demons, he fled and went into seclusion in the far northern regions of the celestial realm, cultivating in the vast northern ocean at the source of the Milky Way. Therefore, it was no surprise that the Kunpeng ancestor refused Qin Gong, and he also recited the prepared words he had long since prepared. Although he knew the Kunpeng ancestor had refused, it was merely due to his nature, not because of any lack of ability. However, others were unaware of this, so in their eyes, it seemed as though he was conceding defeat because he felt he couldn't win. What kind of deity has been summoned here? It feels like this must be the weakest of the deities Qin Gong has awakened. It seems that Qin Gong's invincible myth will be shattered this time. As expected, they only show off their might in front of us when faced with a truly powerful opponent. Their true colors are revealed. Even if the divine realm falls at his hands, so what? I don't recognize the divine battle we had before. Once the war between the divine realm and the Qianlong kingdom ends, I will definitely seek them out. You're just all talk now. Before this, you probably wouldn't dare say a word to him. I hope we'll really get to see you fight him then. To be fair, they're still better than some others who didn't even dare to step onto the battlefield, let alone admit defeat. They're arguing fiercely, but deep down, everyone knows. This time, it's likely to be the same as before, not as simple as they think. When the Kuanping ancestor saw the elephant-headed god, his expression was slightly arrogant, as if he didn't even bother to acknowledge him. The elephant-headed god? How many rounds do you think you can last against me? The elephant-headed god's expression was extremely ugly. Those words were like trampling his face underfoot. Kuanping ancestor, I know you and Hongjun the ancestor are of the same generation, but you must think carefully. You have always been self-serving. If you get involved in this matter, there may be some who will not spare you. Kuanping the ancestor snorted coldly, glaring at the elephant-headed god with a fierce expression. Although he had indeed always stayed out of worldly affairs, when others spoke of it, it made him seem like someone who feared death and clung to life. Does he really think he's afraid of these people? If someone else had said that to me, I might have actually believed that today's events never happened. But what gives you the right? Although the two hadn't even started yet, the tension was already palpable. Even the elephant-headed god knew that today's matter couldn't be resolved peacefully, so he made all the preparations to enter the palace. Kuanping the ancestor clearly doesn't think much of him. Seeing his actions, he didn't react much, but turned to look at Chen Gong and said, "Do you know why I chose to live in seclusion?" Chen Gong looked at him in surprise and quickly replied. The struggle between the witch and demon clans led Emperor Jun and Donghuang to see Kuanping as the demon clan's demon master, commanding the Zhou Tian Xingdou Great Array, a position of immense power and influence. Nonsense! Before Chen Gong could finish speaking, Kuanping, the ancestral master, was the first to grow displeased. He cut Chen Gong off mid-sentence, leaving the latter at a loss for words. A mere demon master is worthy of me? I am one of the primordial divine beings, residing in the demon sage palace of the northern abyss. In terms of speed, only the ancestral wizard Di Jiang can match me. Even Emperor Jun and Donghuang gained fame after me. Chen Gong nodded with a smile, dared not say another word. Although the Kuanping ancestor's words were not entirely wrong, Chen Gong knew that despite his high status and position. However, the Kuanping ancestor's character was utterly despicable. Though he was powerful, he lacked the demeanor of a true master. He was cunning and petty. In the Purple Shao Palace, the Red Cloud ancestor had once ceded his position to the guide Taoist, which indirectly led to Kuanping being deprived of his seat by Xinqi. This caused Kuanping to harbor a deep grudge against the Red Cloud ancestor, ultimately leading him to ambush and kill him. Kuanping also stole the river diagram and the Book of Lo from the Zhou Tian Xingdou War, allowing him to escape. This action caused the Zhou Tian Xingdou War to collapse instantly, leaving countless demonic troops without the protection of the Great Array and being slaughtered to the last. However, he now has a favor to ask of the Kuanping ancestor. If he were to speak directly, he would likely have fled long ago. However, Kuanping's ancestor saw his expression and knew exactly what he was thinking. He snorted coldly to express his dissatisfaction. Chen Gong's expression grew grim, and he quickly changed his approach. Kuanping the ancestor was originally a being born from the chaos, existing before heaven and earth, independent and self-sufficient, the teacher of countless demonic tribes. Not only had he been stripped of his divine status, but he was also being hunted down. It was truly a matter of survival. However, if he hadn't been cautious, he would have been killed by these people long ago. In that sense, he was merely preserving his own life. However, he did not press the matter further and instead gave a final warning. Be careful, he's not someone to be underestimated. If I were to revert to my original form, remember to keep your distance. Chen Gong nodded in understanding, as the Kuanping's true form was indeed enormous. Kuanping, the ancestral master, was a massive bird capable of spreading its wings 9,000 miles. It had the body of a fish and the wings of a bird. It once spread its wings and soared into the heavens, reaching the ninth sky. Chen Gong instinctively stepped back a bit, curiously observing the Kuanping ancestor's true form. The elephant-headed god saw his expression and looked equally serious. Though he had always remained detached from worldly affairs, he was of the same generation as the venerable Hongjun. Therefore, the elephant-headed god dared not let his guard down when facing the Kuanping ancestor, for a single misstep could cost him his life. In an instant, everyone saw a colossal figure. Countless people watched with curious eyes. At that moment, they seemed to understand the words of the Kuanping ancestor. Chen Gong, seeing the Kuanping ancestor in this state, couldn't help but mutter to himself. In the northern sea there is a fish, its name is Kuan. The size of Kuan is unknown, spanning thousands of miles when it transforms into a bird, its name is Pang. The wingspan of Pang is unknown, spanning thousands of miles when it flies in anger, its wings resemble clouds hanging from the sky. Chapter 79, Terrifying Beyond Belief. Chen Gong's words perfectly captured what they were seeing in the Kuanping ancestor. Kuanping the ancestor, seeing everyone's adoring expressions, grew a bit arrogant, though no one could tell. The elephant-headed god looked extremely displeased. He knew he could never be a match for the Kuanping ancestor. At that moment, he deeply regretted not having imprisoned the Kuanping ancestor along with the others, regardless of whether the Kuanping ancestor would have intervened or not. The Kuanping ancestor immediately saw through his thoughts and spoke bluntly. If you outsiders had wanted to imprison me earlier, there would have been no need to wait until today. I would have already turned against you completely. The elephant-headed god felt utterly helpless at having his thoughts detected by his enemy, but he quickly regained his composure. However, even though he had prepared thoroughly, he was still struck by an overwhelming surge of power. This attack seemed capable of destroying the heavens and the earth. No one could see how the Kuanping ancestor had attacked. The next moment, the elephant-headed god spat out a mouthful of blood, and his massive body retreated countless billions of steps before finally coming to a halt. The elephant-headed god had always known that the Kuanping ancestor was no ordinary being, but he never imagined that he wasn't even a match for him. He stared at the Kuanping in disbelief, shaking his head in regret. We had thought that everything was under our control, but it turns out we were all wrong. Kuanping, you seemed so cautious, yet you were the one hiding the deepest. Kuanping, the ancestor, dismissed him with disdain, saying indifferently, I never intended to hide. It's just that you know so little about me. Back then, I was a disciple of the same master as Hongjun the ancestor. This time, not only the elephant-headed god didn't believe it, even Shen Gong was greatly surprised. He never imagined that this legend was actually true. If it hadn't come from Kuanping's own mouth, he might have thought it was just a rumor. Hongjun the ancestor was Kuanping the ancestor's senior disciple, and their master was the primordial spirit of creation. This alone shows how powerful Kuanping's ancestor is. The elephant-headed god seemed unaware of this, staring at Kuanping with great surprise. They had heard of the primordial spirits of creation. At the dawn of the universe, there was a primordial spirit of chaos whose spiritual orifices first opened and gradually developed divine intelligence. This primordial spirit underwent countless eons of cultivation, achieving perfection in its spiritual merits and mastering the Tao. In the endless chaos of the universe, the primordial spirit became the only conscious being, enduring unimaginable loneliness and solitude. Within the gate of creation, there were countless great Tao paths, with the Tao of chaos, time, space, and the cycle of birth and death being the most prominent, while countless others existed beyond count. The primordial spirit utilized the supreme divine power of the creation divine artifact to bestow upon 4 other beings with distinct forms and newly opened spiritual orifices, enabling each to cultivate one of the great paths. It is said that even the great immortal Yang Mei was an exception, being the 5th disciple of the primordial spirit. Kuanping the ancestral master seemed reluctant to say more, perhaps because some of Hongjun the ancestral master's actions had hurt his feelings. Although he knew that Hongjun the ancestor should act impartially regardless of past ties. Moreover, he was merely a spokesperson for the Tao, not the true embodiment of the Tao. To put it bluntly, he was merely a puppet of the heavenly Tao. Therefore, by all accounts, he should not hate Hongjun the ancestor. However, out of loyalty, he cannot help but feel resentment. The elephant-headed god finally realized how powerful the figure he had provoked truly was. Originally, although he knew he was no match for the Kuanping, he still had a sliver of hope. Now he felt like a fool, for Kuanping was the younger disciple of Hongjun the ancestor. Even if the Kuanping couldn't match Hongjun the ancestor, he probably wasn't far behind. In the next instant, Kuan transformed into 7 clones, each with different spells and cultivation levels, and each clone even possessed a different innate treasure. The elephant-headed god had never heard of such a spell before and was somewhat surprised. Why have I never heard of such a spell before? Shen Gong, upon seeing this, immediately recalled an incident where Kuanping had once sought a duel with someone, all because he had cultivated this secret technique. He instinctively answered on behalf of the elephant-headed god. Kuanping, the ancestor of the Kuanping clan, who controls the 5 elements and yin-yang, had mastered this technique to perfection, ultimately obtaining the Kuanping technique. This must be the so-called Kuanping technique. Kuanping's ancestor nodded satisfactorily, clearly pleased that Shen Gong knew about this secret technique. Shen Gong, however, thought to himself that the Kuanping ancestor, being invincible in the 3 realms, had gone to challenge the Hongjun ancestor and failed. Seeing that the Kuanping ancestor had not yet departed, he hesitated before speaking. The Kuanping ancestor must not challenge the Hongjun ancestor. If you fail, you will only have 2 avatars left, which control the yin and yang energies, and you will never be able to use the 5 elements body again. From now on, he must seclude himself to cultivate and never leave the Kuanping nest. The Kuanping ancestor smiled and shook his head. It's already too late. Shen Gong did not understand the meaning behind the Kuanping's words, but suddenly recalled the Red Cloud Taoist from before. It seemed that when they were summoned, they were all at their peak strength. If that was the case, even if he knew, he couldn't change anything about the summoning of names war or the War of the Gods. These were battles fought during their peak periods, and nothing had changed from what had happened afterward. Kuanping the ancestor suddenly emitted an inexplicable sound, as if he were crying. Hongjun the ancestor, if it weren't for the absence of our master, the things you've done would have already been revealed to him. This was the second time someone had mentioned that these events were connected to Hongjun the ancestor. Shen Gong, even if he didn't want to believe it, had no choice but to accept it. But he still couldn't fathom why Hongjun the ancestor would do such a thing. Hongjun the ancestor is the spokesperson of the Tao of Heaven. Could it be that the Tao of Heaven of the Xianlong Kingdom wants the Xianlong Kingdom to be destroyed? This is a bit strange. I sent a message, but there was no reply. Shen Gong felt there must be something else going on here that he didn't know about. Kunpeng the ancestor seemed unable to say much either, merely uttering a few words before launching an attack on the divine being.
Every Kunpeng ancestor possessed the same level of power but wielded different spells. So, the elephant-headed god was facing 7 Kunpeng ancestors, and this single strike was enough to be fatal. When everyone saw the elephant-headed god die, for some reason, no one could feel happy. Even the powerful Kunpeng ancestor seemed to have encountered something unfortunate. The people of Qianlong Kingdom couldn't help but worry about the other deities. Had their deities also experienced something similar? Shen Gong couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for the Kunpeng ancestor's fate. However, none of this was something he could change. He hoped he would have the opportunity to uncover the truth and bring the deities of the Qianlong Kingdom back.
Chapter 80, Duo Bao shows off.
As everyone watched, the elephant-headed god was almost defeated in a single move by the Kunpeng ancestor, leaving everyone astonished. Though the elephant-headed god wasn't one of the most powerful deities in the divine realm, he had a vast following. To be defeated so easily, few would have believed it if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes.
The divine realm immediately grew tense. If the Kunpeng ancestor remained here, they would have no chance at all. Just as they were deliberating, the Kunpeng ancestor hesitated, glancing at Shen Gong. It seemed he wanted to say something but couldn't bring himself to speak. Shen Gong immediately understood his meaning. Kunpeng ancestor, I know you have your own concerns. If you have any matters to attend to, you may leave on your own. We will only remember your kindness and will never hold it against you. The Kunpeng ancestor smiled reassuringly and spoke after much consideration.
Shen Gong, I know you are the successor of the supreme sovereign of the 3 realms, but remember this, the 3 purities are not to be trusted blindly. Aside from the supreme sovereign of the 3 realms, you must think carefully about the other 2. I cannot tell you the specifics, but do not forget that they are, after all, disciples of Hongjun the ancestor, and there is a bond of gratitude between you.
Kunpeng the ancestor spoke and then vanished.
Shen Gong had known since he arrived that he had a connection with the 3 purities, and that connection was the supreme sovereign of the 3 realms. When he had previously encountered Tai Shan Lao Jun, the latter had also been quite toward him. However, now he is unsure whom to trust. According to Kunpeng's words, he can only trust the supreme sovereign of the 3 realms. Panga Shangqing Lingbao Tianzuan, also known as Lingbao Tianzuan, was also called Tongtian Daoran and was commonly referred to as Tongtian Jiuzhu. One of the 3 purities, he founded the Jie sect and served as its leader. He promoted the teachings of Hongjuan school with the principle of education for all. The Zhijiao sect is the most powerful sect among the 3 schools of the Xianmen, renowned for being paid homage by all Buddhas and attended by 10,000 immortals. However, Shen Gong knew that although the 3 purities were brothers, their relationship was not as unbreakable as outsiders imagined. Due to differing views on discipleship and doctrinal differences, they split into separate sects, with the main conflict centered between Yuanshi and Tongtian, one advocating elitism and the other advocating inclusivity. So why was he willing to help Yuanshi when he first encountered him? These were all questions that puzzled him. As he pondered these questions, the crowd below had already erupted into chaos. The people of the divine realm sighed in relief, though they were no longer as arrogant as before. Thankfully, the Kunpeng ancestor has left, otherwise, we might not even have had a chance to win. Now it seems that the outcome is still uncertain, and perhaps Shen Gong's luck will be very poor in the end. We have no idea what deities will be summoned next, but as long as the Kunpeng ancestor is gone, we still have a chance. I never expected Shen Gong to awaken such immense power. I wonder if he can truly match the gods now. Perhaps we can only hope to defeat him through the summoning of the divine war. We were too arrogant this time. After all, the elephant-headed god isn't our strongest deity. Shen Gong is happy now, but I wonder how long his joy will last. The Qianlong Kingdom is unusually quiet this time. Perhaps they can't understand Shen Gong's pensive expression. Normally, victory should be cause for celebration, but now they sense that Shen Gong has encountered a dilemma. Shen Gong has indeed encountered a dilemma, but this problem is something he cannot solve by merely dwelling on it alone. Therefore, he didn't dwell on it too much and instead watched Toby Ewing's choice. Toby Jean took some time to think before making his decision. The sun god Surya could summon winds and rains, control all movement and stillness, and even command other gods. He himself follows a fixed pattern, holding the heavens and earth in place, ensuring their eternal stability. He was the first to make a sacrifice on earth, bestowing the spark of fire upon humanity. Therefore, he holds an exalted status among the gods. Once he had made his decision, all eyes turned to Shen Gong. Shen Gong looked at the 5 deities that appeared, and this time he chose Duo Bao Daoran. Duo Bao Daoran was one of the 4 disciples of Tongtian Jiuzhu, the founder of the Zhijiao sect. He could withstand Guangchengzi's Fantian strike head-on, whereas the turtle spirit mother was directly struck back to her original form, demonstrating that Duo Bao Daoran was far more powerful. He was the eldest disciple of the supreme sovereign of the Jinxiao sect. Although Shen Gong could not guarantee that he would win, he had magical treasures. The supreme patriarch of the Jinxiao sect had entrusted the 4 swords of extermination and the array diagram of extermination to Duo Bao Daoran. Since he can use these two magical treasures, he should be able to secure victory. As he pondered, Chen Gong bowed respectfully. His appearance was naturally bizarre and grotesque, fitting his left path, malevolent nature. This junior disciple, Chen Gong, humbly welcomes the eldest disciple of the supreme master of the heaven-shattering sect, the Taoist of the many treasures. As he finished speaking, the treasure-bearer Taoist smiled broadly at Chen Gong, his expression unusually joyful.
You must be the younger disciple, right? I've heard the primordial heavenly lord mention you before.
You are a key figure in our plan this time, so you must be extra careful.
Wait a moment, little junior disciple. You wouldn't be asking me to fight him, would you? Chen Gong was taken aback by his enthusiasm and nodded instinctively. Duo Bao Daorun jumped up as if startled, exaggerating his response. Little junior brother, I really can't beat him. You can't let your senior brother get hurt.
Chen Gong felt helpless at Duo Bao Daorun's words and said helplessly. If you can't beat him, both of us might end up here.
Senior brother, you decide what to do. Duo Bao Daorun put on a look of deep distress, and anyone unaware would have believed he was truly no match for him. However, what was most intriguing was the relationship between the senior disciple and the junior disciple. Could Chen Gong really not be human but a divine being?
Even if they asked Chen Gong directly, he could only answer that he didn't know either.
He knows nothing about this now. He chose Duo Bao Daorun because he claimed to be the eldest disciple of Tongtian Zhouju.
He should know something about it, but he never expected it to be like this.
Surya Prabha watched them fooling around and grew angry.
This was the decisive battle, yet they were still chatting idly.
Duo Bao Daorun is the senior disciple of the inner sect of the Jie sect, whose true form is the first treasure-seeking rat of the primordial chaos, skilled in creating void tunnels and sensing magical artifacts.
He appeared honest and straightforward, but was actually cunning and capable, with a gentle temperament and immense power.
What were you trying to pull here? Having his true nature exposed, Duo Bao Daorun didn't get angry.
Instead, he ignored him and said to Chen Gong, My master has long wanted to see you, but he was blocked by some petty thieves, so he couldn't come.
However, I have seen you, so I can bring him some good news. Chapter 81, The Sword Array of Execution.
Chen Gong nodded with a non-committal smile. He only heard half of Duo Bao Daorun's words and believed half of them. Since he couldn't come, there was no need to rush. There was plenty of time in the future.
Duo Bao Daorun keenly sensed that Chen Gong seemed in a bad mood and curiously asked, Why are you so upset? Chen Gong asked directly. Not long ago, someone told me that some of the three purities words can be believed, while others cannot. What does the senior disciple think of this matter? Duo Bao Daorun looked a bit downcast and changed the subject.
Everyone might deceive you, but our master and we senior disciples would never deceive you.
If you believe others, we'll be heartbroken. Chen Gong had no intention of answering and responded with silence. Duo Bao Daorun sighed and said no more.
Sun God Surya, since you know it's me, choose your own way to die. The sun god Surya sneered, showing no sign of backing down. If your master had said that, it wouldn't have been a big deal, but you'd better not talk big. After speaking, the sun god Surya waved his hand, and the temperature rose accordingly. At that moment, he truly seemed like his divine status, like a sun illuminating the earth. However, the Taoist monk remained unchanged, clearly demonstrating his astonishing defensive abilities. The sun god Surya laughed coldly again. Though you have high seniority, your strength is relatively mediocre. Not only are you far inferior to other direct disciples, but you don't even compare to Guangchengzi, one of the 12 golden immortals. Being able to withstand the heat is nothing. You probably can't even block a single blow from me.
Chen Gong and Duo Bao Daorun didn't even bother to take them seriously.
You must understand that for the entire Jie sect, Duo Bao Daorun was a figure who stood below only one sage and above all other immortals. In fact, he was skilled in both offense and defense, and on the battlefield he had already established himself as invincible. It was simply his nature to be modest and unassuming. For beams of light appeared as he formed his seals, suddenly shooting toward the heavens. Billions of sword lights appeared in the divine battle, emanating a bone-chilling coldness and a murderous aura that warped space itself. The white clouds in the sky seemed to be scattered, revealing 4 divine swords: the sword of execution, the sword of slaughter, the sword of entrapment, and the sword of annihilation. Everyone felt the overwhelming sword energy, as if their lives hung by a thread. Once the Zuxian sword formation was unleashed, endless destructive energy enveloped the chaos, and boundless killing intent covered the primordial void. Chen Gong, witnessing this scene, could only utter one word in astonishment. No wonder they are the 4 divine swords. They are truly the most legendary weapons in the universe. Within the sword formation, there were mysterious transformations, endless killing intent, and countless dangers. Even a Daoist sage or a great immortal would be reduced to ashes in an instant upon entering this array. The Jinxian array diagram is an array technique encompassing the 4 attributes of fire, wind, earth, and thunder, capable of slaying immortals and annihilating the Tao. Within the array, the sun god Surya could only see rising yellow mist, brilliant golden light. Rising yellow mist, within the Jinxian array like a cloud of confusion. Brilliant golden light, before the Bagua platform like a protective barrier. Swords, spears, and halberds were as solid as an iron barrel. East, west, north, and south were as impenetrable as copper walls.
Chen Gong sucked in a cold breath and couldn't help but say,
"The Jinxian evil formation with 4 gates arranged in rows, yellow mist, wind, thunder, and fire accompany those who encounter the calamity with the yellow crown suffer misfortune, and the feathered priests in the hall are all buried. Sword lights are but empty shells, unable to swallow divine bones. Talismans and seals are in vain, only spewing black mist. Even if one possesses the supreme technique to reach the heavens, when the time comes, one will inevitably face misfortune." Though the others did not know the erase power, they could tell from the scene that it was no ordinary formation. Especially Chen Gong's words clearly expressed his admiration for the erase power.
"This array is extremely powerful. Breaking it will not be easy. Perhaps this battle has already ended. I never expected there to be such a formidable array."
This man appears to have a gentle disposition, resembling a kind-hearted old man, yet he is so formidable.
Indeed, he is no ordinary person, as expected of Chen Shen's senior disciple.
I'm curious about how powerful his master must be. If his master were to appear, the deities of these nations would have no choice but to kneel and beg for mercy. I still remember the 3 purities who defeated their enemies with a single move earlier. Their master is also one of the 3 purities, so he must be no slouch either.
It seems like we've already won. Chen Gong was also shocked by this scene.
No wonder even the combined efforts of the sages couldn't break that sword formation. He became even more curious about the supreme master of the heavenly way, one of the 6 holy ones of the heavens. One of the 3 purities, the leader of the Jinjiao sect, and a sage of the upper clear realm. As he pondered, the sun god Surya had already been annihilated by the Jinxian sword array. The might of the Jinxian sword formation was so great that even sages dared not enter it lightly.
After resolving the matter at hand, Duo Bao Daoist walked over to Chen Gong's side. "Remember what I said.
I hope we have the opportunity to meet again someday.
My master also wishes to see you." Chen Gong asked his final question before he vanished.
"I went to that cave earlier, but found nothing and was driven out."
Duo Bao Doran's face paled, and he hurriedly warned him.
"You must not go there now, under any circumstances. If you lose it, you may very well die.
The person who drove you out actually saved your life.
Little disciple, you must promise me one thing: before you see the master, you must not go to that cave.
Otherwise, even a divine being might not be able to save you."
Chen Gong didn't know why, but hearing him say that made him feel that the old man was somehow strange. This old man was a complete stranger to him, yet he had saved his life.
Before he could ask, Duo Bao Daoran looked urgent and said, "I must leave now.
If I don't, they'll discover me.
Remember what I said."
"All right," Chen Gong replied instinctively. If he didn't answer, he feared that even if Duo Bao Daoran left, he wouldn't feel at ease. After he left, Chen Gong rubbed his head in frustration. These matters were growing increasingly complicated. While meeting the Supreme Master of the Heavenly Passage seemed simple in theory, the prerequisite was that they must not be discovered by anyone. This was an impossible task for them, so he could only wait for a suitable opportunity. Toby Ewing glared at Chen Gong with a cold expression, his face filled with murderous intent.
"Chen Gong, who are you?"
This question echoed the thoughts of everyone present, as countless people waited for his response. But Chen Gong merely smiled coldly and shook his head.
"Who are you to ask who I am? Come ask me that question after you've defeated me." Toby Jean snorted coldly.
Given his temper, he couldn't hold back and immediately punched Chen Gong in the forehead.
Chen Gong effortlessly blocked it, then looked at Toby Ewing seriously and said, "Are you trying to die?" Chapter 82, Lady Hua Su. The people of Xianlong Kingdom were immediately enraged by Toby Eugene's behavior, eager to charge forward and kill him. They had never seen anyone act so brazenly before attacking without a word. Those who didn't know him might have thought he was some bandit leader. If it weren't for Chen Gong's quick reaction, anyone else would have been dead by now. "We must demand an explanation from them. Chen Shen, don't bother being polite with him. Since he started it, we'll kill him. They won't dare say anything. This is just asking for death. He thinks he's so powerful that he dares to lay a hand on Chen Shen. Although it wasn't explicitly stated, we couldn't act yet. After all, they haven't summoned any divine beings yet, so most people wouldn't dare to act at this point. Now someone has become so shameless that many people look down on them." Toby Ekin knew he had acted too impulsively, so he took a deep breath to calm himself down. "I'm sorry, I acted too impulsively just now. Let us continue." Chen Gong also had no intention of saying much more on the matter. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that something bad was about to happen. After all, the gods of the divine realm shouldn't be this weak. Although the gods he had summoned were relatively powerful, they shouldn't be able to handle this so easily. Seeing how quiet the divine realm was today, Chen Gong couldn't help but suspect they had some ulterior motive. As for what they were planning, Chen Gong had no idea. He took advantage of the fact that nothing had started yet and walked over to Su Zhongshan's side to give him instructions. "They must have some plan we can't possibly know about. You must be careful to inform everyone and keep a close eye on their every move. Report any suspicious activity to me immediately." Su Zhongshan nodded solemnly. Rest assured, I've already made arrangements for these matters. We can't help you with the divine war, but these minor issues are within our capabilities. Just focus on your own tasks. Chen Gong was still uneasy, but Toby Yukin didn't give him much time to think. Toby Jean quickly made his choice among the 5 deities he summoned. Indra, the king of gods and the king of the universe, is the god of war, the embodiment of battle. Originally the god of thunder and rain, he later evolved into the god of war, wielding a vajra, hence the name vajra wielding. His weapons include hooks and nets, said to have conquered the original indigenous people of India, the Dasa. He is depicted riding a red steed, guarding the borders, with a vajra in his hand. The vajra was crafted by the sage Dati from the bones of the sage Dati, and it became the most cherished weapon of the king of the gods, symbolizing sharpness, speed, accuracy, and the ability to defeat enemies. Indra's divine chariot is drawn by fiery red steeds, its brilliance dazzling like a meteor streaking across the sky or a ball of fire racing through the heavens. Its sound is like thunder. His appearance brought hope to the people of the divine realm, for victory was now within their grasp. The king of the gods, the ruler of the universe. He who drinks the soma wine, wielding the vajra. The slayer of Rikshaka, the son of strength, the great general of the Mlua guards. The destroyer of castles, the victor in water, the thousand-eyed one. Chen Gong also grew serious this time. It seemed this time would not be so easy to deal with. However, before he could approach Indra, without a care in the world, began drinking. His hobby was drinking, and after getting completely drunk, he would go out to slay demons. Chen Gong, however, paid no heed and walked straight up. Indra, with his arrogant demeanor, didn't even acknowledge him. Chen Gong, being a patient man, quietly pondered his own deity. Finally, his gaze fell upon a female deity, and he bowed respectfully. In the age of Swerin, giant footprints appeared in the Lezay marshes. Huasu stepped on them with her foot, became pregnant, and gave birth to Fushi, who had the body of a snake and the head of a human, and possessed sacred virtue. I am Chen Gong, a junior disciple, humbly welcoming the ancestral mother, the source and mother of the divine beings of the Shenlong kingdom, the primordial ancestral mother, Huasu. These titles are quite impressive, causing everyone to look over here. Although Huasu is not well known, Nuwa should be more familiar to you. Nuwa is said to be the mother of the earth and the creator of humanity. However, Huasu is even more remarkable. She is the mother of Nuwa. As a young girl, she conceived spontaneously and gave birth to the brother and sister Fushi and Nuwa 12 years later. Therefore, she is truly the ancestor of humanity. Nuwa, on the other hand, is the goddess of creation. She gathered 5 colored divine stones to mend the cracks in the sky and was revered by the world as the mother of the earth. Therefore, Huasu is indeed the mother of Nuwa. Indra looked at Huasu Nyang with some confusion, as if trying to figure out who she was. When Huasu opened her eyes, she looked directly at Chen Gong, her expression kind and maternal. If one did not know her identity, one might have mistaken her for an ordinary mother. Huasu shook her head with a look of distress, as if she had encountered a tremendous problem. I am not skilled in combat. Chen Gong stared at her in shock, speechless. He had never heard of Huasu Nyang's combat prowess, but he assumed it must be comparable. After all, she was one of the ancient gods, and even Nuwa and Fushi were her children. Indra burst into laughter, no longer caring who this person was. Such a formidable title. I thought she must be an extremely powerful deity, but it turns out she's just senior in rank. Huasu Nyang didn't get angry at all. She just smiled sweetly at Indra. Whether I'm strong or not, it's not up to me to decide, and it's not up to you either. Even if I can't defeat you, my children certainly can. After speaking, Lady Huasu made an unknown gesture, and a dazzling beam of light appeared in the sky. Indra didn't take it seriously. If Huasu wasn't his match, her child couldn't be much better. Who is your child? I'll see for myself who it is. Since I can't defeat you. It's me. Do you have any last words? A being with the head of a human and the body of a snake suddenly appeared. He had long hair hanging down his shoulders, a blue snake tail, 2 horns on his head, and large tiger-like eyes. Chen Gong immediately recognized him as Fushi. Fushi was the leader of the 3 saints of the Fire Cloud Palace, an ancient emperor with a lofty status, boundless magical powers, a hatred for evil, and a compassionate heart. He governed the destiny of humanity. The 12 immortals of Kunlun reverently referred to him as the Supreme Emperor of Heaven, the creator of the earth and the heavens. Fushi first looked at Huasu Nyang up and down with concern, but seeing no signs of injury, he finally relaxed. Mother, you were truly too impulsive this time. If something happens to you, what will become of me and Nuwa? Chapter 83, Hidden Danger. Huasu smiled gently, assuring them that she was unharmed. Here, everything was harmonious, but Indra couldn't help but feel that he was unlucky to have brought this upon himself. As one of the primordial divine beings, Fushi was among the first to take physical form and emerge into the world. During Hongjuan's ascension to sainthood in his teachings, he assisted his sister Nuwa in securing one of the 6 sacred seats. He later joined the demon court and became the emperor of the Xian dynasty. During the Demon-Wizard War, both sides were severely weakened, and Fushi fell in battle. He was later rescued by Nuwa and reincarnated as one of the 3 sovereigns, Fushi.
Whether as the Shi Huang Fuxi of the past or the Run Huang Fuxi of later times, he is an unparalleled figure in the mythology of the Qianlong kingdom. At this point, he also recalled who Hua Sun Yang Yang truly was. Although Hua Sun Yang Yang was an ordinary deity, her seniority was several years behind that of the great deity Pangu. Though she was not powerful and her fame was not prominent, her children and husband were not to be trifled with. Her son was Fu Shi, the Shi Huan, and the Run Huang. Her daughter is Nuwa, the empress of the demon clan, who protects the demon clan and indulges them in their slaughter of the human race. Nuwa was the first sage to attain enlightenment after Hongjun Laozu, achieving sainthood through the merit of creating humanity. Her husband was Lei Zhe, the source of all thunder and the beginning of life and death. As spring thunder begins to stir, vitality awakens and all things expand. Because the greatest sound is silent, it manifests as thunder. Before the vernal equinox, thunder roars first and heavy rain pours down like a dragon. Therefore, aside from herself, the names of her entire family carry great significance. She is also universally recognized as one of the people who should not be provoked. I am just a weak woman, unable to fight anyone. If you have any business, please speak to my children. This must be the pinnacle of a woman's life. I never would have thought that although she herself may not be considered a very powerful person, her relatives are all very powerful. Although they appear to be mother and son, how could one person give birth to a child with a human head and a serpent's body? Could it be that he inherited it from his father? Indra's expression wasn't good. He felt a sense of familiarity but never expected it to be such an eccentric character. He couldn't help but smile wryly. I didn't know you were her mother, otherwise I wouldn't have said that. Fuxi snorted coldly, not even bothering to acknowledge him. This scene made the people of the divine realm look extremely displeased. Their deity was actually so afraid. Indra took a sip of wine, his face flushed with alcohol. He raised his hand holding the Vajra, pointing toward the sky. Suddenly, the previously sunny sky turned dark and overcast. Moreover, these clouds seemed to be guided by some force, all converging toward Indra's direction. Suddenly, there was thunder and lightning, and a fierce wind began to blow. This time, the power was clearly far greater than any of the previous encounters they had faced. Even the residual power of the lightning alone could annihilate the weaker deities. Shen Gong, seeing this, felt a sense of fear. He had a premonition that he would not be able to withstand it. Fuxi, seeing this, turned to him and said, "Indra is mine. You take care of my mother." Shen Gong naturally did not refuse. Though he was no match for Indra, protecting a single person was still manageable. Even if Indra were as powerful as he was, he likely wouldn't be a match for Fuxi. After saying this, Fuxi walked toward Indra with a calm expression. Boundless power swirled around him, and the ground he walked on seemed to turn into nothingness. He looked like a divine being, capable of controlling the fate of all living things. Indra swung his hand downward, and a series of lightning bolts capable of obliterating everything in their path ruthlessly attacked Fuxi. Fuxi raised his hand, and a sword appeared in his grasp. This sword was the Fuxi sword, capable of shaking the heavens and the six realms. It was forged during the ancient war between gods and humans, when the heavenly emperor decided to expel the gods from the mortal realm. The Fuxi sword was left behind as a weapon for the mortal realm, imbued with Fuxi's supreme divine power. Holding the Fuxi sword, the divine power surrounding him seemed on the verge of materializing. Indra looked at Fuxi with a sense of unease. Among all the gods in the Qianlong kingdom, Fuxi must be a powerful existence. Fuxi, you must think carefully. Your appearance here is already a violation of the rules. If you continue to act so recklessly, you will not end well. Fuxi looked utterly fearless. He was never one to fear death. What I choose to do is none of your concern. If you continue to speak nonsense, I will take your life. Indra looked furious and prepared to attack again. Fuxi raised his sword and struck out. Though the blow seemed insignificant, it carried boundless power. Everyone thought Indra was about to die at Fuxi's hands, but the next moment, he vanished from everyone's sight. Fuxi looked stunned, but he hurriedly said to Chen Gong in a panic, "Be careful." The people of Qianlong Kingdom had no idea what had happened. In their eyes, Indra had been killed by a single sword strike. Wow, that was so cool. It felt like a sword piercing the sky. Such an ordinary-looking strike had taken the life of his opponent. However, their expressions looked unusual. He seemed to be warning Chen Gong to be careful. This Indra isn't someone to be underestimated. Even if he's not dead, there's nothing to be afraid of. Indra definitely isn't their match. It's just a matter of time. Don't overthink it. Am I the only one who thinks Fuxi is so cool? Ignore his lower body. He's a total heartthrob, a super hot guy who makes everyone fall in love at first sight, and he's also incredibly powerful. The expressions of the people from the realm of the gods were a bit strange, each one different from the others. Some were surprised and terrified, as if they believed Indra had died just like everyone else. Others were excited, as if their plan had succeeded. Others were astonished, unable to believe that their Indra could be killed so easily. Chen Gong had already prepared himself upon hearing Fuxi's words. He looked around warily but saw no signs of change. Just as he thought he was overthinking it, he suddenly sensed a murderous intent from behind. This killing intent was faint and difficult to detect.
If it weren't for his recent significant progress, he might not have noticed it at all. Upon sensing it, he quickly turned his head away, shielding Hua Sun Yang Yang tightly by his side. Hua Sun Yang Yang's originally gentle face suddenly grew solemn, and a hint of killing intent flickered in her eyes. Chen Gong, upon first seeing this, thought he must be mistaken. Lady Hua Su did not seem like a deity capable of attacking. Chapter 84, Life and Death Hanging by a Thread. Hua Sun Yang Yang clenched her fists, and her light punch contained endless killing intent. The surrounding space was distorted by her power, as if the fabric of reality itself was warping. Indra, who was too close, was struck directly by the punch, sending him flying back to the edge, where he was stopped by an air wall. The air wall cracked, and without the order maintainers, he would have been sent flying billions of miles away. Indra coughed up blood, his body trembling as he struggled to stay upright, as if he were teetering on the brink of life and death. He had no time to think. Why did Hua Su, who had seemed so gentle and harmless at first, suddenly unleash such overwhelming power? Fushi, enraged, charged forward with his sword drawn, intending to take his life with a single strike. Indra flickered and appeared beside him, but this movement worsened his injuries, causing his form to grow faint and ethereal. Fushi, taking advantage of his momentum, continued to pursue and attack him. Who gave you the audacity to lay a hand on my mother? Today, I will make sure you meet your end. Indra dodged while speaking angrily. I wanted to harm her, but look at me now who is the one truly harmed. Fushi looked down on him, unwilling to listen, his relentless demeanor sending chills down one's spine. Chen Gong looked at Fushi in surprise, but what astonished him even more was Hua Sun Yang Yang. Wasn't she supposed to be unable to attack? Hua Sun Yang Yang had returned to her previous demeanor of a proper young lady. Those who didn't know her would truly believe she was just a helpless woman. Did I scare you? Chen Gong shook his head unconsciously, still seeming dazed. Their behavior left the people of Xianlong Kingdom both amused and bewildered, unsure of what to say. I wish I had a mother like that. She almost killed the enemy and then came back to comfort me. I'm sorry, my precious child, I hope I didn't scare you. This contrast is truly heartwarming. Why does it feel like Hua Sun Yang Yang isn't just powerful, but she doesn't like to show it? With such a powerful child, even if someone provokes her, she probably wouldn't need to lift a finger. I thought she was just a bronze tier character, with nothing special except for her ability to give birth. But it turns out she's a true master. Her first move nearly took the enemy's life. Look at Chen Gong. Where's the trace of Chen Shin left? Someone might mistake him for a child needing his mother's protection. Fushi even had him protect Hua Sun Yang Yang. Who was protecting whom here? These people are really saying everything Chen Gong is thinking. He feels like a worthless piece of trash. But if he actually said that out loud, he'd probably get beaten up by the crowd. If he's considered a worthless piece of trash, then what are they? Worthless scraps? As he pondered, Indra suddenly pushed him to the other side, but this only worsened his injuries. Fushi, don't forget your sister. If you kill me, how much longer will she live? He shouldn't have said that. Those words only made Fushi even angrier. His eyes seemed to be on fire as he clenched the Fushi sword, ready to strike. Hua Sun Yang Yang hurriedly shouted loudly. Don't be reckless. Fushi heard this and stopped his movements, glaring at Hua Sun Yang Yang with bloodshot eyes. Mother, even if I don't attack him, will they spare us? Even you have been under their control all these years, just to hold us hostage. Moreover, he knows things he shouldn't know. After speaking, he looked at Chen Gong with a meaningful expression. His gaze toward Chen Gong was extremely strange, as if he were a wandering soul from hell gazing up at the human world. But it was only for an instant before it quickly shifted into a resolute expression. Hua Sun Yang Yang hesitated several times, then turned her head away resolutely as she watched Chen Gong make up his mind. Her expression clearly showed she had conceded, but she was hesitating to speak openly due to certain considerations. Her expression was enough to evoke a sense of pity, reminiscent of a mother worrying about her child traveling far away. Chen Gong did not understand their conversation, but it seemed to have something to do with him. He asked in confusion. But what does this have to do with me? Hua Sun Yang gently stroked Chen Gong's head. Though it felt a bit unusual to him, he didn't refuse. Actually, this matter isn't your fault. It's just that we can't let anyone know of your existence right now, so he must die no matter what. However, it seems someone already knows about you. You must be extremely cautious at all times. Your life is of utmost importance. If you die, we cannot survive, and the Xianlong Kingdom will follow us into oblivion. These words placed the fate of everyone on Chen Gong's shoulders. He couldn't fully understand why they were saying this. But he felt immense pressure, so much so that he could barely bear it. But the cost of not bearing it was something he couldn't afford, and even if he didn't want to go, there were people pushing him forward. The people of Xianlong Kingdom were waiting below for him to return with victory. People from other nations likely already wanted to kill him and be done with it. He remained silent for a moment, then looked at Lady Hua Su with unwavering determination. I will do my best. Those 3 words seemed light and airy, but they carried the weight of millions of lives. Hua Sun Yang Yang smiled sincerely, as if flowers would pale in comparison. Countless people were left speechless, even those from the realm of the gods. Someone couldn't stand the sight of the others and spoke angrily. Are you all infatuated with her? Upon hearing his words, the people of the divine realm snapped out of their trance and adopted solemn expressions. However, Indra never expected that they would go to such lengths to kill him for Chen Gong. His earlier diversionary tactic wasn't meant to kill Lady Hua Su. He knew he couldn't get her, so he wanted to take action against Chen Gong. Now, he had no intention of fighting Fu Shi. His sole goal was to kill Chen Gong. Just as he was distracted, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest, and Fu Shi's sword pierced through his body. Fu Shi had intended to deliver the fatal blow, but was knocked flying by Indra's punch. He seemed to be fighting his last battle before death, showing no regard for his own life. Though an enemy, his resolve was worthy of respect. Fu Shi did not intend to strike at that moment, as he knew Indra was already doomed. But he didn't realize that his mercy had given Indra an opportunity. He appeared beside Chen Gong as if he had no regard for his own life, striking with all his might to take Chen Gong's life. Chen Gong never expected him to be so reckless, even willing to take someone else with him in his final moments. He was momentarily caught off guard and stood there dumbfounded. Chapter 85, Spare His Life. At that moment, everyone grew tense. Fu Shi rushed forward swiftly while roaring angrily. Be careful. If you dare to kill him, I swear that your divine realm will be left without a single god. The people of Xianlong Kingdom held their breath, their eyes fixed on Chen Gong without blinking. Hua Sun Yang Yang was the first to react, stepping in front of Chen Gong and clashing fists with Indra. Indra, of course, was no match for Hua Sun Yang Yang, and with his injuries, he was knocked flying instantly. Seeing this, Fu Shi finally breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as though he had returned from hell to earth. Indra, if you kill Chen Gong, the realm of the gods will never know peace. If you knew who he was, you wouldn't dare to do this. These words caught Chen Gong off guard. Could he have another identity? But the original body was indeed just an ordinary person, and even an extraordinarily foolish one at that. Being at the bottom of the pile isn't something to joke about. Even he had only stumbled into this world by accident. He shouldn't have any extraordinary status either. As he pondered, Fu Shi had already made up his mind to kill Indra and take his life. However, just as he was about to act, the sword would not move, as if blocked by something. This sensation was felt only by him. The others assumed he was too afraid to act. Come on, he talked so boldly, but when it came time to act, he didn't have the guts? Indra seemed completely defenseless. Why didn't he just kill him? It couldn't be that he was afraid of dying. Perhaps he was worried about his sister. After all, he had just mentioned that his sister was in someone else's hands. Maybe that was why he dared not act. Chen Gong seems to be fine. Even if Fu Shi doesn't act, there's still Chen Gong. It shouldn't be possible for him to survive and return alive. These people from the divine realm can only talk when they can't fight. If it weren't for Indra's nonsense, they'd probably have died countless times by now. As everyone was talking, Chen Gong and Hua Sun Yang felt that something was amiss. They looked up at the sky, as if searching for something. Countless people followed their movements, gazing at the sky with a pensive expression. At that moment, a faint figure appeared in the sky. Fu Shi, spare him for my sake. No one could see his appearance clearly, only hearing a voice that sounded like a man's. His appearance left everyone stunned, and Fu Shi also looked puzzled. Fu Shi looked up at the shadowy figure in the sky with a puzzled expression. Even if I don't want to, it seems I can't kill him. The shadowy figure in the sky grew even more ethereal, as if it might vanish at any moment. He truly began to fade away, and even Indra vanished along with him. Hua Sun Yang Yang walked over to Fu Shi with concern. Who is it? Fu Shi shook his head, unwilling to say more. I don't know. I only know that I am no match for him. Lady Hua Su grew even more worried, deeply regretting that she hadn't killed Indra outright earlier. Fu Shi felt the same way. He shouldn't have said anything either. In his anger, he began punching the martial arts platform repeatedly. Get out! A furious shout rang out, and sure enough, someone emerged. It was the person maintaining order. Tell me, what is going on here? You both sighed helplessly. Both of you have broken the rules. Don't blame each other. Take your mother and leave immediately. Fu Shi, enraged, was about to attack him, but Hua Sun Yang Yang stepped in to stop him, glaring at him warningly. Don't act recklessly. Fu Shi said resentfully. Mother, I know this is wrong, but if we don't act, what will we do next? They're about to exterminate us completely. We're worried about this and that. What's the point of struggling anymore? Let them just kill us. Hua Sun Yang Yang's expression hardened, as if she was about to lose her temper and act. Chen Gong was genuinely afraid they would start fighting, so he immediately said to her, I know you're worried about my safety. Since you dared to entrust such an important task to me, you should at least give me basic trust. If possible, please continue to eliminate a few more deities for me. If not, please return to your positions. Fu Shi turned away angrily, acting like a spoiled child, but he was only worried about Chen Gong's safety. Hua Sun Yang Yang looked at Chen Gong with a helpless expression and said, Good child, we truly don't feel at ease leaving you behind. You must be extremely careful. We'll be leaving now. Chen Gong looked at their expressions and knew that their appearance had come at great risk.
He said nothing, merely bowing respectfully as he saw them off.
After they left, the people maintaining order also disappeared.
He was truly afraid that Fu Shi would act recklessly without regard for the consequences.
If that happened, the situation would truly spiral out of control. Chen Gong sighed.
These matters were becoming increasingly mysterious.
At that moment, everyone seemed to snap out of it, and many cheered and clapped with joy. Fu Shi was truly so cool.
If he really decided to act without regard for consequences, even going so far as to confront the God of Order, that would truly be awe-inspiring.
Who was that illusory figure that appeared earlier? It seems we really misunderstood Fu Shi. If he dares to attack the God of Order, how could he possibly hesitate to kill Indra? I think you all have a point.
Perhaps the illusory figure used divine power to block Fu Shi.
But we don't know who that figure was. If he really had murderous intent, could he have survived? He definitely wouldn't dare to act.
If he intended to act, he would have done so already. There must be some special reason why he dares not act. Chen Gong, however, believes that the illusory figure is no ordinary being and has an extraordinary connection with Indra. He might not have appeared because he is still holding back for some reason, but we just don't know what that reason is.
When will we ever figure out what's going on?
All he knows now is that the people of Xianlong Kingdom have been controlled by the deities of other nations.
To bring them back completely, they must go through the cave discovered earlier in Xianyang City.
As for why these foreign deities wanted to kill them, he had a simple theory: they must have discovered something.
Chapter 86, Openly Favoring One Side.
Chen Gong couldn't shake the feeling that Indra had been trying to kill him all day. At that moment, the deity responsible for maintaining order suddenly spoke up. Both sides had violated the rules earlier, it was a draw. This statement also sparked Chen Gong's anger, as he couldn't understand why it felt like all the deities were targeting their Xianlong Kingdom.
By all accounts, this deity who upholds order should be the embodiment of fairness.
In conflicts between other nations, it had always been a fair and impartial entity. However, when facing Chen Gong, he now appeared to be biased. Chen Gong glared at him with a cold stare, making him feel uneasy and dare not speak. His tone softened considerably, almost as if he were begging for mercy.
This isn't something I can decide on my own. It's the result of discussions among the founders of several countries.
If there are any issues, you'll have to discuss them with them when you have the chance. Chen Gong knew exactly what he meant, but he still replied with a hint of irritation.
Even so, shouldn't you at least give us some compensation for the injustice? I've always been curious, what exactly did the deities of our Xianlong Kingdom do to deserve such treatment from all of you? He shook his head, unwilling to say more. There was nothing more to say.
After speaking, he suddenly vanished without a trace.
Chen Gong didn't feel disappointed either.
He hadn't expected to get any answers from him in the first place, and even if he had, he probably wouldn't have believed him. At that moment, the expressions of the people from the Divine Kingdom were all extremely grim.
Though this wasn't their strongest deity, it still left them feeling deeply humiliated.
Most importantly, they had failed to complete their mission. The original plan was to kill Chen Gong at any cost, no matter the price. Yet now, not only had they failed to capture him, but they had also lost two deities.
This Chen Gong must not be let off easily, otherwise, something major will happen.
Additionally, the Nordic kingdom, which had shown weakness and sought peace, truly deserved to be punished.
We absolutely cannot let Chen Gong live. Otherwise, what will we do?
If he dies, we can finally rest easy. Send Tobijin down and instruct him to kill Chen Gong at any cost.
Win or lose doesn't matter, what's important is that Chen Gong must not die.
Tobijin was summoned down, and no one knew what was said. Judging by their expressions, it couldn't be good news. They must be planning how to secure victory. Chen Gong couldn't hear anything from their side, as if something were blocking his ears. He didn't want to just wait here, so he walked over to Su Zhongshan's side.
Su Lao, have you noticed that they seem to be targeting our Xianlong Kingdom? Do you know what the reason behind this might be?
Su Zhongshan sighed and shook his head. We've known they've been targeting us for a long time, but because we were too weak before, we dared not speak up and could only watch helplessly.
Don't say I don't know the reason, even the chairman doesn't know.
If he did, he would have told us. There must be some hidden complications here, we'll just have to figure it out ourselves.
Chen Gong remained silent for a moment before nodding to indicate he understood.
Toby Yujin walked up with a solemn expression, his gaze on Chen Gong seeming tinged with guilt before hardening into resolve.
Please continue. Can we start with the Xianlong Kingdom this time?
Chen Gong keenly sensed that there must be some unspeakable scheme behind their actions.
Looking at Toby Eugene's expression, it was also filled with a chill. I think we should go with the latter option. The former is too easy to fall into a trap. Toby Eugene said seriously. What you're saying isn't wrong, but we've always gone first and let you go second. Why aren't we afraid of being tricked by you? I think it's because you don't have much confidence in your ancestors.
Chen Gong snorted coldly, not taking his words to heart at all.
I can't figure it out.
Even if I have confidence in them, I don't know if you've done anything dishonorable. Just as they were arguing fiercely, a solemn voice rang out from the sky. The Divine King's war has begun.
The Qianlong kingdom must make its choice first. This truly leaves the Qianlong kingdom no room to maneuver. They didn't even bother to consult them before making the announcement. Chen Gong, you have no choice but to agree now.
If it comes down to it, perhaps you should consider conceding defeat. At least you'll save some face. Chen Gong suddenly felt it wasn't worth it. He regretted the words he had just spoken. They didn't care at all about being unfair to the Qianlong kingdom.
He even felt it wasn't worth it for the previous deity, Indra.
Indra may have been determined to kill him, but Chen Gong respected him.
Even if he used underhanded tactics, it was only to achieve victory.
Even death was for the sake of the younger generations of the divine nations.
Yet these people were scheming to take his life by any means necessary, even abandoning fairness and justice. The people of Qianlong kingdom were furious upon seeing this. These people were simply too arrogant. We never agreed to this proposal. Why are we being forced to start first? Do you think we're easy to bully, so you're all ganging up on us? This is utterly outrageous. The previous incident could still be considered a mutual exchange of blows, but how can they justify this? I've never heard of such a thing before. No consent from the other party is required. Even if we refuse, what can we do? They've already announced the rules. We have no choice but to agree, and can only hope that Chen Gong succeeds. We must be extra cautious.
They must have more tricks up their sleeves, and the most likely target is Chen Gong.
We must closely monitor their every move.
Su Zhongshan clenched his fists tightly, looking as though he desperately wanted to speak but couldn't bring himself to do so. He knew his words would likely have no effect, and might even anger the deity maintaining order.
Though they had never witnessed this deity act before.
However, his ability to maintain the divine battle and summon the named gods indicates he is no ordinary being. Regardless, he is widely recognized as someone who should not be provoked lightly. No one knows what he might do if provoked. Chen Gong turned to Su Zhongshan and shook his head, signaling him not to speak, as their words would likely be futile.
Chapter 87, The Mosquito Taoist Appears. Chen Gong's actions were a sign of submission. Arguing would only lead to their downfall.
Since that's the case, I'll start first. I'll see what you're up to with such shameless behavior.
Toby Eugene shrugged indifferently and made a gesture inviting them forward. If we've really done something wrong, someone will come out to speak for us. Since no one has come forward, who do you think is really at fault? Chen Gong didn't bother to waste any more words on him and walked over to look at the few deities. He felt his anger boiling over, his hatred for Toby Ewing reaching a peak. Seeing the 5 awakened gods, he sighed in relief. Though these beings were targeting them, it seemed they couldn't interfere here. The 5 deities that appeared this time weren't powerful enough to defy the heavens, but each of them was formidable. Especially one of them, a deity Chen Gong trusted implicitly. With him around, losing the battle would be nearly impossible. The 5 gods were as follows. Zhuangsu, the grandson of the Yellow Emperor and the son of Chang'e, was the second son of the Yellow Emperor. Due to his lack of talent and virtue, he was deemed unworthy to inherit the throne and was demoted to become a feudal lord in the Ruo River region. Jing Yuan was known for his strategic thinking and ability to navigate complex situations. Yinglong is one of the 4 divine beasts of heaven, alongside the yellow dragon, and together they are known as the 5 celestial beasts. The 4 divine beasts of heaven, along with Yinglong and the yellow dragon, form the 6 divine beasts. The 4 of the 4 divine beasts are the Qilin, the phoenix, the Xuanwu, and the dragon. Mazu, also known as the Heavenly Princess and Heavenly Empress, is commonly referred to as the Sea Goddess. She is a legendary goddess said to oversee maritime navigation.
Zhang Fei was exceptionally brave and skilled in combat, and was renowned alongside Guan Yu as a peerless warrior.
This is likely one of the few human spirits to appear here.
The Mosquito Taoist is one of the 3,000 red dust guests of the Purple Shao Palace, with a profound background. Upon transforming, he immediately reached the great roaming golden immortal realm and is skilled in strategy. His life-saving techniques rival those of the ancestor of the underworld, and like the Kuanping, he possesses the innate divine ability of supreme speed, with his speed second only to that of the Kuanping.
Chen Gong bowed deeply in the direction of the Mosquito Taoist without hesitation.
In the chaos before heaven and earth were divided, the vast void was devoid of all beings. Since Panga shattered the primordial chaos, the world was divided into clear and turbid, and order was established. This junior greets you with respect, the blood-winged black mosquito, the Mosquito Taoist. As soon as these words were spoken, people seemed to see. Suddenly, countless mosquitoes appeared, swarming densely, a terrifying sight, with the sound of mosquitoes buzzing everywhere. Choosing the first option was already extremely difficult, yet he made such a choice, which caused many to mock him. I thought he had been thinking so long to choose a powerful being who could defy heaven, but instead he chose a mosquito.
Does he intend to suck the blood out of people one drop at a time? How powerful could a mosquito be? He definitely wasn't a match for it. Chen Gong had been a bit careless this time.
It seemed like his recent string of victories had given him a false sense of invincibility.
Who knows what he is really thinking?
After all, we're not the worms in his stomach, we have no idea. But from the looks of it, he must have a serious misunderstanding of his own abilities. Chen Gong couldn't hear what they were saying, but he could tell a lot from their expressions. The mosquito monk opened his eyes with a bloodthirsty glint, as if he hadn't eaten in ages. Moreover, he was extremely small, so small that among the divine beings, he could be considered the size of a mosquito. As soon as he emerged, he began surveying his surroundings, but seeing nothing, he looked as though he wanted to kill Qingong.
You summoned me here, don't you know you're supposed to provide food? Or do you intend to offer yourself as food to me? Qingong didn't know what to say. Where was he supposed to find food for him now? Moreover, even if he could find such things, they were all ordinary items. Would he even like to eat them? He said helplessly. Just wait a little longer. The mosquito-like monk snorted coldly and reluctantly walked over to Qingong's side. I'm telling you, better do as you said. Otherwise, even if the three purities are backing you, I'll still eat you. He didn't even mention the three purities once, and the others didn't know where he got the nerve. However, it seemed he wasn't a weak deity, otherwise, he wouldn't dare make such bold claims. Qingong felt that what he said was entirely justified. This man was truly an oddball, comparable to the previous drought god. The mosquito demon was originally a blood-winged black mosquito, a ferocious beast. To achieve enlightenment, he secretly allied himself with the powerless Jade Emperor. Mosquito Taoist defeated Lu Dongbin, fought against the Demon King, and ultimately died within the Tai Chi diagram of the Buddhist sect. Toby Ewing hadn't taken their words seriously at the time, thinking they were just bragging without any basis. He walked straight up and knelt on the ground, bowing his head with utmost devotion. Please, Lord Shiva, look upon your devout follower. Though we are not your descendants, we have offered sacrifices and offerings no less than they have over the years. As he did this, Qingong hadn't even reacted yet when he saw everyone from the divine realm kneel down in devotion. Please look upon us, Shiva. Your descendants, your devotees, have been bullied to this extent. Are you really going to stand by and watch? Please look upon us. By this afternoon, we will be bullied to the point of having no way to survive. Even your descendants have been bullied into this state. Are you all just going to stand by and watch? If this continues, we will have no way to survive. We might as well all die. It won't benefit you either. Please save us. Qingong snapped out of his daze, utterly bewildered. What on earth were these people doing? Are they trying to use the deities of other nations to intervene on their behalf? Setting aside whether Shiva would even agree, wouldn't the Order God intervene at all? Just as he had feared, the Order God didn't stir a muscle. He knew it was absolutely impossible for him to be unaware of the situation here. He must have stayed away because of the Xinlong kingdom. This made him extremely angry, and he began to speak in a sarcastic tone. I thought you had some real abilities. But if you're just using the deities of other countries to put on a show, what good does that do you? The mosquito Taoist, who had no idea what was going on, heard Qingong's words and became equally furious. He looked as though he had been wronged, clenching his fists and ready to attack. You lot from other temples only know how to use such despicable methods. I thought you at least knew what dignity was, but it turns out you resort to such lowly tactics. I'll see if even if I eat all of you, that old Shiva dares to come. Chapter 88, One Move to Settle It. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions grew grim. After all, not everyone is as extraordinary as Qingong, capable of facing off against a deity. These people probably wouldn't stand a chance against Moshi Daorun even if they all teamed up. Qingong watched everything unfold with a cold expression. Shiva didn't even bother to intervene when her own descendants were in trouble, so he doubted the people of the divine realm would either. As he pondered, Mosquito Taoist suddenly sprang into action, charging straight toward Toby Yukon. Qingong watched helplessly as the other side acted so shamelessly they could certainly do the same. Use their own methods against them. However, just as the mosquito monk was about to reach Toby Yukon, a voice that dared not be defied echoed from the sky. Enough! You people from the Xinlong kingdom are truly pushing your luck. I didn't even bother to hold the previous matter against you, yet now you dare to disregard me so blatantly. These words were undoubtedly spoken by Shiva himself. Qingong looked up at the sky solemnly and said, We're bullying others? Who is the one bullying others? You insolent upstart. As the words fell, Qingong felt a murderous intent rushing toward him. The mosquito monk seemed to have sensed it beforehand, and countless mosquitoes swirled around Qingong. Seeing his attack method, to be honest, everyone was speechless. Especially Qingong, who was already annoyed being trapped in the swarm and now had to endure the constant buzzing. However, he also knew that the mosquito Taoist was doing this to protect himself. Therefore, no matter what, he wouldn't be so ungrateful as to say anything. The mosquito monk looked fearless, as if he had nothing to lose. Was it because he was skilled and bold, or simply because he was ignorant and fearless? Attacking a young upstart like that, what kind of person is he? If you've got the guts, come down and fight me. Stop all this nonsense. He had already said that, so no matter what Shiva thought, he had to come down. Otherwise, she'd be embarrassed beyond belief. At that moment, his body was grayish-white, with 3 eyes and 4 faces. His long hair was coiled into horns on top of his head, with a crescent moon hanging like a hairpin from the horn-like hair. A snake coiled around his black neck. Sitting on a tiger skin, his eyes half closed, with a garland made of skulls hanging from his neck. A deity resembling both a monster and a human appeared.
This deity was, of course, Shiva, and his appearance caused the thoughts of those around me to grow strange and unsettled.
Shiva, Brahma, and Vishnu are the three-faced gods of the Indira kingdom.
However, in many countries, such as the land of the gods, people worship the same deities, which is why he can appear here.
Shiva's status is that of the destroyer, embodying both the dual nature of creation and destruction, as well as reproduction and annihilation.
This enraged countless people from the Shenlong kingdom, as it was clearly their fault, yet they were being blamed for being too harsh. I had heard of the saying, "The thief cries out, stop the thief," but I had never seen it before. Today, thanks to the kingdom of the gods, I have witnessed what it truly means. However, I hope that the deity you summon through such shameless means will not disappoint you. Otherwise, you will lose both your face and the competition. If I were you, I wouldn't dare show my face to anyone.
What gods are they talking about? I think they're just unreasonable fools. I wonder where they get the nerve to do this. Don't the people of Xiando Kingdom ever cause trouble for them? It's none of our business. We're now part of Shenlong Kingdom's Xiando City. We're not from Xiando Kingdom anymore. Chen Gong looked on with a sense of loss, wondering what these people were really after. To win or lose, they don't even care about their own dignity. What use is such a victory? But from their perspective, losing means the destruction of their country and the ruin of their families. Perhaps one can understand their motives to some extent. Though he understood, Chen Gong would never support such actions or act that way himself. The mosquito Taoist wasn't the least bit angry. After all, he could beat them. Shiva, you really have some nerve. I wonder if you can even last a few rounds against me. But I'm afraid you'll be defeated the moment I make my move. Enough with the nonsense. Shiva's expression was grim. If it weren't for saving face, he wouldn't have come. Even if he did come, his face wouldn't look much better. At least he wouldn't disappoint the hearts of the gods. The mosquito monk snorted coldly. Shiva, as my offering, you're not bad, kid. Chen Gong was feeling a bit disoriented, struggling to keep up with the mosquito Taoist's line of thinking. They were currently engaged in a divine battle, not enjoying a buffet. However, the mosquito Taoist didn't care about such things. He even licked his lips, looking as though he was about to feast. How could Shiva endure this any longer? He summoned his axe and swung it down with all his might. But the blow didn't even graze Wendao Run, and instead made his expression even more lecherous. It is said that the mosquito monk's combat power is on par with that of the ancient sage Han Jun. He sneered coldly, forcing his divine power to surge throughout his body, and pointed his finger. In an instant, a swarm of mosquitoes screeched out, thousands of them swarming together, violently charging at Shiva. A deafening buzz filled the air, causing countless people to cover their ears. Countless mosquitoes swarmed over the Shiva deity, feeding on his essence and magical energy. The swarm of mosquitoes, each the size of a fist, swelled to enormous proportions, each as large as a basket, with long mouths and short bodies. Their lower bodies resembled the bellies of water buffaloes, with beaks 3 feet long, resembling sharp spears. The scene grew increasingly bizarre and grotesque, filled with demonic energy, resembling a nightmare of horror. Tens of thousands of mosquitoes swirled in the air, their heads and tails connected, their buzzing sound like thunderclaps. They were densely packed together, and from a distance, they resembled a thunderous 3-colored giant hand, rolling down and grasping the top of Shiva's head. Despite being surrounded by the mosquitoes, Shiva did not give up, continuing to try to drive them away. However, the mosquitoes were relentless, though not invincible strictly speaking, their numbers were simply too overwhelming. Shiva's attacks had no effect whatsoever, and the scene was filled with waves of agonizing screams. The sound was so terrifying that countless people were filled with fear and shock. They never imagined that such an ordinary-looking mosquito could possess such immense power. However, before long, the sounds grew fainter yet more unsettling. Soon, the mosquitoes returned to the side of the mosquito sorcerer and vanished. Everyone's attention was now focused on the spot where Shiva had been. They could clearly see the skeletal remains of Shiva after being devoured by the swarm of mosquitoes. Even Shiva's divine essence had been consumed, leaving nothing but ashes and smoke. Chapter 89, No one can stand up to him. This scene left everyone speechless, unable to comprehend what had happened. The mosquito monk seemed to have done nothing at all, yet Shiva had died so mysteriously. Not to mention others, even Chen Gong was startled by the mosquito monk's appearance. If he were to use this technique against everyone, no one would stand a chance against him. The key was that he didn't even need to fight them himself, he could simply summon countless mosquitoes. This thought couldn't help but cross everyone's mind. There was simply no way to fight him, no deity could match him. You can't even get close to him, you can only watch helplessly as swarm after swarm of mosquitoes suck you dry. Who would have thought that such fragile mosquitoes could possess such immense power? The mosquito Taoist is truly just like his name. The mosquito Taoist smiled mischievously at Chen Gong, looking nothing like a divine being. It's too disgusting, but I guess I'll have to make do. Is there anything else to eat? I'm still not full. I want more. Hurry up. Chen Gong was at a loss for words at that moment, let alone the people of the divine realm. Are we doing this a bit too much? The mosquito-like man suddenly changed his cheerful expression and became bloodthirsty. What's wrong with that? Aren't they the offerings you prepared for me? If you're going to prepare offerings for me, why don't you just become my offering instead?
Chen Gong dared not speak, fearing that he might say something wrong and be eaten by this man. The main reason was that he had no way to stop him. This man was a notorious outlaw beyond the law.
Once he got angry, he wouldn't care about anything and would eat anyone. Seeing his expression, the mosquito-like man looked down on him, clearly disdaining Chen Gong. I wonder what that old fool Tong Tian saw in you.
If it were me, I would never choose you as my successor.
Chen Gong wore a grim expression. This man doesn't care about anything.
At the slightest disagreement, he starts spouting nonsense.
The mosquito-like monk didn't seem inclined to continue the conversation. Chen Gong, I know what you're thinking, but you mustn't show it.
Otherwise, I won't care who's backing you. Chen Gong nodded like a chick pecking at grain, afraid of offending this formidable figure.
However, even an outlaw has his perks.
Things others dare not say, he might dare to utter.
Chen Gong thought this through and cautiously asked, why do you all say I'm the heir to the supreme master of the heaven-reaching sect?
I didn't even know about this myself.
The mosquito-like monk seemed taken aback, as if he hadn't expected even he to be unaware. You must be the savior they've chosen.
I hope you don't let them down.
Savior? This title only added to the pressure.
Those who don't know might think his existence gives these people hope for survival, though it does seem that way.
Why are you, a once powerful figure, unaffected while they're all under their control?
The mosquito-like man snorted coldly, as if he didn't even bother to acknowledge them.
What abilities do they have? With just these people, they want to control me? It's nothing but a pipe dream. Chen Gong nodded in agreement, outlaws beyond the law.
Let us not even talk about whether these people have the guts to lay a finger on the mosquito Taoist.
Even if they did, they probably don't have the ability to do so. But why do you all say I'm the heir to the supreme master of the heavenly sect? Even Duo Bao Taoist calls me his junior disciple. What does that mean?
The mosquito Taoist seemed to have noticed that he was trying to probe for information, but he didn't dwell on it.
There's no need to pry.
If you want to know, I'll tell you myself. After all, telling you this won't harm me in any way, and it might even benefit me. You are the heir to the supreme master of the heavenly way, so you know our names and our stories.
But in truth, our names have been erased. Some people's words can be trusted, others cannot.
Even the multi-treasured Taoist you saw earlier eventually became a Buddhist. The mosquito Taoist almost forgot to mention it, but after the supreme patriarch of the Tongtian sect met his end, the multi-treasured Taoist did indeed become a Buddhist monk. However, the way Chen Gong looked at Duo Bao Daoren didn't seem like he wanted to harm him.
The mosquito Taoist sighed.
I know you have defeated many nations before, but it is far from as simple as you see. After all, not all the gods have appeared. So don't judge with your eyes, judge with what you know.
Otherwise, you'll be in for a rude awakening.
Just as they were speaking, the person maintaining order suddenly appeared out of thin air. He looked very upset, as if he wanted to act but was holding himself back.
Mosquito Taoist, follow the rules. Some things aren't something you can just say out loud. Get out of here.
The mosquito monk didn't give the orderly any face at all. He didn't care about their feelings at all.
What do you mean I can't speak? I want to say what I want. When did you get the right to speak? If you can beat me, then you can talk. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll eat you all.
The moment those words left his mouth, the entire crowd erupted in chaos.
Wow, that's so bold.
He doesn't even care about him, and no other deity would dare say that. He has this mysterious confidence.
You're wrong. Confidence comes from strength. I don't see any strength in him.
Why does he dare to say that?
Doesn't he fear dying here? If he doesn't have the ability, he's afraid he'll get beaten up the moment he moves. That's why he dares not act. It's because he's afraid of him. How can you all be so blind? This deity must be extraordinary.
However, I didn't understand a single word he said, but it must be very important, otherwise even the god of order wouldn't have appeared. Chen Gong saw this and knew there was no hope of getting anything out of him.
However, he also knew that not everyone was trustworthy.
He needed to think and filter through the information he had gathered. The ancestor of the mosquito Taoist, there's no need to argue with him.
Shut up.
The mosquito monk's harsh rebuke was ruthless, giving off an air of complete disregard for even his own kin. Chen Gong dared not speak a word. No one knew what this man might do when he lost his temper.
The mosquito monk moved his hand, apparently intending to attack.
The god of order spoke angrily.
Are you sure about this, mosquito Taoist? Chapter 90, Brutal and Domineering.
The mosquito Taoist paid no heed to whether he was angry or not, acting as if he did as he pleased.
Kuanping and I are of the same temperament. If you don't provoke us, you can do as you please. But if you do, you'll have to endure my slow revenge. I'll tell you what I want to say and what I want to do today. It's none of your business. If you can't handle it, let's settle this with a fight.
The order god looked furious, wanting to act but holding back. He wanted to act because he felt his dignity had been trampled underfoot. As for why he didn't act, it's because he wasn't sure if he could win.
If he loses, he won't die, but his reputation will be ruined. Mosquito Taoist, why don't we both step back a bit? You don't say anything excessive and I won't interfere with what you say. The Mosquito Taoist didn't agree immediately but looked at Chen Gong inquiringly. What do you think about this? Chen Gong felt like he was being roasted over a fire. How should he respond to that? However, if Mosquito Taoist truly refused, there was no need to ask him. He asked him out of consideration for his own face, hoping he would be the one to make the concession. He wouldn't let the mosquito monk down, so he replied directly. I think it's acceptable. If it comes to a fight, neither side will look good. The mosquito monk snorted coldly but said nothing more, though it was clear he had tacitly agreed. The god of order sighed in relief and even looked at Chen Gong with a grateful expression. He was unaware of any other connections involved within his understanding. Chen Gong had simply helped him. Thank you. Chen Gong nodded slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed. What the Mosquito Taoist had done seemed utterly without rhyme or reason. But in reality, everything was reasonable and even calculated to make the god of order feel grateful toward him. As he pondered, Toby Yukin spoke with despair. You don't follow the rules. How could you do such a thing? Chen Gong stared at him in silence, his gaze as cold as an ice cellar. Who broke the rules first? We should have a proper discussion with you. Everyone broke the rules. What right do you have to accuse us? Regardless of who broke the rules first, since everyone has broken them, we cannot stand on moral high ground to accuse others. Only those who have done right themselves have the right to speak. Otherwise, it's like the officials allowing themselves to set fires while forbidding the common people from lighting lamps. The monk clenched his fists impatiently. If you keep talking nonsense, you'll be the one to suffer. Toby Eugene immediately fell silent, his expression looking rather amusing. Once he was sure Toby Eugene wouldn't speak, the mosquito monk turned to Chen Gong and said, The place you went to earlier was a cave. You must find an opportunity to go back, but only after you've met with that old man Tong Tian and obtained his permission. They aren't unaware of you, it's just that there's no need to use force against you yet. To put it bluntly, you're too weak, so you can rest assured. Chen Gong's face turned dark. This Mosquito Taoist really spoke without knowing himself. Seeing that Toby Yukin had awakened a new deity, he worriedly said, Be careful behind you, Mosquito Taoist. Before he could finish speaking, countless mosquitoes swarmed forward and drained the newly appeared deity dry. What did you just say? Chen Gong was so shocked that he shook his head instinctively. This person was truly powerful to the point of being terrifying. The Mosquito Taoist seemed to continue speaking. Chen Gong, there are some things I cannot tell you, lest some shameless individuals target me. That old man Han Jun is not a good person. Although he is the spokesperson for the Tao, the heavens and earth are indifferent, treating all things as straw dogs. The sage is indifferent, treating the people as straw dogs. This saying is not without basis. If it weren't for him, the gods of the Shenlong kingdom wouldn't be suffering so much, and Yang made the great immortal and Luya the Taoist wouldn't have disappeared. It's all his doing. Just as he was about to continue, his words suddenly turned into silence. Chen Gong looked at him in shock, not understanding what he was saying. The Mosquito Taoist immediately understood why he couldn't speak and roared angrily at the sky. Damn it, you don't want anyone to say anything, but you dare to do it and not take responsibility? If you've got the guts, bring out that old fool Han Jun and let me beat you to death. You're eating the people's offerings and not doing your job. If you deserve a beating, just say so. I'll eat you alive. Chen Gong coughed softly a few times, as if reminding the mosquito monk to watch his words. Who is Han Jun, the old ancestor? Offending him would surely mean certain death. The mosquito monk glared angrily at Chen Gong, clearly displeased with his actions. Are you here to remind me to speak politely? I wonder how Tong Tian chose you with that temper of his. Doesn't he fear losing face? Chen Gong had grown accustomed to his indiscriminate attacks. When he got angry, he might even scold a passing dog. However, the mosquito monk's words weren't necessarily directed at him. The main issue was that Tong Tian, the sect leader's temper, was comparable to Wen Daoren's, impulsive, easily agitated, open-hearted, and unreserved in his emotions, with clear-cut likes and dislikes. Compared to Tong Tian, Chen Gong is much more diplomatic in his dealings. At that moment, the divine realm summoned another deity. Before it even appeared, cries of agony could be heard. The pitiful cries filled many hearts with fear. The Mosquito Taoist's power was truly terrifying. The other deity hadn't even had a chance to act before being killed outright. After all, he was a red-ranked deity. I wonder if these gods are too weak. They couldn't even withstand a single move from the Mosquito Taoist. However, his mental state reminds me of mine. He always has to insult others, no matter who they are. I keep hearing them mention a deity named Han Jun, and it seems like a very powerful existence, but I have no idea who he is, which makes me curious. Cursing my master is a bit too much, but it's somehow funny. My master isn't even angry, and there's a sense of frustration, like he has something to say but can't. The gods of the divine realm can't say a single word. If Mosquito Taoist stays here, what will they do? The Mosquito Taoist is so powerful they probably have no choice but to lose. Even if they lose, it won't benefit them much, but if this continues, they'll pay an even heavier price.
With the mosquito Taoist here, their deities are like a buffet, being devoured one after another. This leaves them with a deep sense of helplessness, and the thought of surrender can't help but cross their minds. Regardless, surrendering would still come at a cost, but at least it would spare more of their gods.
Chapter 91, Selfishness. The Qianlong Kingdom isn't a heartless nation.
They can still take in a defeated nation. This made them unable to resist feeling tempted, and they shouted repeatedly below.
Admit defeat. We can't win anyway.
If we surrender, at least some of the gods can be spared.
We can't let them all die at his hands. Otherwise, we'll all be doomed.
After all, the Qianlong Kingdom isn't too harsh on defeated nations.
Compared to surrendering, we won't be treated too badly.
Look at the previous nations, they all still have their own cities.
Surrender. Continuing like this won't benefit us either.
Look at Mosquito Taoist, no one can match him.
Even Shiva was defeated with a single move. Since we're going to lose either way, it's better to choose an option that isn't so detrimental to us.
At least we'll have a place to call home afterward.
We have to think about the children.
Toby Eugene had originally planned to continue, but hearing their words, his face turned furious. He had risked his life for the country and would fight to the end even if he knew he couldn't win. These people have already gained so much, yet when faced with this situation, they are still so eager to surrender. They had always only considered their own thoughts and their own interests, never considering the interests of the nation or others. For a moment, he couldn't understand why he had worked so hard and fought so fiercely. These people had become so self-centered and selfish.
Was it even worth it for him to keep trying? Is it even worth arguing with them?
Since they all think this way, his different perspective won't make a difference.
The Divine Kingdom conceded defeat.
Upon hearing this, Shen Gong looked at him and felt a sense of foreboding.
He couldn't help but remind him with some concern.
Victory or defeat isn't just your responsibility, it's the responsibility of the entire nation. There's no need to take it so seriously or put so much pressure on yourself.
Toby Ekin burst into laughter, tears streaming down the corners of his eyes. Do you really think I'd care about these treacherous, heartless creatures? Shen Gong, sometimes I really envy you. I can't go on living like this.
Whether I admit defeat or not, they'll still blame me for everything.
After speaking, Toby Eugene drew a knife from his waist. I'm telling you, it was you who made me admit defeat. I haven't wronged any of you. Don't try to pin this on me.
You cowards, you'd sacrifice everything for your own gain.
I'm ashamed to be associated with you.
With those words, Toby Eugene killed himself. As he took his own life, tears welled up in the corners of his eyes, filled with resentment and unwillingness. In truth, he was an enemy, and Shen Gong should have felt no emotion at his death.
But he couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow.
Regardless, as a patriot, he deserved respect even from other nations, not to be slandered. Shen Gong looked at him, sighed, and then walked away.
Su Zhangshan, this is the first time I feel I shouldn't have won, but everyone is selfish and I must win.
This was the first time he had used Su Zhangshan as full name. It was clear he was utterly confused, as if he no longer cared about anything. Su Zhangshan patted his shoulder and comforted him.
Actually, you don't need to overthink it.
He did this for himself. Even if he survives, these people might not spare him. At least this way, he'll get a proper burial.
Just wait and see. You'll understand why he did it soon enough. Shen Gong didn't understand what he meant, but he obeyed and didn't leave.
He was also curious about what these people would do.
After all, they couldn't just let him go after he was already dead, could they?
However, he didn't leave, which made many people have different thoughts.
The people of the divine realm didn't act immediately. Instead, they gathered together to discuss something. They didn't even bother with Toby Yukin's body, leaving it there. No one understood why they were acting this way. After discussing for a while, they approached Shen Gong and said, Shen Shun, what Tobijin did has nothing to do with us.
We do not wish to initiate a summoning god war against the Qianlong Kingdom.
We will hand over Toby Yukin's body to you. Do with it as you see fit. Please spare us, Chen Shun. Shen Gong clenched his fists.
The man had already sacrificed himself for the nation, yet they could still do such a thing.
At that moment, he finally understood why Toby Yukin had insisted on surrendering and why he had chosen to take his own life. If he didn't surrender, even if he died,
the Divine Kingdom would likely gain nothing, and Shen Gong might not spare them either. Therefore, he chose to surrender, also for the sake of the Divine Realm.
He chose to commit suicide for his own sake.
Regardless of the reason for surrendering, it was he who made that decision. These people wouldn't care whether they were forced to do so, they would only know that it was Toby Yukin who made the decision. Therefore, after this matter is settled, they will definitely not spare Toby Yukin, which is why he chose to commit suicide. What Toby Yukin probably didn't anticipate was that even if he were dead, these people had no intention of letting him off the hook and would continue to exploit him for every last bit of value. Shen Gong, after being shocked, was filled with coldness. It turned out that not all countries were like the one he came from.
Su Lao, their descendants, their children and grandchildren, not a single one of them can be accepted into our country.
Not even those who are close to them, and certainly not those with blood ties.
We will take Toby Ewing's body back and give him a proper burial. Su Zhongshan nodded in satisfaction. He understood why Chen Gong was acting this way. He also understood the reason behind Chen Gong's anger. I understand. Leave it to me. The people of the divine realm never expected that even after doing all this, Chen Gong still wouldn't spare him. Chen Gong could even spare his enemies, but he couldn't spare them. They simply couldn't fathom why Chen Gong was acting this way, desperate enough to beg on their knees for a sliver of hope. Chen Shin, we haven't wronged you. What he did has nothing to do with us. Why are you willing to spare him but not us? If we've done something wrong, just tell us and we'll fix it. There's no need to be so ruthless. Please, Chen Shin, I have a 3-year-old child and a 70-year-old mother. Please spare them. I beg you. If there's any issue, just tell us directly. There's no need to be so ruthless and send us to our deaths. Chapter 92, The Great Battle Ends in Victory. Chen Gong ignored them completely and left. He had nothing to say to these people. Su Zhongshan gave a subtle glance to the people around him and they immediately understood, quickly shooing away the chatty crowd. After they left, Chen Gong asked in a confused tone. Master Su, if I fail, will you abandon me or even betray me? Lu Pingyue looked at Chen Gong with concern. It seemed this matter had hit him hard. Master, there's no need to think so much. Everything has been going smoothly so far. Chen Gong, however, seemed to have not heard a word, insisting on an answer. Su Zhongshan felt a bit uneasy under his gaze, though he could understand Chen Gong's emotional shift. But being suspected by others still stung a little. Though losing would come at a great cost, even jeopardizing our current favorable position, you are not our victory machine. You are our hero, our comrade, and our friend. Even if that day ever comes, even if you're abandoned by everyone, I'll stand by your side. Chen Gong's eyes welled up with tears. Though he knew he was overthinking it, the idea had already taken root in his heart. If he didn't receive a clear answer, he might begin to doubt them. Lu Pingyue keenly sensed Chen Gong's change in mood. As long as he hadn't lost hope in the Xianlong kingdom, that was a good thing. Chen Gong appeared carefree and unconcerned on the surface, but he was actually a deeply emotional person. If he were to be disappointed, the divine kingdom would be a perfect example. The people of Xianlong kingdom did not want any of their citizens to feel disappointed in them. Moreover, this person is the hero who brought them hope, and he is also his master. Master, you really don't need to think so much. You are like a father to me. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I would have already died at their hands. Even if everyone else were to abandon you, I never would. No matter what happens, I will always be by your side. Chen Gong smiled and nodded, feeling a bit different inside. It seems he had overthought this matter. Not everyone was as cold-hearted as they had assumed. I'm sorry. After today's events, I'm not in a good mood and misunderstood you. Lu Pingyue and Su Zhongshan both smiled and shook their heads. It wasn't his fault. After all, anyone in his situation would have doubts. In fact, Chen Gong's words made them feel more genuine. His experiences over the past few days seemed like something only an abnormal person could have done. The divine hierarchy in Xianlong Kingdom is severely fragmented. Out of 10 deities, knowing just one is already a tremendous blessing. Yet Chen Gong, under such circumstances, not only knew the life stories of all the gods but also selflessly shared this knowledge. Such a person, if called a deity, would likely have no objections from anyone. The only difference between Chen Gong and the gods is that he possesses his own emotions. He feels joy and disappointment over certain matters. While other gods also possess emotions, do they truly care about the feelings of ordinary mortals? This made them realize that Chen Gong was a living, breathing human being, not just a deity obsessed with victory. Things are harmonious on their side, but the higher-ups in the divine realm are so worried about Chen Gong's final words that they can't eat or sleep. After all, they have already lost to the Xianlong kingdom. If Chen Gong refuses to accept their families, then their families would be no better off than if they were waiting to die. So they all gathered together to discuss the matter. We had already discovered that Chen Gong likely knows something significant. We had planned to handle this ourselves, but now it seems we must seek help from others. Regardless, we cannot sit idly by. Though Chen Gong is powerful, he is far from being all-powerful. To ensure the survival of our descendants, we must seek assistance. The person seated at the head spoke solemnly, as if facing a matter of life and death. No one dared to respond directly to his words, as this was a matter of utmost importance to them. However, everyone was selfish, and their silence was only temporary. They were willing to do anything to ensure their descendants could have a better life. At that moment, an elderly man with gray hair and a weathered face spoke up. No matter what you say, I don't care. I will find a bright future for my child. I have dedicated my entire life to the nation, and I have only this one child. Their minds were already wavering, and once one person spoke up, others would inevitably follow. He's dead, yet he's leaving us with such consequences. This matter doesn't concern just a few of us. Why should we have to swallow our anger and tears? I support this decision. Our lives are insignificant, but we can't let our descendants suffer the same fate. However, I fear not all countries will accept us. That is true. The Xianlong kingdom is currently at the height of its power, and many countries are afraid to offend them, so they dare not accept us. Though it's understandable, it's still heartbreaking. That said, I think Innovation Nation is a good choice. Their deities are powerful, and they have God Jehovah, so they should be willing to help us once they hear the news. As they pondered, many began discussing which country they should choose this time. In the end, they decided on Innovation Nation because they have the capability and the courage. Moreover, they have confidence that their message will convince them to agree. The deities of Innovation Nation include one named Jehovah, who is comparable to God. Yahweh is the title of the Supreme Being, representing the creator and ruler of the universe. Within Innovation Nation, he is regarded as the creator of heaven and earth and the source of all human souls, hence the title Father of all souls. Moreover, among the deities of the Innovative Nation, there are other powerful beings. For example, the 7 archangels are Michael, Raphael, Gabriel, Seraph, Remiel, Uriel, and Raziel. There are also the 9 fallen angels, including Lucifer, also known as the seductive angel, and Satan, also known as Lucifer, who is the leader of the fallen angels and the ruler of darkness and disaster. Scylla controls despair, appears in the form of a butterfly, and possesses immense destructive power. Chapter 93, Sensing Something Amiss. Sesam, also known as the Angel of Desire, whose power can corrupt human souls, possesses his own world and is the absolute ruler within it. Abaran, Bai, Fan and I, Niami, and Ben Hong. Therefore, choosing the Innovation Nation was undoubtedly a wise decision. After making their decision, they immediately set off for the location of the Innovation Nation. At that moment, Chen Gong was unaware of these events and was resting in his own home. However, suddenly someone knocked urgently on the door, looking extremely anxious. Chen Gong hurried to open the door, only to find Su Zhongshan and Lu Pangyue and their group had arrived. Upon seeing this, he immediately had a bad feeling and hurriedly asked, "What has happened? Could it be that another troublemaker had come looking for trouble?" Lu Pangyue walked over to Chen Gong, shook his head, and told him not to worry so much. Chen Gong finally relaxed, thinking it probably wasn't anything serious. Su Zhongshan also tried to calm him down, patting him on the shoulder. "Chen Gong, don't worry so much. We've received word that those shameless individuals from the Divine Kingdom have gone to seek out the Innovative Kingdom." Innovation Nation? Chen Gong fell silent. Compared to the Divine Kingdom, the Innovative Kingdom was far more powerful in certain aspects. All the gods of the Innovation Kingdom revolved around their god, Yahweh, while the other gods were essentially his attendants and guards. Upon hearing this, Chen Gong felt a surge of anger. We had always known they weren't the type to stay put, but we didn't expect them to act so quickly. However, this isn't necessarily a bad thing for us. Anyway, we will choose a country. If it's too weak, it won't pose much of a challenge for us. This is a good opportunity to give it a try. Su Zhongshan nodded, but his expression remained grim. Taking in the people of other nations is one thing, but this divine nation has gone so far, perhaps we should just let it be. Chen Gong didn't even think about it, he just shook his head. They made their own mistakes, it has nothing to do with others. We can't disregard the lives of millions of people just because of a few individuals. His words made them hesitate, mainly because it could lead to trouble. However, he currently held absolute authority in the Xianlong kingdom, so no one dared to stop him immediately. Lu Pangyue also looked deep in thought. Compared to his master, he was much colder. As long as they weren't from his country, he didn't care whether they lived or died. Chen Gong's actions may seem a bit saintly, but that's what makes him a real person. Only true talent cares about others' lives rather than their own absolute interests. He realized that his master had taught him a great deal in many ways, and he felt that his father's approach was absolutely correct. Just as they were discussing matters, a familiar voice echoed through the sky. Innovation Nation has declared a divine summoning war against Xianlong Nation. Both sides are to engage in a decisive battle in 3 days. So soon? One of them couldn't help but mutter under his breath. They had only just found out about this matter, yet they had already made up their minds. Chen Gong couldn't help but feel that this situation wasn't as straightforward as it seemed, especially in this cold-hearted world. No country would willingly trust another country unconditionally. There must be some undisclosed deal between them that led to this outcome. But he couldn't recall exactly what that deal might be. Su Zhongshan noticed his pensive expression and asked with concern, "Do you think there's more to this matter than meets the eye?" Chen Gong nodded, indicating that he indeed thought so. Think about it. If they hadn't reached an agreement, why would the Innovation Kingdom help the Divine Kingdom? They know we would never accept their descendants, so they would definitely seek help from another country. But why would they come to challenge us instead? Su Zhongshan hadn't considered this angle before, but upon hearing Chen Gong's words, he couldn't help but begin to ponder as well. Chen Gong, could it be because of you? After all, besides you, our country doesn't have many capable warriors. Chen Gong shook his head. If it were because of him, they would have challenged us long ago. He doesn't have that kind of influence yet. Perhaps it's because of the secret of the divine lineage in the Xianlong kingdom. No, that can't be right. Chen Gong suddenly became serious, his expression filled with panic. It must be because of that cave incident. I'll leave first. Without another word, Chen Gong flew away immediately. He must now possess half the speed of a Kuanping, so fast that not even an afterimage could be seen. Lu Pangyue saw this and immediately followed him out. Master, wait for me. Su Zhongshan didn't even have time to react before the two of them had already vanished. Shen Gong, be careful. I'll gather the troops and come to your aid immediately. However, at that moment, someone suddenly spoke up. They left without saying a word, showing no regard for you. We still need to go support them. Besides, no one knows what really happened. How can we just believe him? Su Zhongshan glared at him, making him dare not say another word. Due to time constraints, he didn't say anything else and left immediately. However, he gave his assistant a meaningful glance, and the assistant immediately knew what to do. Shen Gong didn't wait for Lu Pingyue this time, fearing he might be too late. When he arrived, he saw both sides already engaged in combat. It was clear they had discovered something. Their forces from the Xianlong kingdom were outnumbered and quickly fell into a disadvantage. Several people had already been killed on the spot. When they arrived, these people looked at them as if they were their saviors. Shen Xin, you finally arrived. If you hadn't come, we would have all died here. These people must have come from somewhere, and there are so many of them. Be careful, Shen Xin. These men are all skilled fighters. They came prepared, willing to die to complete their mission. They're like assassins from ancient times. They not only possess divine power but also use firearms. We have some too, but we can't hit them at all. Our captain is already dead. Shen Xin, I beg you, please avenge our captain. He was shot to death by these people. If it weren't for him, we would all be dead by now. Shen Gong had been secretly pleased that they hadn't completed their mission yet, but hearing their words filled him with sorrow. If he had acted faster, perhaps so many lives could have been spared. Chapter 94, The Hypocritical Hongjun. Shen Gong's arrival caused a significant shift in the mindset of both sides. He was stunned to discover that among them was a familiar face, the one who had claimed to hand over Toby Jin's body to him. What shocked him even more was that he had come in person, and he didn't know if the other countries were aware of this. At that moment, he realized that no matter how powerful he was, it didn't matter. After all, she was just one person and couldn't handle everything at once. It seemed that what he should do most was to elevate the overall strength of Xianlong Kingdom to a new level. As he pondered, Shen Gong had already killed many people. These experts were no match for him. Dealing with these people was as easy as pie. This left the people of the Innovation Kingdom and the Divine Kingdom utterly surprised. However, once they realized they were no match for him, they didn't plan to flee, and several even intended to attack the cave directly. When Lu Pingyue arrived, he saw one of them preparing to fire at the cave from behind. However, before he could aim, he was swiftly dealt with by Lu Pingyue. Seeing Shen Gong handle the situation with ease, Lu Pingyue felt much more at ease. He immediately went to the entrance of the cave and used all his strength to form a light barrier. Master, you can handle them. Leave this to me. Shen Gong smiled with relief. At least he wasn't alone. Over the past few days, Lu Pingyue had also learned a great deal. Though he wasn't invincible, ordinary people were no match for him. The master and disciple handled these people with ease, and the others didn't even get a chance to intervene. However, when facing that familiar face, Shen Gong spared him a breath. He wanted to know how many people were aware of this matter so he could make preparations in advance. After everything was settled, Shen Gong stood at the entrance of the cave, seeming to have no further concerns. Lu Pingyue suddenly walked over to Shen Gong and asked with concern, Master, if they can tell the Innovative Kingdom, they can tell other countries as well. This will inevitably lead to trouble sooner or later. Shen Gong nodded thoughtfully, looking at Lu Pingyue with a hesitant expression. Lu Pingyue immediately understood Shen Gong's meaning. Though reluctant, he made his decision. Leave this matter to me. With me here, I can at least ensure that everything remains secure until you arrive. Rest assured, even if I were to die, I would never allow anything to happen here. Shen Gong felt that Lu Pingyue was different from before. Though relieved, he couldn't help but give him a final reminder. No matter what happens, remember that staying alive is the most important thing. If you die, you have nothing. No matter who bullies you, endure it. I'll come and deal with them. Lu Pingyue nodded with a smile, but it seemed like he hadn't taken a single word to heart. Shen Gong knew that his words were useless, so he decided to send more men to protect him instead. As he pondered, he realized he had to return. He had more important matters to attend to. If you have any free time in the coming days, go to the nearby school to attend some classes. We need to quickly enhance the overall strength of Xianlong Kingdom. Only then can we better protect it. I'll be leaving now. Make sure to protect yourself. You're my only disciple. After speaking, Shen Gong, who had just endured a fierce battle, rushed back without even taking a moment to rest. Though he didn't feel tired himself, many others began to feel concerned for him. Why didn't Qinshin take a break before leaving? We were all planning to prepare properly to welcome you both back. He pushed himself so hard, not just for himself, but for the millions of people of Xianlong Kingdom. The only way we can help him is by working harder to improve ourselves. After just finishing a major battle without even resting, can Shenshin's body really handle this?
Lu Gongzi, we still need to clean up here.
Why don't we take you back to rest first? We'll welcome you properly later.
Lu Pangyue shook his head and only turned to look at them once Chen Gong was completely out of sight.
The items here are very important to my master.
Even if we have to sacrifice ourselves, not a single thing can be damaged.
From now on, I will take full command here.
Chen Gong had no idea that as soon as he left, Lu Pangyue had already started working.
If he had known, he would have been even more reassured.
His round trip had already wasted a day and a half.
Despite feeling exhausted, he still found Su Zhongshan and said, Master Su, I have something to discuss with you.
Su Zhongshan, seeing his anxious expression, thought something serious had happened and hurriedly helped him inside.
What's wrong? What happened to you?
Chen Gong waved his hand to indicate that it wasn't a big deal, then looked at him seriously and said,
I don't know if anyone else knows about the cave. Our Shenlong kingdom might become the target of everyone's attention.
We need to thoroughly investigate any suspicious individuals who have appeared in Shenlong kingdom in recent days.
Give those who are secretly gathering information a good warning.
Don't let our Shenlong kingdom become like a sieve, with every little thing becoming known throughout the world. Also, make sure everyone reads what I wrote and quickly improve your own abilities.
We probably won't have many peaceful days left. Su Zhongshan looked at him seriously.
This matter was a major turning point for their Shenlong kingdom. He hurriedly made arrangements and only then remembered Chen Gong's exhausted appearance. When he returned, he saw Chen Gong had already collapsed and fallen asleep on his recliner. He gently covered him with a blanket and then went out to instruct no one to disturb Chen Gong's rest. Though he had no idea what had transpired during those hours. But seeing Chen Gong's exhausted appearance, it wasn't hard to guess that he must have rushed over and then hurried back. Since he couldn't help him with many things, at least letting him get a good night's sleep was something he could do. What he didn't expect was that although Chen Gong was asleep, he still felt as though he had entered a surreal world. This world felt vaguely familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Upon arriving, he saw the primordial lord, whom he had met briefly before.
This made him take things seriously, realizing that the truth must lie in these details.
The three purities seemed to be in a heated argument with the opposing side, with both sides shouting angrily. However, none of the three purities seemed inclined to act, as if they had some reservations.
There were also others standing nearby.
These must be quasi-saints or even saints, and he recognized many of them. He never expected that even the Kuanping, who had always remained neutral, was present.
What he didn't realize was that he had unconsciously influenced many people. Kuanping was clearly one of them. He was now standing on the same side as the three purities. Chapter 95, The Battle for the Innovation Nation.
The people across from him were like phantoms to Chen Gong. He couldn't even make out who they were.
However, anyone who could clash with the three purities couldn't be ordinary people.
They clenched their fists in anger, looking as though they dared not speak their minds.
The people across from them continued to press forward aggressively, refusing to back down. Hand over Tong Tian, and we will leave. Otherwise, none of you will survive to return. Tong Tian? They're actually targeting Tong Tian this time? Chen Gong was startled.
These people had gone to such great lengths for the sake of the Tong Tian sect leader. Yuan Shi Tianzuan, however, seemed to have forgotten all past grievances, shielding Tong Tian the sect leader behind him.
I wonder what my younger disciple did wrong. There must be something we can discuss. There's no need to hand him over to you. The people across from them snorted coldly, speaking without any courtesy. Our conditions won't change. If you don't hand over that old man Tong Tian, we'll launch a full-scale attack.
This time, Yuan Shi Tianzuan hesitated slightly.
Seeing his expression, Lingbao Tianzuan couldn't help but ask. Senior brother, you can't possibly be considering handing over our junior brother to them, can you? I absolutely cannot agree to that.
Yuan Shi Tianzun looked at Tong Tian Jiaozhu with some hesitation, as if waiting for him to make the decision himself.
He knew Tong Tian's character. He wouldn't want to drag others into his own affairs. Tong Tian the sovereign side.
He already knew his senior brother's decision. However, just as he was about to step forward, Kuanping directly blocked him. I'm telling you, if any of you dare to let Tong Tian Jiaozhu face this alone, you're my enemy, and I'll fight to the death. Seeing him step forward, everyone else looked at each other in confusion, as if they didn't know why he would speak up at this moment. Kuanping had always been at odds with everyone else. For him to stand up for the supreme master of the heaven-piercing sect was truly a rare sight. As he stepped forward, a young girl let out a delicate laugh. Yuan Shi Tianzuan is truly a coward. I'm quite interested in his young disciple. I won't let you kick him out to die. More and more people stepped forward. Yuan Shi Tianzuan never expected that Tong Tian the supreme master would gain so much support this time. Most of their support is likely due to Chen Gong. Looking at his complicated expression, he must be regretting not killing Chen Gong. However, just as both sides refused to back down, a figure appeared in the sky, none other than Hong Jun the ancestor. As soon as he appeared, everyone fell silent. It was clear he had come for Tong Tian the supreme master. Tong Tian, you have made a mistake this time. How could you involve humans in our affairs? They will not harm you out of respect for me, but they merely seek to restore order.
Nonsense.
At this point, only a few, such as Kunping, dared to confront him. After all, he was someone who could exchange blows with Hongjun the ancestor. The mosquito Taoist also burst into laughter, looking as though he had seen through him. You could have simply killed your disciple, yet you chose to hide behind your ridiculous facade of false virtue.
I don't know what to say to you. If you think you can defeat all of us, then come on. I'm not afraid of you. Though the others remained silent, none of them backed down.
Tong Tian the patriarch had tears in his eyes. It seemed he had made the right choice this time. Shen Gong had wanted to know what would happen next, but a force pushed him back.
Just then, a strange yet familiar voice echoed in his ears. Shen Gong, you've done well. Hurry up and proceed. Remember not to trust anyone connected to Hongjun.
As the words fell, Shen Gong's consciousness returned.
The last sentence was clearly spoken by the Supreme Patriarch of the Tongtian sect.
They were targeting the Supreme Patriarch because of him. Shen Gong shook his head with a bitter smile, never imagining that one day he would reach a point where even gods would go to war for him.
This Hongjun old ancestor was truly hypocritical, on par with the Buddha.
At least he now knew one thing: Hongjun the ancestor sleeps with his enemies, and even Yuanshi Tianzuan probably isn't a good person either. The supreme sovereign of the three realms was likely still under their control, but with the help of Kunpeng and the mosquito Taoist, they dared not act too recklessly. As he pondered, a familiar solemn voice echoed through the sky. The name-calling god war between the Xianlong Kingdom and the Innovation Kingdom is about to begin. Please prepare yourselves. Shen Gong could do nothing but withdraw his thoughts and follow the others to the summoning battle site. When they arrived, the Innovation Kingdom was already there, along with many people from other nations. As soon as Shen Gong arrived, he glared at the Innovation Nation with murderous intent. Those people had died because of them. However, few could understand his anger. In their eyes, those who had died were merely insignificant individuals. In this era, so many people had died that many hearts had grown numb. Shen Gong stood out among them, his actions seeming utterly incomprehensible. As he pondered, the people of the Innovation Kingdom had already moved forward. Shen Gong followed closely behind, and the people across from him smiled and introduced themselves. Hello, I am Borden Layton of the Innovation Nation. As expected, the Xianlong Nation only has you to show for itself. Shen Gong snorted coldly and shrugged his shoulders. You could have just mocked me directly. Why bother with a proper greeting first? Do we need to consult you about who to send out from Xianlong Kingdom? Perhaps I'm too powerful, and you've all forgotten one thing: I'm only 18 years old. Technically speaking, you're all my seniors. You can't beat me, yet you want to fight others? Borden Layton fell silent for a moment. It seemed they had truly forgotten Shen Gong's age. At that moment, everyone realized his true terrifying nature. He was only 18 years old, still a teenager. He could fight for at least another 40 years, right? By then, they would all be old. If they couldn't even defeat him, how could they possibly expect their descendants to do so? Shen Gong hadn't expected that his mere attempt to mock them would make them think so deeply. However, these things were not what he cared about. Borden Layton, seeing him like this, didn't care either and began the summoning immediately. At that moment, everyone's gaze was fixed on Borden Layton, even Shen Gong's. Boton Layton curled the corners of his mouth into a cold smile, giving off an air of confidence. However, all of this was merely his self-deluded arrogance. After all, no one knew what the deity he had summoned would look like. Chapter 96, The Emperor of the Ages. Borden Layton's gaze fixed on the 5 gods that had been summoned. Finally, he looked at Sazem and made his decision immediately. He was an angel capable of corrupting human souls. Like Abraham and Geyer, he had his own world, established with God's permission, and was an absolute ruler. Since Samuel and the fallen angels are collectively referred to as Samel, differing by only one letter, many believed him to be the leader of the fallen angels. He had his own world, where he could fulfill all his human desires. However, once one believes in him, it is equivalent to betraying God's world and betraying one's own soul. Therefore, they ultimately perish in confusion within Samuel's realm. When Shen Gong saw him, his expression grew serious. In the Innovation Kingdom, few people worship the fallen angels. But now, for the sake of victory, they are resorting to any means necessary. But this has little to do with him. What people choose to believe is their own business. Though he didn't care, the people of the Innovation Nation felt a bit uneasy deep down. In their mythological tradition, all angels serve the Lord. As for these fallen angels, they have betrayed their Lord Jehovah, so they have no regard for these fallen angels. Borden Layton seemed to be well aware of this, seeing that the people of his own country were in such a state. He knew he had to provide a suitable explanation, otherwise, they might not be able to win. As he pondered, he addressed the audience below. Whether they are fallen angels or angels, they have all made great sacrifices for the sake of our new nation. Even the fallen angels, as long as their goals align with ours. They are our ancestors and the deities we revere. Even their Xianlong Kingdom has a precedent of summoning ferocious beasts, doesn't it? Upon hearing Borden Layton's words, they all found them very reasonable. Immediately, everyone began to change their minds, thinking that as long as the fallen angels could win, it didn't matter so much. However, Shen Gong scoffed at this. This wasn't because he was being hypocritical, it was mainly because they had always claimed to only worship Jehovah. But now, for the sake of so-called victory, they had forgotten everything they had ever said and done.
As he pondered, the deities of the Qianlong kingdom also appeared.
This time, his luck seemed to be poor, as the 5 who appeared were all human spirits.
The first to appear was Zhuge Liang, posthumously titled Zongwo, and later posthumously honored as Wuxing Wang by Huan, one of the Eastern Jin dynasty.
Lu Bu, known as the Flying General, was a renowned general of the late Eastern Han dynasty and one of the warlords of the late Han period. Yan Cheng was one of the 108 heroes of the Liangshan uprising, ranked 36th, corresponding to the Star of Heavenly Ingenuity, and served as the leader of the infantry. Jing Ke was a descendant of Qing Feng, a minister of the state of Qi during the spring and autumn period, and a famous assassin during the Warring States period. Ying Zhang was said to possess the virtues of the 3 sovereigns and the achievements of the 5 emperors. The 3 sovereigns refer to the heavenly sovereign, the earthly sovereign, and the human sovereign, who are legendary ancient emperors. The term emperor originally referred to the supreme ruler of the universe, the heavenly emperor. At this point, many began to grow concerned, as these individuals appeared to be ordinary people.
They must be divine spirits and should not be opponents.
The people of the Qianlong kingdom, of course, did not think Chen Gong was inadequate, they simply believed their luck was exceptionally poor.
Chen Shen's luck this time was truly terrible.
Though I don't recognize any of these people, they shouldn't be that powerful either. They just look like ordinary people.
They probably can't even defeat Chen Shen, let alone the people on the other side. If we lose, we'll end up dragging Chen Shen down too. Although he is our ancestor, it's clear he's no match for them. We're doomed. Our luck is truly terrible.
I hope we can lose gracefully. Even the people of Qianlong kingdom have no confidence, and others seeing this change in mindset also begin to doubt.
They don't even know who these people are. But in their memories, the human race as heroic spirits weren't known for being particularly skilled in combat.
Therefore, they subconsciously believed that these people weren't their opponents. It seems that Innovation Nation's luck is truly good this time. If it weren't for Chen Gong's terrible luck, they might have actually lost.
Not necessarily. Chen Gong isn't the first to create a miracle. Let's wait and see what happens. It seems like we're definitely going to win this time.
With Chen Gong's luck being so bad, the thieves' luck can't be much better either.
Maybe we really can win.
Looking at their skinny arms and legs, they probably can't even match Chen Gong in a fight. I wonder if Chen Gong will go in himself this time or send these guys out. This time, no one is very optimistic about Chen Gong. However, no matter what, they dare not target Chen Gong. If they did that, it would be no different from self-deception. They can only say that Chen Gong was unlucky, not anything else. As for Chen Gong himself, he acted as if he hadn't heard a thing. Chen Gong ignored everyone's voices and bowed in the direction of Ying Zhang. With a high nose bridge, narrow eyes, a chest like an eagle, and a voice like a wolf, the junior Chen Gong humbly welcomes the peerless emperor of all ages, the first emperor of Qin, Ying Zhang. Although they did not hold these heroic spirits in high regard, Chen Gong, who knew their deeds, believed in them without a doubt. Among them, especially Ying Zhang, his achievements were sufficient to be spoken of for a long time here. Therefore, Chen Gong decided to have Ying Zhang take the lead this time, and he was confident that there would be no major issues. The Qin king swept the 6 states, his gaze as fierce as a tiger. With a sword, he clears the floating clouds, and the feudal lords all come from the west. His mane obscures the sky. How can one glimpse Panglai? Su Shi carried the Qin princess. When will the warships return? All that remains are the 3 springs below, where the golden coffin holds cold ashes. Everyone else looked gloomy and despairing, but Chen Gong alone appeared confident and resolute. When Ying Zhang opened his eyes, an indescribable imperial majesty arose within him. Every inch of his being exuded an aura of untouchable authority, making it impossible to look him in the eye. This appearance truly deserved the title of the one and only emperor of all time. Ying Zhang's gaze toward Chen Gong held a subtle hint of admiration. "It was you who summoned me here."
Chen Gong bowed respectfully.
Ying Zhang's appearance made him feel an overwhelming urge to kneel and worship. "As a junior, with foreign nations daring to invade our sacred land, we humbly request that the first emperor eliminate these invaders on our behalf."
Ying Zhang's eyes suddenly flashed with a murderous intent, as if it were about to materialize.
Though he was an emperor, he had risen to power through the bloodshed of battle. Therefore, the stern and ruthless aura he exuded was no less than that of some generals.
Chapter 97, The World of Desire.
Ying Zhang's demeanor caused those who would look down on him to fall silent.
Chen Gong also looked at Ying Zhang with a serious expression.
He was deeply curious about this emperor who would go down in history as a once-in-a-thousand-years ruler.
Sesam looked at Ying Zhang and felt a sense of familiarity.
After a moment of thought, he exclaimed with a look of sudden realization.
"You are the king of Qin and the first emperor of the Qianlong kingdom, Ying Zhang." Ying Zhang smiled and nodded, his heroic spirit evident in every gesture. "Now that you know who I am, is there anything else you wish to say?"
Sesam, however, looked at Ying Zhang with a playful expression, unsure where his sense of superiority came from.
Perhaps it was because Ying Zhang was an emperor, giving him an inexplicable confidence.
Though he admired such a legendary figure, it was merely admiration, not enough to consider him a rival. Perhaps you are a powerful existence in certain aspects, but everyone has desires. As long as you have desires, in my world, I am the master. As he finished speaking, Sesam muttered some kind of incantation under his breath.
Zhang's expression and gaze changed. He seemed to be in a different world altogether.
A look of longing and a sense of vitality appeared on his face. As Sesam finished, they all saw what Zhang had seen. They seemed to be living in an ancient world, where everyone's face was filled with a certain happy smile. They wore the same clothes, used the same currency, and followed the same laws.
Even their daily habits seemed identical.
This event bore a striking resemblance to certain aspects of their current lives, with the sole difference being that they were now in ancient times.
This scene aroused a sense of curiosity in everyone toward Zhang.
He seemed like the kind of great person who unified the world.
Zhang smiled happily, and that was his desire.
Not only that, but he saw what he desired. Shen Gong also realized he had left his original location. He had returned to the place where he had originally crossed over, standing where his parents had been, smiling at him with a look of concern. He felt as though he had forgotten something, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. His parents' care moved him deeply, and he couldn't help but immerse himself in it, following them to eat together. As he sank deeper into this state, the things he had forgotten grew increasingly blurry, to the point where he didn't even realize he had forgotten anything. Apart from the people of the innovative nation, no one else knew what had happened.
Although they could see Zhang's world, they couldn't understand why Chen Gong was the same as Zhang.
Sesam seemed to be just as confused, and even he couldn't figure out what Chen Gong's true desires were. Everything about him was shrouded in mystery, but fortunately, everything was within his plan, so he didn't dwell on it too much. Seeing this scene, everyone's thoughts were different. If they continued to sink into this state and refused to awaken, they would vanish into the sea of desire. This left the people of Xianlong Kingdom in a state of panic, desperately trying to wake them up. Qin Shi Huang, you two must not fall asleep again. If this continues, you will eventually die at their hands. Wake up quickly, there is still hope if you do.
What can we fight with? They can't wake up. This is just standing there waiting to be killed.
If this continues, we'll all die sooner or later. We can only see Emperor Qin Shi Huang's desires, but we cannot see Chen Gong's, nor do we know what he truly wants. Perhaps we could come up with a solution, but now it seems like we can only watch helplessly.
We must wake up. As long as Auntie comes, we still have hope.
If we don't wake up, we'll have no choice but to wait for death. Wake up quickly. Sesam's lips curled into a wicked smile, as if everything was already part of his plan. Let everyone immerse themselves in their own fantasy world. Even if I die, I will die happily, having obtained what I desired.
His words made many people feel uneasy.
Despite this, he was a fallen angel, he wasn't a kind being.
However, they couldn't say anything now.
He was right there. If they showed any signs of disapproval, it might have negative consequences. However, Chen Gong had originally planned to go out and play with his parents. But at that moment, he saw a TV show about Zhang. He felt like he had seen the real Zhang somewhere before, and the Zhang on TV wasn't anything like he had imagined.
I feel like I've forgotten something important.
His once kind and loving parents, upon hearing his words, had a look of terror and complexity on their faces.
We don't know what you've forgotten. You haven't forgotten anything. We need to go out and buy some things. Don't dwell on such thoughts. Stop thinking nonsense.
Chen Gong felt that the parents in front of him weren't his real parents. His parents would never look at him with such hatred. Even if he had forgotten something, they shouldn't be so upset, as if they were afraid he might remember something. This made him doubt everything. He closed his eyes tightly for a moment, as if trying to recall something. He suddenly remembered that he had already died in this world and had been transported to another mythical world.
No, I shouldn't be here. How could I have come back? No.
It must be Sathosam.
He must be behind all of this.
As he remembered, everything before his eyes became clear, and he returned to his original world. However, upon seeing the scene before him, he did not immediately react but instead began to observe. After all, he didn't know what had happened during the time he had been in his fantasy world. He looked at Zhang, who was smiling happily beside him, and knew that he had also been in the fantasy world. In such a situation, there was nothing that could pull him out of it, unless he realized something was wrong on his own. However, just as he was trying to figure it out, Sesam suddenly looked at Chen Gong with a panicked expression, his face filled with astonishment.
Did you move? No. You didn't enter your own fantasy world? To be precise, did you wake up?
Chen Gong hadn't expected Sesam to notice so quickly. The look of terror on his face vanished in an instant. He was a bit afraid that Sesam had discovered him. After all, he wasn't sure if he had any more tricks up his sleeve. However, Sesam was well aware of his own abilities and could detect something amiss even in the slightest change.
He had been utterly disbelieving. How could an ordinary person possibly wake up? Chapter 98, The Powerful Zhang. Not to mention that even Zhang showed no signs of regaining consciousness. Even some powerful deities in his world couldn't wake up. Everyone has their own desires, and when faced with what they want, Even if you told them all of this was illusory, they would willingly continue living in their world of desire. But he had forgotten that Chen Gong knew he had already died. To him, the things in this world were equally precious. Clinging to what one once desired while forgetting what one currently possesses is the act of the most foolish. Chen Gong, of course, does not belong to this category. Even if he desires something deeply, knowing it is impossible, he should not force it. Ying Zhang had once obtained it but died in the end, which is why he was even more reluctant to awaken. After coming to this realization, Chen Gong felt that this flaw was quite significant, but he had no way to wake Ying Zhang. At that moment, everyone looked at Chen Gong in astonishment. Sesam had been unsure before, but now he was completely certain. His previously puzzled expression turned bloodthirsty. Unable to accept that it was a mistake, he blamed everything on Chen Gong. Whether you admit it or not, I can see that you've woken up. If you're willing to explain why you gave up your desires, I might consider sparing your life. As he spoke, Sesam slowly approached Chen Gong. Chen Gong knew that pretending any longer was pointless, so he suddenly opened his eyes just as Sesam was about to get very close. Sesam was startled by his sudden movement, but quickly adopted a "I knew it" expression. I wasn't entirely sure, I just wanted to scare you a little, but I didn't expect you to be so unfazed. Chen Gong snorted coldly, looking down on him with disdain. I didn't expect your so-called clever trick to be so easily foiled. Even I, an ordinary person, could wake up so easily. What do you think of him? Sesam instinctively looked at Ying Zhang beside him with fear, and only relaxed when he saw that he hadn't moved. I'll give you one last chance. Will you speak or not? Sesam looked as though he would attack Chen Gong immediately if he didn't speak. Chen Gong's priority now was to stall for time, so he shrugged indifferently and said, Is this really that hard? I just woke up without doing anything. If you insist on me saying it, I really don't know where to begin. Sesam clenched his fists, clearly furious. Chen Gong seemed to be seriously considering the question, but in reality, he was just trying to provoke him. However, Sesam didn't attack Chen Gong immediately. He wanted to know where his weakness lay. Chen Gong was taking advantage of this weakness, which is why he was speaking so boldly. To be honest, you don't want to hear it, so I'll just tell you, as long as you realize something is wrong, you can wake up, and your trick will be completely useless. Sesam, of course, knew this, but many people, even if they realized it, wouldn't want to wake up. Chen Gong clearly wasn't one of those people, but he quickly realized it. If you don't want to say it, then don't. I'll find a way to make you say it yourself. Everyone has their own desires, I don't believe you're the exception. Chen Gong shook his head with a smile. It seemed like Sesam hadn't understood a word he said. I never said I was an exception. I want too many things, and you can only give me what I desire most, which is why things have turned out this way. But then again, you don't have that opportunity either. Sesam didn't understand the meaning behind his words and thought he was mocking him, immediately growing angry and ready to act. However, just as he was about to act, Ying Zhang, who had been lost in his own thoughts, suddenly opened his eyes. With a furious expression, he raised his sword and charged towards Sesam. You dare to use such underhanded tactics? I will kill you today to vent my anger. Sesam never expected Ying Zhang to suddenly wake up and nearly got injured in the commotion. Impossible. This can't be true. As an emperor, and one who desires immortality, how could you possibly awaken from your world of desires? Ying Zhang looked disdainful, unwilling to explain. At this moment, Chen Gong stepped in again to speak on his behalf. Qin Shi Huang is different from ordinary emperors. He certainly has desires, but his upbringing did not instill in him the notion that one can achieve anything without effort. If it were anyone else, they would never have woken up from their world of desires. But unfortunately, you encountered Ying Zhang. Sesam nodded in understanding. Ying Zhang was a man of deep suspicion. He would investigate any hint of something amiss, which is why he was able to awaken. Sesam knew this and his expression turned grim. This time, the desire-driven world he once took pride in was useless against both of them. This was unbearable for someone who had always been so arrogant. Very well, you've succeeded in provoking me. Even if the desire world is useless against you, I refuse to believe that you, a pampered emperor, could be my opponent. With that said, Sesam immediately engaged in hand-to-hand combat with Ying Zhang. He had originally thought that Ying Zhang wasn't his match, and they would quickly determine the winner. But everything turned out completely different from what he had imagined. Ying Zhang was also a formidable master, and Sesam had no answer for him. Not only that, but Ying Zhang even seemed to be gaining the upper hand. Chen Gong watched the scene with a knowing smile. Ying Zhang wasn't one of those pampered princes who had been raised in luxury. His background was extremely complicated, and all his achievements were the result of his own hard work and perseverance. Remember, when Jingku attempted to assassinate Emperor Qin, he failed miserably. Although the king of Qin was dressed in formal attire and circling around the pillars to evade Jingku's assassination attempt, in the bright morning sun, Jingku was unable to catch up with the king of Qin. It is important to note that the Qin king's attire was not conducive to escape, so Jingku should have been able to catch up with him easily. This alone demonstrates that Ying Zhang's martial arts prowess was at least on par with Jingku's, if not superior.
Jingke had already prepared thoroughly in advance. He knew exactly what he was coming to do and had mentally prepared himself. Despite facing this sudden assassination attempt, Ing Zhan was still able to hold his own. This alone proves that his martial arts skills were no joke. This was something Sarsum had completely failed to anticipate, and his expression was one of astonishment.
Chapter 99, The Tyrant and the Wise Ruler.
Saisum looked as though he had seen a ghost, and Chen Gong couldn't help but find him amusing.
These people's understanding of Ing Zhan was limited to his role as the first emperor of the Qianlong kingdom. While finding it amusing, Chen Gong did not dwell on it further, as it was clear that Ing Zhan was likely to prevail. At this moment, the people of the Qianlong kingdom were all taken aback by the scene. People from other nations looked utterly disbelieving. When did Saisum become so weak?
Even these ordinary people could come to their senses.
Even if Ing Zhang is a deity, he's just a group of spirits, after all. How could Ing Zhang, an emperor, be so formidable? I'm growing increasingly curious about him. I wonder what kind of emperor he truly is.
It sounds like he might be a wise ruler, but we probably won't know for sure.
Only Chen Gong knows the truth. But it's so satisfying to watch. Our human spirit warriors are able to beat the gods of the Innovation Kingdom. No need to say how strong our country is, right?
Chen Gong knew he had won just by looking at the situation, but at that moment, Saisum suddenly erupted in anger.
What have you all done? Why are you so powerful? I've never heard of you before. Qianlong Kingdom, what a Qianlong Kingdom. I truly shouldn't have underestimated you. But Ing Zhang, think about what you've done. You've done all those good things for the country and the people, yet they all call you a tyrant.
Ing Zhang was extremely sensitive to the word tyrant. Upon hearing it, his expression turned furious. He looked as though he wanted to eliminate them at any cost.
Who am I for you to judge? My descendants will be the ones to evaluate me.
Saisum burst into laughter, speaking in a voice filled with seduction.
Do you think they speak of you behind your back? A cruel tyrant, how many people have you killed? Do you think your descendants' ancestors were not killed by you? Let me tell you what your ancestors did.
After Qin Shi Huang unified the 6 states, the original royal families and nobles of the 6 states lost their privileges. Cultural policies led to significant losses in culture and academia, particularly devastating blows to Confucian scholars and Confucian culture. Qin Shi Huang's economic policies, such as forcibly relocating the wealthy and common people of the 6 states. Additionally, large-scale labor-intensive construction projects, such as the Great Wall and the Imperial Highways, greatly increased the burden on the people, sparking widespread dissatisfaction. Saisum did mention some of these points, but he left out others, and the parts he did mention are still controversial.
Ing Zhang was indeed influenced by him. His attacks slowed down, and his expression grew complex. He couldn't help but glance at others to gauge their reactions to the matter. Some people in the audience began to waver, believing his words.
No wonder his martial arts are so good.
What use is that for an emperor?
He must have learned it to take revenge on those who oppose him and even want to do it himself, which is why he's so skilled in martial arts.
You make it sound so pitiful, but I still feel he wouldn't go that far.
His natural air of authority makes him seem unlikely to do such a thing.
I don't think he's the type to lie. Perhaps something like this really did happen.
If it didn't happen, no one could just make it up out of thin air. It would be easy to expose the lie.
I also feel something is off about this. Though I think the story is probably true, since Chen Gong didn't lie, I can't guarantee whether it's true or false.
Ing Zhang suddenly burst into laughter, as if he felt that everything he had done was not worth it.
Saisum seemed to seize the opportunity to press further. Look at what you've given up for them, the very thing you wanted most, and how they've treated you. They don't trust you at all. In their eyes, you're nothing but a tyrant. You might as well return to your desires. At least you'd get what you once wanted most.
They don't deserve all the sacrifices you've made. Ing Zhang felt himself on the verge of being persuaded, his eyes growing hazy. Chen Gong saw this and knew it was time to act.
He clapped his hands and said with approval, I agree with you.
If we look at things this way, he does seem like the tyrant you described.
Saisum's smile couldn't be contained, and he looked determined to succeed.
Those who had previously been skeptical began to believe him as well. However, just as everyone was about to respond, Chen Gong suddenly changed the subject and spoke with a serious expression. If we go by your logic, he is indeed a despicable tyrant who deserves to be torn to pieces.
However, I have another perspective on this.
Ing Zhang, who had almost given up hope, heard this and his eyes cleared up, curious to hear what he had to say. The others also fell silent at this point, curious to hear what else he had to say. Chen Gong suddenly became very serious, his expression no longer mocking but solemn. Through a series of military and political measures, Ing Zhang successfully unified the divided Qianlong kingdom into a centralized state. The policies he implemented. These measures had a profound impact on the development of Qianlong kingdom's history. Although these policies imposed a certain burden on the people, they were implemented for the long-term stability and development of the nation. Regarding the burning of books and burying of scholars, the true purpose of burning books was to strengthen central authority, unify ideology, and prevent intellectuals and Confucian scholars from criticizing court policies. The burying of scholars, on the other hand, was a punishment meted out to certain sorcerers who deceived Emperor Qin Shi Huang by promising him the elixir of immortality. This does not imply that Emperor Qin Shi Huang carried out large-scale persecution against all Confucian scholars. Shen Gong's words successfully made everyone think deeply. Although his methods had flaws, the benefits were significant. They immediately changed their views of Ying Zhang, as he had sacrificed so much for their country. Ying Zhang's expression grew complex, even tinged with a sense of relief. Though he was powerful, he hoped that his actions would be understood rather than constantly misunderstood.
Chapter 100: The Four Ancient Capitals.
Ying Zhang was not a coward, but the emotion on his face at that moment was genuine. Countless people gained a deeper understanding of this emperor who had been hailed as the greatest in history. Even if he had made mistakes in the past, it can only be attributed to the pressures of the times, all for the long-term development of the nation. To call such a person a tyrant would be too harsh, but to call him a wise ruler would be entirely accurate. Shen Gong saw his expression and smiled slightly, relieved that nothing had gone wrong. Sesam's smile, which had been certain to triumph, froze, and his eyes filled with murderous intent as he glared at Shen Gong.
You dare to ruin my plans? Die!
Shen Gong was about to dodge his attack, but Ying Zhang had already stepped in front of him. I am the Emperor of the Central Plains.
I will not tolerate you outsiders insulting my people. Stand firm, old Qin warriors. Let us unite to save our nation, reclaim our rivers and mountains, and fight until our blood runs dry. Who dares to challenge me? You will be crushed under my feet.
The last words made them feel as though they had seen the former Qin kingdom, the nation that unified the 6 states. The second sentence allowed them to once again witness the majesty of Emperor Qin Shi Huang. This was the true form of their first emperor of the Qianlong kingdom.
This is their ancestor. This is the true majesty of the ancestral dragon.
Many felt their blood boil with passion. They too could die for their country without regret.
Ying Zhang showed them the selfless dedication of ancient people to their country. Sesam was wounded by Ying Zhang's sword, and his entire body seemed to grow weak. He now even felt as though death was very close.
Ying Zhang, having gained the upper hand, shows no mercy and is determined to strike Sesam down with his sword. Watching Sesam being killed by Ying Zhang, the people below felt as though they were in a different world. How powerful!
The divine beings of the Qianlong kingdom are no ordinary mortals. Even the heroic spirits of the human race can overpower Sesam. What is there that they cannot achieve?
The eternal emperor truly lives up to his name. Only a ruler like Qin Shi Huang, who truly ruled for the country and the people and possessed the ability to do so, deserves to be called the eternal emperor.
I feel he's truly handsome.
His sons and daughters must be no less impressive.
How did the Qin dynasty ultimately fall?
With Emperor Qin Shi Huang around, it was impossible for the Qin dynasty to fall.
But people are born, grow old, and die.
It must have been after his death that the Qin dynasty began to decline. Ying Zhang heard the conversation below and looked deeply saddened. Shen Gong was only vaguely familiar with this part of history. There are various accounts of their descendants, and Shen Gong isn't sure which one is true. Ying Zhang, seeing his expression, knew what they wanted to know. He sighed and fell into endless reminiscences, feeling a sense of world weariness. I have had many children in my life, but the one I can truly be proud of is my eldest son, Fusu. He was resolute and brave, trusted others and inspired his men, was kind-hearted, and had political foresight. However, alas, he was too merciful. Next was Hu Hai, the 18th son of Emperor Qin Shi Huang, the younger brother of Prince Fusu, and the second emperor of the Qin dynasty. With the support of Zhao Gao and Chancellor Li Si, he was designated as crown prince and eventually ascended the throne. However, he turned out to be a tyrant. The son I loved most was Hu Hai, but I had always intended for Fusu to become emperor. Everything I did was for his sake. At this point, his expression turned somewhat regretful. If only he hadn't been so demanding, if only he hadn't sent Fusu to the frontier. There were too many misunderstandings between the two of them, and Fusu probably wouldn't have died such a tragic death. He probably believed until his death that it was his own father who had him executed.
Shen Gong only knew that Fusu was assassinated.
One version said that Ying Zhang feared Fusu would betray him, so he had him killed. Another version said that Ying Zhang had originally intended to pass the throne to Fusu, but Hu Hai killed his brother and seized the throne. Given Ying Zhang's current state, it's clear that the second version is the truth. Just as they were discussing this, Borton Layton suddenly turned grim. They were still engaged in a divine battle, yet Shen Gong and the others had begun discussing the matter directly. Did they not even regard them as worthy of consideration? Borton Layton summoned the next deity, but as soon as it appeared, Ying Zhang stabbed it with his sword. As the battle turned against him, he grew impatient and said, "Don't let anyone interrupt me while I'm speaking." This statement was ordinary, but it still revealed Ying Zhang's power to them. However, Shen Gong knew that things weren't that simple. No matter how powerful Ying Zhang was, he was still just a human spirit. Against these relatively weaker opponents, he could still emerge victorious. But if they were stronger, they would have no choice but to wait for death. This isn't to say that Ying Zhang isn't powerful enough, it's just that there's a certain difference between human spirits and mythical beings. After ending the battle there, Ying Zhang said to Shen Gong, Hu Hai and his group, in their quest to seize my imperial throne, dared to harm my eldest son, forcing him to commit suicide.
If we had designated the crown prince earlier, none of this would have happened. Chen Gong sighed. Faced with such a situation, he didn't know how to comfort him.
For the sake of the throne, members of the royal family are essentially driven by self-interest. They would kill their own father or brother for the throne after all. Few can resist the allure of power. Although Chen Gong had not witnessed it firsthand, he knew from history books about the cruelty and ruthlessness of the imperial family.
Ying Zhang sighed. At that moment, he didn't feel like a great ruler, he was just an old father. I must depart. I may not be able to defeat all of them.
You have already found the cave, which is said to be located in the four ancient capitals, Chang'an, Jinling, Luojing, and Yanjing.
However, the one in Xianyang is the most important.
As for why you must go and explore it yourself, our vast land spans mountains and rivers.
With that, Ying Zhang returned to his throne.
Chen Gong hadn't fully processed his words yet, but at least he had some ideas now.
Chang'an is one of the four ancient capitals of the Xianlong Kingdom and one of the four ancient capitals of the world.
It is one of the most historically significant capitals in the history of the Xianlong Kingdom, having served as the capital of numerous dynasties for the longest period of time and exerting the greatest influence. Jinling is a city that values education and culture, known as the cultural hub of the southeast. Luojing dates back to the Paleolithic era, approximately 500,000 to 600,000 years ago, when early humans first settled and thrived here, making it a place of profound historical significance. Yanjing is a world-renowned ancient capital and modern international city, showcasing the outstanding cultural achievements of the Xianlong Kingdom from the Yuan, Ming, and Qing dynasties. It boasts numerous historical sites and cultural landmarks, making it the city with the most UNESCO World Heritage Sites in the world. These ancient capitals are no ordinary places. It seems he should make time to visit them all and see what makes each one unique.
Chapter 101, Only Ordinary People Die.
As Chen Gong was pondering, Borden Leighton could no longer contain himself.
Who wouldn't get angry in such a situation? Boton Leighton sneered sarcastically. Now that Ying Zhang has left, don't you know what to do? If that's the case, why don't you go find him? He.S. just a legendary figure.
I don't understand why you people from the Xianlong Kingdom care so much about him.
Chen Gong's expression hardened, and he glared angrily at him.
No matter who they are our ancestors of the Xianlong Kingdom. It is not for people from other countries to comment on them. If you keep talking like that, I won't hesitate to settle all our old scores with you. Boton Leighton was momentarily taken aback by Chen Gong's sudden anger, perhaps not understanding why he was so upset. Seeing his expression, he couldn't help but find it amusing.
What's there to get angry about?
It was just some ordinary people who sent it privately.
Ordinary people?
Chen Gong had traveled through time and couldn't understand why these people could treat human life so carelessly. Though, in his own country, people would also sacrifice some for the greater good.
But those sacrifices were unavoidable. Choosing between one egg and a bunch of eggs is a tough call.
They chose the group of eggs and abandoned the single egg. No one could understand why Chen Gong was angry, as they had long since grown accustomed to such things. Chen Gong suppressed the urge to kill someone on the spot and, too lazy to bother with him, simply awakened the next deity. Among the 5 deities that appeared this time, Chen Gong chose Bai Qi and bowed in his direction. As the commander-in-chief of the Qin army for over 30 years, he conquered over 70 cities, causing Zhao and Chu to submit and dare not attack Qin, thereby enabling the Qin dynasty to establish its empire. The first of the 4 great generals of the Warring States period, one of the 10 sages of the martial temple, General Bai Qi. Upon hearing this, he realized it was another figure from the Qin state, possibly with deep connections to Ying Zhang. This man was tall and handsome, with gray hair at a young age, a cold demeanor, and rarely smiled. The gaze of Bai Qi exuded a murderous intent, causing many who looked at him to tremble with fear.
You awaken me? Are enemies approaching again?
By the time he uttered the second sentence, the killing intent surrounding him was almost tangible. Such a man could truly be called a god of war, a warrior deity.
Chen Gong replied respectfully. Exactly.
Bai Qi snorted coldly, looking unwilling to act. But why should I help you? I fought for the state of Qin, conquering the 6 states so that they could only survive by relying on Qin. Yet I never imagined that I would not die on the battlefield, but instead be killed by so-called my own people.
Now you expect me to risk my life for you traitors who have broken your oaths and forgotten my kindness?
His words caught Chen Gong off guard. He hadn't expected the once feared warlord to refuse.
Boton Leighton burst into laughter, looking on with glee.
Even your own ancestors from the Xianlong Kingdom refuse to help you.
What are you still doing alive in this world? After treating them so badly, you still expect them to act on your behalf?
As he spoke, Borden Leighton advanced with determination to awaken. Among the deities he awakened this time, the most powerful was a fallen angel, the angel of death, Shila. If he had only awakened one fallen angel, it could be called a coincidence, but he had awakened 3 fallen angels in a row. Many people began to rethink their opinions of him. Logically speaking, the deities one awakens are supposed to have some connection to one's personality. Even though Borton Layton was a powerful figure in their innovative nation, if he was evil, his strength would only make his impact on them all the more devastating. Borton Layton never expected him to awaken 3 fallen angels in a row, and his expression grew grim.
How could this happen? He looked toward the direction of the Innovation Nation with a bewildered expression.
In terms of power, the Angel of Slaughter was undoubtedly the strongest. However, he feared that his reputation would suffer, so he sought their opinions. It wasn't until he saw the leader of the Innovation Nation nodding at him that he hesitantly spoke.
The core of the powerful fallen angels, resembling butterflies in appearance, possessed immense attack power and nearly perfect abilities.
The junior Borton Layton greets you.
One of the 9 fallen angels, the slaying angel who controls despair, Sheila. Upon hearing the name Sheila, everyone's expressions changed.
They had heard of this fallen angel before. This angel was the most dangerous, most ferocious, and also the loneliest angel. No one knew her origins, and no one dared to approach her. Even Lucifer and Oya tremble when mentioning her name. The nightmares and incarnations of demons that people speak of are none other than the Angel of Slaughter, Sheila. Her power was the most terrifying and the most despair-inducing.
It's Sheila?
I feel like I've heard of her before, but I dare not admit it.
She wouldn't just go crazy and kill all of us, would she? There must be someone protecting us, right?
No, the God of Order is still watching over us. If Sheila dares to act, he won't let her get away with it, so we should be safe.
Now it all depends on how Qinggong turns the tide. But Bai Qi doesn't seem very reliable. He's just sitting there motionless.
If he were to act, it might still be possible, but judging by his current state, he probably wouldn't be willing to fight.
Will Qinggong end up dying at the hands of the Angel of Death? Qinggong glanced at the bloodthirsty Angel of Death, then looked at Bai Qi.
These two really do bear a striking resemblance to each other. However, Bai Qi seemed genuinely unwilling to intervene, sitting there idly without uttering a single word. Qinggong looked at him helplessly, his face filled with sorrow.
Bai Qi, if you don't act, your descendants will all die at his hands.
Bai Qi shrugged indifferently.
At that moment, Sheila gave him a wicked smile and licked his lips with a twisted grin.
Even Qinggong was startled by this sight.
Could this demon really be planning to eat him?
As he pondered, Sheila seemed to speak kindly.
Your ancestor doesn't seem very eager to deal with you. Why don't you just kill yourself? It'll save me the trouble. Qinggong wouldn't show weakness at this moment. Even if he doesn't act, you've never fought me before, and I don't know your abilities. Why don't we give it a try? Sheila burst into laughter as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Not only you, but even he might not be able to defeat me.
Where do you get the nerve?
Chapter 102, The God of War by Qi.
Not only did Sheila think this, but everyone present believed that Qinggong had lost his mind.
Not to mention that Sheila was an extremely powerful deity. Many other deities weren't even his match. He was an extremely powerful existence even among the fallen angels. Yet this powerful fallen angel was being challenged by an insignificant, ordinary human being?
He had already made up his mind to kill him, and according to his interests, he would definitely not let Qinggong die easily.
Qinggong, you're as good as dead today. Qinggong, however, shows no sign of backing down, standing there motionless. Sheila spoke as he prepared to act, and his first move was a fatal strike.
Qinggong had intended to dodge, but just as Sheila was about to close in, Bai Qi couldn't resist intervening.
After all, you're a deity. How dare you lay a hand on a junior?
After speaking, Bai Qi glared at Sheila with a warning look, making it clear that if she made a move, he wouldn't hesitate to act either.
Qinggong saw this and sighed in relief.
Bai Qi was just talking tough. He wouldn't stand by and let someone die.
Bai Qi, seeing his expression, said with a hint of irritation, "Why didn't you let me act first? Now that I've acted, you're giving me this expression?" Qinggong saw his angry expression but didn't dare to show any reaction.
A look of sorrow appeared on Bai Qi's face, as if he were reminiscing. I have served as the commander of the Qin army for over 30 years, capturing over 70 cities, and made immense contributions to the Qin's unification of the 6 states. After the Battle of Chongping, I advocated pressing forward to conquer the state of Zhao, but due to the jealousy of Prime Minister Fan Sui, who feared I would claim all the credit, he ultimately agreed to the terms of peace, allowing the states of Han and Zhao to cede territory in exchange for peace. Later, King Zhao Xiang of Qin launched another campaign to attack Handan, but after a prolonged siege, he planned to appoint me as commander. However, I believed that the timing was not right for an attack, so I repeatedly refused. This eventually angered King Zhao Xiang and also offended Fan Sui, leading to my demotion to a common soldier and my execution by beheading at Duyu.
By the end of his story, even a tough man couldn't help but speak with a trembling voice.
Bai Qi took a deep breath to compose himself before speaking slowly. The sacrifices I made for the state of Qin cannot be summed up in a few words, yet I ended up in such a tragic state.
How can I not hate and resent you? You are essentially following my old path. Be careful not to end up like me, falling victim to the phrase overstepping one's bounds and meeting the same fate of suicide. These words struck a deep chord with the audience below. They never expected that his initial reluctance to act was because he had encountered such a situation. Bai Qi was truly pitiful. He had worked so hard for so many years, only to be killed by the very person he trusted most. If I were in his position, I might have been able to watch them die with a cold heart. We still don't know the full situation, but his final remarks seemed a bit superfluous. After all, this isn't that era anymore. How could we possibly treat Shinshin like that? Shinshin, please don't believe a word he says. We only have respect for you. We would never think such things. Our country has sacrificed so much for us. How could we possibly treat you this way? Shinshin, you are the god we worship in our hearts. We would never treat you this way. Please don't believe their words. Shengon smiled and shook his head, looking confident. I believe they won tea. Bai Qi snorted coldly, finding him extremely naive. Naive. They respect and revere you now only because you're useful to them. Once you're no longer useful, you'll see what cruelty truly means. However, since you're so naive, I'm willing to help you. I also want to see who's right in the end. Let's fight it out, Sheila. Shengon suddenly sensed a hint of arrogance in him. Even after making the first move, he still needed to find a suitable excuse for himself. But for him, this was indeed a real opportunity. Sheila heard their conversation and laughed loudly. In this evil world, you're actually looking for a shred of genuine emotion. Even after being betrayed by others, you still want to stand up for them. You're truly pitiful. You're so foolish. Just wait to be deceived by them. By then, you'll be nothing but bones, and they might even sell you off. Why not join us instead? Let us expose all the evil in this world together. Then there will be no more deception, no more kindness. We'll all be the same. Shengon smiled and nodded, but it seemed he hadn't taken Sheila's words to heart. There was no ideological consensus between them, and they couldn't change each other. Xiao Man was better off staying silent at this point. Bai Qi, though betrayed before, still harbored a sense of justice within him. He wasn't someone who could be swayed by a few words, so he immediately acted without hesitation. Bai Qi held his sword and stabbed directly at Sheila's neck. Enough talk. Let's see what you're made of. Sheila also counterattacked without hesitation, and the two fought back and forth, creating a lively scene. It seemed that their martial arts skills were evenly matched, and for a time, neither could gain the upper hand. Shen Gong watched the scene with satisfaction. Sheila was the angel of death, and Bai Qi was the god of war. Both of them were covered in blood, but one fought for survival, while the other fought for himself. Therefore, no matter what was said, they could not come to an agreement. They remained silent, each intent on killing the other. Everyone held their breath, watching the scene unfold, unsure who would emerge victorious. If either of them showed the slightest opening, the other would break the deadlock. At that moment, Bai Qi's movements seemed to slow slightly, as if he was running out of strength. Sheila quickly seized this opportunity, believing his chance had come, and attempted to kill Bai Qi. Everyone thought Bai Qi had shown weakness due to exhaustion and might not be able to defeat his opponent. Shen Gong, however, didn't see it that way. While he also thought Bai Qi might be running out of strength. But Bai Qi was a seasoned warrior. How could he lose his rhythm so quickly? Therefore, he quickly realized that this was likely Bai Qi's deliberate strategy. He was setting a trap specifically for Sheila to ensure his own victory, which was why he acted that way. Chapter 103, The Devil Satan. Bai Qi swiftly dodged Sheila's attack and stabbed her in the chest with a single sword strike. Sheila's downfall lay in her blind confidence in her own abilities. She never even considered that this might be Bai Qi's scheme and charged straight in. You all call me a devil, but I think you're the devil. However, you underestimate me. A killing angel isn't someone who just talks the talk. Bai Qi laughed heartily, speaking with a carefree tone. I've never claimed to be a good person. Some even call me a god of death. Bai Qi's demeanor left people momentarily unsure of who the true devil was. According to logic, fallen angels are the most evil beings in the world, but Bai Qi's murderous aura was no less intense. Now that Bai Qi had gained the upper hand, he wouldn't let such a golden opportunity slip away. Every move he made was a fatal strike. Sheila felt overwhelmed, as he was already injured and now his wounds were worsening. Soon, he found himself at a disadvantage, and Bai Qi seized every opportunity to attack him. Soon, the battle ended with Bai Qi's victory. The crowd below couldn't help but cheer and celebrate. Truly a legendary warrior. His martial arts prowess is so far ahead of everyone else that it makes me want to join the army myself. But even if you join the army, you might not become like him. He's both a war god and a killing god. In that war-torn era of ancient times, he managed to carve out such a legendary reputation. He's definitely no ordinary person. I still yearn for peace, but peace requires that we are sufficiently outstanding to deserve it. Otherwise, people from other countries will definitely come looking for trouble. You're overthinking things. With Qinshin here, how could we ever end up in a fight? Don't they fear being defeated by Qinshin alone? At this moment, Bai Qi and Shen Gong are regarded as saviors in their hearts. Shen Gong looked very happy and spoke to Bai Qi with a gentle expression. Bai Qi, now you know why I think they wouldn't do that, right? This era is different from your era. Here, everyone is equal. Bai Qi indeed showed signs of envy. If he had been born in this era, perhaps he wouldn't have ended up in such a tragic fate. However, he still put on a haughty expression, as if he didn't care. I hope everything turns out as you imagine it to be. Otherwise, if I find out later, I'll definitely make fun of you.
After speaking, Bai Qi returned to his divine seat, but as he left, he cast a lingering glance at his surroundings. Chen Gong smiled with a look of I knew it, speaking lightly on the surface but deeply concerned inside.
Boto and Leighton never imagined that even their angel of death was no match for them.
However, the next battle was about to begin, and he hesitated, looking toward the direction of the Innovation Kingdom. Now he wasn't sure whether to continue or end it. Chen Gong, seeing his expression, did not press him further, simply watching him. Under the gaze of his countrymen, Borden Leighton decided to continue. However, he couldn't tell whether he was winning or losing. It all seemed to be far beyond his expectations. He had heard that Chen Gong had never lost a single battle since the start of the conflict. He had thought that was a bit of an exaggeration, but now he understood why those who had failed before had done so. Chen Gong was indeed extremely powerful, so powerful that they could only look up to him in awe.
Perhaps it wasn't just him who was powerful, but the ancestors of the Qianlong Kingdom were all incredibly powerful beings.
He now felt utterly lost, but the people of his country were urging him to continue. So, regardless of his thoughts, he proceeded with the awakening. Among the deities he awakened this time was a powerful entity known as Satan, also referred to as Lucifer. Lucifer was Satan before his fall. Once Lucifer falls and becomes Satan, he will be destroyed forever. He was a fallen angel who rebelled against God, once an angel of God. Later, due to his pride and arrogance, he fell into sin, becoming a devil, and was regarded as the source of evil and darkness, opposing the power of God. Satan was once one of the highest-ranking angels in heaven, a six-winged angel before his fall. Due to his status, power, and honor, he became deluded and lost humility. He desired to be equal to his creator, Yahweh, and was therefore expelled from heaven by Yahweh.
Satan's power surpasses that of Lucifer in every way.
When Borden Leighton looked at Satan, his eyes sparkled with admiration, and everything else became insignificant. When Satan opened his eyes, he naturally differed from the other fallen angels.
He did not appear to be the image of a particularly evil demon.
Instead, he had a pure appearance, but this purity had been tainted.
However, no one knew why he had betrayed Jehovah.
Nevertheless, he was a figure worthy of respect in certain aspects.
Chen Gong, upon seeing his appearance, felt a sense of curiosity. Why had he become a fallen angel? Chen Gong, seeing him like this, asked curiously, "Why did you betray the Lord?" Hearing him speak the name of the Lord so directly made many people furious. Yahweh was the embodiment of God in their hearts, so hearing him speak that way made many feel uneasy. However, Satan was still here, and his hatred for the Lord must be considerable. If they continued to praise Yahweh at this moment, they couldn't be sure what Satan was thinking inside. Satan snorted coldly. He looked down on these so-called angels. He looked at them confidently and said, "I have served God for thousands of years. In terms of merit, I am above Adam. I am a six-winged seraphim, second only to God in rank. In terms of status, I am above Adam.
I am the fire within the fire. In terms of origin, I am above Adam. I hold unmatched power in my hands.
In terms of strength, I am above Adam. Why should I bow to him?"
Chen Gong heard his words and shook his head with a smile, clearly unconvinced.
Many people, once they gain power and authority, undergo changes in their mindset. Chen Gong found his words highly amusing and chose not to say anything further.
Satan saw his expression and did not understand why he acted that way, but it also amused him.
Chapter 104, The Pitiable One.
Satan's appearance revealed to everyone a man whose mind had been clouded by the allure of money and power. Chen Gong shook his head with a smile, finding his thoughts rather amusing. You think your power is great and your status is high, but all of these are given to you by Jehovah, your God. Yet you are blinded by the things he has given you. Don't you think you deserve it?
Clang. At that moment, countless hearts skipped a beat. This statement would completely enrage Satan. Chen Gong hadn't even awakened yet. How could he possibly be his opponent?
And Satan, as they had expected, glared at Chen Gong with murderous intent.
Though I admit your words make sense, speaking so boldly in my presence, don't you fear I might kill you on the spot?
Chen Gong smiled and shook his head, as if he hadn't taken his threatening words to heart at all.
Can you even kill me now? I haven't awakened yet.
Satan snorted coldly. He didn't really care about these rules. But better safe than sorry. After all, he would eventually die by his hands anyway.
Chen Gong finally began his awakening.
It must be said that this time, he was truly fortunate. On the other side, the one who had awakened was their demon, the fallen angel Satan. Among the 5 deities he summoned this time, there was also a deity from their Qianlong kingdom who was considered a demon. This deity was Xingtian, but what set him apart was that despite having killed many, he was still a good person at heart.
Chen Gong bowed respectfully in the direction of Xingtian.
Xingtian fought with the heavenly emperor for the title of God. The emperor severed his head and buried it on Mount Changyang. Xingtian then used his breasts as eyes, his navel as a mouth, and wielded a halberd and a shield to dance. This junior, Chen Gong, humbly welcomes the first war god of the Qianlong kingdom, Xingtian.
The first war god? This title is quite intriguing to everyone.
There's no need to think about it. This person must be incredibly powerful.
However, when they saw that this person had no head, their expressions grew complex, and he did not appear to be a fully intact individual. Shen Gong looked at his appearance with a complex expression. After all, Xing Tian was just a pitiful loser. The phoenix carries a speck of wood, determined to fill the sea. Xing Tian dances with his arms and legs, his fierce resolve remains unchanged. Since the same thing has no regrets, once transformed, there is no regret. In vain do we cherish past aspirations, when will the opportune moment come? Xing Tian was a loyal minister and a capable official. Xing Tian's appearance frightened many people, seeming even more terrifying than Satan, the devil himself. Satan couldn't help but mock him. You summon someone who isn't even fully formed? Do you think he can even stand a few blows against me? Shen Gong remained silent at this moment, instead gazing at him with an expression as though he were looking at a fool. Setting aside the fact that this summoning of the divine war was meant to showcase their most perfect forms in a battle frenzy. Even if their appearances weren't up to par, their combat strength certainly was. Shen Gong didn't think Xing Tian could defeat him. After all, Xing Tian had single-handedly charged into the celestial realm, slaying every general who dared to block his path with a single swing of his axe. Such a man was not someone to be underestimated lightly. Upon hearing someone look down on him, how could Xing Tian possibly tolerate it? So he directly launched an attack towards Satan, intending to take his life. Though Satan looked down on him, he wasn't a fool. He wouldn't confront him head-on. He skillfully dodged Xing Tian's attack, but seeing his violent demeanor, he couldn't help but be startled. Xing Tian's true strength was fully displayed at that moment, and no one dared to treat him like a disabled person anymore. Satan had never underestimated him, and now he was even more convinced of his strength. With this realization, he became exceptionally serious. Xing Tian wielded an axe in one hand and a shield in the other, swinging them relentlessly. Satan was struggling to keep up, but he was different from Xylake. After realizing the ferocity of Xing Tian's attacks, he began to avoid direct confrontation and instead looked for opportunities in secret. Xing Tian swung his shield and axe with such force that even if his head were severed, his fierce will remained undiminished. Living held no fear, and dying would bring no regret. He clings only to his former ambitions. Rebirth is but a distant hope. This left many people feeling a mix of emotions. Even his opponents respected him as a worthy adversary. Xing Tian, wielding his massive axe and clad in sturdy armor, embodied courage and strength in that moment. I decided he was my idol, and I would learn from him. I used to think he was disabled and couldn't fight, but now I realize it was all because of my narrow-mindedness. How could I have underestimated our ancestors? This truly moved me deeply. I had always felt inferior because of my physical limitations, but after seeing Xing Tian, I finally understood the true meaning of disability does not define one's resolve. What exactly happened to Xing Tian to make him like this? He is so powerful, could someone really hurt him? He couldn't have done this to himself, could he? Xing Tian and Satan seem to be evenly matched when they fight. Although it seems like Xing Tian is always attacking, those with keen eyes can see that he can't do much to Satan. Their back-and-forth battle captivates the audience, leaving many with expressions of admiration. Seeing this, Xing Tian couldn't help but sigh, looking both sad and angry, and said, "If I hadn't become this way, do you think you could be my opponent?" Satan's expression turned extremely grim. He had always been arrogant, yet now he couldn't do a thing against Xing Tian. This made his expression extremely unpleasant. Though he knew this was clearly Xing Tian's peak state. But in others' eyes, he was no match for a disabled deity. This was unbearable for someone as arrogant as him. However, he couldn't explain it directly either. If he did, people might think he was making excuses. Shen Gong saw his humiliated expression and found it amusing. He certainly wouldn't feel the need to play the hero and explain for him. Xing Tian actually knew that this had nothing to do with his disability, but he just couldn't get over it. Shen Gong saw Xing Tian like this and felt a strange pang of sympathy for him. He wasn't always like this. He had once been a fully able-bodied person, but he had become this way in order to help his master. The people below were already feeling sorry for him, and hearing him say that made them feel even worse. Yes, if it weren't for someone making him this way, this match would have ended long ago. Chapter 105, The world is full of uncertainties. Satan was furious that these people, who clearly knew the truth, were pretending not to know. He didn't care about his dignity anymore and explained directly. Don't listen to blind followers. All the gods participating in the name-calling divine war are in their best condition. I see you're calling yourself Xing Tian, but you should just call yourself T. Upon hearing this, everyone finally realized what was going on, though they still felt a bit uneasy inside. While battling Xing Tian, Satan revealed his origins and the reasons behind his current state. Xing Tian and the Yellow Emperor were battling for the divine throne. The Yellow Emperor severed Xing Tian's head and buried it in the Chanyang Mountains. Even if you've lost your head, your combat power won't change at all. Your body has transformed into your eyes, nose, and mouth. Xing Tian couldn't hear a word he said, consumed by a murderous rage. The dance of the dry and wet weapons, the fierce resolve remains. With my chest and abdomen as my head, what punishment can heaven impose on me? He appeared unconcerned, transforming all his regrets into murderous intent.
Xingtian was a general of the Yan Emperor, renowned for his martial arts prowess and bravery in battle.
He made significant contributions during the Yan-Huang Emperor War. After the Yan Emperor was defeated at Banquan and retreated to the south, Xingtian refused to accept defeat. He allied with the Qiyu tribe to oppose the Yellow Emperor. Qiyu was defeated and killed, and Xingtian was also beheaded by the Yellow Emperor. However, Satan found his state somewhat amusing. Even in his current state, he was still willing to fight for his enemy. In Xingtian's eyes, this was a blatant sign of contempt, and he could not bear it. Thus, his attacks grew increasingly fierce, and he kept shouting, "You call yourself Satan. If I recall correctly, your original name was not this, but Lucifer, wasn't it? I wonder what your so-called God did to you that made you betray him." Satan seemed completely unconcerned by this, but deep down, there was always a lingering resentment. He looked furious, no longer bothering to dodge, but instead charging straight at him. "Whether I'm called Satan or Lucifer, what does it matter to you? God? What about God? Since Yahweh looks down on me, I certainly don't care about him either." Xingtian gave a cold laugh, unconcerned. If he truly didn't care, he wouldn't be so worked up. He had truly enraged Satan completely. Now, he was determined to take Xingtian's life. Many people couldn't understand where Satan's anger was coming from. He was a demon to begin with. Did he really expect God to show him mercy? Chen Gong shook his head at his appearance. In some ways, Satan was also a pitiable being. Xingtian didn't deign to use such matters to achieve victory, so he saw no point in continuing the conversation. Chen Gong, seeing their state, took up the conversation. At the beginning, Satan was one of the angels created by God before the creation of the material universe. At that time, there were not many angels, and they all greatly revered God, their creator. At that time, Satan was called Lucifer, the morning star, one of the brightest angels. Among the high-ranking archangels, he held the highest rank, was the most beautiful, and one of the angels most beloved by God. These many honors gradually led Satan to develop a proud heart, believing himself to be God's favorite child. Until one day, God created humanity in his own image and commanded all the angels to worship this human form. Chen Gong's statement was quite balanced and did not assign blame to anyone. Those in the new nation naturally blamed Satan, believing that if he had not been arrogant and disrespectful, God would not have abandoned him. However, to some people, he seemed like a pitiable figure. After all, none of these things were meant for him, yet they were given to him, only to be cruelly taken away later. Can we really blame him for that? No, don't you think this God is a bit hypocritical? All of these things originally belonged to him, yet suddenly someone came along and took them away. Isn't it normal for him to feel dissatisfied and unhappy inside? Why blame all of this on him? I also think it's a bit too much. Even if he made a mistake, you can't blame him for everything. It's like if someone you admire gives you something and then someone else takes it away from you. He was robbed, so of course he is upset. Why blame everything on him? That's just twisting the truth. Many people feel that even if he is at fault, he shouldn't be blamed for everything. It's not just him, even many fallen angels are like this. Some of them weren't originally fallen angels, they were expelled and became fallen angels. Are all their mistakes their fault? However, some people have different opinions, and both sides have their reasons, each holding to their own views. Even if he had some reason, that's not an excuse for his mistakes. He killed so many people because of this. Just because he felt sorry for them, does that mean they deserve to die? If he wasn't inherently evil, would he have turned bad because of these things? If he were truly kind and humble, why would he be influenced by such events? Even if both sides are at fault, if he had stayed true to his original intentions, he wouldn't have harmed so many people and become the leader of the demons. Such an evil demon, and yet there are still people trying to whitewash him. I think you are the true source of evil. Be careful not to get slapped in the face later. To be honest, Chen Gong can't really blame anyone for this. It's just fate playing tricks on people. However, Satan's expression grew increasingly hideous. How dare you expose my secrets? I will kill you. Xingtian snorted coldly, not taking his threats seriously. Every word he said was the truth. He didn't intentionally slander you. What right do you have to say that? Just because he said it, you want to kill him? If you dare to lay a finger on him, you'd better ask me first. As he finished speaking, Xingtian's attacks grew increasingly fierce, clearly intending to end the battle once and for all. Satan was also injured under his fierce attacks, and the words he had spoken earlier had unsettled his mind. He was distracted, even uttering harsh words without following through. Though he was a demon, there were aspects of him that were worthy of sympathy. Chapter 106, Burial. Many people began to change their opinions of him. Perhaps this so-called demon wasn't as evil as they had imagined. However, Satan was no match for Xingtian, especially now that he was distracted. The battle between the two ended quickly with Xingtian's victory, but he did not kill Satan immediately. Although his expression was unreadable, the fact that he didn't act immediately revealed that he felt some reluctance. Satan, I'll give you two choices, either settle this here and now, or return to your divine seat. Satan knew he wasn't a match for him and had no room to resist. The second option seemed better, but given his pride, he would never choose it.
If he chose the second option, it would mean he had already admitted defeat, and even if it meant death, he would never surrender.
Please grant me one request. This statement made his stance clear, and it left everyone feeling a bit down.
Chen Gong, whether he was an enemy or a friend, should agree to his final wish at this moment.
I agree. Go ahead. Satan didn't know whether to trust them, but he couldn't trust anyone else.
After sighing, his expression held a mix of reflection and hatred. If you see the Lord, please tell him that I had become this way because of him. Since he did not consider me his favorite child, he should not have given me such false hope.
Chen Gong nodded.
This demon, though evil, was, in some ways, just a child deprived of love. Besides, he was about to die. Granting him this small request wouldn't hurt anyone.
Satan, seeing him nod, looked in the direction of the new kingdom with a reluctant expression. His expression seemed like an apology, yet also like a lingering attachment.
In the end, he ended his own life with his own hands. At that moment, even the people of Shenlong Kingdom did not cheer immediately. They were naturally happy to have one, but seeing such a hateful yet pitiable man die, this left them with a mix of emotions. Chen Gong sighed and said helplessly, "Indeed, those who are pitiful must also have something despicable about them."
This statement echoed the thoughts of many.
However, while people from other countries felt a bit of sympathy, the people of Innovation Nation began to curse loudly.
What a demonic leader!
He talked so big, yet he ended up dying so quickly at the hands of others.
Indeed, fallen angels are fallen angels, they can't be trusted.
We had hoped he might be of some use, even if evil, but it turns out he's just a useless fool.
What kind of demon's leader is he? He must have come here to make a joke. Just die already. Why waste so much of our time, showing yourself to be so pitiful? Did you not kill those people? How dare you kill people and not let us hate you? I think he's just pretending to be pitiful.
Such a ruthless devil wouldn't feel sad or upset over something like that. Their words made some people feel uneasy inside. Even they felt that this Satan was somewhat pitiful, yet as his protégés, they felt nothing. Many people felt that they were heartless and treacherous. However, they are not from this country and do not understand what has truly happened.
You're being too harsh.
He's already made it clear he's no match for you.
What good would it do for him to keep fighting?
Setting that aside, it can't entirely be his fault. Even if it were his fault, you shouldn't be saying such things after he is dead. You must have forgotten who he died for. If he was truly the evil person you claim him to be, why would he have helped you in the decisive battle?
Regardless, he's dead now.
There's no point in speaking ill of him. Let's all keep our words to ourselves.
After all, it's already over. What good will it do to keep talking about it?
Whether it's wartime or peacetime, there will always be a few good people who speak up. These people might just be speaking their minds, or they might have other reasons. However, once they speak up, others dare not speak too harshly about it either. Chen Gong couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine at the sight of this. Fortunately, not everyone was heartless, which gave him a desire to change the world. He felt as though he had found the reason he had traveled through time. However, at that moment, Borden Layton, with a complex expression, began to awaken. This time, he seemed to have lost all desire for victory.
Satan was already a very powerful existence among these angels.
The others might not be his match, and even he had already been defeated.
The rest were likely doomed to meet the same fate. However, Xingtian did not seem intent on staying here for long. I can't stay here too long. I'll return to my divine seat first. Be careful in the future. Only by becoming stronger yourself can you truly be strong. We can't stay by your side forever. Chen Gong understood his final instructions clearly.
He had never intended to rely solely on these gods to achieve his goals.
Moreover, he had an important task, to bring the gods of Shenlong Kingdom back.
At that moment, Borden Layton looked at the 5 angels before him and finally smiled for the first time in a long while. Of the 5 angels he had awakened this time, 3 were actual angels, while the other 2 were fallen angels.
He bowed respectfully to one of the angels. This angel was Uriel, a very strict angel who never neglected or looked down upon his duties. Its primary responsibility was to safeguard the normal rhythms of the celestial bodies.
As both a seraph and a cherub, he was one of the archangels closest to God. He is the angel closest to God, and this alone speaks to his immense power.
Chen Gong's expression grew serious.
If luck wasn't on their side this time, they might truly be in for a disaster.
Although Uriel may not be as powerful as Satan, his faith is the power of the divine. This is no joke. I wonder how many of you here are his followers.
Many people watch the 2 sides' every move with curiosity, as if trying to determine who would win or lose.
Chapter 107, The Guardian of the Heavens.
The name Uriel stirred up quite a stir among the crowd. As the guardian of the celestial body's movements, his very existence was shrouded in mystery. Borden Layton's face betrayed a hint of pride before he bowed respectfully and said, "Lord Uriel, we finally meet again."
Borden Layton, your summons has brought me back to this world. Tell me, what do you need me to do?
Borden Layton took a deep breath. "Lord Uriel, we need your wisdom and strength to combat those who seek to disrupt the world's balance.
I will utilize your divine light to secure glory for the nation of innovation. Uriel nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over everyone present as if he had already seen everything.
He then spoke slowly, "Then I shall use my power to protect the balance of this world." As Uriel's words fell, a sacred light surged from his body, instantly illuminating the entire battlefield, leaving everyone present in awe. Shen Gong, seeing this, furrowed his brows. "Xing Tian, it seems we've encountered a powerful opponent. There's no need to worry too much. Though I may lose, I will still be honored. Today's battle, we will fight side by side." With that, Xing Tian's massive axe and shield were already ready. With a deep roar, Xing Tian launched his attack first. His figure moved like lightning, and as his giant axe swung, it created a whirlwind, charging straight toward Uriel. However, Uriel did not dodge. Instead, he raised his hand lightly, and a dazzling beam of light shot out from his palm, colliding with Xing Tian's giant axe, producing a deafening roar. The light and the axe's shadow intertwined, leaving the surrounding crowd holding their breath, afraid to miss a single detail. As time passed, the battle intensified into a fierce, all-out clash. Xing Tian, relying on his astonishing strength and unyielding will, engaged in a fierce clash with Uriel. Every collision caused the heavens and earth to tremble, and every roar sent waves of emotion coursing through the crowd. However, as one of the angels closest to the gods, Uriel's strength was no joke. He could not only utilize his powerful faith-based energy for defense and attack but also discern his opponent's weaknesses and deliver a fatal blow. Although Xing Tian was brave, his stamina began to wane after prolonged combat. Just then, Borden Layton's voice suddenly rang out, "Uriel, guide me and show me the path to victory." As he called out, the light surrounding Uriel grew even brighter, and an unprecedented force surged within him. Feeling the change in this power, a look of gravity flashed across Xing Tian's eyes. Xing Tian swung his giant axe once more, launching an even more ferocious attack at Uriel. Uriel, unwilling to be outdone, wielded the power of faith and the light of wisdom, engaging Xing Tian in an even more intense battle. The battle raged on for a long time, with both sides suffering heavy losses. However, ultimately, driven by Xing Tian's unwavering resolve and Borden Layton's steadfast devotion to their faith, they gradually gained the upper hand. Though powerful, Uriel was forced to retreat step by step under Xing Tian's relentless assault, which felt like a storm raging. Finally, with a deafening crash, Xing Tian's massive axe struck Uriel's shield, shattering it completely. Uriel staggered backward several steps, his face as pale as paper. He knew he could no longer turn the tide and could only reluctantly return to his divine seat. As Uriel vanished, the entire battlefield fell silent. People stared in shock, unable to believe what they had witnessed. The people of the Innovation Nation looked at each other in disbelief, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. They felt both sorrow for Uriel's defeat and awe at Xing Tian's power. Uriel's retreat plunged the entire battlefield into silence. Borden Layton's face betrayed his disbelief. He never imagined that even Uriel himself could not defeat Xing Tian. How is this possible? Borden Layton muttered to himself, his eyes filled with confusion and resentment. Shen Gong cast a deep glance at Xing Tian, thinking to himself, Xing Tian's power is indeed extraordinary, but is this battle really that simple? Xing Tian stood on the battlefield, his breath heavy but his indomitable fighting spirit still burning fiercely. His gaze swept across the surroundings before settling on Borden Layton. "Boton Layton, you have seen it. Even Uriel cannot stop me." Xing Tian's voice thundered, shaking the hearts of everyone present. Borden Layton clenched his fists, took a deep breath, and tried to calm himself before speaking slowly. "Xing Tian, you are indeed powerful, but war has never been decided by the strength of a single individual." Xing Tian snorted derisively, clearly unconvinced by Borden Layton's words. But Borden Layton did not lose heart. He continued, "The departure of Lord Uriel does not mean the end of the battle. Our nation of innovation still has more strength." As he spoke, Borden Layton slowly raised his hands and summoned another angel, Michael. His eyes shone with a determined light. "Come, let me see if you can truly withstand the combined faith of all of us." As Michael's words fell, subtle changes began to occur across the battlefield. Streams of faith energy, like gentle rivulets, flowed in from all directions, eventually coalescing into a massive sphere of light around Michael. This power was the collective faith of all the people of the Innovation Kingdom, powerful and pure, brimming with endless possibilities. Shen Gong, seeing this, was startled. This was the collective power of faith. How could Michael channel such an immense force? Xing Tian also sensed the threat of this power, and his expression grew solemn. Michael slowly pushed the light sphere toward Xing Tian. The sphere traced a beautiful arc through the air, carrying the power to destroy everything, and charged toward Xing Tian. Xing Tian roared in anger, swinging his massive axe to meet the light sphere. The axe light collided with the light sphere, erupting in a blinding flash of light, enveloping the entire battlefield in a wave of energy. Amidst the deafening roar, Xing Tian felt an unprecedented pressure. The convergence of faith power was indeed no ordinary force. Even he felt a hint of strain. But Xing Tian did not retreat. His resolve only grew stronger. The battle intensified, and the showdown between Xing Tian and Michael would determine the fate of the nation. Xing Tian's massive axe roared deeply under the impact of the faith-based energy. Every muscle in his body tensed, veins bulging, and each swing of his axe seemed capable of splitting the heavens and earth. Chapter 108, The Pot Boils Over. However, the faith-driven power guided by Michael surged like an unstoppable tidal wave, relentlessly crashing against Xing Tian's defenses.
Chen Gong, do you feel the faith of the people of the innovative nation? This is our strength, this is our glory.
Borden Leighton shouted loudly, his voice filled with pride and conviction.
Xingtian, upon hearing their exchange, sneered and replied, faith energy?
I, Xingtian, have never bowed to any power, not even faith. The atmosphere on the battlefield grew even more tense as the power of faith collided with Xingtian's battle intent in the air, creating visible ripples that spread across the entire battlefield.
This time, the onlookers from the innovative nation couldn't sit still. Upon hearing this explosive news, they erupted into chaos. What the heck is going on? What kind of script is this? Our luck must be at rock bottom. Are we really going to get wiped out like this? Stop panicking.
Mikhail is a god among gods, one of the top 3 in the divine realm, as steady as a rock.
But Xingtian isn't someone to be underestimated either. This is going to be a tough one.
In the Innovation Nation's Divine Selection livestream, the chat feed turned into a venting session, with a divine battle looming on the horizon and tension reaching its peak. 2 massive beams of light descended from the sky, and the 2 divine beings made their grand entrance. On the left stands Michael, towering 30,000 meters tall, surrounded by mysterious divine laws. On the right is Xingtian, equally colossal in size. This scene was 100 times more breathtaking than the last one. And this time, there were no strange frozen frames. The 2 gods immediately engaged in combat, their punches landing with a thud, each strike deadly. Michael began reciting ancient incantations. As the incantations progressed, the spheres of faith energy began to transform, gradually coalescing into a massive light sword that hovered above Borden Leighton's head.
Xingtian, take this faith sword.
Michael roared, and the light sword shot toward Xingtian like a meteor. Xingtian's eyes flashed with a look of gravity.
He knew this attack was no ordinary strike.
He took a deep breath, channeling all his strength into his massive axe, and roared as he swung it to meet the light sword.
Good.
Xingtian's giant axe collided with the light sword, producing a deafening explosion. The collision generated a massive energy storm, sweeping everything around them into its vortex. Chen Gong watched from the sidelines, his heart trembling with awe. Xingtian, your strength is great, but the power of faith is endless. Michael shouted, his body beginning to emit an even brighter glow. The power of faith seemed to reach its peak at that moment. A resolute gleam flashed in Xingtian's eyes. He knew that if he couldn't defeat Michael in this strike, the battle would drag on, which would be extremely to him.
Michael, let me show you my true power.
Xingtian roared, and an unprecedentedly powerful aura erupted from his body, while the light on his giant axe grew even more dazzling. In the clash of forces, Xingtian successfully shattered Michael's light sphere, completely dissipating the faith energy it contained. This was the first time Michael had ever felt such overwhelming pressure, and a sense of unease welled up within him.
Xingtian's giant axe traced a perfect arc through the air, driven by an unwavering resolve, and struck toward Michael.
This blow channeled all of Xingtian's strength and willpower. It was his most powerful attack. The light sword and the giant axe collided once more, but this time, the light sword, imbued with the power of faith, began to crack under the might of Xingtian's axe. Finally, with a crisp cracking sound, the light sword shattered completely, dissipating into specks of starlight in the air. Michael watched his faith-forged sword shatter, a deep sense of helplessness welling up within him.
This battle was utterly brutal, with the 2 powerful warriors fighting to the death, shattering the void and causing chaos to erupt.
The power of their divine techniques even shattered the towering stone pillars at the edge of the battlefield, causing the stars to tremble. On the crumbling divine chosen duel arena, Michael the Great stood covered in blood, with a deep gash on his chest that exposed bone, his body shattered beyond recognition, and only one arm remaining. I've lost. Michael's voice carried a hint of bitterness as he slowly lowered his hands, the light of his faith gradually fading.
How is this possible? Borden Leighton clearly couldn't believe it.
Chen Gong looked at Borden Leighton and spoke slowly, your belief is admirable, but war always has its winners and losers.
Come at me with your best, and I'll meet you head on. Then, Chen Gong patted Xingtian on the shoulder, and Xingtian returned to his divine seat.
As the voice of the divine selection space faded, the viewers in the livestream were still immersed in the thrilling divine battle.
Xingtian of Shenlong Kingdom was truly incredible.
This battle had nearly reduced the duel arena to ruins, and the final 2 deities had nearly clashed in the void. At that moment, within the temporary command center of the Innovation Kingdom, officials swiftly made their decisions.
Act immediately and prepare for a press conference.
At his command, his experts snapped back into action, preparing to continue the challenge. Just then, the announcement from the divine selection space rang out again, like the sound of heavenly music, breaking the silence of the scene.
The second round of the divine selection is about to begin.
This round will last a full 48 hours, long enough, I suppose. During the summoning of the divine beings, all participants may freely spend their divine selection points as they see fit. Go ahead and indulge. The usage rights for divine selection points have been unlocked. Use them however you like. The summoning method remains the same as before. Use your imagination. Once you visualize the basic form, the divine throne will bind to you, entering the materialization phase. If you're not satisfied with the deity you summoned, you can unbind it, but each unbind will cost 1000 divine selection points. Countries that lost in the first round of the God War, take note.
You have an extra chance. We will select a second participant from these nations to join the Divine War. As soon as the new rules were announced, the entire Blue Star was in an uproar. At this very moment, viewers glued to the live stream across Blue Star were moved to tears. They hailed from nations that had lost in the first round of the God War, yet despite their own participants being defeated, they remained glued to their screens, refusing to believe what had happened. Now, a new turning point has emerged. The introduction of the new rules has left them overjoyed and thrilled. However, the viewers from the countries that had won the first round were completely baffled. What's going on? The losers can come back? In the chat of the Divine Selection livestream, viewers are discussing the new rules heatedly. They are completely confused, as they had believed that the Divine Wars were a series of rounds to determine the ultimate champion, the strongest deity. But now it seems things aren't that simple. Chapter 109 is just around the corner. The defeated nations, though their participants had already been eliminated, still had a chance to select a second participant to join the Divine Selection space. This meant the divine battles would continue. Not only are ordinary citizens confused, but even the high-ranking officials of Blue Star's nations are at a loss. In the temporary command center of the Innovation Nation, analyze the impact of the new rules immediately. The commander of Innovation Nation issued the order urgently. The new rules of the Divine Selection space have also caught them off guard. No one expected the plot of the Divine War to take such a twist. Soon after, the expert team from Innovation Nation presented their analysis report. Commander, the analysis results are in. In the fourth to last sentence of the rules, a key term was mentioned, which is highly our attention. The rules state that nations that lose the first round of the Divine War will be granted a special opportunity. Please note the use of the word special here. The use of this term is quite ambiguous. Does it refer to the fact that after each round of the Divine War, the losers can send new participants to compete, or is it limited to this one instance? The Divine Selection space has not provided a clear explanation for this, so both possibilities are currently on the table. Therefore, I believe we should prepare for both possibilities to handle any potential scenarios. The expert paused briefly before continuing his report. Next, I would like to discuss my understanding of the other rules. The implementation of the new rules is partially aimed at balancing the strength of participants. The ability to summon gods again means that even participants who previously had powerful gods cannot afford to be complacent. The role of divine selection points should not be underestimated. Although we currently cannot fully understand their full influence, I sense that they hold immense operational potential and are also intended to further balance the strengths of all parties. For the defeated participants, the second round of god battles will present a greater challenge, as they will only be able to summon one god to face two, significantly increasing their difficulty. Additionally, they will lose the 10,000 divine selection points reward from their first round victory, leaving them with only 10,000 points to use. Over time, the outcome is clear: the strong will grow even stronger, while the weak may sink into deeper despair. In reality, this could lead to some nations suffering consecutive defeats and ultimately incurring severe losses. The expert's analysis was clear and well-reasoned, and the high-ranking officials of Innovation Nation nodded in agreement. At that moment, a subtitle appeared in the Divine Selection livestream: the second round of Divine Selection has officially begun. Countdown started, 480,000. The countdown began, ticking down second by second. The second round of Divine Selection officially began. This time, it was conducted in a live streaming format, making it more transparent and fair. In all the Divine Selection livestreams, viewers watched nervously, their palms sweating. Despite having already experienced one round of Divine Selection and Divine War, they felt even more tense this time. The brutal scenes of the first round of Divine Battles are still fresh in everyone's minds, with the deaths of contestants and the severe losses suffered by defeated nations due to the feedback mechanism leaving a lasting impression. Viewers silently prayed for their favorite contestants, hoping they could summon powerful deities. In the Divine Selection livestream, the contestants were deep in thought, straining every nerve to recall every detail of the deity they sought to summon. This was the crucial step in summoning a deity. They had to first construct its image in their minds. At that moment, Chen Gong was also thinking about the deity he wanted to summon. What he desired most was to summon a powerful figure who could crush his opponents directly. However, just as Chen Gong was about to summon these invincible powerful beings, he suddenly felt the entire Divine Selection space tremble slightly. Immediately afterward, a stream of information appeared out of nowhere and flooded into his mind. Chen Gong's expression changed drastically in an instant as the information surged into his brain. "What is this?" he murmured in astonishment. This information felt like an additional set of rules flooding into his mind, giving him an instinctive sense that summoning these deities might not be the best timing. Because his understanding of the Divine Selection space was insufficient to recreate the glory of these strongest deities. If he summoned them now, their power and potential might be significantly diminished. This is indeed possible. Chen Gong felt the information and nodded silently to himself. Could it be because he summoned Neza, the third prince? Shen Gong furrowed his brows, unable to figure it out. To summon Neza, he had almost exhausted all the time allotted for the first round of divine selection, leaving him no time for anything else. However, on the stage of the first divine war, all the gods had made their appearances, and their level of completion paled in comparison to Neza's. In the end, the mythological system of the Xianlong kingdom was flawless. When Shen Gong manifested Neza's life story, he poured his heart and soul into it, from the reincarnation of the divine pearl to the chaos in the dragon palace, to sacrificing himself for justice, reshaping his golden body, and finally the battle of the gods. Every detail was vividly brought to life. Such mastery left other contestants in the dust. Perhaps it was this early advantage that allowed him to glimpse the deeper mysteries of the divine selection space. Of course, this does not mean that the deity Shen Gong manifested is necessarily superior. It is simply that his understanding of the rules is more profound, allowing him to preliminarily judge whether the deity he envisions can be perfectly manifested. This is crucial. Without this insight, in this round of free choice of deities, he might have rashly attempted to manifest a supreme deity like Pangu. However, at this moment, Shen Gong clearly sensed that with his current level of control, he was still unable to perfectly manifest Pangu's majestic form. Though the gap seemed minuscule, the difference in impact was as vast as heaven and earth. If he were to forcefully manifest Pangu, the resulting deity would likely be significantly weaker, perhaps even unable to match the former Neza. Thinking of this, Shen Gong shook his head slightly, feeling no great regret. After all, compared to those still groping in the dark, he was already far ahead. Moreover, as his training in the divine selection space deepened, his mastery of this space was steadily improving. The day when he could manifest a god of Pangu's caliber was drawing near. Next, Shen Gong began to ponder which deity to manifest in this round. Let's lower the standards a bit this time, he murmured to himself, as one mythical figure after another flashed through his mind. Finally, deep within his consciousness, a bolt of lightning that seemed capable of tearing apart the heavens and piercing through time and space suddenly appeared. "You're the one," Shen Gong murmured to himself. He closed his eyes and began to visualize. As his thoughts flowed, the embryonic form of a deity gradually took shape within the divine selection space. Still the size of an ordinary human, Shen Gong accelerated the flow of time in the divine selection space. The deity rapidly grew from an infant to a child, then to a teenager. Chapter 110, A Small Trick. At that moment, Shen Gong took out a strange fruit and handed it to the deity, who then grew a pair of wings. In fact, ever since Shen Gong first produced that mysterious meatball, the audience had been completely baffled. Due to the lingering effects of the previous divine battle, there were still many foreign viewers lingering in the live stream of the Xianlong kingdom. When they witnessed the mysterious deity swallow the strange fruit and wings extend from its ribs, these foreign spectators couldn't help but burst into laughter, unable to contain their amusement. In their eyes, the first divine battle was merely a petty trick between Xianlong kingdom and Xiando kingdom, and could not reflect their true strength. If the divine fruit was not perfected, he could use divine selection points to make adjustments and improvements. However, once he successfully created the perfect divine fruit, the divine selection points returned to calm, as if acknowledging his achievement. Could these divine selection points also be used to test the completeness of my creation? Shen Gong pondered in his heart. Then, with a flick of his mind, he guided the new deity before him to sit in an unusual posture. The left foot was raised and placed on the root of the right thigh, and the right foot was positioned in the same manner. Placed both hands flat on his legs, palms facing upward. Finally, he slightly raised his chin, aligning the Baihui acupoint on the top of his head with the sky. This was a meditation posture commonly used by Xianmen cultivators in the mythology of the Xianlong kingdom, known as five hearts facing heaven. The moment this five hearts facing heaven posture was completed, the entire chaotic space seemed to sense a mysterious tremor and shuddered slightly. At the same time, the new deity also underwent a transformation. Shen Gong could clearly sense the winds and thunderous energies within the divine chosen space beginning to stir. This Neza the third prince is completely different from the previous deities. Neza the third prince is renowned in mythology, with countless legendary tales to his name. But this deity was much more mysterious, with little description or records before the battle. Shen Gong was now attempting to recreate this deity's cultivation journey. Within the gale, endless thunder was hidden, differing from the continuously blowing gale in that the thunder only flashed once every so often, but each flash erupted with lightning as thick as mountains, illuminating the entire chaotic space as bright as day. However, these two powerful elements are as agile and flexible as an arm and a finger in Shen Gong's hands. Under his skillful guidance, these elements continuously gather and condense. And the chaotic elements that had nearly filled the entire chaotic space were condensed into two pure streams, rushing toward the body of the new deity. The two streams of elemental energy flowed into the deity's body, coursing through its meridians. Finally, they converged in the deity's left and right wings. The left wing gradually took on a vibrant green hue, while the right wing was slowly covered in a mysterious purple. However, the current changes were still subtle, with less than 1/10 of the wings having changed color. Shen Gong already had a plan in mind. He knew that only when both wings had completely changed color could this stage be considered complete. While carefully manipulating the elemental energies, Shen Gong's thoughts drifted back to his previous experience of manifesting Neza, the third prince.
At that time, the bestowal of the title had greatly aided Neza's manifestation. From the titles of Zhongtan Yuan Shui, Tongtian Taisher, to Weiling Xianhe Dajuan, and finally to Santan Haihui Daxian, Neza's form finally came to life. At that moment, Qin Gong decided to bestow a resounding title upon the newly born deity. After a moment of contemplation, he announced in a loud voice, 9 heavens responding to the Yuan, thunder sound universally transforming Heavenly Lord. Time flew by like a white horse passing through a gap, and the numbers on the countdown board kept changing, reminding everyone of the urgency of the situation. In the accelerated flow of time within the divine selection space, 10 hours passed in the blink of an eye for the outside world, but for the deities cultivating in the chaos, it felt like 1,000 years. The new deity remained seated with his 5 senses focused on the heavens, as the elements of wind and thunder continuously nourished his wings. After nearly 1,000 years of cultivation, his wings had almost completely changed color, with only a faint trace of their original hue remaining.
Qin Gong felt a hint of surprise.
According to the mythological records he knew, this deity had already achieved great military glory in his youth and should not have needed such a long time to cultivate his wings. However, everything in the divine chosen space seemed to be unfolding at a different pace. He shook his head slightly, choosing not to delve deeper into the differences. The myths of the Qianlong kingdom were vast and intricate, and there were numerous versions of the legends surrounding this deity. Qin Gong's confidence stemmed from his deeper understanding of the divine selection space. Since the mysterious information had flooded into his consciousness, his perception of the space had risen to a new level. Now, any flaw in the manifestation process would cause the divine selection point particles to vibrate and issue a warning. At the same time, Qin Gong had also discovered a significant enhancement in his control over the divine selection space. When materializing Neza the Third Prince, he could accelerate the flow of time, but his limit was only a span of 1 year. However, this limit has now been broken. Within his divine space, the flow of time can accelerate to the equivalent of 1.5 years in just 1 minute. Thus, these 10 hours are equivalent to over 900 years of arduous cultivation for a deity. At this rate, within an hour, the new deity's wind and thunder wings would be complete. At that point, Qin Gong could forge divine weapons for it, such as the flaming golden staff or the thunder god's chisel. He patiently continued guiding the infusion of elemental energy. Meanwhile, in the live stream of the Qianlong Kingdom, the audience was yawning non-stop. The 10-hour livestream was utterly boring. Apart from the brief moments of the deity's birth and the consumption of the divine fruit, the rest of the time, he sat cross-legged in the chaos, as still as a monk in meditation. Even the occasional flashes of gale force winds and thunder could not spark the viewer's interest. In the time that followed, everything seemed to come to a standstill. Many viewers had clearly lost all hope in the Qianlong Kingdom. Firstly, the new deity displayed by the Qianlong Kingdom's contestant bore little resemblance to the previous Neza the Third Prince. Both had similarly small stature and human-like appearances, with the only notable feature being the pair of wings on their sides. Compared to the gods displayed by other contestants, which often stood thousands or even tens of thousands of meters tall, the Qianlong Kingdom's deity truly seemed insignificant. Furthermore, these foreign spectators already harbored biases. Some of their countries had been constantly slandering the Qianlong Kingdom. Years of indoctrination had instilled a natural hostility toward the Qianlong Kingdom in them.
Chapter 111, The Spotlight. Moreover, in the first round of the divine selection and divine battle, the Qianlong Kingdom reaped significant rewards, further fueling their envy. Even in the mere display of deities, the real-world rewards were far more generous than those offered to other nations. The divine war was even more outrageous, with allegations of underhanded dealings and rewards doubled simply because it was the first divine war. This left foreign viewers deeply jealous. Some extremists even abandoned their own live streams to lurk in the Qianlong Kingdom's live stream, desperately seeking faults and provoking others. However, within the divine selection space, another hour had passed. The wings beneath the deity's ribs had almost completely changed color, with only a tiny area still retaining its original hue. As the final trace of elements was infused, its wings turned entirely purple and blue. All the chaotic wind and thunder elements were finally depleted. Just as the wings completely changed color, the new deity suddenly opened its eyes. A deafening roar echoed throughout the void. As it opened its eyes, wind and thunder raged in the chaos, and endless gale force winds swept once more, carrying rolling thunder that filled the entire chaos. The wind and thunder were even more violent than they had been 10 hours earlier. Then, the deity slowly rose to its feet, extended its right arm toward a certain point in the chaos, and recited a spell: "Open the thunder abyss and obey my command." As its words fell, the chaotic void within the divine chosen space of the Qianlong Kingdom erupted with violent upheaval. Amidst the vast chaos, as the deity pointed its finger, thunder and lightning roared, and endless thunderbolts swirled and coalesced into a divine thunderbolt that crashed down with a thunderous boom. The divine lightning illuminated the entire chaos, casting everything in an extreme white light. Its brightness surpassed that of countless supernovae exploding simultaneously. However, this divine thunderbolt was entirely different from the previous thunderbolts. Upon striking, its width was as vast as a mountain, but in the sky, it narrowed at a speed visible to the naked eye.
By the time it reached mid-air, it had shrunk to the thickness of a giant tree, yet it continued to condense, reducing itself to the thickness of a water bucket in an instant. When it crashed into the chaos, it was as thin as a needle tip. The thunder that had once been as vast as mountains, after condensing to the thickness of a needle tip, contained thunderous power of terrifying proportions. The divine thunder struck the chaos, causing the entire chaos to tremble violently. This strike raised endless chaos dust, nearly obscuring the sky and the sun. However, at the point where the divine thunder struck, the scene after the lightning strike was clearly visible. Where the divine thunder struck, the chaos was shattered, and space cracked like broken glass. A gap had been torn open in the chaos by a single bolt of thunder. But what was most terrifying was that the shape of this gap was not chaotic. Deep within the chaos, a pattern began to emerge faintly. It seemed to depict the thunderous power of the divine thunder from the myth of the Shenlong kingdom, as if this new deity were manipulating the thunder to precisely cleave a thunder-shaped gap in space. The thunderous roar of the lightning echoed endlessly within the divine space, shaking the hearts of every spectator. The viewers in the Shenlong kingdom's livestream were stunned by this sudden turn of events. Whether they were foreign trolls or domestic viewers from the Shenlong kingdom, everyone was confused, completely unable to comprehend what the deity Chen Gong had newly manifested was doing. However, Chen Gong, who was inside the divine chosen space, saw everything clearly. Except for the first bolt of thunder that split the chaos, the subsequent bolts of thunder, which were almost solidified, did not cause any damage to the chaotic space. This wasn't because the thunderbolts had weakened, it was because the new deity was deliberately controlling them. All the thunderbolts solidified again as they fell into the lightning-shaped gaps. Those thunderbolts powerful enough to shake the heavens and earth ultimately condensed into a liquid form, forming a drop of lightning liquid containing terrifying energy. As the thunder continued to crash down, the lightning liquid within the lightning-shaped gap gradually increased, as if this chaotic void had been specifically created as a container to hold all the lightning liquid. Hours passed, and the rolling thunder finally dissipated without a trace. The new deity seemed to have completed its task, slowly lowering its arms. The gap was now filled with deep purple lightning liquid, flickering with dazzling electric light, resembling a brilliant lake of lightning liquid. When the audience saw this lake of lightning liquid, they suddenly understood. Earlier, they had been confused and puzzled by the falling thunderbolts, but now they finally grasped the new deity's intentions. Chen Gong, who was in the divine chosen space, nodded. He, of course, was not confused like the other spectators. Because he could clearly sense a subtle connection between Lei Zhe and the deity. Though this connection seemed weak, it was exceptionally tight. It was as if the essence of the new deity was contained within the thunder. This feeling was as mysterious and wonderful as the lotus incarnation of Neza, the third prince. Chen Gong glanced at the colorful divine particles beside him. They remained calm and undisturbed by the thunder. Seeing this, Chen Gong nodded again, indicating that his steps to open the thunder realm were correct and no additional divine selection points were needed to compensate for any mistakes. Next, Chen Gong moved his mind and began to materialize the god's weapon, starting with the legendary flaming golden staff. In the mythology of the Shenlong kingdom, this god had once wielded this staff to defeat all enemies and cause the gods to retreat. As Chen Gong's thoughts swirled, a golden light suddenly burst forth from the chaos. A brilliant beam of golden light pierced through time and space, cutting through the darkness of the chaos and illuminating a world of golden splendor. Golden threads intertwined and overlapped, gradually solidifying until a golden yellow staff took shape and emerged in the divine space. Soon, surging green gale winds and purple thunderbolts converged at both ends of the staff. The energy roared as it compressed and coalesced, ultimately forming two golden rings embedded at the staff's ends. The flaming golden ring staff was finally manifested in its complete form. HM? Chen Gong's eyes flickered with astonishment as he witnessed the complete manifestation of the flaming golden band staff, unable to suppress a surprised exclamation. He sensed that within this newly formed divine weapon, there seemed to be a powerful force bound within, like a sealed beast awaiting awakening. This was strikingly similar to the divine potential seals he had sensed before, both requiring divine selection points to unlock. Recalling the past, when Neza's 4 divine weapons first appeared, his understanding of the divine chosen space was still shallow. Now, he could clearly discern that each divine weapon harbored a potential seal, awaiting future unlocking. Do the gods' weapons also require unlocking? Chen Gong mused inwardly. He sensed it slightly. To unlock the seals, he would still need divine selection points. However, strangely, when he touched the seal, not only did the divine particles hum, but even the thunder in the chaos resonated. Why is that? Chen Gong was puzzled, but a new idea also began to form in his mind. Chapter 112, Focus. What exactly is this god doing? Could it be that he intends to destroy the entire divine selection space? The power of that thunderbolt was truly astonishing. It actually split open a gap in the space. It seems this new deity is no ordinary being. Perhaps he truly possesses some real power. Oomph. The 8-headed serpent of our Fusong fruit kingdom is the true powerhouse. It can devour the heavens and earth with a single bite. This new deity is just a child's plaything. In the live stream, both foreign trolls and viewers from the Shenlong kingdom were all confused. They couldn't understand what the god Chen Gong had manifested was doing. However, Chen Gong, who was in the divine chosen space, saw everything clearly. Except for the first bolt of thunder that split the chaos, the subsequent bolts of divine lightning, which had almost solidified into physical form, did not cause any damage to the chaos space. This wasn't because the thunderbolts had weakened, the new deity was deliberately controlling them. All the thunderbolts solidified again as they fell into the thunder-shaped gap. Those thunderbolts powerful enough to shake the heavens and earth ultimately condensed into a liquid form, forming a drop of thunder liquid containing terrifying energy. As the thunderbolts continued to fall, the lightning liquid within the lightning-shaped gap gradually increased, as if this chaotic gap had been specifically created as a container to hold these lightning liquids. Hours passed, and the rolling thunder finally dissipated without a trace. The new deity slowly lowered its arms as if it had completed its task. The gap was now filled with deep purple thunder liquid, flickering with dazzling electric light, resembling a dazzling lake of thunder liquid. When the audience saw this lake of lightning liquid, they suddenly understood. Earlier, they had been confused and puzzled by the falling thunderbolts, but now they finally grasped the new deity's intent. Goodness! That was actually a lake of thunder? Did the words the deity spoke earlier foretell the existence of this thunder lake? What did he say exactly? I can't remember. Let me think. It was, the thunder lake opens, heed my command. That's it. Sha must mean lake, right? Calling this chaotic thunder lake does make sense. Can this deity truly control thunder and lightning? Did he deliberately split open this thunder lake? What is his purpose in doing this? The viewers in the live stream seemed to understand the deity's actions, yet they didn't fully grasp them. However, Chen Gong in the divine selection space nodded. He wouldn't be confused like the other viewers, because he could clearly sense a subtle connection between the thunder lake and the deity. Though this connection seemed weak, it was extraordinarily tight. It was as if the essence of a new deity was contained within the thunder lake. This feeling was as mysterious and wondrous as the lotus incarnation of Neza, the third prince. Chen Gong glanced at the colorful divine particles beside him. They remained calm and undisturbed, unaffected by the thunder. Seeing this, Chen Gong nodded again, indicating that his steps to open the thunder realm were correct and no additional divine selection points were needed to compensate for any mistakes. Next, Chen Gong moved his mind and began to materialize the god's weapon, starting with the legendary flaming golden staff. In the mythology of the Xianlong kingdom, this god had once wielded this staff to defeat all enemies and cause the gods to retreat. As Chen Gong's thoughts swirled, a golden light suddenly burst forth from the chaos. A brilliant beam of golden light pierced through time and space, cutting through the darkness of the chaos and illuminating a world of golden splendor. Golden threads intertwined and overlapped, gradually solidifying until a golden yellow staff took shape and emerged in the divine space. Soon, surging green gale winds and purple thunderbolts converged at both ends of the staff. The energy roared as it compressed and coalesced, ultimately forming two golden rings embedded at the staff's ends. The flaming golden ring staff was finally manifested in its complete form. HM? Chen Gong's eyes flickered with astonishment as he witnessed the complete manifestation of the flaming golden band staff, unable to suppress a surprised exclamation. He sensed that within this newly formed divine weapon, there seemed to be a powerful force bound within, like a sealed beast awaiting awakening. This was strikingly similar to the divine potential seals he had sensed before, both requiring divine selection points to unlock. Recalling the past, when Neza's 4 divine weapons first appeared, his understanding of the divine chosen space was still shallow. Now, he could clearly discern that each divine weapon harbored a potential seal, awaiting future unlocking. Do the gods' weapons also require unlocking? Chen Gong mused inwardly. He sensed it slightly. To unlock the seals, he would still need divine selection points. However, strangely, when he touched the seal, not only did the divine particles hum, but even the thunder in the chaos resonated. Why is that? Chen Gong was puzzled, but a thought also began to form in his mind. The flaming golden staff floated lightly toward the divine being. The divine being caught it steadily, then bent down and plunged the divine weapon deeply into the thunder. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed, resembling the Big Bang at the dawn of creation. Shockwaves swept across the entire chaotic space, cleansing all dust and debris. Before the residual energy had fully dissipated, the voice of the divine space suddenly rang out. Chen Gong of the Xianlong kingdom has successfully forged the divine weapon. The seal on the divine weapon, the flaming golden staff, has been broken. This sudden notification startled everyone. Those watching the live stream of the Xianlong kingdom were all stunned. At the very moment the divine being threw the golden staff into the lightning pool, the energy erupted, illuminating the chaos with a blinding white light. Even the viewers watching through the screen were deeply captivated by the breathtaking scene. Though they weren't affected by the energy, the live stream suddenly turned completely white, as if they'd been hit in the eyes by a flashbang grenade. The stinging pain made them involuntarily close their eyes. However, when the viewers wiped away their tears and looked back at the screen, the voice from the Divine Selection livestream sounded again, accompanied by subtitles. A series of prompts followed one after another, leaving everyone momentarily speechless. The Xianlong kingdom once again became the focal point. Upon seeing these prompts, everyone fell into a brief silence. Then, a mix of complex emotions welled up inside them. What's going on?
Why is it Qianlong Kingdom again? How did their contestants win again? What's going on? Why is it always Qianlong Kingdom? Our Zhao Yezhua Kingdom's Odachi contestant clearly manifested the divine being first. Why didn't they receive any extra rewards? This is infuriating. When will it ever be our turn to win an award? Chapter 113, there's more to it. Xian Do Kingdom should just step aside. Your performance in the Divine War was so poor you have the nerve to spam the comments here? In the live streams of the major Divine Selection broadcasters, viewers were buzzing with excitement, their emotions intertwined. Clearly, Qianlong Kingdom's repeated victory had intensified their sense of imbalance. However, they also noticed the new rule revealed in this Divine Selection announcement, an unprecedented rule. This undoubtedly introduced more uncertainties and possibilities into future Divine Selection battles. In the temporary command center of Innovation Nation, a bustling atmosphere permeated every corner. Experts were fully focused on their work, with even a moment to catch their breath seeming like a luxury. The commander-in-chief, seated at the command center, furrowed his brows and stared intently at the screen before him, his heart filled with anxiety. It was Qianlong Kingdom again. Since the mysterious Divine Selection space first appeared, the Qianlong Kingdom seemed to have been favored by fate, continuously receiving various extraordinary rewards. Recalling the beginning of the Divine Selection, everyone had hoped to summon a mighty deity. However, to everyone's surprise, while others only received 3 years of extra life and 5 points of minor rewards, the Qianlong Kingdom alone not only gained 5 additional years of life but also had its extra rewards doubled, reaching 10 points. In the first divine battle, the Qianlong Kingdom gained even more fame, securing a 100% increase in rewards, a stroke of luck that left everyone speechless. And now, this scene is repeating itself, with the lucky recipient once again being the Qianlong Kingdom. This left the commander in a complex state of mind, as the current situation was completely different from their original expectations. As everyone knows, the cultural 300 years ago inflicted severe wounds on the Qianlong Kingdom, and its recovery process has been exceptionally slow. In theory, the emergence of the Divine Selection space should have been a severe test for the Qianlong Kingdom. After all, the rules of the Divine Selection space require the manifestation of mythical deities from legends. If a nation could summon its own deity, it would undoubtedly gain a significant advantage. However, the situation seems far from straightforward. Qianlong Kingdom has not only repeatedly received special rewards but has also been the first to uncover the secret of the Divine Artifact Seal. Is this truly a stroke of luck, or is there something else going on behind the scenes? How is your analysis progressing? The commander's dissatisfaction was evident, and he couldn't help but ask. Sir, we're almost done. Moments later, an expert stood up to report the latest findings. The sealing mechanism of this artifact is clearly a novel mechanism that has never been mentioned in the previous rules. We preliminarily speculate that this may be a hidden condition that is only triggered and revealed under specific circumstances. Based on the content of the announcement, the golden staff manifested by the Qianlong Kingdom contestant is actually in a sealed state and can be unlocked. However, it is currently unclear whether this applies to all artifacts or is a special case limited to that golden staff. Nevertheless, based on our analysis, we tend to believe that all divine artifacts are sealed. The hint in the Divine Selection space explicitly mentions the first unsealing, suggesting the existence of multiple sealed divine artifacts. As for how to unseal the divine artifacts, the current information is insufficient to provide a definitive answer. We preliminarily speculate that it may require the use of previously accumulated divine selection points to break the seal. However, the exact number of points required remains unknown. The experts reported at length, and the commander nodded slightly after listening, thinking to himself that everything seemed to be within the predefined rules of the Divine Selection space. The rules of the Divine Selection space have long made clear the multiple uses of points. The emergence of this new mechanic involving artifact seals could very well be a new way to unlock artifacts using points. Can our participants discern this? The commander suddenly asked, his expression growing somber. The experts also wore solemn expressions. This possibility is not small, but the problem is that we currently cannot establish contact with the contestants inside the Divine Selection space. If they fail to realize this, we will be powerless to act. Upon hearing this, the commander's expression grew even more grim, his eyes betraying a mix of urgency and helplessness. At this very moment, command centers and think tanks around the globe were urgently analyzing the new rules implied by this announcement. In addition to the rules regarding the sealing of the divine artifact, another issue has drawn widespread attention. That is, what actions did the deities of the Qianlong Kingdom take to successfully lift the seal on the divine artifact? To uncover the answer, they closely monitored the live broadcast from the Qianlong Kingdom, analyzing every detail repeatedly. Surprisingly, they discovered an unexpected fact. In the previous footage, the deity of the Qianlong Kingdom, after obtaining the golden staff, simply immersed it in the thunder pool and took no further action. However, the divine chosen space issued a prompt at that very moment. This thunder pool was personally crafted by the deity of the Qianlong Kingdom, effectively an extension of its power, making external interference highly unlikely. This means that the deity from the Qianlong Kingdom had lifted the seal on the divine artifact using only their own power.
But this seems somewhat unconventional.
Could it be that the experts from think tanks around the world all wore expressions of astonishment? Could it be that the deity of the Qianlong kingdom is actually a blacksmith? The deity of the Qianlong kingdom is a blacksmith?
In the temporary command center of Innovation Nation, all the experts wore expressions of both laughter and tears. This conclusion left them feeling both absurd and helpless. However, given the current situation, this seems to be the most reasonable explanation. Otherwise, why would the deity simply submerge the divine artifact in the thunder pool, causing the seal to be broken? That possibility does indeed exist. The commander nodded in agreement. In mythological stories from around the world, gods or deities associated with blacksmithing or craftsmanship are not uncommon. From this perspective, the new god summoned by the Qianlong Kingdom's participant is highly likely to belong to this category as well. The commander's analysis seemed well-reasoned. Generally speaking, such deities associated with craftsmen do not hold prominent positions within their respective mythological systems, although they have not yet fully determined the true nature of the new deity summoned by the Qianlong Kingdom.
However, it is estimated that its combat prowess should not be too outstanding. Next, we will focus on researching the unlocking mechanism of the divine artifacts.
The commander made a decisive decision.
For a deity of blacksmithing origin, excessive focus seems unnecessary.
Not only in the Innovation Nation, but also in other countries, think tanks and research experts have reached similar conclusions. After all, based on the available intelligence, this tendency is simply too obvious.
Various mythological stories can find their counterparts in reality. Chapter 114, A Minor Wizard Meets a Greater Wizard. Have you felt the power of the thunder technique? He asked in a trembling voice.
We feel it. The Taoist disciples answered in unison. Their lineage had been practicing thunder magic for generations. Though cultivating true thunderous power was deemed impossible in this era, they persisted in their daily practices. However, today, when the announcement from the Divine Selection Space was released and the feedback arrived, they truly felt the sudden surge of energy within their bodies.
Though faint, it was undeniably real.
What astonished them even more was that when they channeled their cultivation energy, they could actually manipulate this mysterious force. The cultivation power passed down by their ancestor was actually effective. The old Taoist was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes, while the other Taoist stood speechless, having never imagined such a miraculous encounter in their lives of cultivation.
Let me give it a try. A Taoist stepped forward eagerly.
Seeing this, everyone stepped back, clearing a spacious area for him to test his abilities. The Taoist closed his eyes slightly and murmured the ancestral thunder technique incantation. This mysterious incantation was already familiar to them, deeply engraved in their hearts. Supreme Jade Qing King, commander of 36 celestial soldiers, manifesting divine power across the 9 heavens, controlling thunder and lightning, lightning and fire. Thunder technique, thunder shakes the 9 heavens. As the final syllable of the incantation faded, a faint streak of lightning suddenly appeared in the Taoist priest's palm, swiftly condensing into a slender bolt of lightning that struck the ground with tremendous force. Crack! The lightning flash left a coin-sized scorch mark on the ground, as if bearing witness to this extraordinary spell.
It actually worked. The Taoist priests cheered and celebrated.
Though the lightning's power was still weak, it marked a historic breakthrough for them. And all of this was precisely captured by a satellite suspended in the sky, transmitting the footage to every corner of the world. In the distant Innovation Nation, the temporary command center was filled with a tense atmosphere.
What was the true meaning behind the exchange between Qianlong Kingdom's Lei Zhenzi and Neza?
Officials from Innovation Nation were filled with doubts. Just as the divine selection had concluded, he received intelligence from Qianlong Kingdom. Beyond the notable feedback, what truly caught his attention was the apparent tacit understanding between the newly emerged deity Lei Zhenzi and the previously known Neza. Sir, their conversation was normal, just simple greetings.
An expert explained. Greetings?
The Innovation Nation official furrowed his brows. He sensed that there was a deeper secret lurking behind the surface. Just then, an expert suddenly exclaimed, Commander!
New developments!
He pointed at the screen, his voice filled with shock. The screen displayed the scene of the Qianlong Daosha releasing lightning.
Is this the so-called thunder affinity effect?
The Innovation Nation official looked at the screen, his face showing little surprise. Under the influence of the Divine Selection Space, supernatural abilities were no longer the stuff of legends. However, when he closely observed the power of that lightning bolt, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Haha!
This is what Qianlong Kingdom calls their lightning technique?
This level of power wouldn't even be enough to kill a chicken. He had originally thought that the lightning would at least have some substantial power, but now it seemed that it wasn't even as strong as a single punch from an ordinary person. He immediately ordered, release this video publicly and let everyone see the so-called powerful thunder technique of the Qianlong Kingdom. As soon as the video was released, it caused a huge stir worldwide. Netizens mocked the Qianlong Kingdom's lightning technique, calling it nothing more than a joke.
However, on the live streaming platform of Haishi Kingdom, the netizens remained unusually silent.
It was well known that Haishi Kingdom had always harbored hostility and contempt toward Qianlong Kingdom, but this time they chose to remain silent. This unusual attitude seemed to foreshadow an impending storm. Netizens in Heishi Kingdom held their breath, their eyes fixed on the livestream of the Divine Selection, fearing they might miss any detail. At that moment, the second round of the Divine Selection in Heishi Kingdom had entered its most thrilling phase. Deep within the Divine Selection space, the once majestic thousand-handed Neptune now looked pale and defeated, pushed to the edge of the chaos. At the center of the chaos, a towering figure was slowly rising, its immense form striking fear into the hearts of all who beheld it. Compared to this new god, the thousand-armed Neptune seemed tiny and delicate, like a naive child. This was not because the thousand-armed Neptune was small, but because the new god's body was simply too colossal. One can only imagine the breathtaking spectacle that will unfold when this deity fully reveals itself. This is precisely why the netizens of Heishi Kingdom remain silent, fixated on the live stream. They yearn to witness the complete descent of this mighty divine being with their own eyes. Even from the main deity's size alone, they could already sense its extraordinary power. Although this colossal deity has not yet fully revealed itself, many netizens from the Western Sea Kingdom have already begun imagining the intense scenes of the divine battle in their minds.
Such a majestic deity will undoubtedly shine brightly and sweep all before them in the upcoming divine battle.
Even from this single scene in the Divine Selection space, it is clear that this deity will display unparalleled brilliance in the divine battle. Recalling the first round of the Divine Selection, their deity, thousand-handed Neptune, was already considered one of the top-tier powerhouses. Yet now, this new god hasn't even fully revealed himself, and thousand-armed Neptune has already been pushed aside by his massive form. There's no need to guess this new god's power must surpass that of thousand-armed Neptune. All of this is because the deity about to descend from the Chaos Core is one of the three great main gods of the Hesi Kingdom's mythology.
In the midst of Heishi Kingdom, the three main gods are Neptune, Juno, and Minerva.
And the god that Saya is currently striving to summon is none other than Juno, the god of destruction and rebirth. To be honest, Sayaka didn't have complete confidence in successfully summoning this great deity. He had even prepared to spend 1,000 divine selection points to try again. However, perhaps due to his exceptional performance, the summoning process is proceeding unusually smoothly. The summoning is now nearing its conclusion, and the deity will soon be fully revealed to the world.
Sayaka was overcome with an indescribable surge of joy.
Once Juno descended, he would be unstoppable in the upcoming second round of the Divine War. Even facing opponents with two powerful deities, he felt no fear. After all, Juno was the god of destruction and rebirth. In the mythology of the Western Sea Kingdom, he was one of the undisputed supreme gods. Even those gods who could destroy countless universes with a single wave of their hand could only bow down in worship before Juno. Although thousand-handed Neptune is actually the avatar of Great Neptune, and in a sense can be considered one of the main gods, Great Neptune has countless avatars, and thousand-handed Neptune is just one of them, quite ordinary.
Chapter 115, A Major Upheaval. Meanwhile, Sayaka was currently summoning Juno's true form.
At the center of chaos, guided by Sayaka's will, the body of the god of destruction and rebirth gradually took shape, with details becoming increasingly refined. Finally, a massive eye of destruction appeared on Juno's forehead, resembling an eternally shining brilliant star. At the same time, a chilling aura began to permeate the divine chosen space of the Western Sea Kingdom.
Rumbling.
Aftermath shook the cosmos for billions of miles, and chaos dust scattered in all directions. At that very moment, the Divine Selection System's alert sounded abruptly.
Shocking news.
Heishi Kingdom's participant Sayaka has successfully been chosen by the gods, summoning the deity Juno. All citizens of Heishi Kingdom have thus received Juno's blessing, with their lifespans increased by 3 years and their affinity for the power of destruction enhanced by 5 points. Juno, one of the three main gods of the Western Sea Kingdom, is renowned throughout the realm as the god of destruction. In the mythological system of the Western Sea Kingdom, the three main gods each have their own responsibilities. Neptune, the god of creation, is the creator and ruler of the universe. Minerva serves as the guardian, and Juno is the embodiment of destruction and ruin. Though the myths of the Western Sea Kingdom are filled with countless universes and worlds, none can match Juno in terms of destructive power. In the faith system of the Western Sea Kingdom, Juno is regarded as the supreme deity of the path of destruction. When it comes to combat power, Juno's strength is no less than that of any of the powerful gods chosen in the first round. The people of the Western Sea have unwavering faith in their gods. Within the divine selection space, Sayaka stared at the towering deity before him. Juno stood barefoot, surrounded by a chaotic aura. A deep fissure split between his eyebrows, within which was embedded a jet black eye. This was Juno's eye of destruction. This unique divine eye emitted a terrifying power, as deep and unfathomable as a black hole.
It was for this reason that Juno was revered by his followers as the demon-eyed king. After careful observation, Sayaka nodded in satisfaction. The second round of the divine selection summoning of deities had concluded successfully, but the countdown continued. With some time remaining, Sayaka's gaze shifted to another corner of the divine selection space. Deep within the chaos lay a vibrant, multicolored sphere, his divine selection particle. The victory in the first round of the Divine War had granted him 10,000 points, and when the second round of divine selection began, the system generously awarded another 10,000 points. Using all these divine selection points would mark the perfect conclusion of this round of divine selection, Sayaka thought to himself. He envisioned the various effects of the divine particles. They could eliminate flaws during summoning, fill in gaps in imagination, and enhance the power of the gods. After careful consideration, Sayaka made up his mind. During the summoning of Juno, everything proceeded smoothly, and he did not use any divine selection particles. Why not try using them to enhance the deity's power and see the results? He muttered to himself. Under Saya's mental control, the colorful divine particles slowly flowed into Juno's body. Like a gentle stream, the particles consumed 10 divine selection points, then 50, and their power gradually permeated every inch of Juno's skin, infusing her with even greater energy. The divine particles continued to flow in like water, but the numbers being consumed were alarming: 100, 200, 500. When the numbers surpassed the 1,500 mark, Sayaka's expression grew peculiar. The great god Juno remained motionless, as if the divine particles had sunk into an bottomless abyss, showing no sign of response. What was happening? Sayaka was filled with confusion. According to the rules of the divine chosen space, the divine chosen particles should be able to break the seal of the gods and enhance their power, but the current situation clearly contradicted this. When the consumption of divine particles reached 2,000 points, Juno's strength finally showed a slight fluctuation, increasing by approximately 0.01. Such an increase was almost negligible, were it not for the amplified perception within the divine space. Saya couldn't help but furrow his brows. Such a slow improvement was simply too slow. He tried again, investing another 2,000 divine particles, but Juno's strength only increased by a symbolic 0.01. Such an improvement was utterly insignificant. He sighed inwardly, beginning to doubt whether such investments were worthwhile. Even if he exhausted all his divine selection points, Juno's strength would only increase by 1. He pondered whether divine selection points had other uses. A series of options flashed through his mind: enhancing divine artifacts, manifesting additional divine artifacts, adjusting probabilities. When he saw the betting option, a gleam of insight flashed in his eyes. After careful consideration, Saya discovered that by betting, he could not only increase the chances of encountering specific opponents in the divine war but also use real-world territory as stakes. Victory would not only yield divine selection points but also more enticing rewards. However, defeat would mean losing territory on Blue Star. This is tailor-made for me. Sayaka was overjoyed. Though this feature was hidden deep within the options, he felt it was exactly what he needed. With the two divine beings, thousand-handed Neptune and Juno, he was confident about the upcoming second round of the divine war. Wasting 4,000 divine selection points earlier was a pity. The remaining 16,000 divine selection points still filled him with anticipation. He decided to bet all his points on the next divine war against the Xianlong kingdom. As he made his decision, an ethereal voice echoed through the divine selection space, announcing his bet. Sadaka, the contestant from the Western Sea Kingdom, had become the first brave soul to dare to use divine selection points for a bet. Though his action did not trigger any additional rewards or feedback, it revealed an entirely new way of using divine selection points to the audience, broadening their horizons. The methods of using divine selection points were once the exclusive secrets of the divine selection space participants, something the audience could only speculate about through the screen. However, at this moment, within the divine selection space, the strength of the Western Sea Kingdom was no longer to be underestimated. In the first round of divine selection, they summoned the top-tier divine being, thousand-handed Neptune. Though not as terrifying as the divine King Michael or the eight-headed serpent, it was still enough to strike fear into their opponents. In the second round of divine selection, they summoned someone even more terrifying than thousand-armed Neptune Juno. As time ticked away, the countdown for the second round of divine selection drew to a close. When the countdown reached 0, the divine selection space sounded an alert once more, and the selection of opponents for the second round of divine battles began. Interestingly, both participants in the first match of the second round hailed from small nations. Their first deities were of average strength but had advanced to the second round through sheer luck. However, the deities they summoned in the second round were genuine powerhouses. Chapter 116, A Decisive Victory. It seems that having the freedom to choose which deity to summon in the second round of the divine selection does indeed have its advantages. The audience buzzed with discussion. The randomness of the first round of the divine selection had led to the emergence of many weak deities, but the freedom of choice in the second round allowed powerful deities to emerge like spring bamboo shoots after rain. On the divine selection battlefield, the smoke from the first divine battle gradually dissipated, leaving only a blood-stained powerful deity standing alone. Another powerful deity had already fallen, while the weaker deities were reduced to dust in the aftermath of the powerful deities' clash. The first divine battle has concluded, and the victor has been revealed. The gods' blessings arrive as promised. The divine battles raged on, one after another. And the outcome was exactly as the strategists on Blue Star had predicted. In the second round of god selection, most nations successfully summoned powerful gods to aid them in battle. With powerful gods now abundant, the importance of the first round of divine selection becomes undeniable.
Countries such as the Kingdom of Chaldea, the Dapalm Kingdom, and the Innovation Kingdom had already successfully summoned powerful gods during the first round of divine selection. As the divine battles unfolded one after another, all spectators gradually realized a phenomenon: under the brilliance of powerful gods, weaker gods could barely make a dent. In such a situation, the side with two powerful gods undoubtedly held an overwhelming advantage. The third god battle concludes, with the Date Palm Tree Kingdom's dual gods shining brightly. The Date Palm Tree Kingdom's participants' god selection points surge by 15,000, with each of the two gods adding an additional 3,000 points. The lifespan of the people of the Date Palm Tree Kingdom is extended by 10 years, and their physical constitution improves by 25 points. Natural resources overall increase by 20, and rare resources double. The defeated party's remaining divine selection points, all previous rewards, and the resources that were stripped away are all transferred to the Date Palm Tree Kingdom. Divine battles continue, with victories reported one after another. The twin gods of the Amaterasu Kingdom claim victory in the 9th divine battle. In the 21st divine battle, the twin gods of the Chaldean Kingdom emerge victorious over all rivals. In the 59th divine battle, the twin gods of the Innovation Nation achieve another remarkable feat. In the blink of an eye, the second round of divine battles is more than halfway through. Those nations wielding two powerful gods have easily secured victory. However, nations with only one powerful god are in the same predicament as those who summoned weak gods in the first round. Their fate hangs in the balance, entirely at the mercy of the heavens. However, they are not the unluckiest. In the second round of the Divine War, the most unfortunate are those nations that were eliminated in the first round. Their original participants have been eliminated, and now substitutes have taken their places. For them, the situation is extremely dire. Not only are they far behind in divine selection points, but they also have only one divine seat remaining. Under such disadvantageous conditions, most of them are destined to exit the second round of the Divine War in disgrace. Only a few lucky ones, either by facing weaker opponents or accidentally summoning an extremely powerful god, manage to narrowly secure victory. The divine battles continue unabated. The 97th divine battle has concluded successfully. As the announcement from the divine selection space echoed, two beams of light descended from the sky, carrying the victors away from the battlefield. However, in the divine selection live stream, the audience's hearts were racing with anticipation. This god battle was not the focus of attention. Both sides were small nations, each fielding only one powerful god, with little to catch the eye. The true tension stemmed from the fact that only one divine battle remained, and only 3 nations were left in the competition. The addition of new participants has kept this round of divine battles at 197 participants, with 98 matches in total, and 1 participant spared. Currently, 97 divine battles have been decided, with only the final one yet to begin. Among the remaining 3 contestants, one stands out in particular. He hails from the Vatican. It was a stroke of luck that he managed to survive the first round of divine battles. The 2 remaining competitors are from the Haishi Kingdom and the Xianlong Kingdom. The 98th match is about to begin, and the participants are drawing lots. The announcement sounded over the broadcast system of the divine selection space. The draw has concluded, and the opponents have been determined. Second round of the Divine War, 98th match. Sayaka, warrior of the Western Sea Kingdom, faces off against Chengong, warrior of the Xianlong Kingdom. As the second round of the divine battle began, some noticed that the participants from Xianlong Kingdom and Haishi Kingdom had yet to appear. Surprisingly, they eventually did meet on the battlefield. And their opponent in this showdown was none other than the Xianlong Kingdom they had long coveted. The rewards Xianlong Kingdom had previously obtained had already left them envious beyond measure. Rare resources and thunder sensing abilities aside, the 30-year lifespan bonus alone was enough to make anyone green with envy. If they won this divine battle, all the treasures would belong to the Western Sea Kingdom. Not to mention the territorial disputes. The audience in the Haishi Kingdom erupted into wild celebration. Meanwhile, within the divine chosen space of the Western Sea Kingdom, their contestant, Sayaka, was trembling with excitement. Second round of the divine battle, 98th match. The divine beings are about to descend. Haishi Kingdom's gods, Juno and Thousand-Handed Neptune, face off against Xianlong Kingdom's national gods, Lei Zhenzi and the third prince Neza. Dawn! As the bell of the divine selection space rang out. On the divine battlefield, 4 beams of light suddenly descended. The deities from both sides make their grand entrance in a breathtaking display. 2 beams of light, as tall as towering trees, descended from the heavens, revealing the 2 deities of the Xianlong Kingdom. The one on the left, bearing a flaming golden staff, holding a thunder hammer and an electric spear, with wings spread wide, his purple-blue wings shimmering brilliantly. He is the war god Lei Zhenzi. On the right, with wind and fire wheels spinning beneath his feet, he held a flaming spear in his hand and a Qianquan ring at his waist, his posture bold and heroic. This was Neza, the third prince. The 2 young deities stood expressionless, bathed in divine light, their spirits soaring. On the other side of the arena, the light columns of the Western Sea Kingdom are simply breathtaking. One of the pillars was as thick as a mountain, with a diameter exceeding 5 kilometers. Only such a magnificent pillar of light could accommodate the towering form of thousand-handed Neptune, standing 300 meters tall. The thousand giant arms of thousand-armed Neptune were as majestic as skyscrapers, each holding various magical artifacts, exuding an overwhelming aura of power. However, when compared to another pillar of light, even the light pillar bearing the thousand-armed Neptune pales in comparison. That pillar of light is at least 10 times wider than the previous one, its brilliance as dazzling as a star. From within the pillar, a chilling, eerie glow emanated, sending shivers down the spines of all who witnessed it. Countless spectators held their breath in anticipation. On the battlefield, the size disparity between the two light pillars was staggering. The two light pillars of the Western Sea Kingdom resembled gigantic curtains descending from the heavens, spanning tens of kilometers and shaking the very foundations of the earth. In comparison, the two light pillars of the Xianlong Kingdom were as thin as two threads. Although the Xianlong Kingdom had defeated the Xiando Kingdom with an overwhelming advantage in the first divine battle, the audience remained skeptical. That victory seemed to come out of nowhere, leaving them with no confidence in the upcoming matches. However, within the Xianlong Kingdom's divine selection space, Chen Gong's expression remained unusually calm. As the Haishi Kingdom's participants placed their bets, he keenly detected the subtle fluctuations of the divine selection particles.
Chapter 117, Triggering a Thunderstorm.
After thorough investigation, he discovered a new feature. By consuming 16,000 points, he could nullify the increased match probability of Haishi Kingdom's participants, rendering the bets automatically invalid. However, the divine selection points consumed by both sides would not be refunded. After carefully observing the two deities of the Western Sea Kingdom, Chen Gong chose not to use this feature. He knew that the divine chosen contestants of the Western Sea Kingdom understood and utilized the divine chosen space far less skillfully than he did. This meant that the deities they had materialized inherently differed in nature. Therefore, even if he were to face a formidable opponent, he remained unfazed. In the divine selection arena, 4 beams of light gradually faded away, and the of the divine selection space sounded at that moment. The 98th divine battle will begin immediately. Before the sound had even faded, the 4 pillars of light had completely vanished. Immediately afterward, a purple-black light swept across the arena like a reaper's scythe, splitting everything in its path into 2. The stone pillars that had withstood nearly 100 divine battles and remained standing were shattered and collapsed under the purple-black light's cuts. The explosions were deafening, and the collapse of tens of thousands of tons of stone pillars sent dust swirling into the sky. And all of this was simply because Juno had opened his eye of destruction. Amidst the swirling dust, Juno's sharp and resonant voice echoed, "You two, why not come at me together?" His voice cut through the air like a blade slicing through glass, yet it also sounded like the collective chanting of a million Buddhas, shattering the surrounding space into fragments. However, facing Juno's provocation, the two deities of Xianlong Kingdom remained expressionless. Neza, the third prince, was as cold as ice, saying nothing while Lei Zhenzi sneered disdainfully, "Come at me together? You dare?" With that, Lei Zhenzi casually extended his finger. "Watch closely. I only need one strike." As his words left his mouth, endless bolts of lightning erupted from his hands, and the wrath of thunder was about to descend. A series of deafening thunderclaps echoed across the sky, as the electrical charges in the heavens and earth surged with chaos. At that moment, endless dark clouds shrouded the entire divine selection battlefield in shadow, with thunder rolling and lightning flashing within the clouds, containing the power to destroy the heavens and earth. Everyone was left speechless. Lei Zhenzi, this mysterious deity, merely waves his hand lightly and causes celestial phenomena to change, transforming the skies and clouds in this space in an instant. Across from him, Juno, whose towering form seemed to pierce through the clouds, nearly shook his head.
"Is that all you've got?" He spoke slowly, his voice resonating like the chanting of countless Buddhas.
Immediately, Juno turned his head, and his eyes of destruction swept across the clouds.
Boom! 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 Boom!
Purple-black beams of light swept across the clouds, colliding violently with the thunder. A series of explosions erupted one after another, filling the battlefield with dust that obscured the sky, leaving everything shrouded in a hazy yellow haze. Whoosh! Juno blew gently, and a destructive hurricane instantly dispersed all the dust in clouds. Within just a few seconds, the dense black clouds in the sky vanished without a trace, as if nothing had ever happened.
Yet Juno, who had endured countless explosions, remained unscathed. "Is that all you've got?"
Juno spoke with contempt.
How could the deities of the Xianlong Kingdom possibly stand a chance against Juno?
All the spectators from the Haishi Kingdom were swept into a frenzy. Just moments ago, their deity Juno had effortlessly dispelled the clouds with a single glance from his eye of destruction.
"What else do you have up your sleeve? Can you still boast now?" Juno's tone was as cold as a final judgment.
Earlier, he had used the power of the Eye of Destruction to destroy all the lightning elements in this world. This was the might of the King of Destruction. There was no way the mysterious deity across from him could summon even a single thread of thunder energy, let alone summon thunderclouds.
Juno was absolutely certain of this.
Over the course of billions of years, what he enjoyed most was watching the despair of other beings, including gods.
Do you know what true destruction is?" Juno asked with a cold laugh. Meanwhile, Lei Zhenzi remained calm and composed.
He did not cast any spells to summon more thunderclouds. Instead, he raised the thunder god's hammer in his hand and gently tapped it against the lightning cone.
Clang!
The sound of metal colliding echoed endlessly above the divine duel arena.
In that moment, it seemed as though the entire world had come to a standstill, with only the sound of the hammer striking the spike echoing through the air. The sound was unusually long, echoing endlessly despite the open space around them. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted. A purple divine thunderbolt suddenly descended, as if it had been struck down from the 33rd layer of heaven. Goodness! How is this possible? Juno was stunned and pale.
He had already completely destroyed the lightning elements in this space. The opponent should have been unable to sense any trace of lightning, let alone summon a thundercloud.
However, how had the thunder been triggered? Where had it come from? In a panic, Juno hurriedly activated the Destruction Eye.
A beam of purple-black light shot out, piercing through the vast sky, directly targeting the thunderbolt on the horizon. But to everyone's astonishment, the Destruction Divine Light, which had always been unstoppable, was completely ineffective. The moment it touched the thunderbolt, it instantly shattered and dissipated. Juno couldn't help but groan in pain as purple-black divine blood seeped from the Destruction Eye between his brows.
How is this possible? Juno exclaimed, his face turning pale in an instant.
This strange thunderbolt was something he had never seen before. Despite having traversed countless eons, witnessed the birth and demise of worlds, and endured endless cycles of time, such a thunderbolt was truly beyond his comprehension. In that moment, Juno was completely frozen in place. And that eerie divine thunderbolt was about to strike down. In a panic, Juno suddenly swung his arm, grabbing the nearby thousand-handed Neptune and flinging him away with all his strength. Before Juno's colossal form, the thousand-armed Neptune was powerless to resist and was flung tens of thousands of meters away, becoming a scapegoat.
Immediately afterward, a bone-chilling crack echoed through the air.
Xianshou Neptune's massive body was struck by the divine thunderbolt, twitching a few times before turning into a charred, lifeless heap.
However, the divine lightning's power showed no signs of weakening, continuing to strike toward Juno.
Juno wore a bewildered expression.
Why? I clearly destroyed all the lightning elements. He couldn't comprehend the origin of this terrifying lightning bolt.
There were no lightning elements left in this world, and the deity across from him couldn't possibly gather thunderclouds, let alone summon thunder.
Yet the opponent had done it, and with such a terrifying divine thunderbolt. Finally, as the thunder was about to strike his head, Juno stared blankly at Lei Zhenzi and asked, You can summon thunder without thunderclouds? Immediately, a deafening explosion echoed. The earth-shattering lightning completely engulfed him.
When the thunder dissipated, the figures of Juno and thousand-handed Neptune had vanished from the divine selection arena. The spot where they had stood was now nothing but a pile of charred powder.
Chapter 118, Issuing the Challenge.
At the same time, the prompt from the divine chosen space sounded, the 98th divine war has ended. The two deities of the Xianlong kingdom have returned victorious. The clear and ethereal voice of the divine selection space calmly announced the result. In every divine selection livestream on Blue Star, the audience was stunned. The audience erupted into chaos, completely unable to believe what had just unfolded before their eyes. In every livestream, the screens were flooded with question marks. This divine battle between gods had ended in a result that shocked everyone.
The Xianlong kingdom had actually emerged victorious? After all, the two gods from Haishi kingdom weren't easy to provoke.
However, the livestream footage was crystal clear, leaving no room for doubt. Within the divine selection space, Haishi kingdom's contestant, Sayaka, seemed frozen in place, not even blinking an eyelid. Suddenly, his face turned as pale as paper.
I don't want to die.
Help me, he cried out in despair.
With a muffled thud, Sayaka instantly turned into a cloud of blood mist.
Immediately, the voice of the divine selection space announced solemnly.
Reward distribution begins.
First reward, the divine selection points of all participants from the Xianlong kingdom have increased by 15,000, and each of the two deities has been granted an additional 3,000 divine selection points.
Second reward, all citizens of the Xianlong kingdom will have their lifespans extended by 10 years, physical attributes boosted by 25%, and domestic resource totals surging by 20%. Rare resources will double in quantity.
Third reward, all remaining divine selection points, all manifested feedback, and all resources stripped from Haishi kingdom participants are now owned by Xianlong kingdom. Final reward, Xianlong kingdom's participants win the bet, securing 16,000 divine selection points, half of Haishi kingdom's territory, and an additional rare treasure, a divine selection crystal. As the rewards were revealed one by one, the crowd reacted in various ways. Within the divine selection space, the other participants speculated in secret. As members of the divine selection, they possessed a more acute perception of the god's power than the audience. Though they couldn't discern every detail, they could sense the general outline. The two deities of the Western Sea Kingdom were undeniably powerful. How could the Xianlong Kingdom have so easily defeated the once unbeatable contenders who were originally on track to secure a top 10 spot? This outcome left many divine selection contestants stunned, with some even gaping in disbelief. The strategic advisors from various nations were in disarray, hurriedly reassessing the true strength of the Qianlong Kingdom's deities. Report. We may have underestimated the power of the divine beings of the Qianlong Kingdom. Additionally, the previous battle against the Xiando Kingdom may not have been as straightforward as it seemed.
I knew something was off.
Hurry up and reassess the power of the divine beings of the Qianlong Kingdom. Meanwhile, in the strategic rooms of major nations, experts were urgently re-examining the true strength of the divine beings of the Qianlong Kingdom. As high-ranking officials, they must keenly discern everything, otherwise, they would be derelict in their duties.
Hurry up and investigate the origins of these deities.
Meanwhile, in the live stream of Fusangua, all viewers' attention was focused on the rewards Chen Gong had obtained. The discussion atmosphere in the Fusangua livestream was completely different from other streams, and all of this was closely tied to their divine selected contestant, Fujimoto Ikidusai. In the second round of the divine selection, although Chen Gong was the first to unlock the seal of the divine artifact and receive the reward, he was not the only contestant to unlock a divine artifact. Fujimoto Ikidosai from Fusangua also successfully unlocked a powerful divine artifact, the Seeking Truth Divine Staff of Amaterasu. The deity summoned by the Fusangua contestant was none other than Amaterasu. In Fusangua's mythology, this deity holds an unparalleled status, standing as the absolute ruler of all divine realms. Compared to Juno of the Western Sea Kingdom, though both are powerful, Amaterasu is undoubtedly more exalted, standing atop the pantheon of Fusangua's gods. Speaking of the questing staff unlocked by Fujimoto Ikidosai, it truly is Amaterasu's personal divine weapon. In the divine selection battlefield of Fusangua, Fujimoto Ikidosai furrowed his brows, deeply engrossed in thought. To be honest, he had gone to great lengths to unlock this divine artifact. It wasn't until the second round of the divine selection was nearing its end that he suddenly realized the key to unlocking it. It turned out that it wasn't just about accumulating divine selection points, it also required specific mystical materials as a medium. Therefore, he resolutely sacrificed all his divine selection points, commanded the sun god Amaterasu to sever the tail of the eight-headed serpent Yamata no Orochi, seize the Tsurugi no Tsurugi sword, and swiftly sever its 7 heads. Finally, all the required special materials were gathered, and the seal on the quest for the divine staff was broken. After the seal was broken, Fujimoto Ikidosai was astonished to discover that the quest for the divine staff contained 9 layers of seals, just like the 9 heavens of the mythical land of the rising sun. Now, the divine staff had just entered the star-ranked realm, already revealing the sharpness of a 1-star divine artifact. With such a divine artifact, Amaterasu's power was simply staggering. In the second round of the divine battle, the opponents of the Fusan Fruit Kingdom originally included a powerful deity and a top-tier deity from the second tier. However, under the dazzling glow of Amaterasu, they couldn't even withstand 3 seconds. As Chen Gong announced the extra reward, a sly gleam flashed in his eyes, and inspiration surged like a spring. He flipped his palm, and a card shrouded in mystery appeared. It was an invitation. When Fujimoto Ikidosai displayed the invitation, the live stream of the Fusan Fruit Kingdom erupted into chaos. The audience was filled with enthusiasm, as if they had already glimpsed the dawn of victory.
Thank you, Divine Selection Space. Its arrival proves that the people of Fusangua are the most outstanding race in the world. Someone shouted proudly. Fujimoto, take advantage of the fact that the Qianlong Kingdom contestants haven't regained their strength yet. Act now. Inside the livestream, the viewers from Fusangua were so excited they felt like jumping out of the screen. And the rewards and penalties for this challenge would be identical to those of the current round of the Divine War. At first, the viewers from Fusangua didn't place much value on this extra reward. This extra battle wouldn't directly help them advance to the next round of the Divine Battle, so many viewers were quite dissatisfied. However, when the extra reward for the Qianlong Kingdom's contestant was revealed, the Fusangua Kingdom's audience erupted in excitement. They realized that the Divine Crystal was the key to unlocking the second seal of the quest for the Divine Staff. And when Fujimoto Ikidosai revealed that mysterious card, the atmosphere in the livestream reached its peak. However, within the Divine Selection Space of Fusangua, Fujimoto Ikidosai remained unusually calm. He did not rush to use that precious card. Fujimoto Ikidoso fell into a brief moment of contemplation. The Qianlong Kingdom had actually defeated the Heishi Kingdom, and both the deities Juno and Thousand-Handed Neptune from the Sayaka had been defeated. He muttered to himself, Thousand-Handed Neptune is still quite powerful, but he pales in comparison to the 8-headed serpent. Juno, though strong, still cannot match our Amaterasu. Chapter 119, Crashing the Party. Fujimoto Ikidosai sneered. Of course, this comparison is made before the sealing of the questing divine staff was lifted. He had witnessed the power of the questing divine staff in its 1-star state, a crushing defeat that instantly annihilated opponents. Even the deities of the Qianlong Kingdom, wielding divine artifacts, would struggle to match Amaterasu if they hadn't reached the 1-star realm. I have at least a 75% chance of victory, he muttered to himself, but this was far from enough. As he focused his mind, the multicolored particles in the divine chosen space flowed into Amaterasu's body like a river. Fujimoto Ikidosai felt the god's power grow stronger once more. He once again took out the precious invitation letter, sending the viewers from the Fusan Fruit Kingdom in the live stream into a frenzy.
Under the gaze of the crowd, Fujimoto Ichidosai activated the invitation letter once more, as everyone urged him on. However, the importance of the divine crystal need not be overstated. Once obtained, the Seeking the Way divine staff would ascend to a 2-star status, which would be his capital to dominate the crowd.
However, the voice from the divine space interrupted his daydreaming. Invitation sent. Once confirmed by the recipient, the divine battle will commence immediately. What? Fujimoto Ikidosai was utterly stunned. The live stream in Fusangwo also fell into a brief silence before erupting into disbelief and chaos. The audience was in chaos. They had assumed the invitation was impossible to refuse, but to their surprise, it required the other party's consent. Everyone, stay calm. Let's go to the Xianlong Kingdom's livestream and provoke them. Use the bait and switch tactic to make them accept the challenge, someone suggested. A group of Fusangwo viewers flooded into the Xianlong Kingdom's livestream, bombarding them with mocking and provocative comments. In the Xianlong Kingdom's livestream, Chen Gong was facing the unexpected invitation letter. Fusangwo viewers flooded into the Xianlong Kingdom's livestream, frantically spamming the chat with complaints. At the same time, Xianlong Kingdom viewers were nervously focused on their own live stream screens. All eyes were on the scene in the Xianlong Kingdom's divine selection space. A mysterious card appeared out of nowhere in the chaos, accompanied by the solemn prompt sound of the divine selection space. You have received a challenge invitation from a contestant of Fusangwe. Please review and make your selection. If you accept the challenge, you will immediately enter the divine battle scene. This message sent shockwaves through the Xianlong Kingdom's live streams, sparking intense discussions. Why did the Fusangwe Kingdom contestants send an invitation? What are they up to? It feels like they're here to cause trouble. The viewers of Xianlong Kingdom were completely baffled by this unexpected invitation letter. Meanwhile, command centers and think tanks around the world swiftly received the news and began emergency discussions. The chief expert at the Brexit Nation Command Center looked surprised. Yes, their players have directly issued a challenge to the Xianlong Kingdom. The assistant explained. After some investigation, they discovered the reason behind the Mulberry Fruit Kingdom's urgent use of the invitation letter. Their divine artifact required a divine crystal to break the second seal, and the Xianlong Kingdom's competitors happened to possess a divine crystal as an additional reward. The chief expert nodded thoughtfully. I see. If a divine war is truly triggered, the situation will be dire. He turned his gaze to the divine power comparison chart on the table. This detailed chart recorded the divine beings summoned by all the contestants and their power rankings. Fusangwo's Yamada no Orochi and Amaterasu ranked 9th and 2nd respectively, and their power should not be underestimated. In contrast, Xianlong Kingdom's Neza and Leijianzi were also on the list, but their initial rankings were quite low. However, their current rankings were now replaced by 2 large question marks, sparking endless speculation among the experts. Looking at the rankings, the chief expert of the Brexit Kingdom wore a solemn expression. The contestants from the Xianlong Kingdom would be wise not to accept this challenge, he said solemnly. Other experts also agreed, as, given the current situation, the strength of the Fusangwe Kingdom had already surpassed that of all other nations. If they were to obtain the divine selection crystals again, there would be no one capable of standing against them. The Brexit Nation's expert team quickly reached a consensus, and not only them, think tanks from countries around the world had also arrived at similar conclusions. Regardless of which country's analysis, it was clear that Fusangwe's current strength had become extremely formidable, even surpassing Haishigwa by a whole level. Although the Heishi Kingdom's warriors successfully summoned the god of destruction, Juno, and hold 2 powerful deities in their hands, Juno is merely one of the 3 phase gods. In the Heishi Kingdom's mythology, there are 2 other deities who stand equal to him. In contrast, Amaterasu, the supreme deity of the Fusangwa mythological system, holds the highest status. What's more, the first seal of Amaterasu's divine artifact has already been broken. If the contestants from Xianlong Kingdom accept the challenge and lose to Fusangwa, allowing them to obtain the divine selection crystal, then Amaterasu, with the second seal unlocked, will undoubtedly secure the top spot on the divine power rankings. In the command center of the Innovation Kingdom, the acting commander angrily muttered. Meanwhile, in the live stream of the Xianlong Kingdom, the audience was also filled with anxiety. Many viewers hoped that Chen Gong would refuse the challenge. After all, the 2 deities of Fusangwe are no pushovers, and Chen Gong had just endured a divine battle, leaving his deities still recovering from the ordeal. Meanwhile, the Fusangwe competitors had already won their matches and had been resting for quite some time. However, within the divine selection space, Chen Gong's lips curled into a faint smile, revealing a meaningful expression. Had the seal on the divine artifact been broken? That was indeed intriguing. He stared at the elegant invitation floating quietly in the chaos. In the previous divine battle, he had already witnessed the power of the 2 deities from the Fusangwe Kingdom, who were indeed stronger than the 1,000-handed Neptune and Juno of the Heishi Kingdom, especially since the divine artifact of the sun god Amaterasu had been unsealed. Chen Gong shook his head slightly, then pointed his finger at the invitation. At that moment, the hearts of all the spectators were on edge. Within the divine selection space, Chen Gong murmured to himself, a mere deity from the small Fusan Fruit Kingdom dares to challenge the might of the Xianlong Kingdom?
Before he could finish speaking, a notification sounded in the divine selection space. Shenlong Kingdom's participant Shen Gong has accepted the challenge from Fusangua Kingdom's participant Fujimoto Ikidusai.
The challenge begins immediately.
After the battle ended, it seemed as though the entire Shinzhou was immersed in celebration, with the people of the Fusangua eagerly awaiting the next divine battle, which was already on the verge of erupting. Meanwhile, spectators from other nations wore expressions of gloom. After learning the backstory of this divine battle, foreign spectators expressed dissatisfaction with the Shenlong Kingdom's participants. Despite the fact that the two deities from the Shenlong Kingdom had previously demonstrated remarkable strength, even defeating the Sea West Kingdom's Juno and thousand-handed Neptune with ease.
Chapter 120, Unsealing the First Seal.
However, the power of Amaterasu, the deity of Amaterasu country, and the eight-headed serpent far surpasses that of the two deities of the Western Sea country. More importantly, the sun god of the Sunlit Kingdom has already unlocked the divine artifact, and he requires the special materials held by the contestants from the Mystic Dragon Kingdom to complete the second phase of the artifact's unlocking. In the eyes of these foreign spectators, the Shenlong Kingdom's contestant is essentially digging their own grave, not only harming themselves but potentially allowing the Amaterasu Kingdom to rise to new heights. If he loses, Amaterasu country will obtain the divine gemstone, upgrade the divine artifact, and who will be able to stand against them then?
If the Amaterasu Kingdom contestant obtains a few more items that allow them to choose their opponents, how can this game even be played?
It's like a targeted elimination system. Tianzhou Kingdom can pick whoever they want, and that person is doomed. The only hope to turn this situation around lies in the Shenlong Kingdom's competitors securing victory in this intense battle. In their eyes, the Shenlong Kingdom's move is no different from digging their own grave, not only endangering themselves but also putting their teammates in peril. Not only ordinary viewers, but experts in the command centers of all nations are also filled with worry. Reporting to the commander, data analysis shows that the Xinjiang nation's win rate against the Amaterasu nation is as high as 875%, while the Shenlong nation's win rate is only 117%.
An expert reported with a solemn expression. What are the Shenlong Kingdom's players thinking?
The leader of Innovation Nation angrily crushed his cigar in the ashtray.
The actions of the Shenlong Kingdom's participants were completely unexpected.
Activate the emergency war preparedness plan immediately and enter full wartime status.
He ordered coldly.
He had already foreseen the outcome of this divine war. As a high-ranking official, his perspective was far deeper than that of ordinary spectators. Although the divine chosen space was isolated from the real world, everything that happened there would have profound implications for the real world. He must possess the courage and strategy to confront this challenge. However, the situation might be different for other nations. A sly gleam flashed in the eyes of the Innovation Nation's leader, as if he were brewing some plan.
Meanwhile, in the command center of the Chaldean Kingdom, experts were bustling about. What are the analysis results? What are the win rates for both sides? It's almost out.
In this designated divine battle, the Amaterasu Kingdom has nearly a 100% chance of victory, while the Shenlong Kingdom is almost certain to lose. This Shenlong Kingdom participant is really causing us trouble. The experts of the Chaldean Kingdom complained bitterly, finding the analysis results despairing Shenlong Kingdom had virtually no chance of winning.
This means that after the divine battle, the divine artifact of the Amaterasu Kingdom will unlock its second seal.
This situation is too unfavorable. A Chaldean Kingdom expert's voice trembled, nearly choking up. At this moment, the divine artifacts of most nations have yet to break the first seal. If the deities of the Amaterasu Kingdom can upgrade their divine artifacts to 2 stars, they will easily defeat any opponent. The experts looked grim, fully aware of the implications of this situation through their understanding of game theory.
Although the Amaterasu Kingdom currently holds the lead, their advantage is far from secure.
Faced with this situation, any Amaterasu Kingdom player with even a modicum of strategic acumen would realize how to maintain their lead. Given that they cannot increase their own development speed, they will undoubtedly suppress all potential rivals. On a lighter note, they might follow the example of the Haishi Kingdom's players and use divine selection points to increase the probability of being matched against specific opponents. On a more severe note, if they obtain another item similar to the invitation letter, they might directly challenge their rivals by name. Thinking of this, many experts felt a chill, and the Chaldean Kingdom's players, with their 2 powerful deities and outstanding strength, would undoubtedly become the primary targets for suppression.
What should be done?
The experts of the Chaldean Kingdom are deeply concerned.
In the live stream of the Shenlong Kingdom,
viewers are filled with anxiety. The rules of the divine battle are clear: defeat means everything is lost. All previous rewards will be revoked, and national resources will be stripped away. Even more terrifying is that the gods and divine chosen participants who participated in the battle will vanish completely. Since the divine space appeared, the Shenlong Kingdom has been at a disadvantage. Even from the perspective of its own mythological system, the Shenlong Kingdom was already behind from the starting line. Without divine protection, it is inherently disadvantaged. However, astonishingly, the divine chosen contestants of the Shenlong Kingdom have always managed to find a glimmer of hope in dire straits, creating 2 entirely new deities and winning 2 consecutive divine wars. And their opponents were all formidable foes. In the first battle against the Xiando Kingdom, they faced the Sweeping Star, a deity ranked among the top 5 on the entire Blue Star. Almost every divine battle saw Chen Gong as the underdog in the eyes of the outside world. Yet he always managed to pull off miracles. Every time the divine battle ended in victory, the audience of Xianlong Kingdom erupted in cheers.
But their hearts remain uneasy.
No one knew the true strength of these two gods, nor did they understand the full potential of their own contestant. Therefore, when a powerful enemy issued a challenge and Chen Gong accepted, the atmosphere in the livestream grew tense. In my opinion, we should trust Chen Gong. In the first 2 divine battles, his opponents were no ordinary foes. He nearly created a miracle.
Why couldn't he achieve another great victory this time?
Moreover, Chen Gong's decision to accept the challenge must have been made after careful consideration.
That's true.
All the previous victories were miracles created by Chen Gong. We must trust him. We must have full confidence in our own divine selected player, as these are the honors he has earned with his life. Surprisingly, there were no foreign viewers coming out to mock or criticize this time. Those arrogant viewers from the Amaterasu Kingdom who usually dominate the livestream have all gone silent, leaving the chat unusually peaceful and harmonious.
How is the pre-battle preparation progressing?
A stern-faced old general on the command platform asked seriously.
Report, General. The troops have secretly assembled and are standing by. All weapons and equipment are fully prepared. We are ready to engage in battle at any moment. Good. Continue to maintain combat readiness and do not relax.
Yes. The officers under his command bowed deeply with respect before quickly exiting the scene. The old general then turned to the expert beside him and asked, "What new analysis or assessments do you have regarding the upcoming war?" "The current situation has not changed, and the previous assessment remains accurate," the expert replied.
"Please provide a detailed explanation of the battle plan,"
the old general ordered. The expert nodded in agreement and opened a document, beginning a detailed explanation. According to the rules published by the Divine Chosen Space, the rules for this designated divine war are consistent with those of a conventional divine war. If the Xianlong Kingdom is defeated in the divine war, their participants and deities will be erased, and all previous feedback will be fully incorporated into our Tenzo Kingdom. Consider this: the national bonuses alone include a 40-year lifespan extension, a 50-point increase in physical constitution, and 10 points of divine affinity and thunder affinity.
What an immense reward!
Once the people of the Xianlong Kingdom lose these bonuses, they will be like strong individuals suddenly weakened, requiring a lengthy adaptation period. At that point, our ordinary soldiers will be able to match our special forces.
Chapter 121, Unthinkable. Our army is fully prepared. We await the feedback and will launch a swift offensive to seize the Xianlong Kingdom in one fell swoop. Reporting to the general, everything is in order.
The expert bowed deeply and reported respectfully. The old general nodded in satisfaction, his expression solemn.
The battle plan is clear, and specific deployments have been communicated. Do all of you understand?
Understood, General.
Below the stage, the soldiers of the Tenzo Kingdom, dressed in neat uniforms, responded in unison, their faces radiating fervor and determination.
The officers were filled with excitement, their eyes gleaming as they stared intently at the large screen in the command center, like hungry wolves fixated on their prey. On the large screen, the live broadcast from the Divine Selection Space was in full swing, and everyone's nerves were on edge. As long as Fujimoto Ikidu-sai won this designated divine battle, they would be able to unleash their full potential and directly target the Yellow Dragon. Victory in the divine battle would not only mean seizing more than half of the resources and all the feedback from the Xianlong Kingdom, but more importantly, this was merely the appetizer. Because the most crucial territorial resources allocated by the divine space were not included in the distribution.
When it comes to the Xianlong Kingdom's territory, the Amaterasu Kingdom has long coveted it.
Now that the Xianlong Kingdom has expanded its territory and gained half of the Western Sea Kingdom's territory from the gamble, this is a golden opportunity. At this moment, all officers of the Tenzo Kingdom were fixated on the livestream, fearing they might miss any crucial details. In the Divine Selection livestream, the familiar, crisp notification sound finally rang out. Designated Divine Battle, Tencho Kingdom's participant Fujimoto Ikidu-sai versus Xianlong Kingdom's participant Chen Gong. Battle commences immediately. The deities from both sides are about to appear. With a deafening roar, energy surged through the divine selection space, and 4 dazzling pillars of light descended from the heavens, enveloping the 4 gods. The scene shifted to the divine selection battlefield, a vast plain where stone pillars stood tall, resembling the most magnificent sight in the heavens and earth. In the sky, beams of light shone brightly as the 4 pillars slowly descended, revealing the figures of the divine beings.
Xianlong Kingdom's Lei Jinzi and the third Prince Neza stand majestically on the left, while Amaterasu Kingdom's Yamada no Orochi and Amaterasu Amikami stand solemnly on the right.
The visual impact of this showdown was no less intense than the previous battle between the Xianlong Kingdom and the Heishi Kingdom. The 8-headed serpent's massive body twists like a river, with 8 heads raised high, emanating a terrifying power. Though it had been severely wounded by Fujimoto Ichido-sai, it had now fully recovered to its peak condition. The 8-headed serpent's coiled body reached a height of 30,000 feet, as thick as a telephone pole. When fully extended, it would likely stretch tens of thousands of meters, resembling a gigantic python. As for the sun god Amaterasu, though lacking the massive form of the eight-headed serpent, the divine staff in its hand flickered with an eerie glow, striking fear into all who beheld it. This was the only artifact to have reached the one-star rank, the seeking divine staff. In the previous divine battle, Amaterasu no Mikoto used this divine artifact to instantly defeat the opposing deity. The black flames that descended from the heavens nearly incinerated half of the battlefield. Now, after absorbing the divine particles, the artifact's power has become unmatched. When the divine staff appears, who dares to challenge it? It instills fear in all, as if the next moment they will be consumed by flames. In the presence of the two deities from the Amaterasu kingdom, the two deities from the Shenlong kingdom seemed as insignificant as ants. However, just as the tension reached its peak, an unexpected announcement rang out. Announcement! Due to the intense emotions of the citizens of the Amaterasu kingdom reaching a critical threshold, the gods are granted temporary power boosts. As long as the citizens of the Amaterasu kingdom maintain their enthusiasm, all deities will gain an additional 5 points of power. The voice of the divine chosen space thundered through everyone's ears, leaving them stunned and speechless, as if they had been frozen in place. Could the real world actually influence the divine selection space? This plot twist is coming way too fast. How intense is the craze? What's this new concept? Viewers in live streams around the world were all baffled, as if they had just returned from a distant galaxy, looking completely lost. But when they turned their attention to the live streams from the land of the rising sun, all their confusion vanished instantly. At that moment, the live stream from the land of the rising sun had transformed into a sea of religious fervor, with screens filled with messages like "The gods are protecting the land of the rising sun," and "The land of the rising sun will surely triumph." It seemed as though the screens might burst from the sheer volume of messages. After this battle, Xianlong Nation will become dust in the annals of history. The announcement from the divine chosen space sent the viewers of the Amaterasu kingdom into an unprecedented frenzy, with comments flying by like rockets, leaving everyone dazzled. Viewers from other nations watched in disbelief. Have the people of the Amaterasu kingdom lost their minds? A 5-fold power boost, this isn't something to be taken lightly. If both sides are evenly matched, this could completely turn the tide of battle. I wonder how our organization will respond to this situation. Onlookers were buzzing with speculation and rumors. This news caused a stir among the think tanks of various countries, undoubtedly a major headline. For a long time, the influence of the divine chosen space on the real world has been one-sided, such as the redistribution of resources or reward and punishment measures. However, this announcement reveals the reverse influence of the real world on the divine chosen space. Conduct an immediate and thorough investigation. I need a detailed report. Hurry! Act swiftly. Within 10 minutes, I need all relevant information. Notify the organization immediately and prepare countermeasures. Thoroughly investigate the origins of this matter, leaving no detail unexamined. Emergency orders were issued almost simultaneously from command centers around the world, with tensions reaching an all-time high. Analytical report. I need to see the detailed results within 15 minutes. This matter concerns the power of the divine, and may even determine the fate of the nation. Its importance is self-evident. Within the divine chosen space, the 4 beams of light were gradually fading. Finally, as the last pillar of light vanished and all faded away, the voice of the divine chosen space echoed once more throughout every corner. Designated divine battle, Amaterasu Kingdom versus Shenlong Kingdom, commence immediately. The shame of the nation. You are as lowly as ants. How dare you challenge the divine will with a wild god? The designated divine battle is now underway. As the divine selection space's proclamation fell, the divine selection arena was filled with tension as the deities from both sides stood ready for battle. The 8 massive heads of the 8-headed serpent rose simultaneously, each as towering as a mountain range, their roars shaking the heavens and sending chills down the spines of all who heard them. Meanwhile, Amaterasu, the sun goddess, raised her divine staff of seeking truth without emotion. Where the staff pointed, black flames blazed fiercely, as if intent on devouring the entire sky. With the fervent support of all the citizens of Amaterasu's realm, Amaterasu's power surged once more, and the black flames might surpass even the previous divine battle. Witnessing this awe-inspiring sight of the towering black flames, the audience in Amaterasu's kingdom grew even more fervent. Within the live-stream channel of Amaterasu's nation, the audience's enthusiasm reached a fever pitch, completely engulfed in a frenzy. Every time the black flames flickered, they were accompanied by deafening cheers, as if they were about to set the entire live stream ablaze. Chapter 122, The Birth of a New Era. This scene left the viewers from other nations lurking in the background, speechless and disbelieving. Meanwhile, in the Divine Dragon Kingdom's livestream, viewers silently cheered for Qin, praying for his victory. However, in the real world, a large-scale military mobilization was quietly underway. Those were the elite troops of Shenlong Kingdom. The soldiers were fully armed, standing in perfect formation, coalescing into an unstoppable force. Their faces were stern, and the weapons in their hands glinted coldly, like an unstoppable torrent of steel. At the front of the ranks, the commander spoke solemnly. Brothers, the arrival of the divine chosen space has brought unimaginable powers, and the nature of war has been completely transformed. If Qin Gong is defeated, all the rewards and bonuses we have obtained will be transferred to the people of the Tenzo Kingdom. At that point, we will face an army of superhuman soldiers, each possessing the combat prowess of elite special forces. In 1 hour, the heavy firepower of the Xianlong Kingdom will be able to fully cover the Tianzhou Kingdom, launching a carpet-bombing assault. If it comes to that, we will show them what it means to defy the might of the Xianlong Kingdom. Those who dare to challenge us will be punished, no matter how far they flee. The commander's words were firm and resolute, stirring the blood of every soldier. The soldiers standing before him were all alert and full of fighting spirit.
Yes, the soldiers responded in unison, their voices booming.
At the same time, within the divine chosen space, the deities of both sides had already prepared for battle, ready to strike at any moment. The 8 massive heads of the 8-headed serpent were raised high, their forked tongues flickering erratically, as if ready to pounce on their opponents at any moment. Behind it, Amaterasu, the sun goddess, remained motionless. He held the staff of seeking truth in his hand, letting the black flames dance and burn in the air, coldly watching the 2 gods across from him. On the opposite side, the deity of the Xianlong Kingdom appeared unusually calm. "It's my turn to act," Neza said calmly, raising his flaming spear without emotion. He aimed at the 8-headed serpent, leaped into the air, and charged straight toward his target.
Lei Zhenzi remained motionless, standing in place with a hint of amusement in his voice. "Do you enjoy playing with snakes?"
Seeing that Lei Zhenzi had no intention of attacking, Amaterasu also chose to remain still. This was not because he valued fair combat. Rather, it was because he instinctively sensed that this deity with wings growing from his back was no ordinary being. Even when the other stood there motionless, he felt an overwhelming sense of pressure.
This was clearly an enemy not to be underestimated.
Amaterasu's expression grew solemn, and a hint of caution flashed in his eyes. Amaterasu gripped the sealed divine staff, which had been unsealed, preparing for the upcoming battle. This top-tier divine artifact granted him power far surpassing that of other deities, making him a force to be reckoned with. Moreover, his divine perception abilities had greatly enhanced, with his sensitivity increasing by hundreds of times. Under this extraordinary perception, he was astonished to detect that the deity standing before him, wielding a hammer and chisel, possessed extraordinary power. What was particularly shocking was that the weapon in that deity's hands was also a sealed divine artifact that had been unsealed.
Amaterasu's expression grew increasingly solemn. He clenched the quest for truth staff in his left hand and swiftly and precisely tapped the air with his right. Following his guidance, one after another, deep black spheres began to appear above the battlefield. They arranged themselves in an elusive pattern, surrounding the entire arena from all directions. The audience of Amaterasu's nation cheered wildly. Many of them recognized the formation Amaterasu was setting up. This was none other than the Amaterasu Great Array, renowned in Amaterasu mythology as the ultimate killing technique. In the hearts of the people of Amaterasu, the Amaterasu Great Array had become a symbol of invincibility. At that moment, within the divine chosen dueling arena, the Amaterasu Great Array was nearing completion. Above the vast duel arena, countless black spheres floated in the air. Some were as large as mountains, while others were the size of basketballs. They hovered in every corner of the arena, forming a strange and powerful magical array. As the array neared completion, the tense expression on Amaterasu's face relaxed slightly. With the array cast by the unsealed questing staff as his foundation, his confidence soared. As long as he stood at the center of the array, he would be invincible. However, what puzzled him was that Lei Zhenzi remained motionless across from him, allowing him to complete the entire array's setup. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, the fierce battle between the 8-headed serpent and Neza the third prince had already begun. The 8-headed serpent raised a massive head glowing with a dark green hue, opening its gaping maw as if it could devour everything in sight. "Oh my goodness, look at that pitch black maw."
The dark green poisonous mist is gushing out wildly, thick and viscous like jelly, as if it were about to solidify into a tangible form. Wherever the poisonous mist passed, everything was corroded, even the earth itself was eroded and collapsed, forming a massive crater. But our brave and fearless Neza remained unfazed. The wind and fire wheels beneath his feet spun rapidly, spewing forth true flames, resembling 2 blazing little suns. In an instant, the toxic mist was completely incinerated by the true flames, vanishing into nothingness. Enveloped by Neza's blazing true fire, he shot into the sky like an arrow released from a bow. Gripping his fire-tipped spear, he struck the dark green head of the 8-headed serpent with lightning speed. With a dull thud, the sharp tip of the fire spear pierced through the snake's head, emerging on the other side with a cold gleam. Immediately afterward, several beams of light shot out from within the snake's head, as if turning it into a sieve. A deafening explosion erupted from within the snake's head, shattering the dark green skull into pieces and releasing a powerful shockwave. The snake's neck, now headless, drooped limply, and dark green venom spattered everywhere, resembling a strange green rain. Meanwhile, Neza did not pause for a moment, swinging his flaming spear once more and charging toward the next target. As another snake head exploded, the live stream in the Tenzo Kingdom fell into a deathly silence. All the viewers in the Amaterasu Kingdom stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. To them, this was like a bolt from the blue. The threat from the Shenlong kingdom had suddenly become overwhelmingly immense. Although they had long realized that the eight-headed serpent was no match for Neza, they never imagined that within just a few minutes, the eight-headed serpent would be completely defeated and easily vanquished by Neza. Amidst the swirling dust, a chilling, bone-chilling sound suddenly rang out, as if flesh and blood were being torn apart. This was the full force of Neza's spear strike. He boldly pierced through the massive corpse of the eight-headed serpent, tearing away large scales and revealing the flesh beneath. Chapter 123, Certain Victory. Immediately afterward, Neza exerted himself once more, pulling out the thick snake tendons as easily as tearing noodles, which dangled limply from the tip of his spear. Oh my goodness, this scene is truly heart-stopping. The ferocious eight-headed serpent, under the provocation of Neza's spear tip, had its tendons torn out alive, sending chills down one's spine. Goodness gracious, how could this little deity be so ruthless? Amaterasu was also deeply shaken by the turn of events, which had completely caught her off guard. Just then, Lei Jinzi across the way moved slightly, startling Amaterasu, who trembled and immediately fixed her gaze on him. However, Lei Jinzi merely shook his head slightly, a faint smile curving his lips, as expected, skinning and dismembering. Could this be the legendary childhood nightmare reincarnated? Lei Jinzi's teasing eased the tense atmosphere slightly. Every moment was captured by the live stream viewers, and the live stream in Shenlong Kingdom erupted in chaos. Neza the Third Prince had actually defeated the eight-headed serpent. On the Divine Selection battlefield, after defeating the eight-headed serpent and skinning it alive, Neza the Third Prince seemed unsatisfied. He charged forward again, spear in hand, charging toward Amaterasu with overwhelming momentum. Facing this fierce young deity, Amaterasu's expression grew dark. She kept her eyes fixed on Lei Jinzi across from her, the winged creature. The swift defeat of the eight-headed serpent had forced her to prepare for a two-front attack. However, Amaterasu felt no fear at all. Instead, she laughed aloud. For she had successfully set up the Amaterasu Great Array. Boom! Continuous explosions and raging flames erupted, and towering flames blazed in the darkness, engulfing the entire battlefield in a sea of fire. The flames rolled and churned, turning the entire battlefield into a sea of fire. Every corner covered by Amaterasu's mysterious array was engulfed in black flames that destroyed everything in their path. The black flames shot into the sky, releasing an unbearable heat that caused the air to warp and distort, resembling a scene from hell. At the center of the black flames, Amaterasu laughed triumphantly. With these world-destroying black flames as a barrier, the young deity across from him had no chance of approaching him. Ha! The laughter of Amaterasu echoed through the flames. Then, she swung her divine staff of seeking truth toward the distant clouds where Lei Jinzi stood. I admit your strength is impressive, Amaterasu mocked. But you made a fatal mistake. You shouldn't have given me time to set up my formation. She continued. Unfortunately, it's too late for you to regret it now. Amaterasu's tone was filled with mockery and triumph. Once the Great Array is activated, you will have no chance of victory. Prepare to die. Amaterasu roared, her voice echoing through the flames. However, at that moment, a cold light suddenly flashed forth, directly toward Amaterasu's eyes. What's happening? Amaterasu's eyes widened in shock. How did this young deity manage to breach the defenses of the apocalyptic black flames? This is simply unimaginable. In a panic, Amaterasu quickly raised the Quest for Truth staff, barely managing to block the fatal blow. The sharp, piercing sound of metal clashing echoed through the air as the fire spear collided with the staff of seeking truth, sparking sparks in all directions. Although she managed to block the attack, Amaterasu's shock was beyond words. The Amaterasu Great Array she had activated should have reduced everything in the apocalyptic black flames to ashes. Yet this young deity had miraculously broken through the defenses. What on earth was happening? At that moment, the live stream of Amaterasu's realm was in complete uproar. The audience erupted in disbelieving shouts. What the hell? Is that red silk a divine artifact? I always thought it was just a decoration. The viewers of Amaterasu's realm murmured in disbelief. In the Divine Selection dueling arena, the two gods had already engaged in a direct confrontation. Though Amaterasu stood over 3,000 meters tall, compared to him, Neza the Third Prince seemed as small as a mortal. Yet Neza displayed unimaginable bravery and resolve. The flaming spear in his hand danced like a living dragon within his sleeves, sweeping across the battlefield with a murderous aura. Amaterasu swung his divine staff, blocking left and right, but Neza's attacks came like a storm, leaving him overwhelmed and his defenses on the brink of collapse. Enough! Amaterasu roared in anger, nearly spitting fire from his mouth. Just then, Neza clenched his right hand tightly, increasing the force with a sudden burst of strength. In an instant, a torrent of black flames surged toward Neza like a raging sea. Amaterasu's anger reached its peak. This ultimate killing move was originally intended for Lei Jinzi, but he never expected this young deity to be so formidable, forcing him to unleash it prematurely. The black flames surged like a torrent, as if they were going to burn the space to a crisp. The energy accumulated to its limit, and explosions rang out one after another. Neza remained unfazed, casually raising his hand. The heavenly robe darted out like a dragon, plunging into his sleeve. Then, Neza wielded the heavenly brocade, and as the red silk fluttered, a fierce wind arose, instantly dispersing the black flames. The black flames, upon encountering the red silk, retreated as if facing their natural enemy, unable to come within a step of Neza, all easily repelled by the red silk. The red silk was as solid as a rock, and the black flames could not harm it in the slightest, like droplets of water being easily flicked away, scattering in all directions.
Amaterasu was utterly astonished.
He had never seen a magical artifact dispel black flames with such overwhelming might.
But Neza remained expressionless, as cold as ice, and launched another fierce attack.
The fire-tipped spear vanished from his sleeve, replaced by the Qiankuan ring, which appeared in Neza's palm. Neza gripped the Qiankuan ring, disregarding any specific techniques, and slammed it down toward Amaterasu with all his might.
Clang! The metallic clash echoed deafeningly.
Amaterasu felt an overwhelming force surge toward him, nearly knocking him out of the frame.
Neza didn't pause, raising the Qiankuan ring once more. Clang!
There was no flashy technique, just the simple, brutal impact of the Qiankuan ring. After 3 consecutive heavy blows, Amaterasu falls from the clouds and crashes heavily onto the ground.
Neza pursued relentlessly, the Qiankuan ring spinning in his hands like a butterfly. Clang! Clang! Clang!
He seemed to scorn using divine abilities or spells, repeating the same action over and over.
He raised the Qiankuan circle high and smashed it down with all his might. He raised it again and smashed it down once more. Though each attack was barely blocked by Amaterasu, the immense force drove him deep into the earth. The ground around him cracked open, and Amaterasu's lower body was trapped in the earth, unable to escape, looking utterly disheveled. The mud nearly reached his waist, and the sleeves at his wrists split open, revealing streams of divine blood flowing out. Witnessing this harrowing scene, the once unwavering faith of Amaterasu's followers crumbled instantly. Chapter 124, National Traitor.
At that moment, the Amaterasu Kingdom's livestream was deathly silent, so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard clearly. The earlier festive atmosphere had been completely extinguished by the harsh reality. A heavy atmosphere quickly spread throughout the livestream, suffocating everyone like dark clouds looming overhead. Just as everyone was in shock, the voice of the divine selection space suddenly rang out. Detected, the level of fervor among Tencho Kingdom citizens has dropped below the standard threshold. The power boost granted to the deities of the Amaterasu Kingdom is immediately revoked. Before the divine selection space could finish speaking, Amaterasu suddenly felt a wave of weakness wash over him, as if the power within his body had been instantly drained. Before he could react, Neza's Qiankuan ring struck down with the force of a thunderbolt. Caught off guard, the great god Amaterasu was struck so hard that he was dizzy and disoriented, his agonized groans echoing through the air.
Neza remained expressionless as he raised the Qiankuan ring once more. Stop! Spare my life!
The great god Amaterasu pleaded in sheer terror, his once transcendent gaze now filled with nothing but fear.
The heavenly ring descended once more.
This time, a dull yet powerful thud echoed through the air.
Bang!
The heaven and earth ring struck Amaterasu's head with tremendous force, shattering her skull instantly. Divine blood gushed out like a fountain, the scene too horrific to behold.
Then, the voice of the divine chosen space echoed once more in everyone's ears. Notice! Amaterasu, the deity of Amaterasu country, and the 8-headed serpent have both been defeated. The outcome has been decided.
The final chapter of the divine war has concluded. Glory has been decided.
The announcement from the divine selection space echoed through the air like the sound of heaven.
At the center of the divine selection battlefield, only the 2 deities of the Qianlong kingdom stood tall and majestic, while the deities of the Amaterasu kingdom had been reduced to bloody remains. The great god Amaterasu's half-body was deeply embedded in the ground, his head shattered as if struck by a giant hammer, reduced to a pile of flesh.
The sight of the 8-headed serpent is even more horrifying.
Its massive body lies sprawled across the wilderness, its head exploding, its skin peeled off, and its tendons torn out, leaving a scene of utter devastation.
What on earth is happening? Who can explain this astonishing reversal? Unbelievable. On the rankings of all nations, the 2 deities of Amaterasu country have always been at the top, never falling out of the top 15. Does this mean the deities of the Qianlong kingdom are far more powerful than we imagined? I can't believe my eyes. This is truly a deity among deities.
Viewers in the divine selection livestream were discussing fervently, their emotions running high. No one had anticipated such an outcome for this designated divine battle. Before the battle, the victory rate predictions for all nations had virtually ignored Qianlong nation's chances. Meanwhile, the Amaterasu kingdom's win rate had once reached as high as 80–90%, and even some nations unwilling to see the Amaterasu kingdom triumph had to acknowledge the power of its deities. Throughout the battle, Neza the Third Prince single-handedly challenged 2 of Amaterasu kingdom's top deities, while Leizhenzi watched the entire fight without lifting a finger.
Neza the Third Prince defeated 2 of the top 10 strongest deities on his own? That's terrifyingly powerful. If that's the case, isn't Neza's strength surpassing that of the second-ranked Amaterasu? Then shouldn't he be ranked first? Wait a minute, winning second place makes you first? Isn't that logic a bit off? Immediate implementation of reward and punishment measures for the designated divine battle. The divine battle in the Amaterasu kingdom has ended in defeat. The divinely chosen participant, Fujimoto Ikidusai, is to be immediately eliminated. The two deities are to be eliminated immediately.
As the voice from the divine space faded, a faint puff sounded from the chaotic space of the Amaterasu kingdom. Fujimoto Ikidusai instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist, dissipating into the chaos. Immediately afterward, the divine selection space spoke again. All feedback previously obtained by the divine selected contestant of the Amaterasu kingdom is hereby revoked. As the words fell, dense black clouds suddenly gathered above the skies of Amaterasu kingdom in the real world. The clouds layered upon one another, completely blocking out the sunlight.
The entire Amaterasu kingdom was plunged into darkness, as if shrouded in eternal night.
Suddenly, a terrifying suction force erupted from the black clouds, as powerful as the gravity of a star. Violent winds raged, and sand and stones flew everywhere, creating a breathtakingly terrifying scene.
Amidst the chaos, faint glimmers of light began to rise from the ground of the Amaterasu kingdom, only to be gradually swallowed by the black clouds, their brilliance fading.
The people of the land of heavenly light were pale with fear, though none were swept away by the suction force. They all felt as though a part of their bodies had been drained.
At the same time, the rivers of the land of Amaterasu dried up rapidly, lakes shrank dramatically, and vast forests seemed to vanish overnight, leaving no trace behind.
After more than 10 minutes of rampage, everything gradually calmed down.
At this moment, the divine selection space sounded an alert again. Previous feedback from Fujimoto Ikidusai for the land of Amaterasu.
Lifespan extended by 25 years, physical attributes enhanced by 50%, received one blessing each from Amaterasu and Yamada no Orochi, natural resources increased by 20%, and rare resources surged by 200%.
Due to Fujimoto Ikidusai's death, all the above feedback will be fully revoked.
Additionally, due to the death of a divine selection participant, all natural resources in this country will decrease by 50%. As the voice faded, the suction force from the black clouds intensified once more. The vegetation of Amaterasu country withered at an astonishing rate, trees quickly dried up, lush forests turned into barren wastelands, and river water levels dropped sharply, nearly drying up.
The once fertile land began to rapidly lose moisture, crack, and show increasingly obvious signs of desertification.
It is important to note that the Tensho kingdom itself has always been resource scarce, relying entirely on feedback from the divine chosen space to alleviate its resource shortages.
However, at this moment, all resources obtained through feedback were completely withdrawn, and the original resources were further halved.
The natural resources of the Amaterasu kingdom are now on the brink of depletion. The people of the land of the rising sun, once full of vitality, now seem to have had their enthusiasm dampened by frost.
The entire nation is shrouded in an indescribable gloom, as if the country has entered its twilight years, teetering on the brink of collapse.
All of this is because the blessings once bestowed upon the people have been ruthlessly revoked. The arrival of the divine chosen space had twice brought blessings to the nation, cumulatively adding 25 years of life and a 50-point boost to physical constitution for its citizens. Looking back, the divine being's two generous gifts had transformed those who were once frail and weak into vibrant, energetic individuals. However, just as the citizens of Amaterasu had grown accustomed to this physical enhancement, with the fall of the divine chosen contestants, these additional powers receded like a tide, leaving no trace behind. People felt adrift, their bodies weakened and their health in a dire state, as if they might collapse at any moment. Within the divine selection live streaming rooms of the Amaterasu kingdom, public opinion was in an uproar, with insults flying back and forth. The netizens of the Amaterasu kingdom were filled with rage, harshly criticizing the deceased divine chosen ones. However, their anger could not change the course of events. The blessings and half of the resources that the Amaterasu kingdom had once received were now taken away, reduced to nothing. Chapter 125, regardless of the consequences. Immediately afterward, the voice of the divine selection space echoed once more. Chen Gong, the contestant from Shenlong kingdom, has emerged victorious in this designated divine battle. The rewards will be awarded shortly. All rewards intended for Tianzhou Kingdom contestants will be transferred to Chen Gong. In the real world, all feedback and resources previously obtained by the Amaterasu Kingdom will be transferred to the Shenlong Kingdom. The winner's rewards are currently being distributed. Once the rewards are distributed, the third round of divine selection will commence immediately. In an instant, the skies above the Shenlong Kingdom were shrouded in a thick layer of clouds. However, unlike the black clouds above the Amaterasu Kingdom, which emanated a sense of death and desolation, the clouds above the Shenlong Kingdom resembled golden scrolls, radiating divine light and brimming with vitality and hope. Golden light radiated everywhere, as if a divine omen had descended from the heavens. Across the land of the Shenlong Kingdom, a profound transformation was quietly unfolding. Amidst the rustling sounds, the already abundant natural resources of the Shenlong Kingdom grow even more plentiful. Rivers flow vigorously, their waters clear and pristine, untouched by a single speck of dust. Forests grow ever more lush, with once dwarf saplings growing at an astonishing rate, quickly shading the sky and forming a dense canopy. Mineral deposits, vegetation, water sources, and all other natural resources are growing at an astonishing rate. This is the rich reward for winning this designated divine war. Despite having won 2 consecutive battles, no public reports favor the Shenlong Kingdom. In the pre-battle assessments released by all nations, the most optimistic prediction for the Qianlong Kingdom was a mere 15% chance of victory. Those predicting defeat for the Qianlong Kingdom had an average win rate of less than 5%.
However, the outcome of this match left everyone speechless. All the official pre-battle predictions from those nations were completely off the mark.
The Qianlong Kingdom not only won the match but did so in spectacular fashion.
This outcome left many foreign observers scratching their heads. Why did the previously reliable pre-war predictions fail to hold true when faced with the Dragon Kingdom?
Initially, the theory of attribute advantages seemed plausible, given the many unresolved mysteries of the game's rules in the divine selection space. Many rules, though not explicitly stated, were already in effect behind the scenes. For example, the mysterious artifact sealing incident remained a mystery until the first contestant broke the seal.
Following this logic, attribute weaknesses did not seem entirely baseless. However, this theory was quickly shattered by reality, as the Qianlong Kingdom had just defeated the Heishi Kingdom before facing the Amaterasu Kingdom, and the Heishi Kingdom also possessed two powerful deities. While it cannot be confirmed or disproved that the deities of Qianlong Kingdom counter those of Amaterasu Kingdom, what about Heishi Kingdom? Does it also counter Heishi Kingdom?
Such a coincidence seems too far-fetched.
Wait. I get it. A comment suddenly popped up in the Innovation Nation livestream.
The information released by the official channels is actually strategic misinformation. Upon seeing this comment, many viewers suddenly realized the truth.
Strategic misdirection.
The term sounds sophisticated, but the principle is simple: intentionally release false information to confuse opponents and gain an advantage in competition. Meanwhile, at Innovation Nation's temporary command center, chaos reigned.
Strategic misdirection? We're the ones being misled.
Watching the chat flood with messages, the Innovation Nation official looked utterly helpless. Everyone involved in the predictions and who signed the confidentiality agreement must leave immediately.
Don't cause any more trouble, he shouted angrily.
In a short time, he had already received 7 or 8 accountability calls.
Reassess the strength of Qianlong Nation's deity immediately. Act now,
the commander ordered angrily. Thinking about the accountability calls from higher-ups, he began to realize how absurd the previous assessment reports were, as the assessment data had been personally supervised by him.
However, he was still completely baffled. Which part of the process had gone wrong?
All the evaluations were based on the laws of the divine selection space, and past assessments had always been accurate. The deities they had favored had defeated their opponents with overwhelming advantages in the first 2 rounds of the Divine Wars, but when they faced Qianlong Kingdom, the situation changed completely. From the first round to the second round, and now in this designated divine battle, their predictions about the outcome of the Qianlong Kingdom were completely wrong 3 times in a row. They were utterly defeated.
What secrets are the deities of the Qianlong Kingdom hiding?
The commander of the Innovation Kingdom stared intently at the divine power rankings before him, deep in thought.
Where exactly did the problem lie? Are there any undisclosed hidden rules in the divine selection space?
After the results of the designated divine battle were announced, not only the Innovation Nation but almost all the nation's think tanks were jolted awake, swiftly adjusting their strategies and significantly increasing their focus on the Qianlong Kingdom. This was not out of flattery but to uncover the mysteries of the Qianlong Kingdom's deities as soon as possible. Our own contestants had intentionally underperformed, but now, officials from various nations are gradually realizing that the situation may be far more complex. It is more likely that the stick is now in someone else's hands.
At this moment, no one dares to mention the previous Xiando Kingdom incident.
Previously, it was widely believed that Xiando Kingdom had intentionally allowed its country to lose in order to curry favor with Qianlong Kingdom, and that there were no private deals between the 2 nations. Instead, it was claimed that the deities they manifested had chosen to sacrifice themselves voluntarily.
So how did the Qianlong Kingdom's competitors achieve this?
The 2 deities they summoned do not belong to any known mythological system.
Has the Qianlong Kingdom's government uncovered more ancient myths that have not been made public, instead secretly passing them on to their competitors? This speculation has put many nations' think tanks on high alert.
The core of the issue is not merely about the deities of the Qianlong Kingdom, but has deeper implications. The real world and the divine selection space are currently completely isolated, and we cannot communicate with our own participants in the divine selection space.
Has the Qianlong Kingdom discovered some special method?
Immediately intensify intelligence gathering on the Qianlong Kingdom.
Many nations have secretly issued such orders. The influence of the divine selection space is now too great.
It has completely overturned the traditional order of Blue Star, with territory, resources, influence, and even military and technological power being reshuffled due to this sudden change. Under the influence of the divine selection space, some once impoverished nations have suddenly become wealthy, while former superpowers have plunged into crisis overnight. The Third Divine War is about to begin, and all nations and organizations are feeling unprecedented pressure. And the enigmatic Qianlong Kingdom is the greatest wildcard for them. Especially the alliance of nations that once joined forces to marginalize the Qianlong Kingdom, who now feel like they are sitting on pins and needles. They know that once the Qianlong Kingdom truly emerges, they will be the first to feel the impact. Even if the Qianlong Kingdom does not retaliate openly, their international reputation will suffer severe damage.
They must act immediately to crush the rising momentum of the Qianlong Kingdom in its infancy. Chapter 126, The Earth-Shattering Secret.
Immediately draft a strategic report on how to effectively curb the rise of the Qianlong Kingdom.
Intelligence agencies around the world issued urgent orders.
Meanwhile, within the Divine Chosen space, the clear and distant once again echoed. The rewards for the victors have been distributed in full.
The third round of the Divine War is imminent.
Before the third round of the Divine War begins, the third round of Divine Selection will take place.
Important notice, the rules for this round of the Divine War will be adjusted. Please review them carefully. As soon as the new message from the Divine Selection space was announced, the entire Blue Star fell into complete silence.
The third round of the Divine War is about to begin. The new rules were revealed, shocking the entire world. Before the third round of the God War begins, the third round of God Selection will take place. The third round of Divine Selection will last 72 hours, and each participant will receive an additional Divine Throne. Countries where participants have fallen in the first two rounds of the Divine War will select a third Divine Chosen One to enter the Divine Selection space, with the remaining rules following those of the second round of Divine Selection. Additionally, each participant will receive an extra 20,000 Divine Selection points, which can be used to summon new gods. Once summoning is complete, the third round of the God War will officially begin. New rule highlight: when the countdown for the third round of God Selection reaches the halfway point, each nation will gain one opportunity to communicate with their own participants.
The countdown has begun.
The subtitles in the Divine Selection livestream continuously updated. As soon as the new rule appeared in the comments, all live streams erupted in excitement. Not only were the viewers enthusiastic, but even the leaders of the nations of Blue Star were thrilled.
What? The new rules allow communication with the contestants?
Members of the national think tanks are all bursting with excitement.
The importance of this new rule is self-evident.
In the first two rounds of the Divine War and Divine Selection, there seemed to be an invisible barrier between the contestants and their nations.
Although the contestants' fates were closely tied to their nations, the national authorities couldn't convey any information to them or gain insight into their thoughts.
Even more critical is the contestants' understanding of their own country's mythology. After all, every country with a rich cultural heritage has its own mythological tales.
However, not everyone is well versed in these myths. Some contestants only have a superficial understanding of their nation's mythology.
Yet, in the Divine Selection space, the deeper one's understanding of the deities, the greater the advantage they hold. In the first two rounds of the Divine Battles, some smaller nations suffered greatly.
The issue isn't that their countries lack mythological tales or lack powerful deities.
The crux of the matter is that their divine warriors know very little about their own mythology, resulting in summoned deities with significantly weakened power. Worse still, since the summoned deities are not native to their country, they end up losing the battle for no apparent reason.
I wonder what the specific rules are. Is there a time limit for communication, or a character limit for what can be said? The advisors from various nations are speculating wildly. Meanwhile, they are also urgently devising various countermeasures. The ability to communicate with the Divine Chosen contestants means
the real world can finally exert influence over the divine space, and this influence is no small matter. Immediately consolidate all mythological resources of our nation, compile a ranking list of deities based on their combat strength, sort them by word count and importance, and ensure that the information can be effectively conveyed to the participants within the specified timeframe. At the command center of the Kingdom of Caledonia, senior leaders made a decisive decision: immediately begin preparing the dialogue content for communication with our country's participants, and convene an emergency meeting all personnel must attend. The think tank of the Nordic Kingdom also sprang into action, quickly organized the mythological system, determined the priority for summoning deities, and prepare to convey critical information to our participants.
How is the data progressing? The Date Palm Kingdom is not to be outdone, responding swiftly.
Under the incentive of these new rules, countries around the world are bustling with activity. While preparing communication content for the athletes, they closely monitored the movements of Qianlong Nation's athletes and deities. Leaders from various countries issued orders: closely monitor the live streams from the Qianlong Kingdom. Within the Divine Selection space, Chen Gong slowly opened his eyes. The third round of the Divine Selection had already begun, but he did not rush to summon the third deity. He reviewed the outcomes of the previous divine battles. Excluding feedback from the real world, he had already earned 20,000 Divine Selection points from the first round alone. At the start of the second round of Divine Selection, the Divine Selection space granted an additional 1,000 Divine Selection points. In the second round's divine battle against the Western Sea Kingdom, he not only won 1,000 Divine Selection points as a victory reward but also obtained an additional 2,000 Divine Selection points from the Western Sea Kingdom's participants.
Next came the designated divine battle against the Tianzhou Kingdom.
Although this divine battle did not directly award Divine Selection points, he won all the Divine Selection points previously accumulated by the Tenshou Kingdom's participants, totaling an astonishing 35,000 points. Among these points were even some that had already been used by the opposing side.
Shen Gong had never used these divine selection points. Now, his total points have surpassed the 110,000 mark. Additionally, the 10,000 points granted by the divine selection space at the start of the third round brought his total points to over 100,000. For other competitors, this is an astronomical figure. Even if they won both of their divine battles, they would only earn 55,000 points, which is less than half of Shen Gong's total. Shen Gong looked up at his divine selection space. In the chaotic void, two gods floated silently. On the other side, colorful divine selection particles trembled slightly, as if yearning to merge with the two gods. 110,000 divine selection points were more than enough to lift the seals on Neza and Leizhenzi. Shen Gong calculated silently in his mind. As early as the second round of divine selection, he had already accumulated 30,000 divine selection points that he had never used. Shen Gong's original plan was to free Neza in one fell swoop, as he had mastered the control of that divine selection space to perfection. He knew that only by spending all the points in one go could the god's combat power surge instantly. But if the points were insufficient, it would be disastrous, just like Sayaka of the Western Sea Kingdom, who spent 4,000 divine selection points only to see Juno's combat power increase by a mere fraction, completely wasting the effort. Now, Shen Gong has accumulated enough divine selection points and is ready to kill two birds with one stone, unlocking both Neza and Leizhenzi at the same time. After Shen Gong summoned Neza the Third Prince, his understanding skyrocketed, allowing him to defeat a competitor from the Xian Do Kingdom and advance half a level. Later, in the second round of divine selection, he defeated Haishi Kingdom and reached level 3 with full health. Shen Gong pondered, this control over the gods seems to genuinely influence their power. Shen Gong's eyes lit up, maybe I can try summoning even more powerful gods. Last time during the divine selection, he only had 30,000 points, so he had to use them sparingly. Chapter 128, Top-Tier Experts. By the time most of the repairs were completed, the sky had stabilized completely, no longer at risk of collapsing, and was incredibly sturdy. Just then, the light projections supporting the sky began to fade one after another. The experts looked on, thrilled. See? I told you the light projection from refining stones was the real deal. Only he did things differently, first refining stones, then repairing the sky. Now, he's the only one still there. One expert was so excited he started dancing. However, the next moment, their expressions froze. In the divine chosen space of the Xianlong Kingdom, the light and shadow repairing the heavens also began to fade, eventually disappearing without a trace. At that moment, the cracks in the sky were completely sealed, and everything returned to peace. There was no more disaster on the earth. The light projections that had appeared earlier were all gone, as if they had never existed. Except for the collapsed divine mountain, the world now looked exactly the same as it had at the beginning. The only change was that the five-colored divine stone forged by the light figure remained, a solitary piece lying on a mountain cliff. At the command center, the experts from the Innovation Nation were completely baffled. However, what slightly comforted him was that he wasn't the only one. At this massive command center, all the top experts from various nations had gathered, yet none could fathom the thoughts of the Xianlong Kingdom's contestant. At that moment, on the large screen, the Xianlong Kingdom's contestant had already stopped fighting. No new major moves were made, and no new light and shadow effects appeared. All that remained was the world he had initially manifested, with the stars shifting and the seas turning into fields. He's accelerating the flow of time. An expert stated confidently. At that moment, within the Xianlong Kingdom's divine space, time was flowing at an astonishing pace. Although these experts were also spectators and couldn't see the exact speed of time, they could tell from the frequency of scene changes in the livestream that time had definitely been accelerated. In just a few minutes, the landscape of that world changed so drastically that it was visible to the naked eye, and the rise and fall of the sun and moon occurred so rapidly that it was impossible to keep track. Meanwhile, the divine chosen contestant from the Xianlong Kingdom remained motionless, simply watching time pass. This observation only served to reinforce the expert's convictions. There was over an 80% chance that what he was materializing was this world. Time continued to flow within the Xianlong Kingdom's divine space, while the countdown for the third round of divine selection ticked away second by second. Meanwhile, the strategic command centers of all nations were bustling with activity. Because the time allotted for communicating with the contestants was now less than an hour away. According to the new rules announced by the divine selection space, when the countdown for the third round of the divine selection reaches halfway, each country will have one opportunity to communicate with their own contestants. No country in the world dares to take this opportunity lightly. The divine selection space is simply too important. Take completing a single round of the divine selection, for example. Every citizen in the country would gain an additional 3 years of life. Though it may not sound like much, this is the average life expectancy. How advanced must the technology be, how good the environment, and how develop the medical system to increase the national average life expectancy by 3 years? Not to mention, the benefits provided by the divine selection space are far from limited to these. An elderly man with snow-white hair spoke solemnly. This old man was none other than the commander-in-chief of the Divine Selection Command Headquarters.
The establishment of the Divine Selection Command headquarters had drawn a large number of talents from the Mythology Research Institute and also invited a group of experts in ancient culture.
Any one of them is a prominent figure in their respective fields. Rest assured, Mr. Fong.
The communication team is currently confirming the details and is just waiting to connect with the contestants from the Qianlong Kingdom.
A accompanying official spoke respectfully, showing great reverence for the elderly man.
After a moment, Mr. Fong shook his head and smiled wryly.
I truly feel sorry for our contestants. The information we've managed to gather is all we have.
Mr. Fong sighed, truly helpless. He could already guess what other countries had prepared for their own divine selected contestants. On one hand, there was analysis of the other divine chosen contestants. This included their personalities, whether they were cautious or bold, as well as which deity from which divine pantheon they manifested, their strength, and any weaknesses they might have. On the other hand, there was research on the divine space. For example, rules and patterns derived from the behavior of competitors from other countries.
The contestants are all fighting alone and can't spare any attention.
In the divine space, contestants can't afford to distract themselves by monitoring their opponents, but we, on the outside, can clearly see the dynamics of every live stream and analyze a wealth of information. Regarding the third point, which is the most critical one, it pertains to knowledge of all mythological systems, especially those of one's own country.
This point is more important than the first two combined.
It's like comparing divine selection participants to soldiers on the battlefield. The gods they are familiar with are their weapons. For ordinary people, unless you're an expert in this field, you can't possibly have a deep understanding of the mythological system.
Fong Lao shook his head and smiled wryly, feeling quite guilty. Unfortunately, this was precisely the most important point that the Qianlong Kingdom couldn't provide.
Even if they wanted to prepare, there was little they could do.
The existing mythological system had already been fully revealed by the Qianlong Kingdom, and that was all there was.
Moreover, they couldn't even figure out the deity manifested by their own contestant, Shengon, or where it originated from.
Old Master Fong, we've done everything we can. The rest is up to Chun-Gong. The accompanying staff, though also in low spirits, mustered their courage to offer a word of comfort. The countdown in the divine selection space continued, ticking away second by second. Countdown reached 36 hours. Dialogue with the contestants begins. In this dialogue, each divine chosen contestant and their respective national representatives may speak once, with a time limit of 1 minute per speaker. Additionally, each national representative may send a document to their country's contestant after the dialogue concludes. The document must be in plain text format and limited to 10,000 characters. Just as the countdown reached 36 hours, the alert sound from the divine selection space rang out. Upon hearing the sound, the already tense nerves of the think tanks from all countries tightened even further. Only 1 minute remained, but for this precious minute, they had prepared extensively. The representative of the Zhao Yeshua country's think tank took a deep breath, preparing to face the challenge. Their country's divine selection contestant had already sent a call request. Once the call was connected, the 1 minute countdown would begin. Beep. The call connected, and the 1 minute countdown began. Just as the representative from the Date Palm Tree Kingdom was about to speak, the divinely chosen contestant beat into it, uttering words that left them speechless. There is a misunderstanding between the contestant and the outside world regarding the divine space. Your previous research direction was completely off track. What? The stones have been opened, and the gods have emerged. The words of the divine chosen contestant from the Date Palm Tree Kingdom left the think tank representative and the experts behind him speechless. Chapter 129, One Step Ahead. The contestants and the audience have a different understanding of the divine selection space? Our previous research direction was completely wrong? What's going on here? The representative from the Date Palm Tree Kingdom swallowed hard, wanting to ask for clarification, but quickly restrained himself. This communication session only allowed each side one chance to speak, and every second was precious. However, the divine selection contestant from the Date Palm Tree Kingdom did not pause after speaking, continuing at a rapid pace. The factors influencing the strength of the gods aren't just the official rules, there are other factors as well. I need to know the weight of these factors and conduct a comprehensive analysis using data from all the contestants. There will definitely be more opportunities for dialogue. Provide the analysis results to me during the next opportunity. Additionally, when I manifested my deity, I felt there was a flaw, but I'm unsure where the issue lies. Please analyze this as well. Idia, the contestant from the Date Palm Tree Kingdom, fired off a barrage of questions like a machine gun, packing a full minute into the allotted time. Listening to Idia's words, the experts from the Date Palm Tree Kingdom's think tank nodded in agreement. So far, the Date Palm Kingdom has won 2 consecutive battles in the Divine War. Based on this alone, it can be concluded that Idia's individual abilities are by no means weak. Although some of what he said had already been analyzed by the think tank, being able to organize a speech that perfectly fills 60 seconds and directly state clear demands in such a short time is already quite remarkable. The dialogue representative of the Date Palm Tree Kingdom paused for a moment before speaking, his words flowing just as quickly. Preliminary judgment: if the manifested deities all belong to the same divine system, their combat power would be even greater.
The representative from the date palm tree kingdom finished speaking exactly 60 seconds later, and the call ended. Having completed this most critical task, the representative of the date palm tree kingdom let out a soft sigh, and the other experts also wore expressions of slight regret.
What a pity he spoke first, an expert lamented.
Although, according to the rules of the divine selection space, both the contestants and the real world only have one opportunity to communicate, and information exchange is limited to once. However, in reality, the real world side had a small secret weapon. Because, after the conversation, the real world side could send one more document. This effectively gives the real world two opportunities to transmit information. It was precisely because of this that the experts from the date palm tree kingdom felt somewhat dissatisfied. The ideal dialogue format should be for the real world to use the first conversation to ask questions, the contestants to respond and pose their own questions, and then the real world side to answer via the document. However, since Idia speaks first, the Jujube Tree Kingdom side loses the opportunity to ask questions, and all the prepared questions go to waste. Regardless of what is asked, the contestants cannot respond again and can only offer suggestions. However, since the real world still has a document of no more than 10,000 words afterward, this 1-minute dialogue seems less valuable. Most importantly, information that is not visible during the live stream should be provided from the contestant's perspective.
Sigh, never mind. The expert representative from the date palm kingdom shook his head. Idia had done a good job at least, other contestants might not possess such logical thinking abilities.
As he spoke, the expert from the date palm tree kingdom pulled up the prepared document on his computer and clicked send. This same scene unfolded in various countries across Blue Star, with each nation's divinely selected contestants experiencing it in their respective locations. Most of the conversations were similar to those in the date palm tree kingdom. This process was similar to that of the date palm tree kingdom. Contestants made requests, and the real world scrambled to fulfill them. Of course, a few divine selected contestants hailed from nations that had lost 2 consecutive divine battles and were thrown into the divine selection space as third-round contestants. These contestants knew their situation was akin to hell mode, with immense pressure weighing on them. Since the contestants from the first 2 rounds had been eliminated, the divine thrones were lost, leaving them with only one divine throne, which could only manifest one deity at most. This means they might have to face 2 or even 3 gods from the opposing side. As a result, some of the divine chosen contestants lost their composure, couldn't concentrate, and the gods they manifested were of poor quality. Some went even further, giving up entirely and watching the countdown tick down to their deaths. However, these contestants giving up is not an option for the real-world nations they represent. After all, the death of a contestant could mean the downfall of an entire nation. These nations have no choice but to resort to every possible means to motivate their own contestants or, more accurately, force them into battle.
The methods used were brutal, such as threatening to harm the contestants' families.
Though this tactic is rather underhanded, these nations, having lost 2 consecutive matches and nearly depleted their resources, simply cannot afford to lose anymore.
In the first loss, all resources are deducted.
Losing the second match reduces the total resources to half of the initial amount, with another half deducted, leaving only a quarter of the original resources. At first glance, the deduction seems smaller, but for a nation, it is a devastating blow. Even fresh water becomes scarce, and if they lose the third match, they'll likely have to flee the country en masse. Therefore, these small nations have no choice but to resort to any means necessary. Apart from these small nations on the brink of collapse, communication between other nations and participants remains relatively smooth. In the documents prepared by these nations, there is one common thread: their focus on the Qianlong Kingdom. Almost all the documents from major powers have highlighted Qianlong Kingdom. The reasons for this focus are largely the same. The deities of Qianlong Kingdom are shrouded in mystery, with unknown origins. To this day, they have yet to uncover any mythological accounts related to these 2 deities. The third deity currently manifesting in the Qianlong Kingdom is equally baffling, with no clue as to which mythological system it originates from. These arrogant nations, without exception, are secretly passing messages to their own competitors. Before fully understanding the true capabilities of the Qianlong Kingdom's competitors, it is best to remain cautious, avoid impulsive actions, and proceed steadily and methodically. This isn't because they think the Qianlong Kingdom's competitors are invincible, but because they haven't yet gauged their true capabilities. Although in the real world, many of these nations have tense relations with the Qianlong Kingdom, and some even harbor hostile intentions. However, that's in the real world, on Earth, where they have connections, even alliances, and their interests are intertwined. But in the divine selection space, the divine selection contestants from each country are independent individuals. When they clash in divine battles, it's a matter of life and death. There is no room for alliances. Therefore, no country wants to be the first to act, preferring to let others take the lead while avoiding the Qianlong Kingdom for now. Meanwhile, in the Qianlong Kingdom's command center,
Fan Lao looked serious, staring intently at the stopwatch on the screen.
He gathered his thoughts and spoke. In the real world, we have no idea which divine system your manifested deity belongs to, and other nations are equally clueless.
If you need any assistance, just ask, and we will support you fully. Chapter 127, The Secret. However, with 110,000 god selection points in hand, it's better to play it safe. Even if the manifestation fails, we'll only lose 200 points, we can always try again.
Speaking of Lei Jinzi, Shen Gong chose him last time not because he was the strongest, but because in the mythology of the Qianlong kingdom, his story was clearly told with no room for debate. This way, Shen Gong didn't have to spend extra points to fix any potential materialization mistakes. Look at the first round of divine selection. The young god emerged from a meatball, and then the Qianlong kingdom contestants conjured up a bunch of opponents to fight the young god before finally declaring victory. As for this round, while we still don't know exactly where the Qianlong kingdom contestant plans to conjure a deity from, one thing is certain: he is definitely setting up the scene for a deity's birth, just like the previous 2 times. After the Innovation Nation expert finished speaking, the audience fell silent, then began a heated discussion. After a long while, they finally reached a conclusion, and it was the same Innovation Nation expert who took the stage to summarize. From the techniques used by the Qianlong kingdom contestant, we have identified 3 secrets to enhancing a deity's power. First, recreating the scene of a deity's birth is essential. Second, before the deity is fully manifested, it must first undergo a battle. It seems that the more intense the battle, the stronger the deity becomes. Third, transforming from human to god seems to grant a combat power bonus. However, this point still requires further verification. The audience erupted in thunderous applause. Every expert was thrilled beyond belief, as they had uncovered Qianlong Kingdom's trump card. In just over 30 hours, they could contact their own country's participants and pass on this invaluable knowledge. The experts quickly pulled out their phones to report to their superiors, then continued to watch the livestream from the Qianlong Kingdom.
In the divine space of the Qianlong Kingdom's contestant, the continent had been meticulously arranged, with mountains, rivers, and lakes in abundance.
The most eye-catching feature was the colossal mountain, towering so high it was breathtaking. The mountain stood at the center of the continent, towering to an absurd height, as if piercing the clouds. The smaller hills around it looked like ants compared to it. The base of the mountain was buried in the clouds, and the peak pierced the sky, resembling a pillar supporting the heavens. The experts were baffled. What on earth were the Qianlong Kingdom contestants up to? Suddenly, the sky darkened, and 2 beams of light converged, forming 2 blurry figures tall and imposing, resembling ancient deities. Their faces were indistinguishable, but their aura was overwhelming. The experts' eyes lit up. Here they come. Could these 2 figures be the deities that the Qianlong Kingdom contestants were trying to manifest? Just as everyone was speculating, what happened in the divine selection space left them speechless. The 2 towering light figures had begun to clash. Energy surged through the space, flames raged, and floods engulfed the area. The 2 ancient divine figures fought fiercely, nearly destroying the entire continent. Finally, when the earth was left in ruins, one of the light projections stopped moving and slowly faded away. It seemed that the ancient god's shadow that remained was the true form of the deity that the Qianlong Kingdom's participant intended to summon. The experts were all excited beyond belief, discussing the matter fervently. However, when they saw the next scene in the divine selection space, their jaws dropped to the ground. The remaining ancient god's light and shadow suddenly raised its head and let out a deafening roar, shaking the entire continent to its core. Then, it plunged toward the center of the continent, toward the highest divine mountain. Boom! The collision was so loud it felt like your ears were about to explode, and the energy released was enough to terrify anyone. The entire world seemed to be swept away by a whirlwind, with several mountain peaks flattened by the shockwave. Now, the land was in ruins, with mountains collapsing and the earth burning red. Rivers had dried up, exposing their beds, making the scene resemble the end of the world. The supermountain, struck by the light and shadow, began to crack and crumble, slowly collapsing. In the divine chosen space, the true apocalypse has only just begun. The supermountain slowly collapsed, and the sky above its peak split open into a terrifying gaping hole. Outside, chaos reigned, a chaotic mess. It turned out that this divine mountain was truly the pillar supporting the heavens. As the mountain collapsed, the sky split open, tilting crookedly. Suddenly, an expert shouted. In the apocalyptic scene of the divine chosen space, another new figure of light and shadow appeared, distinctly different in style from the previous 2, appearing soft and alluring. This figure clasped its hands together, and an endless stream of energy and matter gathered in its palms, condensing into a dazzling array of divine light. In the divine chosen space, between heaven and earth, one after another, ancient divine beings emerged from the light. They soared into the 9 heavens, raising their hands in unison to stabilize the trembling sky. Wow, which one is the real one? The experts were completely baffled. As the countdown ended and the only opportunity arrived, the experts at the Joint Operations Headquarters were completely dumbfounded. They were astonished to discover that the moves the Qianlong Kingdom contestant was pulling off were completely beyond their comprehension. First, they appeared in the form of the creator god, shaping a continent out of nothing, then erected an extremely prominent divine mountain upon it. Then, they conjured 2 ancient gods, making it seem like the real thing, but those weren't the deities they were supposed to manifest. Later, the divine mountain collapsed, the sky shattered, leaving everyone completely baffled. Now, within the Qianlong Kingdom's divine space, several light and shadow ancient gods suddenly appeared. At this very moment, in the sky above the continent created by the Qianlong Kingdom contestants, there are not just one but multiple light and shadow ancient gods. Except for the first one to appear, all the other light and shadow ancient deities had flown into the sky, spreading their arms to support the collapsing heavens. Only the first one to appear did not do this. Instead, it took out a large cauldron and began to fiddle with it. Inside the cauldron, 5 colored divine lights flickered alternately, shrouded in mystery. After a while, the light and shadow finally lifted the cauldron and took out the object it had been refining. The object resembled molten lava, in a semi-liquid state, with 5 colored lights swirling around it, resembling a rare gemstone, shining with dazzling brilliance. The light figure held the 5-colored divine stone aloft, soaring straight into the sky and heading toward the crack in the heavens. Then, it used the 5-colored stone to seal the crack in the sky. What followed was a miraculous sight. The 5-colored divine stone, resembling molten lava, covered the crack in the sky. As it cooled and solidified, the crack miraculously healed, as if nothing had ever happened. The sky seemed as sturdy as ever, as solid as a rock. The figure of light used the 5-colored stones to carefully repair the sky's wounds. By the time it had repaired half of the sky had stabilized like an old dog, the earth ceased to shake, and the entire world gradually returned to calm. Chapter 130, The Great Sage Equal to Heaven. Rest assured, I have everything under control. We don't need the nation's assistance for now. Chen Gong said solemnly. You better be sure of that. Fang Lao snorted disdainfully, then said in a serious tone, This situation is special. Other countries are watching us. Be careful not to slip up. Don't worry, with their bunch of good-for-nothings, they don't stand a chance against me. Chen Gong scoffed, his tone brimming with contempt. Fang Lao shook his head helplessly. This kid is still as fearless as ever. However, it was precisely this confidence that had allowed him to create miracles in previous competitions. Alright, I won't say more. You handle it as you see fit. Fang Lao sighed. Remember, be cautious in everything you do. The nation will always be your backing. Got it. Chen Gong turned around and looked at the massive divine selection altar before him, taking a deep breath. On the altar, runes flickered and light swirled as a mysterious and powerful force surged within. The third deity, it's your turn. Chen Gong murmured to himself, his eyes flickering with an unknown light. His hand gently touched the altar, and a cool sensation spread through him. In the next instant, the runes on the altar burst into brilliant light and an invisible wave spread out, instantly enveloping the entire divine selection space. At the same time, the divine chosen contestants from other nations also sensed the wave. What's happening? This power is such a powerful divine force. Could it be that the Qianlong Kingdom is summoning a new deity again? Damn it! What are they planning to do? Divine chosen contestants from all nations were filled with doubt and anxiety, all turning their gaze toward the direction of the Qianlong Kingdom. At that moment, Chen Gong had already closed his eyes, his consciousness gradually sinking into the divine chosen altar. In his mind, countless images flashed by ancient myths and legends, ancient beings dormant in the annals of history. Suddenly, a scene froze in his mind. It was a vast, endless expanse of stars, with countless celestial bodies twinkling and emitting brilliant light. Deep within the cosmos, a massive black hole slowly rotated, devouring everything in its path, as if it were the end of the universe and the final resting place for all things. Do you wish to become my disciple? A deep, authoritative voice echoed in Chen Gong's mind, as if coming from the farthest reaches of the universe, filled with endless temptation. Chen Gong's body trembled violently, and he suddenly opened his eyes. Chen Gong's eyes widened, his deep gaze radiating an air of dominance over the world. The light on the altar gradually faded, and a figure slowly emerged. You finally decided to summon me, old son. The figure was clad in golden armor and a sacred robe, holding a magical golden staff, exuding a terrifying aura capable of destroying the heavens and earth. Who else could it be but the Monkey King, Sun Wukong? Fang Lao, upon seeing Sun Wukong appear on the screen, was so shocked his jaw nearly dropped. Pointing at the screen, he stammered, Is this the deity of our Qianlong Kingdom? Holy crap! The Qianlong Kingdom really has a deity? And he's this powerful? Other divine selected contestants from other nations witnessed this scene and erupted into chaos, refusing to believe their eyes. Impossible. This can't be real. It must be fake. It must be Qianlong Kingdom's trickery. However, no matter how hard they tried to disbelieve it, Sun Wukong was indeed present in the divine space. Sun Wukong looked around at his surroundings, scratched his monkey cheeks, and asked with a puzzled expression. Hey, where am I? This place feels so unfamiliar. Great sage, this is the divine selection space, where gods battle one another. Chen Gong explained. Oh? Battles between gods? This old monkey loves battles. A gleam of excitement flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes, and his golden staff hummed with anticipation, as if eager to unleash its divine power. Great sage, don't rush. Chen Gong pointed in the direction of a distant location. Do you see that direction? That's where the divine chosen contestant from the Date Palm Tree Kingdom is. The deity he summoned is rampaging there. Let's go confront him first. Sun Wukong followed Chen Gong's gaze. The screen displayed the opponents from the Date Palm Tree Kingdom and the deity they had summoned.
The Date Palm Tree Kingdom? What the heck is that place? I've never even heard of it.
Sun Wukong scoffed, looking down on it.
Who cares what country he's from? Dare to block my path?
I'll smash him with one blow. Sun Wukong said, about to charge forward.
Wait.
Chen Gong hurriedly grabbed him. Don't rush.
Let's take a look first.
On the screen, the competitor from the Date Palm Tree Kingdom had also completed his summoning. It was a tall, muscular man exuding a violent aura. The deity he summoned was a massive date palm tree.
What the heck is that? A tree dares to participate in the divine selection competition?
Sun Wukong burst into laughter upon seeing this.
Chen Gong also looked puzzled. The deity of the Date Palm Tree Kingdom was truly bizarre.
On the screen, the information about the deity summoned by the Date Palm Tree country's participant was clearly displayed.
Divine name, Ishtar. Divine rank, Goddess of Life.
Divine duties, Goddess of Life, Fertility, War, and Love.
Divine power level? The Goddess of Life, Ishtar? She's one of the most powerful deities in Mesopotamian mythology. Chen Gong couldn't help but marvel. Unfortunately, when faced with Sun Wukong, who can defeat 10,000 celestial soldiers, what is this mere Goddess of Life?
Oomph. A mere earthy mortal dares to be so arrogant. Sun Wukong's eyes flashed with disdain. He snorted coldly, his figure flickered, and he vanished from the spot in an instant.
Where the heck is he?
The divine chosen contestant from the Date Palm Tree Kingdom hadn't even reacted yet when he felt a flash before his eyes, and Sun Wukong had already appeared in front of him.
Who are you?
The divine chosen contestant from the Date Palm Tree Kingdom stared in terror at the monkey that had suddenly appeared before him, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. I am Sun Wukong, the great sage equal to heaven, and I do not change my name or surname.
Sun Wukong revealed a terrifying smile. What the? The divine chosen contestant from the Date Palm Tree Kingdom was so terrified that he turned and tried to flee. Try to run? Too late. Sun Wukong snorted coldly, swinging his golden staff like lightning, smashing it down on Ixli's body. Boom!
A deafening explosion echoed as Ixuder was blasted away like a cannonball, crashing heavily onto the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust.
Is that it?
Sun Wukong sneered disdainfully.
This Ixudal was far too weak, utterly.
As the dust settled, Ixuder had turned into a pile of debris, completely vanishing without a trace.
Instant kill?
The divine chosen contestants from all nations witnessed this scene, their eyes widening in disbelief as waves of shock rippled through their hearts.
Chapter 131, Next contestant, please. How is this possible? The divine chosen contestant from the Date Palm Tree Kingdom was completely speechless. He never dreamed that the deity he had summoned could be killed in an instant by Sun Wukong's single blow. Great job, Sun Wukong. Chen Gong walked over with a smile and patted Sun Wukong on the shoulder. Hee hee, child's play, nothing to mention.
Sun Wukong scratched his monkey cheek, looking as calm as ever. The divine being of the Date Palm Tree Kingdom has failed.
Please welcome the next contestant.
The voice of the system echoed in the divine statue's space. Sun Wukong rolled his eyes, scratched his ear, and said, enough chatter.
Who's next? I've got to hurry back to eat some peaches.
A screen appeared, showing a muscular man with blonde hair and blue eyes. This contestant hails from Scandinavia, and the deity he has summoned is
Thor, the god of thunder.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than a thunderous clap echoed across the screen. Beside the blonde giant stood a towering figure wielding a massive hammer, none other than Thor, the Norse god of thunder.
Ha, Thor. This is interesting.
Sun Wukong's eyes flashed with a hint of battle intent. Thor, after all, was one of the top gods in Norse mythology, far superior to that palm tree goddess from earlier.
State your name.
Thor's voice boomed like a thunderclap, making everyone's ears ring.
I am Thor, the guardian of Asgard. I, the great sage Sun Wukong, do not change my name or surname. I am the Monkey King.
Sun Wukong spoke, ready to charge forward and engage Thor in a 300-round battle.
Great sage, hold your horses.
Chen Gong hurriedly grabbed him.
This Thor is no one to mess with. His Mjolnir is incredibly powerful, and he can summon lightning. You must be extremely careful. What's there to fear? I, the Monkey King, wasn't afraid of the Heavenly Palace back in the day. How could I be afraid of a mere thunder god?
Sun Wukong sneered disdainfully, but deep down, he grew increasingly wary.
Monkey, are you scared?
Thor, seeing that Sun Wukong hadn't moved, thought he was afraid of him and burst into laughter.
Fear? Me, the old monkey, fear you?
Sun Wukong was enraged by Thor's provocation, his figure flickered, and he vanished from the spot in an instant.
Boom!
A thunderclap echoed, and Thor's hammer struck the spot where Sun Wukong had vanished. However, Sun Wukong was too fast, and Thor couldn't catch his shadow.
Damn it! How can this monkey move so fast?
Thor was startled and quickly swung his hammer, creating a lightning barrier around himself to block Sun Wukong's attack.
Trivial trick! Sun Wukong's voice suddenly echoed from behind Thor. Take this from your old monkey. No!
Thor was terrified, but before he could react, he felt a colossal force hit his back, sending him flying through the air like a cannonball.
Bang!
Thor crashed heavily onto the ground, creating a massive crater, and spat out a mouthful of blood.
Thor! The blonde-haired giant saw this and his face turned pale. He rushed to Thor's side and asked anxiously, "Are you okay?" Cough cough. Thor struggled to his feet, wiping the blood from his lips. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. How could this monkey be so strong? Ha! I haven't even used my full strength yet, and you're already down?
Sun Wukong stood at the edge of the crater, looking down at the battered Thor, unable to suppress his laughter.
Damn it! Thor roared, raising the hammer of Thor once more. I haven't lost yet. Oh? Want another round? Sun Wukong raised an eyebrow.
Let me see just how powerful your Thor's hammer really is.
Just then, an unexpected change occurred. Boom! A deafening explosion shook the entire arena, causing the ground to tremble violently.
A massive spatial fissure appeared at the center of the arena, and a powerful suction force emanated from the crack, pulling everything around it into the void.
What's happening? What's happening? The divine chosen contestants from all nations were thrown into chaos, staring in horror at the sudden turn of events. Ha! I've had enough of this.
Sun Wukong let out a loud roar, his eyes flashing with golden light.
If you want to play, then I'll play with you. Boom!
A terrifying aura erupted from Sun Wukong's body, and golden light shot into the sky, turning the entire sky golden. Sun Wukong flickered and appeared instantly before Thor, striking him in the chest with a single blow.
Crack!
The sound of breaking bones echoed through the air as Thor flew backward like a, crashing heavily onto the ground, his fate unknown.
The entire arena fell silent.
Everyone stared in disbelief at the scene, unable to believe their eyes.
That was Thor, one of the most powerful gods in Norse mythology, and he had been defeated in a single move by Sun Wukong? How is this possible?
The blonde, muscular man and the other Norse god contestants were all stunned. They never imagined that this skinny-looking monkey could possess such terrifying strength.
Ha, a pushover.
Sun Wukong laughed triumphantly.
Who else is there?
The voice of the statue rang out again. The Nordic team's Thor lost his combat ability, and the Chinese team won.
Ha, when Old Sun steps in, it's a piece of cake.
Sun Wukong said triumphantly. Congratulations to the Chinese team for winning the third divine battle. The reward is a national fortune boost, increasing national power by 10% and extending the lifespan of all citizens by 10 years. Congratulations to the Huaxia team for obtaining the divine selection points, 40,000.
What? National fortune boost? 10 years added to life expectancy?
Upon hearing the words of the divine statue, everyone was stunned. On the high platform, the expressions of representatives from various countries were equally varied.
Ha! Good! Well done! Fong Lao excitedly slapped the table and burst into laughter, his cloudy eyes sparkling with brilliance.
This young man has truly brought honor to our Huaxia nation.
Oomph! It's just a lucky win. What's there to be proud of?
The representative of the Sun Never Sets Empire, an elderly man with blonde hair, blue eyes, and a hook nose, snorted disdainfully, his eyes filled with contempt and jealousy.
The outcome is still uncertain. Mr. Chen Gong, you're truly amazing. How did you do it? How did you summon such a powerful being as Sun Wukong? Mr. Chen Gong, you're now a national hero. Do you have anything to say? Mr. Chen Gong, may I ask you?
As soon as he returned to the command center, Chen Gong was surrounded by a crowd of journalists, all asking questions non-stop.
Chen Gong, annoyed, scratched his ears and looked helplessly at Fong Lao beside him. Fong Lao, what should we do?
Master Fong laughed heartily, stepped forward, and waved his hand to signal everyone to quiet down.
Chapter 132, The United States Conspiracy.
Alright, I understand everyone's feelings, but Chen Gong has just returned and needs to rest.
Any questions can wait until later. Master Fong, I'm just an ordinary person, I don't deserve the title of hero. This victory belongs to everyone.
Chen Gong spoke calmly, his tone as if he had done nothing more than a trivial task.
Chen Gong, you're too humble.
Master Fong praised him, patting Chen Gong on the shoulder, then turned to the crowd and said, Alright, everyone, disperse for now.
Chen Gong needs to rest. Though reluctant, everyone dispersed.
Master Fong smiled and said, You've done a great job this time.
The country won't forget your contributions. Alright, go rest first. He patted Chen Gong on the shoulder and stood up to leave.
Chen Gong returned to the residence assigned to him, a secluded villa with a tranquil environment and strict security measures. He took a shower, changed into fresh clothes, and prepared to rest.
Bang! Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, shattering the night's tranquility.
Chen Gong's heart skipped a beat as he quickly turned toward the window. He saw a bullet hole in the glass, with the bullet having passed through the glass and embedded itself in the wall.
Damn it! What's going on?
Chen Gong's expression changed, and he quickly dodged out of the way.
Bang! 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 More gunshots rang out, with bullets relentlessly targeting Chen Gong's hiding spot. Damn it, someone actually dares to come after me.
A cold gleam flashed in Chen Gong's eyes as he quickly scanned the room, searching for something to use as cover. Just then, the door was kicked open by someone, and several black-clad figures burst in, guns raised.
Chen Gong, your time has come.
The leader of the black-clad men let out a savage laugh and raised his gun to fire.
Bang! The gunshot rang out, but the bullet didn't hit Chen Gong.
A tall, muscular man in a black suit stepped in front of Chen Gong. The bullet struck his bulletproof vest, emitting a dull thud.
Mr. Chen, are you okay?
The man turned to look at Chen Gong and asked with concern.
I'm fine. What about you?
Fang Lao had already anticipated that someone might target you, so he sent us to protect you in secret. The man spoke while firing his gun, forcing the black-clad assailants who had charged in to retreat.
Damn it! How could this happen?
The leader of the black-clad men, seeing the assassination attempt had failed, looked furious. He glared at Chen Gong with hatred and turned to run away.
Chase them! Don't let any of them escape! Ah Chang roared, leading the other bodyguards in pursuit.
Chen Gong stood there, watching everything unfold before him, his expression dark and unsettled.
He knew this was only the beginning.
Summoning such a powerful deity would inevitably threaten the interests of other nations. The rise of Huaxia was inevitable.
Everyone would tremble.
Therefore, he must hurry into the divine selection space and plunder the national fortune of other nations.
Let China no longer fear any nation. The next day. Dawn.
The sound of knocking echoed, and Chen Gong set down his teacup, speaking calmly, "Come in." The man who had been protecting Chen Gong pushed the door open. His posture was imposing, and his eyes were sharp and piercing, clearly a seasoned veteran of many battles. He saluted Chen Gong and said in a deep voice, "Mr. Chen, Mr. Fang requests your presence."
Chen Gong furrowed his brows and asked, "What's happened?"
The man's tone grew serious. "The identities of those who attacked you last night have been confirmed."
"Oh? Which country has the audacity to send men to cause trouble in China?"
A cold gleam flashed in Chen Gong's eyes. "It's the Date Palm Tree Kingdom."
"The Date Palm Tree Kingdom?
They really must be tired of living."
Chen Gong sneered. "What do they think they're doing? Do they really think they can take me down with just a few peanuts? How naive."
A Chang remained silent for a moment before saying, "The Date Palm Tree Kingdom has always been eyeing our country with hostility.
This attack is likely just the beginning." An hour later, Chen Gong arrived at the military base in the city center.
As soon as he got out of the car, he saw Fang Lao standing at the entrance, looking solemn.
"Old Fang, what do you need me for?" Chen Gong approached and asked. "We have decided to teach the Zhao Yao Tree Kingdom a lesson," Fang Lao said in a low voice. "However, this matter isn't that simple. The Date Palm Tree Kingdom has someone backing them." "Who?" Fang Lao took a deep breath and slowly uttered two words, "The United States." "The United States?" Chen Gong furrowed his brows. "What do they want?"
"The United States has always regarded our country as a thorn in its side. This time, they are using the Date Palm Tree Kingdom as a pawn to test our limits."
They'll soon find out that provoking China isn't something they can afford." Old Master Fang snorted coldly, slamming the documents on the table.
"I've already requested authorization from higher-ups to take military action against the Date Palm Tree Kingdom and give them a lesson they'll never forget." Chen Gong picked up the documents, which clearly stated declaration of war against the Date Palm Tree Kingdom in large characters.
"Old Master Fang, you're..."
Chen Gong was taken aback, not expecting Old Master Fang to act so decisively.
"What? You feel sorry for them?"
Old Master Fang glared at him.
"I'll tell you, China isn't a pushover. Anyone who dares to provoke us will be beaten until they're begging for mercy." "I didn't mean that."
I just thought Chen Gong wanted to say something, but he was interrupted by Fang Lao's wave.
"Enough. Stop being so indecisive. This matter is settled." Fang Lao waved his hand dismissively, speaking with unwavering authority. "You focus on recovering your injuries. The rest is in my hands."
With that, Old Master Fang left in a hurry, leaving Chen Gong alone in the room, staring at the declaration of war on the table, lost in thought. 3 days later, the Huaxia army had gathered at the border.
"Report. All units are ready. Please give your orders." A soldier in uniform saluted Old Master Fang and reported loudly. "Begin the operation." Old Master Fang ordered. Boom! Boom! Boom!
The deafening roar of cannon fire echoed across the sky. The Chinese army, like tigers descending from the mountains, charged forward with unstoppable momentum toward the army of the Date Palm Tree Kingdom. "Charge!" The battle cries shook the heavens, smoke filled the air, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. The battle lasted less than an hour, and the Jujube Tree Kingdom's army was completely routed, utterly defeated by the Chinese forces.
"Report! The Zhao Yao Tree Kingdom's army has been completely annihilated. We have won."
A soldier rushed excitedly to Old Master Fang and reported loudly.
"Good."
Upon hearing this, Fang Lao finally let a smile appear on his face.
He muttered to himself, "Thank goodness our nation produced a Chen Gong. Without him enhancing our national fortune, we never could have won so easily."
As he spoke, a look of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. "Therefore, anyone who dares to harm Chen Gong shall die."
Chapter 133, The Date Palm Kingdom Seeks Peace.
The peace negotiations of the Date Palm Tree Kingdom.
In the lavishly decorated hall, the atmosphere was as cold as an ice cellar.
The representatives of the date palm tree kingdom sat on velvet-covered chairs, their faces ashen, feeling as though they were sitting on pins and needles. Mr. Fong, you see, the battle has been fought and our anger has been vented.
Isn't it time to?
The Minister of Foreign Affairs of the date palm tree kingdom, Aziz, wiped the sweat from his forehead and forced a smile.
What? Do you want us to withdraw our troops?
Mr. Fong sat in the main seat, his legs crossed, holding a teacup, slowly blowing on the steam.
Mr. Fong was joking, we wouldn't dare. Aziz's facial muscles twitched slightly.
But this war benefits neither of our countries.
Why not? No benefit?
Old Master Fong slammed his teacup down on the table, splashing tea all over Aziz, but he dared not utter a word.
Say that again? Who doesn't benefit?
The generals beside Mr. Fong glared angrily, their hands on the guns at their waists, ready to draw and point them at these daredevil challengers of the Qianlong kingdom at Mr. Fong's command.
No, it's my fault, my fault. Aziz trembled in fear, waving his hands frantically. For the Qianlong kingdom, of course there are benefits. But for us, the losses are indeed severe. At least you know the losses are severe.
Old Master Fong snorted coldly.
Why didn't you act sooner? Did you have to wait until we came knocking on your door before admitting your mistake?
Yes, we were blind to your greatness and offended the Qianlong kingdom. We are willing to compensate you and cede territory, just please withdraw your troops and give us a chance to survive.
Aziz spoke, tears streaming down his face as he wept bitterly.
The other representatives from the Jujube tree kingdom saw this and their faces turned grim. But they knew that at this moment, there was nothing they could do.
Enough, stop crying. Fong Lao waved his hand impatiently. The Qianlong kingdom is a nation of etiquette. Are we the kind of country that exterminates its enemies? No, the Qianlong kingdom is merciful. Aziz hurriedly nodded and bowed. This time we'll spare you.
Go back and tell your masters that if they dare to lay a finger on Qianlong kingdom again, I'll chop off their dog's paws.
Fong Lao slammed his fist on the table, sending Aziz and the others into another fit of trembling. The news spread back to the kingdom, and the entire nation celebrated. Well done. It was about time we showed these bastards a thing or two. Haha, old Fong is truly formidable.
One sentence was enough to send them running in fear. Now let's see who dares to look down on the Qianlong kingdom. However, across the vast ocean in the United States, the atmosphere was completely different from that in the Qianlong kingdom.
Damn it! How dare those yellow-skinned monkeys?
In the Oval Office of the White House, the U.S. president slammed the documents he was holding onto the desk and roared.
Mr. President, we underestimated the strength of the Qianlong kingdom and overestimated Chen Gong's influence on its national fortune.
This was our miscalculation. The defense minister bowed his head and spoke cautiously.
Miscalculation? That's your explanation?
The U.S. president suddenly stood up, pointing at the defense secretary's nose and shouted, I allocate billions of dollars in military funds to you every year, and this is the result you give me? Mr. President, this is not the time to assign blame. We need to focus on how to respond. The Secretary of State interjected.
Respond? How do we respond? Are you suggesting that the United States should send troops to fight Qianlong kingdom ourselves?
The U.S. president exclaimed in frustration. The Secretary of State was momentarily speechless. The U.S. president paced back and forth in his office, his face dark and menacing. Investigate all information on the divine beings of Qianlong kingdom, leave no stone unturned.
And that man named Chen Gong from the Qianlong kingdom, what is his background?
I want all his information within 3 days.
Those damn Americans really think there's something special.
Fong Lao slammed his teacup on the ground, sending tea splashing everywhere, but no one dared to step forward to stop him. Calm down. A man in military uniform, with stars on his shoulders, smiled and tried to persuade him.
The Americans are just scared of us. They're starting to get paranoid. What are they afraid of? Old Master Fong glared angrily. They're trying to dig up our ancestors to find a way to deal with us. They've made a mistake. Another general sneered.
Our Qianlong kingdom has a profound and vast culture.
How could these barbarian savages possibly understand it?
If they could really understand, they wouldn't have done such a foolish thing. Old Fong snorted coldly, a gleam of cunning flashing in his eyes.
However, we must not let our guard down. Issue orders to strengthen our defenses.
I'll see what tricks these Americans have up their sleeves.
Yes. The crowd responded in unison.
Meanwhile, across the ocean in the United States, within a heavily guarded secret base, a plot targeting the Qianlong kingdom was quietly taking shape. Gentlemen, I'm sure you all know why you've been summoned here today. In a spacious meeting room, a man dressed in a black suit, his hair neatly combed, stood at the head of a long table. His gaze swept over the gathered crowd, his voice low and oppressive. Qianlong kingdom, this nation that boasts of being an ancient civilized country, has now become our greatest threat. Their rise has been faster than anyone could have imagined. If we allow them to continue unchecked, we will eventually be crushed under their feet. Therefore, we must unite and spare no expense to eliminate this threat before it can take root. As the man finished speaking, the conference room erupted in a chorus of agreement, filled with greed, hatred, and fear.
However, the strength of the Qianlong kingdom is evident to all. Even if we unite, we may not be able to.
A short, stocky man with a face covered in scars spoke hesitantly. If we rely solely on our own strength, we naturally cannot match the Qianlong kingdom. The man in the suit sneered, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes.
But if we could obtain. He paused deliberately, surveyed the room, and lowered his voice.
The assistance of the other ancient kingdoms.
What?
The conference room erupted in a chorus of gasps, everyone staring wide-eyed, their faces filled with disbelief.
You mean? That's right, I've found someone who can help us.
The man in the suit curled the corners of his mouth into a sinister smile. He was also a divine chosen one of ancient Greece, one of the 4 great ancient nations alongside the Qianlong kingdom. The deity he summoned was unmatched by Qianlong kingdom. Everyone looked at each other in disbelief.
Ancient Greece?
That's one of the 4 ancient kingdoms on par with the Qianlong kingdom.
Chapter 134, Igniting War Once Again. Their deities must be far more powerful.
The man in the suit pulled out a photo from his briefcase and placed it gently on the table. In the photo was a blonde-haired, blue-eyed teenager, no more than 14 or 15 years old, dressed in a simple t-shirt and jeans, with a hint of youthful innocence still lingering on his face.
This kid? This little brat who hasn't even grown out of his diapers? Can he really do it?
The short, stocky man looked skeptical, his tone filled with disdain. The others remained silent but also cast doubtful glances. After all, the strength of the Qianlong kingdom was well known.
How could a mere teenager cause any trouble? The man in the suit seemed to have anticipated everyone's reaction.
He didn't get angry. Instead, he curved his lips into a mysterious smile.
Don't rush. The real show is yet to come.
This young man is a chosen one of ancient Greek lineage, having awakened immense power at such a young age.
Is that true?
The conference room erupted into chaos, with people murmuring and exchanging glances. Their expressions toward the young boy shifted from surprise to greed, and finally to deep apprehension. More importantly, the man in the suit deliberately lowered his voice, speaking slowly and clearly. The deity he can summon is Athena.
Athena? My God!
The conference room erupted into chaos, with shock and fear written all over everyone's faces.
Athena, the goddess of war in ancient Greek mythology, possessed the power to destroy the heavens and the earth.
If this young man could truly summon Athena, then the Qianlong kingdom. This time, the Qianlong kingdom would be doomed. The man in the suit's eyes gleamed with determination.
Athena?
The short, stocky man jumped up from his chair, his flesh jiggling.
That's a real deity. Can we really summon such a powerful being?
His voice trembled with fear, as if Athena were standing right before him, holding a staff capable of splitting him in two.
Rest assured, we paid a heavy enough price they'll naturally intervene.
The man in the suit impatiently scratched his ear with his little finger. Besides, even if they don't intervene, the mere mention of Athena is enough to give the Qianlong kingdom a run for its money. The conference room echoed once more with a buzz of whispers, mingled with fear, excitement, and greed. In the ancient capital of Qianlong kingdom, a traditional tea house stood in stark contrast to the elegant surroundings.
What did you say?
Fong Lao slammed his fist on the table, causing the fine purple clay teapot to jump twice, spilling tea onto his expensive Tang-style robe, but he paid no heed.
The Americans have created a chosen one? And summoned some kind of Athena?
Sitting across from him was an elderly man dressed in a plain Zhongshan suit, his frame gaunt, none other than the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Qianlong kingdom.
The information must be accurate.
The Minister of Foreign Affairs remained calm as he picked up his teacup and gently blew away the floating tea leaves. The Americans have submitted an application for divine selection and publicly claimed that their divine chosen one possesses the ability to summon Athena.
Damn it, these bastards are up to no good. Fong Lao couldn't help but curse, pacing back and forth in the room in a rage. If this is true, we're in big trouble. We can't let this happen. I must go find Chen Gong immediately and ask if he has any solutions. Moments later, Fong Lao arrived at Chen Gong's room. He informed Chen Gong of the United States' current plans. Athena. After hearing the news, Chen Gong furrowed his brows. What do you think? Should we refuse this divine chosen space? No. Chen Gong refused. Chen Gong, you can't act impulsively this time. This isn't something to be taken lightly. Master Fong, what are you saying? When have I ever been impulsive?
Chen Gong poured himself a cup of tea slowly, took a sip, glanced at the furious Master Fong across from him, and curved the corners of his mouth into a playful smile.
What's the matter? Scared? Scared? Me, old Fong, scared? I'm just.
Old Fong was speechless, his face flushing red, unable to utter a word for half a moment.
Old Fong, don't get so worked up. Let me explain slowly.
Chen Gong set down his teacup, his smile fading, his gaze growing sharp.
This time, Mi Lao pulled this stunt, clearly aiming to intimidate us. If we back down now, won't they end up riding us like donkeys in Ting and pissing on us in the international arena? But before Old Fong could say anything else, Chen Gong waved him off. He curled his lips into a cold smile. Dare to offend the Qianlong kingdom? No matter how far you are, you shall be punished. Seeing Chen Gong's expression, Fong Lao couldn't help but frown and remind him. The United States must have made thorough preparations. We must not let our guard down. The Monkey King you summoned is indeed powerful, but I still believe they have witnessed his might and will certainly seek out a deity even more formidable than him. Who says I can't summon other deities? Chen Gong smiled faintly. This news spread online, causing an immediate uproar. What the heck? The Americans summoned Athena? Is that even real? Aren't Western gods supposed to have disappeared long ago? How did Athena suddenly appear out of nowhere? We're doomed. The Qianlong Kingdom is finished this time. Hey, you up there, are you even from Qianlong Kingdom? You're boosting their morale and undermining our own. Exactly, Chen Gong hasn't even spoken yet, why are you all panicking? Chen Gong? Can he handle Athena? Don't be ridiculous. Athena is a real goddess. Chen Gong must have overestimated himself this time. I hope he doesn't drag Qianlong Kingdom down with him. In an instant, the internet was abuzz with various opinions, some worried, some fearful, and others filled with insults and mockery. Meanwhile, at the National Command Center, Fang Lao began to engage in a heated debate with other officials. Chen Gong said he wanted to take on this divine battle. The moment he spoke, the scene erupted once more. I oppose it. This divine space is definitely a trick by the Americans. If we go in, we'll fall right into their trap. Exactly. Moreover, we have already obtained sufficient national fortune this time. We should seize this opportunity to rest and recuperate. If we were to squander the national fortune we've just obtained, how could we possibly accept that? Therefore, we must not act impulsively. Many command post leaders began to voice their opinions. However, only a few supported Chen Gong in taking on this war. Fang Lao's expression was rather troubled. But, for some reason, recalling Chen Gong's confident expression, he found himself irresistibly drawn to making a decisive decision. After a moment, Fang Lao spoke in a solemn voice. We should trust Chen Gong's abilities. Chapter 135, Forgery? This time, I have already verified with him that the matter of the Americans summoning Athena was indeed not a forgery. Moreover, based on my estimation, Athena's strength should surpass that of the Monkey King. What? The crowd was in an uproar. Fang Lao's words were like adding insult to injury. How is that possible? A newly famous upstart couldn't possibly be that powerful. That's right, even if he's as extraordinary as they come, he couldn't possibly defeat Athena. But I personally witnessed it myself. Chen Gong, you. Master Fang looked at Chen Gong with a bitter smile. Chen Gong, you saw it too. This is the situation we're in now. I know you're strong, but this divine selection ultimately concerns the safety of millions of people from the Qianlong clan. We can't afford to lose. Alright, since you say so, Fang Lao, I'll give it a try. I hope Chen will bring you a pleasant surprise. Chen Gong shrugged indifferently. It's just Athena. Though she's a bit tricky, she's not someone who can completely overwhelm him. Alright, I'll head back to the central headquarters immediately to relay the message and calm the people's concerns. Master Fang nodded. This matter must be handled with utmost caution. Rest assured. Chen Gong stood up and walked out of the reception room. Chen Gong, wait for me. Old Master Fang hurried after him. The two boarded a helicopter and returned to the capital. As soon as they stepped off the plane, Chen Gong was surrounded at the entrance. Mr. Chen Gong, may I ask if there is any necessity for you to participate in this divine selection? Mr. Chen Gong, what are your thoughts on this matter? Looking at the excited, eager, and expectant faces of the onlookers. Chen Gong, are you really prepared to participate in this divine selection? Countless journalists gathered around, their cameras and lenses flashing non-stop. What's the point of participating? What's the point of not participating? Chen Gong glanced at the crowd and asked casually. Of course we should participate. That's right. This divine selection battle is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Once we participate, we can use this divine selection battle to gain immense benefits. But the crux of the matter is that the opponent in this divine selection battle is Athena, a supremely powerful deity. This is nothing short of a disaster for us. Exactly. I'm worried too. Watching everyone discuss heatedly, Chen Gong smiled and decided not to bother, turning around and leaving. Before leaving, he reached out and patted Fang Lao on the shoulder. Don't worry, I've got this. What? Fang Lao was stunned, staring at Chen Gong in disbelief. You're sure you can handle that, Athena? Of course, it is my honor. Chen Gong grinned, a sly gleam flashing in his eyes. On the other side, a helicopter hovered in the sky 100 kilometers from the Chinese border. Inside the cabin, a man and a woman sat in the seats closest to the window. Both were wearing sunglasses. The man was dressed in a crisp black tailcoat, holding a glass of red wine, taking a sip and looking relaxed and intoxicated. The woman, meanwhile, wore a tight black leather skirt, her long, slender legs tightly wrapped in black leather shorts. A sliver of her snow-white calf was exposed, and she wore delicate crystal sandals, exuding an aura of cold beauty and allure. Do you think Chen Gong will emerge victorious in this divine battle? Ha! The woman smiled, revealing a hint of disdain. Such a minor figure dares to challenge us? True, Chen Gong is indeed strong, but does he really think he can face Athena? You're being a bit too confident.
I can't say how strong Chen Gong is, but at least he has enough trump cards to handle Athena.
Even if we do win this time, it won't be easy.
The man smiled and spoke casually. Hearing this, the woman raised her eyebrows and said,
"Oh? Then tell me, what tricks does Chen Gong have up his sleeve?"
The man shook his head, looking disdainful. I have no idea what tricks Chen Gong has up his sleeve. This divine selection battle is merely to make more people aware of it.
If Chen Gong can't pass, it just proves he's not capable.
The woman rolled her eyes.
But what if he does pass?
The man narrowed his eyes. That would mean that the Xianlong kingdom has produced a powerful individual capable of changing the course of events. Meanwhile, Chen Gong had already boarded the flight to Milan. This divine selection battle had drawn together cultivators from all corners of the world. They were all top-tier warriors from every corner of the globe. Some of them are even important figures from their respective nations. This divine selection battle holds immense significance for all nations. As a result, countless factions have sent their representatives to participate. Among them, Chen Gong, the most prominent figure from the Xianlong kingdom, is one of them. However, Chen Gong never imagined that he would become the target of everyone's attention so quickly.
This divine selection battle is truly lively. Chen Gong muttered to himself.
At that moment, the cabin door slowly opened and a blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman entered Chen Gong's field of vision.
"Good evening, sir. My name is Marissa Watson, from New York City." "Oh." Chen Gong nodded. "What are your plans?" Marissa asked with a smile. "Me?" Chen Gong thought for a moment before smiling and asking in return. "What do you think?"
"I believe this is a fair, just, and open divine selection battle. Therefore, we need to showcase our unique style and strength in this battle, rather than hide away. Of course, if you're afraid, you can refuse, and we'll ensure your safety."
Chen Gong shook his head. "I am not afraid." Marissa smiled and continued. "This time, we will send out 2 teams to compete against each other. This is a very brutal test. Please prepare well." Chen Gong didn't bother to explain further.
He knew full well that Marissa's words were nothing but empty talk.
Since it's a battle of the chosen ones, of course there will be a contest. Who wins and who loses, does that even need to be said?
Chen Gong believed that this divine selection battle would undoubtedly result in a fierce and brutal clash.
However, Chen Gong was unafraid.
He only hopes that this divine battle will bring him sufficient rewards.
The divine selection battle is about to begin.
As a loud bell rang out, the entire world erupted into chaos. Countless divine chosen ones and ordinary people all began to fix their gaze on this match. At this moment, whether watching the live stream online or at the scene, everyone was closely monitoring the situation on the field. Every faction, at this moment, was brewing terrifying power.
Chapter 136, The Safety of the World.
For this divine battle was tied to the very safety of the world, and could even trigger a cataclysmic war.
After all, this concerns the national fortune of all nations. The divine selection battle has finally arrived. At this moment, I wonder if those scheming bastards are finally ready.
Regardless of whether they are prepared or not, this time I will make them regret ever coming into this world.
That's right, this is my time. At this moment, nations across the globe are erupting in cheers. Countless citizens are cheering on their nation's strongest warriors.
This divine battle of the chosen ones, we will definitely win.
That's right. I believe in myself, I will succeed. I believe.
Meanwhile, in a certain city on this land. In this divine selection battle, we must give it our all and claim the title of divine selection champion. A deep, powerful voice echoed throughout the area. This divine selection battle is the most closely watched event in all nations. We must secure the championship title. At the same time, in a certain town, an elderly man clad in a silver-gray robe sat on a chair, his gaze fixed intently on the screen before him. Before him stood a slender young man, his body hunched over, head bowed low, resembling a mouse. The old man slowly raised his head and looked at the screen.
The divine selection battle, is it? I see. Well, we'll just have to wait and see. Italy, Milan.
Chen Gong stood quietly on the street, gazing up at the huge moon hanging in the sky. A look of solemnity flashed in his eyes. Here, there was an enemy he must defeat. And he was ready to face this challenge. No matter how difficult this divine battle may be, I will claim the championship of this divine battle.
Chen Gong murmured to himself. The divine battle was about to begin.
At this moment, the strongest warriors from all over the world were announced by various media outlets.
The higher ones ranking on the divine list, the more arduous their tasks would be.
And this divine selection battle is also their best opportunity to secure resources. Now, all factions were well aware of how significant national fortune could impact an entire nation. If they emerge victorious on the divine rankings, it will bring immense benefits to their nation. Therefore, everyone is meticulously preparing for this battle.
In a remote estate in the United States,
an elderly man dressed in a black suit, holding a cigar, was practicing in the courtyard. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and looked toward the distant horizon.
With Athena on our side, we are certain to win this divine selection battle. Longshan Kingdom, just hand over your national fortune willingly. The old man muttered to himself. Sakura Kingdom, West Capital.
A young man dressed in white casual attire, with a handsome face and a tear tattoo at the corner of his eye, stood on the rooftop, gazing into the distant night sky.
A look of anticipation flashed across his face. Is it finally beginning?
The youth murmured softly, his face brimming with anticipation.
In the land of the eternal sun, on a small hill in a remote wilderness. Should we prepare to act as well? All right. We will definitely win this time. Ha! In this divine battle, we will definitely secure victory.
A group of men dressed in black suits, with cold expressions on their faces, stood on the hillside, laughing up at the sky, their faces brimming with excitement. Meanwhile, at the foot of the mountain, a car was parked by the roadside.
What's going on? I have a bad feeling about this.
The man in the passenger seat furrowed his brows, his expression grim.
What's so bad? We're about to meet our national fortune, what's there to be bad about?
The driver glared at the man and snapped back angrily.
All right, I won't say another word. I'll just shut up, is that good enough?
The man sheepishly shut up.
This must be the place we're heading to.
Looking at the building in front of him, which resembled a Roman Colosseum, Chen Gong's lips curled into a smile.
This place, I will definitely take it.
The battle of the chosen ones, let me see just how strong you all are.
Chen Gong muttered to himself.
Then, he stepped inside. As soon as Chen Gong reached the entrance of the hall, a maid approached him with a sweet smile and said, "Good day, Mr. Chen Gong from the Xianlong Kingdom.
Everyone has been waiting for you for a long time. Please follow me."
The maid said nothing more, simply coming to Chen Gong's side, extending her slender jade-like hand, and making a gesture of invitation.
"Thank you."
Chen Gong nodded and followed the maid inside. Just as he stepped into the hall, he suddenly felt an overwhelmingly powerful aura sweeping toward him. This aura felt like a razor-sharp blade, causing the hairs on his arms to stand on end. Turning his head, he saw a young boy with blonde hair and blue eyes, who appeared to be no more than 14 or 15 years old, surrounded by a crowd of people, looking down on him with utter disdain.
Is this the chosen one of Athena?
Chen Gong narrowed his eyes slightly and thought to himself. This young man looked to be no more than 16 or 17 years old, but he gave off an extremely dangerous vibe.
He must be the one. However, no matter how powerful he is, I will definitely win this divine chosen battle. This is my honor, the honor of the Xianlong Kingdom, and the destiny of our nation. Chen Gong thought to himself.
Immediately, he took a step toward his opponent. As soon as Chen Gong took his first step, dozens of sharp gazes suddenly enveloped him from all around the arena.
Although there were many participants in this divine battle,
but everyone knew that the others were merely extras.
The true protagonists of this event were Chen Gong and Athena's chosen ones.
These two divine chosen ones were the true masters of this divine selection battle. Under the gaze of everyone present, Chen Gong made his way to stand opposite Athena's divine chosen one.
Poof.
Athena's chosen one glanced at him, shook his head indifferently, and wore a mocking expression on his face.
You're the strongest divine chosen one of the Xianlong Kingdom? You really are trash. With such trash, you dare to think you can win the divine selection battle? It's utterly ridiculous. The words flowed effortlessly from the Athena's chosen one's mouth.
Hearing the Athena divine chosen one's blunt insults, Chen Gong merely smiled slightly, showing no signs of anger.
Whether I'm trash or not, you'll find out soon enough. However, you Americans are really something. You just got a little bit of national fortune and you're already rushing to give it away. I really do appreciate it. Chapter 137, Refusal. Rest assured, since it's something you Americans are offering, I certainly won't refuse.
I will make sure the world knows that the Xianlong Kingdom is no mere pretender. Chen Gong's lips curled into a mocking smile as he spoke slowly.
Upon hearing Chen Gong's words, many present couldn't help but snort in derision.
They didn't believe a word he said. After all, this divine selection battle was of utmost importance. Every time, the top-tier beings from all nations gathered together. Even the terrifying beings rumored to exist would descend. For Chen Gong to dare utter such arrogant words was nothing short of courting death.
Especially in this battle for national fortune, the United States has a divine chosen one of Athena. Such a powerful entity is not something ordinary deities can provoke.
Not only the other Americans, but even Chen Gong's companions couldn't help but feel a touch of embarrassment on their faces.
After all, those words were too arrogant.
If other nations were to hear this, it would undoubtedly cause unnecessary trouble. Shengu, I think we should keep a low profile and not be too flashy. A young man leaned close to Chen Gong and whispered in his ear.
Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Chen Gong said indifferently.
Brother, this isn't a place to mess around.
Don't say anything reckless.
Another young man stepped forward to remind him.
Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Chen Gong nodded again and continued walking forward. I think he's been scared out of his wits. Better get out of here quickly. Yeah, with his skills, he dares to compete in the divine selection battle? He's asking for trouble.
At that moment, the divine beings from the other nations also began to speak, their faces filled with mockery and disdain.
Chen Gong's strength is indeed formidable.
But there are over 100 divine chosen ones participating in this competition. Not to mention that among these gods, there are many powerful beings. Therefore, no one held much hope for Chen Gong. However, Chen Gong paid no heed to what others thought. He walked over to an empty table with a calm expression, sat down, took a casual sip of tea, and waited quietly for the competition to begin. Seeing his demeanor, the expressions of everyone around him grew even more peculiar. Chen Gong's behavior was far too casual, as if he didn't care at all, which made them even more annoyed.
He's just trash. He doesn't even dare to retaliate. I'm sure to win this battle. Just then, the teammate of Athena's chosen one couldn't help but snort coldly.
As the representative of the United States this time, he had already heard of the Qianlong Kingdom and was quite familiar with its history. Qianlong Kingdom had once been a glorious nation in history, but it had ultimately been nothing more than a fleeting moment of glory. Now, Qianlong Kingdom had long since fallen into obscurity, becoming a second-rate nation. Had it not been for the sudden appearance of Chen Gong, the chosen one, the nation's fate would have been divided among the other countries long ago. Therefore, this divine war was a tremendous opportunity for him. This time, he is determined to succeed. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed, and a group of people entered in single file from outside.
Leading the way is the United States top commander, Johnson. Johnson was a towering figure with a rugged appearance and muscles bulging beneath his skin. On his chest hangs a silver-white medal, symbolizing his rank as a general. Haha, in this divine battle, the United States will undoubtedly emerge victorious. Under the gaze of the crowd, Johnson stood at the center of the stage, speaking with a look of arrogance on his face. At that moment, he seemed possessed by a war god, exuding an air of majestic authority. Whoosh! As soon as Johnson finished speaking, a thunderous cheer erupted from the crowd. America will win! Athena will win! Countless Americans shouted excitedly, each one screaming wildly. The atmosphere was so intense it felt like it was about to ignite.
Seeing this scene, Chen Gong's lips curled into a faint smile, his heart unmoved. These people were utterly ignorant of their own limitations. Athena, though powerful in his eyes, was not invincible.
Now, activate the divine realm.
Invite the divine chosen one of Longshan Kingdom, Chen Gong, and the divine chosen one of the United States, Connor, to enter the space.
No mercy shall be shown.
As a cold voice echoed, Chen Gong and the United States divine chosen one, Connor, vanished from their original positions.
When they reappeared, they found themselves in a completely different world. The environment here was completely different from any divine realm Chen Gong had ever seen before. Dense forests and barren lands stretched in every direction, with only a few towering peaks piercing the sky. Chen Gong and Connor stood in an open field. The two stood 300 meters apart, gazing at each other. This divine battle was a fight for survival, a battle for the fate of two nations neither could back down. Monkey of the Qianlong Kingdom, you now have one final chance to kneel before me and admit defeat. Otherwise, once I summon Athena, your defeat is certain. Standing in place, Connor glared at Chen Gong with a look of contempt. His face was filled with a contemptuous smile. At that moment, he seemed to already see victory before him. After all, he was the chosen one of Athena, a power no one could withstand. But as soon as Connor finished speaking, a faint smile appeared on Chen Gong's lips, and his eyes grew deep. Young man, considering your age, I'll give you one chance. I'll give you 3 seconds to kneel and submit. Perhaps I might spare your life. Chen Gong looked at the other man and spoke slowly, emphasizing each word. His voice was firm and powerful, exuding an intimidating aura. It seemed as though everything was under his control. This caused Connor's eyes to narrow instantly, and a murderous intent erupted from him. Wow, is this the chosen one of our Qianlong Kingdom? How domineering! Isn't that a bit too arrogant? What else can the chosen one of the Dragon Qian Kingdom do besides talk big? You little cherry blossom up there, if you say another word, I'll push you off the building. The people of the Qianlong Kingdom are all talk. The United States is sure to win this time. Watching the two of them talk, the nationwide live broadcast audience was in an uproar, with countless comments flying by. Damn monkey, dare to insult my great deity? You're asking for death. At that moment, Connor was completely enraged. He raised both hands and shouted loudly. Appear, goddess of wisdom, war, and art. Your loyal servant seeks your aid. As Connor's voice echoed, a brilliant blue light suddenly burst forth beside him. As bright as the stars, it was blindingly intense. The dazzling light slowly coalesced into a form. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a breathtakingly beautiful woman. She wore a red gown, her jet black hair cascading loosely over her shoulders, and her features were flawlessly delicate. Chapter 138, The Goddess. Her snow-white neck was exposed, and her pure, translucent skin shimmered with a mesmerizing glow, captivating all who beheld her. Her tall, slender figure was so alluring that one couldn't help but yearn to take a bite. At that moment, she closed her eyes, as if lost in a deep slumber. However, her body began to rise slowly. Blue arcs of electricity flickered around her, making her appear incredibly dazzling. She is none other than Athena, the goddess of wisdom and war. Boom! As Athena's form rose into the air, a vast surge of energy suddenly spread out. The entire world trembled unceasingly. Even those watching the live broadcast from thousands of miles away could feel the terrifying energy. Some with weaker minds collapsed to the ground. This was the power of the gods. Even a single strand of it could crush mortals. What immense power! At that moment, Chen Gong's pupils contracted slightly, and his gaze grew even sharper. He could clearly sense that this mysterious energy was indeed surpassing that of the divine chosen ones he had encountered before. No wonder she is said to be the goddess who governs war. She is truly dangerous. However, despite this, Chen Gong showed no sign of fear. Behind him stood the countless gods and Buddhas of Longshan Kingdom. How could he possibly fear such an existence? Athena, grant me the strength to destroy this insect. Let me become the new divine chosen one and rule the world. Gazing at the colossal figure in the void, Connor's eyes burned with intense desire. But upon hearing his voice, Athena did not respond. Instead, she slowly opened her beautiful eyes. Boom! As Athena's gaze swept over Chen Gong, he felt as though his soul had been locked in place. The overwhelming sense of pressure caused every muscle in his body to tense involuntarily. On the other side, Athena, fully awakened, slowly shifted her gaze, eventually fixing it on Chen Gong. You are but an ant. I grant you death. A cold, indifferent voice echoed from her lips, filled with contempt. In the next instant, she extended her finger and gently tapped. Whoosh! A golden flash appeared between her jade-like fingers. In an instant, it shot toward Chen Gong. Oomph, not bad, but you're still no match for me. Monkey brother, come out and play with her. With a light chuckle, Chen Gong also extended his finger and gently pointed forward. Golden light exploded outward, and suddenly a massive golden rod, as if reaching the heavens, appeared between heaven and earth, blocking Chen Gong's path. In the next instant, a gust of wind swept past. Wearing a purple gold crown and a robe adorned with 9 coiling dragons, the Monkey King Sun Wukong appeared beside Chen Gong. His eyes shone with intense light, fixated on Athena in the distance, his eyes boiling with battle intent. Upon seeing Sun Wukong's figure, Connor's pupils contracted. For he sensed an immense threat emanating from Sun Wukong. Even though the other was a deity, his instincts told him that this monkey was no ordinary being. He was far beyond the reach of mortals. However, though surprised, Connor calmed himself, remembering that he had a main god by his side. At that moment, Athena also noticed Sun Wukong's arrival. Her beautiful eyes betrayed a deep sense of disgust as she coldly asked, "Is this the so-called helper you speak of? Indeed, you are a lowly monkey, daring to defy the gods and unaware of your own mortality." As the words fell, he unleashed his boundless power, charging towards Sun Wukong. Boom! As her body drew near, the massive golden staff struck out violently, shattering her attack completely. SSSHH. Upon witnessing this scene, both Connor and all the spectators watching the battle on the screen couldn't help but gasp in shock. This monkey was utterly brutal, using nothing but a single weapon to block a divine attack and even counterattack. Such power was simply beyond comprehension. Meanwhile, the battle on the field continued. Hee, where did that demon come from? You think you can take on old Sun? You're asking for trouble. Clang! Sun Wukong lightly stepped forward, suddenly appearing beside Athena, and raised his palm, which was as large as a fan. How dare you! Seeing Sun Wukong act so brazenly, Athena let out a sharp cry and prepared to fight back. Boom! However, Sun Wukong was no pushover. Before Athena could react, he had already swung his palm down. In an instant, space shattered, and endless cracks spread out. A fierce gale swept past, causing Athena's clothes to flutter wildly. At the same time, a look of pain flashed across her face. Crack! The armor around her body, which had been formed from divine power, shattered in an instant, revealing her skin as white as snow. It must be said that she was truly breathtakingly beautiful, with a face that could captivate a city and a figure that was nothing short of stunning. Especially the 2 majestic peaks on her chest, which caused the onlookers' eyes to nearly pop out of their sockets. Bang! Sun Wukong, after sending Athena flying, charged toward her once more. He wielded his golden staff, swinging it with such force that it seemed as though he could split the heavens. Roar! A furious roar echoed through the air. Immediately afterward, Athena transformed into a gigantic serpent in the sky, its body so vast it obscured the heavens. The serpent, with its claws and fangs bared, lunged toward Sun Wukong, emanating a powerful divine energy. Clearly, having been so easily repelled, Athena was ready to get serious. She had no intention of wasting any more words on this monkey. Oomph, a mere beast dares to be so arrogant. However, facing the serpent's attack, Sun Wukong's eyes betrayed his contempt. He raised both arms, gripping the iron staff tightly. Boom! As the divine staff descended, the entire heavens and earth were instantly shrouded in endless golden light. The next moment, the iron staff crashed down with tremendous force onto the giant serpent's body. Bang! A dull explosion echoed through the air. Under the stunned gazes of everyone present, the giant serpent instantly disintegrated into dust and vanished. But it wasn't over yet.
Using the recoil force to retract his weapon, Sun Wukong swung the iron rod once more, charging toward Athena.
Damn it! Seeing Sun Wukong's arrogance, Athena was filled with anger and shame.
As a goddess, she had never been treated with such disrespect. Just as Sun Wukong was about to strike, her form shifted rapidly. Swish! In the blink of an eye, she had transformed into hundreds of afterimages, leaving layers of residual images behind her, making it impossible to distinguish between the real and the fake.
However, each of these afterimages possessed immense destructive power, capable of instantly slaying any ordinary deity. Ha, you demon, you're actually quite interesting. Feeling the danger closing in, Sun Wukong grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. The next moment, he turned around and vanished from the spot. Chapter 139, Treatment. Everyone was left scratching their heads.
Meanwhile, Athena furrowed her brows slightly, unsure of the other's intentions.
Shouldn't he have come forward to greet them? But just then, a loud shout suddenly rang out beside her ear.
Freeze! As the voice faded, Athena felt her body freeze in place. Then, she saw that Sun Wukong had once again appeared before her. The iron rod in his hand still shone with a dazzling golden glow.
Boom! Without any flourish, it struck directly at Athena's waist. Bang!
With a deafening roar, the numerous spectators watching the battle between the two gods were all stunned. This scene was completely beyond their expectations. The arrogant goddess, who had been so proud, was knocked flying by Sun Wukong's iron staff in less than 5 exchanges.
Ah!
You monkey, dare you treat me this way? I'll make you pay for this. Amidst the divine light, a voice filled with rage echoed out.
This left countless spectators in utter shock.
After all, this was the mighty Athena goddess. She had been hyped up by the Americans before the battle even began, yet now she was suffering such a fate. On the other side, Athena, after withstanding Sun Wukong's first strike, remained unharmed. Instead, she slowly rose into the sky, gazing down at Sun Wukong below. Then, she spoke coldly. Your strength is commendable, but you must fall here today. As she spoke, a vast and majestic aura emerged around her, causing the heavens and earth to change color. Immediately afterward, a massive, luminous orb emerged from her forehead, slowly rising into the air. It swirled endlessly around her. It emitted a dazzling divine light, resembling a blazing sun, radiating unparalleled brilliance. With a thunderous crash, under the stunned gazes of everyone present, the light sphere finally exploded completely. In an instant, endless divine light flickered, illuminating the heavens. All living beings below were unable to open their eyes. Only a few could barely glimpse the scene in the sky. Endless streams of light, intertwined with destructive energy, surged toward Sun Wukong. It was a breathtaking scene that would forever be etched in their memories.
Ha ha, good. It's been a long time since I've had an opponent. I'm going to have some fun.
Sun Wukong shouted loudly. Then, he charged toward the overwhelming columns of light. His iron staff spun wildly, emanating a strong aura of murderous intent.
Boom!
With just one strike, Sun Wukong was sent flying, though only for a brief moment. However, he dared not linger for a moment. For the light beam's attacks were truly formidable. It was even stronger than Athena's power by several degrees. However, the more powerful it was, the more it stirred Sun Wukong's fighting spirit. He let out a loud shout, his body rising slightly in an instant, resembling a war god standing tall and proud.
Boom!
The iron rod in his hand was raised in an instant, like a pillar supporting the heavens, and crashed down with tremendous force. The blazing light beam collided with it, instantly obliterating it.
SSSHH. In the distance, everyone present couldn't help but gasp in shock. Monkey brother is invincible. Is this your American Athena? Ha, she can't do it either.
Those despicable Dragon Xian Kingdom people, you can boast for a while longer.
That's right, that's right.
Our American Athena goddess is far beyond what you Dragon Xian Kingdom monkeys could ever imagine. The live stream was flooded with comments as people from all over the world discussed the scene. But at that moment, Athena's face was covered in frost. Sun Wukong's words had already deeply wounded her.
As a beautiful and proud goddess, how could she tolerate such provocation? Therefore, she immediately snapped back. Monkey, don't think I can't kill you. Today, you will die for sure.
As she spoke, her palm slowly extended, and streaks of light gathered at her fingertips, eventually forming a small circular magical array. Whoosh! The array shot out of her hand, heading straight for Sun Wukong. It resembled a falling star, plummeting toward its target. At that moment, all the people of the United States stared wide-eyed, eager to witness this arrogant and insolent monkey meet his end within their own city walls. However, just as the array was about to touch Sun Wukong, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Immediately afterward, a golden red staff enveloped in flames shot out from his palm. Whoosh!
It merely swept through the air, and an overwhelming surge of flames and thunder erupted. The intense flames instantly filled the void.
At the same time, thunder and lightning erupted.
Boom!
After a deafening roar, the two forces collided and cancelled each other out.
At that moment, Athena's expression froze.
She never expected Sun Wukong to possess such power.
Oomph, I admitted I underestimated you. So what? You're still going to lose. Upon hearing the other's voice, Sun Wukong coldly replied.
Instantly, every hair on his body stood on end, as sharp as steel needles. A powerful sense of oppression emanated from his body, making it hard to breathe. Athena, unwilling to be outdone, swung her jade-like hands and once again the divine punishment spear, hurling it downward. At that moment, it seemed as though a mountain peak was rising from her body.
An unmatched divine aura spread throughout the sky in an instant.
A loud roar echoed through the heavens.
A deafening roar echoed through the heavens, revealing the divine and demonic silhouette of Sun Wukong.
In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a colossal figure tens of thousands of feet tall.
Its entire body was golden, resembling a true deity,
with feet resting on auspicious clouds and a golden staff in hand. In an instant, it clashed with the divine punishment spear. Whoosh! The two collided in an instant, producing a loud tearing sound that echoed through the air.
The divine punishment spear was shattered in an instant. Next, Sun Wukong's figure closed in on Athena's side.
A pair of iron fists thrust forward, like streaks of light, closing in on Athena.
Damn monkey, you're asking for death.
Feeling the gust of wind approaching, Athena roared in anger. Then, her slender, graceful arms flickered in an instant.
Shards of light appeared around her. Then, to the astonishment of everyone present, the halo solidified into a sharp blade in an instant.
The sharp edge sent a chill down the spines of those who witnessed it.
Whoosh! In the next instant, the blade shot out at an incredible speed.
Its speed was so fast that it was almost impossible to dodge.
Bang!
As the blade sliced through Sun Wukong's chest, it emitted a clanging sound, like the sound of iron being struck, sparks flying everywhere. Immediately afterward, the blade disintegrated, returning to its original smooth and shiny state.
Meanwhile, Sun Wukong's body remained completely unharmed. After the strike, Athena fell into silence.
She realized she had underestimated this monkey. Not only was his physical strength formidable, but he also possessed power beyond the realm of the ordinary.
Chapter 140, Carelessness.
This left Athena feeling troubled.
Just then,
Sun Wukong once again stepped forward. With a swing of his iron staff, he created a trail of afterimages in the air, slamming it fiercely toward his opponent.
Damn it!
Seeing this, Athena cursed angrily and hurriedly stepped back. She dared not confront him head-on. After all, the iron staff in the opponent's hands was simply too brutal. Every strike landed on her, exerting immense pressure, leaving her dare not let her guard down for even a moment. Swish! Her body moved swiftly, causing the surrounding air to sizzle with friction.
The onlookers couldn't help but marvel at the sight.
Athena was indeed extraordinarily powerful, truly deserving of her status as a deity in the divine realm.
However, Sun Wukong continues to close in relentlessly.
His staff continued to swing relentlessly, leaving Athena with barely a moment to breathe. However, after dodging several of the staff's strikes, Sun Wukong's figure had already appeared beside her. A pair of golden eyes stared intently at her body. Roar! Immediately, he let out a deafening roar, and in the next moment, he charged toward his opponent.
He had no intention of holding back.
This woman made him feel danger. Therefore, he must eliminate her immediately to prevent any future trouble.
Damn monkey!
Her beautiful face was filled with anger, and Athena glared at Sun Wukong with murderous intent. Her strength was no weak, and she was even among the strongest in the ranks of the gods. But the problem now was that Sun Wukong's close combat abilities were simply too powerful, almost invincible. Even if one were of a higher realm than him, one could still be crushed by his terrifying power. If it weren't for Athena's control over divine punishment and her numerous trump cards, she would have long since been no match for this monkey king. She must create some distance, otherwise, she would truly be injured by this monkey. A hint of caution flashed across the eyes of the Supreme Being. Athena made her decision. In the next moment, her delicate jade-like hands swept through the air, condensing a divine sun in an instant. A vast aura of power spread out in an instant. Shoo! Just as the divine sun formed, it shot forward, colliding with Sun Wukong. For its temperature was too high, and the intense energy fluctuations were sufficient to melt gold and turn stone to ash. However, facing this attack, Sun Wukong showed no trace of fear on his face. Instead, he was abnormally excited, holding his golden staff straight toward the divine sun. Boom! A deafening roar echoed through the air. Intense flames spread out in an instant. Crack! Under the onslaught of the energy waves, Athena's blazing sun was shattered into pieces. Though it did not completely shatter, its power was reduced by ninefold. Upon witnessing this scene, Athena showed no hesitation. Her jade-like feet lightly touched the air as Athena seized the opportunity to retreat hundreds of meters away, then clapped her hands together with all her might. Haha, monkey, now that I've created some distance, let's see how you'll catch me. Now you'll taste the full force of my anger. Seeing Sun Wukong actually attempting to catch up to her, Athena's lips twitched involuntarily as she laughed. As her voice faded, her hands suddenly relaxed. An even more dazzling divine sun rose into the sky in an instant. It contained the furious divine power and destructive force. Hum! As the sound faded, it charged straight towards Sun Wukong.
The intense divine flames scorched the void, warping it like the end of the world. Hee hee, let me show you the true power of this old monkey. Upon hearing the voice, Sun Wukong remained unfazed. With a cold shout, the surging spiritual energy within his body gathered in one place, forming an aura as fierce as a primordial beast. In the next instant, he swung his iron staff and charged forward. Bang! The two collided in an instant, causing a deafening explosion that made the entire world seem to tremble. Then, Sun Wukong's body involuntarily retreated in the air. Haha, you're no match for me yet. Now I'll send you to the afterlife. Seeing Sun Wukong retreat, Athena's face twisted into a savage grin. Her beautiful face was twisted with madness. The bow and arrow in her hands instantly pointed at the opponent. Then, a blazing beam of light shot forth. It carried a powerful destructive force. Such an attack would be enough to make any deity hesitate. However, just as the beam of light was about to touch Sun Wukong's body, the opponent suddenly leaped forward in a single step. Then, he raised his golden staff and struck down without mercy. The speed was extreme. Bang! A deafening roar echoed through the air, and the beam of light vanished without a trace. Sun Wukong's figure slowly landed at that moment. Athena couldn't help but narrow her pupils. She never imagined that Sun Wukong could possess such overwhelming combat power. Her all-out attack not only failed to break through but also left her at a disadvantage. However, there was no time to think now, as Sun Wukong had already closed in. That monkey's movements were truly swift. Without a moment's hesitation, Athena clenched her teeth tightly, her fingers snapping together once more, gathering endless divine power. She knew that unless she brought out her true abilities, she would never stand a chance against him. Whoosh! Next, several meteors streaked across the sky, hurtling towards Sun Wukong. Oomph, mere child's play. Seeing this, Sun Wukong sneered disdainfully. Immediately, he raised his arm, and the golden staff began to whirl in an instant. Bang! A beam of light sliced through the air. The meteor was shattered in an instant. Damn it! Athena could no longer contain herself. The sheer terror she felt was unlike anything she had ever experienced before. Such overwhelming strength in close combat. Even if Hercules were facing him, he would likely be defeated in less than 100 moves. She immediately tried to dodge. But Sun Wukong wouldn't let her escape. His body closed in an instant. A single punch sent a blazing gale sweeping through the area in an instant. This caused Athena's breathing to grow. She could only meet the attack head-on with her staff. Boom! As the two collided, the battlefield erupted once more with a deafening roar. Sun Wukong, however, remained completely still. On the other hand, Athena was forced to retreat dozens of steps before coming to a halt. Her eyes widened in shock, unable to believe that in such a brief exchange, Sun Wukong's strength had reached such a level. However, Sun Wukong gave her no chance to catch her breath. As soon as Athena regained her footing, he charged forward once more. As the victor over demons, his combat experience and expertise were unmatched. Although it was his first time facing Athena, he instantly realized that his greatest advantage lay in close combat. He had to stay close to her at all costs. Chapter 141, The Upper Hand. Observing the situation on the battlefield, Chen Gong's brows furrowed slightly. He could naturally see that, although it currently appeared that Monkey Brother was completely dominating the fight. However, after several consecutive attacks, none of them had caused any noticeable damage to Athena. On the contrary, each of Athena's attacks left Monkey Brother in a tricky situation, forcing him to confront her head-on to resolve the issue. Monkey Brother, be careful. However, Chen Gong did not reveal his true intentions, simply watching the battle unfold. He knew that if he acted rashly now, it would only distract Sun Wukong. And he had full confidence in Sun Wukong's strength. If he were to give Sun Wukong the chance, he would not need a second summoning to defeat him. However, Sun Wukong paid no heed to the situation on the battlefield. In this situation, the stronger Athena became, the more intense his battle intent grew. As the victor of battles, the title Victor of Battles was no joke for him. Roar! A furious roar erupted from his mouth as Sun Wukong's golden staff crashed down once more. Bang! Athena couldn't help but grunt in pain, nearly dropping her scepter from her hands. At that moment, Sun Wukong had already charged forward. Damn it! Seeing this, she dared not hold back any longer. Her scepter once again gathered boundless energy. Whoosh! As the scepter bloomed, Athena herself transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the distance in an instant. Where are you running? Sun Wukong shouted loudly, stomping his feet heavily on the ground. Boom! The ground suddenly cracked open, and the entire earth trembled. Boom! Where Sun Wukong's foot had landed, a deep ravine appeared, followed by a mountain peak that collapsed instantly. Athena, however, had already vanished from sight. Seeing this, all the viewers watching the live broadcast around the world went wild. How fast! No wonder she could suppress herself. This demoness is indeed formidable. As expected of the divine race, they're truly powerful. They managed to escape. What are you talking about up there? Athena didn't escape, she was creating distance. The monkeys of Longshan Kingdom are so noisy. Ha, who has the sharp tongue of your Korean country? You really go out of your way to flatter your American masters. The comments on the screen kept refreshing. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong's face was dark, his figure darting through the void, relentlessly pursuing Athena's shadow. Go, monkey brother. Come on. Damn it, monkey, I don't believe you're always so lucky. Get out of here. Watching Sun Wukong relentlessly pursue her, Athena could no longer contain her anger and shouted angrily. Originally, she had planned to create some distance and then use her divine power to unleash a storm of attacks, overwhelming Sun Wukong so he couldn't fight back. But now, under his speed, she found it difficult to create any distance between them. She could only rely on her staff to attack frantically. However, even this was insufficient to halt Sun Wukong's advance. This wasn't going to work. Narrowing her eyes, she watched Sun Wukong closing in on her, her gaze flickering with danger. Damn it, it seems I have no choice but to use this move. As she thought this, Athena's expression changed slightly, and her body suddenly came to a halt. Whoosh! Before Sun Wukong could react, a scepter shot toward his throat. Oomph! Facing this fatal strike, Sun Wukong merely sneered disdainfully. Then, he suddenly raised his right leg and kicked the scepter with all his might. Thud! A dull sound echoed, accompanied by bursts of divine light, as the two finally clashed head-on in a true show of strength. Put! Athena felt a sharp pain in her chest, and her breathing stalled noticeably. Her staff was actually knocked slightly upward by the single blow. Moreover, the terrifying force shook her internal organs to the point of dislocation. This was simply unimaginable. How is this possible? Athena's beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. This was her divine weapon, her scepter. But even so, after clashing with Sun Wukong's single strike, she was still left gasping for breath from the overwhelming force. I really underestimated this monkey. The cold glint in her eyes grew even more intense. Without a moment's hesitation, she drew a purple-red crystal from her waist. A strange fluctuation spread out, and the purple-red gemstone burst into a blinding light. At the same time, a faint red glow began to emanate from Athena's body. In that instant, her demeanor underwent a drastic transformation. The former elegant demeanor vanished completely, replaced by an utterly ferocious aura. Athena, the goddess of war, finally revealed her true power. Boom! The sound of thunder echoed across the heavens and earth, as countless lightning bolts swirled around her, emanating an overwhelming pressure that sent shivers down the spine. At that moment, Sun Wukong's pupils suddenly contracted. This pressure. With a flash of cold light in his eyes, Sun Wukong's figure vanished abruptly, reappearing above Athena. The in his hand sliced through the air with a piercing whistle, aiming straight for Athena's head. Break! Facing Sun Wukong's fierce attack, Athena showed no fear. Instead, she let out a sharp cry and raised her scepter directly toward the sky. Boom! The intense collision caused the space around them to collapse instantly. A colossal shockwave erupted from the two combatants, spreading outward in all directions with blinding speed. In the next instant, two figures plummeted from the sky at the same time. Bang! Both landed with a thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. Cough! Unable to suppress a cough, Sun Wukong's golden fur began to char in some places. But his eyes were unusually cold. This guy's defensive power is indeed very strong. Oomph! Athena let out a cold snort, stood up, and her red dress instantly transformed into endless flames, vanishing into thin air. At that moment, she had fiery red hair, as intense as flames. Her peerless beauty was adorned with a pair of purple-blue eyes, filled with coldness. In her hands, a purple-colored longbow had appeared out of nowhere. She knocked an arrow, drew the string, aimed at Sun Wukong, and curved her lips into a sinister smile. Lowly creature, prepare to die. As she spoke, her fingers suddenly released the arrow, which shot out with a whistling sound. Whoosh! A flash of purple light streaked past, appearing in the blink of an eye at the center of Sun Wukong's forehead. Monkey, I'll see where you can escape now. Athena's tone was icy cold. Chapter 142, long awaited. However, what Athena did not expect was that, faced with this fatal strike, Sun Wukong remained completely motionless. Instead, within his golden pupils, besides the intent to fight, there was an additional emotion. That emotion was seriousness. Hee, you're an interesting demon. Since that's the case, this old monkey will warm up a bit as well. As he spoke, he slowly raised both arms, his eyes brimming with intense battle intent, transforming his entire body into a colossal beast. Roar! Lifting his head to roar, the muscles on his body exploded in an instant, filling his entire body with earth-shaking power, like a primordial beast. Boom! Sun Wukong's body was as vast as a mountain, and with each step he took, a thunderous rumble echoed, as if the heavens were collapsing and the earth was splitting apart. Monkey, today, you must die. Athena was also driven to unleash her full potential, her aura surging once more, resembling that of a war god. Ha! Come on! You demon, I've been waiting to beat you to a pulp. Let's fight! The two stood face to face in the void, their auras growing increasingly fierce. And in the next instant, a deafening explosion erupted suddenly. Sun Wukong and Athena simultaneously swung their fists, slamming them into each other with all their might. Bang! A series of dull thuds echoed through the air as both figures were forced to stumble backward. Boom!
Another heavy punch landed, and blood trickled from Sun Wukong's lips.
Athena's expression was also grim.
Although the previous direct clash had caused no injury, it had consumed 1/5 of her strength.
This monkey, is it really a freak?
With a dark expression, Athena clenched her teeth in anger.
Demon, this is all your own doing.
A furious shout rang out, followed by the sight of Sun Wukong stepping on the 7 stars and leaping into the air. His hands traced a peculiar symbol in front of his chest, and an overwhelming surge of energy erupted from his body in an instant.
Boom!
A massive purple-gold mountain peak, over 100 meters tall, materialized out of thin air.
Come, take this move.
Sun Wukong roared, slamming both hands down with all his might.
Hum! The purple-gold mountain peak crushed down toward Athena. Damn it!
Athena narrowed her eyes, but a savage smile appeared on her face. The next moment, her palm suddenly opened.
Hum!
A swirl of purple gold misted into runes on her palm. With a flick of her wrist, a massive purple vortex appeared in midair, swallowing the purple gold mountain peak whole.
Boom!
After swallowing the purple mist, the mountain peak immediately shattered into countless purple particles, drifting down from the sky.
Oomph, is that all you've got?
Athena coldly glanced at the smoke formed from the collapsed mountain peak, her face betraying a mocking expression. However, there was not a trace of contempt in her eyes.
Bang!
In the next instant, she flickered her wrist again. Instantly, a series of massive runes shot out, heading towards Sun Wukong.
Oomph, mere child's play.
Sun Wukong snorted coldly, took a step forward, and his body was enveloped in a blazing purple-gold flame, forming a fiery inferno that engulfed him. The purple-gold flames swirled like a tornado, instantly engulfing the runes and burning them fiercely.
Boom!
The runes exploded, turning into countless purple streaks of light that fell to the ground, each accompanied by a loud explosion. Watching her spell being shattered, Athena's expression changed slightly, her eyes flickering with astonishment.
How could this happen? What kind of monster is this monkey? How could he break my spell?
Sun Wukong merely sneered disdainfully. No matter what tricks you use, this old monkey will show you what true power and strength really mean.
Whoosh!
His figure flickered, and Sun Wukong appeared before Athena. Raising his iron-like hands, he reached out to grab her shoulders.
Athena's face grew cold, and she sidestepped Sun Wukong's attack.
Holding her curved sword, she charged towards Sun Wukong's head with a fierce, icy glint in her eyes.
Clang!
The tip of the sword and the end of the staff collided fiercely, sparks flying in a blinding flash. Sun Wukong was sent flying several zhang away, his eyes filled with gravity. What incredible strength!
This demon's power is truly terrifying. Sun Wukong couldn't help but sigh inwardly, tightening his grip on the golden staff. Demon, don't think that your strength is enough to defeat this old monkey.
I, the old monkey, was born with divine strength, something you demons can never hope to match. Sun Wukong roared again, his aura surging to its peak. His fists clenched tightly, and an endless wave of energy erupted from his body, spreading out in all directions. Roar! He let out a piercing scream, then charged toward Athena once more.
Come on!
Athena, seeing this, flashed a look of determination in her eyes and flipped her wrist again. Suddenly, thick purple-black vines erupted from her body, swarming towards Sun Wukong.
Oomph! Sun Wukong coldly snorted, swinging his fists repeatedly to shatter the vines, continuing his charge toward Athena.
Athena moved swiftly, dodging out of the way before Sun Wukong could reach her. The two of them darted through the air, chasing each other, their movements as swift as lightning. Roar! Sun Wukong roared furiously, his golden pupils filled with intense battle intent as he glared coldly at his opponent. How could this guy be so strong in battle? Watching Sun Wukong's performance, Athena's expression grew increasingly grim. Although she had finally gained the upper hand, she found it extremely difficult to inflict any significant damage on Sun Wukong.
Because Sun Wukong's physical body was simply too terrifying.
Every inch of his skin seemed carved from the most perfect jade. It shone with a crystal-clear luster and emanated an extremely terrifying primal aura that she had never felt before. Damn it, this monkey actually possesses such power.
I can't wait any longer.
As Sun Wukong continued to close in, a cold, murderous intent flashed in Athena's eyes. Then, she clapped her hands together forcefully, and the purple-black vines quickly contracted, eventually transforming into a long whip. Whoosh! The whip turned into a streak of light, sweeping towards Sun Wukong with overwhelming force. Oomph! Facing the whip, Sun Wukong coldly snorted and swung his golden staff toward the whip once more. Clang! The whip and the golden staff collided, producing a crisp sound. Bang! Immediately afterward, a fierce force surged through the whip, causing Sun Wukong to stumble back 3 steps.
Chapter 143, War Demon. This force was truly terrifying, even his physical body showed signs of about to explode.
However, he was Sun Wukong after all, he wasn't one to be easily injured. A piercing glow flashed in his eyes once more, and his body charged forward again. This time, Sun Wukong not only moved faster but also swung his iron-ringed staff, continuously striking Athena.
Clang! The entire void echoed with deafening sounds. Puff! Sun Wukong's golden staff once again pierced through countless attacks, striking Athena's body. Awu!
Athena let out an agonizing scream as her delicate body was sent flying backward, spitting out a jet of blood, her face growing noticeably paler. However, she showed no sign of fear. Instead, the anger on her face grew even more intense. Roar! Sun Wukong roared and charged toward Athena once more. Athena's face was pale, but her eyes still shone with determination as she formed hand seals. In the next instant, endless purple demonic energy surged forth from all directions, instantly coalescing into massive demonic energy vortexes in the air. These vortexes spun ceaselessly, emanating astonishing power, shredding everything in their vicinity. The vortexes grew larger and larger, eventually coalescing into a massive purple-red whirlpool, trapping Sun Wukong within its center. Haha, just surrender peacefully. Athena laughed triumphantly, spreading her arms like white lotus roots. Whoosh! Within the purple-black vortex, a violent suction force erupted suddenly, as if it were pulling the entire universe toward it. This move is truly powerful. With his hands behind his back, Chen Gong watched the battle in the sky, his expression growing increasingly solemn. Although he had anticipated Athena's strength, he never imagined she could reach such a level. Even Monkey King could only barely hold on. If it weren't for his invincible body and exceptional close combat skills, he would have been defeated by Athena long ago. Boom! Suddenly, a series of deafening roars echoed through the sky. Everyone looked up in the direction of the sound and saw that Sun Wukong's figure had already vanished from the purple-black vortex in the sky. Haha, this time, I'll see where you can escape to. Athena laughed triumphantly and began to prepare to leave. This battle was already in her favor, there was no need for her to linger here. But just then, she suddenly felt a chill on her back and quickly looked up. It turned out that the purple-black vortex had dissipated without a trace, and Sun Wukong was standing behind her, his golden eyes cold and unwavering, fixated on her. No! This guy has escaped the vortex. Athena was startled and immediately tried to flee. Whoosh! But Sun Wukong's speed was simply too fast, he didn't even give her time to prepare. Clap! A soft sound echoed as Athena's slender, straight legs were already in Sun Wukong's grasp. Let me go! Athena was terrified, but Sun Wukong paid her no mind. He exerted force with his arms and lifted her delicate body straight up. Then, without hesitation, he raised her high. Boom! Athena's entire body was sent flying through the air. Even the divine light that had been swirling around her diminished significantly. SSSHH. The crowd around her, upon witnessing this scene, all sucked in their breath in unison. Our holy maiden has actually been defeated? Yes, we all underestimated her before. That monkey is indeed very powerful. But I believe the princess will win. Yes, I believe in the princess too. Whispers and murmurs filled the air, leaving everyone speechless. Roar! At that moment, Sun Wukong paid no heed to the thoughts of the crowd. He roared once more. The golden staff in his hand came crashing down once more, aiming straight for Athena, who was lying on the ground, struggling to get back up. At that moment, everyone held their breath, not daring to blink. Boom! With the deafening roar, Athena's body was once again sent flying through the air. Put! Blood spattered everywhere, and Athena's face grew even paler. Such severe injuries left her barely able to stand, but she gritted her teeth and refused to fall. Huff! Watching Athena slowly get back to her feet, Sun Wukong furrowed his brows. Then, the corners of his mouth curled upward, revealing a cold smile. In the next instant, he extended his palm, and a sharp banana fan appeared in his hand. Whoosh! Sun Wukong didn't hesitate, opening the banana fan. In an instant, blazing flames spread out, making the surrounding area scorching hot. At the same time, leaves flew through the air, transforming into sharp blades that shot toward Athena. Swish! 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 The whistling sounds of the blades cutting through the air echoed continuously, as dense as raindrops. Ah! Athena's flowing hair danced in the wind, her skirt rustled, and her body swayed, nearly causing her to fall. Whoosh! At that moment, the soft sword at her waist flew up, emitting a cold, sharp glow, blocking the attack in front of Athena. Clang! Clang! Amidst the clanging of weapons, dazzling beams of light flashed continuously. This caused Athena's fair face to light up with joy, for her cherished soft sword had actually blocked the attack of the banana fan. Humph, how could a mere banana fan possibly match my snake-slaying sword? Athena's beautiful eyes flashed with a cold glint as she spoke. She held her long sword in one hand and lunged towards Sun Wukong. Clang! But just as the tip of her sword was half an inch away from Sun Wukong's chest, his left hand suddenly produced a golden staff. Boom! The massive hammer swept out, emitting thunderous sounds, and crashed toward Athena. The soft sword blade was shattered in an instant. Then, Sun Wukong stomped his right foot and charged straight toward Athena. When they collided, Athena's body was once again sent flying through the air. This time, she had completely lost all her strength. Ha, you've lost. Sun Wukong sneered at Athena. Athena lay on the ground, gazing at Sun Wukong, who stood nearby with an arrogant demeanor, feeling overwhelmed by a sense of immense humiliation. No! Impossible! I am the goddess of art, war, and wisdom in Greek mythology. I possess unimaginable power. How could I possibly lose?
Athena screamed wildly, her eyes bloodshot, resembling a wild beast. But that was the truth.
Sun Wukong had suppressed Athena with nothing but his physical strength.
Since I've lost, I must accept reality.
Sun Wukong's face was filled with a mocking expression. Meanwhile, Athena seemed to have lost her mind, letting out a furious roar to the heavens.
Chapter 144, A huge burden I bear alone.
Then, under the terrified gazes of the crowd, a strange gray mist began to emerge from his body.
Whoosh! The mist swirled rapidly, covering Athena's entire body in a matter of moments. And it grew increasingly dense. Even Sun Wukong could not see through it. Hee, this is my final trump card. I am not only the goddess of wisdom but also the goddess of war. Even if the founder of the Temple of Death were to be reborn, he would dare not challenge me.
Ha ha! A chilling laugh echoed through the gray mist. Immediately afterward, Athena rose slowly to her feet under the stunned gazes of the crowd.
Moreover, at this moment, she seemed completely different from the Athena of before. Boom! With a deafening roar, Athena's aura surged suddenly and rose rapidly. In the blink of an eye, she had become the pinnacle of the sacred realm. Even the four great gods felt a hint of apprehension. This power was simply too overwhelming, not even inferior to any of them. Roar! At that moment, a deep roar echoed from within the gray mist. In the next instant, an overwhelming aura of authority spread out.
Behind Athena, a colossal demonic shadow materialized.
Its body was pitch black, as if cast from ink. With each step it took, the entire earth trembled. Roar!
Finally, as it approached Athena, it let out a deafening roar and charged towards Sun Wukong.
Bang!
Facing the fierce enemy, Sun Wukong remained unfazed. He swung his massive staff, colliding with his opponent.
A deafening explosion echoed through the air.
Although Sun Wukong held the upper hand, he knew that to secure victory, he would have to put in some effort. After all, the person before him was of a higher realm, and without using external objects, it would be difficult to emerge victorious. However, at this moment, Sun Wukong had nothing else besides his golden staff that could serve as a weapon. With this thought, he steeled his resolve and let go of the golden monkey staff, which flew out of his hands. He aimed it at his opponent and swung it with all his might. Crack! After tracing an arc through the air, it crashed heavily into the demon's shoulder. Crack! The sound of bones cracking echoed, and the demon's shoulder caved in, pinning its entire body to the ground.
Oomph, hold him down. But Sun Wukong wouldn't let up. Just as the demon raised its head to counterattack, his golden staff was already ready. Roar! With a roar like a dragon's cry, infinite magical power gathered, and the golden staff transformed into a pillar supporting the heavens, crashing down with tremendous force. Put! Blood spattered everywhere as the opponent's head was crushed to pieces, leaving no trace of the body. But Athena had already vanished. Clearly, she had fled. Oomph, where do you think you're going? Sun Wukong cursed, trying to give chase, but the next moment, the entire mountain range trembled violently. An overwhelming aura of authority filled the heavens and earth. Everyone's eyes filled with fear. At that moment, the live stream exploded. The citizens of Xianlong Kingdom were all stunned. They were utterly awed by Sun Wukong's immense power. The chat was flooded with messages. Sun Wukong is so awesome. Sun Wukong is so badass. He killed Athena with one swing. Ha, who said our monkey king was a fool? This time he proved them wrong. The comments were so dense they almost overwhelmed the screen. However, Sun Wukong was too preoccupied to notice. Because he could clearly sense an extremely dangerous aura approaching him. Aang! Sure enough, just as he raised his head, a figure clad in silver-white armor appeared in the sky above. Sun Wukong, is that you? I will remember your name, even if you will be reduced to dust after this battle. Athena's hair fluttered in the wind. Standing in the air, she looked down upon Sun Wukong. Behind her, the four great war demons had fully manifested their true forms. A powerful aura swept toward them. This pressure was even greater than Sun Wukong's. It caused everyone to tremble in fear. Especially the people of Xianlong Kingdom, their eyes welled up with tears, nearly spilling over. Athena, you're still alive. At that moment, Sun Wukong furrowed his brows. Although the opponent's strength had surpassed his own. However, he showed no sign of fear and instead shouted out. My affairs are none of your concern. Now, hand over that item and I might consider sparing you. Otherwise, this place will be your final resting ground today. Athena spoke indifferently, but anyone who heard her felt a chill run through their body. Oomph, you're truly arrogant. I have roamed the heavens and have never feared anyone. If you want my thing, you'll have to prove you have the ability to take it. Sun Wukong said disdainfully. However, a look of gravity flashed across his eyes. Boom! Athena, however, did not waste any words. As soon as her words fell, the four war demons charged towards Sun Wukong in unison. Their attacks were fierce and relentless. Moreover, their bodies towered tens of thousands of feet high, shimmering with dazzling bolts of lightning. Like a meteor, they reached Sun Wukong's head in an instant. Their massive claws extended, creating a deafening roar. Oomph!
At that moment, Sun Wukong merely sneered disdainfully. As the four great demons attacked, he swung his golden staff forward to meet them. Bang! The two collided, producing a deafening roar. Then, the two engaged in another fierce battle. In the blink of an eye, over 1,000 moves had been exchanged. The four great demons grew increasingly fierce, their attacking techniques sharp and relentless. However, even so, they were still no match for Sun Wukong. After all, their cultivation was on another level. Not only did he bear the title of the Monkey King, but he had also trained under the Buddha for several months, which had granted him such formidable strength. He could truly be called a demonic prodigy. Oomph! Finally, at a certain moment, an arrow flew from the distance. It was none other than Athena, holding a longbow, watching everything unfold from afar with a cold gaze. Such an opportunity, how could she miss it? And as soon as her words fell, bang! Sun Wukong, who was in the midst of a fierce battle, was struck in the chest by the arrow. In an instant, he was covered in wounds. Blood spattered everywhere. However, the opponent did not stop attacking. Bang! 2 more arrows flew towards Sun Wukong. Blazing flames emitted a destructive force. The entire void grew dim and gloomy. Whoosh! Sun Wukong's shoulder was pierced through. Hee hee, today is your day of death. The 4 demons laughed maliciously. His eyes flashed with intense light. Meanwhile, seeing Sun Wukong's hand, Chen Gong's heart also sank. But now, he could only watch helplessly. He couldn't help Sun Wukong in the slightest. Chapter 145v. In the divine battlefield, the battle between Sun Wukong, Athena, and the 4 great demons continued unabated. The massive demon's form was constantly shifting. Every strike they land carries unimaginable destructive power. Even Sun Wukong's physical body struggled to withstand the collision. Boom! Just as he was struggling to hold his ground, Athena's punch shattered his protective aura in an instant. Aang! At the same time, a furious roar echoed through the air. The colossal beast before Athena opened its hideous maw and lunged towards Sun Wukong. Its sharp teeth gleamed menacingly, as if intent on devouring him. This time, Sun Wukong had no way to dodge. The only thing he could do was block with his golden staff. Clang! However, this time, he had underestimated the power of the 4 great demons. The beast's fangs were as sharp as divine weapons, easily tearing through Sun Wukong's divine abilities. Finally, they bit through them, and the sharp claws sank into Sun Wukong's arms. Sizzle! Bright red blood spurted out, causing Sun Wukong to cry out in pain. Immediately afterward, the other 3 war demons appeared alongside Sun Wukong and kicked toward his abdomen. Their speed was too fast. In the blink of an eye, they had already arrived. Just as their vicious claws were less than half a meter away from his body. Sun Wukong's pupils contracted sharply, and his body erupted backward in an instant, dodging the fatal blow. At the same time, his right foot stomped the ground, propelling his entire body backward in an instant. Boom! A deafening roar echoed through the air. The ground where Sun Wukong had been standing collapsed. Despite this, he was still severely injured. His entire left arm was nearly hanging down by his shoulder. His face was pale and disheveled. This scene left Chen Gong and the others on the city walls utterly shocked. This was the Monkey King, the ruler of the heavenly court. When had he ever suffered such injuries? Unconsciously, concern flashed in their eyes. Alright, since you refuse to surrender, I shall grant you your wish today. At that moment, Athena's icy voice echoed out. Her eyes were filled with murderous intent. At this moment, she was actually preparing to take action herself. Her hand extended, and in an instant, endless thunder gathered in the air. With a deafening roar, a massive light sword slowly took shape. Then, to the disbelief of everyone present, it struck fiercely towards Sun Wukong. Bang! The light sword was too fast. Even Sun Wukong was unable to block it at that moment. Clang! With a crisp sound, the golden armor on Sun Wukong's body was directly sliced apart. Oomph, you insignificant ants dare to challenge me. Athena's voice, filled with contempt, echoed through the air. She looked down at Sun Wukong, who was covered in wounds, with utter disdain. Ha, it's been so many years, and no one has ever injured this old monkey like this. Athena, huh? You're really something, aren't you? Sun Wukong suddenly raised his head, his eyes bloodshot. Today, I'll show you all why I'm called the victor over demons Buddha. In the next instant, the golden staff in Sun Wukong's hand began to grow in size as it met the wind. In the blink of an eye, it reached a height of 10,000 feet, resembling a pillar supporting the heavens, emitting a dazzling golden glow. Under the sunlight, it shone brilliantly. The people around him couldn't help but squint their eyes. Meanwhile, Athena's eyes sparkled with excitement. This golden staff, she had heard of before. Though it wasn't considered a powerful innate treasure, it still possessed overwhelming might. Moreover, it had a special function. Whoosh! For she sensed a dangerous aura. She raised the massive blade in her hand and unleashed a fierce blade of light. In that instant, space shattered inch by inch, as if the world were coming to an end. Facing such a scene, the golden staff charged forward. In an instant, a deafening roar echoed through the air. The blade's energy shattered, but the giant staff remained unscathed.
Instead, a deep gash appeared on the axe blade.
Looking at Athena, Sun Wukong's face twisted into a ferocious expression as he shouted.
Haha, hand over your magic staff to this old monkey. Otherwise, I'll reduce you to ashes.
As the words fell, the massive club in his hand swung out in an instant.
Bang! Athena's body was sent flying backward. At that moment, fear flashed in her eyes. She never imagined that her prideful blade would be defeated.
Just as Athena was knocked away, the faces of the three war demons were filled with murderous intent. Without a moment's hesitation, their bodies shot into the sky once more, charging towards Sun Wukong with relentless ferocity. Their techniques were ruthless and brutal. The massive axes in their hands sliced through the air, leaving trails of brilliant light as they descended towards Sun Wukong.
Roll!
Seeing this, Sun Wukong took a step forward. His body shot upward in an instant, his golden hair standing on end. His entire form resembled a towering tree trunk, spanning the battlefield. A single punch was unleashed, sending a torrent of powerful energy surging forth.
Boom! A deafening roar echoed through the air.
Sun Wukong did not stop after his first punch but continued to charge forward, delivering another powerful blow. This time, all three figures spat blood and flew backward. Clearly, they had been caught off guard by the previous strike.
Sigh. Seeing this scene, those watching from afar couldn't help but suck in a cold breath.
Their eyes widened in horror.
Who could have imagined that a randomly summoned Monkey King could fight against 4 war demon gods? And even force them to sustain injuries? Does the Shenlong Kingdom really have such a divine being? In my opinion, that Shen Gong will eventually become a major threat to our country.
On the American side, a general spoke with a solemn expression. As soon as he finished speaking, a cold gleam flashed in the eyes of the others. After all, if the Shenlong Kingdom were to rise to power, it would certainly not be good news for them.
Don't worry.
They won't last much longer.
Currently, the US military forces are on their way. Once they arrive, all of these things will fall under the jurisdiction of the United States.
As they spoke, Athena's eyes flashed with a cold, menacing light.
At that moment, he was completely enraged.
How dare Sun Wukong dare to injure 4 war demons right in front of him?
Athena was also seething with anger.
She channeled nearly all of her divine power into the bodies of the 4 war demons. The external wounds of the 4 war demons healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a short time, they were fully restored.
Kill!
Next, the 4 great war demons charged directly towards Sun Wukong. Blinding light erupted across the heavens and earth.
Chapter 146, The Monkey King Captures the Snake.
Everyone's pupils contracted in fear, daring not to take it lightly. Upon witnessing such a scene,
a loud roar echoed through the air.
Sun Wukong roared furiously, his golden staff in hand. It transformed into a 1,000-foot-long weapon, unleashing a torrential gale as it charged forward.
Boom!
The two collided, producing a deafening explosion that caused the space to crack open once more.
Thick blood mist filled the air.
Sun Wukong retreated continuously in the air.
Meanwhile, the demons' mouths were dripping with blood.
At the same time, they were filled with terror, never expecting that this move couldn't defeat their opponent.
Kill! Kill this demon! Athena's voice rang out once more. She did not want to waste any more time.
At this moment, she must eliminate the enemy as quickly as possible. Otherwise, once her spiritual energy was depleted, she would be powerless to save herself.
Boom!
Upon hearing the command, the war demons dared not hesitate, letting out ferocious roars as they charged towards Sun Wukong.
Hee, since you want to die, this monk will send you on your way. At that very moment, Sun Wukong also let out a savage grin. In the next instant, his figure vanished from the spot.
Only a trail of afterimages remained. Then, golden flames swirled around his palm.
He grabbed onto a demonic war chariot with both hands.
With a sharp hiss, the sharp nails easily pierced through the steel, penetrating into the chariot.
In an instant, a heart-wrenching scream echoed out.
Then, to everyone's disbelief, the chariot was torn apart.
The demon controlling the chariot
was directly thrown out by Sun Wukong. In the end, it dissipated into a cloud of blood in the sky. At that moment, Athena stood frozen in place. She had originally believed that the power of these war demons was sufficient to overwhelm Sun Wukong.
Who could have imagined such a situation would arise?
This was simply too astonishing. Then, the gleam in her beautiful eyes flickered. She spoke slowly. Sun Wukong, your power truly astonishes me.
However, if we continue to fight, you will never be my match. Even as her breath grew faint, Athena maintained her haughty demeanor.
Follow me, and I shall grant you a Greek divine title.
Ha! With you? Forget it. I wouldn't stoop to being your servant. Just die. Upon hearing the voice, Sun Wukong's face betrayed his disdain.
Then, flapping his wings,
he charged toward Athena. The golden staff in his hand emitted a blinding golden glow, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. A loud roar echoed through the heavens. Athena's body was also enveloped in a dense divine light.
At this moment, though she was already at the end of her strength, she remained as powerful as ever.
Bang!
In the blink of an eye, the two collided hundreds of times. The void trembled with thunderous roars. However, in the end, Sun Wukong gained the upper hand. Each of his strikes caused Athena to spit blood.
You can't win.
I am the messenger of the supreme god.
You will never defeat me.
Seeing this, Athena let out a piercing scream. Then, she took out a crystal ball from her bosom.
It emitted a blinding light. Boom!
As the crystal ball shattered,
Endless waves surged forth, instantly engulfing the entire sky. Splash!
Gigantic waves rolled and crashed down directly towards Sun Wukong.
Ha, mere waves dare to show themselves and make a fool of themselves?
Despite his golden armor shattered beyond recognition, Sun Wukong defiantly declared as he faced the towering waves. Alone, holding his golden band, he stood firm, unmoving before the colossal waves.
Boom!
In the next instant, endless waves crashed down upon him. He was covered in blood, yet he showed no intention of retreating. Instead, he took a step forward. Both hands clenched the golden staff, he struck down with all his might.
Ah!
Athena felt the staff pressing down on her like a mountain. She couldn't help but let out a scream, but she couldn't escape.
Bang!
Finally, with a dull thud, Athena was once again knocked flying. She fell to the ground, completely unconscious.
The war demons, upon witnessing this scene,
their expressions changed drastically, and they tried to dodge. But Sun Wukong wasn't about to give them a chance. Whoosh! Blinding beams of divine power shot out in all directions.
Boom!
As the deafening roar echoed,
there was not a single person left standing in the field. All the demons were completely annihilated. And just as they fell, a colossal pressure descended from above. A loud roar echoed through the air.
With a series of roars,
Sun Wukong's body was enveloped in layers of black mist.
Like dark clouds, it covered the sky.
However, at that very moment, the Sakura Kingdom could no longer sit idly by.
If the United States were to fall, they would be in trouble as well.
Yamada no Orochi, go protect Athena.
The leader of the Cherry Blossom Nation shouted. Upon hearing the voice, a massive serpent revealed its enormous form. It coiled itself around the city walls, completely surrounding the entire city.
At the same time, above Sun Wukong's head appeared a crown. His body swelled to over 10 jang in size.
His muscles bulged and twisted. He stood tall like an iron tower. The monkey hair on his head resembled a tangled mess of straw. Holding the golden staff, he took one step at a time toward the unconscious Athena.
Just 30 meters away from Athena, the 8-headed serpent appeared.
It descended from the sky, blocking the path between Sun Wukong and Athena.
It shielded Athena behind it. The Tencho Gumo at its tail emitted a chilling glow.
It extended its tongue towards Sun Wukong.
Seeing this, Sun Wukong couldn't help but laugh in anger. You're just a snake, dare you try to save someone under my command? As soon as the words fell, he prepared to act. Roar!
But just as his words had barely left his mouth,
the 8-headed serpent suddenly let out a furious roar.
Its massive body, like a coiling dragon, charged towards Sun Wukong.
Its sharp claws and venomous fangs bathed in sunlight, emitting a cold, eerie glow. Its speed was incredibly fast. In an instant, it sliced through the void.
It lunged directly at Sun Wukong.
Oomph, mere child's play.
Upon seeing such an attack, Sun Wukong coldly remarked. Then, his body suddenly leaped into the air.
The golden staff in his hand lashed out at the giant snake.
This was the first time the golden staff had been used for attack.
However, it contained an unimaginably terrifying power. Crack!
With a crisp sound, the massive body of the 8-headed serpent crashed onto the ground.
It let out an agonizing scream.
Its body was completely shattered. Blood spurted everywhere. Seeing this scene, the leader of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom turned pale with horror. For the 8-headed serpent was their national guardian beast. It was only summoned during critical battles. He never imagined it would fall here today. However, before he could react, a crimson glow suddenly appeared beside the 8-headed serpent.
Without any regard for reason, it struck one of the 8 heads of the Yamada no Orochi with a single blow.
With the force of 1,000 pounds.
Chapter 147, Something's Wrong. Even though we now hold the advantage, why do I keep feeling something is off?
In what should be an absolutely safe area, Chen Gong watched Monkey King's earth-shattering strike, but his brows furrowed slightly.
This feeling was truly peculiar.
For a moment, even Chen Gong couldn't figure out what was happening.
Never mind, let us take them out first. If anything unexpected happens, I'll use my trump card.
Chen Gong murmured softly, his gaze fixed intently on the battlefield.
Meanwhile, on the other side,
Sun Wukong kicked out, landing his foot on the head of the 8-headed serpent. Instantly, the once hard snake skin shattered into pieces. It turned into a cloud of dust, drifting through the air. Sun Wukong's body used the recoil force to continue moving forward. Now, 2 of the 8-headed serpent's heads had been shattered by Sun Wukong, but 6 more hideous heads remained, screaming wildly.
Awa! Roar! As their roars echoed out,
the surrounding space seemed to warp.
Black wind blades erupted from their heads, tearing through the air. Oomph, with such petty demonic arts, you dare to think you can harm this great sage? Sun Wukong sneered coldly. Ha! Holding the golden monkey staff, he swung it once more toward the head of the eight-headed serpent, spewing black wind blades. Boom! Another deafening explosion echoed through the air. The golden staff and the bizarre attack collided in mid-air, canceling each other out. However, the black wind blades still lingered, continuing to sweep towards Sun Wukong. Roll! Sun Wukong took a step forward, and the black wind blades instantly turned into dust. Boom! The attack was broken, and the eight-headed serpent was struck by the backlash. The head that had just spat out the terrifying wind blades suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. However, Sun Wukong wasn't faring much better. The bizarre attacks were simply too numerous. Moreover, each wave of attacks inflicted damage on him. Nevertheless, he was the great sage, and naturally had the means to handle everything unfolding before him. His body didn't retreat but advanced instead, continuing toward the direction where Athena was located. He was well aware that although the eight-headed serpent was currently the main attacker, but if the unconscious Athena were to awaken, the situation on the battlefield would change instantly. At that point, even if he were as strong as ever, facing two beings of nearly equal power would make victory extremely difficult. Boom! Just as he approached Athena, the eight-headed serpent roared once more. Not only that, but it also unleashed a series of bizarre and malevolent attacks towards Sun Wukong once more. The matter between Sun Wukong and Athena it was naturally well aware of. Roll away. However, Sun Wukong's face showed no trace of fear. He swung his golden staff, once again blocking the attack. Suddenly, a flash of sharp light appeared in his eyes, and the muscles on his right leg swelled instantly. He then stomped his foot heavily on the ground, and with overwhelming force, he blasted a deep crater into the earth. He then charged directly toward the eight-headed serpent. His speed was blindingly fast, nearly instantaneous, and he was already beside the eight-headed serpent. His right fist, containing immense force, struck the Yamata no Orochi's abdomen. The immense force sent the eight-headed serpent flying backward. Boom! It crashed heavily into the distant desert terrain, sending clouds of yellow sand flying everywhere. A loud roar echoed through the air. The eight-headed serpent raised its body from the sand, its blood-red pupils fixed intently on Sun Wukong, its mouth roaring furiously. Roar! After several more roars, a series of eerie ripples began to spread out around it. What kind of strange and evil technique is this? Seeing this, Sun Wukong couldn't help but furrow his brows slightly. Deep down, he sensed something was terribly wrong. Ha! Just as he was pondering, the eight-headed serpent suddenly opened its blood-red maw and lunged toward him, ready to devour him. Clearly, it intended to devour him. Just lie there obediently for this old monkey. Sun Wukong sneered coldly, swung his golden staff with all his might, and struck the eight-headed serpent. Crack! 3 consecutive strikes shattered the strange defensive barrier on the eight-headed serpent's body completely. Evil energy flew everywhere, and terrifying energy scattered in all directions. However, this was not the end. After the eight-headed serpent's body shattered, streams of blood-red light columns erupted once more from within. They swept towards Sun Wukong. However, these blood-red light columns possessed little lethality. Upon contact with the golden monkey staff, they dissipated into clouds of blood mist in the air. Roar! Seeing his attack so easily neutralized, the eight-headed serpent couldn't help but feel his anger flare up, letting out a furious roar toward the heavens. The sound was deafening, echoing across the sky like thunder, sending shivers down the spines of all who heard it. But just as it roared, Sun Wukong suddenly launched his attack. The golden monkey staff spun rapidly in his hands. Under Sun Wukong's control, it struck the head of the eight-headed serpent with tremendous force. Boom! Under the impact of the golden staff, the head of the eight-headed serpent was sent flying high into the air. However, this head remained intact. Its figure flickered, transforming into a blur as it sprinted off into the distance. Roar! But just as its form vanished, an overwhelming pressure descended upon the entire valley. The pressure was so vast and overwhelming that it sent shivers down the spines of all who felt it. Even Sun Wukong felt a heavy pressure, causing him to involuntarily take a few steps backward. Roar! However, that pressure only temporarily suppressed Sun Wukong. Soon, the form of the eight-headed serpent coalesced once more. As its mouth opened and closed, endless blood-red light columns surged forth from its mouth, coalescing into a single spear. Whoosh! The spear sliced through the void, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, charging towards Sun Wukong. Bang! Sun Wukong flickered his wrist, and the golden staff collided fiercely with the spear. Hum! Where the two weapons met, ripples spread out in concentric circles, followed by fine cracks that quickly radiated outward from the spear and the golden staff. Swish! Put! Under Sun Wukong's watchful gaze, the spear held on for less than 3 breaths before cracks began to appear. However, its body did not stop moving at all, charging directly toward him. And its speed continued to increase. Sun Wukong furrowed his brows, swung his golden staff, and blocked it. Roar! Chapter 148 Difficulty. The eight-headed serpent roared again, opening its mouth to spit out another blood-red jet. Bang! Sun Wukong's body swayed and he was sent flying backward. But at that moment, the eight-headed serpent opened its mouth once more and spat out another blood-red jet. The blood jet, accompanied by a piercing whistling sound, pierced straight towards Sun Wukong's chest. This arrow was incredibly fast, and even Sun Wukong found it difficult to dodge. Bang! However, he did not panic. He twisted his body, and the golden monkey staff blocked the blood-red arrow. At the same time, he swung his arm with all his strength. The blood-red arrow snapped in two right in the middle. This caused the eight-headed serpent to pause for a moment. Clearly, it had not anticipated that Sun Wukong could block its arrow. However, once it regained its composure, the eight-headed serpent continued to spew an endless stream of blood arrows towards Sun Wukong. Bang! 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 One after another, the blood arrows rained down like a meteor shower, furiously striking Sun Wukong. This beast is truly a formidable opponent. Sun Wukong muttered under his breath, his eyes filled with a heavy expression. He knew that the eight-headed serpent had no intention of holding back. However, since that was the case, he couldn't possibly give up. A mere demonic creature dares to act so brazenly before this great sage? It's nothing but a pipe dream. Oomph! With a loud shout, his figure suddenly darted forward, plunging directly into the blood-red glow and racing forward. He wanted to test just how powerful that blood-red glow was and whether it could be broken through. Bang! However, to Sun Wukong's disappointment, the blood-red glow remained unchanged. It remained as resilient as ever. Oomph! Sun Wukong snorted coldly, narrowing his eyes, and a dazzling golden light erupted from every part of his body. Hum! The golden light flickered, transforming into a dazzling golden light barrier that enveloped Sun Wukong. Though the blood-red light was powerful, it couldn't harm the golden light barrier in the slightest. Roar! The eight-headed serpent let out a deep, growling roar, seemingly enraged by the situation. However, such an attack was nothing to worry about for Sun Wukong. Whoosh! The golden monkey staff swung swiftly, whipping through the air like an agile python under Sun Wukong's control. Each golden whip, resembling a dragon, danced wildly under Sun Wukong's control, shattering the blood-red light columns. However, the golden monkey staff's power was soon exhausted, and it could no longer hold on. Roar! Seeing Sun Wukong's golden staff finally lose its effect, the eight-headed serpent let out a savage cry in triumph. Boom! In the next instant, the entire valley shook violently. The vast ground began to crack, then split apart inch by inch. What's going on? Sun Wukong furrowed his brows, his eyes fixed intently on the scene before him, a look of astonishment flashing across his eyes. This sudden change was far more severe than he had anticipated, as if something was slowly awakening. Roar! The eight-headed serpent, seeing this, let out a deep, angry roar, its voice filled with intense fury. When Sun Wukong had shattered its spear, it had sensed it this time. The enemy it faced seemed far more powerful and formidable than any it had encountered before. Bang! Then, a massive explosion echoed through the valley, causing the entire mountain range to collapse instantly. A massive gorge appeared, splitting the valley in two. Whoosh! Then, Sun Wukong emerged from the massive gorge. However, he was now in a rather disheveled state. His once fair skin was now covered in deep bloodstains, looking quite terrifying. Moreover, Sun Wukong's face was also drenched in sweat. Sigh. Looking at the Sun Wukong before him, the eight-headed serpent couldn't help but suck in a cold breath, his eyes betraying a deep sense of fear. This guy is simply too strong, almost terrifying. However, this only served to fuel the eight-headed serpent's battle lust even more. However, it was well aware that the gap in strength between itself and Sun Wukong was simply too vast. Therefore, for now, it could only adopt a hit-and-run strategy. Once its strength returned to its peak, it could launch a fierce counterattack and easily defeat Sun Wukong. Bang! At that moment, a golden light suddenly appeared before its eyes. The eight-headed serpent looked up and saw Sun Wukong's staff, carrying unimaginable force, crashing down toward it with tremendous force. Bang! A dull thud echoed, and the eight-headed serpent was sent flying backward. Roar! The eight-headed serpent let out another deep roar. A faint green glow appeared on its body, which then transformed into a massive armor, enveloping the eight-headed serpent's body. Whoosh! Sun Wukong's figure landed in front of the eight-headed serpent, and he swung his golden staff fiercely once more. Bang! A series of dull thuds echoed out, and the eight-headed serpent's body trembled continuously under Sun Wukong's golden staff. Roar! The eight-headed serpent let out a painful screech. Every move Sun Wukong executed was ruthless and brutal. Especially the latest one, which nearly knocked it senseless. This monkey demon clearly intended to use it as a punching bag. Damn it! The eight-headed serpent cursed under its breath, then once again spat out a blood-red energy sphere, completely enveloping Sun Wukong's body and preventing him from escaping. Boom! The blood-red light spheres then collided directly with the golden light barrier surrounding Sun Wukong, exploding violently. Roar! But Sun Wukong paid no heed, swinging his golden staff even more swiftly. Bang! A series of dull thuds echoed out, and Sun Wukong's body was once again struck by deep wounds, blood gushing out, looking extremely terrifying.
However, his physical constitution was simply too formidable, such minor injuries were nothing to him.
Damn it! This monkey is truly extraordinary. Seeing Sun Wukong's condition, the eight-headed serpent couldn't help but feel a surge of awe. This monkey demon's physical defense was simply too formidable, it could actually withstand its attacks. However, it was confident that it could wear Sun Wukong down with its own defenses. But, as time passed, the eyes of the eight-headed serpent gradually widened in disbelief. For it suddenly noticed that Sun Wukong's body, which had been shattered into 1,000 pieces, was slowly healing at a visible speed. Chapter 149, Return to prepare for the afterlife. In just a few breaths, all the wounds on Sun Wukong's body vanished without a trace. This monkey demon's physique is truly terrifying, even I cannot defeat him. The eight-headed serpent's heart was filled with deep apprehension, daring not to show the slightest sign of complacency. Awah! In the next instant, it opened its mouth and let out a piercing howl, followed by a massive flame-covered claw crashing down from the sky. Boom! The might of this flame-clawed claw was utterly terrifying, as if it could shatter the heavens and earth, causing Sun Wukong's expression to grow solemn. Boom! Sun Wukong held his golden staff and clashed directly with the flaming claw. Bang! The flame claw and the golden staff collided violently, erupting into a series of earth-shaking explosions. The power of the flaming giant claw was utterly terrifying. Sun Wukong's golden staff was actually bent by its force, as if it were about to be torn apart. Bang! In the next instant, the flaming giant claw struck the golden staff, sending it flying backward before crashing heavily into the distance. Sun Wukong's body was also slightly disheveled from the attack. The muscles beneath his golden fur bulged, and blood flowed down his battle armor, making the cloak on his back even more crimson. You think you're so powerful? Now let's see what you can do. The eight-headed serpent let out a sinister laugh, then flickered and appeared before Sun Wukong. It extended its crimson tongue to lick its lips, its eyes filled with a savage, greedy glint. Hee, with such meager skills, you dare to be so arrogant before the great sage? You think you've gained a slight advantage over this little insect and think you can fly to the heavens? Sun Wukong looked at the eight-headed serpent before him and sneered. The eight-headed serpent glared angrily. You insolent monkey who doesn't know his place. I'll tear you to pieces. Then, it once again swung its arms towards Sun Wukong, and the massive flame-covered claw once again fiercely lunged toward him. Funny, your old monkey grandfather actually knows how high the sky is and how thick the earth is. Sun Wukong, without hesitation, swung his golden staff, shattering it into pieces. Bang! Immediately afterward, Sun Wukong's body crashed heavily onto the ground. The ground was instantly blasted open, forming a deep crater. Dust and debris swirled, burying Sun Wukong's body beneath the earth, his whereabouts unknown. Roar! The eight-headed serpent, gazing at the deep crater, roared furiously in uncontrollable rage. Then, its massive form charged towards Sun Wukong's body. It knew that its previous attack, though seemingly powerful, had not inflicted any serious injuries on Sun Wukong. Not even a single hair on his body had been harmed. All it needed to do was pinpoint Sun Wukong's location and strike again, and it would surely tear him apart. After all, its body was incredibly hard, and combined with its enormous size, its strength was immense. Sun Wukong had no chance of withstanding it. With this in mind, the eight-headed serpent began frantically searching for Sun Wukong's scent, seeking out his hiding place. Whoosh! However, at that very moment, a black shadow plummeted from the sky, appearing before the eight-headed serpent in an instant. Roar! Seeing Sun Wukong emerge once again from the void, the eight-headed serpent couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. Its head suddenly lunged forward, and its massive tongue snapped toward Sun Wukong with a vicious bite. However, just as it was about to make contact with Sun Wukong, his figure suddenly vanished. The eight-headed serpent froze, then realized that Sun Wukong was actually behind its tail. Crack! However, just as the eight-headed serpent tried to retract its tail, Sun Wukong suddenly appeared behind it, swinging his golden staff and striking its spine with all his might. Crack! The sound of bones shattering echoed throughout the heavens and earth. Ah! Intense pain surged through its body, and the eight-headed serpent let out a heart-wrenching scream. Then, its massive body crashed heavily onto the ground. Whoosh! Sun Wukong gasped for breath, plunging his golden staff into the soil, then flipped his body and leaped into the air, gazing down at the eight-headed serpent from above. How about it? Do you still dare to defy this old monkey? Damn it! Damn you, Monkey King! I won't let you off this time. The eight-headed serpent clutched its lower back and roared with hatred. Its eyes were filled with endless savagery and cruelty. With a twist of its body, it returned to the sky once more. A loud howl echoed through the air. In the next instant, it opened its blood-red maw and let out a deep, growling roar. Soon, its body was engulfed in towering flames, burning fiercely. Whoosh! The flames erupted, forming massive fireballs several jang in size, sweeping towards Sun Wukong. Facing such a powerful assault, Sun Wukong did not retreat but charged forward, pushing off the ground with both feet. His entire body soared into the air, and then his form descended from above, charging toward the eight-headed serpent. Bang! In the next instant, the two bodies finally collided.
Sun Wukong swung his golden staff, striking the eight-headed serpent's body with all his might. The eight-headed serpent, in turn, swung its massive tail, as black as iron, to meet the blow. Boom! Instantly, the two collided violently. Boom! Violent energy erupted in all directions, obliterating everything in its path. Roar! The body of the eight-headed serpent kept retreating, constantly roaring, but no matter how it struggled, it couldn't escape Sun Wukong's attack range.
This force was too overwhelming.
Like a sharp sword, it sliced through the scales of the eight-headed serpent, leaving it bleeding profusely, a sight that was utterly gruesome.
Awah! The eight-headed serpent sensed the danger and no longer fought head-on, instead turning and fleeing.
But Sun Wukong wasn't about to let it escape. Sun Wukong, using the 7-star step technique, moved through the sky like a ghost, his body flickering rapidly. With each step, he left a trail of afterimages, appearing before the eight-headed serpent in the blink of an eye. The golden staff in his hand swung down with tremendous force. Bang! The golden staff struck the eight-headed serpent's back with tremendous force, sending sparks of blood flying everywhere. The eight-headed serpent's back was also struck with deep gashes, and blood gushed out continuously. Roar! The eight-headed serpent let out a piercing scream, its body twisting and rolling through the air. Whoosh!
Chapter 150, The Assault.
In the next instant, the eight-headed serpent opened its mouth and fired a jet of pitch-black flames, charging towards Sun Wukong. Boom! Sun Wukong did not dodge or retreat, instead swinging his golden staff and colliding fiercely with the black pillar of fire. Boom! In the next instant, Sun Wukong's fist, enveloped in divine light, collided with the pillar of fire, sending flames flying in all directions. However, it couldn't even scratch Sun Wukong. Boom! The next moment, as Sun Wukong exerted himself once more, the golden staff struck the pillar of fire, erupting in a deafening roar.
Hum! Immediately afterward, ripples spread out in all directions.
Then, the pitch-black flames collapsed, turning into a black mist that swirled around Sun Wukong.
The body of the eight-headed serpent was once again flung backward.
Roar! The eight-headed serpent let out a long, piercing cry, and a layer of pale green scales appeared on its body, emitting a faint green glow, giving it an eerie appearance. Then, the eight-headed serpent once again charged towards Sun Wukong. Whoosh! At that moment, streams of black mist began to emerge from the body of the eight-headed serpent. The black mist swiftly gathered together, forming a dark cloud above its head, completely blocking Sun Wukong's retreat. Boom! The dark cloud condensed, lightning danced within, and terrifying energy fluctuations erupted continuously from its core. Seeing this, Sun Wukong sneered coldly. Boom! In the next instant, he swung his golden staff once more, smashing it down toward the dark cloud with all his might. Boom! A deafening clap of thunder echoed, and the dark clouds shattered into pieces. Then, a golden dragon over 20 zhang in diameter burst forth from the clouds, carrying an overwhelming aura of power, and slammed towards Sun Wukong with tremendous force. Bang! However, Sun Wukong showed no fear. He swung his golden staff down with all his might, colliding fiercely with the golden dragon. In the next instant, Sun Wukong's body was violently sent flying backward by the golden dragon's impact, crashing heavily onto the ground. Roar! The eyes of the eight-headed serpent flickered with a trace of horror.
It never imagined that Sun Wukong could still stand up under such a fierce attack. A howl. The eight-headed serpent let out another low growl, its body radiating a blinding red glow. It then grew to 100 feet in size and charged towards Sun Wukong. Boom! Sun Wukong did not back down, wielding his golden staff and striking the eight-headed serpent with all his might.
The battle between the two grew increasingly intense. Blinding beams of divine light erupted from their bodies, illuminating the ground below and creating a spectacular sight. As time went on, the eight-headed serpent gradually began to lose the upper hand.
After all, it was already injured.
Meanwhile, Sun Wukong's strength was rapidly increasing. Although it was also injured, its wounds were minor and not life-threatening. Roar! Suddenly, the eight-headed serpent let out a furious roar, opened its mouth once more, and spat out a series of black smoke, enveloping Sun Wukong. Oomph! Trivial tricks! Sun Wukong said coldly. His words fell into the ears of the eight-headed serpent, causing it to grow extremely enraged. Roar! The eight-headed serpent's body swelled several times, and streams of black mist erupted from its body, engulfing Sun Wukong once more. Bang! But Sun Wukong merely sneered disdainfully, swinging his golden staff and striking the black mist with all his might, causing a deafening explosion. Immediately, the black mist was shattered by Sun Wukong's golden staff. Then Sun Wukong swung his golden staff once more, bringing it down with all his might toward the head of the eight-headed serpent. Boom! The eight-headed serpent was repeatedly struck and sent flying by Sun Wukong. This outcome enraged it greatly, causing it to let out a loud howl to the heavens. However, it knew that its strength was far inferior to Sun Wukong's. Even if it gave its all, it would only be able to hold on for a little longer. Roar! In the end, the eight-headed serpent could only roar furiously before turning to leave. Roar! Just then, a loud lion's roar echoed through the air, and Sun Wukong once again swung his golden staff, charging toward the eight-headed serpent.
Damn monkey!
Seeing Sun Wukong's actions, the eight-headed serpent's expression changed instantly, then it suddenly accelerated and darted away at high speed.
Think you can escape? Not so easily.
Sun Wukong sneered coldly, then stomped his feet on the air, accelerating once more, and immediately gave chase after the eight-headed serpent. The distance between the two was extremely close, so close that Sun Wukong could clearly see the scales on the eight-headed serpent's body.
Soon after, the eight-headed serpent vanished completely.
Roar! Sun Wukong roared angrily, then turned his gaze toward the spot where the eight-headed serpent had vanished, searching for its trail. Whoosh! But just then, a violent gust of wind once again echoed through the sky. Sun Wukong looked up and saw a massive figure slowly emerging from the dark clouds.
It was the eight-headed serpent he had been avoiding earlier. Boom! At that very moment, Sun Wukong's body surged forward once more with tremendous force. Bang!
Immediately afterward, his feet struck the black lightning bolt charging toward him, completely obliterating it in an instant.
Such an action caused the eight-headed serpent's expression to change drastically once more.
It never expected Sun Wukong's strength to have grown so formidable.
Boom!
Before it could react, Sun Wukong swung his staff again, smashing it into its abdomen with tremendous force. Roar! The eight-headed serpent let out an agonizing roar as its massive body was sent flying through the air. In mid-air, a stream of blood spurted from its mouth. Not only that, but the scales on its body had also lost their luster. Its strength seemed to have been significantly weakened. But the eight-headed serpent did not stop to rest. Instead, it let out another roar, transforming into a meteor, and continued to charge toward Sun Wukong.
Damn beast, you're really stubborn.
Seeing this, Sun Wukong's eyes flashed with a cold gleam.
He took a step forward and immediately gave chase, aiming to capture the eight-headed serpent once more. Boom!
At that moment, black divine lightning bolts poured down from the sky, enveloping Sun Wukong within them.
Oomph! Do you think these can trap me? Chapter 151, The Divine Monkey Shocks the World.
Sun Wukong coldly snorted, then swung his arms with all his might. The golden monkey staff transformed into a swarm of staff shadows, fiercely sweeping toward the black divine thunderbolts in the sky.
Bang!
A black divine thunderbolt was directly shattered by the golden staff, which then continued to crash toward the sky below.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
Roar! However, under the power of Sun Wukong's golden staff, the black divine thunderbolts could not withstand the force and exploded one after another. In less than a minute, all the black divine lightning bolts had exploded, turning into a cloud of dust.
Oomph, do you really think you can trap me with just that move? You're dreaming.
Seeing Sun Wukong's actions, the eight-headed serpent couldn't help but mockingly speak up. Roar!
Hearing the taunting voice, Sun Wukong's face betrayed his resolve.
His eyes blazed with murderous intent, and the golden staff in his hand swung once more, crashing toward the eight-headed serpent. The eight-headed serpent's expression changed once more, not expecting Sun Wukong to actually dare to attack it.
However, as the legendary Yamata no Orochi, it was no ordinary foe. Though startled, it swiftly changed direction and fled toward the opposite side. Trying to escape?
Sun Wukong's expression grew icy cold, and his body once again transformed into a golden streak of light, swiftly following after the eight-headed serpent and charging toward its back. Roar! Seeing Sun Wukong's actions, the eight-headed serpent roared furiously and turned around, charging toward Sun Wukong once more. Bang! But just as the eight-headed serpent collided with Sun Wukong suddenly raised his right fist and struck the eight-headed serpent's head with all his might. Crack! In the next instant, an intense pain spread throughout its body from its head. The eight-headed serpent couldn't help but let out a piercing scream from its mouth, followed by transforming into a black line and fleeing into the distance. Damn monkey, don't push your luck! The eight-headed serpent roared furiously, its voice filled with endless hatred.
Sun Wukong sneered disdainfully, bully you? What are you? Damn it!
The eight-headed serpent roared furiously, and its body was covered in thick tentacles that twitched violently, seemingly from sheer anger. Sun Wukong, seeing this, couldn't help but snort derisively. He then shook his golden staff violently and struck the eight-headed serpent with all his might. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed as the eight-headed serpent was once again sent flying by Sun Wukong. Roar! However, the eight-headed serpent's vitality was incredibly robust. Though it had been struck away, it quickly stabilized and then chargedly towards Sun Wukong.
Oomph! With your measly strength, you think you can hurt me? You're delusional.
Sun Wukong snorted coldly, and his golden staff struck down once more with tremendous force. Boom! In an instant, the eight-headed serpent's body was severely wounded, but it continued to charge towards Sun Wukong.
Damn beast!
Sun Wukong snorted coldly once more, then swung his golden staff again, striking the eight-headed serpent with all his might. Clang! Once again, the eight-headed serpent was sent flying by the golden staff. Although Sun Wukong's attacks were powerful, the eight-headed serpent's defense was no pushover either. Therefore, despite being severely wounded, the eight-headed serpent managed to hold on, refusing to retreat even a single step.
Awah!
Seeing that it hadn't been defeated by Sun Wukong, the eight-headed serpent let out a loud howl and charged forward once more, intent on crushing Sun Wukong again.
Damn it!
Seeing this, Sun Wukong couldn't help but curse angrily, and his golden staff once again descended toward the eight-headed serpent.
After dodging once more, the eight-headed serpent's body trembled.
The energy it had been holding back surged back into its body, healing some of its wounds. Immediately, the eight-headed serpent once again lunged toward Sun Wukong with claws outstretched.
Bang! As the two clashed, a series of deafening explosions echoed through the air.
The eight-headed serpent's body was incredibly hard, and even Sun Wukong's attacks with the golden monkey staff,
leaving only a few white marks on its surface, unable to breach its defenses. Damn it!
Sun Wukong roared in anger, then his movements grew faster and faster.
Boom!
Finally, the eight-headed serpent could no longer withstand the attack and was struck flying by Sun Wukong's staff.
Bang!
The eight-headed serpent crashed heavily onto the ground, blood spurting from its body. Its scales were completely shattered, and it was covered in blood, looking utterly defeated. However, such an attack posed no threat to it whatsoever. With a single thought, it could fully restore itself.
Damn monkey, you forced my hand. Today, I will tear you to pieces.
The eight-headed serpent's face twisted into a hideous grimace, and it charged toward Sun Wukong once more. Seeing this, Sun Wukong showed no fear. He swung his golden staff once more, striking the eight-headed serpent with all his might. Roar! The eight-headed serpent roared in anger, and the scales on its body began to writhe wildly. In the blink of an eye, they returned to their original state, apparently attempting to use its injuries to repair its body. Seeing this, Sun Wukong scoffed disdainfully.
Heal your wounds? No way! Get out of my way, you old monkey!
As soon as he finished speaking, Sun Wukong swung his golden staff with all his might.
The eight-headed serpent was once again sent flying.
Roar! This time, the eight-headed serpent let out a furious roar, and the aura around it grew increasingly powerful.
Flames of black smoke began to rise from its body.
Sun Wukong sensed the danger of the flames and furrowed his brows, slowing down the speed of his golden staff.
Damn monkey, do you finally know fear? Feeling Sun Wukong's reaction, the eight-headed serpent grew even more arrogant.
It then continuously released black flames, enveloping Sun Wukong. Roar! At that moment, Sun Wukong roared in anger, and 9 fiery dragons surged forth from his golden staff, colliding with the black flames of the eight-headed serpent.
Boom!
A deafening explosion echoed, sending terrifying energy ripples spreading out in all directions, bending the surrounding trees to the ground. Whoosh! Sun Wukong took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with a savage glint. Eight-headed serpent, today I, Sun Wukong, will tear you to pieces and send you back to the cycle of reincarnation.
Hearing Sun Wukong's words, the eight-headed serpent couldn't help but tremble all over, then roared in response. Damn monkey, how dare you curse me?
I'll make you beg for death but find none, then scatter your ashes into the sea to feed the fish.
With that, the eight-headed serpent opened its massive jaws once more, spewing forth one black fireball after another.
Seeing this, Sun Wukong remained unfazed. Divine light surged from his legs as he charged toward the eight-headed serpent.
Damn monkey, stop right there. Chapter 152, Instant Destruction. The eight-headed serpent, seeing this, couldn't help but let out a startled cry.
Sun Wukong completely ignored it and continued charging toward its position.
Damn it, damn it.
The eight-headed serpent was enraged, twisting its body violently while continuously spewing black fireballs, attempting to halt Sun Wukong's advance.
But how could the eight-headed serpent's speed possibly match Sun Wukong's?
Finally, Sun Wukong struck with a single punch, and the black fireballs instantly shattered.
Boom! Sun Wukong's golden staff once again crashed down on the eight-headed serpent with tremendous force.
Seeing this, the eight-headed serpent swiftly shifted its body to the side, attempting to evade the blow.
Bang!
However, Sun Wukong's strike was not something that could be easily dodged.
It struck the eight-headed serpent with the force of a cosmic blow. Roar! Damn monkey, you just wait.
Once this old dragon tears your flesh apart, you'll be begging for death.
The eight-headed serpent let out an agonizing roar.
Though its body was incredibly hard, it couldn't withstand Sun Wukong's repeated attacks. Moreover, the previous strike had already crushed its body, leaving a noticeable indentation, with blood flowing out and staining the entire mountain red. Oomph! If you want to tear my body apart, you'll have to peel your own skin off first. Hearing the eight-headed serpent's words, Sun Wukong couldn't help but snort coldly, then swung his golden staff once more with all his might. Roar! Damn monkey, I'll make you wish you were dead, unable to live or die. Seeing that Sun Wukong was still attacking, the eight-headed serpent's eyes were filled with overwhelming anger and hatred. Roar! Sun Wukong paid no heed to the eight-headed serpent, continuing to swing his golden staff with all his might, striking the serpent's body with relentless force. Boom!
In an instant, the two engaged in fierce combat.
However, it was clear that the eight-headed serpent was far stronger than Sun Wukong. Every time Sun Wukong's golden staff struck the eight-headed serpent, it inflicted severe wounds.
Damn it, damn it!
The eight-headed serpent roared incessantly, but Sun Wukong's attacks grew increasingly fierce with each strike.
Bang! Finally, Sun Wukong's golden staff struck the eight-headed serpent once more, sending it flying thousands of meters away. However, Sun Wukong did not pursue. Puff, puff!
The eight-headed serpent gasped for breath, twisting and turning. That single blow had nearly injured it. If not for its incredibly robust physique, it would have been crushed to death by Sun Wukong long ago. However, its condition was still relatively good, and it had only sustained minor injuries.
Monkey, you dare to hurt me?
Today, I will tear you to pieces. The eight-headed serpent gritted its teeth, its eyes filled with hatred.
Sun Wukong, seeing this, couldn't help but laugh. Eight-headed serpent, don't think that just because your body is sturdy, I can't do anything to you.
Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, the eight-headed serpent burst into laughter.
Haha, what a arrogant monkey.
Since that's the case, let's see what tricks you have up your sleeve to deal with this king. The eight-headed serpent sneered repeatedly, then its massive body once again charged towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, seeing this, was not to be outdone. Both of them moved at an incredible speed, colliding with each other in the blink of an eye.
Boom! A deafening sound echoed across the heavens, and Sun Wukong's golden staff struck the eight-headed serpent, sending it flying. Boom!
Below, the ground was instantly torn away, forming a deep crater.
Roar! Damn it, damn it!
As Sun Wukong charged toward him once more, the eight-headed serpent's face was filled with rage. However, at this moment, it was powerless to do anything.
Because Sun Wukong's speed was simply too fast.
Whoosh! The eight-headed serpent suddenly opened its mouth and fired a ball of pitch-black fire directly at Sun Wukong.
Hum!
Seeing this, Sun Wukong couldn't help but snort coldly, clasping his hands together, and a Buddhist mantra erupted from his mouth. The next moment, a golden light erupted from Sun Wukong's right arm, transforming into a massive golden staff.
Clang! The golden staff struck the fireball with tremendous force. Bang! The flames vanished, and the golden staff flew backward instantly. Boom!
The golden staff struck a rock with great force, shattering it and revealing a passage leading out of the valley.
Haha, little monkey, did you see that? You can't possibly defeat this king. This time, you're doomed.
The eight-headed serpent, seeing this, burst into laughter and flew toward the passageway.
Oomph!
Sun Wukong coldly snorted, swinging the golden monkey staff once more, aiming it at the eight-headed serpent.
Roar!
The eight-headed serpent let out a low growl and swung one of its tails, striking the golden staff with great force.
Bang! The two clashed once more. Roar!
Damn monkey, your attack this time is still too weak. The eight-headed serpent let out a furious roar, its body twisting rapidly in the air, forcing Sun Wukong back while continuously lashing out at him with its tails.
It must be said that the eight-headed serpent's strike was indeed quite powerful. Even Sun Wukong felt the pain and couldn't help but grunt.
However, Sun Wukong remained unfazed, as he had yet to unleash his true strength. Whoosh! Instantly, Sun Wukong's figure flashed out again, crashing violently into the body of the eight-headed serpent.
Boom!
The body of the eight-headed serpent shook violently, but it did not fall. Instead, it charged towards Sun Wukong once more.
Damn monkey, do you really think I can't defeat you?
The eight-headed serpent raged, simultaneously channeling its demonic energy into its tail and lashing it viciously towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong saw this and quickly wielded his golden staff to block the attack.
Bang!
The golden monkey staff and the eight-headed serpent's tail collided with each other. However, Sun Wukong's body was still sent flying backward, and blood gushed from his mouth.
The eight-headed serpent's strike was truly terrifying. Bang!
Just as Sun Wukong stabilized his body, he was struck again by the eight-headed serpent, sending him flying backward once more. Sun Wukong's golden hair flew wildly, and the bloodstains at the corners of his mouth grew increasingly numerous.
Damn monkey, die!
Seeing this, the eight-headed serpent chargedly towards Sun Wukong.
However, though it was furious, Sun Wukong remained completely unfazed. Roar! In the next instant, Sun Wukong leaped into the sky and engaged the eight-headed serpent in a fierce battle. Roar! Chapter 153, Roar. The eight-headed serpent let out a furious roar from its mouth, while its two dragon claws clenched tightly together and struck towards Sun Wukong. Bang! In the next instant, Sun Wukong's body was sent flying backward, blood gushing from his mouth. The eight-headed serpent was also faring no better. Sun Wukong's attack was too fierce for the eight-headed serpent to completely block. Boom! Moments later, the eight-headed serpent could no longer withstand the pressure, and its body was once again slammed back down, crashing heavily into the soil. However, it wasn't without gains this time. Its dragon scales had fallen off in large numbers, and its resilient body now bore several noticeable wounds. Roar! Seeing this, Sun Wukong's eyes were filled with rage. Damn you, Yamada no Orochi!
This time, I'll make you know that Sun Wukong isn't someone to be messed with. As he spoke, golden light erupted from Sun Wukong's body. Boom! In the next second, a massive force began to gather around Sun Wukong's body. Sun Wukong's strength was rapidly increasing, and in just a few seconds, his strength reached 7 million catties. Boom! In the next instant, Sun Wukong's fist slammed heavily into the body of the eight-headed serpent.
A loud howl echoed through the air.
After a piercing cry, the eight-headed serpent's body was blasted away, crashing into and collapsing a mountain.
SSS. The mouth of the eight-headed serpent twitched involuntarily. It felt as though every bone in its body had shattered, the pain unbearable. You little monkey, I'll remember this. Everything you've done today, I'll make you pay back 100-fold. The next moment, the eight-headed serpent let out another long howl and its massive body fled forward. Sun Wukong was not to be outdone and immediately gave chase. Bang! The two engaged in a fierce battle deep within the jungle. Sun Wukong's physical strength was unmatched, and with the nine-tusked rake, a divine weapon, in his hands, he feared nothing, not even the eight-headed serpent. Bang! The battle between Sun Wukong and the eight-headed serpent began with intense ferocity. However, as time passed, the situation between the two gradually returned to a stalemate. After all, the eight-headed serpent was a divine beast of the highest rank in the mythical tales of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. Even when injured, its power remains terrifying. Even Sun Wukong, without the nine-pronged rake, would not stand a chance against the eight-headed serpent. Bang! After a single exchange, Sun Wukong's body was once again sent flying by the eight-headed serpent. Roar! The eyes of the eight-headed serpent gleamed with savage intent, as if it had already sworn eternal hatred towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, seeing this, still wore a defiant smile on his face. But his heart grew heavy. He knew that this time, winning would be an extremely difficult task. Roar! However, he did not lose heart. Instead, he let out a loud shout and charged once more toward the eight-headed serpent. Bang! The eight-headed serpent collided with him once more, and both of them flew through the air again. But at that moment, the eight-headed serpent's eyes flickered with a murderous intent. Roar! In the next instant, its massive form transformed into a streak of light, charging towards Sun Wukong. The eight-headed serpent was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it had reached Sun Wukong's side, its claws reaching out to grab him. Ha! Seeing this, Sun Wukong roared loudly, and his golden staff appeared in his hand in an instant, striking fiercely at the eight-headed serpent's claws. Bang! The golden staff struck the eight-headed serpent's claws with tremendous force, sending a deafening roar echoing across the heavens, causing the entire world to tremble. Roar! The eight-headed serpent's eyes flashed with anger. It never imagined that, as a mighty divine beast, it would be beaten into such a state by a mere monkey. Oomph! Sun Wukong, seeing this, snorted coldly and stood up once more. In the next instant, the golden light surged around him, his body swelling to an enormous size once more. Holding the golden staff, he swung it viciously toward the eight-headed serpent. Bang! Sun Wukong struck the eight-headed serpent's dragon claws with one blow after another. However, the eight-headed serpent's strength was already quite weak, and coupled with Sun Wukong's overwhelmingly swift attacks, it couldn't dodge at all. Boom! As the battle continued, Sun Wukong and the eight-headed serpent gradually separated. However, Sun Wukong showed no signs of retreating. Instead, he grew more courageous with each blow, and his body began to slowly swell. Roar! Seeing this, the eight-headed serpent roared furiously. Bang! Sun Wukong once again collided head-on with the eight-headed serpent, and the two intertwined once more. Boom! This time, Sun Wukong was violently knocked flying by the eight-headed serpent. Sun Wukong's body traced a graceful arc through the air before crashing heavily onto the ground. Seeing this, the eight-headed serpent dared not hesitate for a moment, transforming once more into a swirling black mist and charging towards Sun Wukong. Little monkey, you're as good as dead. Once I, the eight-headed serpent, grow angry, the heavens will collapse and the earth will shatter. As soon as the words left his mouth, the eight-headed serpent's claws slammed down, intending to crush Sun Wukong into a pulp. However, just as the eight-headed serpent's claws made contact, Sun Wukong stood up directly. Golden eyes flashed with a fierce glint. You little monkey, die. The eight-headed serpent let out a chilling, terrifying roar, and in the next instant, its claws struck down once more with tremendous force. Boom! This time, Sun Wukong did not dodge but instead bravely withstood the blow. With his golden, indestructible body, the eight-headed serpent's strike couldn't even scratch him. Roar! Seeing this, the eight-headed serpent grew even more enraged, letting out a furious roar as it charged towards Sun Wukong once more. However, Sun Wukong was not idle either. He swung his golden staff relentlessly, attacking the eight-headed serpent without pause. For a time, the battle between the two grew even more intense. Roar! The eight-headed serpent continued to roar, relentlessly attacking Sun Wukong. Golden light kept erupting from Sun Wukong's body. The two of them collided with each other like two planets, crashing into one another with wild force. Bang! As the battle continued, the strength of Sun Wukong and the eight-headed serpent grew increasingly intense. Finally, Sun Wukong gained the upper hand and struck the eight-headed serpent with a single blow, sending it flying. Little monkey, you must die today, for you have dared to defy the majesty of this divine being. The eight-headed serpent roared in the sky. Chapter 154, Terrifying Pressure. The massive body emanated a terrifying pressure, causing Sun Wukong to feel his breathing grow labored. Ha! A minor demon god from a small country, you actually think you're some kind of true spirit? Looking at the eight-headed serpent's appearance, Sun Wukong's face also revealed a trace of disdain. Boom! As Sun Wukong's words fell, flames surged around him, causing the temperature in the surrounding area to rise sharply by several times. This intense heat was so intense that even ordinary people could feel it clearly. Roar! Seeing this, the eight-headed serpent refused to be outdone. Its dragon tail lashed out viciously at Sun Wukong. Boom! The deafening sounds continued to echo, and Sun Wukong, unwilling to be outdone, swung his golden staff so swiftly that it created a whirlwind. Bang! A dull sound echoed as both were knocked back hundreds of meters. The eight-headed serpent twisted and turned in the air before stabilizing its body and charging towards Sun Wukong once more. At that moment, a fiery red glow erupted from Sun Wukong's body, further enhancing his combat power. Oomph! You little monkey, today is your doom. The eight-headed serpent roared furiously, charging towards Sun Wukong once more, spewing black mist from its mouth, causing the entire sky to grow dark. Roar! Sun Wukong also raised his head and roared, his body engulfed in blazing flames. Bang! As the two collided, another earth-shattering explosion echoed through the sky, with two gigantic figures constantly intertwining in mid-air. Sun Wukong stood over 3 zhang tall, with a muscular build resembling a war god. Every move he made carried immense power, and every swing of his staff could shatter mountains. The eight-headed serpent's body was enormous, stretching over 1,000 feet in length, and each claw strike could tear through space. The techniques they unleashed were all incredibly powerful. Anyone who witnessed this scene would be deeply shaken. Such a scene would make even those who caught a glimpse of it feel an irresistible urge to submit. This battle raged on for a long time. Sun Wukong and the eight-headed serpent's bodies disappeared one after another into the sky, leaving behind only a sky filled with dust. Boom! Sun Wukong was once again knocked flying, crashing into a distant mountain wall. Boom! As Sun Wukong collapsed, the mountain peak he was on began to shake violently. However, the pressure emanating from his body grew increasingly intense. Roar! A furious roar echoed across the sky as Sun Wukong finally climbed out of the rubble and charged toward the eight-headed serpent, bellowing, "You wanted to eat this old monkey, didn't you? Come on, let's see if you have the strength." Under such intense combat, his battle intent was fully aroused. Roar! The eight-headed serpent roared again and charged towards Sun Wukong once more. Bang! The two collided repeatedly, but every time the eight-headed serpent came within an inch of Sun Wukong, his body was flung back. Roar! Seeing that Sun Wukong was so difficult to defeat, the eight-headed serpent flew into a rage. A black smoke erupted from its mouth, clearly preparing a powerful killing move. Come on! Let me see what you're really made of. With that, Sun Wukong also refused to back down. At that moment, a golden glow suddenly rose from his body, enveloping his form in its radiance. The eight-headed serpent, seeing this, sneered coldly. Such a petty trick dares to challenge this divine being? It's nothing but a fool's fantasy. It suddenly opened its bloodthirsty maw and spat out black poisonous liquid, sweeping towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, seeing this, swung his golden staff without hesitation, meeting the black mist head-on. Boom! After the intense collision, the eight-headed serpent was blasted dozens of meters away, its body covered in cracked wounds, blood flowing freely. Sun Wukong also stumbled back several steps. This strike left both sides evenly matched. Sun Wukong's gaze grew sharp as he stared at the eight-headed serpent. "You little demon of a minor country, I'm curious to see just how much you've grown over the years." With that, he charged forward once more. Roar! The eight-headed serpent roared in response, its body swelling to over 10 times its original size, charging towards Sun Wukong once more. Bang! Sun Wukong swung his golden staff, colliding with the body of the eight-headed serpent. Instantly, a deafening explosion echoed through the sky, causing the entire mountain peak to tremble violently. The eight-headed serpent's body swayed violently, as if it could barely withstand the terrifying shockwave. However, Sun Wukong wasn't faring much better, despite his strong defensive capabilities. But the eight-headed serpent was simply too powerful, and the force it unleashed was terrifying. Even Sun Wukong was shaken to the core, his blood surging violently. "Little monkey, die!" The eight-headed serpent roared furiously and charged towards Sun Wukong once more. Sun Wukong swung his golden staff once more to meet the attack, but this time his strength was not as formidable as before. Boom! The intense collision sent both of them flying backward once more. Meanwhile, the ground beneath them began to collapse once more, turning into endless sand and stones. Whoosh! Sun Wukong took a long, deep breath, his face turning pale. The attack of the eight-headed serpent was far too ferocious. If it weren't for his physical prowess far surpassing that of ordinary deities, he would have been severely injured just now. Roar! After stabilizing its form, the eight-headed serpent roared once more and charged toward Sun Wukong again. Oomph! As the eight-headed serpent charged toward him, Sun Wukong coldly snorted, and his body swelled once more. Soon, his body grew even larger, becoming as massive as a mountain peak. At that moment, his aura surged wildly, and a powerful energy radiated out from his body. Ah! The eight-headed serpent sensed this force and couldn't help but let out a low growl, but its body still released a thread of black energy. Then, its speed increased once more as it charged towards Sun Wukong. The two collided once more. Bang!
The intense collision caused the surrounding void to crackle, and the ground trembled violently, as if the earth's crust were about to shatter under their impact. Boom! As the two figures continued to collide, the rocks on the ground were shattered into dust and vanished into the heavens. Boom! After an unknown amount of time, the two finally separated, each landing in a distant location.
Chapter 155, Golden Light.
Sun Wukong's body shimmered with golden light, and golden scales covered his body, making him look exceptionally majestic. In contrast, the eight-headed serpent was covered in cracks, with its massive tail drooping downward, looking utterly disheveled. However, compared to the Yamata no Orochi, Sun Wukong's situation was also far from optimistic. His body was covered in countless tiny wounds, and even the armor on his body was cracked in places. Yet the aura emanating from his body remained incredibly powerful, causing the eight-headed serpent to faintly sense a sense of oppression.
SSSS.
Seeing his own condition, the eight-headed serpent couldn't help but suck in a cold breath, his expression changing slightly. At that moment, Sun Wukong bared his white teeth and slowly approached the eight-headed serpent. With each step he took, the on the ground were crushed into pieces, turning into a pile of debris. Such might was truly terrifying. As Sun Wukong approached slowly, the eight-headed serpent couldn't help but grow tense, every pore on its body contracting instantly.
Little monkey, you are doomed today.
The eight-headed serpent roared furiously, then suddenly whipped its tail, striking Sun Wukong with all its might. The surrounding void was torn apart by the force of the tail strike. Sun Wukong, seeing this, did not dare to linger, swinging his golden staff to meet the attack.
Clang! Clang! The two weapons collided, sending sparks flying in all directions.
This time, Sun Wukong once again found himself at a disadvantage. But he gritted his teeth and held on. Little monkey, I'll see how long you can hold on. The eight-headed serpent grinned maliciously and charged towards Sun Wukong once more. Oomph! A cold gleam flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes, and the golden monkey staff erupted with blinding golden light, striking down with a single blow. Boom! The eight-headed serpent, seeing this, used its tail to block the attack, colliding fiercely with Sun Wukong's golden staff. This time, Sun Wukong's body was once again sent flying backward. However, the eight-headed serpent was also in a dire situation. The scales on its tail were badly damaged, and even its third head had a large gash, from which blood flowed freely.
You little monkey, you bastard.
Today, I'll fight you to the death. The eight-headed serpent roared, and a dense black light once again appeared on its body, greatly increasing its power. Bang! The two collided once more, causing the surrounding ground to shake violently. Although Sun Wukong's body was tall, the eight-headed serpent's body was 3 times taller than his. Additionally, as a demon, its strength far surpassed that of ordinary humans, so it had no fear of Sun Wukong's power.
Boom! Sun Wukong leaped into the air and charged toward the eight-headed serpent once more.
His golden staff emitted blinding golden light, making him appear filled with endless killing intent.
You little monkey, you fool. Do you really think I'm afraid of you?
Seeing Sun Wukong charging toward him again, the eight-headed serpent grew furious. It suddenly raised its head and looked up at the sky, where its domain lay. Break through! Sun Wukong roared, his legs thrusting forward, propelling him like an arrow from a bow, straight toward the eight-headed serpent. Seeing Sun Wukong daring to charge into its domain, the eight-headed serpent sneered coldly. Die! As its voice echoed, a pair of pitch-black wings extended from its back, carrying a terrifying aura, and struck Sun Wukong's head with tremendous force. Seeing this, Sun Wukong's pupils contracted sharply, and his expression grew solemn. Ha! He roared in anger, swinging his golden staff downward with all his might. The golden staff emitted a fierce aura, as if it could cleave everything in the world. Clang! The staff's glow collided with the wings, producing a deafening clang that echoed across the heavens and shook the very earth. In the next instant, Sun Wukong's figure was violently knocked back hundreds of feet. At that moment, the eight-headed serpent once again charged toward him. Bang! The two clashed once more, causing the earth to crack, mountains to collapse, and the void to vanish. Both in terms of strength and speed, they had reached a terrifying level, causing the surrounding void to struggle to withstand the pressure and constantly warp. As time passed, their clash grew increasingly intense, eventually reaching the realm of a life or death struggle. Such a battle was already beyond the realm of ordinary mortals. Two colossal beings rolled through the sky, exchanging blows, with energy surging out and exploding in the air, causing the surrounding void to collapse continuously. Roar! However, neither of them was an easy opponent. After exchanging several dozen blows, they gradually gained a slight advantage. Roar! Sun Wukong roared again, and golden light erupted from his golden staff, crashing down on the tail of the eight-headed serpent. Bang! A crisp sound of bones snapping echoed through the air, and the massive tail of the eight-headed serpent snapped in two. However, the eight-headed serpent's physical form was incredibly resilient. Despite being severed, it quickly regenerated and charged towards Sun Wukong once more. Roar! Seeing this, Sun Wukong roared angrily once more, and the golden light on his golden staff grew even brighter. Bang! In the next instant, his body collided violently with the eight-headed serpent, sending it flying through the air. However, at that moment, the eight-headed serpent's form began to wriggle eerily, once again charging towards Sun Wukong. Swish! Seeing this, Sun Wukong's eyes narrowed, and he clenched his fist tightly. A blinding golden light erupted from the golden monkey staff. In the next instant, Sun Wukong charged forward once more. You little monkey, you worthless creature. Today, I will make you know who the true ruler is. The voice of the eight-headed serpent echoed throughout the heavens, causing the entire sky to tremble violently. Hearing this, Sun Wukong's lips curled slightly, revealing a mocking smile. Boom! The next moment, two massive figures collided once more. Bang! Every strike from Sun Wukong contained boundless power. All this power was channeled into the golden staff. Crack! Golden light shone brightly, and tiny cracks began to appear on the golden monkey staff, looking extremely terrifying. Chapter 156. The more he fights, the stronger he becomes. However, even in this state, Sun Wukong refuses to give up, instead growing more courageous with each battle. Because he knew that as soon as he stopped attacking, the eight-headed serpent would surely take advantage of the opportunity to counterattack, and then he would be in danger. Roar! The eight-headed serpent also roared furiously, its tail whipping wildly, constantly lashing out at Sun Wukong. At that moment, the eight-headed serpent seemed to transform into a fierce dragon, ruthless and domineering, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. Bang! The two colossal bodies collided repeatedly, each impact accompanied by thunderous explosions. Rumble! The earth cracked open, and the void collapsed. Meanwhile, as Sun Wukong and the eight-headed serpent battled fiercely, a distant mountain peak was shattered into pieces by the force of their clash. Rocks flew everywhere, and dust filled the air, creating a scene of unimaginable terror. In the distance, numerous demon beasts witnessed this terrifying scene, their faces turning pale with fear. These two colossal beings were simply too powerful. Had one not witnessed it with their own eyes, who could believe that such powerful beings truly existed in this world? Roar! Little monkey, watch me deal with you. The eight-headed serpent let out a furious roar, twisted its body, and unleashed a colossal surge of power that transformed into a massive net, engulfing Sun Wukong in its grasp. Hum! At that moment, the golden armor on Sun Wukong's body suddenly shone with a brilliant golden light. He swung his golden staff and smashed it fiercely into the net. Bang! The two collided once more, emitting a dull sound as golden sparks flew everywhere. Deep gorges began to form on the surface of the net. Seeing this, the eight-headed serpent grew enraged to the extreme, its body swelling once more as it lunged forward with a claw towards Sun Wukong. Bang! This time, although Sun Wukong swung his golden staff again, he was unable to block the attack as easily as before. His massive body was violently knocked flying and crashed onto a rock. Put! Sun Wukong couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, and the golden armor on his body was covered in cracks. Seeing Sun Wukong injured, the eight-headed serpent grew even more enraged. Roar! It roared, and a massive serpentine tail lashed down towards Sun Wukong, aiming directly for his head. But at that moment, Sun Wukong did not dodge or retreat. His eyes were cold as ice as he stared intently at the eight-headed serpent. He suddenly flipped his wrist, and a dazzling golden halo appeared on the golden staff in his hand. Crack! Amidst the flashing golden light, the golden staff struck the massive tail with tremendous force. Dawn! In the next instant, the two collided violently once more. Bang! Golden light shone brightly, golden sparks flew in all directions, and the golden staff struck the massive snaketail with a piercing clang. Crack! Without a moment's hesitation, the golden staff completely severed the massive tail of the eight-headed serpent and sent it flying through the air. Awah! The eight-headed great serpent let out an agonizing scream as dense divine energy surged from its body, swiftly repairing its injuries. However, even so, Sun Wukong's golden staff had caused it to lose nearly 1,000,000 years of cultivation, reducing its strength by a full third. Roar! After recovering from its injuries, the eight-headed serpent let out a furious roar and swiped at Sun Wukong with its claws once more. Sun Wukong coldly snorted, his golden form bursting forward once more, the golden staff crashing down on the eight-headed serpent's head. Boom! The collision between the two echoed continuously, as golden divine power and black-red divine flames intertwined and dissolved, spreading across the heavens and earth before finally turning into ash. Both Sun Wukong and the eight-headed serpent were forced to retreat dozens of steps. Roar! The eight-headed serpent glared at Sun Wukong with a menacing expression, letting out a piercing screech before suddenly charging toward him. Roar! Feeling the eight-headed serpent's movements, Sun Wukong roared in anger and charged forward as well. Their speeds were as swift as lightning, and in the blink of an eye, they collided in the void. Bang! The two collided repeatedly, unleashing waves of shocking energy that swept out in all directions, reducing everything within a 1,000-meter radius to ruins. These two were completely mad. The numerous demonic beings in the distance were all stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief. Boom! Another deafening explosion echoed through the air as the two finally separated. The massive body of the eight-headed serpent was knocked back several dozen feet, while Sun Wukong was sent flying several dozen feet away. However, neither of them was injured. Little monkey, I'll see where you can escape now. The eight-headed serpent let out a furious roar, its body surging forward once more, its massive tail lashing out at Sun Wukong's waist. If that strike had connected, Sun Wukong would have been killed instantly. Sun Wukong's pupils contracted sharply, and golden light erupted from his body, forming a golden divine armor that surrounded him. Boom! The eight-headed serpent's tail slammed into Sun Wukong's divine armor, sending him flying through the air and crashing into a towering mountain range. Bang! Although Sun Wukong's physical body was incredibly sturdy, he was still swept away by the giant tail of the eight-headed serpent. He traced hundreds of feet long in mid-air before crashing into the ground, raising a cloud of rolling smoke. Roar! At that moment, the eight-headed serpent roared once more, its massive form surging forward with overwhelming killing intent, charging towards Sun Wukong. Bang! The massive claws of the eight-headed serpent slammed down towards Sun Wukong, aiming to tear his body apart. Bang! Sun Wukong's body shifted slightly to the side, dodging the claw's attack, but his other foot struck the eight-headed serpent's body with great force. Crack! The sound of shattered bones echoed through the air. The eight-headed serpent's body was struck by Sun Wukong's kick, causing its entire body to sink inward, emitting a bone-chilling sound of shattered bones. Roar! In pain, the eight-headed serpent roared, its muscles swelling, emitting terrifying divine energy fluctuations that engulfed Sun Wukong. Bang! However, before the eight-headed serpent's divine power could envelop Sun Wukong, his chest was struck hard by Sun Wukong's fist. Crack! A crisp sound echoed, and the eight-headed serpent's incredibly hard scales were shattered by Sun Wukong's single punch, turning into a shower of debris. Roar! The intense pain caused the eight-headed serpent to let out an agonizing howl, its massive body arching involuntarily as it convulsed violently. Chapter 157, A Shocking Scene. Witnessing the scene on the divine battlefield, spectators worldwide were left speechless. Though everyone knew Chen Gong's deity was powerful, none had imagined it could reach such a level. First, he single-handedly defeated two opponents, knocking Athena unconscious, and now he has suppressed the fully victorious Yamada no Orochi to its absolute limit. Boom! At that moment, the eight-headed serpent could no longer hold back. Its massive serpentine body straightened once more. Its massive form transformed into that of a colossal beast, opening its bloodthirsty maw and lunging towards Sun Wukong to devour him. Oomph! Facing the attack of the eight-headed serpent, Sun Wukong coldly snorted. His body flickered, and he charged back into the serpent's mouth. His golden fist slammed down toward its throat with tremendous force. Boom! The two figures collided continuously in the void, unleashing waves of terrifying power. The surrounding earth was shattered into deep craters, and endless dust swirled into the air, obscuring the view. Boom! As the two collided, terrifying gusts of wind howled out, causing the surrounding mountains to collapse. They shattered into stone slabs, crashing to the ground and turning into dust in an instant. Roar! The eight-headed serpent let out a furious roar, and its massive tail swept towards Sun Wukong once more. Bang! Sun Wukong's body flickered, and he dodged the snake's tail attack. He swung his arms, unleashing golden fist imprints that carried destructive power, smashing them into the Yamada no Orochi's abdomen. This punch contained the invincible power of the golden monkey, unleashing unmatched destructive force. Boom! The golden fist imprint struck the eight-headed serpent's body with tremendous force, sending it reeling backward. The massive serpentine body swayed violently in the void, as if it might plummet to the ground at any moment. Roar! The eight-headed serpent roared in defiance, its massive body charging towards Sun Wukong. Little monkey, today is your doom. Its remaining 6 heads all lunged forward, their tails whipping out like whips, striking Sun Wukong with force. Bang! Sun Wukong clasped his hands together, golden light flickering, and the golden monkey staff appeared instantly in his hands. He flickered his wrist and struck the massive tail with all his might, sending it flying backward and crashing heavily to the ground. Bang! The massive body of the eight-headed serpent crashed into the ground, causing the earth to crack open, forming spiderweb-like fissures. Bang! Sun Wukong's body darted forward again, and the golden staff swung once more, striking the head of the eight-headed serpent with a fierce blow. The hideous face of the eight-headed serpent twisted in pain, and its body began to curve slightly. Its head had suffered severe injuries, bleeding profusely. Little monkey, I'll fight you to the death. The eight-headed serpent went berserk, its massive body twisting and turning. Its huge, hideous snake heads opened wide, spewing countless black fireballs. Each fireball was as large as a house, carrying terrifying heat waves, crashing down on Sun Wukong with tremendous force. Sun Wukong quickly formed hand seals with both hands, muttering strange incantations. Golden divine power surged into the golden monkey staff, causing it to emit dazzling golden light. The golden staff was wrapped in endless golden runes, resembling a golden dragon, emanating an utterly terrifying aura. With a single strike, he shattered one after another of the black flames, smashing them into the ground and creating a massive crater in the earth. Bang! The eight-headed great serpent was struck by the golden staff and sent flying through the air, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater. The body of the eight-headed serpent was also marked by a wound over a kilometer long, bleeding profusely, with blood dripping onto the ground. However, the eight-headed serpent's vitality was incredibly resilient. Even though it was beaten to a pulp, there was no sign of death. Its massive body twisted, and it attempted to rise from the ground. However, Sun Wukong would never allow it to rise again. Whoosh!
His figure flickered, and he appeared above the eight-headed serpent's head. The golden monkey staff swung down, striking the serpent's head with tremendous force. The eight-headed serpent twisted its body, attempting to evade Sun Wukong's attack. But Sun Wukong was prepared. His form flickered, and he teleported onto the back of the eight-headed serpent. Hum! The eight-headed serpent's body suddenly emitted a layer of black light, enveloping its entire serpentine form and blocking Sun Wukong's attack. However, the eight-headed serpent was merely a demon, and no matter how powerful it was, it could never withstand Sun Wukong's attack. The golden staff pierced through the black light and struck the head of the eight-headed serpent with a heavy blow. Bang! A dull thud echoed as Sun Wukong gripped the golden monkey staff and struck the eight-headed serpent's head with all his might. The massive body of the eight-headed serpent trembled violently, and a golden skull emerged from its head. Roar! The eight-headed serpent let out a deafening roar, opening its mouth wide. From its mouth, countless black beams of light shot out. Whoosh! The black beams, carrying terrifying power, slammed into Sun Wukong's body, sending his body crashing into the ground. Bang! The ground erupted once more, sending dust and debris flying into the air, burying Sun Wukong beneath the earth. Roar! However, the eight-headed serpent did not let its guard down. Its massive body wriggled swiftly, spinning once to fling the soil aside, revealing Sun Wukong buried beneath. The eight-headed serpent's mouth snapped forward, aiming straight for Sun Wukong. The bite was as powerful as a mountain, firmly locking Sun Wukong in place, leaving him unable to break free. Sun Wukong furrowed his brows, a look of gravity flashing in his eyes. Though his physical strength was formidable, it was only on par with that of a true immortal. How could he compare to a true celestial being? If the eight-headed serpent truly intended to devour him, he would likely be severely injured, if not killed. Oomph! Sun Wukong growled deeply, channeling surging golden divine power into his golden staff. Hum! The golden staff suddenly burst into brilliant light, transforming into a massive golden rod that crashed down on the eight-headed serpent with tremendous force. The eight-headed serpent did not back down, opening its blood-red maw and charging toward the giant staff. Bang! A deafening explosion echoed through the air as the two collided, unleashing a staggering energy wave that shook the surrounding landscape. Where they collided, cracks began to form and spread out, obliterating the distant mountains. Boom! Chapter 158, Intense Roar. At the center of the battle between Sun Wukong and the eight-headed serpent, the ground shattered into pieces. Lava spewed forth, scorching the surrounding landscape. Bang! Another collision sent the eight-headed serpent's body flying backward, crashing back to the ground with a deafening roar. Roar! The eight-headed serpent roared toward the sky, and black mist surged from its body, rushing towards Sun Wukong. Its aura grows increasingly powerful, and its eyes emit a chilling, icy glow. Roar! The eight-headed serpent leaped into the air, transforming into a black shadow, and charged towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong's pupils contracted slightly. He stomped his feet on the ground, his body swelling in size, and delivered a powerful punch toward the eight-headed serpent. Boom! The two fists collided, unleashing a staggering wave of energy that caused the very fabric of space to shatter. Sun Wukong and the eight-headed serpent both stepped back, their bodies coming to a halt as they faced off against each other. Sun Wukong's fist was shrouded in blazing golden light, emanating boundless power, as if it could shatter mountains and rivers. Meanwhile, the eight-headed serpent's body was covered in dense black scales, as hard as diamond, unbreakable and impenetrable. Boom! The man and the serpent collided once more, unleashing a staggering wave of energy. Both figures retreated once more, locked in a stalemate. Boom! Another collision sent the eight-headed serpent flying backward once more, crashing into the ground with a deafening roar that caused the earth to tremble violently. The eight-headed serpent rolled across the ground, struggling to stand up. Sun Wukong flickered and instantly appeared above the head of the eight-headed serpent. He swung his golden staff with all his might, and a blinding light sliced through the sky. It slammed down hard on the top of the eight-headed serpent's head, sending it flying through the air and crashing heavily onto the ground. Boom! The massive body of the eight-headed serpent crashed into the ground, creating a deep crater. The earth cracked open, and a strong sulfur smell filled the air. Sun Wukong once again wielded his golden staff and struck the eight-headed serpent with all his might. Boom! Another collision sent the head of the eight-headed serpent crashing back into the ground. Roar! The eight-headed serpent let out a furious roar, its massive body suddenly springing upward. It leaped out of the ground once more, opening its bloodthirsty maw and lunging towards Sun Wukong. The mouth of the eight-headed serpent was extremely long, resembling a sharp sword capable of effortlessly slicing through anything. Swish! The eight-headed serpent bit down on Sun Wukong, intending to tear him to pieces. Sun Wukong flickered his wrist, striking the golden monkey staff against the serpent's mouth. Instantly, a blinding golden light erupted from the staff. The eight-headed serpent sensed danger and quickly closed its mouth tightly, trying to stop Sun Wukong. Boom! The muscles on Sun Wukong's arms bulged as he exerted all his strength, forcing the mouth of the eight-headed serpent open slightly. The mouth of the eight-headed serpent was open slightly. Instantly, it felt a powerful force seeping through the crack, causing its teeth to loosen, as if they might shatter at any moment.
This caused a look of terror to flash across its face. It hurriedly clamped its jaws shut, attempting to swallow the overwhelming energy within its mouth. Unfortunately, Sun Wukong had already seen through the eight-headed serpent's intentions. Under the control of the golden staff, he pulled the serpent's mouth outward with all his might.
Boom! The eight-headed serpent's strength was ultimately limited.
Under Sun Wukong's overwhelming strength, it could no longer hold on, and its mouth slowly began to be pried open by Sun Wukong. The mouth of the eight-headed serpent was torn open bit by Sun Wukong, blood flowing freely, a sight too gruesome to behold. Finally, the entire Yamata no Orochi was forcibly torn into two halves by Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong's body shifted, transforming into a beam of light, and vanished from the spot. Boom! The corpse of the eight-headed serpent plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily onto the ground and creating a massive crater.
We won! We, the Dragon Xian Kingdom, have won! Shen Gong is awesome! Monkey Brother is awesome! Ha, we won!
Even the United States and Japan, allied together, couldn't defeat our Dragon Kingdom.
What else do you have to boast about?
As the eight-headed serpent was completely slain by Sun Wukong, the entire livestream chat exploded with excitement.
All the Longshan Kingdom viewers present cheered and celebrated. This national destiny battle is finally coming to an end.
Meanwhile, the spectators from the land of cherry blossoms and the United States fell into complete silence, with no one daring to speak. They knew they had lost, completely defeated by the Dragon Xian Kingdom of the Huaxia region. Though unwilling to accept it, they could do nothing. For no one had anticipated that Longshan Kingdom could develop to such a terrifying extent in just 1 year. And in that year, Shen Gong had set a historic record. By summoning a single deity, he had gained such power that he could not only stun Medusa but also defeat the eight-headed serpent and slay it.
What kind of terrifying power is this? If this continues for much longer, won't the fortune of the Xianlong Kingdom become the highest in the world? At this thought, players from Sakura Nation and the United States couldn't help but shudder.
They were filled with unease.
Monkey Brother, well done.
Within the divine selection space, Shen Gong watched Sun Wukong return victorious, a smile spreading across his face. After this battle, Sun Wukong's prestige in the world would soar even higher.
They're just some evil gods. How dare they dare to fight me, the old monkey? That's just asking for a beating. Sun Wukong arrogantly turned his head away. Alright, Monkey Brother, you've worked hard this time. Go rest first. Shen Gong reminded him.
Oh, okay. Upon hearing Shen Gong's words, Sun Wukong didn't say much and immediately returned to his own body. At that moment, inside a building in the United States, a group of men in white robes sat on chairs, their faces darkened with grim expressions.
Is this the legendary Shen Gong, the chosen one of the Dragon Xian Kingdom? He is indeed as powerful as the rumors suggest.
Yes, just by summoning a deity, he could achieve such a level.
This is simply terrifying. That man named Shen Gong, I have seen him before.
He was the young man who caused chaos in Tokyo during the Cherry Blossom Country incident. But his current strength is several times greater than before, and even the eight-headed serpent was defeated by him.
What are we going to do?
Everyone present turned pale with fear, except for the blonde-haired, blue-eyed man seated at the head of the table, whose face remained utterly composed. His fingers tapped the table incessantly, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth.
Chapter 159, The World's Enemy. This is much more interesting. Don't forget that divine chosen space isn't just home to the eight-headed serpent.
Athena is merely unconscious by now, she should have regained her senses. And that kid named Shen Gong has already retrieved Sun Wukong.
How will he stop Athena now? This battle for national destiny isn't over yet. The eight-headed serpent has fallen? That damned brat. To lure him into a trap, our great Sakura nation has paid such a heavy price.
However, fortunately, his divine power has reached its limit. This time, he is doomed to die.
Damn you, Dragon Nation's chosen one. Surrender and die. Within the Sakura Kingdom, countless spectators from the Sakura Kingdom wore expressions of savage fury.
They longed to rush to the Dragon Xian Kingdom immediately, capture Shen Gong, and torture him mercilessly.
It's easy to imagine that Shen Gong has now become the enemy of the entire world. The national destiny battle has already ended. What are you waiting for?
Looking at the pale-faced American teenager before him, Shen Gong asked coldly.
We, the United States, have not lost yet.
The American teenager stammered, looking very nervous.
Haha, American, are you stupid?
Looking at this fool, Shen Gong sneered disdainfully.
The eight-headed serpent has already been slain by me. Do you Americans intend to renege on your promise in front of the entire world? Shen Gong's voice was filled with a chilling coldness. Hearing Shen Gong's words, the American teenager's body trembled violently.
But he didn't back down. Instead, he glared at Shen Gong with hatred. The death of the eight-headed serpent means that the land of cherry blossoms has been defeated by you. Once I summon Athena and she hasn't been defeated yet, I will naturally be able to defeat her and have her completely annihilate you all.
We can still win. The American teenager's face turned red with anger as he roared.
American, I advise you not to harbor such delusions.
With just a few of you insignificant pests, you dare to oppose us? Chen Gong shook his head inside. You. Seeing Chen Gong's disdainful expression, the American teenager's face grew even more humiliated. Aren't you here to seek revenge on me? How do you plan to avenge yourselves? Seeing the American teenager's grim expression, Chen Gong asked calmly. Upon hearing Chen Gong's words, the American teenager's eyes widened in shock. If you want to provoke us, you'll have to pay the price. I'll see just how powerful your Longshan kingdom really is. We will never give up this opportunity, and we will never surrender. Our United States possesses 7 beings of divine power. I believe our American gods will definitely defeat you. The American teenager spoke, his eyes flashing with determination, exuding extraordinary confidence. Upon hearing the American youth's words, everyone present was stunned. What the heck is this? Is this a provocation against the Dragon Xian Kingdom? The Dragon Xian Kingdom isn't just home to Chen Gong, who possesses the divine being Sun Wukong. There are other powerful deities as well. Right now, only a few of them have appeared, and Chen Gong is indeed the strongest among them. If the other deities were to descend together, the American deities wouldn't stand a chance. This American youth must be out of his mind. Alright, let us wait and see who emerges victorious. A mocking smile appeared on Chen Gong's face. This American teenager is truly too naive. No, I don't want to see who wins or loses. I want to see all your gods die at the hands of Athena. The American teenager roared. As his voice faded, a sacred and overwhelming aura emanated from behind him. You speak well. All gods shall perish by my war spear. With her long hair flowing in the wind, Athena, dressed in a luxurious gown, slowly walked into view. Athena has awakened? Upon seeing Athena, everyone froze in place. Goodness, this is getting out of hand. We thought Athena had lost her eligibility to participate in the National Destiny battle after falling into a coma, but now she hasn't been affected at all. This is terrifying. The legendary deities are an immortal, indestructible, and eternally existing race. Chen Gong is doomed this time. No matter how powerful he is, he can't possibly resist Athena. That's right, especially since his divine being, Sun Wukong, has been taken back. He has no trump cards left. As Athena slowly approached, the global audience, except for the Dragon Xian Kingdom spectators whose faces grew increasingly grim, all showed signs of excitement. Chen Gong is indeed powerful, but Athena is a deity, and now that his divine being has been recalled, how could he possibly be her match? Exactly, I think Chen Gong is doomed this time. Our United States will rise as well, and when that day comes, we will rule this planet. Rule this planet? Of course. As long as our people are willing to join our nation, we can build a new kingdom. By then, our culture will develop to the strongest in the entire universe. I believe we can definitely achieve it. Yes. Many Americans watched the live broadcast with excitement, marveling at the overwhelming power of Athena. Haha, Athena's power has reached the level of a divine emperor. I knew it. Our American deities will definitely emerge victorious. Ha. Are you crazy? Chen Gong furrowed his brows, looking at the American teenager and asked calmly. That's right, I'm crazy. You've driven me to lose my mind. Don't speak to me in that condescending, arrogant tone. Let me tell you, with your abilities, you dare to challenge my country? How naive. As long as our American deities intervene, I guarantee you'll be obliterated in an instant. The American teenager roared. Meanwhile, Athena, standing beside him, glared coldly at Chen Gong, her war spear emitting a chilling glow. She was furious inside. As the goddess of wisdom and war, she had just been knocked unconscious by a monkey in front of the entire world. She, a divine being of such stature, had been knocked unconscious by a monkey. This was an utter disgrace. I wonder where you got the nerve to say that. Chen Gong's lips curled into a mocking smile. These Americans really won't cry until they see the coffin. If that's the case, let's wait and see. Let us see how you'll lose to our American gods. Let us see what kind of strength you have. The American youth spoke confidently. Meanwhile, Athena beside him snorted coldly and slowly floated into the air. Chapter 160, The Power of the Supreme God. Seeing this, everyone's pupils suddenly contracted violently, staring at Athena in shock. Is this Athena's true power? That's terrifying. No wonder she's a god, she's too powerful. Although Chen Gong is powerful, defeating Athena is impossible. As they watched Athena's figure, everyone's eyes were filled with awe. This Athena, as the second highest being beneath the gods, is truly terrifying. Boom! At that moment, the entire arena suddenly began to shake violently. As the tremors grew more intense, everyone's expressions changed. For in the live broadcast, Chen Gong's hands once again slowly raised into the air. What is he going to do now? Isn't Sun Wukong already exhausted? He shouldn't be able to summon him anymore. Could he possibly be in control of another deity capable of matching Athena? Impossible. Athena is a deity of the highest order. How could a mere mortal like him possibly control two deities of that caliber? Regardless, Athena is a main god. I think Chen Gong is doomed this time. Our American deities will definitely defeat him. Right, we won T lose to that Chinese monkey. Chen Gong, you're really going to die this time. Your fate is death.
The crowd buzzed with excitement, their eyes fixed on the live stream. They were all waiting to see what other tricks Chen Gong could possibly pull out of his sleeve. However, when they saw Athena slowly raise her war spear,
everyone, including the American viewers, couldn't help but gasp in shock.
Their gaze toward Chen Gong grew even more complex.
Is this a divine being? Why is it so powerful? This is the power of the main god. How could Chen Gong possibly be a match for the main god? Just then, Chen Gong finally moved, clasping his hands together and letting out a loud shout.
Three eyes sweep the heavens, divine dogs purify the world.
Erlangshan, Yang Jian, manifest your divine power. Upon hearing Chen Gong's words, the American audience was instantly stunned.
They rubbed their eyes in disbelief.
Just now, did they hear something? Three eyes sweep the heavens? What on earth is that? Who is Erlangshan? Who is Yang Jian?
American viewers were puzzled, but on the live broadcast screen, a man standing 8 feet tall, clad in silver white armor, with 3 eyes on his head and standing on a cloud, emerged from the screen.
Holding the trident in his hands, Yang Jian stood majestically in the sky.
The clouds around him seemed to be infected by Yang Jian's battle will, instantly transforming into rolling clouds that obscured the entire sky, blocking out the sun and moon. A golden bolt of lightning darted through the void, leaving a long crack in the clouds. Beneath Yang Jian's feet, a colorful auspicious cloud slowly rises. Powerful divine energy ripples fill the heavens and earth, and the silhouette of a divine being appears behind Yang Jian. At the same time, 2 massive portals leading to the celestial realm appeared behind Yang Jian, descending from the heavens and landing on the ground. Seeing this scene, people all over the world were stunned.
The American audience gaped in disbelief, speechless. A god. He is actually a true god. Heavens, what is going on? Could it be that the Xianlong kingdom is hiding a true god? That shouldn't be possible.
This is the land of true gods, there shouldn't be any hidden true gods here.
For some reason, I can't shake the feeling that something is off about all of this. Could this be a scheme orchestrated by the Xianlong kingdom? After witnessing the situation in the live broadcast, shock and disbelief spread across everyone's faces.
They never imagined that this decisive battle would end like this.
How is that possible?
Why? Why do the divine beings of the Xianlong kingdom possess such terrifying power? Watching the live broadcast, everyone's expressions grew incredibly solemn. They even sensed that this decisive battle was no longer just a clash between 2 main gods. This had already involved certain nations and reclusive extraordinary beings.
Now, you American gods, dare you still speak so boldly? And who told you that I can only summon Monkey King and no other deities? Erlangshan, this battle is in your hands. Chen Gong turned around and said to Yang Jian. Don't worry. Yang Jian laughed.
Then he swung his 3-pronged double-edged sword violently.
In an instant, the blade's glow shot into the sky, transforming into endless blades of light.
The blade's glow swept across the heavens and earth, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake, shattering mountains and rivers, and obliterating all vegetation. As they witnessed this scene, the American audience stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with disbelief.
Is this really the power of a casual strike? This is way too exaggerated. They hadn't even had time to react. This is impossible. How could a mere minor deity be a match for our American deity? That's right, it's absolutely impossible. Could it be?
Compared to those who were comforting themselves while watching, Athena, who was directly facing the attack, couldn't help but furrow her brows. But she shook her head and let out a cold smile. But even if he is a main god, today, you must die. As she spoke, her right hand suddenly shot out, delivering a powerful palm strike.
Boom!
Violent energy erupted instantly, forming a devastating energy storm that swept toward Yang Jian.
But in the next instant, Yang Jian nearly sneered with disdain. Immediately afterward, his body swayed slightly. Bow!
The world-shattering energy storm dissipated into thin air in an instant.
This left all the American spectators watching in awe. This is way too exaggerated.
The Americans' eyes nearly popped out of their sockets.
How is this possible?
They simply couldn't believe it was real. We have a deity-level being on our side, how could he possibly block it? That's right, he must have used some secret technique, otherwise, there's no way he could have blocked Athena's attack.
The wrath of the gods. Athena's face twisted into an expression.
Behind her, a red moon appeared.
Then, from the red moon, countless flames shot out, transforming into crimson-red giant swords in mid-air, rushing toward Yang Jian with a deafening roar. Whoosh!
A piercing sound echoed as the crimson swords, sharp and ruthless, sliced through the void, closing in on Yang Jian.
As he looked up at the overwhelming downpour of swords, Yang Jian spoke calmly. Trivial tricks. Break them!
As he spoke, he suddenly raised his 3-pronged double-edged sword and swung it down with all his might.
Chapter 161, Certain Defeat? Boom!
Terrifying energy erupted instantly, shattering countless flaming sword chi into pieces. However, under Yang Jian's relentless attacks, the fiery sword rain continued to pour down without pause. Upon witnessing this scene, Yang Jian furrowed his brows slightly.
This won't do. If this continues, I'm doomed. With that thought, a cold gleam flashed in Yang Jian's eyes. If that's the case, I'll have to resort to my divine abilities. After speaking, Yang Jian flipped his wrist, and the three-pronged double-edged sword appeared in his hand, which he then swung rapidly. A series of terrifying blade lights erupted from the three-pronged double-edged sword. In the next instant, Yang Jian swung the blade with all his might once more. Break! A terrifying energy storm erupted instantly. In the next instant, countless sword beams tore through the void, surging forward. In the blink of an eye, the fiery sword rain collapsed instantly. Upon witnessing this scene, the Americans were all left speechless. How is this possible? How could this be the work of a supreme being? What on earth is this power? Everyone's faces were filled with disbelief. Meanwhile, Athena and Yang Jian, the two gods within the supreme god's realm, naturally couldn't see these comments. The two simply stared at each other in silence, their eyes filled with a solemn expression. No wonder you're the supreme god of China. You can actually withstand the might of my supreme god. That's just your luck. If you had faced an ordinary main god, you would have been crushed by a single punch of mine. Regardless, you are doomed today. Prepare to die. As the words fell, Athena charged toward Yang Jian once more, unleashing a terrifying burst of energy that swept toward him. This time, the distance between them grew even closer. Soon, she was right in front of Yang Jian, who then swung his three-pronged double-edged sword fiercely toward the front. Boom! Instantly, the terrifying blade light engulfed Athena. Immediately afterward, terrifying blade beams erupted outward. You think you can hurt me? Impossible. Feeling the terrifying blade energy, Athena coldly snorted, then suddenly extended her right arm and swung it forward with all her strength. Boom! In an instant, two terrifying energies collided. The entire space seemed to tremble, and the entire city shook violently. Countless mountains collapsed, and the ground crumbled. Terrifying energy fluctuations spread out in all directions, leveling the surrounding forest to the ground. At that moment, Athena's expression suddenly darkened, her face turning extremely grim. How could this be? She never imagined that Yang Jian's strength could be so formidable. Although Yang Jian hadn't used his full strength earlier, it was nearly a casual strike. But even such a casual strike was terrifying enough. Die! Unlike Athena, Yang Jian remained as calm as ever. After speaking, he swung his three-pronged double-edged sword with great force. Rows of crimson blade beams erupted like roaring dragons. In the blink of an eye, they were already before Athena. Upon seeing this, Athena's expression grew solemn. Break it! She shouted loudly, her hands forming seals. Instantly, a massive golden sun appeared, radiating blinding light. Roar! A deafening roar echoed as the golden sun charged forward with tremendous force. Bang! A deafening explosion echoed through the sky. After colliding with the blade's glow, the golden sun shattered into a torrent of flames and vanished into the sky. In the next instant, the golden sun instantly grew dim and vanished without a trace. That damned creature, how could his power be so immense? Daimei furrowed her brows slightly, thinking to herself. After all, back then, when she was in Yang Jian's hands, she had held the upper hand. But now? She could already feel the power within Yang Jian surging upward, as if it were about to surpass her own. This feeling was extremely strange, as if Yang Jian was breaking through a realm. Damn it! Seeing this, Athena's expression darkened, and she flickered her body, dodging the attack in an instant. At the same time, Athena stomped her feet on the ground with all her might, unleashing a terrifying burst of energy, causing her figure to vanish in an instant. Immediately afterward, a golden spear suddenly appeared. As the spear appeared, terrifying golden light erupted suddenly, resembling a giant serpent, sweeping forward in an instant. Get out of my way! Seeing the golden light column rushing toward him, Yang Jian's expression also changed slightly. He roared furiously and swung his three-pronged double-edged sword fiercely toward the golden light column. In an instant, a terrifying energy explosion erupted. In the next moment, a dazzling blade of light suddenly pierced through the beam of light. Put! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Athena's face turned pale in an instant. Damn it, you actually broke through my attack. Athena's expression darkened, and she let out a cold laugh before taking a step forward. The next moment, a massive sword appeared in Athena's hand, sweeping violently toward Yang Jian. Boom! The terrifying sword light directly struck Yang Jian. Let's see how you block this sword. As she spoke, Athena activated her magic once more. A golden cloud suddenly shot out from the giant sword, descending upon Yang Jian with overwhelming force. You're asking for death. Upon seeing this, Yang Jian's pupils contracted sharply. He then leaped into the air, swinging his three-pronged double-edged sword fiercely toward his head. Boom! In an instant, the giant sword was cleaved into two pieces by Yang Jian's single strike. However, Yang Jian's three-pronged double-bladed sword did not pause for a moment, continuing to crush toward Athena. Athena's pupils contracted sharply, and her body flickered to the side in an instant. In the next instant, Athena reappeared behind Yang Jian and swung her blade viciously toward his back. Die! Seeing this, a cold smile appeared on Yang Jian's lips as he swung his three-pronged double-edged sword with all his might. In an instant, a sharp blade of light sliced through the void, sweeping toward Athena.
Seeing this, Athena's pupils contracted, her eyes filled with horror.
Damn it, how dare you fight me head on? You're asking for death.
As the words fell, Athena swung her massive sword once more.
Sizzle.
In an instant, the massive sword struck the blade of light, emitting a piercing screech.
However, the sword was immediately knocked aside.
What incredible strength!
Watching this scene, Athena's face also betrayed her shock. Before she could react, Yang Jian's three-pronged double-edged blade was already descending toward her head.
Seeing this, Athena's expression changed drastically, and she hurriedly raised the giant sword, slamming it upward with all her might.
Clang! Chapter 162, Underestimation.
With a crisp clang, Athena's hands went numb, and her giant sword nearly slipped from her grasp.
No good. This bastard is so powerful.
Feeling this, Athena's expression grew slightly solemn. She had thought Sun Wukong was already very powerful, and even if Shen Gong was this strong, he shouldn't be able to summon two equally powerful deities in succession. But now it seemed she had underestimated her opponent.
Oomph! Die! Athena roared angrily and charged toward Yang Jian once more.
If you want to die, I'll grant you your wish.
As the words fell, Yang Jian's figure also moved. Die! With a loud explosion, the battle erupted instantly.
Yang Jian's speed reached its peak, and in the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Athena.
Damn it! Seeing this, Athena's expression turned icy cold.
In the next instant, she spun sharply and dodged out of the way. However, just as she had dodged, a sense of danger suddenly engulfed her.
Athena's expression also turned grim. Because she sensed that Yang Jian had suddenly appeared on her left, wielding his weapon, and was fiercely swinging it toward her. Damn it! Athena clenched her teeth in anger.
This move was clearly aimed directly at her, leaving her completely unprepared. The next moment, Yang Jian's three-pronged double-edged sword struck her giant sword with great force. Damn it, his strength is so powerful. Gritting her teeth, Athena's expression grew icy cold. Though this move was only half a strike, its power was several times greater than before.
Damn you!
Today, I'll tear you to pieces. As she spoke, Athena channeled her divine power and charged forward with all her might.
Bang!
The two collided repeatedly, and in an instant, the ground around them turned into dust.
This won't do.
If this continues, my power will be depleted, and I'll be doomed. Athena thought to herself. This person is indeed agile, and his strength is a power I have never seen before.
On the other side, Yang Jian's face also flashed a look of gravity. It seems I need to take this seriously.
A flash of sharpness crossed Yang Jian's eyes. He then immediately retreated backward.
Trying to escape? Where do you think you're going?
Upon seeing Yang Jian's actions, Athena's face immediately broke into a cold, ruthless smile. Yang Jian's previous actions clearly indicated his intent to flee the battlefield, and she had noticed this long ago. Whether it was her own strength or the opponent's power, both far surpassed her own. Therefore, this battle was utterly without suspense. Oomph! In the next instant, Athena let out a loud roar, and her entire body vanished in an instant.
Ha! Where did that guy go?
Seeing Athena vanish suddenly, Yang Jian furrowed his brows.
Whoosh!
At that moment, two black shadows sliced through the sky, charging toward Yang Jian.
Upon witnessing this, Yang Jian's pupils contracted sharply. How fast? Yang Jian was deeply shocked.
His reaction was equally swift, and in the next instant, the three-pronged double-edged sword swung down with force.
Clang!
Instantly, a massive black sword struck Yang Jian's three-pronged double-edged sword with tremendous force, emitting a piercing sound.
HM?
Upon hearing the sound, Yang Jian's eyebrows furrowed slightly, and he immediately raised his right arm, grabbing the black giant sword with his palm. At the same time, Athena had already charged to Yang Jian's side and kicked directly at his abdomen.
Bang!
Seeing this, Yang Jian didn't dare to hesitate, pushing forward with all his strength.
Boom! With a loud explosion, Athena's attack was instantly blocked. What a terrifying physique! What kind of martial art is this? Such a powerful physique.
If my strength weren't so weak, this move would have definitely injured him.
Athena's expression grew even more somber.
Your technique isn't bad either, you managed to unleash such a powerful effect.
However, you've met me, and your fate is sealed.
Yang Jian snorted coldly, his eyes filled with mockery.
He was a powerful warrior with the Hongmeng purple chi. How could he be easily defeated by Athena? The next moment, Yang Jian suddenly raised his three-pronged double-edged sword and swung it toward Athena.
Athena, seeing this, gritted her teeth and roared in anger, swinging her massive sword horizontally. The next moment, a deafening sound suddenly rang out. Athena's massive sword was sliced away, and her body was forced back several meters.
At the same time, Yang Jian's three-pronged double-edged sword was also bent by the force and dropped to the ground.
Seeing this, Athena sneered coldly.
Is this the attack method of the divine beings of the Qianlong kingdom? It's utterly weak. You know nothing.
Seeing Athena's expression, Yang Jian sneered coldly, a trace of contempt flashing in his eyes.
With your abilities, you dare to challenge me? Damn it, you dare to insult me? Die.
Hearing Yang Jian's words, Athena's face also revealed a savage intent to kill.
Die? You don't deserve it. Then let's see.
I'll show you just how lacking the so-called strongest power of your Shenlong kingdom truly is.
As she spoke, Athena's aura surged suddenly.
A terrifying divine power emanated from her body, and golden divine characters began to appear.
Boom! In the next instant, a terrifying attack crashed down upon Yang Jian's body. What? Upon witnessing this scene, Yang Jian couldn't help but exclaim in shock, his expression growing solemn.
This woman was hiding her true strength. Seeing this scene before him, Yang Jian was completely stunned. Although he had already suspected that Athena's strength was no ordinary, he never imagined that her power was so formidable, unleashing such terrifying force with her first move.
Break it! Yang Jian, seeing this, refused to be outdone. He roared fiercely and sent his fists hurtling forward with tremendous force. Crack! Immediately, a crisp sound echoed through the air as Yang Jian and Athena's massive swords collided once again with tremendous force. Put!
The next moment, Athena spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward, her face pale.
How could this be? Why was her attack so powerful? Athena was filled with shock, her face betraying her disbelief. I knew you had a secret. You're truly a god.
Yang Jian's expression also grew solemn, his eyes flashing with a cold light.
Chapter 163, No Way Out? Damn it, this can't be possible. How could you possess such terrifying power? Athena was utterly shocked.
She couldn't believe that someone who had been cultivating for so long and had been hiding their strength all this time could be so much stronger than her.
You'll find out soon enough if I'm worthy. Yang Jian sneered coldly, holding his three-pronged double-edged sword, and charged toward Athena in an instant. Damn it, this bastard dares to ambush me? He's asking for death.
Seeing Yang Jian charge at her again, Athena erupted in anger, her eyes blazing with fury.
Die!
In the next instant, a terrifying aura erupted from Athena's body.
Boom!
In the next instant, the massive sword in Athena's hand swung down toward Yang Jian with deadly precision. Upon seeing this, Yang Jian's lips curled into a cold smile.
Come on! As he spoke, Yang Jian's three-pronged double-edged sword also swung out violently. Hum! Instantly, a buzzing sound echoed throughout the area. Boom! The next second, the two massive swords collided once more with tremendous force, unleashing a terrifying explosion of energy that rippled outward in waves in all directions. Damn you, you dare to ambush this divine being. Today, I shall slay you.
Seeing that her attack had failed to kill Yang Jian, Athena's eyes turned blood red, and the killing intent emanating from her body grew even more intense.
Oof, so what if I ambushed you? Do you really think you can do anything to me?
After speaking, a terrifying flame suddenly erupted from the three-pronged double-edged sword in Yang Jian's hand. Immediately, a massive golden crow appeared. Upon seeing this, Athena's gaze instantly turned icy cold. Using the power of the sun in front of me? You're dreaming. Upon hearing her words, Yang Jian was momentarily startled before bursting into laughter. Ha! What nonsense about the power of the sun? This is the flame of the golden crow. How could you, a mere upstart, possibly understand? As soon as he finished speaking, the golden crow surged into the sky, charging straight toward Athena at an unimaginable speed.
Damn it, you're asking for death.
Athena's expression darkened instantly, and a murderous intent flashed in her eyes.
Golden Crow's world burning.
In the next instant, Athena's massive sword began to whirl wildly, channeling terrifying power that coalesced into a golden bird-like silhouette, which then slammed out with tremendous force. Chirp! The golden phoenix burst forth, opening its beak to spew a ball of blazing fire that shot forward. Boom! Soon, the golden phoenix and the golden bird's illusory forms collided violently. In an instant, terrifying energy erupted violently, causing the entire space to seem unable to withstand the force and collapse instantly. Shatter! Upon witnessing this scene, Athena's eyes erupted with an overwhelmingly fierce killing intent as she wildly swung her massive sword. Boom! Terrifying power erupted once more, instantly tearing apart the space and transforming into countless terrifying sword chi that swept toward Yang Jian like a tidal wave.
Yang Jian, seeing this, dared not hesitate.
The divine power within his body surged wildly, directly channeling into the three-pronged double-edged sword.
In the next instant, the three-pronged double-edged sword suddenly erupted with a terrifying aura. Boom!
Immediately afterward, the two collided violently once more, and the two completely different energies rampaged once again, completely destroying all the surrounding buildings.
Damn it, I'll see where you run this time. Feeling Yang Jian's resistance, Athena's eyes flashed with a cold, ruthless light.
In the next instant, the massive sword in her hand swung viciously toward Yang Jian. Yang Jian, seeing this, did not back down and swung his three-pronged double-edged sword with all his might.
Boom! In the next instant, a terrifying force exploded outward. The two weapons were instantly separated.
Seeing this, both of them stepped back several paces. Your physical body is indeed terrifying, but in my hands, you still have no chance to resist. Athena, seeing Yang Jian retreat, couldn't help but sigh inwardly, for in recent times, Yang Jian's power had become truly terrifying. If Yang Jian were to grow stronger, it would be an absolute disaster for the divine realm.
Therefore, this battle must not end in defeat. Is that so? Then I'll have to give it a try. Seeing that the opponent refused to concede defeat, a gleam of determination flashed in Yang Jian's eyes, and he once again charged toward Athena. Die, you insect. Athena sneered coldly, swinging her massive sword wildly. Terrifying sword chi erupted instantly, resembling venomous snakes, madly lunging toward Yang Jian. Yang Jian saw this and didn't hesitate, swinging his three-pronged double-edged sword wildly, directly cutting at the sword chi. Boom! The next moment, an incredibly intense explosion echoed through the air. Terrifying gusts of wind spread wildly in all directions, blowing the sand and stones on the ground into the air. Swept away by the hurricane, they transformed into terrifying waves of air, rushing toward the surroundings. At the same time, the terrifying gusts of wind tore the trees in the distance into powder, even causing the ground to sink inward. Bang! Soon, the two attackers' assault came to an abrupt halt mid-air, their faces contorted with expressions of sheer terror. Damn it! Athena, seeing this, her expression darkened sharply, and she swung her massive sword once more. Boom! A terrifying wave of energy swept toward Yang Jian, carrying an overwhelming sense of pressure. Clearly, Yang Jian's earlier defense had enraged Athena to the extreme. Trivial tricks. Yang Jian, seeing this, flashed a look of contempt on his lips before suddenly raising his three-pronged double-edged sword. A terrifying golden flame erupted from the blade, instantly condensing into a blade that directly collided with the terrifying gust of wind. In the next instant, the golden flame completely engulfed the terrifying gust of wind. What? Upon witnessing this scene, Athena's face also betrayed a look of shock. Damn it, he actually managed to break my attack? How is that possible? As she spoke, Athena's mind was filled with disbelief, and a hint of confusion flashed in her eyes. Boom! However, Yang Jian's massive sword swiftly swept toward Athena. A dazzling blade of light sliced across the sky, carrying an unstoppable aura of dominance, directly targeting Athena. Damn you, worthless insect! Upon witnessing this scene, Athena's eyes also flashed with a savage expression. Instantly, a terrifying aura erupted, directly confronting the terrifying attack. Boom! The terrifying attack collided violently with the giant sword, causing an earth-shattering explosion. Chapter 164, The Earth Trembles. Terrifying energy ripples spread out instantly, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. The next moment, both of their bodies flew out simultaneously, landing on the ground. However, Yang Jian did not pursue Athena further but stood still in his original position. He knew that although he was now powerful, he was still far from being able to defeat Athena. Therefore, he needed to continue improving. Moreover, his most important task now was to seek a breakthrough. Are you okay? Seeing this, Athena also showed a look of concern on her face and asked, her eyes flickering with a complex expression. She was well aware of how dangerous that move had been for her. If it weren't for Yang Jian's physical transformation, she might have already been killed. At this moment, she finally understood Yang Jian's true strength. Previously, she had always believed that Yang Jian was merely a minor character. But now, he had actually attained the ability to fight her on equal terms. Thinking of this, Athena felt a surge of frustration welling up inside her. Thanks to you, I'm fine. Don't worry about me. Hearing Athena's voice, Yang Jian shook his head and smiled faintly. I know. But do you really think you can defeat me with just that? You're dreaming. Upon hearing Yang Jian's words, Athena couldn't help but snort coldly, and the massive sword in her hand suddenly swung toward Yang Jian. Boom! As the sword energy struck down, terrifying force spread instantly, and a terrifying wave of energy swept toward Yang Jian. Yang Jian, seeing this, coldly snorted and immediately activated the Dragon Soul technique, transforming his clothes into dragon-patterned armor. Boom! Immediately afterward, a deafening roar erupted from beneath Yang Jian's feet, and the dragon-patterned armor on his body burst into a dazzling golden light. Crack! With a crisp sound, the soil beneath Yang Jian's feet instantly cracked and collapsed downward. What? Upon witnessing this scene, Athena's eyes widened in shock. Although the previous sword strike was insufficient to completely defeat Yang Jian. However, it certainly wouldn't have resulted in just a shallow groove on the ground without even scratching Yang Jian's skin. This was utterly baffling. A golden opportunity. At that moment, Yang Jian also noticed the astonishment in Athena's eyes, and a thought flashed through his mind. The next moment, Yang Jian activated his trident and charged toward Athena. Athena, seeing this, immediately revealed a cold expression in her eyes. Without hesitation, she channeled all her energy into the trident in her hands. A dazzling blood-red blade of energy erupted from the trident. Whoosh! Then, one after another, blood lotuses bloomed, instantly transforming into hundreds of blood-red blade shadows that engulfed Yang Jian's body. The blood-red blade energy seemed to transform into endless flowers, instantly enveloping the entire space, as if the world were coming to an end, filled with a destructive aura. Petty tricks. Upon witnessing this scene, Yang Jian sneered coldly. Yang Jian had mastered the 9 transformations divine art. Although he had been summoned by Qin Gong and his current strength was somewhat weakened. However, the powerful techniques he had mastered remained unaffected. 9 Dragon True Art.
Upon seeing this, Yang Jian's lips parted slightly, and he immediately unleashed the nine dragons' true art.
Awwa!
As the sound of a dragon's roar echoed through the air, the illusory forms of nine true dragons instantly coalesced and charged headlong toward the swirling crimson blade energies filling the sky.
Boom!
In the next instant, the two sides collided directly, exploding into a massive blast. However, Yang Jian did not take the opportunity to attack but stood still in his original position, waiting for the blood-red true chi to rebound.
Oomph! Seeing that Yang Jian had not made a single move, Athena couldn't help but look down on him, muttering to herself that Yang Jian was utterly foolish.
However, the next moment, a powerful force swept toward her, crushing her.
Damn bastard! Upon witnessing this, Athena couldn't help but roar in anger.
Her body frantically retreated. However, Yang Jian clearly wouldn't let her escape so easily.
He immediately charged toward Athena once more.
Seeing this, Athena was also filled with rage. But facing Yang Jian's relentless attacks, she could only keep retreating and dodging.
Bang! Soon, the two clashed once more. Boom!
Yang Jian's speed was lightning fast and his techniques were relentless, nearly causing danger with every move, leaving Athena deeply frustrated.
However, Athena was no pushover either.
Seeing that Yang Jian could repeatedly block her attacks, she felt a growing sense of fear and anger.
This won't do. If this continues, I might end up losing in the end.
Soon, a resolute expression flashed across Athena's face. She abruptly ceased her defense and shifted to offense, unleashing a double punch that slammed directly toward Yang Jian.
No! Feeling Athena's movements, Yang Jian was taken aback. He hadn't expected her reaction to be so swift. However, his gaze grew even more resolute. Since you're so ungrateful, don't blame me for being ruthless.
After speaking, a fierce gleam flashed in Yang Jian's eyes.
Immediately, Yang Jian's body swiftly retreated. Bang!
As Yang Jian retreated, his right fist struck out instantly, unleashing a blood-red dragon-shaped gust of energy.
Boom! Put! The next second, Yang Jian's right fist directly struck Athena's chest.
Immediately afterward, a series of agonizing screams erupted from Athena's mouth, and a look of intense pain flashed across her face.
Damn you! I'll tear you to pieces. But now your life is mine.
After speaking, Yang Jian's face was instantly covered in a savage expression.
If you want to kill me, let's see if you have the guts. Seeing Yang Jian's reaction, Athena sneered coldly.
Her physical strength was now countless times stronger than before. Yang Jian's strength was no match for her, and it only served to ignite her competitive spirit, leaving her deeply unsatisfied.
Upon hearing Athena's words, Yang Jian couldn't help but snort coldly.
In the next moment, a blood-red spear instantly materialized.
Die! Yang Jian coldly snorted, thrusting the spear forward with lightning speed, aiming to pierce Athena's body. Trivial tricks.
Chapter 165, The Descent of Divine Essence. Upon seeing Yang Jian's actions, Athena sneered coldly, then clasped her hands together in a seal. In an instant, the air around them seemed to warp, then suddenly coalesced into a massive blood-red sword, which swung down toward Yang Jian's spear.
Crack!
In the next instant, the blood-red spear shattered into countless particles, scattering in all directions.
However, in the next instant, an overwhelming surge of power suddenly descended, crushing down upon Yang Jian's body. What? Feeling the overwhelming pressure on his body, Yang Jian couldn't help but furrow his brows, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes.
He never expected that with just a single move, he had been severely wounded by his opponent. No matter who you are, since you've dared to provoke this emperor, you won't be leaving here alive today.
Boom! Upon witnessing this scene, Athena's battle intent ignited completely.
In the next instant, Athena's body erupted with a terrifying killing intent, and her figure vanished from the spot.
Trouble! Retreat quickly!
Upon seeing this, Yang Jian dared not hesitate, his figure immediately retreating backward at full speed.
Swish!
At that moment, a blood-red giant sword suddenly swept past Yang Jian's ear, nearly severing his hair. Seeing this, Yang Jian's pupils contracted sharply, and a cold gleam flashed in his eyes.
Damn it! Immediately, Yang Jian roared loudly, unleashing a torrent of battle intent that erupted instantly, enveloping his entire body in a terrifying aura. Get out here!
He then took a single step forward, crossing into the void, and his figure instantly appeared before Athena.
In the next instant, Yang Jian delivered a powerful punch. Boom!
The terrifying force of the punch erupted instantly, colliding directly with Athena's body.
You're asking for death. Upon seeing Yang Jian's actions, Athena's expression instantly turned icy cold.
A fierce glint of murderous intent flashed in her eyes. In the next instant, Athena's hands formed seals, and she unleashed a dazzling ball of blood-red energy.
The next moment, the energy ball flew directly toward Yang Jian's body. Boom!
At the same time, as Yang Jian's fist collided with the energy ball, a terrifying shockwave spread out, unleashing a terrifying storm.
You insignificant insect! Even if you possess power that defies the heavens today, you must die here. Gazing at Yang Jian, Athena's lips curled into a cold smile. She then reached out her hand and grabbed toward Yang Jian. Do you really think you can stop this king with such a move? You're delusional. Upon seeing Athena's actions, Yang Jian's face also revealed a mocking expression. He then charged directly at Athena's body with such speed that it left everyone speechless. Damn insect!
Since you refuse to surrender peacefully, I shall have no choice but to torture you to death in the most brutal manner.
Upon seeing Yang Jian's actions, Athena also sneered coldly. A terrifying aura of murderous intent erupted from her body, spreading out in a torrential wave. Oomph! You're not worthy to be my opponent.
You ignorant fool, today I'll show you what it means to know your place. Seeing this, Yang Jian also spoke coldly.
In the next moment, Yang Jian also erupted with a powerful force. Boom! Almost the moment Yang Jian launched his attack, the two fists collided violently, unleashing a furious wave of energy. Puff!
Upon witnessing this scene, Yang Jian's expression paled slightly, and his body involuntarily retreated 3 meters backward.
How about that? Do you know how powerful I am now?
Looking at Yang Jian's expression, Athena's eyes flashed with a hint of mockery, her tone brimming with arrogance. Clearly, Yang Jian's previous punch had left her deeply shaken. Though she hadn't used her full strength, it was more than enough to leave Yang Jian in a sorry state.
Is that so? Do you really think you've won?
Upon hearing Athena's words, Yang Jian's eyes flashed with a hint of disdain, and he immediately stepped into the void, his figure vanishing from the spot in an instant.
Damn ant! He disappeared again.
Upon witnessing this, Athena's face also betrayed a hint of anger. However, she quickly regained her composure.
Do you think I can't do anything to you now?
The next moment, she let out a loud growl, and a powerful energy fluctuation erupted from her body.
Boom! In the next instant, a terrifying pressure swept across the entire void.
The surrounding space shattered, and terrifying spatial storms raged wildly. As expected of a barbarian, you don't even know the basics of spatial techniques. You can only shatter space with such a feeble display. As the void shattered, Yang Jian's figure reappeared, gazing down at Athena with a mocking expression. Upon seeing this, Athena's expression darkened abruptly, her face fluctuating between anger and shock. Because she never expected that she had actually been tricked by this insignificant insect.
Damn it! The next moment, Athena couldn't help but let out a low growl as her body vanished once more. Instantly, a terrifying whistling sound echoed around Yang Jian.
Immediately afterward, a massive hand came crashing down toward Yang Jian.
Seeing this, Yang Jian's eyes lit up. A golden opportunity. Without hesitation, Yang Jian's figure flickered, instantly appearing behind Athena. Die! Upon seeing Yang Jian's reaction, Athena's eyes flashed with a savage gleam, and an overwhelming killing intent surged forth from her body.
At the same time, one of her arms shot upward. A terrifying gravitational pull erupted from the palm of her hand. Feeling this terrifying pull, Yang Jian's brows furrowed slightly.
Damn it, stop right now!
Immediately, Yang Jian roared loudly, and a vast surge of pure energy erupted from his body, instantly merging into his fist. Seeing this, Yang Jian swung his fist toward Athena's body.
Break for me! In the next instant, Yang Jian roared again, and his fist erupted with a terrifying destructive aura. You're overestimating yourself.
Upon seeing Yang Jian's actions, Athena coldly remarked. Without another word, she opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Her body suddenly swelled up, transforming into a 100-foot-tall figure, resembling a mountain, with terrifying might erupting from her body in an instant.
Chapter 166, No More Hesitation.
Seeing this, Yang Jian didn't hesitate either, immediately unleashing the 9-dragon demon sealing tower.
Suppress it!
Yang Jian roared once more, and the might of the 9-dragon demon sealing tower erupted instantly. At the same time, Yang Jian's body charged forward. In the next instant, a terrifying force erupted from Yang Jian's body, colliding directly into the 9-dragon demon sealing tower.
Boom!
Immediately, the 9-dragon demon sealing tower erupted with blinding light, and the terrifying force engulfed Athena within its grasp.
Impossible! How could you be this strong? Upon witnessing this scene, Athena's face also betrayed an expression of utter astonishment.
Clearly, she had never imagined that Yang Jian could unleash such terrifying power and trap her.
There are many things you haven't anticipated.
Upon seeing this, Yang Jian sneered coldly and immediately retracted the 9-dragon demon sealing tower.
The next moment, Yang Jian once again charged toward Athena. Damn it!
Upon seeing Yang Jian's actions, Athena's face turned ashen, and her aura surged once more, charging directly at Yang Jian.
Bang!
The next moment, accompanied by a loud explosion, the two bodies collided violently.
Boom! The next moment, their bodies separated once again, each flying backward.
What incredible defensive power! Feeling the immense force coursing through his body, Yang Jian's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise, clearly not expecting Athena's body to be so terrifying. After all, Athena was a master at the Holy Sovereign Realm, such force should have been nothing to her. However, Yang Jian's fist contained powerful thunderous energy, combined with his formidable physical strength, which allowed him to barely withstand Athena's attack.
But this was enough to prove how powerful Yang Jian's physical body was. What a formidable physique! But alas, even if you're stronger, what good will it do?
My divine physique is no inferior to yours.
You are destined to be my stepping stone.
Seeing this, a cold smile flashed across Athena's lips.
Is that so? Then we'll see who falls first. Yang Jian heard this and wore a faint expression of disdain on his face before immediately punching forward. Damn it!
Feeling the terrifying power emanating from Yang Jian, Athena's pupils suddenly contracted and a look of gravity flashed in her eyes.
This is bad. My body can't withstand this. I must retreat immediately. Without hesitation, Athena mobilized all her strength and prepared to flee.
You two, don't put on a show in front of me.
Today, I'll send you on your way. In the next instant, the cold light in Yang Jian's eyes grew even more intense.
He then channeled the power within his body and charged at the two black-clad figures with all his might.
Feeling Yang Jian's attack, the two black-clad figures' eyes flashed with horror.
The next moment, two sword beams shot out, slashing fiercely against Yang Jian's attack.
Boom! The next moment, two terrifying forces collided violently. Put! Two figures plummeted from mid-air. Put! Upon seeing Yang Jian's actions, Athena and the black-clad man's expressions changed drastically.
They never expected Yang Jian to suddenly attack them.
Die for the emperor! Then, Athena's gaze flashed sharply, and she lunged toward the two of them. Oomph, you're still too green.
Seeing this, a mocking smile flashed across Yang Jian's lips.
The next moment, Athena's attack missed completely. Damn it! What kind of underhanded trick did you use? Athena asked through gritted teeth. Yang Jian, hearing this, didn't bother to waste his breath and immediately unleashed the nine-dragon demon sealing tower, binding Athena's body tightly. Hold her down. The next moment, Yang Jian roared once more.
Immediately, a terrifying energy burst forth from the nine-dragon demon sealing tower, crashing down upon Athena's body.
Damn it, you dare!
Upon seeing Yang Jian's actions, Athena's face also revealed an expression of utter shock, her eyes filled with intense anger. Yang Jian's strength far exceeded her expectations. So at this moment, she could no longer hold back.
With a forceful clap of her hands, an endless surge of divine power erupted from her body. Break this for me! The next moment, Athena roared loudly, pushing her hands forcefully toward the void. Boom!
In the next instant, a massive golden handprint appeared out of nowhere and slammed directly onto the nine-dragon demon sealing tower.
Bang!
Immediately, the nine-dragon demon sealing tower was shattered into pieces.
Ha, you think this can stop me? How delusional!
Seeing this, Athena also sneered coldly. In the next instant, he activated his divine power and struck Yang Jian with a palm strike, moving at an extreme speed. Upon seeing Athena's reaction, Yang Jian's expression also darkened slightly. Without hesitating, he swung his right fist forward to meet the attack.
Bang!
In the next instant, the terrifying fist strike collided directly with Athena's right fist. Then, the terrifying force erupted violently.
Oomph, you're overestimating yourself.
Today, I'll show you just how powerful I am.
As she spoke, Athena's figure vanished from her original position.
Almost in the blink of an eye, Athena's figure reappeared directly in front of Yang Jian, then once again slammed toward his chest.
Boom!
Upon witnessing this, Yang Jian's mind flickered, and the nine-dragon demon sealing tower instantly materialized behind him.
Get out of here!
Seeing Athena charging toward him, a cold expression flashed across Yang Jian's face. The next moment, he roared loudly, and the nine-dragon demon sealing tower instantly transformed into a mountain peak, crashing down toward Athena.
This move won't work on me. Seeing Yang Jian's actions, Athena coldly smiled.
She immediately retreated swiftly, simultaneously striking out with a powerful palm toward Yang Jian.
Boom!
In the next instant, the two terrifying forces collided head-on.
Overestimating your abilities.
Seeing this, a cold expression flashed across Yang Jian's eyes as he also struck out with a palm toward Athena.
Bang!
In the next instant, both of their bodies were sent flying backward once again, crashing heavily onto the ground. Yang Jian stood where he was, gazing at Athena with a mocking expression in his eyes.
How about now? Do you still think you're overestimating yourself? Your attacks are nothing to me. Yang Jian said indifferently. Chapter 167, At the End of the Road. Oomph, you mere mortal, dare to be so arrogant.
Athena struggled to get to her feet, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth, but the stubbornness and anger in her eyes remained undiminished. She knew that if she didn't give it her all today, she might truly be unable to escape.
Mortals? Ha, you seem to have forgotten that this is the Qianlong Kingdom, and I am Yang Jian, the second prince of the Heavenly Palace. Yang Jian sneered, and the aura around him surged once more.
His golden armor shone brilliantly in the sunlight, as if a war god had descended.
What of the Qianlong Kingdom? What of the true lord? Today, I, Athena, swear to settle this once and for all with you.
Athena roared in anger, her hands swiftly forming seals as divine power surged around her. Golden divine runes intertwined in the air, forming a complex and mysterious pattern.
Divine essence descends. As Athena uttered a low command, a crack suddenly appeared in the sky. An ancient and powerful aura poured out from the crack, the power of the divine realm, directly infusing into Athena's body. Feeling this power, Yang Jian's brows furrowed slightly. He could sense it. This power far surpassed anything Athena had ever possessed before. This was the true might of a deity. Even if divine essence descends, you won't escape defeat today.
Yang Jian coldly snorted as the primordial purple chi within him quietly circulated, seamlessly merging with his divine power.
A previously unseen, overwhelming aura erupted from his body. 9 dragons unite, true dragon manifests.
Yang Jian roared, and 9 illusory dragons soared into the sky from his body. They circled around him before transforming into a dazzling beam of light, directly merging into the 3-pronged double-edged sword in Yang Jian's hands.
The blade's glow resembled a dragon, slicing through the sky and charging toward Athena.
Athena, seeing this, her eyes flashed with a hint of gravity. She swung her hands violently, and golden divine power transformed into a massive shield, blocking her path.
Boom!
A deafening explosion echoed as the blade and shield collided violently, sending terrifying energy ripples outward. The surrounding space seemed to tear apart, forming countless black fissures.
How is this possible? Athena's face turned pale.
She never expected that even in the state of divine essence descending, she still couldn't withstand Yang Jian's attack.
There is nothing impossible.
The so-called divine power you speak of is nothing in my eyes.
Yang Jian's voice was cold and resolute.
He swung his 3-pronged double-edged sword once more, this time holding nothing back. Each strike contained the power to shatter the heavens and destroy the earth. Athena was forced to retreat continuously, but she refused to give up. She knew this was her last chance. She clenched her teeth. She summoned all the remaining divine energy within her body, preparing for her final desperate attempt.
Athena's sigh.
Athena let out a low moan, slowly raising her hands. Golden divine energy gathered at her fingertips, transforming into a dazzling beam of light that shot toward Yang Jian. This was her ultimate technique, her last hope. However, facing this fatal strike, Yang Jian merely smiled faintly. With a light swing of his 3-pronged double-edged sword, an even more dazzling blade of light instantly engulfed the beam of light.
It was over. Yang Jian's voice was calm and indifferent as the 3-pronged double-edged sword turned into a streak of light. He walked straight toward Athena. But at that decisive moment, an unexpected change occurred. The crack in the sky did not close as expected but instead widened violently. A more vast and ancient aura surged out from the crack, as if the bridge connecting the two worlds had been completely severed. Is this the intervention of the divine will? Yang Jian was startled.
He could sense that this power far exceeded the divine essence Athena could summon, containing an overwhelming aura of authority and strength that could not be resisted. At the same time, Athena's face also betrayed a look of disbelief. She had not anticipated that her desperate counterattack would inadvertently trigger a response from the divine realm. But this shock was quickly replaced by hope. She seemed to see an opportunity to escape. Yang Jian, though you are powerful, how dare you defy the will of the divine realm? Athena's voice carried a hint of triumph and defiance. What of the divine realm's will? I, Yang Jian, act with a clear conscience, unashamed before heaven and earth. He roared, and the primordial purple chi within him surged. It formed a subtle counterforce against the sudden divine power. At that moment, a brilliant light slowly descended from the crack. It took the form of an old man clad in white robes and holding a scepter. The old man's face was kind, but his eyes betrayed the wisdom of one who had seen everything. Athena, Yang Jian, your battle should not have become so intense. The old man spoke slowly, his voice gentle yet filled with an irresistible power. The divine realm and the mortal world have their own order and boundaries, they must not be crossed lightly. Athena and Yang Jian both stopped their attacks and looked up at the unexpected visitor with respect. They could all sense that this old man was no ordinary being. The aura emanating from him was so powerful that even Athena, in her divine form, felt inadequate in comparison. Elder, we have all been misled into this conflict, it was not our intention. Yang Jian spoke first, his tone a mix of respect and resignation. Athena also bowed slightly, though she felt reluctant. She understood that the current situation was beyond her control. The old man smiled faintly, gently waving his staff. The cracks in the sky began to heal. The oppressive divine power also dissipated. Then, the old man turned to Yang Jian, and his soft words echoed, You, the deities from the ancient East, are you the ones who dared to challenge our divine realm, to challenge our deities? Who are you? Erlangshan Yangji glared intently at the old man before him, furrowing his brows. He sensed an indescribable power emanating from the old man before him. This power was like a ray of brilliant sunlight. I am Zeus, ruler of Mount Olympus, king of all gods. The old man spoke slowly, his voice carrying an air of unquestionable authority. Yang Jian heard this and his pupils contracted slightly. The name Zeus was renowned even in the distant East. He represents the highest authority of the Western divine realm, and his power is beyond measure. However, Yang Jian did not back down. He stood tall, his gaze unwavering. Zeus? Are you here to fight me now? Poof. Zeus laughed. Have all the gods become so arrogant now? Zeus' laughter echoed across the vast expanse of sky and earth. Battle? No, I did not come here to fight with you mortal gods. The divine realm and the mortal world each have their own rules and boundaries. Our existence is to protect and maintain balance, not to engage in meaningless conflict. His words revealed a wisdom and compassion transcending the mundane, causing Yang Jian and Athena to lower their guard unconsciously and listen quietly. However, today's events have revealed a scene unlike any I have seen before.
Chapter 168, The God King Zeus. Zeus shifted his tone, gazing deeply at the two. Athena, as the goddess of wisdom and war, why are you here engaging in battle with mortals?
Athena paused for a moment before bowing her head and explaining, Zeus, the people of the Qianlong kingdom have insulted the Western divine realm.
Zeus's expression darkened. Insulted the Western divine realm? I didn't expect you to have the audacity, Erlangshengjuan. I wonder how many of my thunderbolts Erlangshan can withstand.
His voice suddenly turned icy cold, and a blazing thunderbolt suddenly condensed in the air, then transformed into a gigantic lightning bolt thousands of feet long, crashing down with a thunderous roar.
This was pure thunder law, far more brutal and terrifying than Athena's purity and grandeur.
At that moment, the sky was filled with intertwining thunderbolts, and the entire Norse divine realm seemed shrouded in endless lightning. Outside the divine chosen space in the Qianlong kingdom. When Shen Gong saw such a thick bolt of lightning, he was utterly stunned. A bolt of lightning struck down, carrying the force of 1,000 thunderbolts, capable of destroying the heavens and the earth. Though he believed in Erlangshan's strength, facing such an attack, it was impossible to say he wasn't the least bit worried. The other divine chosen ones looked up at the thunder in the sky, all filled with fear and dread. Even separated by a divine battlefield, they could still feel the suffocating pressure, and many with weaker resolve nearly collapsed to their knees. And this was merely Zeus's initial probe. That area had already been reduced to ruins.
How terrifying! If such an attack were to strike a human kingdom, it would undoubtedly cause catastrophic destruction. Zeus was serious. He was a true god, possessing unimaginable power. This attack was simply impossible to withstand. People from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom gasped in shock. Though they feared the power of the United States, they were also eagerly anticipating this battle. After all, this is a clash between two gods.
Come on! Yang Jian's gaze was sharp, and his divine blood boiled within him, as if flames were burning.
Kill!
He roared and charged forward, clutching his bronze staff.
Boom!
In an instant, sparks flew everywhere, and thunderous explosions echoed continuously.
Boom! Crash!
Yang Jian and Zeus clashed again for hundreds of rounds, each collision triggering a violent wave.
Ha ha, good! That's the spirit! Yang Jian shouted, his golden aura blazing even brighter.
Holding his bronze staff, he charged forward, unstoppable.
Meanwhile, Zeus's expression grew dark.
He hadn't managed to defeat Yang Jian, which was completely unexpected. Moreover, Yang Jian's strength was growing stronger with each clash, and with every collision, Zeus could feel a colossal, surging force coursing through his body.
Yang Jian's physical strength is too powerful. What should I do? Yang Jian's physical strength is so strong, and my thunderous power can't even break him?
Zeus furrowed his brows, anger rising within him. He roared suddenly, and the surrounding space began to warp.
A brilliant star bloomed in the void, its endless starlight illuminating the entire sky.
Countless bolts of lightning converged, forming a gigantic serpent that roared toward Yang Jian. Wherever the thunder serpent passed, space shattered. Its speed was slow, but it gave off an inescapable, unavoidable feeling.
Mere child's play. Yang Jian coldly snorted, swinging his bronze staff down with all his might.
The ground shook violently, and the thunder serpent collapsed instantly.
Yang Jian took a step forward, closing the distance to Zeus in an instant. The three-pronged, double-edged spear swept out, and Zeus leaned back to avoid it.
He swung his arm, sending a massive meteorite hurtling toward Yang Jian, intending to knock him unconscious with the impact.
Yang Jian acted swiftly, thrusting his three-pronged spear directly into the meteorite, piercing it through. You're truly my son.
You're indeed formidable, Zeus praised, shaking his arms. Instantly, two silver-white spears appeared, each charging toward Yang Jian from the left and right. Yang Jian's gaze remained cold as he shifted his feet, dodging gracefully. The two silver-white spears whizzed past his body.
Zeus's gaze grew icy.
He flickered his wrist, and the two silver-white spears spun in midair, resembling two silver moons, slicing through the air and striking toward Yang Jian.
Trivial tricks. Yang Jian remained unfazed.
His body spun suddenly, and the two spears grazed the hem of his robe as they passed by.
Yang Jian's lips curled into a faint smile.
He lifted his foot, leaped into the air, and brought his spear down with a thunderous crash. As he hung in midair, his skin quickly turned red. Blood gushed wildly from his body.
Dong!
Yang Jian brought his spear down with all his might, unleashing a force of billions of pounds. The space around him seemed unable to withstand the impact and began to crack.
Zeus's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly extended his palm to block Yang Jian's punch. However, Yang Jian's strength was far beyond Zeus' imagination.
This time, the two were evenly matched. The United States was no longer calm.
What? He's actually holding his own against Zeus? This guy must be a monster. What on earth has he eaten? Everyone was amazed and couldn't believe their eyes.
After all, Zeus is a high-ranking deity and the king of all gods. His power far surpasses that of ordinary high-ranking deities, and even among the gods, he belongs to the very pinnacle of existence. Yet, his power is actually on par with Yang Jian's.
Doesn't this mean that Yang Jian's combat power is no less than his?
Yang Jian, you're truly formidable. Zeus took a deep breath, stared at Yang Jian for a moment, then smiled and said, if that's the case, then show me your true strength. Otherwise, I fear you won't last much longer. Yang Jian heard this and let a cold smile curve his lips.
Zeus, I have never lost to anyone. You're no match for me. Boom!
The next moment, the two engaged in fierce combat once more. In the sky, thunder roared, and stars danced wildly. Streams of starlight poured down, transforming into endless bolts of lightning that filled the entire world, turning the universe into a sea of thunder. The two fought fiercely, neither able to gain the upper hand, and for a time, it was impossible to determine the winner.
Damn it, how could Yang Jian's combat power be this strong?
In the underworld, Zeus's face twisted in fury. He glared at the gods watching the battle on the screen, wanting to tear them all to pieces. Where on earth did this Yang Jian come from?
This doesn't make any sense.
The other American leaders also furrowed their brows. Zeus's power is undoubtedly among the elite of the higher gods. He should be able to crush such opponents with ease. Yet now he was locked in a fierce battle with Yang Jian, a result that was utterly incomprehensible.
Yang Jian, you're strong.
Zeus coldly said, I haven't felt this kind of adrenaline rush in a long time.
Don't concern yourself with who I am. Yang Jian narrowed his eyes. I'll ask you one thing, do you dare to continue fighting? Chapter 169, dare you continue the battle?
Ah, good, very good. Zeus laughed furiously, then let me show you the most powerful weapon of the gods, the divine punishment spear. As soon as his voice faded, a pitch-black spear materialized out of thin air, carrying the power to destroy everything, and lunged toward Yang Jian.
Yang Jian narrowed his eyes and swiftly retreated, narrowly avoiding the gunshot.
The armor on his body emitted a faint blue glow that was Yang Jian's protective divine light. His physical defense was now on par with that of a high-ranking divine being.
Humph.
Zeus raised an eyebrow, his eyes flickering, your body is peculiar.
What is your armor made of?
The divine punishment spear. Zeus roared furiously, and a blinding light erupted from his body. A black spear over 1,000 feet long appeared beside Zeus. The spear was entirely black, with its tip flickering with a dark glow, as if it could pierce through the ages. On the American side, the highest military leader frowned as he looked at the divine space before him. He turned to his aide and said, this won't do.
We can't let Zeus continue fighting Yang Ji like this. We must secure an overwhelming victory as soon as possible. Send an order to Athena to intervene and assist.
Have the three kingdoms and the cherry blossom nation summon their deities to help Zeus defeat that eastern divine being.
The aide nodded, yes, General. He immediately made the arrangements. Yang Jian, it seems I must use every trick in my arsenal to defeat you today. Zeus spoke in a deep voice.
He held the divine punishment spear in his hand as his figure slowly rose into the sky. The divine punishment spear trembled violently in his hands, emitting terrifying waves of authority, as if a dormant dragon had awakened.
Boom! In the void, massive serpents coiled around, unleashing waves of overwhelming pressure.
These serpents opened their jaws and claws, each one lifelike and ferocious, their ferocity reaching the heavens.
SSSS.
The serpents extended their crimson tongues, emitting chilling, blood-curdling cries, revealing their bloodthirsty and brutal nature.
Yang Jian stood his ground, his expression cold and unwavering, showing no fear. Though these giant serpents were formidable, they could not intimidate him.
Death coils!
Zeus roared. With a loud crash,
a swarm of giant serpents suddenly surged forward, filling the sky and blocking out the heavens. They were so numerous that they obscured Yang Jian's vision, leaving him with no escape.
Ha! Yang Jian, you're finished. Zeus laughed maniacally.
He believed that these death coils would certainly be enough to kill Yang Jian. However, Yang Jian was completely unafraid of these death coils. His gaze was sharp and his figure flickered. Swish! Blades of light flashed, slicing through the surrounding death coils.
Yang Jian's agile form darted forward like a ghost, closing in on Zeus in an instant.
Oomph, trivial tricks.
Zeus spoke coldly.
Behind him, 9 sacred light orbs appeared, emitting blinding white light that instantly merged into the deathly coils.
Hum.
Instantly, the speed of all the death coils increased by several times, and in the blink of an eye, they had already closed in on Yang Jian.
Break!
Yang Jian roared, his muscles tensing, his bones creaking like metal, emitting a deafening clang.
Bang!
He suddenly reached out with a massive hand, grabbing at the deathly coils.
Put!
The moment Yang Jian's palm touched the deathly coils, an immense force surged up his arm and into his body, as if it were trying to shatter his internal organs.
Get out of here!
Yang Jian growled, his arm muscles twitching as he unleashed a tremendous force, violently repelling the terrifying energy that had infiltrated his body.
What?
Zeus' pupils contracted, his face filled with horror. Yang Jian had actually crushed his attack with his bare hands. This not only stunned Zeus but also left everyone in the United States in awe. Yang Jian's power had surpassed their expectations.
How is this possible? How could his body be so incredibly strong? This guy, could he be made of steel?
Everyone was stunned by Yang Jian's overwhelming physique, and they even began to doubt whether his body was made of stone. Otherwise, there's no way it could be this hard. No matter how hard they hit him, they couldn't break through. This is utterly unimaginable, unheard of. The Spear of Divine Punishment. Zeus clenched his teeth, watching the death coils vanish with a broken heart. His eyes turned red. Those death coils were the wealth he had accumulated over the years. Kill. He raised the Divine Punishment Spear in his hand and smashed it down on Yang Jian with all his might. Boom! The power of the Spear of Divine Retribution was terrifying, causing the entire star domain to tremble. This was true divine punishment, containing the power to destroy all life. As the spear struck down, stars fell from the sky, and the universe began to collapse. Zeus' power far exceeded Yang Jian's imagination, having vaguely reached the level of a quasi-immortal emperor. Divine punishment? I'll see who can withstand it first. Yang Jian showed no fear. He raised his right foot, stepping into the heavens, and charged toward the Divine Punishment Spear. His feet pressed down on the void, and with each step, a deep vortex formed beneath him. His body transformed into a streak of light, charging toward Zeus. Boom! Two figures collided violently, unleashing a terrifying shockwave. Crack! Cracks spread across the void, and the area where Yang Jian and Zeus collided turned into pitch-black nothingness. Divine punishment power, devour everything of him. Zeus roared madly, gripping the Divine Punishment Spear, and smashed it down on Yang Jian. There really are such fools in this world. Yang Jian sneered, and the third eye between his eyebrows bloomed. The already overwhelming aura surrounding him began to surge once more. Boom! His aura surged once more. Boom! 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 Yang Jian's feet struck the Divine Punishment Spear repeatedly. Crackle, crackle. The surface of the Divine Punishment Spear began to crack, revealing numerous fissures. With a loud explosion, it shattered into countless fragments, scattering in all directions. At the same time, Yang Jian swung his fist, striking Zeus's chest with tremendous force. Boom! Zeus grunted, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and plummeted straight down from the void. Just as he was about to hit the ground, he was caught by Athena. God King, are you all right? Athena asked worriedly. I'm fine, cough cough. Zeus clutched his chest and coughed, blood trickling from his mouth, his face pale. Are you okay? Yang Jian walked over and asked indifferently. Zeus shook his head, his gaze fixed on Yang Jian. His eyes flashed with a mix of anger and fear as he clenched his teeth and said, Yang Jian. Very well, I will remember your name. Yang Jian furrowed his brows slightly. He coldly replied, so what if I remember? Zeus sneered, this time, you're as good as dead, because you've committed a grave mistake. Yang Jian sneered, oh? What crime have I committed? Zeus coldly replied, you have offended the great Zeus, the supreme deity, and desecrated the glory of the Lord. This is a grave insult to the Lord, and you deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Chapter 170, Zeus, Sunlight, and Shiva. Since you are a blasphemer, you should also be judged. Yang Jian spoke coldly, since that is the case, then you should also accept punishment. Stubborn and defiant. Seeking death. Zeus was completely enraged, his eyes shooting bolts of lightning toward Yang Jian, crashing down fiercely. Boom! At that moment, as Zeus attacked Yang Jian, the sun god from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom and Shiva from the Three Kingdoms attacked Yang Jian almost simultaneously. Now, Yang Jian was effectively facing three of the most powerful deities alone. You dare to be so arrogant, you mere ants? But Yang Jian showed no fear. He stood arrogantly in the void, his hands behind his back, his body radiating brilliant light. Rays of divine light erupted from his body, as if they were about to pierce the heavens and crush the 8 corners of the world. He looked down on the 3 divine beings with contempt and mockery in his eyes. In the next instant, he pointed a finger, and a divine rainbow pierced the sky, heading straight for the sunlight of Sakura country. Puff! Blood spattered everywhere, and the sun's rays let out an agonizing scream before crashing to the ground, its body twisted in charred black, nearly reduced to ashes. What? The sunlight has been severely injured? On the Cherry Blossom Kingdom side, one divine official after another cried out in disbelief. This was a quasi-immortal emperor, a being of unmatched power, yet he was defeated in a single move? How is that possible? Yang Jian, you're pushing it too far. Zeus flew into a rage. Knowing he couldn't win, he turned and fled. Yang Jian snorted coldly, and the 3-pronged double-edged spear in his hand stabbed out without mercy. The spear's blade stretched 1,000 feet long, sweeping across the sky like a force that could split the heavens and tear apart the universe, crashing down with overwhelming force. Ji La. Zeus was covered in blood, his arms severed, and he fled in a disheveled state. His hair was disheveled, his body covered in wounds, and he looked utterly pitiful. He had clearly suffered severe injuries. If not for his special bloodline, he would have been killed by Yang Jian long ago. Boom! He suddenly turned around, holding his scepter and thrusting it forward with all his might. In an instant, the heavens and earth were shrouded in chaos. At that moment, Shivara's attack also arrived. Shivara, the great black heaven of the 3,000 realms. A massive handprint descended from the sky. The sword light of the sun. It seemed as though it would split the heavens and earth apart.
Yang Jian's eyelids twitched slightly, he sensed danger. These three divine beings, though not as powerful as Yang Jian, were well coordinated.
If they joined forces to attack, they would still pose a significant threat to Yang Jian.
His divine light surged violently, burning fiercely. One after another, runes danced into existence, swirling around his body before coalescing into a cauldron. Within the cauldron, flames burned fiercely, reaching the heavens. He struck out with a fist, colliding with the attacks of the three divine beings. Instantly, a sea of fire surged forth, sweeping everything away and incinerating all the attacks completely. Humph! The three divine beings were astonished. Zeus's face turned ashen, and he growled deeply, Ragnarok. Whoosh! Beams of light shot forth, and in an instant, the entire world was enveloped in a sacred glow. These beams of light were like sharp swords, descending from the sky with unmatched sharpness. With a sharp crack, Yang Jian's defenses were completely shattered, and his entire body was struck into the ground. He was covered in blood, his robes torn to shreds, revealing his bronze-colored skin, brimming with explosive power. Zeus, fight on! Zeus, take him down! The gods on the American side cheered wildly. Zeus's twilight of the gods was terrifying, known as the realm where gods and demons meet their end. Even gods of the same rank as Zeus would be slain there, let alone mere Eastern deities. What's this Erlang Shun? I've never even heard of him. Zeus' lips curled into a savage grin. Ha, Yang Jian, today is the day you meet your end. After you die, I will grind your bones to dust and use them to honor the glory of the Lord. Boom! Endless beams of light descended from the sky, engulfing the earth and destroying everything in their path. Yang Jian was bathed in divine light. He roared to the heavens, his muscles bulging like coiling dragons, every pore erupting with golden light, resembling a true deity, unmatched in the world. Kill! He roared and charged towards Zeus. Bang! 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 A fierce battle erupted in an instant. Zeus frantically channeled his divine arts, summoning weapon after weapon to relentlessly attack Yang Jian. His body was enveloped in divine light, his divine power surging, and the laws of the universe boiled, as if a true god had descended from the heavens. Yang Jian, die! Zeus roared, swinging his scepter down with all his might. Yang Jian raised his hand and delivered a punch, managing to withstand the blow. With a thunderous crash, a colossal force surged toward Yang Jian, sending him staggering backward as he spat out a mouthful of divine blood. Zeus, you want to kill me? You're still too green. Yang Jian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, gave a cold laugh, and continued his attack. Yang Jian, it seems I underestimated you. Your combat power has reached such a level. Unfortunately, you still can't stop me. Zeus took a deep breath, his face hardening with determination. His body erupted in blinding light, as if ablaze. In the next instant, the heavens trembled, and countless divine lights surged forth. A supreme force was born, and one star after another appeared, shimmering with brilliant light. Before Zeus stood a massive star. A star containing infinite power. This was the pinnacle secret technique of Mount Olympus, the Olympus star. Sunlight shone with awe. The pinnacle secret technique of Mount Olympus. This was an unparalleled divine art only mastered by the God King, capable of summoning a planetary projection attack on the level of a God King. Zeus extended his palm and pressed it against the surface of the star. In an instant, the star trembled violently, and countless streams of divine light flowed out, converging in his palm. With a flick of his wrist, the star suddenly expanded, rapidly growing into a sun. Go, Olympus star, annihilate all enemies! Zeus roared. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the massive star hurtled toward Yang Jian at an unimaginable speed, leaving everyone speechless and unable to react. Yang Jian's pupils contracted, and his hair stood on end. He sensed an overwhelming danger. Shoutian dog, come! Lick the moon! A dog that had been entirely black suddenly leaped out from nowhere. Its body twisted, and it suddenly transformed into a 100-foot-tall creature, resembling a true celestial dog. Its claws extended, and it fiercely grabbed the Olympus star. Boom! The massive star shook violently, nearly breaking free from Zeus's control and plummeting downward. No! Help Zeus! Athena and the others' expressions turned pale. Whoosh! The three gods immediately sprang into action, each pulling out a large banner adorned with intricate patterns and thrusting them into the void. In an instant, a sealed space appeared from all directions, enveloping the entire divine chosen space within it. Beams of light rose up, intertwining to form a celestial net, sealing off the entire space. Shoutian dog, let go! Yang Jian's urgent voice rang out. Puff! Shoutian dog was covered in blood, his teeth clenched tightly as he struggled against the overwhelming pressure from Olympus star. Give up the struggle, it's useless. Zeus said coldly. Woof! Shoutian dog cursed. Its body suddenly grew massive, radiating a blindingly bright light. A cloud of white mist erupted from its body, actually managing to block the Olympus star. Chapter 171, The Heavenly Dog of the Heavens. Zeus was utterly shocked. Impossible. What kind of divine beast is this? It actually dares to block the might of the Olympian star? Boom! The heaven-shaking dog shone brilliantly once more, unleashing its devouring divine technique.
It devoured the power of the Olympus star, causing the massive celestial body to grow increasingly dim until it finally collapsed completely, dissolving into a single strand of divine light and vanishing into thin air.
Put.
Zeus was severely wounded, coughing up blood and his eyes bulging out of his head. He couldn't believe that the Olympus star, which he had spent so much effort and sacrifice to cultivate, had been so easily torn apart by a dog. Yang Jian was also stunned, never expecting Xiao Tian's strength to be so formidable, rivaling that of a quasi-saint. He stood shoulder to shoulder with the Xiao Tian dog, his battle intent surging to the heavens.
Ha! That's satisfying. That's satisfying.
The heavenly dog let out a fierce howl, its expression brutal and ruthless.
Yang Jian furrowed his brows slightly.
He sensed that the Xiao Tian dog seemed different from before, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it.
Boom!
As the two clashed, the earth shook, and wave after wave of divine energy ripples spread out, lifting the ground into the air. Meteorites were shattered into dust. Although Yang Jian had only recently entered the quasi-saint realm, he had already begun to glimpse the threshold of sainthood thanks to his extraordinary talent.
He possessed limitless potential, and once he broke through, his combat power would skyrocket. The people of Qianlong Kingdom were in a frenzy. They frantically typed messages in the chat. Is this really Erlang Yang Jian? He's so powerful. I feel like we could easily sweep through any god from another country. What's going on? Are the gods from other nations too weak? Woo, Qianlong Kingdom is invincible. Long live Qianlong Kingdom. Kill that Zeus. Ah, keep screaming, you Zeus. Why aren't you screaming anymore? I liked your defiant attitude earlier better.
The people of every city in the Qianlong Empire were thrilled, shouting and screaming, making the name of the Qianlong Empire ring out even louder.
Erlang Xianjun, the divine general, is truly extraordinary. Even Zeus has been defeated.
That's right, this is the Erlang Xian I know. He is the guardian deity of the Qianlong Empire.
The high-ranking officials of the Qianlong Empire witnessed this scene and fell silent.
What should have been the hope they offered to the people was now entirely placed on a young boy. By the side of the divine selection space, Chen Gong watched the scene unfold within. He finally let out a sigh of relief. How could I forget Xiao Tianquan? This divine beast may not seem very prominent in everyday life, but it is a true divine beast who fought alongside Yang Jian through mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. Its low presence is simply because the immortals it usually interacts with are too powerful. The three purities, the Jade Emperor, and Jin Yuanzi, how could they have any presence? Erlang Jinjuan is no ordinary figure. I find myself growing curious about this young man. Perhaps he might bring me some unexpected surprises. He smiled and stroked his beard, then suddenly looked up at the sky. He keenly sensed that something strange had appeared in the sky. At the same time, within the Qianlong Empire, many people were eagerly staring at the divine selection space before them. You all, if you have any last words, speak them now. Within the divine selection space, Yang Jian held a three-pronged double-edged spear and slowly approached Zeus and the others.
Xiaotian the dog stood by Yang Jian's side, staring intently at Zeus, Athena, Rizhao, and Shiva. Each of them wore a solemn expression.
Especially Zeus, whose face was dark with anger. This accursed dog had caused him to suffer heavy losses, and even his ultimate technique, the Olympus star, was gone. This was a loss he could not afford, and he must retrieve it at all costs.
Yang Jian, your strength is indeed extraordinary, but do you really think you can turn the tide with just one dog?
If it weren't for your dog, you would have already perished under my divine punishment. Zeus snorted coldly, seething with anger, wishing he could smash the Xiao Tian dog to pieces with a single slap. His body trembled, and suddenly a gigantic figure appeared behind him, towering thousands of meters high, clad in golden armor, wearing a purple gold crown, and wielding a thunderbolt hammer. It was none other than the king of Olympus. I have endless faith. What do I fear from you?
Zeus coldly glanced at Yang Jian and the heavenly dog. Today, no matter the cost, I will slay Yang Jian.
Before he could finish speaking, a series of thunderous roars echoed, and a towering figure emerged behind him, none other than Ares.
Ares, lend me your strength.
Today, I will let the Qianlong Kingdom taste what the twilight of the gods truly means.
Shivara also returned to his lotus throne.
3 faces, compassion, mercy, and wrath. 6 hands, the heaven-shattering seal, the basket seal, the soul-summoning seal, the sky-piercing seal, the great Vidra seal, and the demon seal.
The 6 paths of reincarnation seal. Boom!
Zeus, Ares, and Shiva, the 3 great gods, merged into one, forming a terrifying divine shadow, 5,000 feet in size, reaching from heaven to earth, standing tall and straight, as if filling the entire sky.
Zeus and Ares strike together, targeting Yang Jian. Boom! Yang Jian and Xiao Tianquan had no time to react. In an instant, the universe erupted in chaos. Crack!
Yang Jian's body cracked like a turtle shell and was knocked to the ground. He struggled to his feet, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. His clothes were shredded, his skin charred black, and black liquid oozed from his skin.
Erlang Xian, the true lord? Zeus sneered. Xiaotian the heavenly dog bared his teeth in anger and shouted, Zeus, are you looking for death? Do you think you're Zeus? Let me tell you, I am the divine dog of the heavenly court. Xiaotian the heavenly dog.
You are blaspheming the divine, and you deserve to die 1,000 deaths.
Oomph. Zeus sneered, a mere beast dares to call itself a god? You're the beast. Xiaotiandog erupted in anger. Zeus, I've tolerated you for far too long.
You worthless scoundrel.
Do you think you're some kind of deity?
Zeus, upon hearing this, turned pale with anger, his rage boiling over. He gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with fury, and roared, "You'll see. I'll make you pay a terrible price. I'll destroy your bodies inch by inch, and I'll extract your souls to be tortured under the scorching sun of Olympus for 10,000 years." Yang Jian glared at the three gods unleashing their full power, and laughed coldly. "Humph, with you lot, you dare to judge me?" He opened his third eye. Yang Jian clasped his hands in a seal, and the third eye between his eyebrows opened. This time, a golden beam of light shot out from within.
Known as the purifying light. It can purify all impurities in the world. Put. The jellyfish surrounding Zeus vanished in an instant. Immediately afterward, Zeus's armor began to peel away, withering and aging. His vitality was rapidly diminishing, and he realized with horror that his divine power was swiftly fading. "No! My divine power is being drained." Zeus panicked and cried out. "This is the treasure I obtained from the divine realm, specifically to counteract your kind of evil." Yang Jian spoke calmly. "In the past, I have slain countless demons and monsters. This divine ability is like a deadly poison to you." "Damn it!" Zeus's face turned pale with shock. He suddenly spun around and fled at an incredible speed, disappearing into the vast clouds in the blink of an eye. He knew that staying here any longer would mean certain death. This divine technique was too bizarre to defend against. "Where do you think you're going?" Yang Jian sneered, extending his right hand. Chapter 172, Blazing Flames. Whoosh! A ball of flame suddenly appeared in the palm of his hand, blazing fiercely. He grabbed the flame and charged after Zeus, appearing behind him in the blink of an eye. "No, no!" Zeus was startled and, without hesitation, raised his palm to summon the thunder of judgment. With a thunderous crash, a blue-tinged divine thunderbolt struck toward Yang Jian. Bang! The blue divine thunderbolt shattered. Yang Jian's right hand trembled, and he discarded the approval thunderbolt, continuing his pursuit. His speed was incredible. In a few steps, he had already reached Zeus's front. "How could you keep up with my speed?" Zeus was both shocked and enraged. He had never seen such a thing before. He was the master of thunder and lightning. What in this world could possibly be faster than lightning? "Do you think your speed is fast? My cultivation is far superior to yours. If I wish, you won't be able to escape me." Yang Jian sneered, "Your speed is nothing in front of me." "Nonsense!" Zeus roared, "Don't get so arrogant. Let's fight again." Whoosh! Zeus leaped into the air, his body transforming into a bolt of lightning, charging toward Yang Jian. Roll! Yang Jian's face grew icy cold. He extended his left hand and clenched it tightly toward Zeus. "You arrogant fool, you're asking for death." Seeing Yang Jian act so arrogantly, Zeus was enraged beyond control. However, he sensed Yang Jian's aura growing increasingly overwhelming, pressing down on him, making him feel a genuine sense of danger. "Today, I'll show you how the thunder technique is truly used." Yang Jian's left hand moved slightly, transforming into thunder, condensing into a sphere, which then struck Zeus's chest with tremendous force. "Break!" Zeus roared wildly, his body swelling as he seemed to be gathering power for a powerful attack, aiming to defeat Yang Jian in one blow. However, the sphere of thunder from Yang Jian's left hand struck Zeus's chest, emitting a series of crackling sounds like popping beans. Crack! The sound of shattering echoed around Zeus's body, and his defenses began to show numerous cracks. "You accursed deity of the Shenlong kingdom, today I will make you pay the price." After being continuously suppressed, Zeus could no longer endure it. The thunder on his body suddenly erupted, instantly covering the entire sky. His figure flickered as he charged toward Yang Jian. Boom! Lightning and thunder clashed, flashing with blinding light, as if countless suns were blooming in the sky, illuminating the night. Yang Jian furrowed his brows. Zeus's power was indeed formidable. "Divine being of the Shenlong kingdom, meet your end." Zeus clenched his fists into thunderbolts and struck down, unleashing a howling gale. "Thunder technique?" Yang Jian's face betrayed a hint of mockery. He pushed off the ground with his right foot, using the rebound force to launch himself into the air, dodging the attack. "Do you think that's enough to stop me?" Zeus let out a savage laugh, spread his arms wide, and two massive thunder serpents shot out from his sleeves, clawing and snarling as they lunged toward Yang Jian. "Get back!" Yang Jian roared, extending his left palm toward the void and grabbing at it. Instantly, a massive white handprint appeared out of thin air. Boom! The two lightning serpents collided with the handprint, emitting a deafening roar before shattering into pieces. "What?" Zeus' pupils contracted. The white handprint had shattered his thunder technique so easily. "Seal it!" He swung his arms again, sending two more lightning serpents flying toward the handprint. Boom! This time, Yang Jian effortlessly broke through the attack. He snorted coldly and struck the sky with his right fist. The heavens and earth trembled as a vast force swept out in all directions. Ah!
A piercing scream echoed through the air, and the two lightning serpents were instantly shattered, vanishing without a trace.
What? Zeus's face betrayed a look of shock. Yang Jian's strength is so formidable?
This was far beyond his expectations.
Get out of here!
Yang Jian struck the sky with his right palm, and a golden lightning bolt descended from the heavens, crashing down toward Zeus with a thunderous roar. Watching everything unfold on the livestream, viewers around the world were stunned.
Who is this deity from the Qianlong kingdom? How could he possibly be fighting Zeus, the father of all gods, to this extent? Fight? Ha, the little cherry blossom up there sure knows how to talk. This isn't a fight, it's a one-sided beating. The ignorant commoners of the Dragon Qian kingdom are just putting on a show. Zeus hasn't even taken this seriously yet, and you think you can fool him? Ha, then go ahead and make Zeus show his true power. I'll keep pretending. What can you do to us, the Dragon Qian kingdom?
Livestream comments flew by like a whirlwind. Qianlong Kingdom netizens have taken the art of sarcasm in Chinese to the extreme, leaving American and other foreign netizens seething with anger.
However, after seeing the comments from the Qianlong Kingdom netizens, they couldn't help but fall silent. That's right, this is just a show of lightning techniques.
If Zeus were serious, he could probably wipe out the divine beings of the Qianlong Kingdom in an instant. But now, the power of the Qianlong Kingdom's deities has reached such a level it's simply unbelievable.
Moreover, they noticed that although Yang Jian was hit by Zeus every time,
but his body showed no wounds, not even a speck of dirt on his clothes.
This was utterly bizarre, as if the opponent hadn't been hurt at all. This doesn't make sense. How powerful has this divine being from the Qianlong Kingdom become?
Yes, I've never heard of such a physique. I don't know either, but it's definitely not something ordinary deities can match.
Netizens were buzzing with speculation, all their attention focused on Yang Jian, trying to find answers in him.
However, unlike the ordinary audience, the high-ranking officials from various countries were all watching Chen Gong, who was standing at the back. They hadn't forgotten that this incredibly powerful deity had been summoned by Chen Gong.
Moreover, Chen Gong could summon more than just Yang Jian.
The Sun Wukong he had summoned earlier had left a deep impression on them, which is why they had placed Chen Gong among the strongest. And now, the opponent had summoned another deity, Yang Jian, who was no weaker than Sun Wukong.
Just how many secrets does this kid have? In the Black House of the United States,
U.S. President Marshall stared at the live feed of Chen Gong on the screen, his eyes filled with fury.
Mr. President, what should we do now?
The aide bowed his head, dared not look at U.S. President Marshall's face, for he had witnessed Yang Jian's formidable attack techniques with his own eyes.
What else can we do? Of course, send my men to eliminate him. Gather the world's top assassins and block the entrance to the battlefield of the gods. This time, whether this brat wins the battle for the nation's fate or not, I will make sure he dies.
Marshall said darkly.
Chapter 173, A Worthless Fool?
Yes, sir.
I'll handle it immediately.
The aide bowed and turned to leave. Although Chen Gong's strength is formidable, they are by no means ordinary men and naturally have ways to deal with him.
What is the story behind this divine being of the Qianlong Kingdom?
Marshall sat on the sofa, his expression solemn as he stared at Yang Jian on the screen. Although Yang Jian was powerful, he hadn't reached the point where Marshall felt afraid. However, he sensed a hint of danger. This sense of threat came out of nowhere, yet it sent a chill down his spine. This feeling was something only those who had lived for thousands of years could comprehend.
Qianlong Kingdom deity, I'll see just how many secrets you have.
I don't believe I can't uncover them.
He glared coldly at the screen, silently plotting his next move.
Divine beings of the Qianlong Kingdom, if you want to play, then I'll play along with you.
Is this all the strength you have?
Yang Jian floated in the void, gazing at Zeus with a calm expression, his eyes fixed on the other like those of a hawk.
Oomph. Zeus sneered coldly, his expression growing serious.
Clearly, the previous attack had drained him of too much energy. But there was nothing he could do about it. After all, this guy was just too abnormal.
I haven't even used my true strength yet.
Zeus snorted coldly, his form suddenly swelling. His body was enveloped in intense thunderstorms, resembling the very embodiment of the thunder god.
Boom!
In the next instant, his right hand shot upward, and a sapphire blue longsword slowly materialized in his grasp.
The blade was icy cold, emanating a chilling aura that seemed capable of piercing through anything. Slash!
The azure blue lightning sword transformed into a streak of light, sweeping through the void with a whirlwind, striking toward Yang Jian.
Trivial trick!
Yang Jian coldly shouted, punching out with all his might, shattering the sword into pieces. The next moment, his figure shot forward in an instant, delivering a powerful punch to the thunderous giant serpent. Crack! With a crisp sound, the incredibly hard purple scales were shattered by Yang Jian's punch, and the thunderous energy surged through Yang Jian's arm and into his body.
Boom! Yang Jian's entire body hurtled toward Zeus like a cannonball. Bang!
Yang Jian landed heavily, crushing the floor and sending dust flying everywhere, but his body showed no signs of injury. Zeus was sent flying by the impact, his body covered in cracks, and blood trickled from the corners of his mouth. What incredible physical strength!
Zeus' pupils contracted violently, and he was filled with dread.
The physical strength of this divine being from the Shenlong kingdom far exceeded his expectations. After all, his own physique was no ordinary mortal form, but a being as powerful as the primordial titans.
Yet the opponent could match him in combat using only his physical form. This level of strength left Zeus deeply wary. Roar!
Zeus roared in anger, colliding once more with Yang Jian. Their figures intertwined at such a blinding speed that it was impossible to distinguish between them. The physical body of this divine being from the Shenlong kingdom is indeed powerful. No wonder he is said to be the reincarnation of a sage. At that moment, on Earth, world leaders watched the battle between Yang Jian and Zeus on the video feed, their hearts trembling with awe.
Yang Jian's physical form was too overwhelming.
They couldn't help but wonder if Yang Jian's physical body was so powerful because of his connection to the sage, or if he was a sage himself.
At that moment, Yang Jian and Zeus clashed fiercely once more.
They both stepped back simultaneously, and a wave of heat erupted from their bodies, causing the temperature around them to rise sharply. However, Zeus's gaze grew even more fierce. His body trembled slightly, and his eyes flickered with a murderous glint.
As the supreme god of Mount Olympus, when had he ever faced such a defeat, unable to overpower a mere mortal? Yang Jian, too, narrowed his eyes.
He was astonished by Zeus's strength. They were evenly matched.
This battle had Yang Jian's blood boiling.
Zeus, today you shall witness the true might of this king.
Yang Jian let out a cold shout, his body soaring into the sky, instantly appearing beside Zeus.
Holding his three-pronged double-edged sword, he swung it fiercely toward Zeus.
Ha!
Zeus stomped his foot on the ground, and his figure shot upward into the sky. Seeing this, Yang Jian's eyes grew icy cold, his speed surged, and the three-pronged double-bladed sword in his hands erupted with dazzling golden light, slashing viciously toward Zeus.
Boom!
The two weapons collided, erupting in a torrent of flames, and terrifying shockwaves spread out in all directions.
Zeus, today, I will send you on your way.
Yang Jian spoke coldly, swinging his three-pronged double-bladed sword, unleashing a swarm of thunder snakes in an instant.
Oomph! You dare to speak so boldly?
You're just a mere mortal god, how could you possibly kill me? Zeus heard Yang Jian's words and sneered coldly, swinging his thunder sword to sever the lightning serpents and charging toward Yang Jian.
Whoosh!
100-foot-long thunder dragon roared as it charged toward Yang Jian, its claws and fangs bared, intent on tearing him apart.
Get out of the way! Yang Jian let out a sharp cry.
The three-pronged double-bladed sword in his hand swept horizontally, instantly slicing the thunder dragon into two pieces, which then exploded with a loud boom.
Swish!
Immediately, he swung his three-pronged double-bladed sword with all his might, striking Zeus.
Clang!
Zeus swung his sword to block, sparks flying everywhere. The two plummeted from the sky to the ground, continuing their fierce battle.
As the king of the gods, Zeus wielded the thunder sword, possessing the power to destroy everything.
Each of his sword strikes was like a divine punishment, containing terrifying lightning power, with an overwhelming might.
However, Yang Jian shows no fear.
With the cultivation of a sage, his physical strength is beyond comprehension.
A single punch can shatter mountains and rivers.
Their battle shook the heavens and earth, causing audiences across the nations of Blue Star to marvel in awe.
Whoa! What a terrifying divine battle! I'll bet Zeus is as good as dead. Zeus is the mightiest deity in Greek mythology, he absolutely cannot lose.
I think the deity from the Shenlong kingdom will win, as their powers are quite peculiar.
I still think Zeus is more powerful.
After all, he is the youngest god in the Hall of Gods, with immense combat strength.
He once slaughtered countless gods and is known as the god of death.
Whether they're ordinary people or the strongest of the chosen ones, their discussions are almost entirely in favor of Zeus. It can be said that, aside from the Shenlong kingdom, all other nations are eagerly awaiting Zeus's victory. However, the audience in the Shenlong kingdom shows no signs of worry. After all, these are the deities of the Shenlong kingdom, legendary beings. Moreover, Shen Gong has been the one creating miracles from start to finish. This has already earned them unwavering trust in Shen Gong.
Zeus, your strength is still lacking. Yang Jian stood in midair, looking down on Zeus with a faint smile. You're asking for death.
Zeus, upon hearing this, flew into a rage, his body flickering, and he vanished from where he stood.
Chapter 174, The Power of 10,000 June.
In the next instant, he appeared before Yang Jian, wielding the Thunder God's hammer, which carried the might of 10,000 June, and struck toward Yang Jian. Yang Jian saw this, formed seals with both hands, and his body vanished from the spot.
When he reappeared, he was already behind Zeus. The three-pronged double-edged sword in his hands directly pierced Zeus's spine. You damned fool, you're asking for death.
Zeus flew into a rage, his form flickering as he swiftly dodged Yang Jian's attack.
Boom!
His judgment blade crashed down with a thunderous roar, creating a deep crater in the ground.
Ha, Zeus, is that all the strength you have left?
Yang Jian laughed coldly, swinging his three-pronged double-edged sword, which transformed into a shower of sword beams, engulfing Zeus in a storm of blades.
Zeus's expression darkened.
He knew Yang Jian was telling the truth. He could no longer unleash the thunderous power he had displayed earlier. Though he still possessed immense power, Yang Jian was no slouch either, and his body was as hard as steel, with defensive capabilities that defied belief.
The battle between the two reached a stalemate, with neither able to gain the upper hand in the short term. Meanwhile, the leaders of the major powers on Earth could no longer sit idly by. Especially the leader of the Lashi Alliance, Yusun, who was furious beyond control. Not only had their nation's deity, Athena, been slain, but now even Zeus couldn't defeat Yang Jian. Where could he possibly save face? After this battle, regardless of the outcome, their nation's reputation would be irreparably damaged. Zeus, though furious, had not lost his composure. He was aware of his own weaknesses and thus refrained from acting rashly. His figure darted through the void like a whirlwind, occasionally striking Yang Jian with his lightning sword to gain the upper hand. Not only that, but Zeus's size had also grown, becoming more than twice as large, with a height exceeding a kilometer, resembling a giant. Yang Jian, taste the wrath of the thunder god! Zeus roared, his body surging with purple-red lightning. The entire sky was dyed purple-red, filled with destructive power. Zeus's thunder god's wrath was his most powerful move once unleashed. Its power was sufficient to shatter the entire Titan temple. Break this for me! Yang Jian roared, then swung his three-pronged double-bladed sword. Roar! Amidst the roaring sounds of dragons, a dragon-shaped blade of energy shot forth, heading straight for Zeus. Crack! Zeus's thunder god's wrath collided with the dragon-shaped blade energy, causing an earth-shattering explosion that leveled the surrounding area for kilometers. Zeus stared at his shattered arm, his eyes filled with shock and gravity. An attack of this magnitude would be impossible for him to withstand even at his peak. His mind raced, and he decided to end this quickly. He extended his finger, and a bolt of thunder shot out. Put! Yang Jian reacted swiftly, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow. Phew! Yang Jian exhaled deeply, relieved that his senses were sharp, otherwise, that attack would have been enough to put him in serious trouble. Yang Jian, you deserve to die. Zeus was furious. His right wrist regained its strength, and he raised the thunder god's sword, swinging it violently. Boom! In an instant, a violent storm erupted, and endless bolts of lightning poured forth, transforming into a vast ocean that engulfed the sky. Ha, Yang Jian, I'll see how you escape now. Zeus was utterly unrestrained, his eyes blood-red, resembling a demon god. The wrath of the thunder god, crush him. The endless sea of thunder engulfed Yang Jian, whose body trembled uncontrollably as he struggled to hold on. Meanwhile, Zeus furiously channeled the power of thunder, preparing to deliver a devastating blow to Yang Jian. Boom! Just as the crisis reached its peak, Yang Jian's figure suddenly vanished into thin air, reappearing behind Zeus the next moment. Trouble! Feeling the disturbance behind him, Zeus's pupils contracted, and a sense of danger surged in his heart. He swiftly raised the judgment sword before him. Clang! In the next instant, Yang Jian's three-pronged double-edged sword struck down with force, colliding with the judgment sword. Clang! A deafening clang of metal echoed across the sky. Bang! At the same time, Yang Jian's figure flickered, and he kicked Zeus in the waist, sending him flying hundreds of meters away. Yang Jian's attack did not cease. Holding his three-pronged double-edged sword, he continued to pursue Zeus, determined to slay him on the spot. Oomph! On the other side, Zeus stabilized his stance and roared in anger. His body shot upward, reaching a height of 1,000 meters, towering over Yang Jian in stature. His entire body emanated a towering aura, as if it could incinerate the heavens. Kill! He struck out with a fist, its force shattering the void. Yang Jian, undeterred, wielded his three-pronged double-bladed sword, meeting Zeus's attack head-on. Boom! A deafening roar echoed across the land as the two collided and separated, glaring at each other. Zeus, today it is either you die or I live. Kill! Yang Jian roared, his body surging with bloodthirsty energy, and the three-pronged double-bladed sword in his hands emitted a blinding light. He closed in once more, swinging his three-pronged double-bladed sword toward Zeus. Dong! Yang Jian's legs stomped the ground, instantly cracking it open. Cracks spread out in all directions, a sight that was truly terrifying. His attacks grew increasingly terrifying, each strike carrying the force of a mountain collapsing. His attacks swept over Zeus like a tidal wave, engulfing him and seemingly intent on crushing him into a pulp. Zeus's expression darkened. He hadn't expected Yang Jian to suddenly become so powerful, and he could even sense that Yang Jian was slightly overpowering him. He fought back fiercely against Yang Jian's attacks, determined to turn the tide of battle. Yang Jian, today I will definitely slay you. Zeus roared, his palms swirling to cover half the sky, smashing down toward Yang Jian with overwhelming force. Get out of here! Yang Jian roared in anger, wielding his three-pronged double-edged sword to meet the attack head-on, shattering it with a single strike. Boom! The thunder god's wrath was shattered, transforming into a torrent of thunderous energy that spread in all directions. Yang Jian sliced through the thunderous energy with a single stroke, his eyes blazing with intensity. Holding his three-pronged double-edged sword, he charged forward with all his might. Bang! Yang Jian swung his blade, unleashing unmatched power from the three-pronged double-edged sword, aiming straight for Zeus's head. Oomph! Zeus's eyes grew cold. He swept his thunder god's sword horizontally, forcing Yang Jian back, and took the opportunity to break free from the battle. Yang Jian, you are indeed formidable, but my judgment blade is not so easily dealt with. Zeus stood at a distance, a mocking smile curving his lips. Immediately, he gripped the approval blade, his body radiating unmatched thunderous power, causing the surrounding space to warp. He raised the approval blade in his hand and thrust it forward. The void trembled slightly, and in the next instant, a gigantic sword of unimaginable size appeared, carrying unimaginable force as it crashed down. Crack! A faint sound echoed, and the entire void collapsed. Yang Jian's figure vanished instantly, struck down by a single sword strike. Chapter 175, The Arrogant One. Ha, Yang Jian, you were never my match. Zeus laughed heartily, gazing down at the world below with an arrogant expression, his eyes brimming with confidence. Holding the sword of judgment, he walked slowly into the ruins, intent on eliminating Yang Jian personally, leaving him no chance to breathe. However, the next moment, his expression changed drastically, for he realized that Yang Jian's figure was nowhere to be seen in the void. Trouble! Zeus's expression changed, and he immediately looked up. Above his head, a three-pronged double-edged sword hovered in mid-air, followed by an overwhelmingly terrifying aura erupting forth. Yang Jian held the three-pronged double-edged sword, towering above the nine heavens, resembling a true god descending to the mortal realm, majestic and domineering, swallowing the ages. Slash! Yang Jian uttered a single word in a deep voice, and the three-pronged, double-edged sword in his hand emitted a blinding cold light, descending toward Zeus with a mighty swing. Zeus's mind was shaken to its core. He felt an unprecedented sense of oppression, so intense that even his soul trembled uncontrollably. Without hesitation, he raised his thunder sword to block the attack while swiftly retreating backward. Boom! Yang Jian's three-pronged double-edged sword and the thunder sword clashed violently, generating an unmatched surge of energy. Zeus's body was forced back over 10 zhang, his arms already numb and weak. Whoosh! Yang Jian's figure vanished once more, reappearing at Zeus's left side at an unimaginable speed. With a sweeping strike, he sent Zeus flying. Yang Jian showed no signs of stopping. His body spun, and he charged forward once more, wielding his sword with both hands and bringing it down in a powerful strike. Clang! Zeus blocked with his judgment sword, but it was shattered by Yang Jian's single strike. Boom! Yang Jian's body surged forward, and his three-pronged double-edged sword slashed out with force. Ah! Blood spurted out, and Zeus let out an agonizing scream. A deep gash appeared on his shoulder, nearly severing his arm. Yang Jian, I will kill you! Zeus's face twisted into a hideous grimace. Raging with fury, he channeled all his thunderous energy into the judgment sword, swinging it down toward Yang Jian. This strike was terrifying, it could easily shatter a small mountain, let alone a human body. With a deafening crash, the Thunder God's sword descended with unmatched might, slicing a black hole in the void and heading straight for Yang Jian's head. Yang Jian's eyes narrowed, and his right hand darted toward Zeus's neck with lightning speed. Zeus's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly withdrew the judgment sword to block the attack. Clang! Yang Jian's three-pronged double-edged sword collided with the judgment sword, sparks flying everywhere, shaking Yang Jian's arm numb. Yang Jian's pupils contracted. Zeus's strength was indeed formidable, though not as powerful as that of a perfect body P cultivator. He was far from an ordinary Saint Realm cultivator. He flickered his wrist, and an unstoppable suction force erupted, snatching the judgment sword from Zeus's hands. With a sharp sound, Yang Jian held the review sword, slashing it across Zeus's neck, leaving a deep wound. A sharp cry. Zeus's throat convulsed, and a trickle of bright red blood flowed out, dripping onto the ground with a steady rhythm. Zeus' eyes narrowed, his gaze filled with hatred and murderous intent. He glared at Yang Jian, his eyes flashing with icy light, as limitless thunderous power erupted from his body. Zeus, you deserve to die. Yang Jian's eyes were as cold as ice. He gripped the sword of judgment and charged forward once more, determined to slay Zeus. Zeus, disregarding his own injuries, focused all his attention on Yang Jian, preparing for a life or death battle. Whoosh! Suddenly, the sky darkened with clouds, and thunder rolled, as if countless thunder dragons were swirling in the heavens. Yang Jian furrowed his brows. He knew that Zeus was also preparing to unleash all his power. Hum! The void trembled as a massive vortex formed, with bolts of lightning constantly converging toward it. These bolts of lightning contained infinite destructive power. If they were to strike the mortal realm, the entire world would be doomed. Boom! The thunderbolts continued to fall, striking Yang Jian's body. His clothes were scorched by the lightning, and cracks appeared on his skin, with blood seeping through. Ha! Yang Jian let out a long, piercing cry. The three-pronged double-bladed sword in his hands danced wildly, shattering all the falling lightning bolts. His wounds began to heal. His gaze was icy cold. The sword of judgment in his hand emitted dazzling golden light, and its unmatched sword chi surged and swirled, causing the void to warp, resembling the roar of the ocean. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the heavens. Yang Jian leaped into the air, his aura surging like a raging sea, overwhelming and unstoppable, as if an ancient war god had been reborn. The three-pronged double-bladed sword in his hand plunged downward with force, a massive sword beam tearing through the sky, descending to suppress Zeus. Bang! Zeus's body was sent flying backward, a horrific wound appearing on his chest, spewing crimson blood. Roar! Zeus roared, his muscles bulging as his body shot upward, growing several times taller in an instant, transforming into a 100-meter-tall giant.
He swung the thunder sword in his hand, bringing it down with all his might toward Yang Jian.
The blade was surrounded by flickering lightning. Boom! Yang Jian wielded his three-pronged double-edged blade to meet the attack.
The two weapons collided, causing a violent wave of energy to erupt.
Crack!
Yang Jian's feet shattered the ground, his body swayed, and blood trickled from the corners of his mouth.
Zeus pressed his advantage, transforming his thunder sword into countless silver-white lightning bolts that descended upon Yang Jian. Each strike possessed unimaginable power, sealing off the space around Yang Jian, leaving him with no place to hide. Yang Jian coldly snorted, surrounded by chaotic energy currents.
The three-pronged double-bladed sword in his hand suddenly slashed forward.
Clang! The thunderbolts shattered, and Yang Jian, as swift as a ghost, charged toward Zeus.
The two of them clashed fiercely, their fists and feet colliding with each other, every move and every technique containing immense power.
Bang!
Yang Jian's three-pronged double-edged sword struck Zeus's head with tremendous force, sending him stumbling backward, a trickle of blood seeping from his mouth. In that moment, Zeus's heart was filled with bitterness. He had been defeated. Not only him, but even the other gods were stunned. They had all believed that Zeus would certainly slay Yang Jian, but in the end, it was Yang Jian who emerged victorious.
Yang Jian? Who is this deity? I've never heard of him before.
The gods were filled with confusion.
It seems I underestimated the strength of the multiverse.
Zeus wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and glared darkly at the distance. Yang Jian's combat power exceeded his expectations.
Zeus realized he couldn't escape death today.
Since you won't spare my life, I have no choice but to fight to the death. Zeus's eyes flashed with murderous intent.
His form shifted, and in an instant, he grew to 100 zhang in size.
In that moment, his entire body erupted with blinding white light, burning like flames. Thunderous roars echoed from within him, as if millions of lightning serpents were dancing wildly.
Zeus took a step forward, and towering thunderbolts spread in all directions. His form moved like lightning, charging toward Yang Jian. Chapter 176, The Thunder God's Scepter?
Yang Jian's eyes flashed with a sharp gleam. The three-pronged double-edged blade in his hand erupted with endless brilliance, and he thrust forward, unleashing a vast blade of light.
Boom!
Unmatched power erupted, and the two collided once more, creating another dazzling sea of lightning that engulfed the 8 directions and 6 realms.
Yang Jian's body trembled violently.
He felt numbness in his palms. The previous direct clash had caused him minor injuries.
Zeus fared even worse. He was pierced by Yang Jian's blade and nearly torn apart by the blade's aura.
Yang Jian,
I will die with you. Zeus's eyes flashed with madness. He charged toward Yang Jian, holding the thunder god's scepter.
Yang Jian's gaze was fierce as he gripped the sword of judgment. He channeled all his inner energy into the three-pronged double-edged sword, causing it to glow even more brilliantly, as if it were about to pierce through the entire universe.
Hum!
The judgment sword trembled as Yang Jian thrust forward with his sword.
This strike was faster than lightning, appearing before Zeus in an instant. Clang! A fierce clash of weapons echoed as Zeus blocked Yang Jian's attack.
Yang Jian's attacks were ruthless, as he continuously unleashed various divine techniques, his swordplay fierce and relentless, combining offense and defense. Zeus, true to his legendary reputation, though severely wounded, still managed to hold his own against Yang Jian.
Bang!
Zeus's thunder sword swept across, forcing Yang Jian to retreat. Zeus seized the opportunity, stepping forward to close the distance, and delivered a powerful punch, aiming to shatter Yang Jian completely.
Yang Jian's eyes grew cold. With his left hand forming a seal and his right hand holding a brush, he swiftly wrote the characters, Lin, Bing, Do, Zhe. As Yang Jian spoke, runes appeared in the void, enveloping Zeus and preventing him from escaping.
Zeus, seeing this, swung his thunder sword downward, shattering all the runes.
Boom! Zeus's speed was blinding.
He shattered the talismans with a single punch and charged toward Yang Jian, slamming his palm down.
Yang Jian sneered.
He had already prepared himself, meeting Zeus's punch head-on.
Boom!
The two collided with a single palm strike. Yang Jian's fist erupted with golden light, resembling a golden sun.
Dawn!
The two collided again, sending a terrifying shockwave rippling out in all directions, causing the faces of many gods to turn pale.
Thud! Both of them stepped back.
Yang Jian's robes fluttered in the wind, while Zeus's body swayed several times, nearly falling to the ground.
Your strength is formidable. Zeus stared at Yang Jian. He felt a chill run down his spine.
Yang Jian's strength had exceeded his expectations. He had actually managed to withstand his attack. He knew Yang Jian was strong, but he never imagined his strength to be this formidable. My strength surpasses yours.
Yang Jian said coldly. Even if you're strong, you won't be able to stop me.
Zeus sneered.
Boom!
Zeus erupted with an astonishing burst of energy, and the thundercloud vortex behind him swirled like an abyss.
Boom! Thick bolts of lightning descended, each as massive as a mountain, carrying a destructive aura.
Zeus shook his arms, and all the lightning in the sky merged into his body, causing his aura to surge.
Kill!
Zeus growled, raising his thunderbolt staff like a legendary weapon of doom, radiating overwhelming divine might as he charged toward Yang Jian. Boom! In that instant, the heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. Zeus released an endless aura of authority, and behind him appeared the shadow of a colossal beast. It was a 9-headed evil dragon, its body vast enough to cover the sky, immense beyond measure. It roared to the heavens, its 9 ferocious heads spewing bolts of lightning, while its long tail swept everything away, stirring up storms. Boom! The 9-headed dragon dove downward, charging toward Yang Jian. Yang Jian roared to the heavens, bathed in golden radiance. Clad in golden armor, he wielded a 3-pronged double-edged sword, radiating boundless sharpness. He swung the 3-pronged double-edged sword, striking down with a single blow, as if an ancient divine emperor were wielding an imperial halberd. He exuded an invincible aura of ruling the world and deciding the fate of the universe. Yang Jian's single strike cleaved open the 9 hideous heads of the 9-headed evil dragon, blood gushing forth and staining the void red. Boom! The 9-headed evil dragon roared in anger, its 9 heads moving in unison, lunging toward Yang Jian. Yang Jian transformed into a golden rainbow to dodge, and the 9-headed evil dragon missed its target, crashing into the palace and collapsing it. Dust and debris filled the air. Yang Jian stood high in the sky, radiating golden light, like a young divine being descended from the heavens, invincible in the world. Whoosh! He thrust his spear forward, transforming it into a brilliant beam of light that illuminated the heavens and pierced toward Zeus. Roar! The 9-headed evil dragon roared, its 9 hideous heads opening wide, lunging toward Yang Jian to devour him. Yang Jian snorted coldly, leaping into the air and using his heaven-splitting technique to traverse thousands of meters, evading the 9-headed dragon's attack. Arrogant Eastern god, prepare to die. Zeus roared, taking a single step forward, instantly appearing beside Yang Jian. Zeus's body stood 100 zhang tall, resembling an ancient demon god, with bulging muscles and resilient bones. His entire body emanated an overwhelming thunderous aura, with terrifying lightning patterns flowing across every inch of his skin, as if cast from purple copper. Zeus extended a massive hand, pressing down on Yang Jian with overwhelming force, intent on crushing him to death. Boom! Yang Jian's body glowed brightly as he swung his spear horizontally, colliding with Zeus's massive hand, causing an earth-shattering explosion. The two engaged in a fierce battle. Zeus stood 100 feet tall, resembling a demon god, his ferocity overwhelming. Yang Jian, however, was tall and slender, with an air of heroic valor. His body was enveloped in golden light, and his aura was overwhelming, resembling a divine being descended from the heavens, brave and invincible, engaging Zeus in battle. This epic battle shook the heavens and earth. Both were invincible, possessing immense divine power, fighting until they were enraged. Ultimately, Yang Jian gained the upper hand. He swung his spear, shattering the void and piercing Zeus's shoulder. Blood spurted out, a sight that was truly horrifying. Zeus, in agony, was filled with rage. As the father of all gods, how could he endure being wounded by an outsider? Die! Zeus roared, his body glowing with silver light that danced around him. This was the law of thunder, containing unimaginable power. Whoosh! He extended a massive claw, reaching forward to strike. This claw was terrifying, capable of tearing apart the void. Seeing this attack, the viewers watching the live broadcast across the nation went completely mad. The father of the gods was serious. This strike could easily annihilate any main god. Zeus must win. Media outlets and people around the world shouted in unison, hoping that Zeus would strike down Yang Jian and bring him down here. Whoosh! Yang Jian shows no fear. His body shimmers with golden light as he casts the heaven-splitting technique, crossing the void to evade the grasp. Zeus roared, chasing after him. His body erupted with billions of dazzling divine lights, shining as brightly as the sun, enveloping the heavens and earth. His fingers flickered forward, and endless symbols danced through the air, combining to form one after another magical array. Boom! One after another, the magical arrays appeared, engulfing Yang Jian. These arrays were all composed of the chains of divine order, densely covering the entire sky, trapping Yang Jian within. Chapter 177, Unparalleled Brilliance. At that moment, Yang Jian found himself in a pitch-black expanse of stars, filled with terrifying power. If an ordinary person were to fall into this place, they would be instantly obliterated into dust. Yang Jian felt his body completely restrained, unable to muster even a thread of power. However, Yang Jian still emanated supreme divine might, with golden blazing brightly, as if he had transformed into a blazing sun, unmatched in its brilliance. These chains of divine order glowed, completely extinguishing Yang Jian's golden light and revealing his form once more. How terrifying are these order divine chains? Yang Jian was startled. The order divine chains had just extinguished his protective divine might. This power was already beginning to surpass Yang Jian's own, truly deserving of the title Father of the Gods, who wielded boundless and awe-inspiring power. Boom! Zeus struck again, wielding his spear, charging toward Yang Jian to strike him down. Clang! Yang Jian activated his 3-pronged double-edged sword and engaged Zeus in a fierce battle. The two fought fiercely, causing the heavens to grow dark and the stars to tremble. The sun and moon lost their luster, and the entire sky seemed on the verge of collapse, leaving the world shrouded in darkness. Both were incredibly powerful, and after fighting for so long, neither could overpower the other. This was the power of a quasi-dominant being too terrifying to comprehend.
Even a single strand of hair could destroy the heavens and the earth. Yang Jian's battle record was glorious.
With a long spear in hand, he swept across all directions, fighting Zeus without giving an inch. The clash between these two quasi-dominant beings in this star domain triggered a colossal storm.
Roar! Roars echoed through the sky as massive dragons soared into the heavens, clawing and snarling, their cries shaking the heavens. Crack!
Zeus struck with a fist like a mountain crushing down, shattering the void and unleashing unimaginable terror.
Clang!
Yang Jian's war blade clashed with Zeus's, colliding head-on and producing the sound of clashing metal. Sparks flew everywhere, and lightning and thunder filled the sky, causing the heavens and earth to change color.
Boom! Zeus's body trembled, and he was knocked back dozens of zhang by Yang Jian, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yang Jian's figure flickered like a phantom, teleporting instantly to Zeus's side.
The three-pronged double-bladed sword in his hand swung down with a horizontal strike.
With terrifying pressure, like the opening of the heavens, it bore down on Zeus. Heaven! How powerful is this deity from the Qianlong kingdom? Impossible. Zeus is the strongest deity in our Lashi realm. How could he be overwhelmed by a deity from the Qianlong kingdom? Impossible. This can't be happening. A barrage of comments flooded the live stream as countless viewers were left speechless.
Zeus is invincible. They believed he could easily suppress all opponents and even crush all stronger beings. But now, in the presence of the Xuanwu king of the Qianlong kingdom, their mighty Zeus was being suppressed to the point of being unable to fight back.
What on earth is going on here? Roar!
Zeus roared, his eyes blazing with divine light, like two lanterns. Within Zeus's eyes were countless divine symbols, each as brilliant as the sun, illuminating the heavens and earth, making it impossible to look directly at them. These were Zeus's eyes, containing countless laws and the essence of the Tao, capable of piercing through the very source of the universe. He looked up at the sky, and the runes in his pupils flickered with divine light, as if they could see everything.
You are powerful. You are the first deity to dare confront me head-on. But you are doomed to fall. Today is the day you meet your end.
Zeus roared, his voice shaking the stars, echoing throughout the universe, and trembling the 9 heavens. Zeus took a single step forward, as if crossing billions of years, and arrived beside Yang Jian. He swung the sword of judgment toward Yang Jian's chest.
Boom!
The heavens trembled as if the end of the world had arrived.
Boom!
Yang Jian swung his three-pronged double-edged sword downward, colliding with the spear and producing terrifying sound waves. But Yang Jian's body was sent flying backward, his form streaking across the starry sky, his face pale.
Ha! I told you so!
Zeus is the mightiest god-king of our Lashi realm. How dare a mere deity from the Qianlong kingdom stand in his way?
Zeus, the Holy Father, kill him!
Seeing this scene, viewers from all over the world, except for the Qianlong kingdom, became excited.
Zeus is so powerful. Though they knew of his strength. But witnessing it firsthand and feeling his power left them utterly awestruck. You worthless insect!
I will use the judgment spear to tear your soul apart and condemn you to eternal damnation.
Zeus sneered and struck again.
A long spear descended from the sky, resembling a blazing sun, piercing through the heavens. This is the spear of judgment, a spear forged from the essence of judgment rules. Upon its appearance, it emanates the aura of judgment.
Yang Jian stepped back, his eyes blazing with intense light. Judgment rules? If that's the case, then I'll try to comprehend them as well.
How powerful are you so-called Western gods? Yang Jian gripped his three-pronged double-edged sword and swung it down with all his might.
Boom!
The void collapsed, the sun and moon lost their luster, and Yang Jian collided fiercely with the judgment spear, like a thunderclap. This collision caused the heavens and earth to change color, the void to shatter, the stars to dim, and the sun and moon to lose their light.
Judgment spear, you dare to judge me?
You underestimate the power of the divine beings of the Qianlong kingdom.
As the clear shout echoed, layers of divine patterns suddenly appeared on Yang Jian's body.
A divine ring formed around him, enveloping him completely. The divine ring shone with 7 colored auroras, resembling a celestial being descending to the mortal realm, exuding an air of nobility and mystery.
Swish! The three-pronged double-edged sword in Yang Jian's hand emitted dazzling sword light.
This was the power he had attained by comprehending the judgment rules, fusing the power of 108 rules. At this moment, Yang Jian's attacks became even more ruthless, like divine retribution descending from the heavens, judging and slaying everything in its path.
Boom!
The two spears collided, producing a deafening sound that shattered the void, revealing the immense power of the two forces.
Judgment!
Yang Jian roared, his eyes turning pitch black, and countless divine scripts appeared on his body. These divine runes coalesced into a massive black blade, resembling a celestial sword, and struck toward Zeus.
Judgment!
Zeus roared, his body radiating divine light. The space around him was torn apart, and the terrifying divine light enveloped Zeus, making him feel invincible.
Dawn!
The sky trembled violently as the two spears collided, like comets crashing into the earth. Terrifying aftershocks spread in all directions, causing numerous star domains to tremble and the seas to churn. Both spears contained the rules of judgment. Once they clashed, they would inevitably produce terrifying shockwaves, destroying everything in their path.
However, Yang Jian was no ordinary deity of the Xianlong kingdom. He possessed a divine ring and a powerful talisman. Crack!
The heavenly sword was knocked flying, but the judgment spear was also forced aside.
Judgment, after all, is judgment. It can only inspire awe. Yang Jian spoke indifferently. Oomph! Upon hearing Yang Jian's words, Zeus coldly snorted, and the divine light on his body surged once more, enveloping Yang Jian. Chapter 178, The Void Shatters. Boom!
The void trembled once more, and the void around Zeus began to shatter.
Judgment Spear.
The judgment spear plummeted like a meteor, moving at an unimaginable speed, straight toward Yang Jian. Yang Jian raised his eyebrows slightly, his eyes flashing with a sharp gleam.
Slash!
Yang Jian swung his three-pronged double-edged sword, its blade flashing like silver serpents, striking toward the judgment spear.
Clang! A deafening clang echoed as the judgment spear was intercepted. Hum! The sky trembled. Yang Jian, holding the three-pronged double-edged sword, stood on a river of stars, his body transforming into a comet, charging toward Zeus. Boom!
Zeus's body swayed, his clothes torn apart, revealing his bronze-colored skin. His muscles bulged with explosive strength.
Judgment!
The judgment spear trembled, unleashing terrifying power, like a celestial blade, striking down toward Yang Jian. In that instant, Yang Jian, like a comet, flickered and dodged the attack, simultaneously delivering a punch to Zeus's head.
Oomph!
Zeus snorted coldly, and a thread of energy erupted from his body, enveloping Yang Jian.
These were chains forged from the judgment rules, binding Yang Jian in place. Bang!
Yang Jian's body was restrained, but there was no fear in his eyes.
Because he knew how powerful he was. What of the judgment rules?
The judgment spear, which severs all order, cannot sever his power.
Boom!
Yang Jian struck out with a fist, its tip shrouded in a rainbow-colored glow as bright as the sun, shattering Zeus' judgment spear in an instant.
Put!
A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Zeus was struck as if by a heavy blow. His eyes widened in disbelief.
How is this possible?
The power of judgment has been shattered by you. Yang Jian took a step forward, like a divine mountain crushing down, like the heavenly emperor descending from the heavens.
The power of the judgment rules surged into Yang Jian's body like a tidal wave.
The power of judgment was refined by Yang Jian, making his strength even more formidable.
Impossible! Impossible!
The power of judgment is something I can control at will. Zeus exclaimed in disbelief, for in this battle, he had held the absolute advantage, yet now Yang Jian had beaten him until he spat blood.
Oomph! You can control your judgment spear, but you cannot control my fist techniques, nor can you manipulate my body. Yang Jian sneered.
In the previous clash, he had already mastered the essence of the judgment spear. The judgment rules could make all other rules submit to its might. But before Yang Jian's fist techniques, all was in vain.
Judgment sword, strike!
Zeus roared, and the judgment spear in his hand transformed into countless forms, like a divine peak, aiming at Yang Jian and striking down, intending to dismember him.
The judgment sword? Then I shall reduce you to ashes. Yang Jian snorted coldly.
If he had only been testing before, now he was truly intent on killing. For Zeus' power was too terrifying even now, he dared not take him lightly.
Boom!
Zeus's judgment spear struck down, unleashing terrifying rule-bending power that ripped apart the surrounding space, sweeping toward Yang Jian like a colossal dragon.
Boom!
The space trembled, and the void began to crack, as if it were about to shatter. Yang Jian's body erupted with dazzling golden light, as if cast from pure gold, sacred and awe-inspiring. The three-pronged double-edged blade in his hand slashed forward.
Clang! Sparks flew everywhere, as if divine weapons were colliding.
The two clashed, creating waves of energy that sent shivers down the spine. Although Yang Jian was at a disadvantage, he still managed to fight against the judgment spear. The two were locked in a stalemate. Finally, the golden light on Yang Jian's body faded, and the judgment spear shattered into countless sparks that fell to the ground, dissipating into divine light. Zeus's face turned deathly pale, his eyes flickering unsteadily as he stared at Yang Jian.
He simply couldn't fathom how Yang Jian had managed to block his attack.
This scene wasn't just confusing to Zeus, the entire world watching the live broadcast was left speechless, unable to believe what they were seeing.
Impossible! Zeus roared, his anger reaching its peak.
Yang Jian was merely a god king. How could he possibly be unable to defeat even a single god king?
Boom!
Zeus's body erupted with dazzling light, his aura rising steadily, and a powerful presence burst forth from his body. Zeus stood over 100 feet tall, resembling an ancient demon god descending from the heavens, emanating a wild and untamed aura.
You shouldn't have angered me. Zeus roared, his voice thunderous, echoing across the heavens. Judgment!
As Zeus roared, the sky was suddenly filled with endless purple lightning.
Boom!
Thick purple lightning bolts sliced through the void, crashing toward Yang Jian like raging dragons.
Boom!
Yang Jian raised his fist, as bright as the sun, and directly shattered the sky.
Die!
The two collided once more, causing a series of thunderous booms to echo across the heavens.
Boom! Yang Jian once again knocked Zeus flying, but he remained unscathed.
At this level of collision, it was simply impossible to shake Yang Jian.
Is this the judgment? Unfortunately, it's not enough. Yang Jian shook his head.
His body stood like a war god, appearing so insignificant in Zeus's eyes.
No, I want your life. Zeus roared, his body erupting with billions of rays of light.
Every inch of his skin seemed to be burning, and his entire body was like a blazing sun.
Die!
The judgment spear in his hand erupted with dazzling light, like a sun, crushing toward Yang Jian.
Boom!
Yang Jian struck again, colliding with the judgment spear.
Crack!
A crisp sound echoed through the heavens and earth. Upon touching Yang Jian's fist, the judgment spear shattered like paper, shattering into pieces.
How could this be?
Zeus's face turned pale with shock as he stared in disbelief at the scene before him. The judgment spear was a magical weapon forged from the essence of the judgment rules, embodying the very nature of those rules.
Yet, under Yang Jian's fist, it was as fragile as tofu.
I'll see for myself, is your power stronger, or is my fist harder? Yang Jian sneered, taking a step forward as his figure darted out like lightning.
Bang!
He struck out with a punch, like a meteorite, unleashing destructive ripples that engulfed Zeus.
Boom!
Zeus felt his body sink, as if a 1,000-ton boulder was crushing him. He felt his chest about to explode.
Bang! Yang Jian's fist landed on Zeus's body.
Put! Zeus spat out a mouthful of blood, his body flying backward like a meteor, crashing into the ground and creating a deep crater, with cracks spreading out like a spider's web. As the punch landed, the entire world fell silent. Even in the live stream being watched by over 1 billion people, no comments floated across the screen. All the viewers stared blankly at everything unfolding on the battlefield of the gods.
Chapter 179, Advantage.
The audience couldn't fathom how Zeus, who had clearly held the advantage moments ago,
why, in less than a dozen moves, had Yang Jian defeated his opponent?
Moreover, judging by Zeus's pitiful state, he had clearly suffered serious injuries. At that moment, Zeus's clothes were in tatters, his body covered in wounds, and his eyes were filled with hatred as he glared at Yang Jian.
Yang Jian, this is my judgment. I will not let this go easily. Boom!
Zeus's body erupted with brilliant light, and a destructive wave surged within him.
Boom!
In that instant, the sky shattered, and Zeus transformed into a primordial beast. With claws outstretched, his flesh was as hard as steel, emanating a primal, savage aura.
Die!
His eyes turned blood red, and every muscle in his body tensed, like molten lava coiling around his form.
Kill!
Zeus roared, and the judgment spear in his hand blazed with intense light. Like a blazing sun, it carried terrifying energy fluctuations, surging toward Yang Jian like a raging flood.
Boom!
The two collided, like a meteorite striking the earth, sending clouds of dust into the air and terrifying cracks spreading out in all directions.
Put!
Yang Jian's lips bleed, his body stumbles backward, his feet treading the void as he retreats endlessly.
Is this judgment?
Yang Jian's lips were stained with blood as he stared at the scene before him, unable to help but mutter to himself. The collision with Zeus had left him severely injured, with his internal organs all damaged.
This won't do. If this continues, I'll definitely be at a disadvantage. Yang Jian's eyes darted back and forth, revealing a look of urgency.
Zeus's attacks were simply too powerful. If he allowed Zeus to continue attacking like this, he would surely meet his doom.
Whoosh! Yang Jian activated his inch-to-inch technique, teleporting his body instantly to 100 meters away.
At that moment, a dazzling sword she sliced down from above, like a streak of light, cutting through the void and forming a river that spanned the sky, descending toward Yang Jian with deadly intent. You worthless scum, get out of here!
Yang Jian roared angrily, and a dazzling golden light erupted from his body.
A golden divine figure appeared behind him.
Dawn!
A massive golden leg swept across the void, colliding directly with the sword energy. Two terrifying bursts of energy erupted, sending clouds of smoke into the sky.
Boom!
The two forces collided, causing the void to violently tremble, and one after another, pitch-black cracks appeared. What terrifying power!
Yang Jian's pupils contracted slightly.
In the previous exchange, he had not been at a disadvantage, and had even gained a slight advantage. However, the opponent's power was too overwhelming, and he could only barely hold his ground.
Yang Jian, you're quite skilled.
Zeus wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Yang Jian. But today, you are doomed to die.
You must pay the price.
Yang Jian's eyes grew icy, and the aura around him surged wildly. He struck out with a palm, and countless divine marks appeared in the heavens and earth.
Boom! Terrifying divine markings descended, like an endless ocean sweeping in, engulfing Zeus within. Die!
Yang Jian's fist crashed down, its force as mighty as a surging river, sweeping everything before it with unmatched might.
Boom!
The heavens split apart, and all the divine marks exploded, forming mushroom clouds that rose into the sky.
Terrifying shockwaves rolled like tornadoes, ravaging everything in their path. Cough!
Zeus spat out a mouthful of blood. He felt as though every bone in his body was throbbing with excruciating pain.
This guy isn't dead yet? What kind of defensive power is this? It's so formidable.
Yang Jian, seeing this, flashed a look of astonishment in his eyes.
This was his ultimate technique, yet it still couldn't kill Zeus. My physical body is more terrifying than your defense.
Zeus let out a savage laugh as his body rapidly expanded, transforming into a colossal statue thousands of feet tall in the blink of an eye. Every bone in his body shone with a metallic luster, and faint runes could be seen flickering on his skin.
Die!
The statue roared to the heavens, its body erupting with blinding golden light, resembling a golden mountain.
Hum!
This time, Yang Jian felt an immense threat and his body shot back like a bolt of lightning.
Hum!
Zeus's body erupted with brilliant light, growing even larger, resembling a divine mountain, suppressing the heavens and earth.
Boom!
Zeus's body collided with Yang Jian's, sending him flying backward, tracing an arc through the air.
How domineering!
Yang Jian's expression changed slightly, and he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Although his physical body was powerful, he was not invincible. In the previous collision, he had also suffered severe injuries.
Damn it!
Gritting his teeth, he swung his fists once more and charged forward, colliding head-on with Zeus once again. Zeus's body also erupted with dazzling golden light, and the two collided once more.
Boom! Yang Jian and Zeus continued to collide, each impact triggering earth-shaking explosions.
The ground was scarred by one terrifying mark after another, a sight that sent shivers down the spine. Yang Jian was covered in blood, with blood streaming from his mouth. Though he appeared calm on the surface, his heart was filled with awe.
Zeus's physical form was truly monstrous.
Yang Jian had given it his all, but he was still no match for his opponent.
Yang Jian, die!
Zeus let out a ferocious roar, his golden light blazing like a demon god, carrying a murderous intent that threatened to engulf everything in its path, as he charged toward Yang Jian with relentless force.
Hum! A purple-blue pagoda appeared in Yang Jian's hand, directly descending to suppress Zeus. Boom!
The purple-blue pagoda collided with Zeus's body, erupting in a deafening explosion.
Who will win this time? It must be our Zeus. His divine being from the Qianlong kingdom can't possibly win.
Across the United States, people of various ethnicities watched the live stream from different locations, furiously typing comments in the chat. They absolutely refused to believe that the world's most powerful nation, with the strongest national fortune, could be repeatedly defeated by a chosen one from the Qianlong kingdom. At this moment, whether they are high-ranking officials in the Black Palace or beggars and vagrants on the streets, everyone is staring at the screen with eyes full of anticipation. They believe that this battle will inevitably end with the outcome they desire, for Zeus has already seized the initiative.
Boom!
Yang Jian and Zeus collided once more, and this time he was sent flying, his chest burning like fire, his blood boiling.
Jinjuan, fight on!
Erlang Shin must win. Let those Western barbarians see how powerful we are.
The audience from the Qianlong kingdom wasn't idle either. Compared to the United States, their spirits were even higher.
After all, if they win this battle, Zhengong, the chosen one, will truly make history.
Chapter 180, 1 against 3. Defeating 3 Western deities, or even 3 divine kings, single-handedly. If he can achieve this, the entire Qianlong kingdom will usher in a glorious era thanks to the immense national fortune, and everyone's lives will improve significantly. Damn the divine beings of the Qianlong kingdom, meet your doom.
Zeus, seeing this, his eyes turned blood red, and his body erupted with dazzling golden light. His form suddenly shot upward several times his original height, growing even more colossal. His feet stomped the void, shattering the sky, and he appeared behind Yang Jian. He raised a fist and slammed it down on Yang Jian's back with all his might.
Boom! Yang Jian felt the immense force from behind, and his expression darkened. He roared.
He let out a low growl, his chi and blood surging violently. His figure flickered and vanished from the spot.
Ha! What's going on? Zeus froze in shock.
His attack had missed, and Yang Jian's body had vanished.
Ha!
You divine beings of the Qianlong kingdom, all you do is hide.
If you're brave enough, come out and fight me.
Zeus roared, his eyes flashing with a bloodthirsty glow.
Zeus, even if I hide, what can you do? My strength isn't as weak as you imagine. Your attacks can't harm me.
Yang Jian's voice echoed through the void, and his figure flickered, passing directly beside Zeus.
Whoosh!
A sword beam sliced across the sky, instantly appearing beside Zeus, slicing through the fabric at his waist and exposing a strip of flesh.
Sigh.
Zeus felt a sharp pain in his waist and quickly stepped back, his eyes wide with disbelief. He hadn't even had time to react to that sword strike before it had pierced his body.
Damn it!
Zeus's face contorted in fury, his eyes blazing with rage, and he clenched his fists tightly. If that sword had been aimed at his head, he would have been killed instantly.
Boom!
Zeus roared, his body erupting with dazzling golden light, and an overwhelming pressure swept across the heavens and earth.
Yang Jian's expression also grew solemn. This couldn't continue, he had to end this quickly. With that thought, Yang Jian held nothing back, his aura surging to a terrifying level in an instant.
Like a vast ocean, the terrifying aura spread out, causing the void to tremble slightly.
Trouble!
Zeus, seeing this, his expression changed.
He sensed a hint of danger emanating from Yang Jian.
This filled him with a sense of impending doom.
Boom!
A fist struck out, and a massive golden fist shadow appeared, hurtling toward Yang Jian. Yang Jian's body was instantly enveloped by the fist shadow, then vanished from his original position and reappeared 100 zhang away, dodging the fatal blow. Whoosh! Zeus's brows furrowed as he charged forward once more, his fists pounding like cannonballs, relentlessly striking. Bang! Yang Jian's movements were as swift as lightning, his form flickering unpredictably, deflecting every attack with ease. Even if your footwork is as exquisite as it is, you can't possibly dodge my endless barrage of punches. Zeus sneered. Do you think hiding in the shadows means I can't touch you? Today, I will tear away your disguise. With that, Zeus clenched his fists together, and a blazing golden light spread across his knuckles, forming a fiery inferno. Boom! With a deafening roar, a massive golden fist shadow charged toward Yang Jian, its terrifying pressure engulfing the sky, causing Yang Jian's heart to stop beating. No! Yang Jian's heart sank as he saw the golden fist shadow about to strike him. Suddenly, a blinding white light erupted from his body. The white light instantly enveloped his body, transforming him into a white sun. Bang! The golden fist collided violently with the white light, producing a deafening sound. However, the white light remained completely undisturbed. Instead, Zeus's fist went numb, and the power on his fistprint dissipated instantly, vanishing without a trace. Unbelievable! The power of this divine being from the Shenlong kingdom is so overwhelming that he can withstand my full force attack with just his bare body. Zeus's eyes flickered with intense caution. At that moment, Zeus realized he had underestimated Yang Jian's strength. Damn it, I can't delay any longer. Otherwise, I might be drained of all my magical power by him. Zeus clenched his teeth, an expression on his face, as his movements grew faster and faster. Yang Jian, seeing this, was also somewhat surprised. Boom! As Zeus swung his fist once more, a terrifying wave of energy swept out in all directions, causing the surrounding space to warp. Whoosh! Yang Jian's expression changed, and he cursed inwardly. Damn it, this guy is actually absorbing the primordial energy of heaven and earth to replenish his. It seems like this time I'm really in for a tough fight. Yang Jian's pupils contracted as he felt the energy in his dantian steadily draining away. Though it was only a brief moment, it still caught him off guard. You insignificant insect of the Shenlong kingdom, let's see how long you can hold on. Zeus's figure suddenly appeared before Yang Jian. His right fist clenched and a powerful aura erupted, crashing toward Yang Jian's head. Yang Jian's pupils contracted, and his heart gave a violent spasm. He could clearly sense the terrifying power contained within that punch, enough to shatter a mountain into pieces with a single blow. Boom! The punch struck Yang Jian's body, sending him flying backward and crashing into the ground, leaving a deep crater. Put! Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his face turned pale. This strike had already injured him. This bastard! Yang Jian wiped the blood from his lips, a flash of malice flickering in his eyes. However, you won't last much longer. This time, I'll destroy your soul completely. Zeus sneered coldly, forming a seal with his palm as the power within him surged into his fist. Instantly, golden light erupted, and a colossal pressure surged outward, shattering everything in its path. Boom! The golden fist swung out violently, a dazzling golden light shooting into the sky, transforming into a colossal axe capable of splitting the heavens, bearing the power to destroy the world, and crashing down toward Yang Jian. Boom! Wherever the golden axe passed, space itself collapsed, and countless black cracks appeared, as if the heavens and earth were about to shatter. Oomph! Yang Jian coldly snorted, a flash of ferocity crossing his eyes. He raised his arm and struck out with a fist. Boom! The two collided, shattering the void. Bang! The golden axe shadow and the purple fist shadow collided, erupting in a deafening roar that shook the heavens. The void cracked inch by inch. Black spatial fissures appeared, and terrifying spatial storms raged through the air. A terrifying shockwave spread outward, sweeping across the surrounding area, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. What? How could this kid be so strong? Over the years, no one has ever been able to block my attacks. Chapter 181, Tidal Wave of Terror. Zeus's eyes widened in shock, and a tidal wave of terror surged through his heart. He never dreamed that his attack could be so easily deflected by the other party. What's more, what was even more infuriating was that the opponent could actually repel his attack. If that's the case, then I'll subdue you. Zeus roared coldly, his power surging wildly within him, transforming into golden fist shadows that crashed down on Yang Jian. Boom! Yang Jian swung his fists, golden light erupting as they collided with the golden fist shadows. Crack! With a crisp sound, Yang Jian's body was sent flying by the punch, spitting out several mouthfuls of blood. Yang Jian felt as though his bones were about to shatter. However, Zeus was clearly not faring much better. His chest caved in, and his entire body fell backward, crashing onto a rock. Damn it! I refuse to accept this. Zeus roared in anger, his eyes flashing with, pounding the ground with one punch after another. His face was twisted in a hideous grimace. As the mighty Zeus, who had ruled the universe for tens of thousands of years, had he ever faced such a crushing defeat? Today, facing Yang Jian, he had suffered consecutive setbacks, leaving Zeus feeling utterly humiliated.
Yang Jian knew that he had the upper hand earlier and that there was a high chance he could escape, so he couldn't resist pressing his advantage. His figure flickered, and he struck the hellfire with a punch, heading straight for Zeus's face. No! Zeus's heart raced with panic. If he were hit by that punch, he would certainly perish on the spot. His speed was incredible, and he dodged the attack in an instant. Yang Jian's attack missed, and his figure wavered before reappearing beside Zeus once more. Die! Yang Jian growled and unleashed another powerful punch toward Zeus. Damn you, you worthless insect! I'll take you with me even if I have to die. Zeus's eyes blazed with murderous intent as his fist collided with Yang Jian's. Boom! The fists collided, producing a deafening roar as two terrifying forces erupted. The surrounding space was torn apart into countless massive fissures, and endless spatial turbulence surged out from within, sending shivers down the spine. This is bad. Yang Jian's brows furrowed tightly, and the aura surrounding his body instantly weakened. The battle with Zeus had already drained him of too much of his divine essence, leaving him with only about a third of his original strength. Damn you! I won't let you get away with this! Zeus roared, his eyes turning red. This human is truly despicable. Not only has he humiliated me, but most importantly, I couldn't even touch the hem of his robe. Die! Die! I'll take you with me! Zeus's body was enveloped in a blinding golden light, and a terrifying aura erupted from him. Yang Jian's pupils contracted sharply as he sensed an unprecedented danger. Suddenly, a black hole appeared beneath Zeus's feet, swallowing everything in its path and pulling him into the void. This is bad. Yang Jian's expression changed drastically. He hadn't expected this guy to not even give him a chance to escape. However, he quickly regained his composure. Trying to escape? Too late. A cold smile appeared on Yang Jian's face as his aura surged wildly. Countless golden patterns emerged on his body, resembling a golden armored demon god, emanating an unparalleled ferocity and sharpness. Die! Boom! His golden body trembled violently, unleashing terrifying waves of energy that shattered the surrounding trees into pieces. The space itself warped and rippled like water. Yang Jian's entire body was enveloped in a dense golden glow. It resembled a golden statue, exuding a hint of sacredness that made one's heart race. His fists were covered in countless runes, each emitting a faint glow, as if capable of devouring all life and reducing the opponent to ashes. Golden fist beams roared, tearing through the void, and slammed into the black hole. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed from within the black hole. Terrifying force erupted in all directions, sweeping across the 8 directions and 6 realms, shattering the surrounding void. Cough, cough. Damn you, you worthless insect! I won't let you escape. A furious roar echoed from within the black hole, accompanied by terrifying bolts of lightning that intertwined and surged toward Yang Jian. Boom! Yang Jian channeled all his strength into the 9 transformations divine art, causing his entire body to erupt in dazzling light. The chi and blood surging around his body boiled violently. Yang Jian felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his body, as if eternal energy were flowing through him. He stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, revealing a look of excitement. His eyes were fixed on the black hole, ready to strike again. Boom! Terrifying lightning bolts erupted from the black hole, carrying the power to destroy everything in their path, sweeping toward Yang Jian. No wonder he's Zeus, his power is truly terrifying. Yang Jian thought to himself. Although he possessed combat power rivaling Zeus's, he was still slightly inferior, while Zeus possessed strength surpassing even his own realm. Die! Yang Jian roared, taking a step forward, his figure vanishing from the spot. Boom! A powerful and overwhelming aura spread out. Zeus's eyelids twitched as he sensed a strong sense of danger. In the next instant, Yang Jian appeared beside him. Yang Jian raised his palm and slapped it down. A terrifying gust of wind howled toward Zeus, causing his expression to change drastically. No! He let out a piercing scream as his body exploded in an instant. Yang Jian tightened his grip slightly, and a golden heart floated into his hand. A vast surge of pure energy erupted from the heart, causing Yang Jian's body to tremble. The strength of his physical body reached a terrifying level. Zeus was at the Zeus realm, and the energy contained within his heart was immense, truly terrifying. Yang Jian absorbed it without hesitation. Boom! An indescribable sense of fear welled up within him, causing Zeus's facial muscles to twitch violently. His body trembled, convulsed, and convulsed again. Damn you! What do you think you're doing? I'm telling you, if you dare harm a single hair on my body, you'll die without a proper burial. His eyes bulged, his face contorted in fury. Ha, relax. I'll make sure you die comfortably. Yang Jian sneered. In the next instant, the heart in his hand exploded into countless fragments, scattering into the surrounding space and being absorbed by Yang Jian's physical body. Boom! Terrifying pure energy surged through Yang Jian's body, causing his physical form to grow continuously. Yang Jian felt the blood in his body boil, as if it were about to burn through his flesh. The power within him continued to rise, growing stronger and stronger, causing his strength to surge to the terrifying realm of a 9-star sovereign. This power was absorbed by Yang Jian, converted into primordial energy, and injected into his body. His physical form continued to undergo a profound transformation. Ha!
Yang Jian let out a loud roar that shook the heavens, leaving the viewers watching the live stream utterly bewildered.
Chapter 182, The Trick. What on earth is Yang Jian up to? Wait a minute. How could Yang Jian possibly be a match for Zeus? He was clearly at a disadvantage, so how did he turn into someone else? Has he also become as powerful as the Supreme God?
Yang Jian's power surged, causing a stir in the live stream.
No. Impossible. You've already reached your limit. How could you recover to this extent? This doesn't make sense.
Zeus's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom what was happening.
Yang Jian's physical strength far exceeded his expectations. Is this your true strength?
Yang Jian felt the power surging through his body, a cold smile curving his lips.
Zeus's power was strong, but he still couldn't match Yang Jian. Yang Jian struck Zeus with a single punch.
The terrifying force of the punch tore through the sky, causing the heavens and earth to change color.
No!
Zeus's expression changed as he saw the fist descending. He shifted his body to dodge it and charged toward the black hole.
Boom!
The fist struck the black hole with tremendous force, carving a massive crater into the void.
The black hole violently trembled, on the verge of collapse at any moment.
Yang Jian's eyes narrowed, and he swung his fist once more, smashing it into the black hole with all his might. This time, the black hole couldn't withstand Yang Jian's punch and shattered into a burst of light.
A colossal surge of soul energy erupted, surging into Yang Jian's mind. HM? Yang Jian furrowed his brows. Not bad. However, it's a pity it's useless against me.
His gaze grew cold as he focused his mind, completely absorbing and refining the soul force Zeus had released. Then, his power surged suddenly, and his aura swelled. His robes fluttered in the wind, resembling a war god descending upon the world, looking down upon all with disdain.
Boom! Two blinding white beams erupted from Yang Jian's body, shooting straight into the sky.
A terrifying aura spread out, engulfing the sky and causing everyone to feel suffocated.
Boom!
Yang Jian stomped his feet on the ground, his body transforming into a meteor, shooting toward the black hole.
This sudden reversal of fortune left the global audience watching the live broadcast in utter shock. How is this possible? How could Yang Jian be this powerful? Zeus's power couldn't even scratch Yang Jian. How is this possible? Could Yang Jian have been holding back all alone? Impossible.
Zeus is clearly the father of all gods.
The live stream viewers were buzzing with astonishment.
Meanwhile, Zeus's face was completely consumed by anger and ferocity, filled with intense murderous intent. He couldn't fathom how he could have been defeated by such a lowly insect.
I must kill you. Kill him. A deep hatred flashed through his mind, and his body transformed into a cloud of black smoke, chasing after Yang Jian.
His speed was astonishing, like a ghost, impossible to defend against, and he easily intercepted Yang Jian without breaking a sweat.
Yang Jian's gaze was icy cold as he stared at Zeus.
Zeus's eyes were filled with darkness and venom, glaring at Yang Jian with such intensity that he seemed ready to tear him apart. Yang Jian's body emanated a terrifying aura of power, causing Zeus's pupils to contract involuntarily, leaving him feeling as though he couldn't breathe. How could he be so powerful? What kind of magical elixir had he consumed? How could he have broken through in such a short span of time? Zeus felt his head spinning, and his vision grew dark, as if he were falling into a hallucination.
He couldn't fathom what was happening, and he couldn't understand why Yang Jian had become so terrifying. At that moment, Yang Jian exuded an air of dominance that seemed to look down on the entire world. I will kill you. Zeus roared furiously, his aura erupting with wild energy. Bang! In the next instant, he charged toward Yang Jian and struck down with a claw. Get out of the way. Yang Jian met his attack with a punch.
Their figures intertwined in the sky, colliding repeatedly.
Boom! Yang Jian and Zeus continued to collide, shattering the space around them. Yang Jian relentlessly pounded Zeus, each punch containing terrifying power.
Their strength was almost evenly matched, neither able to gain the upper hand. Yang Jian's fists grew increasingly brutal, ruthless, and terrifying. Zeus's body was covered in countless wounds, with streams of blood gushing out.
Put! Finally, Zeus could no longer withstand Yang Jian's terrifying attacks and was struck in the chest by a powerful punch. Crack!
His ribs shattered, and his entire body flew backward.
Put!
Another punch sent Zeus flying through the air, crashing heavily onto the ground. Under the surging divine power, Zeus completely healed his wounds and slowly got back to his feet, his eyes filled with fear.
How did you do that? You're clearly no match for me. How did you end up like this?
Zeus asked in horror, unable to believe what had happened. He had always believed that Yang Jian was just an ordinary deity from the Xianlong kingdom and could never possess such terrifying power. But today, witnessing Yang Jian's power, he realized he had been wrong. Yang Jian's power had surpassed everything, transcending the mortal realm.
You're no match for me?
Then show me your trump card.
Yang Jian gave a cold laugh, his gaze as sharp as lightning.
At that moment, Yang Jian resembled a fearsome beast of legend, emanating an oppressive aura that left one breathless.
All right. Zeus clenched his teeth in anger upon hearing this.
At that moment, he cared nothing for his dignity. His heart was filled with unbearable anger. As the father of all gods, he had actually been defeated by a mere external deity in the battle for the nation's fate.
Roar! A deafening roar echoed throughout the heavens, shaking the earth and the skies, as if thunder were splitting the heavens.
Immediately afterward, Zeus's body suddenly swelled, growing thousands of feet tall, with countless tentacles sprouting from his body, resembling gigantic pillars supporting the heavens. His entire body was engulfed in flames, and waves of terrifying heat swept across the sky.
The flames of destruction.
Zeus struck out with a palm, and a massive red lotus blossomed in the void, emanating a destructive aura as it descended upon Yang Jian. The flames of destruction were one of his most powerful attacks, with power that shook the heavens and the earth. He had once used this technique to slay a quasi-saint, and even a saint had not escaped its wrath.
Yang Jian sensed the intense heat and couldn't help but furrow his brows slightly. Truly the father of the gods. His strength was truly extraordinary. He had achieved this level with just a single move.
Although he had also cultivated the burning heaven technique, he had not mastered it to its fullest extent. He was still far from it.
Devour him.
Yang Jian's eyes flashed with a cold gleam. The cosmic laws of this world are too weak. He can only rely on his own abilities, slowly gaining insight, to truly unlock his full potential.
Whoosh! Yang Jian's body was engulfed in blazing flames, with wisps of blue smoke rising, resembling a scorching sun. In an instant, the surrounding void erupted into chaos. Chapter 183, Glorious Light.
Yang Jian's body radiated brilliant golden light, as dazzling as a golden sun, making it impossible to look away. His demeanor grew increasingly profound, like the depths of the nine hells, impossible to fathom.
This was Yang Jian's primordial power in motion.
The aura emanating from his body grew increasingly terrifying, more and more terrifying. Above his head, in the void, a massive fireball suspended in mid-air, its raging flames resembling a sea of fire, engulfing the surrounding area.
Roar!
Yang Jian let out a furious roar, his voice vast and unmatched, piercing through the clouds and deafening the ears. In the next instant, he raised his foot and stomped down towards Zeus.
Boom!
The void trembled, the earth cracked, and a massive crater 3,000 meters deep appeared beneath Zeus's feet.
Squeak!
Yang Jian stepped down, crushing Zeus's legs into the earth, causing the ground to crack and split further.
Terrifying shockwaves spread out in all directions. Roar!
Zeus roared to the heavens, his body erupting with overwhelming might. Terrifying flames erupted from his body, making him resemble a miniature star, blindingly bright. His body suddenly shot upward, and the scales on his body began to peel away, transforming into a human form. His muscles bulged, making him resemble a small mountain. Zeus' eyes emitted two beams of divine light, illuminating the entire world. His face was twisted into a hideous grimace, and a terrifying aura of murderous intent emanated from his body. At that moment, he was unrecognizable from his earlier self, with not a trace of the weakness and disarray he had shown moments before. His aura was overwhelmingly powerful, like that of a ferocious beast.
Once unleashed, it would sweep away everything in its path. Yang Jian, this is my true power. Can you withstand a single blow from me?
Zeus roared furiously and charged toward Yang Jian.
Roar!
The deafening roars echoed through the void, terrifying sound waves sweeping toward Yang Jian, shaking the ears and making it impossible to open one's eyes. Yang Jian snorted coldly, his body shrouded in golden light. A terrifying aura erupted from his body, resembling the Milky Way descending from the heavens, spreading in all directions.
Yang Jian raised his right fist and struck toward Zeus. The fist's momentum was fierce, like a meteor slicing through the sky, crashing toward Zeus. Wherever the fist struck, the heavens and earth lost their color, the void trembled, the earth cracked, and the sky was torn apart, as if it were about to collapse. Yang Jian's fist collided with Zeus's body.
Both of them were forced back hundreds of meters.
Boom!
They collided again, and after the impact, Zeus's body bore 5 more deep claw marks, blood flowing freely.
Damn it!
Zeus's eyes were filled with anger and fear, and his gaze toward Yang Jian grew even darker. He never expected Yang Jian to be able to fight him to a standstill, and even show signs of gaining the upper hand. As the father of all gods, he had actually been defeated by an external deity in the battle of the gods. This was something he absolutely could not tolerate, something he could never accept. Therefore, no matter how stunning Yang Jian's performance became, he showed no mercy, unleashing a furious barrage of attacks toward Yang Jian. His attacks came crashing down like a tidal wave, relentless and unstoppable, leaving no room for defense.
He aimed to take Yang Jian down while he was vulnerable. Boom!
A series of dull thuds echoed through the void as the two continued to clash. Yang Jian was powerful, but facing the father of all gods, he found himself struggling. Their battle was like rolling thunder, shaking the heavens and filling the air with terror. Their speed was blinding, colliding with each other time and again. Each of Yang Jian's punches carried terrifying force, like meteors crashing down, shattering the void and raising towering waves. A devastating force swept across the surroundings. Every strike from Yang Jian contained unimaginable power. His strength had nearly reached an unprecedented level, causing one's heart to race. Zeus was also somewhat taken aback by Yang Jian's terrifying might, but he did not show the slightest sign of panic. The aura emanating from his body grew increasingly terrifying, each punch more devastating than the last. Yang Jian struck blow after blow, continuing for over 10,000 strikes, yet he still held no advantage.
Yang Jian, you're still too weak, you can't even block a single punch of mine. Die! With a deep roar, Zeus erupted with a force capable of shattering the heavens and earth, crushing Yang Jian like a primordial tiger. This was a force capable of shattering the heavens and earth like an endless ocean, sweeping across the land, obscuring the sky, and engulfing everything in its path. As Zeus's fist struck down, the heavens and earth seemed to freeze in that moment, with endless power sweeping across the cosmos.
Yang Jian's face also grew solemn. Zeus's punch was simply too powerful, even a peak-level emperor would dare not face it head-on. Yang Jian, though confident, knew he was no match for this ancient foe, so he did not attempt to block it head-on. He struck out with both fists, colliding with the opponent's fist force. The two forces collided, triggering a violent energy storm that swept in all directions.
Is this what a battle between gods is like? How incredibly powerful. Fortunately, this was happening in the divine realm. Otherwise, the aftereffects of their clash alone would have been enough to destroy an entire city.
Seeing two true gods engaging in a real battle, audiences around the world were stunned.
Yang Jian, you're as good as dead. Even if the emperor himself came to save you today, he couldn't save you. Ha!
Zeus burst into laughter, spitting out a mouthful of black blood, his face twisted into a bloodthirsty grimace.
Yang Jian's punch was completely neutralized.
Zeus narrowed his eyes, his body flickered, and he appeared beside Yang Jian, striking out with a palm toward Yang Jian.
Boom! The void shattered, collapsing inward, as the terrifying palm wind swept across the heavens. Yang Jian, die!
Zeus let out a maniacal laugh and reached out with one hand toward Yang Jian.
Yang Jian's brows furrowed tightly.
He sensed the approaching danger, but he showed no fear.
Roar!
Yang Jian let out a piercing scream, and a surge of boundless chi erupted from his body, accompanied by an unstoppable aura of dominance that shot toward the heavens. Behind him, a colossal, shadowy figure materialized.
The divine form of the heavens and earth.
With a thunderous roar, the void behind him twisted, revealing a colossal divine form.
This was Yang Jian's Dharma form. Yang Jian struck Zeus's arm with a fist, and the two collided.
Instantly, the heavens shook, the void collapsed, and a terrifying energy storm swept in all directions.
The void exploded, and the terrifying aftereffects swept out in all directions.
The void was shattered, and countless spatial turbulence flew out in all directions, disrupting everything around them.
Yang Jian's body retreats repeatedly, his face pale.
Zeus's body was covered in fine, intricate wounds, with droplets of blood falling from them. However, the ferocity and murderous intent on his face grew increasingly intense, as if a demon god had descended from the heavens, striking fear into the hearts of all who witnessed it. This battle was truly arduous. Standing within the absolute safety shield, Chen Gong watched the two deities in the sky, his eyes narrowing slightly.
Chapter 184, Trust. He had absolute trust in Yang Jian's strength, but as the mightiest deity of Lakhis, Zeus was no ordinary foe.
This battle was truly perilous beyond imagination. He was well aware of Yang Jian's strength, but he had no idea about the opponent's combat power.
If Zeus's combat power was a majestic mountain, then Yang Jian was an ocean. The two were not even on the same level, so this battle was inevitably dangerous for Yang Jian. Truly a god so powerful. This is only the beginning, and it already feels suffocating how terrifying. Zeus's strength is truly terrifying. With such overwhelming power, I have no chance against him. If this continues, Yang Jian is certain to lose. Zeus is too powerful. Although Yang Jian is strong, he is ultimately alone and can never be a match for Zeus. He can only accept his fate. That's right. No matter what, Yang Jian is still too young. The gap between him and Zeus is too vast. This battle has no suspense at all. What a pity. Yang Jian is so talented, yet he's about to meet his end. Sigh.
The audience of Longshan Kingdom watched the two figures in the void on the livestream, their faces filled with sorrow and sighs, their eyes brimming with regret.
Ha! You're just an ant. You're not worthy to be my opponent. Zeus's face broke into a smug grin.
He looked down at Yang Jian as if he were looking at a lamb about to be slaughtered, filled with contempt.
Even ants have dignity no matter what, they will never surrender.
Yang Jian clenched his teeth, his body shrouded in a brilliant golden light. His form began to change wildly, growing from 3 zhang tall to 100 zhang in the blink of an eye.
With a thunderous roar,
his muscles bulged and twisted together, as if forged from steel. His height increased by a full 5 or 6 meters. At that moment, Yang Jian was clad in battle armor, emanating an overwhelming aura of dominance, resembling a war god.
Boom!
His feet stomped the ground, and his body leaped upward, charging toward Zeus.
You're asking for death. Zeus snorted coldly, took a step forward, and met Yang Jian head-on.
Terrifying power surged from his body, and he unleashed a punch, aiming straight for Yang Jian.
Yang Jian didn't back down, colliding directly with him. Boom!
The void shattered as the two collided. Both were sent flying backward, and mid-air, Yang Jian spat out another mouthful of blood. Zeus's body also bore a deep gash that exposed bone, with blood gushing out. Yang Jian retreated once more, his gaze fixed intently on Zeus, his eyes filled with anger, hatred, and murderous intent.
An ant is an ant. Even if you are a divine form, you are still just an ant. You could never be my opponent.
Zeus burst into his eyes filled with murderous intent, as if they had turned into a sharp knife. With your strength, you don't even deserve to call me an ant.
Yang Jian roared in anger, charging forward once more and attacking Zeus again. Zeus snorted coldly once more, colliding with Yang Jian once again.
Each collision between the two produced a deafening roar, shattering the surrounding space and causing the void to collapse.
Puff!
Both retreated simultaneously, stopping only after retreating 10,000 meters away. At that moment, Yang Jian staggered slightly, and a trickle of crimson blood seeped from the corners of his mouth. His face was as pale as paper, his body covered in blood, but the murderous intent in his eyes burned even more fiercely.
You insignificant insect, you dare to think you can kill me?
Zeus licked his lips, a mocking smile on his face.
Yang Jian's aura grew increasingly terrifying.
Flames blazed in his eyes, and his entire body seemed to be burning like a furnace.
An ant is an ant.
No matter how much you struggle, you're still just an ant. Today, I'll show you just how powerful I am.
Zeus burst into another laugh, and a dazzling light erupted from his body. Divine punishment descends.
Zeus growled, and his body instantly became transparent, as if he had turned into light itself.
At that moment, Yang Jian looked up at a massive golden sphere floating in the sky.
The sphere began to tremble violently, emitting blinding golden light, resembling a star as it burst forth with dazzling brilliance. The golden sphere hovered in the void, continuously expanding and growing larger. Soon, the golden sphere had grown to over 100 miles in diameter. It hovered in the void, releasing a terrifying aura of power, bearing down on Yang Jian with overwhelming force. This massive golden sphere resembled a continent, crushing the heavens and earth, leaving Yang Jian gasping for breath.
You insignificant insect, kneel before me.
Zeus's face was twisted into a grin as he swept his sleeve aside, revealing a black scepter in his hand. A cloud of black mist emerged from the scepter, enveloping the golden sphere and shrouding it completely. The black mist continuously devoured the light sphere, causing its color to gradually fade.
Yang Jian's expression grew solemn as he focused his mind.
This bizarre attack was completely beyond his expectations. Although he knew that Zeus's power far surpassed his own, he never imagined that the opponent possessed such an unearthly technique.
Damn it, this old bastard is truly cunning. Yang Jian cursed inwardly, unsure of the method Zeus was employing.
However, he was well aware that if he allowed Zeus to continue using such tactics, he would inevitably be defeated. After all, this guy was a god king. Once he unleashed his divine techniques, he would undoubtedly suffer a fatal blow.
You insignificant insect, meet your end. Zeus roared, swinging his scepter toward Yang Jian.
Whoosh! A pitch-black spear shot out from the scepter, carrying terrifying power, and instantly appeared above Yang Jian's head.
You're not worthy!
Yang Jian coldly shouted, pushing his palms forward. A dazzling golden light erupted from his body, resembling a small sun, illuminating the entire sky.
Boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the air, sending Yang Jian's body crashing back into the void.
He spat out another mouthful of blood and once again fell into unconsciousness.
Damn it, how could you possibly block my attack?
Zeus's face was filled with shock.
He hadn't expected Yang Jian's defense to be so strong, capable of withstanding his direct strike.
His pupils contracted, and a deep sense of apprehension welled up within him.
You insignificant insect, meet your end. The next moment, Zeus reappeared before Yang Jian, raising his scepter and bringing it down toward Yang Jian's head.
His goal was simple, to kill Yang Jian. As long as he killed Yang Jian, he would win this duel.
The scepter descended once more, unleashing an immense force that crashed down upon Yang Jian with relentless force. An ant is an ant, it can never stand against the mighty Zeus. Ant, meet your end. Zeus roared madly. Chapter 185, From All Directions. You foreign demon god, besides spouting empty threats, what else can you do?
Yang Jian opened his eyes, and a surging tide of battle intent erupted from his body. His arms trembled violently. Countless golden runes appeared around him, forming massive golden towers that enveloped Yang Jian in a protective barrier.
Bang! The scepter struck the massive golden tower, emitting a dull thud.
Golden light burst forth, sending ripples of golden energy radiating out in all directions.
However, the golden towers remained unmoved, standing firm around Yang Jian, impregnable.
Yang Jian's face twisted into a savage grin, his eyes brimming with murderous intent that seemed almost tangible.
Damn it, this can't be possible. Zeus's face betrayed his disbelief. This was a divine artifact.
The power of a divine artifact was beyond question, far surpassing that of ordinary weapons. Even if he struck with all his might, he couldn't budge the divine artifact by an inch. Yet now, this divine artifact had been effortlessly blocked by an ant.
An ant is an ant, you're not worthy to be my opponent. Ant, die.
Zeus' eyes widened in fury, his gaze filled with savage intent, and his scepter came crashing down once more. Thud, thud, thud. At that moment, the golden runes on Yang Jian's body grew increasingly dense, enveloping him in a protective barrier.
Boom!
The scepter crashed down once more onto the golden tower, producing a series of deafening explosions.
Golden ripples spread out in all directions. Damn it, my divine weapon didn't even scratch him?
Zeus's expression grew increasingly grim, his eyes betraying a hint of unmasked horror. The divine technique he had just unleashed was the most powerful and ruthless divine technique, capable of defeating even a saint king on the spot.
Yet Yang Jian had managed to withstand it, leaving Zeus utterly baffled. You insignificant insect, do you really think that a single divine artifact can stop me? You're delusional. Yang Jian sneered coldly, his figure vanishing instantly from his original position and reappearing beside Zeus. Boom! Zeus sensed danger and tried to dodge, but it was too late. Crack!
A single slap landed heavily on his right cheek, causing his face to swell instantly, his nose and mouth bruised and bleeding.
You worthless insect, I'll kill you!
Zeus erupted in rage, his eyes bloodshot, chargingly toward Yang Jian, his fists clenched tightly, pounding furiously at his body. Yang Jian's body kept retreating, but he remained steadfast, facing Zeus's attacks head-on.
You worthless insect, die! Zeus roared, his fists like a storm, slamming into Yang Jian's head with brutal force. Boom! The two clashed violently, each strike carrying the force of destruction, leaving onlookers speechless with fear.
The sound of explosions echoed continuously as Yang Jian was forced back, his body covered in blood. Every time he counterattacked, Zeus would be injured, but his physical form was simply too terrifying. Every punch he landed caused Zeus to spit out a mouthful of blood. However, Yang Jian was not without gains. Each counterattack forced Zeus to hold back his strength, daring not to attack him again. This gave him the upper hand, allowing him to conserve his strength and avoid defeat.
You insignificant insect, I will tear you to pieces.
Zeus had completely lost his mind, his face twisted with madness. He was willing to sacrifice his own lifespan to tear Yang Jian into 1,000 pieces. I'll see who lives and who dies in the end. Yang Jian sneered coldly, his aura surging suddenly, his eyes turning crimson and his entire body resembling a primordial beast. His feet stomped the ground, and golden light surged upward from his feet, transforming into runes that merged into his body. Roar! With his furious roar, a massive golden divine dragon coalesced around him, letting out a loud, piercing cry.
How is this possible? Zeus's expression changed drastically as he felt the terrifying aura erupting from Yang Jian.
His entire body trembled, and his heart pounded violently. He could clearly sense that the Yang Jian before him had broken through, reaching a realm even more profound and mysterious. He knew that Yang Jian's cultivation speed had surpassed his expectations.
You insignificant insect! I will grind your bones to dust and scatter them to the winds, ensuring you never find peace in the afterlife.
Zeus' eyes flashed with two icy beams, and his aura surged suddenly. His entire body seemed like a cannonball, charging rapidly toward Yang Jian.
Boom!
The staff in his hands erupted with boundless divine might, each swing as powerful as a mountain crashing down.
Boom! When the two collided, the entire sky and earth shook violently.
Terrifying ripples spread out in all directions, unleashing terrifying whirlwinds that swept across the sky, scattering all the clouds.
Bang! The two figures were instantly sent flying, crashing heavily into the distant mountain peaks.
Put!
Cough!
Zeus spat blood, his body battered as he climbed back up the mountain peak. Blood poured from his mouth, and his eyes blazed with anger.
You insignificant insect! Today, I will tear you to pieces. Zeus had gone mad. He had never endured such humiliation in his entire life. Boom! Zeus emanated a faint aura of divine might.
His aura surged upward, and in the blink of an eye, he had transcended the peak of the 9th rank of the Near Saint realm and entered the realm of the Near Emperor. This rate of improvement was 5 times faster than when he had cultivated to the heavenly sovereign realm.
You insignificant insect, I will kill you! Zeus roared madly, charging toward Yang Jian at breakneck speed. A palm slammed down on the ground, shattering the entire void and creating a pitch-black hole. A terrifying suction force spread out instantly. Yang Jian's pupils contracted sharply as he swiftly retreated, avoiding the terrifying suction force and creating distance between himself and Zeus. Ant, how did your speed suddenly increase so much?
Zeus, seeing this, his expression changed slightly, and shock flashed in his eyes. Though he boasted of his formidable physical strength, he still paled in comparison to Yang Jian's abnormal abilities.
What's it to you?
Yang Jian sneered disdainfully, his eyes filled with contempt. His body flickered, and he reappeared behind Zeus once more. A golden dragon claw shot out, aiming for Zeus's neck.
Bang! A dull thud echoed as a golden claw clamped down on Zeus's neck, yanking him forcefully into the air. You insignificant insect, you're asking for death. Zeus's face turned ashen. He never expected to be captured by an ant. You insignificant insect, meet your end.
Zeus roared in anger, his divine power surging, unleashing a colossal pressure that descended, aiming to crush Yang Jian into a pulp.
Chapter 186, Harm?
You insignificant insect, you're truly foolish.
Don't you realize that such an attack can't possibly harm me in the slightest?
Yang Jian sneered contemptuously, extending a finger to touch Zeus's forehead. In an instant, he felt his chi and blood surging within him, as if they were about to erupt. Zeus' pupils contracted sharply, and he was filled with terror. He felt his mind and consciousness rapidly fading away, plunging him into endless chaos, completely beyond his control.
You insignificant ant, release me at once, or you will surely regret it.
Zeus's face grew slightly pale, his eyes filled with unbearable anger.
As a quasi-emperor, he had been subdued by another. How could he possibly accept this? Regret? Ha! Do you think I'm afraid of you? You're just an ant. Even if you're a quasi-emperor, I'll kill you without mercy. Yang Jian laughed loudly and unleashed a punch toward Zeus without hesitation.
The terrifying force of the punch tore apart the void, shattering it completely.
Damn ant, get out of here!
Zeus's face turned ashen with rage, and he cursed furiously as all his divine laws surged forth.
Terrifying pressure engulfed Yang Jian, trapping him in place. Boom! Yang Jian was immobilized, and his punch was blocked.
What surprised Zeus was that he couldn't even scratch Yang Jian. You insignificant insect, what you're doing is a foolish act.
I advise you to surrender peacefully.
Yang Jian spoke calmly, his golden divine aura growing increasingly intense, causing the entire sky to darken, as if the end of the world were nigh.
Boom! In the next instant, a dazzling golden sun appeared behind Yang Jian, emanating boundless majesty, its golden light shining for miles. The sun? Isn't this the power only Apollo can wield?
Zeus' pupils contracted sharply, and a surge of intense fear welled up in his heart.
How dare this deity of the Dragon Kingdom wield the power of the sun god? In that instant, he finally understood just how powerful Yang Jian had become. You insignificant insect, dare you harm me? I will have you torn to pieces. Zeus glared at Yang Jian with a venomous expression. Ha!
Yang Jian let out a loud laugh, his voice filled with mockery.
With your status as mere foreign gods, you dare challenge me? His tone was extremely arrogant, as if he didn't even bother to acknowledge his opponent.
Zeus was furious inside, but he had no words to counter, for after several collisions, he truly had no answer for Yang Jian. Meanwhile, Chen Gong, watching from the rear, couldn't help but smile slightly.
This battle was about to end. Impossible. I refuse to accept this. You insignificant insect, you must die. Zeus gritted his teeth, his face contorted in fury, his eyes flashing with madness. If you refuse to accept defeat, then come and fight. Yang Jian gave a cold laugh, staring at his opponent without a hint of fear. Fine, then you'll just have to wait to die.
Zeus's body burst forward, his hands transforming into golden light, splitting into countless blades that rushed toward Yang Jian to kill him.
Yang Jian's figure flickered, dodging the blades. His movements were as swift as a ghost, weaving in and out, evading all of Zeus' attacks. Boom! The two continued their fierce battle, Zeus attacking relentlessly, only to be dodged time and again, yet Yang Jian's form never once faltered. Damn it! What kind of monster are you? How can you dodge all my attacks? Zeus roared in anger, his heart trembling with shock.
He never expected that this would put him at such a disadvantage.
This is my special ability. I call it the spatial law, the pinnacle of spatial magic. You worthless insect, today I'll show you the true power of space. Zeus's eyes darted around, and a cruel smile curled the corners of his mouth. Boom! A dazzling light erupted from his body, and his aura surged upward, transforming him into a thunder god from the heavens. The power of the spatial laws could actually manifest such force. Yang Jian raised his eyebrows, his heart trembling with awe. He had heard of the power of space before. This was a power transcending the mundane world, one only masters of the sage realm could wield. Once unleashed, it could completely seal an opponent. You insignificant insect, go to your death. Today, I will personally slay you and avenge my parents' deaths. Zeus's face twisted into a hideous grimace, his eyes flashing with a cold, ruthless light. The law-based glow emanating from his body grew increasingly blinding, distorting the very fabric of the heavens and earth. The power of spatial laws is indeed formidable. Yang Jian was also deeply shaken. He felt an overwhelming force enveloping him, causing his skin to ache slightly as it struggled to withstand the pressure. He knew that Zeus's power was truly terrifying, far beyond what he could withstand. If they were to face each other alone, Yang Jian had no hope of victory. No, I must escape. Otherwise, I will surely perish here today. A sense of impending danger flashed through Yang Jian's mind, and he immediately prepared to flee. Try to run? It's not that easy. You're my prey, don't even think about escaping. Boom! Zeus's figure flickered, and he instantly appeared in front of Yang Jian. His speed was too fast, almost in the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Yang Jian, delivering a punch. Yang Jian's eyes narrowed with determination, and he immediately met the punch head-on. Boom! The two collided instantly, each collision producing a thunderous boom. Yang Jian was forced back step by step. You're nothing but an ant. You're too weak. Today, you must die. Zeus' eyes flashed with a glint of murderous intent as he relentlessly pursued Yang Jian. Damn it, I can't keep fighting him anymore. Yang Jian's face hardened with resolve. He had realized that if he continued to waste his strength like this, he would eventually die here. Boom! Yang Jian's true essence erupted, his aura surging wildly. His figure flickered, and he appeared behind Zeus. Do you think breaking through to the quasi-saint realm makes you a match for me? Foolish delusions.
Zeus turned around, a look of contempt flashing in his eyes. His figure moved, and he vanished from the spot in an instant. Whoosh! A strange fluctuation suddenly appeared beside Yang Jian, and Zeus's figure charged toward him from the other side. Boom! Yang Jian's fist collided with his opponent's, sending both of them flying backward. You're forcing my hand, you insect. I'll kill you and tear your body to pieces. Zeus's eyes turned blood red, a glint flashing in his eyes as he relentlessly charged toward Yang Jian. Stubborn fool. Since that's the case, I'll grant you your wish. Yang Jian growled coldly in his heart. He had made up his mind Zeus must die. Though Zeus's strength was extraordinary, Yang Jian did not believe he would lose. Chapter 187, 1 strike, 3 down. As the second prince of the Jiang River mouth and one of the 3 traders of the heavenly court, his true strength was far from ordinary. Boom! The two clashed fiercely once more. This time, Yang Jian gained the upper hand, landing a punch directly on Zeus's chest. Crack! With a crisp sound, Zeus's entire body split into 3 pieces, and blood spurted out from his body. How is this possible? I am the father of all gods, yet I couldn't even block this ant's single strike. How hard is this insect's body? It's like a rock, unbelievable. Ah, damn it, he's killed me. Damn it. Zeus's face turned pale with shock. He never imagined that Yang Jian's physical body could be so powerful, even shattering him into pieces and leaving him with no place to be buried. Ant, die. Zeus roared, his eyes blazing with savage light, as he pointed his fingers toward Yang Jian. In the next instant, the void trembled violently, and a strange wave spread out, forming a brilliant blue sword in the air. A terrifying sense of oppression emanated from the azure blue long sword, causing Yang Jian to feel a chill run down his spine. However, he did not flinch in fear. Instead, he wore a smug, arrogant smile. Trash outer god, prepare to die. In the next instant, Yang Jian took a step forward, his legs violently kicking out into the void. Whoosh! The sound of tearing through the air echoed as Yang Jian's legs left trails of afterimages in the void. In the next instant, his entire body appeared before Zeus. Kneel before me. Yang Jian clenched his right fist and slammed it down, striking Zeus directly on the head. You dare! Zeus' eyes blazed with madness, and his aura surged wildly, clearly performing some secret technique to resist. Yang Jian's pupils contracted sharply. He could sense Zeus's power growing wildly. If this continued, he would definitely not be a match for Zeus. You insignificant insect, I advise you to surrender. Otherwise, you will die today without a doubt. Zeus's figure reappeared before Yang Jian, looking down on him with a condescending expression, his eyes filled with mockery. I, Yang Jian, am no coward who fears death. A flash of determination gleamed in Yang Jian's eyes as his aura surged upward. The true energy within his body began to erupt wildly, converging on his left arm. In the next instant, Yang Jian's fist slammed toward Zeus with tremendous force. Boom! The two collided instantly, and Yang Jian felt as though his fists had struck solid steel. A massive recoil force surged back, causing his palms to go numb. Ha, you foolish ant. Today, I'll show you my true strength. Zeus laughed loudly, his aura surging once more. His cultivation had reached the peak of the quasi-saint realm, making him far stronger than before. With your strength, you can't possibly defeat me. Yang Jian's eyes flashed with 2 icy beams, and his body began to surge with terrifying aura, emanating a sense of awe. Boom! The two figures clashed once more, sending Yang Jian flying through the air. However, he remained unharmed, while Zeus was sent flying instead. You're just an ant. Your strength is still too weak. I only need a single finger to crush you to death. Zeus took a moment to catch his breath while glaring at Yang Jian, his eyes filled with contempt, as if Yang Jian were nothing more than a fish to be slaughtered at his whim. No matter what, I will kill you today. A cold gleam flashed in Yang Jian's eyes as his body instantly transformed into a streak of light, charging toward Zeus. You ignorant insect, let me show you what it means to know your place. Zeus's lips curled into a savage grin, his eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. In the next instant, a blinding darkness erupted from Zeus's body. Die! Zeus erupted with a torrent of demonic flames, his form darting toward Yang Jian like lightning, his palm slamming toward Yang Jian's chest. Die! Yang Jian coldly uttered a single word, his body erupting forward in an instant. His fist swung violently, colliding fiercely with Zeus's fist. The two fists collided with a thunderous crash, and 2 deafening explosions echoed through the air. Yang Jian's body was sent flying hundreds of feet backward, his face turning deathly pale. Impossible! Zeus' pupils contracted sharply, his eyes filled with disbelief as he stared at Yang Jian. Because he clearly felt that his previous strike should have been enough to kill a god. Yet now, it had only caused Yang Jian's lips to bleed, leaving him unharmed. How is this possible? How could this be? My power couldn't possibly be weaker than yours. It's impossible, absolutely impossible. A flash of panic crossed Zeus's eyes, and his gaze toward Yang Jian grew filled with intense fear. Because that single punch had completely surpassed his expectations, leaving him utterly baffled. Yang Jian took a deep breath, gazing at Zeus before him, a cold smile curving his lips. That punch earlier was merely a test of Zeus's strength. The current Zeus posed no real threat.
Is your strength that impressive? But I, Yang Jian, am a genius. How could a mere pseudo-saint realm practitioner possibly stop me? Yang Jian looked at Zeus before him with a mocking expression. Today is your day of death. As the words fell, Yang Jian's divine energy surged violently throughout his body. Behind him, the vague outline of a divine being appeared. He clasped his hands together and muttered incantations. Heaven's punishment thunderbolt. As the incantation echoed, a golden thundercloud descended from the heavens, crashing down upon Zeus. This is bad. He's actually using the heavenly punishment thunderbolt. Zeus's eyes flashed with a hint of fear. Though he possessed immense power. However, he dared not confront this attack head-on, for the heavenly punishment divine thunder was the very lightning tribulation power unleashed by the heavenly punishment emperor himself. Even with his current quasi-saint level strength, he dared not withstand it directly. Trying to escape? Too late. Yang Jian coldly snorted and struck Zeus with a powerful punch. Bang! The fist collided violently with Zeus's palm, sending a terrifying shockwave through the air. Zeus's body was once again sent flying backward. Boom! A series of explosions echoed, and the dark divine spirit shadows behind Zeus completely collapsed and vanished. The entire sky grew dark, as if the end of the world had arrived. No! I refuse to accept this. I refuse. Zeus let out a piercing scream, his eyes bloodshot, his aura rapidly fading, his body growing weak until he finally turned into a speck of dust and dissipated into the void. We've won. We won. Yang Jian won. 1 strike, 3 kills. Shen Gong really did it. Chapter 188, Despair. The people of the Qianlong Kingdom, who had been on the brink of despair, all sighed in relief upon witnessing this scene. Yang Jian's victory filled them with boundless enthusiasm. They had finally found hope. All of this was thanks to Yang Jian and Shen Gong. Without them, they would have long since become Zeus's prey. Yang Jian nodded faintly, his figure flickering as he appeared beside Shen Gong. Huff! Yang Jian exhaled lightly, a hint of fatigue flashing in his eyes. The intense battle had taken a tremendous toll on him. Even with his current physical strength, which rivaled that of a sage, he could still feel a sense of fatigue. Of course, this was largely due to the fact that he had been summoned by Shen Gong. Are you okay? Shen Gong looked at Yang Jian with some concern, though he had absolute confidence in him. Zeus, after all, was the strongest god of Lachesis, and that couldn't help but cause some concern. Don't worry, I'm fine. It's just that I've expended a bit more energy than usual. I'll recover after some rest. Yang Jian spoke slowly. He knew what Shen Gong was worried about. After all, Zeus was a quasi-saint at the peak of his power, and his full-force attack could easily leave him severely injured. As long as you're okay. Hearing Yang Jian's words, Shen Gong finally felt at ease. Yang Jian was different from him. Although Yang Jian was only at the God-man realm, he possessed the cultivation of a sage. If we talk about combat experience and willpower, Yang Jian far surpasses ordinary saints. Then Yang Jian's strength far surpassed that of ordinary saints. If Yang Jian were to appear in his true form, this battle would merely be a warm-up for him. This time, I'll trouble you and Monkey Brother. You can go back first. The rest is up to me. With a faint smile, Shen Gong escorted Yang Jian back and turned to look at the cameras present throughout the entire divine realm, smiling slightly. The 3 great national deities have all been annihilated. This battle for national fortune should be a victory for my Qianlong kingdom, right? Shen Gong's tone was utterly calm, his face still adorned with a scholarly smile. He bowed slightly to those around him before departing. Bang! A dull sound echoed as the President of the United States slammed the documents in his hands onto the table. Is this what you call certain victory? Gather the 3 divine beings of the United States, Lashi Kingdom and Sakura Kingdom. You can't even stop a deity from the Qianlong Kingdom? What the hell are you doing? Do you know how much national fortune the United States will lose if we lose this battle? The US President's face was contorted with rage as he roared furiously, as if he wanted to tear these people to pieces right then and there. This battle has been devastating. The combined territories of Lashi, Sakura, and the United States probably don't even match up to the nearly collapsed nation of Qianlong. Your Excellency, please calm down. This war is not as we imagined. The Minister of the United States Special Department, an elderly man, stepped forward and spoke respectfully. The others, hearing the minister's words, turned to look at him with curious expressions, unsure of what had transpired. You must understand that we have spies within the Qianlong Kingdom. This was not an opportunity we missed to strike at the enemy. Although they have won for now, we still have other means at our disposal. During this time, our troops are nearly here. Therefore, we are certain to win. After the old man finished speaking, the entire room fell silent. They were all taken aback, unable to believe that this war could still have a turning point. This was truly wonderful news. No matter what, they were certain to win this war. What are we waiting for? Hurry up and notify our main army. Immediately charge into the gates of the battlefield of the gods and slay the divine chosen one of the Qianlong Kingdom. The US President's eyes flashed with a cold gleam as he barked the order without hesitation. Yes. Upon hearing the President's orders, the old man hurriedly agreed. In the capital city of Huaxia, within a secluded estate. The surroundings were picturesque, with birds singing and flowers in bloom, and state-of-the-art technology was scattered throughout. A man sat in a pavilion. General, should we really get involved in this matter? A woman stood beside the man, speaking cautiously. Of course we must. Chen Gong is one of the few exceptionally powerful divine chosen ones in our dragon kingdom. We must protect him at all costs. The man replied casually. He continued, not only us, but several other major nations are thinking the same way. Then who should we send to the battlefield of the gods to bring Chen Gong back? The woman asked hesitantly. Because this matter is too complicated, she feared that if handled improperly, it might cause even greater trouble. No need. I will go myself. The man shook his head indifferently, rejecting the woman's suggestion. What? You're going yourself? The woman was startled by his words. She hadn't expected the young general to personally head to the battlefield of the gods. Yes, this matter must be resolved, and Chen Gong must not come to any harm. He is the future of our Longxian kingdom. The man nodded, his eyes gleaming with determination, clearly having made up his mind to go to the battlefield of the gods himself. But General, do we need to deploy more troops? The woman took a deep breath and spoke again. If we follow the Lieutenant General's orders, once the battle here ends, we'll have to rush to Chen Gong's aid. But now, the United States, Lashi Kingdom, and Sakura Kingdom have been conquered by the Xianlong Kingdom, and the troops they need to mobilize won't be few. Therefore, the woman spoke with some concern. Don't worry. This place isn't too far from our Longxian Kingdom, and now we also have other divine beings who have descended. Therefore, we have nothing to fear from any power this time. The man smiled confidently. What? Our divine beings have finally descended? The woman widened her eyes in disbelief. You must know that after the War of the Gods began, the divine beings of all nations awoke except for Longxian Kingdom. Most of the deities did not manifest themselves, with only a small number appearing. It was only after Chen Gong appeared that things began to change, bringing signs of revival to Longxian Kingdom. Now that Longxian Kingdom has finally welcomed its deity, the woman felt deeply shaken, as this was a matter of great importance for the future of Longxian Kingdom. Indeed, one of our Dragon Xian Kingdom's deities is on its way. Even if all the deities of the other nations unite, we will not fear them. The man chuckled lightly, his lips curving into a confident smile. He believed that once the deity of the Dragon Xian Kingdom descended, even if it were the realm of the gods themselves, they would dare to confront them head-on, without flinching. The news of the defeat of the nations in the divine chosen battlefield spread like a hurricane, sweeping across the entire world and causing a huge uproar. It was not merely because the gods had fallen, but because they had been defeated by a Dragon Xian Kingdom that was already nearing its limits. Chapter 189, Oppression. This made many people feel a sense of oppression, especially at the moment when Zeus died. Many people clearly realized it. The Xianlong Kingdom had grown utterly powerful. The other nations now had to carefully consider their strategy if they wished to confront it. Otherwise, if they too were attacked, their fate would be equally grim. This is so satisfying. I've always disliked the United States for relying on their numbers to bully the weak. Today, we've finally gotten our revenge. At that moment, on the internet in China, countless netizens from the Xianlong Kingdom erupted into wild cheers, with the entire nation in an uproar. Xianlong Empire, I love you. I love the Xianlong Empire. Long live the Xianlong Empire. The Xianlong Empire is invincible. I love you all. Countless fans shouted with excitement, their support for the Xianlong Kingdom reaching its peak. All of this was because of the chosen one of the Xianlong Kingdom, Chen Gong. A young deity of only 25 years old. He once faced off against the three great deities of Europe and single-handedly annihilated them all. His glorious achievements have spread throughout the entire Xianlong Empire and even across the entire earth, making everyone aware of him. At the same time, the name Chen Gong has completely entered the ears of deities from all nations, causing them all to harbor deep apprehension toward him. After all, at such a young age, he is already so powerful. What will he become if given more time? As a result, deities from all nations have begun to fear Chen Gong, and this fear has even spread to their countries, affecting national morale. At that moment, in a luxurious villa in North Russia, a man was sitting on the sofa. The man was wearing pajamas, looking lazy and as if he had just woken up. He was none other than Carlos Odin, a member of the royal family of North Russia. Across from Carlos sat several burly men dressed in suits and wearing sunglasses. They were all Carlos's personal bodyguards, highly skilled and formidable. Are you certain there was no mistake? The War of the Gods has failed? At that moment, Carlos opened his eyes and looked at the bodyguards, speaking in a deep voice. No mistake, Your Majesty. This is the latest report from the United States. It is said that during this battle of the gods, a young man named Chen Gong appeared in the Xianlong Kingdom. The lead bodyguard spoke respectfully, handing a document to Carlos. Oh? A mere upstart? To defeat the gods of all nations? That's laughable. Carlos snorted dismissively, paying no heed. He didn't believe a mere upstart could possess such formidable strength. However, he still flipped through it.
After reading the information in the document, Carlos' expression grew increasingly somber.
Damn that Eastern brat. He dared to kill the chosen one of Zeus, the Divine Father. This is an unforgivable offense. I must kill you.
Carlos roared, his eyes blazing with unbounded hatred. After all the effort they had put into obtaining such a powerful Divine Chosen One for their country, he had been killed by Qin Gong in the Divine Chosen One battle. How could he not be boiling with rage? Gather the troops immediately and prepare to head east. Carlos' eyes flashed and he coldly ordered. Yes, Your Majesty. Upon hearing his words, several bodyguards responded in unison and turned to leave. The east? That place does not belong to our Lashi kingdom, nor is it part of our Odin kingdom's territory. Since you dared to kill Zeus the Holy Father, I will tear you to pieces. Carlos muttered coldly, his gaze as icy as ever. Though he was the king of northern Russia, his ambitions reached far beyond that. He sought to control the world. He sought to rule the entire Blue Star, which is why he formed an army to conquer the major nations. However, the sudden appearance of Qin Gong disrupted his plans, making him feel humiliated. Regardless of who proposed this idea first, the one responsible must take full accountability. He will show no mercy. This time, the gains were substantial. It should be possible to seize unimaginable national fortune. At the exit of the Divine Economy Arena, Qin Gong crossed his arms and silently calculated the gains from this operation. He did not rush out, after all, he wasn't foolish. This move was too bold. It could be said that across the entire Blue Star, aside from the Dragon Xian Kingdom, every other nation desperately wanted him dead. Without reinforcements, Qin Gong would never make a futile sacrifice. Such a thing was absolutely out of the question. Although within the divine realm, he could indeed claim invincibility. But in the outside world, there were simply too many unpredictable factors. For instance, what if he were surrounded by an army? Such a scenario is not impossible, given the nature of the Americans, whom he has come to understand. In any case, Qin Gong values his life greatly and will not tolerate any mistakes. Nevertheless, he did not rush to leave. Instead, he strolled leisurely within the divine economy field, passing the time. What on earth is he up to? The battle of the gods has already ended. Why isn't he coming out? Watching Qin Gong stroll around like an old man in a park on the screen, even the US president in the Black Palace was cursing under his breath. He had been waiting for nearly half a month, yet that good-for-nothing hadn't shown his face. This is way too arrogant. He's the US president, for crying out loud. The ruler of the Blue Star. Now he can only chat with others here, blowing his own trumpet, and can't find Qin Gong anywhere. This feeling is utterly frustrating. Mr. President, this chosen one of the Xianlong kingdom is truly arrogant. He refuses to leave the divine economy field. A high-ranking official spoke out angrily beside him. I know, he must be using the divine economy field to protect himself. But he's really too arrogant. The President of the United States clenched his teeth and said, Mr. President, should we send troops to wipe out the Xianlong kingdom? A high-ranking official spoke up. No. The US president immediately rejected the idea. He dared not arbitrarily deploy troops, as that would cause an international incident. Report, Mr. President. We just received word that someone has broken into your office. Just then, a secret guard rushed in, looking panicked. What? Intruded into my office? This is completely outrageous. I'll see who's so bold as to dare to come here. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, the US president immediately stood up, his eyes flashing with a cold, piercing glare. He then rushed toward the office, with other high-ranking officials following closely behind. Soon, the US president and the others arrived at the office, only to find two headless corpses lying on the ground. The heads of both bodies were cleanly severed, lying on the ground, with blood splattered on the surrounding walls. Who could have done this? Upon seeing this scene, the US president's expression changed drastically, and he erupted into rage. Chapter 190, Rest Area? Killing him in the Black House, wasn't this an extremely blatant act of defiance? It was done by a young man from the Xianlong kingdom. He is currently in the rest area, waiting for you to come over. The secret guard spoke again. Let's go, lead the way. The US president spoke without emotion. He must crush and destroy this chosen one of the Xianlong kingdom today. At the same time, he would use this incident to show the world what happens to those who dare to offend the United States. The US president then led a group of high-ranking officials and hundreds of special forces soldiers out of the office in a large procession, heading toward the rest area. Hello, Mr. President. As everyone entered, a young man from the Dragon Xian Kingdom smiled faintly and addressed the US president. This left the previously intimidating US president speechless, as if he had turned to stone. He had never imagined that the man before him could be so young. Moreover, his appearance and demeanor were identical to those of Qin Gong, as described in the rumors. Who are you? The US president swallowed hard, his voice trembling with shock. My name is not important. Everyone calls me General. I apologize for the sudden disturbance, Mr. President. The general bowed slightly and spoke politely to the US president. This left all the high-ranking officials speechless. A major general? He's a major general? He's still alive?
Wasn't the Major General supposed to be dead?
Numerous high-ranking officials from the United States exclaimed in horror, their eyes wide with disbelief. All of this was simply too unbelievable.
Oh, dear General, what brings you here?
You know, based on your actions today, I could easily conclude that the Qianlong Kingdom has declared war on the United States. The US president regained his composure, took a few deep breaths, and forced himself to speak calmly. However, his mind was in turmoil, and it took him a long time to calm down. The general, a man considered one of the strongest trump cards of the Qianlong Kingdom. Now he was standing right beside him, even in his own office, making the President of the United States feel as though he were in a dream, utterly unreal.
Mr. President, you have misunderstood.
In fact, I came here today to negotiate with your side.
The general spoke.
This caused the US president's pupils to contract, and a tidal wave of emotion surged within him.
Negotiations? You mean you're here to negotiate on behalf of the Qianlong Kingdom?
The US president asked in a cold tone.
Of course. The general nodded. I need to hear your demands.
The US president paused for a moment before speaking.
Demands?
The major general raised an eyebrow and looked up at the US high-ranking officials. Those being stared at by him all shuddered, as if they had been locked onto by a primordial beast, causing them to feel an overwhelming sense of fear. As the chosen one of the Qianlong Kingdom, I have triumphed and now wish to return home.
Do I need to make demands? Or did I come off as too polite at the beginning? Do you really think the Qianlong Kingdom is easy to bully?
The general spoke in a cold tone, emanating a sharp, murderous intent. The atmosphere was suffocating, as if one had fallen into the depths of hell.
How could that be? You must have misunderstood.
At that moment, the US president finally felt a hint of terror. He hurriedly waved his hands and said,
If that is the case, then show sufficient sincerity. Otherwise, this battle will be unavoidable. I hope the president will not disappoint me.
The general fixed his gaze on the US president and spoke.
He then turned and left. Damn the Qianlong Kingdom. I will destroy it sooner or later. After the general had left, the US president roared angrily. Mr. President, this matter cannot be left unresolved. We must launch an expedition against the Qianlong Kingdom.
Another high-ranking military official spoke up.
Do you really think Qianlong Kingdom is so easy to conquer?
Their weapons are more advanced than ours, and their combat strength is superior to ours. Moreover, they have so many scientists and psychics, and we still can't pinpoint their exact locations. This battle cannot be launched recklessly, and the Qianlong Kingdom is not an easy foe to provoke. The US president spoke in a stern voice. Although he was extremely furious, he dared not act rashly. After all, the United States is also a superpower. If a war were to break out, it would also be a loss for the United States. Mr. President, are we just going to let the dragon countryman go like that? We can't let the United States lose face like this. The high-ranking officials nearby all spoke up. Don't worry, I've already dispatched personnel to intercept him. Even if he flees to the ends of the earth, he won't get away. The US president's lips curled into a cruel smile, his eyes flashing with a cold, ruthless glint.
That's good.
The others nodded in agreement, but their hearts were still filled with anxiety. After all, he was one of the three great envoys of the Qianlong Kingdom. If he were to unleash his full power, they, being ordinary people, would stand no chance. Meanwhile, in a certain part of Europe.
Father, are we really going to participate? This concerns the future of our entire family. At that moment, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed beauty looked at her father and said. She was the daughter of the Duke of the United States and also Princess Karina of the United States. At that moment, the Duke looked at his daughter, his eyes gleaming with sharp intelligence. Daughter, do you think that if we lose this time, the Qianlong Kingdom will give up this prime piece of territory? The Duke asked Karina. Of course not. Karina replied directly. That's right. Now that the United States has been defeated. And we're not weak either. As long as we seize the opportunity, we can divide up the nation's fortune. The Duke said with a radiant expression. Father, it would be best to discuss this matter carefully. Otherwise, it could easily invite disaster. Karina said solemnly. I understand your concerns, but do not forget. We have the backing of the Western nations. Do you think they would fear this small country? Besides, do you really think we can keep this secret? When the time comes, many will come to share in the spoils. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If we miss it, we may never get another chance like this again. The Duke looked at Karina and spoke earnestly. As for Karina, upon hearing her father's words, she fell into silence. She then murmured to herself, perhaps that's the case. Let's get ready and head to the Qianlong Kingdom immediately. The Duke spoke up. All right. Karina nodded. By the way, I'll leave this matter to you. I believe you have the intelligence to handle the situation. The Duke said to Karina. Don't worry, father, I understand. Karina nodded. They then left the place with a few people. Meanwhile, in a mountain range in Southeast Asia, several elderly men dressed in black robes sat together, their faces flushed with excitement. Chapter 191, Mission complete. On the table in front of them lay a map. Haha, this time we can finally complete the mission. We absolutely cannot fail this time. Indeed, those Americans are truly foolish to dare target the Qianlong kingdom. A burst of laughter echoed through the room, and the faces of the elderly men grew grim. What is the mission this time? One of the old men looked at the map and spoke slowly. Kill Chen Gong. The man standing behind him spoke up. What? Kill him? The others immediately changed their expressions, their eyes filled with surprise, and they couldn't help but exclaim. Yes, this time we must assassinate him at all costs. The man spoke in a low voice, his eyes flashing with cold intent. This knife has lost its original purpose. Because it is simply too sharp, so sharp that no one can hold it anymore. Therefore, we need a stronger sword. Chen Gong, you will be the test subject for our new sword. The man's eyes flickered with icy coldness, and a bloodthirsty expression appeared on his lips. However, this Chen Gong is no easy target. The strength he has demonstrated is already enough for the Dragon Kingdom to protect him at any cost. Especially now that the Dragon Xian Kingdom has gained immense national fortune by winning the Battle of the Gods. Another man spoke in a solemn tone. No matter how strong the Dragon Xian Kingdom is, it can't match the people of the Holy Temple. Don't worry. The man coldly replied. Then let's do as you say. This time, we must eliminate him cleanly and decisively. The last elderly man spoke up. These people were members of the Shadow Demon cult, one of the 5 forbidden zones of the Western world. Their plan was to kill Chen Gong, seize Longxian Kingdom, and establish their own nation. At the same time, in the Nordic Divine Court. Divine Sovereign, why have you suddenly ordered us to send men to infiltrate the Qianlong Kingdom? Is there something wrong with the Qianlong Kingdom? A low, hoarse voice, resembling the sound of metal scraping, echoed through the air. In a room deep within the Divine Court, a man dressed in white lay on a bed. He looked weak and on the brink of death. However, the aura emanating from his body was utterly terrifying, as if he were an emperor without equal. You must understand that the Qianlong Kingdom has always been one of the top powers in the nation, with a long-standing heritage. Its foundations are even deeper, far beyond what our Divine Court can compare to. Now that they have obtained a vast amount of national fortune and are protected by the unexpected blessing of Chen Gong, such a colossal entity is not something even our Divine Court can confront head-on. And I intend to use this opportunity to annihilate the Dragon Xian Kingdom, and then devour their national fortune. The Divine Sovereign spoke coldly. But won't that provoke the Dragon Kingdom? It is said that whenever this nation faces extinction, a hero emerges to save it. If that's the case, they probably won't give up easily. The divine attendant frowned and said, it's their fault for provoking our Divine Court first. Since they provoked us first, we can't be blamed. Once they're dead, it'll all be over. The Divine Sovereign spoke with a cold expression and a hoarse voice. The divine attendant nodded in agreement. Soon, everyone within the Divine Court was mobilized. A conspiracy against the Qianlong Kingdom is quietly unfolding. On this day, the entire world was in turmoil. A sense of urgency permeated the air, making it hard to breathe. Meanwhile, in the Qianlong Kingdom, things were also bustling with activity. Not only had numerous martial arts clans and warriors from all over the world gathered in Qianlong Kingdom, but even the military had arrived. After all, this was a battle for the very survival of the nation. If they lost, the entire nation would be utterly destroyed. Although the Dragon Xian Kingdom had signed an agreement with the other 4 great nations, both sides are prohibited from sending troops to participate in the war. This does not prevent them from sending observers to monitor the situation. The reason these martial arts factions and armies have come is primarily to protect Chen Gong and escort him back to the Qianlong Kingdom. At that moment, Chen Gong, who was still in the divine realm, slowly opened his eyes and looked toward the spatial portal. Finally everyone has arrived? It seems I can return now. Chen Gong spoke softly, a hint of anticipation flickering in his eyes. With a single step, Chen Gong hesitated no longer and stepped out of the spatial passageway, appearing in the outside world. Welcome back, Mr. Chen. A gentle voice echoed, and Chen Gong turned to look at the man beside him, a man who was far too young and powerful, and smiled slightly. They actually sent you here. It seems I did a pretty good job this time. But are you really sure it's safe for you to be out here? Looking at the colonel, Chen Gong couldn't help but remind him. Mr. Chen, please trust me. As long as I'm alive, nothing will happen. Even if the Grand Master of the temple were to come, I would not fear them unless they all descended together. The colonel looked at Chen Gong with a confident expression. You really are as strong as ever. Twitching his lips, Chen Gong could only sigh as he looked at the confident Major General. The other party was indeed very powerful and possessed a special physique. In the battlefield of the gods, Chen Gong did not fear them. However, on Blue Star, if they were to claim invincibility, no one could argue. Mr. Chen, we should head back. The young general said to Chen Gong at that moment. What's the current global situation? How many countries want me dead? Looking at the calm-faced Major General, Chen Gong could no longer contain his curiosity and spoke directly. Upon hearing Chen Gong's words, the general's expression grew solemn and his eyes gleamed with intensity. He directly handed a document to Chen Gong. Chen Gong began to flip through it. After finishing his review, Chen Gong's expression grew extremely solemn.
Currently, there were only 6 nations on the entire Blue Star that could be considered major powers.
Excluding the Dragon Xian Kingdom, the remaining 5 nations all sought to eliminate Chen Gong in his infancy to eliminate future threats.
As for the various hidden factions lurking in the shadows, there was no need to mention them.
The intentions to recruit him or eliminate him are evenly split.
In any case, it boils down to a simple principle.
If he cannot be used for our own purposes, then he must be eliminated.
After all, Chen Gong's rise has been too swift.
Moreover, he has led the Dragon Xian Kingdom to rapid development and growth. If he is not eliminated, these major nations will certainly be unable to rest easy. These nations must all be annihilated.
Chen Gong spoke coldly, his eyes flashing with a chilling glint. But we'll discuss that later.
The most important thing now is to bring you back safely. Otherwise, Longxian Kingdom won't be able to withstand these major powers.
This time, when you return, act as an ordinary person. Under no circumstances should you draw their attention, or they will act immediately. The colonel said to Chen Gong.
Chapter 192 Changes. The two then returned to the Dragon Xian Kingdom. During the time Chen Gong was away,
the Blue Star had already undergone tremendous changes.
Japan, the United States, South Korea, and Russia.
The 4 major nations had all mobilized.
Moreover, these nations had reached an understanding.
They have formed a coalition army to besiege the Xianlong Kingdom.
They are doing this because they do not want Chen Gong to return. If he returns, they will lose their only threat. And the name Chen Gong would vanish forever, sending ripples of tension across the entire Blue Star.
All manner of factions have gathered within the borders of the Xianlong Kingdom, intent on taking action against it.
These dogs really aren't afraid of dying, are they?
Sitting on the helicopter returning home, Chen Gong glanced at the troops from various countries appearing on the ground, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes.
I thought the same, which is why I brought you back.
The general beside him also coldly watched the soldiers on the ground. This is perfect, it saves us the trouble. Chen Gong's eyes gleamed with icy intent. Whoosh! In an instant, the plane they were on took off toward the Xianlong Kingdom. At the same time, in Xianlong City, within the imperial residence, all the high-ranking officials of Xianlong City had gathered here. Their expressions were extremely solemn.
Your Majesty, what should we do now?
The armies of those nations have already entered the kingdom's borders. This time, they are clearly targeting Xianlong City. We have no chance of standing against them. A general from Xianlong Kingdom spoke in a low voice, his eyes flickering.
I know, so we must retreat immediately.
But they won't let us go that easily.
We must find an opportunity to counterattack. Xuanwu Emperor's eyes flashed with brilliant golden light. Ancestor, I have a plan. At that moment, Chen Gong walked in from outside.
You're back. You've worked hard this time. The king of Xianlong Kingdom said to Chen Gong. It was no trouble.
It's my duty. I've returned to bring you some good news.
Now, the Dragon Xian Kingdom has the qualifications to initiate the Battle of the Gods. Now that these invaders have entered our borders, I request to engage them in a battle for the fate of our nation.
We will annihilate them completely.
Chen Gong spoke with great enthusiasm, his eyes blazing with intense battle intent.
Haha, good.
Upon hearing Chen Gong's words, the ruler of the Xianlong Kingdom burst into excited laughter.
This day has finally arrived. He knew Chen Gong would not let him down. All departments, prepare. Launch the War of the Gods. I'll see just how far these upstarts can go.
That's right, in this battle of the gods, we must win and avenge our previous defeat. The young general behind Chen Gong also spoke up, his eyes gleaming with.
Meanwhile, on Blue Star, a terrifying wave slowly spread outward. In the hidden valley. Has Chen Gong already returned to the Xianlong Kingdom? 2 days have already passed. Still unable to stop him?
An old man looked at the black-clad figure before him and spoke in a cold, menacing tone. The Xianlong Kingdom sent a colonel to retrieve him, none of us could stop him. I think that kid won't last much longer. Hearing the old man's words, the black-clad figure replied respectfully.
If he doesn't live long, so be it.
That brat's life was meant to end on the battlefield of the gods.
How dare he defy us? He's asking for death. Moreover, we have a plan this time.
When the time comes, we'll make him realize just how foolish his choice was.
Hearing the old man's words, the black-clad man's eyes flashed with a savage intent to kill.
On the other side, the news that the Xianlong Kingdom was actively initiating the Battle of the Gods once again spread throughout the entire Blue Star. In this world where all nations survive by national fortune, the War of the Gods was like an atomic bomb. Under the bombardment of this atomic bomb, the national fortune of all nations would be affected. And this impact determines the fate of an entire nation.
Even nations themselves are dragged into the fray.
Therefore, the War of the Gods is like a venomous snake fixated on its prey. It slowly devours the prey's life, weakening its national fortune bit by bit until it eventually vanishes.
And the Xianlong Kingdom is that venomous snake.
It has set its sights on Blue Star and seeks to devour the national fortune of every nation on this continent. Only then can they obtain greater national fortune.
Not only that, but they also plan to carve out their own territory on Blue Star.
At that time, this land will become their nation. They will also become true deities. They would possess hundreds of billions of years of lifespan, which would be more than enough to make them the overlords of this land. Such ambitions have been in the works for centuries, and they have already laid the groundwork for this step. And their best excuse to deal with Chen Gong is that they are gods.
And that is their justification. Meanwhile, at the White House in the United States,
the despicable Qianlong kingdom dares to initiate the War of the Gods.
Do they really think that having Chen Gong is enough to ensure their invincibility? I think they're being too confident, don't you?
The President of the United States said with a very grim expression. In his eyes, Chen Gong was nothing more than a lowly insect easily crushed at will.
But he had forgotten that Chen Gong's status in the Dragon Xian Kingdom was utterly unparalleled. How dare he even dare to compare himself to the Dragon Xian Kingdom? Now their forces have already entered Blue Star. This is our best opportunity. We must deal them a crushing blow and drive them out of Blue Star.
Upon hearing the president's words, a man standing nearby spoke up.
I understand. The President of the United States nodded and turned to leave. Where is the President heading? The aide, seeing the US President heading out, couldn't help but ask. I have an important matter to attend to. I will come see you once I'm done. Don't worry. I will show you what true power looks like. Thank you, Mr. President.
However, we still need to prepare thoroughly and not give those guys any breathing room. Upon hearing the US President's words, the aide's expression brightened slightly, and he spoke up.
All right, I'll go make the arrangements right away.
The US President nodded. I had planned to activate it later, but if you in Qianlong Kingdom truly believe that the United States only has one chosen one of Athena, then you are dreaming.
We have many more skilled warriors lurking in the shadows.
A cold gleam flashed in the US President's eyes as he spoke.
In his eyes, Chen Gong was nothing more than a mere grasshopper.
This time, they would use the power of the Qianlong Kingdom to crush this grasshopper and ensure it never rose again.
What should we do now?
In a mountain range somewhere on Blue Star.
Chapter 193, A Piece of Cake?
A group of black-clad figures surrounded the area, staring at the elderly man before them and asking.
Wait.
The old man shook his head.
Wait?
Hearing the old man's response, everyone looked at him in confusion. They didn't understand why the old man was telling them to wait.
Don't worry. Our enemy isn't Chen Gong, it's the divine war of the Qianlong Kingdom. They won't notice us. So for now, we'll stay here and wait for the right opportunity to act and eliminate all of them.
Once they have concluded the war of the gods, they will be ours for the taking. The old man's indifferent voice echoed in everyone's ears. They all nodded in agreement.
We will cooperate with you fully. However,
at that moment, a black-clad figure suddenly spoke up.
But what?
The old man spoke up.
Are you saying that the enigmatic Chen Gong can only summon two deities?
The black-clad figure asked.
Ha ha.
The old man chuckled upon hearing this.
It doesn't matter.
Once our plan is in motion, his gods won't be able to do anything. Therefore, I think we should speed things up. Otherwise, once the divine war of the Qianlong Kingdom truly begins, surviving in this world will become even more difficult for us. After all, we don't have such vast national power.
Upon hearing the old man's words, everyone fell silent.
They knew he was speaking the truth. They only had a few thousand people, and none of them were particularly strong. They simply couldn't stand up to the immense power of the Qianlong Kingdom.
Unless they could gain enough power to transform their nation into a magical entity. Otherwise, sooner or later, they would face the danger of being destroyed. This matter is now in your hands. Once we succeed, I will hand over that mysterious divine essence to you. At that time, you too will become true deities.
The old man stared intently at everyone and spoke. Upon hearing his words, everyone's eyes lit up. They all wanted to become deities.
Becoming deities was their ultimate goal. However, we must act quickly now. Otherwise, once Chen Gong's reinforcements arrive, this plan will be completely ruined.
Seeing the excitement on their faces, the old man smiled with satisfaction. He intended to make these people see clearly that only they were the most outstanding, and no one else was worthy of standing on equal footing with them.
Qianlong Kingdom. Have you heard? The United States is sending elite forces to attack us? And there are 3 of them.
I feel like they've come prepared this time. It won't be simple.
Whispers of discussion echoed from major cities across the country. Everyone is discussing this matter. The news has already spread.
Everyone knows that the United States is coming to attack the Qianlong Kingdom. Although they do not fear the United States' strength, this time they must have brought many skilled warriors. We must quickly enhance our strength, only then can we face them in the future. Don't worry, our Qianlong Kingdom has Chen Gong, the chosen one.
The Americans' actions are nothing but a self-defeating move. Ha, you're right.
Chen Gongzi is our strongest guardian, no one can stand against him.
Of course. Who can stand against Chen Gong's divine might?
I wonder how long Chen Gong has been in seclusion, and how long it has been since he last appeared. I wonder if he can perform another miracle.
If Chen Gong can perform another miracle, then our Xianlong kingdom will surely surpass its former glory. Haha, that's to be expected.
Hearing the people of the Xianlong kingdom praise Chen Gong, one after another, they all revealed fervent expressions. They were all filled with anticipation for this protagonist of the divine war. They longed for Chen Gong to perform another miracle and lead them to conquer the world. Inside the presidential mansion of the United States, a gaunt old man in black robes stood by the window, gazing out at the scenery.
President, are you certain you want me to intervene this time? Once certain things are done, it becomes difficult to hide them afterward.
At that moment, a man in a red suit and black-rimmed glasses stood by the window and spoke calmly. I am well aware of the current situation, but all of this is due to previous failures.
That is why I asked you to take action. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to send you out.
The elderly man turned around, his eyes filled with coldness.
Mr. President, you can't say that. Our plan has already begun, and we have no way out. We have no choice but to take a gamble.
The man in the red robe hurriedly defended himself upon hearing this.
Oof. Do you know the consequences if this fails?
The old man snorted coldly, his eyes fixed intently on him.
Mr. President, I am well aware that if this fails, we will become internationally wanted criminals.
The red-robed man's voice trembled.
If that's the case, then go.
The old man spoke softly. Upon hearing this, the man in red robes wore a pained expression on his face.
He knew full well that this time, he had to act and act alone.
He must personally kill Chen Gong and seize the mysterious power within his body.
All right, I'll go.
The red-robed man clenched his teeth and said.
He then turned and left the room.
The old man watched the red-robed man's departing figure, a cold smile curling the corners of his mouth. He was sending this man to his death. He would make everyone know that he was the strongest. He was the true master.
Mr. President, I have already made arrangements for preparations. Once the plan is activated, we will act immediately.
You can rest assured. Additionally, those individuals require your personal attention. At that moment, a woman in her 50s or 60s walked in and spoke respectfully. She was the president's office manager, responsible for handling all matters. Upon hearing the woman's words, the old man's gaze flickered slightly.
He then nodded slightly. All right. I will go downstairs to prepare. Once the operation is complete, I will notify you.
The woman spoke respectfully.
Go ahead. Once the matter is settled, I will reward you handsomely.
The old man finished speaking and waved his hand. The woman bowed and left. After the woman had left, the old man picked up the phone on the table and dialed a number.
Hello, Mr. Chen, this is Robin Strick, director of the U.S. Special Agency. We have located the chosen one's whereabouts and believe he will be captured soon. At that time, you will also receive a generous reward. Not only will you receive a substantial payment, but you may even have the opportunity to see Chen Gong's true form. We will act in 1 week.
At that time, I will notify you of the specific location and number of personnel.
We hope Mr. Chen can arrive promptly to participate in our grand ceremony. Chapter 194, Submission.
A soft female voice sounded on the other end of the phone. It was clear that the person on the other end of the line was a woman. Upon hearing the words on the other end, the old man's face lit up with excitement.
All right.
The old man agreed without hesitation.
See you in a week.
The other person hung up the phone after speaking. The old man smiled, his eyes sparkling with determination. Chen Gong, in a week's time, I'll see how you escape from my grasp. At that time, I will make the entire world aware of your existence and force you to submit. The old man muttered to himself. At that moment, deep within the Kunlun Mountains of China, a massive, majestic structure towered into the clouds. Within the structure, a strong aroma of medicinal herbs filled the air. The entire structure was constructed from natural medicinal stones, containing immense medicinal power.
This was the secluded sect hidden deep within the Kunlun Mountains of China. The Kunlun sect.
This structure stands atop the peak of Kunlun Mountain. At the top of the building stands a massive tree, exuding an ancient and austere aura. At this moment, two elderly men sit quietly beneath the tree branches. Their eyes are closed tightly, as if they are asleep. If it weren't for the uniquely distinctive aura emanating from their bodies, one might mistake them for ordinary people.
With this great calamity approaching, is it truly sufficient for our Xianlong kingdom to dispatch only one Chen Gong?
These two are none other than the national preceptor of the Xianlong kingdom and the patriarch of the Kunlun sect. One of them mused. If the two of us join forces and harness the power of that object, we will be more than capable of facing this great calamity. This time, we only need to capture the chosen one and seize the mysterious power within their body. Even if the great calamity descends, there will be no problem. The Xianlong kingdom will still stand atop the pinnacle of martial arts. The other elderly man spoke slowly. His eyes shone with wisdom. While this may enhance the strength of our Xianlong kingdom, it is a waste of divine power. The old man sighed and said with emotion.
Throughout the generations, the strongest warriors of our Xianlong kingdom have sought enlightenment. All ventured into that place, but ultimately perished, reduced to piles of bones. Every ruler of our Shenlong kingdom has sought to break free from these shackles and enter the ethereal realm of the immortals. Now that we have stumbled upon a divine chosen one by chance, how could we possibly miss this opportunity? Another old man shook his head, his eyes gleaming with determination. After that, they no longer spoke of the matter. And the two of them were none other than the leader of the Kunlun sect and the national teacher of the Shenlong kingdom. At that moment, within the Kunlun sect, a young man dressed in white, exuding an air of grace and elegance. A young man with the appearance of a scholar stood there. His hands were in his pockets, and his gaze was fixed on the distant horizon, as if deep in thought. Shen Xiao, you haven't rested for days. The battle of the gods is about to begin. Shouldn't you conserve your energy? At that moment, the senior disciple of the Kunlun sect spoke to Chen Gong. Don't worry. I have everything under control. Chen Gong said calmly. So, Chen Xiao, what are you planning to do now? Should we return to the imperial capital for a few days? The senior disciple of the Kunlun sect couldn't help but ask. Everyone now understands that the key to victory in this national war for Longshan Kingdom lies with Chen Gong. He is a once-in-a-thousand-years prodigy. He can even summon two deities as powerful as the main gods. In the previous battle, he had already gained fame throughout the land. And in this battle, he will once again create a miracle. Therefore, all disciples of the Kunlun sect are now pinning their hopes on Chen Gong. No need. I will depart for the capital tomorrow. Chen Gong said indifferently. Alright then. The senior disciple of the Kunlun sect nodded. He then withdrew. Chen Gong also returned to his own bedroom. The next day, Chen Gong rose early. After breakfast, he directly boarded a vehicle and headed to the airport, boarding the flight bound for the capital. At the same time, news of the opening of the battlefield of the gods in Longshan Kingdom spread throughout the entire kingdom in an instant. Major media outlets, news networks, and social media platforms all reported the news. In no time, the news swept across the entire nation. It shocked everyone and caused a huge stir. After all, this was the first time the Dragon Xian Kingdom had voluntarily opened the divine battlefield since the arrival of the divine era. This move sparked immense curiosity among the entire population, who were all eager to cheer on Chen Gong. Especially the high-ranking officials of other countries, who were eager to seize this opportunity to compete. As for Chen Gong, he paid no heed to the turmoil unfolding on Blue Star. He was focused solely on his own tasks. He had already boarded the plane bound for the capital. Meanwhile, in a traditional courtyard house in the capital city, there was a garden filled with vibrant flowers and plants. At that moment, in the center of the garden, sat an old man. The old man wears a hemp robe, sports a mustache, and exudes an air of elegance and refinement. This old man was none other than the skilled physician whom Xiao Weifeng had once saved in the capital. Standing beside the old man are a man and a woman. These two are Zhang Yueshi and her grandfather. Grandfather, are you certain that Chen Gong intends to participate in this battle of the gods? Zhang Yueshi asked her grandfather. That's correct. He must participate. Otherwise, with so many nations united, there's no one else who can stand against them. The old man spoke with a solemn expression. This is our arena of the gods. Looking at the massive structure before him, Chen Gong smiled slightly. They then walked inside. Having just arrived here, they were immediately captivated by the vast square. The square was vast, stretching hundreds of meters in all directions, resembling a football field. As far as the eye could see, the crowd was densely packed, resembling a swarm of ants. A rough estimate put the number at over 1 million, showcasing just how terrifyingly large the crowd had grown. Surrounding the square stood towering statues. Each one was majestic and imposing, exuding an air of dominance. These statues are the remnants of some of the heroic figures from the battlefield of the gods. These individuals were once renowned figures in their own right. Chen Gong. Chen Gong, keep it up. Chen Gong is mighty. At this moment, countless people in the square saw Chen Gong arrive. They all shouted toward him, their faces filled with admiration. Chen Gong's status and background ensure that he is adored by countless people. Even the high-ranking officials from the various nations who had come here to participate in the divine battle were all looking at Chen Gong. You're here. At that moment, a cold voice rang out. Chen Gong turned his head toward the source of the voice. A group of figures had gathered here, all of them Chen Gong's enemies. These people were from the Cherry Blossom Nation, the North Star Nation, the United States, and the Stick Nation. They stared at Chen Gong, their eyes flashing with icy coldness. It was clear that they all intended to take advantage of this opportunity to eliminate Chen Gong. Chapter 195, The Ultimate Powerhouse. In this battlefield of the gods, I will take your life. A man from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, with a small mustache and standing less than 1.5 meters tall, coldly shouted. This man was named Sato Ichiro, reportedly one of the top divine chosen ones of the Cherry Blossom Nation. Kill me? With you? Chen Gong curled the corners of his mouth into a mocking smile, looking down on Sato Ichiro with disdain. Arrogant fool, today I'll show you what I'm made of. Once we enter the arena of the gods, I hope you'll still be so arrogant. Upon hearing Chen Gong's words,
Satoichiro snorted coldly, his eyes blazing with intense anger as he glared at Chen Gong.
"Let's go."
Chen Gong didn't even glance at Satoichiro, walking away directly. All he needed to do now was wait for the battle of the gods to begin.
"Ah, kid, didn't expect that, did you? In the first battle of the gods, you've already encountered me."
Satoichiro glared at Chen Gong standing across from him, his face twisted into a hideous grimace. As a key target of attention from all nations, they had already thoroughly investigated everything about Chen Gong.
"Boy, today you'll see the power of the gods of Sakura country. Please descend, Amaterasu Amikami." Satoichiro knelt on the ground and spoke with reverence.
He muttered ancient, obscure incantations, waving his hands wildly. His body began to emit plumes of white smoke.
Boom! In an instant, a series of piercing thunderclaps echoed through the air. The sky suddenly filled with lightning and thunder, and a torrential downpour poured down. A powerful divine aura emanated from Satoichiro.
A shadowy figure materialized. This ethereal figure was a woman clad in a yellow robe, with a divine glow emanating from behind her head.
His entire body emanated an overwhelming chill.
This figure was none other than Amaterasu, one of the most powerful deities in the land of cherry blossoms.
"Please grant me the power to slay this young upstart from the Dragon Kingdom."
Satoichiro cried out devoutly, kneeling on the ground and bowing his head to Amaterasu.
"Grant me the power to destroy this brat." As Satoichiro's roar echoed, an endless glow enveloped Chen Gong in the void above.
It seemed as though meteors were falling from the sky, intent on destroying all life in the world. In the battlefield of the gods, all the participants felt an invisible pressure pressing down on them, causing their bodies to tremble. A sense of fear arose within them for no apparent reason. The oppressive atmosphere in the battlefield of the gods grew increasingly terrifying.
Even Chen Gong's brows were tightly furrowed.
He felt an invisible force pressing down on him, making it difficult to breathe. Indeed, as the top-tier beings of the Cherry Blossom Nation, their aura was truly formidable. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Chen Gong's face also betrayed a hint of a cold smile. "Come out, Monkey King, let's play with this demon god."
"The great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, descend." Chen Gong spoke solemnly.
Instantly, a blazing golden light shot into the sky above the square. It transformed into a monkey clad in golden armor. The monkey radiated blinding golden light, resembling a sun hanging in the sky. Though small in stature, it was brimming with explosive power. Its eyes blazed with golden flames. This was none other than the legendary Monkey King, Sun Wukong.
"Xiao Gong, is this our enemy this time? It doesn't seem that strong."
Gripping his golden staff, Sun Wukong gazed up at the sun god of the nine heavens, a mischievous smile curling the corners of his defiant monkey face.
"This isn't just any ordinary god, he's one of the most powerful deities in the land of cherry blossoms."
Chen Gong said to Sun Wukong.
"Who cares what kind of god he is? I just want a fight." Sun Wukong scoffed. "Since you're here, let's have a fight. This will also give you a taste of the peak strength of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom."
The sun god looked at Sun Wukong coldly and said. Her hands formed seals as she performed a secret technique. Instantly, a deafening roar echoed throughout the void. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, obscuring the sun and moon. A scene reminiscent of the end of the world unfolded before everyone's eyes. Everyone present witnessed this scene, their eyes wide with shock. The shadow of death enveloped the entire void. A powerful figure from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom murmured to himself. Boom! In the next instant, within the endless darkness, blindingly brilliant sword lights erupted, tearing through the darkness. Blade after blade emerged from the void, carrying terrifying attacks as they plunged toward Sun Wukong. Each sword contained the power to destroy the heavens and earth, completely sealing off the area.
Sun Wukong's eyes narrowed. He raised his golden staff and struck down with all his might. Instantly, countless blades shattered into pieces. But in the next instant, thousands more sword beams descended. They engulfed the sky, sweeping toward him with the force to shatter the heavens and earth. That move was pretty ruthless. Chen Gong muttered with a flickering gaze. "Descend into the realm of the underworld." At that moment, the great sun god emitted a hoarse, icy voice. Endless darkness engulfed the area, turning it into absolute night.
Sun Wukong stood there, completely enveloped by the darkness. He found himself in this pitch-black space, as if he had fallen into an bottomless abyss, with complete silence surrounding him. However, amidst the darkness, a blinding golden light suddenly burst forth. Sun Wukong swung his golden staff forward with all his might.
Bang! A dull sound echoed through the void. The dark space crumbled and shattered inch by inch.
Sun Wukong once again regained his sight. He looked ahead to see a massive, shadowy figure standing before him. This shadowy figure was the deity Amaterasu, revered by the people of Sakura country.
"You managed to break through my attack? Impressive. However, you must perish here today."
Amaterasu, the deity of light, looked down on Sun Wukong from above, speaking with cold arrogance. She took a step forward and struck down with a palm toward Sun Wukong. The entire void was shattered by her single palm strike, and terrifying power swept across the 8 directions, aiming to completely annihilate him.
Break!
Facing Amaterasu's palm strike, Sun Wukong remained calm and fearless, shouting defiantly. He swung his staff horizontally, directly meeting her strike.
Boom!
Their weapons collided, producing a sound like mountains collapsing and seas raging.
A vast, surging energy spread out, like a tidal wave. The two forces cancelled each other out. Amaterasu's face betrayed a look of surprise. How dare you dare to clash with my palm? But you're still far from my level. Hearing Amaterasu's words, Sun Wukong grinned. What a arrogant monkey, daring to speak so boldly in the presence of this divine being. Since that's the case, I'll let you witness the most elite combat technique of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, the Cherry Blossom Rage. Amaterasu's eyes flashed with a fierce gleam. His arms stretched out, and the cherry blossom trees behind him began to grow wildly, transforming into countless cherry blossom leaves that swarmed towards Sun Wukong. At that moment, Sun Wukong felt an endless pressure. This threat felt like a mountain crushing him. Chapter 196, Qualification.
Sun Wukong could barely catch his breath. Little monkey, this cherry blossom rage is the most terrifying combat technique of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom.
You don't have the qualifications to practice it yet. Die!
Amaterasu, the great sun god, coldly shouted. Cherry blossom trees flew out from behind her, covering the sky and descending upon Sun Wukong. These cherry blossom trees seemed to come to life, swaying constantly and emitting a foul, pungent odor.
A dense, dark aura emanated from the cherry blossom trees. Anyone who touched these cherry blossom trees would have their body corroded away. Ha! I, old Sun, am finally going to see what true combat skills are all about. Sun Wukong burst into laughter. He raised his golden staff and struck the cherry blossom trees with all his might. Dawn! The golden staff struck the cherry blossom tree, snapping a branch clean off. Blood spilled everywhere, and a foul stench filled the air, making one want to vomit. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong remained firmly planted where he stood, showing no sign of backing down. Seeing Sun Wukong's expression, the great sun god's face twisted into a hideous grimace. This monkey truly lives up to his reputation as the king of demonic monkeys. His physical body is utterly indestructible. He is indeed the war god of our Sakura nation. However, no matter how powerful your defense may be, in the face of absolute power, you will still fall to the wrath of my cherry blossoms. Be annihilated. Amaterasu's eyes flashed with a piercing divine light. The cherry blossom trees behind him began to sway violently. Huge branches, each carrying terrifying power, crashed down from all directions towards Sun Wukong. Oof! Your cherry blossom wrath is indeed powerful, but before Sun Wukong, it is still no match. Now, I will show you what true combat techniques are. Sun Wukong's eyes blazed with cold fury, and a savage expression spread across his face. At that moment, Sun Wukong held the golden monkey staff in his hands, his body radiating golden light, as if a war god had possessed him. He swung the golden staff with all his might, striking the cherry blossom branches in front of him. Clang! A crisp metallic clang echoed through the air. Sun Wukong's golden staff struck a massive cherry blossom branch, cleaving it in two, and blood spurted out. Sun Wukong flipped his wrist, reinserting the golden staff into his back, and continued charging forward, swinging the golden staff in his hand like a war god, sweeping out with force. Crack! Another cherry blossom branch snapped in two. How could this monkey be so powerful? Amaterasu's eyes were filled with disbelief. Sun Wukong's performance had surpassed all expectations. However, even so, Amaterasu showed no signs of panic or fear. Die! Amaterasu shouted angrily. She spread her wings and swooped down from mid-air. Holding a pair of sickle-shaped staffs tightly in both hands, she swung them violently, unleashing a terrifying hurricane that swept towards Sun Wukong. The hurricane carried terrifying energy fluctuations, shattering the void wherever it passed and erupting with deafening explosions. The whirlwind moved at an incredible speed, reaching Sun Wukong's head in an instant. This time, I'll see what you can do to block this move of mine. Amaterasu laughed maliciously. Ha! Sun Wukong laughed up at the sky, his laughter filled with arrogance and recklessness. Do you really think your attacks can hurt me? Sun Wukong swung his golden staff upward. Golden lightning bolts erupted from the golden staff in his hands, coalescing into a golden vortex in the air. The whirlwind was instantly swallowed up by the golden vortex. How is that possible? Amaterasu's pupils contracted sharply, and her face was filled with shock. The golden vortex unleashed by Sun Wukong gave her a sense of impending danger. Little monkey, I'll show you the fury of my cherry blossoms. Amaterasu's expression darkened. She gripped her golden sickle, and red patterns began to emerge on the blade, emitting a blinding red glow. In the next instant, she suddenly swung the sickle towards Sun Wukong. Whoosh! A massive red sickle spun through the air, tearing through the void, and charged towards Sun Wukong. The red scythe emitted a terrifying aura of destruction, as if it were about to crush everything in its path. Sun Wukong narrowed his eyes, looking up at the red sickle hurtling toward him. A look of contempt flashed in his eyes. With such meager skills, you dare to call this a battle technique? You're wasting our time. With that, Sun Wukong swung his golden staff. Thick purple lightning arcs erupted from the golden staff, charging toward the red scythe. Bang! The two collided, unleashing a terrifying force that swept out in all directions. Sun Wukong stumbled backward, his face filled with shock. He never expected the power of the cherry blossom rage of the sun god to be so terrifying. Just this single attack had forced him to retreat repeatedly, nearly causing him to fall to the ground. Come again. Amaterasu's face was filled with a look of unwillingness. Alright, since you're so eager for a beating, I'll grant you your wish. Sun Wukong's eyes flashed with a cold glint. He took a deep breath, suppressing the shock and anger in his heart. The next moment, his legs violently stomped the ground. His figure shot toward Amaterasu like a cannonball. Here we go. Amaterasu's eyes blazed with icy intent to kill. She flapped her wings violently and charged towards Sun Wukong. The two collided violently, unleashing a terrifying force that swept out in all directions. Crack! In the next instant, where they had collided, massive cracks appeared, and the air itself warped. Both retreated several meters backward. Sun Wukong's expression changed slightly. The attack of the sun god was too powerful. What kind of power does this guy have? How could he be so strong? This won't do. I must eliminate her quickly. Otherwise, once this woman breaks through to the immortal emperor realm, we'll be in big trouble. Sun Wukong's eyes flashed with a cold light. Don't think that just because you managed to block one of my attacks, you're invincible. I'll show you that Amaterasu isn't someone to mess with. Amaterasu's face was twisted with a ferocious expression. She raised her arms once more. Hum. In the next instant, the golden crescent-shaped staff once again floated beside Amaterasu. Whoosh! In the next instant, Amaterasu wielded the staff and swung it down fiercely towards Sun Wukong. A golden light blade erupted from the staff, carrying terrifying energy, and slashed towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong's eyes narrowed slightly. His golden staff traced a circle in the air before crashing forward with tremendous force. Boom! In the next instant, the golden staff transformed by Sun Wukong collided with the golden light blade, generating terrifying energy ripples that spread out in all directions. Break it! Sun Wukong roared, and endless bolts of lightning erupted from his golden staff, shattering the surrounding void. Boom! The sound of explosions echoed continuously, and the entire mountain forest was lifted into the air. Is that all you've got? The face of Amaterasu was filled with mockery. Chapter 197, Contempt. Amaterasu's wings flapped, and her form vanished like a ghost. Immediately afterward, a red figure appeared beside Amaterasu. Swish! The red figure swung a golden sickle, aiming straight for Sun Wukong's chest. Sun Wukong's expression changed slightly as he raised his golden staff to meet the scythe. The two collided once more with a thunderous crash. However, the moment they made contact, a smile flashed across the face of the great god of light. Her eyes betrayed a hint of contempt. You dare to challenge me with such meager strength? You're truly overestimating yourself. With that, she swung her scythe once more. Swish! Red scythes flew towards Sun Wukong. Hey, this old monkey really doesn't know what it means to be overconfident. Sun Wukong's lips curled into a cold smile as his golden staff spun wildly, unleashing bolts of golden lightning that struck the red scythes repeatedly. Bang! A series of dull thuds echoed as Sun Wukong and Amaterasu's attacks collided repeatedly. Amaterasu's expression changed slightly. She hadn't expected her cherry blossom rage to be ineffective against Sun Wukong. How could this ordinary-looking monkey possess such terrifying strength? Just as Amaterasu was puzzled, Sun Wukong's body suddenly accelerated. He swung his golden staff and charged toward Amaterasu once more. Amaterasu's brows furrowed, and her body swayed slightly in place. Then, she swung her golden sickle once more. One after another, red sickles burst forth from the golden sickle, rushing towards Sun Wukong. These red scythes contained terrifying power. Come on! Sun Wukong remained expressionless as he swung his golden staff horizontally toward the red scythes. Boom! Golden thunder erupted in the sky, and black lines continuously wrapped around the sun god. Boom! Golden lightning struck Amaterasu. Ah! Damn monkey, you dare to use heavenly thunder against me? You're asking for death. Amaterasu's face was filled with anger. Sun Wukong paid her no mind. Boom! Golden lightning bolts danced freely across his body, enveloping him completely. Amaterasu clenched her teeth, her face twisted with hatred. She charged towards Sun Wukong once more. Sun Wukong narrowed his eyes. Despite his outwardly arrogant demeanor, even after exchanging only a few blows, he could sense just how formidable the so-called Amaterasu was. Her physical defensive capabilities were even slightly stronger than the golden monkey staff. This made the situation quite challenging for him. However, his own strength was no slouch, and even if Amaterasu was stronger, he could still hold his ground. Damn monkey, let's see how much longer you can hold on. This time, I will make you taste my cherry blossom technique. Cherry blossom rage, sea of blood. Amaterasu struck again, unleashing a blood-red scythe from her hands, engulfed in towering flames, hurtling towards Sun Wukong. The blood-red scythe contained destructive energy. This terrifying energy was powerful enough to tear everything apart. Sun Wukong's eyelids twitched, and lightning surged into his golden staff. The golden lightning serpents on the golden staff seemed to transform into thunder dragons, roaring toward the blood-red scythe. Put!
The golden lightning and the blood-red scythe collided, immediately emitting a piercing sound. Blood-red cherry blossoms drifted through the heavens, emitting an eerie red glow, resembling fresh blood, carrying a chilling aura.
Oomph! Amaterasu coldly snorted, manipulating the scythe to charge towards Sun Wukong once more.
Sun Wukong's eyes flashed with a brilliant light as he swung his golden staff to meet the blood-red scythe.
Boom!
A series of deafening explosions echoed through the air as the two clashed once more.
For a moment, the battle was evenly matched. Ha, Sun Wukong, let's see how long you can hold out. You've been locked onto by me.
Unless your physical body reaches the quasi-saint level, you won't be able to break free from this barrier.
Otherwise, you're doomed today.
Your physical body may be powerful, but it pales in comparison to my cherry blossom rage.
Amaterasu laughed coldly. Is that so?
Sun Wukong's eyes flashed with a cold glint, and his aura grew even more intense.
A terrifying pressure filled the sky. Kneel before this old monkey. Boom!
He bent his knees and knelt directly toward the sun god in the sky.
Amaterasu's face betrayed a look of surprise. How is that possible? Is this guy just trying to show off? However, I hate it when people try to outsmart me. With that, a cold smile appeared on Amaterasu's face.
She swung her golden sickle and continued charging toward Sun Wukong. The blood-red scythe in her hand resembled a river of blood, emanating an extremely intense scent of death.
Die. Amaterasu laughed coldly. The aura around her grew increasingly terrifying, and a blood-red sun appeared behind her. This was her innate divine technique, the blood god's sun. Her innate divine technique possessed terrifying offensive power. Once unleashed, it could devour everything in its path. Get out of here, you old monkey! Sun Wukong roared angrily.
In the next instant, golden lightning flashed from the golden monkey staff, once again striking toward the great sun god.
The golden thunderbolts moved at an incredible speed, reaching Amaterasu in the blink of an eye.
Amaterasu's pupils contracted sharply, and her body darted to the side to avoid the attack.
Bang! A series of dull sounds echoed.
One after another, golden thunderbolts struck the ground, sending up clouds of dust.
Amaterasu's expression, however, was now extremely grim. How could this creature be so powerful? It seems I must resort to my final trump card. Amaterasu's expression grew solemn.
The next moment, she suddenly swung her right hand, hurling the golden sickle toward the distant sky.
Roar!
At the same time, Amaterasu opened her mouth and spat out two blood-soaked fangs.
Awah!
She spat out a crimson tongue, which transformed into a ball of fire, hurtling toward Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong stomped his feet on the ground with all his might, propelling himself into the air. Golden lightning swirled around his body, and he dodged the blood-red fireball in an instant.
Damn it! Amaterasu's expression turned cold. How could this damn monkey's speed suddenly increase so much? Die!
In the next instant, she moved swiftly and charged toward Sun Wukong.
You want to go head-to-head with this old monkey? You're dreaming!
Sun Wukong sneered coldly. In the next instant, the lightning around him swiftly coalesced into a massive golden axe. A golden axe, gleaming with golden lightning, swung fiercely toward the sun god Amaterasu.
Damn it! How on earth did he manage to do that?
Amaterasu, seeing this, her beautiful face turned extremely ugly. She never expected Sun Wukong to have this trick up his sleeve.
Boom! A deafening roar echoed as the golden axe struck the blood-red scythe with tremendous force. Chapter 198, Fierce. With a loud boom, Amaterasu was directly struck by the golden axe and sent flying through the air, crashing onto the ground and creating a deep crater. Cough! Amaterasu spat out a mouthful of blood.
Her beautiful face grew solemn as she raised her hand to wipe the blood from her lips, her expression turning hideously fierce.
If that's the case, then don't blame me. Amaterasu, give me the blood of your life.
As her words fell, a golden thread of blood suddenly bloomed from her brow.
A strange fluctuation swiftly spread outward.
In the next instant, the golden blood transformed into a golden phoenix, spreading its wings and soaring through the clouds. This phoenix was engulfed in blood-red flames, with every feather seeming to burn with fire, a sight of unparalleled beauty.
Its wings flapped gently, stirring up a whirlwind that swept in all directions.
This whirlwind was like a meteorite, carrying endless destructive power, instantly reducing everything to rubble and destroying all buildings on the ground. In the sky, the golden flame phoenix cuts through the heavens, unleashing its world-shattering might.
Blow it up.
Sun Wukong gazed at the golden phoenix in the sky and growled softly. His fists clenched tightly, and golden rings of light erupted from his arms. A violent surge of energy erupted from Sun Wukong's body, spreading out in all directions.
Boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the air.
The golden thunder on Sun Wukong's hands erupted violently, unleashing a torrent of thunderous power from his fists. The thunder's energy spread out in all directions, obliterating everything in its path. Mountains within a radius of hundreds of feet were reduced to dust. Had it not been for Qin, the chosen one, protected by absolute defense, even the scattered remnants of this energy would have been enough to obliterate him.
This stinking monkey has such terrifying power. Amaterasu, the great sun god, saw that the blood sun he had summoned had been shattered by the opponent's thunderous power, and his expression grew even more grim. She once again activated Amaterasu's innate divine ability. A blood-red light barrier descended from the sky, enveloping Sun Wukong within it. Get out of here, you old monkey! Sun Wukong's eyes widened in shock as he roared loudly. Roar! A deafening roar echoed through the air. The blood-red light barrier vanished instantly, and golden thunderous energy surged forth once more, sweeping out in all directions. This stinking monkey is indeed powerful. Amaterasu, the sun goddess, witnessed this scene and her expression grew increasingly grim. She clenched her silver teeth, took a step forward, and charged out once more. Die! Amaterasu's eyes turned blood red, filled with a bloodthirsty madness. Die! Her body transformed into a blood-red shadow, charging towards Sun Wukong. This technique was called the Amaterasu Divine Slash. It was the ultimate technique of the Amaterasu clan, possessing overwhelming power and unmatched in its might. Oomph! Sun Wukong sneered disdainfully, swinging his golden axe down with all his might. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the sky as two colossal energy blasts collided with tremendous force. Amaterasu was sent flying backward by the force of the impact. Her face was deathly pale, with a trickle of fresh blood hanging from the corner of her mouth. Damn monkey! Amaterasu's expression darkened as she hurriedly retreated, preparing to flee the area. But Sun Wukong wasn't about to let her go. He charged forward in a single bound, swinging his golden staff in a wide arc, and brought it down fiercely toward Amaterasu. Stop her! Amaterasu's expression changed, and she swiftly raised her golden sickle to meet the golden staff. Clang! Sparks flew as their attacks collided. Amaterasu was forced to retreat several meters, her expression growing grim. The golden wings behind her fluttered slightly as she attempted to flee further. But Sun Wukong wouldn't let her get away so easily. Sun Wukong leaped into the air, wielding his golden staff, and charged toward Amaterasu once more. Boom! The two engaged in relentless combat. The golden staff in Sun Wukong's hands swung wildly, unleashing a blinding golden glow as it struck viciously at Amaterasu. Amaterasu's golden sickle also swung relentlessly. For a moment, the clanging sounds of metal colliding filled the air. Both of them moved at incredible speeds, exchanging over 100 blows in the blink of an eye. Damn it! How could this stinking monkey be so powerful? Amaterasu's face betrayed a look of anxiety as he blocked Sun Wukong's attacks, muttering to himself under his breath. Meanwhile, Shingon watched the evenly matched battle with a smile on his face. He had no doubts about Monkey's combat prowess. Though the enemy was supposedly one of the strongest deities of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. But Sun Wukong, with the titles of Victor over Demons and Great Sage equal to heaven, was actually nearly equal to the so-called strongest deity of the Cherry Blossom country. Oomph! Die! A flash of murderous intent flickered in Sun Wukong's eyes as he took another step forward, swinging his golden staff fiercely toward the great sun god. Amaterasu, seeing this, his expression changed slightly. She retreated swiftly. But the golden staff was too fast, and in the blink of an eye, it caught up with her. Shatter! Sun Wukong growled, swinging his golden staff with all his might, aiming for Amaterasu's chest. Damn monkey! Do you really think you can hurt me? Amaterasu let out a furious roar, flipped his wrist, and a golden bow and arrow appeared in his hand. Whoosh! Golden arrows shot out instantly, hurtling toward Sun Wukong. Trivial tricks. Sun Wukong curled the corners of his mouth into a disdainful smile, his golden pupils flashing with a cold gleam. He grabbed the tail end of the golden staff with his right hand and seized the other end of the arrow with his left. He swung the golden staff forward, and the golden arrow instantly flew out of his hand, soaring toward the distance. Whoosh! A golden lightning sword exploded in the air, transforming into a dazzling golden mist that scattered in all directions. And that golden arrow was directly smashed away by Sun Wukong, vanishing into thin air. Damn it! Amaterasu's expression turned grim. He never expected to be defeated by Sun Wukong. Die! But just then, Sun Wukong charged forward once more, swinging his golden axe toward Amaterasu once again. Amaterasu's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly dodged out of the way. Seeing this, Sun Wukong snorted coldly, his body transforming into a golden meteor, and gave chase once more. Monkey, don't you dare be so arrogant! Amaterasu, seeing Sun Wukong relentlessly pursuing him, looked extremely displeased. She trembled her golden longbow and fired another golden arrow at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong held his golden staff, neither dodging nor retreating. With a loud thud, the golden arrow pierced through the golden staff and continued towards Sun Wukong's heart. As the golden arrow was about to strike Sun Wukong's heart, Amaterasu's eyes gleamed with a savage expression. But suddenly, a hand appeared out of thin air, grasping the arrow directly in its palm. Amaterasu's expression froze in shock, her eyes nearly popping out of her head. For what appeared before her eyes was a finger. A golden finger. Chapter 199, Disappearance. Moreover, this finger was slowly shrinking. In less than a minute, the finger had returned to its original state, and the patterns on it had completely vanished.
This. Amaterasu's eyes widened in disbelief, a look of disbelief flashing in the depths of her eyes. She knew how incredibly powerful Sun Wukong's physical body was, that Golden Finger had actually crushed the arrow in an instant. If that's all you've got, you can go back to reincarnation. Sun Wukong let out a light shout, and the golden staff in his hand once again crashed toward Amaterasu. You arrogant monkey, I'll make you pay with your life. Amaterasu was so enraged that her body trembled. She flickered aside to dodge Sun Wukong's attack. Sun Wukong swung his staff in vain, then lunged forward, his golden staff once again crashing toward Amaterasu. You're asking for death. A cold gleam flashed in Amaterasu's eyes as she swung her golden blade towards Sun Wukong with all her might. Golden light spattered everywhere as the golden sword and golden axe collided violently in the air. Damn monkey, today I will cut you in two. Amaterasu clenched her teeth in fury. But Sun Wukong's strength was immense. For a moment, she could do nothing to him. Damn monkey, just wait and see what I'll do to you. Amaterasu's face twisted into an expression as she once again unleashed her divine technique. Golden divine rings shone brilliantly around her body, forming a golden vortex that enveloped Sun Wukong. The golden divine rings were Amaterasu's innate divine ability. Within this divine ring, she could freely manipulate the power of heaven and earth and even the laws of time. This allowed her to drag Sun Wukong into her own domain. Monkey, you're as good as dead. I will turn you into my puppet. Amaterasu's eyes flickered with a cold gleam. Her form suddenly shifted, and she charged towards Sun Wukong. Her hands raised high, golden beams of light transformed into two golden spears, sweeping towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong narrowed his eyes, swung his golden staff with all his might, and a brilliant golden light erupted, forming a golden shield. Boom! The golden shield and golden spears collided, shattering into golden light in fragments. But at that moment, a powerful force surged from Sun Wukong's hands, causing his tiger claws to go numb and his tiger claws to be torn and damaged. What immense power! Sun Wukong's face betrayed his surprise as he hurriedly retreated backward. Ha, I told you, you're no match for me. Surrender and die. Amaterasu, the sun god, sneered at Sun Wukong, his golden spear once again charging toward him. Sun Wukong swung his golden staff once more. Golden light erupted once more, sending Amaterasu's spear flying backward. How is that possible? Amaterasu's face was filled with horror. The attack she had just launched had been nearly 6 times her full strength. Yet she never expected to be no match for Sun Wukong, let alone be overwhelmed by him. Sun Wukong looked at Amaterasu, who was still in shock, and a mocking smile appeared on his lips. Your strength isn't that impressive after all. With such weak strength, you dare to challenge me? Amaterasu heard Sun Wukong's words and nearly spat blood. As one of the most powerful deities of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, she had never been looked down upon before. I refuse to believe you have any more tricks up your sleeve. A flash of ruthlessness crossed Amaterasu's eyes as she thrust her long spear towards Sun Wukong once more. Sun Wukong swung his golden staff with all his might, unleashing a colossal force that sent Amaterasu flying through the air, crashing heavily to the ground. How is this possible? Amaterasu rose from the ground, his face filled with disbelief, his eyes brimming with terror. She never imagined that Sun Wukong's strength had reached such a level. At that moment, she finally understood that there was no comparison between her and Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong noticed the change in Amaterasu's expression. The corners of his mouth curled slightly, and his figure flickered as he once again appeared beside Amaterasu, swinging his golden staff down with force. No! Amaterasu let out a loud cry, thrusting her golden spear towards Sun Wukong's chest in an attempt to block his attack. Bang! The golden staff and golden spear collided, erupting in a deafening explosion, causing the entire cave to shake violently. A blinding flame erupted from between the golden staff and the golden spear, spreading outward toward the entrance of the cave. Sure enough, it's Monkey King, he's so powerful. The deities of this cherry blossom country don't seem as powerful as Zeus or Athena. Don't talk nonsense. This deity is also an extremely powerful existence, it's just that Monkey King is too strong, so we feel the other one isn't as strong. Global viewers watching the livestream were overwhelmed by a flood of comments filling the screen. This livestream left many people speechless. Especially the Chinese viewers, who looked completely bewildered. Sun Wukong is this powerful? Is he really that strong? This is the sun god. How could this monkey have injured him? That's so cool. The monkey is truly amazing. No wonder he's Monkey Brother, he's truly invincible. Netizens around the world were buzzing with excitement, with countless people leaving comments online. However, most of them were viewers from Longshin Kingdom. Viewers from other countries were all scared out of their wits. How can this monkey be so powerful? How are we supposed to play this game now? This monkey is simply too brutal. It's over, it's over. This game is over. We're doomed, we're doomed. The hearts of Chinese netizens are in shambles. Sun Wukong's power far exceeds their expectations. Get out of here? Sun Wukong's face was filled with intense battle intent as he slammed his fist into the ground. Thud! A massive earthquake shook the ground, and a long crack suddenly appeared on the surface, reaching a depth of over 100 meters.
That's too powerful. This move is truly a masterstroke. This is the true power of a divine-level battle. I'm completely defeated. This monkey brother's strength is truly terrifying. The people of Longshan Kingdom were all excited, cheering and jumping for joy. That damn monkey. I'll make you pay with your life. A sharp, angry roar echoed through the air as the great sun god rose from the ground, his golden spear thrusting forward with blinding speed. Whoosh! A piercing gust of wind sliced through the void, arriving in an instant. Sun Wukong's expression grew even more contemptuous as he swung his staff, directly meeting the golden spear. Crack! The golden spear snapped in two. Ah! You dare destroy my weapon! Amaterasu's expression changed, and the golden spear in his hand instantly shattered into countless fragments, flying in all directions. These fragments quickly reassembled in mid-air, forming a long spear. Amaterasu once again unleashed her ultimate technique, the golden spear carrying the destructive might of a god, piercing towards Sun Wukong at a speed so fast it was impossible to defend against. Chapter 200, Endless Echoes. Though only half a meter long, the golden spear contained a terrifying killing intent. Oomph! Sun Wukong coldly snorted, his body flickered slightly, and he vanished in an instant. Put! A dull thud echoed as the golden spear pierced the spot where Sun Wukong had been standing. What? How is this possible? The face of the sun god was filled with shock. Though this strike failed to kill Sun Wukong, it forced him away from his original position. I told you, your strength is too weak. Sun Wukong's voice echoed in Amaterasu's ears, and a colossal force suddenly struck Amaterasu, sending him crashing into the ground. Boom! The mountains trembled violently, and the sounds of collapsing rocks and earth echoed continuously. How is this possible? Wasn't this monkey supposed to be weak? I don't believe it. Amaterasu emerged from the soil, his eyes filled with bitter resentment. He didn't know why Sun Wukong had inflicted such injuries on him this time. Though not severe, it was utterly humiliating. You don't really think this can hurt me, do you? Sun Wukong wore a mocking expression on his face. I warned you before, it's not that your strength is too weak, but that my strength far surpasses yours. My power isn't just about strength. You should know that my true strength is far beyond what you, a demon god, could ever imagine. I don't care if you can withstand it or not. Since you dared to provoke me, you must pay the price. Sun Wukong sneered coldly, swinging his golden staff, and suddenly smashed it down toward the ground where the sun god was standing. Damn it, you filthy monkey, you're asking for death. Amaterasu roared in anger, radiating blinding golden light. 9 pure white wings suddenly appeared behind him, flapping violently to dodge the golden staff's attack. Your strength may be far greater than mine, but I must tell you this, on my territory, no matter how strong you are, it won't matter. Today, I will show you the true extent of my power. Divine Descent. Amaterasu let out a furious roar. A white light shone from his body, and the 9 pure white wings behind him spread out, spanning 3,000 meters in width. The deity Amaterasu's aura became supremely noble, resembling a celestial being, as he looked down upon Sun Wukong below and coldly declared, "Monkey, accept my divine punishment." He swung his long spear and plunged it into the ground with great force. Oomph! Sun Wukong coldly snorted, swinging his golden staff upward before smashing it down onto the ground. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the air, and where Sun Wukong and Amaterasu clashed, a massive crater with a diameter of over 100 meters instantly formed. Everything in the surrounding area was drawn into the crater by the two beings' energy, forming a pillar that shot straight into the sky. Monkey, you won't escape this time, even if you don't die. Amaterasu laughed heartily. Amaterasu, your power is indeed impressive, but if you think you can kill me, you're dreaming. Sun Wukong sneered, stomped his feet, and instantly flew toward Amaterasu. You stinking monkey, you're really annoying. Seeing Sun Wukong, who was almost completely unharmed and charging toward her again in an instant, Amaterasu's lips twitched uncontrollably. This monkey is way too tough. Ha, Monkey Brother has made another deity retreat in defeat. She has no idea about Monkey Brother's invincible body, does she? Monkey Brother, keep it up. The viewers in the live stream were all thrilled. This epic battle has already lasted dozens of moves, and Tian Zhao is still getting the better of him. This is a rare occurrence for them. Sun Wukong's face lit up with a brilliant smile as he suddenly spread his arms wide, and golden light shone brightly. Die! With a loud roar, Sun Wukong clasped his hands over his head and collided directly with the golden spear, sending him flying backward and crashing to the ground. However, golden light swirled around Sun Wukong's body, and there was not a single visible wound on his entire body. You insignificant insect! How dare you harm me? Today, I'll show you how I'll torture you to death. Amaterasu, the sun god, wore a sinister smile on his face. His figure flickered, and in an instant, he flew towards Sun Wukong on the ground. Oomph! You worthless insect, lie down! Sun Wukong let out a cold laugh, swinging his golden staff toward Amaterasu. Boom! Two colossal forces collided with tremendous force. The deafening sound echoed throughout the valley. The entire valley shook violently, and cracks began to appear in the mountainside. Ha ha! You worthless insect is finally doomed. You lowly monkey!
Amaterasu laughed heartily, flapping his wings violently, and his body shot into the sky in an instant.
Monkey brother! Wukong! Sun Wukong! The viewers in the live stream were all gasping in shock. Is this little ant really that powerful? I think this monkey is in trouble. I agree.
Monkey brother's strength is too overwhelming. Tenzo has no chance against him.
This monkey is so powerful, the pressure on us is immense.
Pressure is a burden, but I hope it doesn't crush our hopes. Sun Wukong saw Tencho rise into the sky, his eyes cold, clenching the golden staff tightly in his hand, and roared.
Die! The golden rod's tip seemed to transform into a golden sword, slashing toward Tian Zhao.
At that moment, the entire sky grew dim. Thick golden arrows of light pierced the air, carrying a terrifying aura, and shot toward the sun.
Is this the extent of your power? You're not enough.
Amaterasu, the great sun goddess, watched as Sun Wukong unleashed his golden arrows, a look of disdain on her face.
A single punch was unleashed. Boom!
A deafening roar echoed as Amaterasu's fist collided with Sun Wukong's golden arrows, sending sparks flying in all directions as the two forces cancelled each other out.
Is that the best you can do? Not very impressive.
Amaterasu laughed coldly, and golden flames suddenly erupted from his body, burning fiercely.
In the next instant, the flames transformed into a massive fireball, crashing down on Sun Wukong with tremendous force. Boom! The golden arrow shattered instantly, vanishing without a trace. Not even a scratch.
Amaterasu laughed coldly, her body transforming into a meteor, charging towards Sun Wukong.
You worthless insect, this is your final move, isn't it?
Amaterasu watched as Sun Wukong, struck by her attack, flew backward and crashed into the ground, a savage expression on her face. She flickered and appeared before Sun Wukong. Her long sword thrust forward, filled with endless murderous intent.
Die! Amaterasu coldly ordered. Amaterasu, you should worry about yourself first.
Sun Wukong sneered, his golden fur shimmering slightly, his form colliding ever so slightly, and his golden staff gleaming with a faint light. This scene left all the spectators speechless with fear.
Monkey brother, run! Chapter 201, Unmoving. Wow, that strike was so powerful even Monkey brother couldn't withstand it, right?
The viewers in the live stream panicked.
Ha, my speed, how could you, a little grasshopper, possibly catch up?
Sun Wukong wore a mocking smile on his face.
You dare to be so arrogant even as death approaches.
Amaterasu was startled, flickered his wrist, and the long sword suddenly drew an arc, sending a chill wind toward Sun Wukong's throat. Whoosh! Just as the sword was about to pierce Sun Wukong's throat, a sudden black shadow appeared beside him, grabbing the sword. Amaterasu's expression changed, and he struggled violently, only to find that the sword in his hand did not budge. Looking up, he saw that the one holding the sword was none other than Sun Wukong. At that moment, Sun Wukong's face was dark with anger as he glared at Amaterasu and barked coldly.
Who do you think you are, daring to act so arrogantly? Amaterasu's expression grew grim.
Though her cultivation was high, she was clearly at a disadvantage against Sun Wukong. This scene filled her heart with a sense of humiliation.
However, Amaterasu was no ordinary being.
She gave a cold smile and glared at Sun Wukong, saying,
Do you think I'll let you live? Die!
As she spoke, Amaterasu's form suddenly swelled, and one of her arms transformed into a 3-meter-long claw, which she swung towards Sun Wukong.
You want to die? It's not that easy.
Sun Wukong roared in anger, swinging his golden staff. The golden staff, shimmering with light, instantly transformed into countless staff shadows, crashing toward Amaterasu. In an instant, the entire valley was shrouded in a sea of staff shadows. Sun Wukong and Amaterasu were both trapped within the staff shadows, unable to see each other's positions. However, Sun Wukong showed no mercy, despite his opponent being a woman.
Bang! Another dull thud echoed, and Sun Wukong was once again knocked flying. Monkey brother! Ah, my monkey brother! Monkey brother, keep going!
The viewers in the live stream shouted in unison, their faces filled with anxiety. They could see clearly that Amaterasu was unharmed, but Sun Wukong's condition was clearly deteriorating.
As the one directly involved, Amaterasu's eyes also betrayed a hint of joy. I refuse to believe I can't defeat a monkey. Just wait and see.
I'll skin you alive, tear out your tendons, and turn you into a demon beast. Amaterasu snorted coldly and charged towards Sun Wukong.
Get out of my way!
Sun Wukong roared in anger, swinging his golden staff horizontally, forcing Amaterasu to retreat several steps.
Sun Wukong's expression grew increasingly grim.
Earlier, when he was attacked by Amaterasu, he had felt pain. Moreover, Amaterasu's power was far too great, far beyond his expectations. He was already beginning to feel exhausted. I don't believe it, I just don't believe it, I can't be defeated by you. Amaterasu clenched her teeth and said, her aura surging once again. In the next second, her cultivation level surged once more, reaching the golden immortal realm. This sudden turn of events left the viewers in the livestream completely stunned. They stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what they were seeing.
My goodness, is this even human? How could he improve so quickly? This Amaterasu is definitely a demonic genius.
No wonder she was able to slay the demon emperor.
Tian Zhao, keep going. Take that monkey down.
The viewers in the live stream all gasped in astonishment.
Tianzhao's cultivation hadn't weakened at all, it was getting stronger and stronger, even showing signs of growing more powerful with each battle. Damn it, is she planning to fight me to the death?
Sun Wukong's eyes were filled with a trace of anger.
Since you're asking for death, I'll send you on your way.
Sun Wukong's eyes flashed with a fierce light, his muscles bulging and veins protruding from his body.
In the next instant, Sun Wukong's aura surged to its peak.
The golden staff in his hand transformed into a 100-foot-tall pillar, emanating boundless power as it bore down on Amaterasu. Amaterasu's eyes flashed with a hint of fear, and he swung his long sword violently. A dazzling sword beam erupted from the sword, slashing toward the 100-foot-tall staff shadow.
Bang!
The two collided with a thunderous crash, filling the air with deafening roars. Following that, the two collided again, clashing repeatedly.
This scene, as seen by the viewers in the livestream, was more dazzling and breathtaking than any movie scene. Holy crap, what's Monkey Brother doing? Is he trying to take on the attack of the sun god head on? He can't possibly withstand that. This is so damn cool. I love him. Amaterasu, you deserve a beating. How dare you provoke Monkey King? Monkey King, fight on. Defeat this evil god and show her who the true ruler of this world is.
Monkey King is so powerful and majestic.
Amaterasu, if you don't surrender, you're really going to lose for sure.
The viewers in the Dragon Kingdom livestream were excitedly shouting and cheering non-stop. Their eyes sparkled with excitement. This was the first time the Dragon Shin Kingdom had felt so proud since the gods descended.
Meanwhile, the expression on Amaterasu's face turned grim.
She too felt the terrifying power of her own attack. Sun Wukong wasn't even afraid.
Monkey Brother, take another move from me.
Amaterasu's eyes flashed with a fierce glint, her body swelled once more, and the long sword in her hand erupted with blinding light, slashing viciously towards Sun Wukong.
The might of this strike was even more ruthless than before.
Sun Wukong saw this, his eyebrow twitched, and the power in his golden staff surged once more.
Break it!
Sun Wukong roared, and the golden staff shadow surged once more, crashing toward the great sun god.
Boom! A deafening explosion echoed, and two powerful energy waves spread out in all directions.
Amaterasu was forced to retreat dozens of meters, staring at Sun Wukong in horror. She never expected that even with such a powerful attack, she still couldn't defeat Sun Wukong.
Amaterasu, you're a worthless fool.
Sun Wukong said coldly.
With your level of skill, you dare to challenge me? You're just dreaming. Monkey Brother is awesome. Defeat Amaterasu. Monkey Brother is mighty. Monkey Brother is awesome.
The audience erupted into cheers.
The great sun god's face turned as red as a beet. You bastard, just wait and see. I'll make you wish you were dead.
The great sun god glared at Sun Wukong with hatred and turned to leave.
You don't have the qualifications yet.
Sun Wukong coldly snorted, then thrust his golden spear toward Amaterasu with all his might.
Amaterasu was startled and dodged quickly.
But it was too late. Her chest was pierced by the golden spear. Amaterasu let out an agonizing scream, her face as pale as paper, her eyes flashing with hatred as she fled into the distance. Sun Wukong sneered coldly, his golden staff suddenly contracting, and he gave chase after Amaterasu.
Chapter 202, Entanglement?
For a moment, Sun Wukong and Amaterasu clashed continuously in the void.
Both possessed immense strength, moving at speeds that were almost unimaginable. In the blink of an eye, the two were entangled with one another. Monkey Brother, keep going. Defeat Amaterasu. Monkey Brother, fight on. Defeat Amaterasu. That vile Amaterasu, I hate her with all my heart.
I'll tear her to pieces. The viewers in the livestream were screaming wildly, each one of them excited beyond belief.
What's going on? Has Monkey King lost his mind? He's risking his life to fight the great sun goddess. Has Monkey King lost his mind? That's just Monkey Brother's style.
The viewers in the livestream were all speechless. Sun Wukong has already created countless miracles on this land, and every battle brings them surprises. But today, Sun Wukong's actions have surpassed their expectations.
Monkey Brother, keep going. Don't lose.
Even the great sun god couldn't help but show a look of astonishment in his eyes.
She never imagined that Sun Wukong could be so powerful.
Under these circumstances, her attacks couldn't even scratch Sun Wukong.
Instead, she was being held back by Sun Wukong and couldn't break free. Amaterasu, your strength is still far inferior to mine. No matter what tactics you use, I can defeat you with ease. Sun Wukong's voice suddenly echoed in Amaterasu's mind. Amaterasu's eyes flinched, and she cursed silently. Dishonorable. Don't think you can win me like this. This is only the beginning. I will make you pay the price.
Amaterasu clenched her teeth and said. In the next instant, Amaterasu launched another attack, this time even more ferocious and powerful. However, it still couldn't harm Sun Wukong.
A dazzling golden light emanated from around Sun Wukong's body, enveloping Amaterasu within it.
Amaterasu's attacks all missed their mark, unable to harm Sun Wukong in the slightest.
Damn monkey, what kind of power is this? Why is it so powerful? Amaterasu's expression darkened to the extreme. No matter what method you use, it will be useless. Sun Wukong shook his head and said. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the power of Sun Wukong's golden staff surged once more. Amaterasu's eyes flashed with a look of gravity, and his body retreated rapidly. Boom! A deafening roar echoed through the air as Amaterasu was blasted dozens of feet away, crashing heavily to the ground. Put! Amaterasu opened her mouth and couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, her face turning extremely pale. She never imagined that defeating a Sun Wukong would require such a tremendous price. Amaterasu, admit defeat. Otherwise, you won't leave this world alive. Sun Wukong glared down at Amaterasu with a superior expression. Amaterasu narrowed her eyes slightly, a savage expression appearing on her face. You can forget it. I will never surrender. Today, I must kill you. Amaterasu let out a low growl, her body bursting forward once more, charging towards Sun Wukong. Monkey brother, fight on. Defeat Amaterasu. The crowd shouted excitedly. At that moment, Sun Wukong became their hero. A smile curved the corners of Sun Wukong's mouth as he swung his golden staff. Instantly, golden beams of light transformed into a swarm of staff shadows, crashing toward Amaterasu. Damn monkey, I won't let you win so easily. Amaterasu roared in anger, unleashing his ultimate technique and charging toward the golden staff shadows. Boom! The two collided, erupting in a deafening explosion that tore the void into countless tiny fissures. The chaos spread outward in all directions. Amaterasu's power was too weak, he couldn't even put up a fight. The monkeys seemed to have the upper hand. The audience erupted into excited shouts. Amaterasu's expression darkened like storm clouds, his fists clenched tightly as waves of terrifying energy surged forth. Sun Wukong looked stunned. He never expected Amaterasu's strength to have improved so much. Amaterasu's power had reached the peak of the half-step saint realm. However, her current state was far from optimal, as her body was bound by an overwhelming force, preventing her from using her strength or casting spells. Her current state was akin to that of a mortal who had been stripped of their cultivation, leaving only their physical form. Monkey, die! Amaterasu roared furiously, swinging her palms, and streams of black demonic energy surged forth, charging towards Sun Wukong. The black demonic energy is the source of Amaterasu's power, containing the force of destruction. If touched by the black demonic energy, even Sun Wukong's formidable defenses would be unable to withstand its corrosive effects. Amaterasu, your strength has indeed improved greatly, but your techniques are still commendable. Sun Wukong's eyes flashed with a gleam of sharpness as he spoke indifferently. Instantly, his figure vanished. Amaterasu's expression changed, and he immediately activated his teleportation technique, attempting to flee. Oomph! Sun Wukong coldly snorted, and the ground beneath his feet suddenly cracked open into deep gorges, instantly blocking Amaterasu in her tracks. Amaterasu's eyes widened in shock. She hadn't expected Sun Wukong to possess Earth-based teleportation techniques. Amaterasu, I don't want to waste time with you. Surrender peacefully. Sun Wukong's eyes flashed with a cold gleam as he spoke. Although his strength had reached the late stage of the Great Rogue Golden Immortal Realm, he was still no match for Amaterasu. However, Amaterasu's power was unable to be fully unleashed, otherwise, Sun Wukong would certainly not stand a chance against her. You're dreaming! Amaterasu glared at Sun Wukong and sneered coldly. Since that is the case, do not blame me for being ruthless. Sun Wukong's eyes flashed with a piercing cold light. As the words fell, a dazzling golden Buddha light erupted from Sun Wukong's body. Within the golden light, it seemed as though a full moon was slowly rotating. Amaterasu sensed danger and hurriedly stepped back. But Sun Wukong's speed was unimaginable. He caught up to Amaterasu in an instant. His golden staff, accompanied by a terrifying whistling sound, crashed down on Amaterasu with tremendous force. Amaterasu's eyes filled with panic as she quickly activated her teleportation technique. Her teleportation technique was incredibly fast. However, she could not escape Sun Wukong's pursuit. The golden staff struck Amaterasu with tremendous force. Amaterasu's body was sent flying backward. Her body was embedded into the ground, sinking deeply and carving out a long trench in the earth. Sun Wukong's golden staff continued to strike toward Amaterasu. This scene left the audience feeling icy cold. Though Amaterasu was powerful, she was now at a disadvantage under Sun Wukong's attacks. Damn it, I'll kill you! Amaterasu's eyes were filled with madness. Her arms suddenly rose, and a massive skull appeared behind her, lunging towards Sun Wukong to devour him. Chapter 203, Envelopment. What kind of demonic technique dares to act so brazenly in front of your great-grandfather, the great sage? Sun Wukong let out a light hum, and a terrifying golden light surged from his body, instantly enveloping Amaterasu's form. Boom! Amaterasu's body trembled as a terrifying force surged through the skull. You filthy monkey, get out of here! Amaterasu roared furiously. Terrifying black energy erupted from her hands, colliding with the golden light. But the golden light was far too sturdy, the black energy couldn't break through. In the next instant, the golden light completely engulfed the black energy, swallowing Amaterasu no Makoto whole. Sun Wukong staggered and rushed to Amaterasu's side, finally striking her chest with his golden staff. Streams of black blood flowed out, staining the ground red. Had Amaterasu been defeated? In the live stream, nearly all the viewers' faces were filled with shock. They had all witnessed Amaterasu's power firsthand and knew how strong she was. But now, with a single strike, Sun Wukong had driven her back. Such a technique was simply unbelievable. What kind of technique is that? How powerful? The audience was deeply shaken, and their eyes filled with awe as they looked at Sun Wukong. Haha, I told you, your strength is too weak. Sun Wukong laughed aloud, a overwhelming aura emanating from his body. In the live stream, the viewers' faces were filled with shock and disbelief. Amaterasu, the great sun goddess, is one of the most powerful deities in the land of cherry blossoms, with strength that is truly terrifying. Yet now, she had been driven back by a single strike from Sun Wukong. This outcome was hard for them to accept. The injuries on Amaterasu's body were healing at an astonishing rate. In the blink of an eye, her wounds were completely healed. You filthy monkey, I'll fight you to the death. Amaterasu gritted her teeth, glaring at Sun Wukong. Black flames erupted from her body, forming a black lotus flower that charged towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong's eyes flashed with cold light as he swung his golden staff fiercely at the lotus flower. Boom! The lotus shattered instantly, but the debris from the explosion still swept towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong furrowed his brows, pushed off the ground with both legs, and teleported to avoid the attack. However, no matter how fast he was, he couldn't outpace the aftereffects of the Black Lotus's explosion, and his body was struck once more by the debris. Clang! A dull collision echoed, and the divine light of Sun Wukong's spiritual armor flashed, repelling the debris. Sun Wukong staggered slightly, narrowing his eyes as he glared at the great sun god. Damn it, I'll eat you. Amaterasu's eyes gleamed with cruelty as he opened his mouth and spat out a cloud of black mist. The black mist coalesced into a massive black skull, clawing and lunging towards Sun Wukong. Oomph, childish tricks. Sun Wukong snorted coldly, swinging his golden staff with all his might, striking the black skull head with a thunderous blow. Crack! The skull shattered into pieces, dissipating into a cloud of black smoke. Damn it! Amaterasu's face twisted into a hideous grimace as he summoned another black skull head to attack Sun Wukong. However, Sun Wukong was prepared. He swung his golden staff, shattering the black skull head summoned by Amaterasu. You stinking monkey, I'll kill you. Amaterasu let out a piercing scream, his body transforming into a black lion as he charged towards Sun Wukong. Her speed had surpassed the speed of sound, and in an instant, she was in front of Sun Wukong, extending 2 fingers toward his throat. Those 2 fingers, though seemingly delicate, emitted a force that made one's heart race. Scatter the cherry blossoms. Amaterasu's hand suddenly clenched downward, unleashing a terrifying gust of energy that engulfed Sun Wukong, attempting to tear him apart. Break it! Sun Wukong's eyes narrowed, and golden light burst forth, forming a golden barrier to block Amaterasu's grasp. However, he was also sent flying backward due to the force of Amaterasu's grasp. A dull thud echoed as Sun Wukong was struck hundreds of meters away, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater. The golden fur on his body began to fade slightly. Seeing this, Amaterasu's face lit up with a smug expression, and his aura surged suddenly. You stinking monkey, die! Upon seeing Amaterasu's attack once more, Sun Wukong's expression turned icy cold, and his eyes gleamed with murderous intent. He stomped his feet on the ground, propelling his body into the air. Holding the golden staff, he descended toward Amaterasu with a force that seemed to split the heavens. Golden staff shadows spread out, obscuring the sky and enveloping Amaterasu in a shroud, as if the end of the world had arrived. Stinking monkey, do you really think that such an attack can kill me? Amaterasu's face twisted into a hideous grimace. She flipped her wrist and drew a pitch-black dagger from her waist. She leaped aside to dodge Sun Wukong's strike, then flickered her wrist, sending the black dagger slicing towards Sun Wukong's neck. With a sharp sound, the razor-sharp black dagger sliced through Sun Wukong's skin. Ha ha, die! Amaterasu was overjoyed. She leaped into the air once more, the black dagger in her hand once again aiming for Sun Wukong's throat. Damn it! Sun Wukong's eyes narrowed, and he swung his golden staff in a wide arc, sweeping toward the black dagger. Crack! The black dagger shattered into 2 pieces. Sun Wukong pressed his advantage, swinging his golden staff down toward Amaterasu, sending her crashing into the ground below. Come out! Sun Wukong roared angrily, and the golden staff once again came crashing down. Boom! The earth trembled violently, and a massive crack appeared on the surface. Amaterasu was struck into the earth, her body covered in blood. Damn it! Amaterasu struggled to her feet, her eyes flashing with madness, and slammed her hands into the ground. Boom! A terrifying force erupted, causing the earth to tremble violently. Amaterasu rose from the ground and charged towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong's expression changed, and he quickly summoned the 9 Yang True Fire, covering his opponent. Haha, you stinking monkey, is that all you've got? Nothing special. Today, I'll show you what I'm made of. Amaterasu laughed loudly, spun her body, and transformed into a black dragon 1,000 meters long. Her body emanated a black, demonic aura as she lunged towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong narrowed his eyes, his body flickered suddenly, and he dodged the black dragon's attack.
Stinky monkey, I will drain your soul and refine it into a puppet, making you my slave for eternity.
Amaterasu roared madly. Her voice echoed through the air, sending a chill down everyone's spine.
Oomph. Sun Wukong snorted coldly, a trace of mockery flashing in his eyes.
What kind of dog is you, daring to speak to your grandfather like that?
Sun Wukong swung his golden staff and struck directly at Amaterasu.
Chapter 204, Mockery.
Amaterasu saw this and a mocking smile curled the corners of his mouth. You stinking monkey, I know you're strong, even on par with Orochimaru, but in the face of absolute power, you're nothing but an ant. Amaterasu laughed coldly, leaping backward to dodge the golden monkey staff's attack. Her speed was too fast. Even though Sun Wukong reacted in time, he couldn't stop her from escaping. You stinking monkey, just wait. Once I drain you dry, I'll completely control you, and then you'll obediently become my puppet.
Amaterasu shouted loudly, then swiftly vanished into the distance.
Sun Wukong narrowed his eyes, a surge of anger welling up inside him. He had caused chaos in heaven and fought the king of hell in the underworld, yet no one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. Yet this so-called Amaterasu dared to threaten him. Enraged, he took a single step, covering hundreds of meters in an instant, and appeared behind Amaterasu. Amaterasu sensed the rustling of the wind behind him and couldn't help but feel a tightness in his heart.
I knew it. I knew Monkey Brother had more tricks up his sleeve. Monkey Brother is truly amazing. Amaterasu, fight on. This stinking monkey must be crazy. Does he really think he can be a match for Amaterasu?
The comments flooded in, with viewers from all over the world watching this battle intently.
Sun Wukong's actions left them utterly speechless. Amaterasu is a divine-level powerhouse.
Even their own deities would have to retreat 3 steps in such a situation, but Sun Wukong is actually taking the initiative to attack. Her heart was filled with anger. She had only intended to scare Sun Wukong, but she never expected him to actually strike back.
You stinking monkey, you're asking for death.
Amaterasu let out a loud cry, her body shrouded in black mist, and black tentacles appeared behind her, resembling vicious serpents.
Die.
Amaterasu swung her arm, sending a black tentacle hurtling towards Sun Wukong.
Good timing.
Sun Wukong snorted coldly, dodged the black tentacle, and swung his golden staff toward Amaterasu.
Bang!
The two collided, and explosions echoed continuously. Sun Wukong was wrapped in the black tentacles, but his eyes remained fixed on Amaterasu, continuing to strike with his golden staff.
Damn it, get out of my way, or I'll kill you.
Amaterasu roared, black mist swirling around Sun Wukong, slowing his movements and preventing him from harming her.
Oomph, old woman, do you think you've won?
Sun Wukong snorted coldly, swung his golden staff, and shattered the black mist into fragments, hurling them toward Amaterasu. Amaterasu's eyes narrowed sharply, fear welling up in her heart. She knew that if she fought head-on, she would never stand a chance against Sun Wukong.
No, I must retreat.
A cold, ruthless gleam flashed in Amaterasu's eyes. Her body plummeted downward.
Trying to escape? Not a chance.
Sun Wukong roared furiously, swinging his golden staff toward Amaterasu.
Boom!
The golden staff collided repeatedly with the pitch-black tentacles, unleashing waves of terrifying energy. With each swing of his staff, Sun Wukong could easily shatter the black tentacles into pieces. It could be seen that the black tentacles were constantly changing color under the crushing blows of the golden staff. But in the end, they were still shattered into fragments.
What was happening?
Amaterasu's expression fluctuated wildly, unsure why Sun Wukong's power had surged so dramatically, making him so incredibly strong. Her body trembled, and she transformed into a black butterfly, emerging from the void.
Oomph, trying to escape?
Sun Wukong sneered and swung his golden staff down at the butterfly.
Boom!
The sky shook violently, and space collapsed and crumbled continuously. The black butterfly was struck by the golden staff and flew away, spewing streams of black mist from its mouth.
Damn it!
Amaterasu clenched her teeth, her heart filled with rage. She never expected to end up in such a desperate state. As a mighty ancient deity, she had been driven to such a desperate state it was an utter humiliation.
Amaterasu roared furiously, you filthy monkey, don't push me any further.
Otherwise, I'll turn you into a plaything and make you wish you were dead. Amaterasu's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and her body began to swell rapidly. In an instant, she transformed into a 100-foot-tall black giant, her body enormous, clad in black armor, and wielding a massive axe.
Monkey brother, fight on. Don't let the great god Amaterasu escape. Yes, Monkey King, don't let this wicked creature escape. Monkey brother, fight on.
The bullet comments screamed wildly, but Amaterasu remained unfazed, her eyes filled with a cold smile. She took a step forward and charged towards Sun Wukong.
Oomph, mere child's play.
Sun Wukong snorted coldly, swinging his golden staff in a wide arc, and smashed it down toward the black giant. His speed was incredible. A ring of golden light erupted, enveloping the black giant and shattering him into the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth.
Oomph, mere child's play. I thought you were something special.
Sun Wukong snorted coldly and plummeted downward. Below, everyone watched as the sun god was defeated in an instant, their hearts filled with awe.
How did this monkey's power suddenly become so powerful? Could it be that he's mastered some secret technique? That's right, it must be some secret technique. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible to have such immense power. Not necessarily. Not necessarily. Monkey King just fought against Amaterasu, the great sun goddess. You've heard of the power of the sun goddess, haven't you? She's renowned as one of the strongest deities in the land of cherry blossoms. Even if she's the strongest deity in the land of cherry blossoms, so what? Monkey Brother can still defeat her. I think Monkey Brother is the true deity level being, he's definitely not weaker than her. That's true. Monkey Brother, you must defeat that wicked woman. I believe you can do it. The viewers watching the live stream all shouted in unison, confident in Sun Wukong's strength. However, Amaterasu refused to accept defeat and transformed into human form once more, chasing after Sun Wukong. Die! Amaterasu roared, swinging her massive axe with a destructive force that threatened to obliterate everything in its path, striking Sun Wukong's head with brutal force. She knew that if her attack landed, Sun Wukong would be doomed. But just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Boom! A terrifying force erupted, and everything around Sun Wukong was shattered into pieces in an instant. What? How is that possible? How could this monkey dodge my attack? Impossible! Amaterasu, the sun god, stared wide-eyed, his face filled with disbelief. Where Sun Wukong had been standing moments ago, a rock had split open, revealing a pitch-black cave below. The Monkey King had actually lured Amaterasu into the cave. The show is about to begin. Chapter 205, The Dominant Monkey Brother. Haha, Monkey Brother is truly Monkey Brother, so domineering. Viewers watching the live stream cheered excitedly. They had already guessed that Sun Wukong could defeat the sun god, but seeing the sun god lured into the cave still made them unable to contain their excitement. Damn it, Monkey King, you bastard, you dared to cheat! Amaterasu, enraged and humiliated, leaped into the air and flew toward the cave below. But as soon as she reached the vicinity of the cave, she felt the surrounding space tremble, and countless spatial fissures appeared. No! She cried out inwardly and rushed toward the cave. Monkey Brother, stop her quickly! Yes, don't let her escape. Monkey Brother, intercept the great sun goddess! Viewers watching the live stream began to shout in unison. Sun Wukong glanced at the great sun god, his figure vanishing in an instant. When he reappeared, he had already blocked the great sun god's path. Get out of my way, or else don't blame me for being ruthless. Amaterasu roared, clenching her massive axe in both hands, and swung it forward with all her might. Instantly, the entire mountain peak trembled. Countless massive mountains were split in two, collapsing to the ground. This was only because Sun Wukong had restrained his power, otherwise, even the entire mountain peak would have been split in two. Sun Wukong sneered coldly, then swung his golden staff toward Amaterasu with all his might. Boom! Amaterasu's body was struck, and his armor shattered instantly. A jet of crimson blood spurted forth. Ah, damned monkey, I'll kill you! Amaterasu let out an agonizing roar as his black robes exploded, revealing the black armor beneath. The armor was golden yellow, with metallic energy flowing across its surface, emanating a powerful aura that signaled its extraordinary nature. However, this did not alter the outcome. Die, you old hag! Amaterasu roared again, swinging her axe toward Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong snorted coldly, and his golden staff once again crashed toward Amaterasu. The two weapons collided in mid-air, sparks flying everywhere, accompanied by a deafening explosion. Boom! Another heavy blow struck the golden staff, producing a dull thud. Puff! Sun Wukong's lips trickled with blood as his body stumbled backward several steps. Amaterasu was also struggling, his arm trembling violently, nearly losing his grip on the axe. Sun Wukong charged toward Amaterasu once more. Amaterasu quickly retreated, but Sun Wukong's speed was simply too fast. Whoosh! The golden monkey staff, accompanied by a fierce gale, sliced through the air and crashed down on Amaterasu. Damn monkey, stop right there! Amaterasu roared in anger, swinging his massive axe upward with all his might, attempting to block Sun Wukong's attack. However, the golden monkey staff and the axe blade collided, producing a deafening sound. Boom! The golden monkey staff directly knocked the giant axe out of Amaterasu's hands, sending it flying toward a distant valley. Boom! The axe plunged into the valley, triggering a series of explosions. Bang! Sun Wukong was also knocked back by the recoil, crashing heavily onto the ground. His body was smashed into a deep crater. The ground around him was also crushed inward, leaving a massive ravine. Seeing this scene, the viewers watching the live stream were all stunned. Monkey Brother, what's going on? Could it be that Monkey Brother isn't a match for the sun god? That can't be. Maybe Monkey Brother underestimated his opponent. Isn't this situation very dangerous? Yes, Monkey Brother, we can't take such risks. Viewers watching the live stream were all worried sick as they saw Sun Wukong's body sinking into the ground on the screen. Oomph, monkey, I'll let you off today, but this divine being will definitely have you sliced into 1,000 pieces. The great sun god, glaring at Sun Wukong, sunk into the ground, clenched her teeth and spoke. Though she hated Sun Wukong and wanted to cut him into 1,000 pieces, she also knew that now was not the best time to fight him. She would wait for the opportunity and then cut him into 1,000 pieces. Sun Wukong heard Amaterasu's threat but showed no fear on his face. Amaterasu, do you think you've won? Don't be so confident. Sun Wukong climbed to his feet, brushed the dust off his body, and looked at Amaterasu. I'll tell you, I just underestimated you. After speaking, Sun Wukong flickered and charged toward Amaterasu once more. Amaterasu, seeing this, immediately turned and fled. Trying to escape? It's not that easy. Sun Wukong paused for a moment, then swung his wrist and a long spear appeared in his palm. Swish! His body flickered and he vanished from his original spot, holding the spear as he lunged toward Amaterasu. Boom! Amaterasu couldn't dodge in time and took Sun Wukong's attack head-on. Sun Wukong thrust his spear forward, sending Amaterasu flying through the air, where she somersaulted several times before finally regaining her balance. Put! She spat out a mouthful of blood, glaring at Sun Wukong with a look of fear. Damn it! Amaterasu glared at Sun Wukong with a grim expression. Her cultivation and strength were among the top in the celestial realm, yet she never imagined she would be so thoroughly overwhelmed by Sun Wukong today. Moreover, he had only used 2/3 of his power to reduce her to such a pitiful state. This left her seething with resentment, and she vowed even more firmly to kill the monkey and take her revenge. Monkey, today I will personally take your head. Amaterasu charged toward Sun Wukong once more. Oomph, you're overestimating yourself. Sun Wukong, seeing this, his eyes filled with icy intent. He swung his long spear wildly, like a raging tornado, and in an instant, he was in front of Amaterasu. Boom! The spear struck the great sun god's chest with a thunderous crash, but it did not injure him. Sun Wukong was slightly surprised. I didn't expect this guy to be so tough. He seems to be just as strong as me. He hurriedly swung his golden staff, striking the body of the sun god with all his might. Boom! Amaterasu's chest caved in instantly. But she still stood up and continued charging towards Sun Wukong, while the wound on his chest began to heal visibly. Damn it, this guy's healing ability is truly otherworldly. Sun Wukong looked at Amaterasu, his face growing solemn. He knew that if this continued, he would eventually be defeated. But now he was in too deep to back out. Damn it, I'll give it everything I've got today. Sun Wukong growled, and his muscles bulged instantly. Whoosh! He stomped his feet on the ground with all his might, propelling himself forward in an instant. Amaterasu, the sun god, watched as Sun Wukong suddenly appeared before him, his eyes narrowing in alarm. She quickly swung her axe towards Sun Wukong. Boom! The long staff struck the axe head with tremendous force, producing a deafening roar that shook the heavens. The two forces collided, neither gaining the upper hand. Chapter 206, Holding Firm. Damn monkey, you've made me lose my advantage. Amaterasu sensed a terrifying force approaching and his expression changed. He quickly gathered his energy to defend himself. Sun Wukong, seeing this, emitted a dazzling golden light, and waves of powerful energy swept through the area, causing the nearby trees to sway. This monkey, he's been hiding his true strength? My god, how did this monkey become a deity of this caliber? No wonder he's so arrogant, he must have something backing him up. Goodness gracious, no wonder the monkey dared to fight Amaterasu, he has a powerful ally. No matter what his backing is, he's doomed to lose. The viewers in the live stream were all stunned by the golden glow emanating from Sun Wukong's body. Although they had witnessed his previous battles and knew that Sun Wukong was on par with a main god. But now that he's this powerful, isn't that a bit too much? Monkey, you're really asking for trouble. Amaterasu gritted her teeth, glaring at Sun Wukong with intense murderous intent in her eyes. Is that so? Don't get too cocky. Sun Wukong looked at Amaterasu, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The next second, the golden staff in his hand suddenly thrust forward. The strike was as fast as lightning, moving at an incredible speed. Amaterasu watched the incoming spear, a hint of disdain flashing across his face, as he swung his axe to meet it. Boom! The spear struck the axe blade, emitting a dull thud. Crack! The axe in Amaterasu's hands shattered into countless fragments under Sun Wukong's golden staff, scattering in all directions. At that moment, Amaterasu's expression turned utterly grim. She never imagined she would end up in such a predicament. After all, this axe was a treasure she had spent immense effort and resources to forge. It was as hard as anything, and even a divine artifact of the main god level couldn't shatter it. Yet before this golden staff, her faith crumbled like paper, easily shattered. How could this be? Amaterasu, the sun goddess, stared wide-eyed at Sun Wukong, unable to believe what she was seeing, her heart filled with shock. Though she had never seen a true divine weapon, she had heard many tales about them. It was said that divine weapons were extremely powerful, even capable of defeating a main god. So in that moment, she was completely dumbfounded. Seeing that Amaterasu no Makoto had not moved, Sun Wukong sneered, flickered his body, and appeared beside her. In the next instant, a massive iron staff, emanating a terrifying aura, crashed down toward Amaterasu. Amaterasu, seeing Sun Wukong appear beside her, turned pale in an instant. The overwhelming aura emanating from Sun Wukong gave her a sense of imminent danger. No! The great sun goddess watched helplessly as the staff hurtled toward her, her face filled with gravity and a hint of terror.
Just as she was about to flee, suddenly, a red sun rose behind her. The red sun hung high in the sky, emitting intense heat that reduced everything around it to ashes.
What on earth is that?
Amaterasu felt the scorching heat from the red sun behind her, her pupils contracted sharply, and she wore an expression of disbelief. In the presence of that red sun, she even sensed a hint of threat. In that moment, she finally understood why the monkey had dared to confront her head-on earlier. Because this red sun was simply too bizarre and too powerful. Amaterasu thought about having to continue fighting Sun Wukong. A resolute gleam flashed in her eyes as she suddenly raised her head to look at the red sun above her. Suddenly, the red sun trembled violently, then exploded, transforming into countless beams of red light that descended upon her.
Ah!
Amaterasu was so terrified that she lost control and screamed, her body trembling violently. The red light engulfed her, giving her the sensation of suffocation.
Boom!
A thunderous roar echoed through the sky. The sky was filled with dark clouds, and the heavens and earth changed color. Thick bolts of lightning continuously streaked across the sky, casting it into utter darkness.
The divine power between heaven and earth seemed to be summoned, gatheringly and condensing into one bolt of lightning after another. These lightning bolts coalesced into massive swords, piercing toward the sun god.
Amaterasu trembled, dared not dodge the giant swords. But at that moment, a black serpent emerged from her sleeves, blocking all the attacks.
SSSS.
The black serpent, with its crimson tongue flickering, emitted a bone-chilling roar.
Under Amaterasu's control, the black serpent coiled and twisted, attempting to absorb all the lightning around it.
However, the lightning bolts were simply too numerous and too powerful.
With each bolt it absorbed, the black python consumed a vast amount of divine energy.
Gradually, the black python's energy began to wane, and it seemed on the verge of collapse.
Oomph. Do you think you've won?
Amaterasu watched the relentless lightning bolts approaching, smiled coldly, and moved swiftly, appearing beside Sun Wukong. She held her axe and swung it horizontally towards Sun Wukong's neck. Sun Wukong furrowed his brows, extended his right fist, and met the axe head-on.
Boom!
The two collided, sending a blinding flash of light into the sky. In the next instant, Sun Wukong's body flew backward, gliding through the air for 100 meters before stabilizing.
Meanwhile, Amaterasu retreated hundreds of meters before regaining her footing.
She gripped the axe tightly, her gaze cold as ice, fixated on Sun Wukong. Your strength has indeed improved significantly.
No wonder you dared to challenge me.
However, you still have no right to challenge me. As Amaterasu spoke, she raised her axe once more and swung it viciously towards Sun Wukong.
Boom!
The axe, carrying surging divine power, crashed down on Sun Wukong with tremendous force.
As the divine axe descended, the entire heavens and earth changed color.
All the immortals and gods present were completely overwhelmed by the powerful divine energy fluctuations and retreated to the rear. Sun Wukong stood his ground, showing no intention of dodging. Since you're so eager to die, I'll send you on your way. Sun Wukong muttered something under his breath. In the next instant, his robe fell off, transforming into a 3-zhang-long golden staff, which he swung toward the great sun god.
Clang!
The golden staff struck the axe, sparks flying everywhere, and a brilliant light erupted. The axe was instantly deflected off course, crashing into a distant mountain peak with a thunderous crash, sending a cloud of dust into the sky, obscuring the heavens and earth. As the dust settled, Amaterasu could be seen wearing a black robe, her hair slightly disheveled, looking somewhat disheveled.
How is this possible? The monkey's physical body has reached such a level?
Amaterasu looked at Sun Wukong, her beautiful face filled with disbelief. She never imagined in her wildest dreams that even at the peak of her power, she couldn't defeat Sun Wukong.
Chapter 207, Astonishment.
At that moment, Sun Wukong was also somewhat astonished. Because, after he had wielded the golden monkey staff, his body had not suffered any damage, on the contrary, it had become even stronger.
My strength has increased.
Sun Wukong felt the power surging through his body and couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. His strength had indeed increased. After using the golden monkey staff, he felt as though he were an unshakable mountain, impervious to any attempt to move him.
Ha! I've finally found the strongest physical body in the world. Sun Wukong laughed excitedly.
Though, he was still far from being as powerful as the sun god. But this does not prevent him from continuing to cultivate his abilities until he surpasses her.
Do you think that just because you found the strongest physical body in the world, you can defeat me?
Amaterasu's eyes flashed with a cold, icy glare as she glared at Sun Wukong and coldly shouted.
You're being far too naive.
Amaterasu snorted coldly, holding her long spear, and thrust it towards Sun Wukong's chest. Sun Wukong gripped the golden monkey staff tightly with both hands and swung it fiercely at the spear. The spear and the golden staff collided, emitting a crisp clang as both flew backward. The strength of this physical body is indeed formidable. But you're still far from enough. Amaterasu coldly glanced at Sun Wukong, then swung his spear once more, charging towards Sun Wukong with lethal intent. A massive black tornado formed in the sky, bearing down on Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong narrowed his eyes. He could sense that this tornado was more than 10 times more powerful than the previous ones. Sun Wukong took no chances, gripping his golden staff tightly with both hands and charging head-on toward the tornado.
Bang! A series of dull sounds echoed across the sky. The tornado shattered into countless sparks upon contact with the golden staff, vanishing into the sky.
Sun Wukong continued charging toward Amaterasu. As he watched the figure charging toward him, Amaterasu's beautiful eyes were filled with shock.
How is this possible? She could never have imagined that Sun Wukong's physical strength could be so terrifying.
Her figure quickly retreated backward, preparing to avoid the initial onslaught. However, the moment she left her original position, she felt a chill on her back and a dark shadow suddenly appeared before her.
Break it!
Sun Wukong roared, swinging his golden staff down toward the head of the sun god.
Hum!
A golden halo suddenly illuminated the sky.
Amaterasu's expression changed.
Her body was enveloped by a golden shield, which withstood the heavy blow of the golden staff.
However, Sun Wukong's power was simply too terrifying.
Even with the golden light shield protecting her, she still felt the pain.
Damn it!
Amaterasu muttered a curse under her breath, then swung her long spear horizontally towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong did not flinch, instead meeting her head-on with his golden staff.
Boom!
Amaterasu's spear and Sun Wukong's golden staff collided, producing a deafening roar. The golden light barrier trembled violently, as if unable to withstand the terrifying force, threatening to shatter. Crack! Suddenly, the golden light barrier developed fine cracks, which spread outward in all directions before exploding violently. Crack! As the golden light screen shattered, a golden chain appeared out of thin air, coiling towards Sun Wukong.
Boom!
This golden chain contained terrifying spiritual energy. Once it wrapped around something, even iron plates would be shredded. Sun Wukong flickered his wrist, and the golden monkey staff pierced through the chest of the sun god. His body leaped into the air, then he pounced like a tiger, grabbing at Amaterasu. Amaterasu's expression changed drastically as he swept his long spear horizontally. Clang! A metallic clang echoed through the air. Her spear had been forcefully knocked away by Sun Wukong.
How is this possible?
Looking at the spear lying on the ground, Amaterasu's eyes were filled with disbelief. Amaterasu, today I'll teach you a lesson and show you just how great the gap between us truly is.
Sun Wukong roared, swinging his golden staff toward Amaterasu's head. You dare?
Amaterasu's expression darkened as he glared at Sun Wukong, quickly retreating and constantly increasing the distance between them. But Sun Wukong was faster. His feet stomped violently in mid-air, and in a single bound, he caught up to Amaterasu. He raised his golden staff high and brought it crashing down with all his might. Seeing the golden staff coming toward him, Amaterasu's pupils contracted sharply. Her body suddenly retreated violently, trying to escape Sun Wukong. However, Sun Wukong didn't give her a chance to escape, swinging his golden staff down once more. Bang! This time, the golden staff struck Amaterasu's chest, driving her directly into the soil. Amaterasu was completely buried in the earth, her face pale.
How about that? Now you should believe how great the gap between us really is.
Sun Wukong wore a smug smile on his face.
Damn it!
Amaterasu's face was twisted with fury, and her aura erupted violently. She leaped from the ground and swung her sword fiercely at Sun Wukong. At this point, Amaterasu had completely lost her mind. She was determined to tear Sun Wukong to pieces. Boom! Bolts of thunder and lightning struck down from above Amaterasu's head, each carrying terrifying energy. In the sky, dark clouds swirled, and massive bolts of lightning struck towards Sun Wukong, resembling a waterfall.
How terrifying! Amaterasu's attack was too brutal.
A cold sweat broke out on Sun Wukong's forehead, and a strong sense of fear welled up in his heart.
He couldn't help but regret not incorporating his own combat techniques into this move earlier. Well, this is for the best. My technique has many flaws.
Sun Wukong thought to himself.
He raised his golden staff and struck Amaterasu's head with all his might.
Lightning bolts, resembling serpents, streaked across the sky above Amaterasu's head, stripping the ground beneath her bare and barren. And the attack of the great sun god also struck Sun Wukong.
Boom! A faint golden glow appeared on the surface of the golden monkey staff, blocking all attacks. How is that possible? Amaterasu's gaze sharpened, and an expression of disbelief appeared on her face.
This strike contained 95% of her lightning power, yet it couldn't even scratch Sun Wukong. Moreover, even in this state, Sun Wukong was able to harness the power of lightning to counterattack her.
Boom! Deafening thunder echoed across the sky.
In the sky, lightning snakes flickered endlessly within the dark clouds, and a chilling energy fluctuation spread out.
Chapter 208, Awe.
Even Sun Wukong felt a hint of apprehension from this energy fluctuation. His body kept retreating, dodging the lightning in the sky.
Boom!
In the sky, thick purple lightning bolts crashed down onto the earth, instantly carving deep gullies into the ground. Looking up at the purple lightning in the sky, Sun Wukong's face was filled with a solemn expression.
He could clearly sense the terrifying power of these purple lightning bolts in the sky. Even a Saint King-level powerhouse would meet their end here.
This was merely a small portion of the total.
The remaining purple lightning bolts were even more terrifying.
Although he had a way to deal with them, he refused to use such means.
After all, he had not yet settled the score with the great sun god. To do so now would only give the enemy an advantage.
Sun Wukong thought to himself. Amaterasu's gaze was icy as he looked at Sun Wukong, who was hiding nearby with a disdainful expression, his anger boiling to the brim.
Do you think I'll let you off so easily?
She slightly waved her arm, and a cloud of black mist drifted out from within Amaterasu. Instantly transforming into a black beam of light, it charged towards Sun Wukong. The beam contained terrifying power, causing the ground to crack and split open wherever it passed. Sun Wukong furrowed his brows and quickly summoned his golden staff.
Boom!
The golden staff collided with the black beam. Instantly, a violent energy erupted in all directions.
The surrounding mountains were engulfed by the energy wave, instantly reduced to a vast abyss. Boom!
Energy ripples swept through the area, expanding in concentric circles. The ground around them was lifted several meters into the air, resembling a tsunami as it surged towards Sun Wukong.
Whoosh!
Sun Wukong hurriedly retreated to a safe distance. An attack of this magnitude was more than he could withstand.
Ha! Sun Wukong, today is your doom. I will kill you.
Amaterasu laughed maniacally, flickered, and vanished from his original position, catching up to Sun Wukong in the blink of an eye.
Ha!
She thrust her sword toward Sun Wukong's throat. This was a ruthless and deadly strike.
Oomph, you think you can kill me? You're delusional.
Sun Wukong coldly snorted, raised his golden staff, and smashed it down with all his might.
Clang!
Sparks flew as the golden staff collided with the divine sword held by the great sun god, causing both weapons to tremble violently.
What?
Amaterasu's face suddenly turned pale, her eyes filled with terror. Her body was sent flying back several dozen feet, blood gushing from her mouth as her face turned pale. She had given it her all, yet she still couldn't stop Sun Wukong.
Damn monkey! How dare you withstand my attack?
Amaterasu's face turned ashen, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. She knew that her strongest attack was the power of divine retribution.
Yet this Sun Wukong could actually withstand it. What does this mean? It means he's stronger than her.
How could she possibly accept this? She is one of the strongest deities in the land of cherry blossoms.
Sun Wukong snorted coldly. You are indeed quite powerful. I must admit I underestimated you. However, your strength is still too weak. Break through.
Sun Wukong's eyes flashed with a gleam of determination, and his body charged forward once more. The golden staff in his hand suddenly lashed out at the great sun god.
Boom!
Sun Wukong's golden staff collided with Amaterasu's long spear.
Instantly, their forces collided, sending shockwaves rippling outward. Waves of energy, visible to the naked eye, spread out in all directions. Roar!
Amaterasu roared to the heavens, her body radiating a blinding light that vaporized the surrounding black mist.
Break!
Sun Wukong roared in anger, swinging his golden staff once more toward Amaterasu. The two weapons collided continuously, producing deep, thunderous crashes, with energy ripples occasionally spreading out from above. Surrounding trees were destroyed, rocks were shattered into deep craters, and dirt flew everywhere. Wave after wave of energy shockwaves rampaged, as if the world were coming to an end.
Bang!
After an unknown amount of time, the sky finally returned to calm. Sun Wukong and Amaterasu simultaneously retracted their power and retreated backward.
Huff! Two figures faced each other in mid-air.
Sun Wukong panted heavily, gazing at Amaterasu with a solemn expression. You're something else, your power is truly terrifying. Amaterasu also panted, but showed no signs of fatigue. Instead, her eyes were filled with battle intent. Sun Wukong, you are indeed formidable to have driven me to this point. Amaterasu said with a hint of admiration in his eyes. You must die.
Sun Wukong snorted coldly.
I have told you, my strength is not something you can fathom.
Do you really think your meager cultivation can kill me? Then let's see.
Amaterasu shouted, her eyes brimming with confidence, as her hands swiftly formed seals.
Whoosh!
Black lotus flowers bloomed behind her, making her appear like a witch, exuding an air of seduction and evil.
Demon Lotus!
Amaterasu laughed coldly and charged towards Sun Wukong. In an instant, she appeared before Sun Wukong.
Boom!
The black lotus flowers crashed down on Sun Wukong with great force. Let me see just how powerful the devil's lotus really is. Sun Wukong's eyes narrowed with determination. He clenched his right fist and slammed it down at the lotus flower charging toward him. Bang! The two weapons collided, emitting a dull thud. Sun Wukong's feet suddenly stomped the ground, propelling his body skyward as he charged toward the sun god once more. Boom! Their speeds grew faster and faster, and with each collision, terrifying energy waves erupted. The ground was left with a series of terrifying cracks, with flying everywhere and dust billowing into the air.
Bang! Another collision sent Amaterasu flying once more.
Sun Wukong, however, used the recoil to launch himself once more toward Amaterasu.
Damn monkey, this can't go on.
Amaterasu's face turned grim, her teeth clenched, and her eyes flashed with anger. She never imagined that this monkey's strength could be so formidable. This was extremely frustrating for her. She was a superpowered demon lord level being.
Yet in Sun Wukong's hands, she couldn't gain the slightest advantage and was even suppressed to this extent. Sun Wukong's figure burst forward, once again charging toward Amaterasu with lethal intent. Though his form was massive, his speed was no slower. "Damn monkey, I'll kill you!" Amaterasu roared in anger and swung her long sword at Sun Wukong. Chapter 209, Earthshaking. Boom! A dazzling blow filled the void, causing the entire mountain range to tremble. Sun Wukong's eyes grew icy cold. He swung his golden staff with all his might, striking Amaterasu's sword with a thunderous blow. Boom! A massive energy wave swept out, sending both figures flying once more. Sun Wukong and Amaterasu flew hundreds of meters apart before landing back in mid-air. "You monkey!" Before Amaterasu could finish speaking, his eyes suddenly widened. He saw Sun Wukong in the distance, holding his golden staff, charging toward him once more. Boom! Sun Wukong swung his golden staff and struck down once more with tremendous force. "Impossible! I am the supreme deity. He can't possibly hurt me." Amaterasu's eyes nearly popped out of her head. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. Sun Wukong's recovery speed was actually much faster than hers? This is impossible. Not to mention that her strength was already slightly superior to Sun Wukong's, but even with the advantage of striking first, this shouldn't have happened. Sun Wukong swung his staff down toward Amaterasu, who dared not delay, quickly wielding her long sword to block the attack. At the same time, divine energy surged from her body, gathering around her. Boom! The two energies collided, producing a deafening sound. The two forces collided, causing a deafening roar to erupt. Sun Wukong was forced to retreat once more, while Amaterasu also stumbled back several steps before coming to a halt. Amaterasu's gaze towards Sun Wukong was filled with shock. How could this monkey have become so powerful? He was severely injured earlier, wasn't he? How could he be unharmed now? Moreover, his defensive capabilities have also risen to a whole new level. She is a main deity, with both attack and defense power that are extremely high, yet she was still forced back by Sun Wukong. This is simply like a dream. "You monkey, how did you manage to develop such powerful defensive abilities?" Amaterasu couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. She was filled with confusion. She simply couldn't fathom what could have granted Sun Wukong such formidable defensive power. He. Sun Wukong grinned, his smile brimming with amusement. "My power is not something a minor deity like you could possibly fathom. Damn monkey, I won't let you off today." Amaterasu's anger boiled over. Her figure flickered, and she vanished from her original spot. In the next instant, she appeared above Sun Wukong's head, swinging her long sword down with all her might. Boom! A pitch-black sword plummeted towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong's eyes were filled with caution. He looked up briefly before swinging his staff downward once more. Boom! The two forces collided, causing another violent explosion, and the sky was filled with brilliant light. Amaterasu was struck by the staff, spitting blood as he flew backward. His body was covered in gruesome wounds, and fresh blood flowed from the injuries. "It hurts. This monkey's physical defense is too strong." Amaterasu cursed inwardly. Earlier, Sun Wukong's single strike had completely shattered her defenses. However, it also inflicted severe injuries on her, causing her immense pain. "Monkey, I will kill you." Amaterasu raged with uncontrollable fury and charged towards Sun Wukong once more. Sun Wukong's power was too overwhelming, she had no chance against him. She could only fight with all her might to defeat him. Roar! Sun Wukong let out a low growl and swung his golden staff down with all his might toward Amaterasu. Amaterasu swung his long sword and clashed with Sun Wukong once more. At that moment, Sun Wukong's physical defense reached a terrifying level. Boom! Sun Wukong struck with his staff, sending Amaterasu flying backward once more, her body covered in countless wounds, blood flowing freely. How is this possible? Amaterasu was utterly shocked. How could Sun Wukong's defensive power have improved so rapidly? She had already given it her all, yet she couldn't even scratch Sun Wukong. What on earth was going on? Sun Wukong looked at Amaterasu, whose eyes were filled with intense resentment. He raised his golden staff once more, preparing to continue his attack. "Monkey, don't you dare get so arrogant." Amaterasu roared angrily and charged forward once more. Boom! Sun Wukong swung his golden staff once more, colliding with Amaterasu. Both of them frantically channeled the divine energy within their bodies, unleashing their strongest combat power. Sun Wukong's physical defense was simply too powerful, it was impossible to break through. However, Sun Wukong was severely weakened as a result, his eyes filled with murderous intent and battle fervor. Yet he showed no signs of stopping, continuing to strike down with his staff. The power of this strike was likely even more terrifying than the previous one. Amaterasu felt the terrifying impact and couldn't help but tremble. She tried to dodge, but Sun Wukong had already locked onto her. She could only watch helplessly as Sun Wukong's staff descended toward her. Boom! A deafening sound echoed through the heavens. A piercing screech echoed through the void as two figures were sent flying backward once more. Boom! The two collided heavily at the peak of the mountain. Another earth-shattering explosion echoed through the sky.
The towering peaks were shattered by the combined might of the two, and chunks of rock rained down from the sky, engulfing Amaterasu and Sun Wukong. At that moment, Amaterasu's clothes had already been shattered by the force of the explosion, revealing her snow-white, curvaceous body. Her injuries were growing more severe, and her clothing was now in tatters, leaving her in a pitiful state.
Put!
Another muffled groan echoed, and Sun Wukong spat out another mouthful of crimson blood. His face was deathly pale, and his entire body trembled slightly, clearly having suffered severe injuries.
Sun Wukong's eyes were filled with icy murderous intent. Evil god, are you ready to die?
The beauty of Amaterasu was indeed captivating to men.
But who was Sun Wukong?
The mighty Monkey King, who had endured the 9 hardships and 81 trials, had successfully forged his golden body to become the victor over demons Buddha. His resolve was unshakable. No matter how tempting Amaterasu might be, in Sun Wukong's eyes, she was nothing more than a pink skeleton. But Sun Wukong is fine, it's the livestream that's gone wild.
My goodness! Is this Amaterasu?
No wonder he's a deity from the land of cherry blossoms. He's fighting while giving us perks.
Ah, you're not allowed to look at our deity. Wow, quick, record this. This is the body of a god. I'm tapping, this is amazing. Chapter 210, Destiny. Hey, you're not allowed to take random photos. This is the body of a divine being.
The live stream viewers went wild. In that moment, they even forgot this was a battle deciding the fate of 2 nations, frantically typing away.
This is the body of a deity. To witness such an explosive scene is truly a cause for celebration.
The live stream was filled with chaos.
The expression on Amaterasu's face was priceless.
She never expected her defenses to be so weak, shattered by a single blow from Sun Wukong. Moreover, Sun Wukong was unharmed, while she herself was severely injured.
Damn monkey! Amaterasu growled through clenched teeth.
Her gaze fell to the ground.
Bang!
She lightly touched the ground with her toes, using the recoil to charge towards Sun Wukong once more. Sun Wukong's speed was even more ferocious, and the golden staff in his hands came crashing down wildly.
Bang! Amaterasu continued to dodge, but each time she narrowly avoided being struck. Damn it, damn monkey!
I'll tear you to pieces. Amaterasu seethed with hatred but could do nothing. Sun Wukong's power was truly terrifying, and his attacks were so sharp that they couldn't even scratch him.
Amaterasu felt utterly frustrated.
Meanwhile, the live stream's chat was refreshingly
666. Sun Wukong is so cool. My heart is about to burst. My goddess. Help! I need to save my goddess. Is that really Sun Wukong? He's just like the legendary heartthrob. I want to have monkeys with Sun Wukong. The live stream viewers were buzzing with excitement.
At this point, some seasoned viewers realized that this was a fair duel, and it was Amaterasu who had provoked it first. Amaterasu has really bitten off more than she can chew this time. Judging by the situation, she's probably going to come out on the losing end.
Ha, I'll cheer for Amaterasu. Amaterasu, you mustn't lose.
Wow, I thought Sun Wukong was a pushover, but he's actually so powerful that even Amaterasu can't match him.
I think Sun Wukong must be holding back his true strength. Otherwise, how could he have suppressed Amaterasu with 2 consecutive moves?
That's true. Sun Wukong's strength is definitely beyond ordinary. The audience's comments are all very positive, with everyone siding with Sun Wukong. This made Sun Wukong feel a little better, at least he wasn't as angry anymore, and he was deeply grateful to the viewers in the livestream. The great sun god also saw the audience in the livestream, and a warm wave surged through his heart. These viewers were helping her, showing concern for her. She took a deep breath, adjusted her state of mind, and silently cursed Sun Wukong for being despicable and shameless. After all, she was the protagonist, yet now she had become the weak one being bullied. No, I must turn the tables this time.
Monkey, today, this deity will definitely slay you. Amaterasu roared and charged towards Sun Wukong once more.
Sun Wukong curled his lips into a mocking smile.
Boom!
He swung his golden staff with all his might, striking Amaterasu with a powerful blow.
Amaterasu did not back down, striking back with equal force. Boom!
A violent force spread out, and the two collided once again.
Thud!
Amaterasu was once again knocked back several steps, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. This time, Sun Wukong gained the upper hand. Sun Wukong's attacks grew increasingly fierce, and Amaterasu gradually found himself at a disadvantage.
Sun Wukong, I will take your life. Amaterasu roared in anger, his entire body engulfed in blazing flames. Whoosh!
At that moment, Sun Wukong suddenly transformed into a golden bolt of lightning, closing the distance to Amaterasu in an instant. He swung his golden staff down with all his might.
Bang! Amaterasu's form was sent flying backward once more. Sun Wukong pursued relentlessly, swinging his golden staff toward Amaterasu's head once more.
3 massive wings appeared behind Amaterasu, and towering purple flames erupted from her body. This time, Amaterasu reacted faster, flapping her 3 wings behind her to fan them away. The golden monkey staff that Sun Wukong had swung down crashed into the ground, creating a deep crater.
However, Sun Wukong refused to give up and swung the golden staff once more. Amaterasu dodged again. Her figure turned into a blur, swiftly moving around the same spot while muttering incomprehensible words. Suddenly, her form came to an abrupt halt, transforming once more into a purple flash of light and vanishing into thin air. Sun Wukong froze for a moment, then furrowed his brows. A sense of foreboding filled his heart. At that moment, a deafening roar echoed through the sky as Amaterasu descended once more from mid-air. Her body was enveloped in thick black smoke, and a layer of dark, malevolent energy appeared on her face. Her eyes grew even more blood-red. "Monkey, today I will make you taste the power of the great sun goddess," Amaterasu shouted, her body suddenly transforming as a dark mist instantly enveloped her. Her appearance changed instantly, becoming even more beautiful. However, her demeanor was completely different from before, and she resembled a demon crawling out of the depths of hell, exuding an eerie and terrifying aura that made one shudder in fear. Is this the god of the underworld? Looking at her appearance, Gong showed no surprise. Amaterasu is Amaterasu, not just some ordinary deity. As one of the main deities of the land of cherry blossoms, her power was truly formidable. Boom! At that moment, Amaterasu was enveloped in billowing black smoke. Her hands formed a seal, and a thick black mist engulfed her. Sun Wukong's golden staff struck the black mist with great force, but it was blocked and did not penetrate the mist at all. What was happening? Sun Wukong furrowed his brows in deep thought. "Monkey, just wait and see how Amaterasu will take your life." Amaterasu snorted coldly and charged towards Sun Wukong once more. Sun Wukong quickly swung his golden staff to meet the attack, and the battle between the two once again reached a fever pitch. The audience erupted in gasps of astonishment. What incredible strength! We've never seen a fight of this caliber before. Amaterasu is incredibly powerful. I think even the gods can't match her. That's right, this is the power of the gods, this is the advantage of the protagonist. We should also strive to train harder, otherwise, we'll eventually end up as cannon fodder. Exactly, or we'll just be instantly killed. Sigh, but I still think I have a chance. The audience continues to discuss endlessly. Amaterasu's attacks have become even more fierce, and Sun Wukong feels the pressure mounting. Roar! Chapter 211, The Dust Settles. Sun Wukong roared to the heavens and swung his golden staff once more. This time, Amaterasu did not dodge but instead swung his massive axe to meet the blow. Clang! The two weapons collided once more, sparks flying everywhere and sending dust swirling through the air. Both were severely injured in the clash. Haha, that's satisfying. This monkey's strength is indeed great, but you can't possibly match me. Amaterasu once again wore a smug expression of certain victory. Oomph! Sun Wukong coldly snorted and swung his golden staff once more toward Amaterasu. Amaterasu let out a cold snort and raised his massive axe to meet the blow. The two figures instantly separated, each retreating backward. Come again! Sun Wukong swung his golden staff once more, this time with even greater ferocity. However, Amaterasu, who had gradually adapted to the situation, seemed to be handling the situation with ease, skillfully dodging Sun Wukong's attacks one after another. Boom! The two clashed, unleashing a series of deafening explosions. Each strike sent a mushroom cloud into the sky, leveling trees and shattering boulders. The audience is utterly amazed. This monkey is too powerful. He can actually fight on equal terms with Amaterasu. This monkey is truly incredible, even more powerful than the gods. Though the monkey can't defeat Amaterasu, his combat power is still terrifying. He's flawless in defense, leaving no room for error. Monkey brother is so strong. This Amaterasu is just trash. That's right, he's trash. Ha, Amaterasu is doomed this time. Sun Wukong will definitely crush him. Exactly. The audience was thrilled and began to discuss the situation excitedly. At that moment, the great sun goddess's face turned ashen. This was a situation she had never encountered before. She was actually being overwhelmed by Sun Wukong. Monkey, I'll kill you. Amaterasu roared, and the black smoke surrounding her grew thicker, her aura surging even more violently. Oomph! Sun Wukong roared in anger and charged toward Amaterasu once more. Boom! At that moment, Amaterasu finally seized the opportunity, swinging her massive axe once more towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong swung his golden staff to meet the attack. This time, the golden staff and the giant axe collided once more, producing another deafening crash. Puff! Sun Wukong was sent flying backward, spitting blood from his mouth, his face filled with a look of unwillingness. Amaterasu, seeing this, smiled triumphantly. Little monkey, this is the power of the gods. She charged forward once more, swinging her giant axe towards Sun Wukong. Monkey brother, run! We can't help you. Yes, monkey brother, run away quickly. Monkey brother, take care. Watching this scene, the spectators tuning into the livestream grew anxious and began flooding the chat with messages. Oomph! Sun Wukong snorted coldly and swung his golden staff once more to charge forward. This time, he used a technique taught to him by the Buddha. Boom! Once again, he was sent flying and spat out a mouthful of blood. The attack of the sun god came again. This time, he did not try to block the attack head-on but dodged it instead. Boom!
Another collision occurred, and the impact between the two caused another massive explosion, obliterating everything in the surrounding area. Sun Wukong coughed up blood and retreated. He had already sustained internal injuries and could no longer withstand Amaterasu's attacks. You can't escape. Amaterasu laughed coldly and swung his massive axe once more, charging towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong dodged again, but was still struck by the axe. The collision of divine light produced sparks of electricity. Sun Wukong was once again flung thousands of meters away.
Haha, you stinking monkey, where do you think you're running now? Watching this scene, Amaterasu rejoiced once more. Boom!
Just as Amaterasu was rejoicing, Sun Wukong suddenly stood up. He swung his golden staff fiercely at Amaterasu while letting out a long, piercing scream. Roar! The sound echoed throughout the 8 directions in 6 realms.
Bang! Amaterasu no Makoto could only raise his giant axe to block the blow before being struck again and sent flying, landing far away.
The audience erupted into chaos, with people discussing the situation.
What is Sun Wukong doing? Is he really giving up his defense? This is way too reckless. Is Sun Wukong trying to take Amaterasu with him in a suicide attack? I agree.
Amaterasu was so powerful Sun Wukong has no chance of winning. But he still chose to do this.
What a stubborn mule. Boom! Sun Wukong's body charged toward Amaterasu once more, swinging his golden staff with all his might. Amaterasu was completely taken aback by this sudden turn of events.
She couldn't fathom why Sun Wukong would do such a thing.
Had this guy lost his mind? Amaterasu quickly raised both arms to block the fatal blow.
But this time, Sun Wukong showed no mercy, unleashing his most powerful attack.
Boom!
Amaterasu was sent flying backward once more, and this time, a gash reopened on her chest, causing fresh blood to flow freely.
Amaterasu was injured.
Holy crap, I thought Sun Wukong had gone mad, but he's actually this brave he's willing to go down with Amaterasu.
That's so badass. Amaterasu is injured.
This is trouble.
Sun Wukong won't let her off now. He might even kill her. No way, Sun Wukong is human now. If he kills Amaterasu, wouldn't that make him a demon? That's hard to say. Who knows what the Monkey King is thinking? Maybe he doesn't care about such things.
Even if Amaterasu is a demon, he can still subdue her.
Damn, you have a point, but I don't think Sun Wukong would do that.
After all, he still has to live on, so he definitely wouldn't do that.
You're right.
Anyway, let's wait until the Sun God has recovered before deciding what to do.
This is way too weird. Maybe Sun Wukong really can win. That would mean we're all doomed, right? Not necessarily.
I just feel like Sun Wukong must have something up his sleeve.
You're right.
Sun Wukong must have something up his sleeve. Otherwise, he would have just fled instead of fighting to the death with Amaterasu.
That's too crazy.
At that moment, Sun Wukong had already stood up, glaring at Amaterasu with intense anger in his eyes.
He never expected Amaterasu to be so treacherous, attacking him from behind.
This enraged him greatly.
Sun Wukong, you must die today.
Amaterasu stared at Sun Wukong, his eyes filled with murderous intent.
Chapter 212, Delusion.
Amaterasu never expected that at the most critical moment, Sun Wukong would risk his own life and fight her to the death. If she weren't Amaterasu, she might have actually lost. She now hated Sun Wukong with a vengeance. If he were to kneel down and beg for mercy, she might consider sparing his life. Unfortunately, he refused to kneel, which enraged her greatly. Amaterasu, I know your power, but to think you could kill this old monkey is sheer folly. Shaking off the dust, the golden monkey appeared somewhat disheveled, but his fighting spirit remained undiminished. Ha, since that's the case, then go to your death. Amaterasu laughed wildly and swung his massive axe once more, bringing it down toward Sun Wukong.
Sun Wukong raised his golden staff to block the blow. Boom!
The golden staff and the giant axe collided, sparking another blinding burst of flames. Sun Wukong was once again flung thousands of meters away, his body covered in countless cracks of varying depths. Amaterasu, witnessing this, curled the corners of his lips into a cold smile and swung his giant axe downward once more.
Boom!
Sun Wukong swung his giant staff to block the blow. But this time, countless cracks appeared on Sun Wukong's body. Amaterasu's attack was simply too terrifying, even for Sun Wukong's incredibly powerful physical form. Now, he could barely withstand Amaterasu's attacks, and she continued to counterattack relentlessly. Finally, Sun Wukong's body was flung thousands of feet away, crashing directly into and collapsing an entire mountain range.
Seeing this scene, countless netizens couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Oh no, is Sun Wukong finally doomed?
Sun Wukong's invincible body has been broken.
Now Amaterasu can kill him directly, right? I think Amaterasu will kill Sun Wukong. Isn't Sun Wukong supposed to be invincible? Such a great opportunity, and he didn't take advantage of it. Sun Wukong, just admit defeat. You can't possibly defeat us from the land of cherry blossoms now. He's no match for Amaterasu either.
Just kneel down and kowtow 3 times.
Ha, you stinky monkey, you can now kneel on the ground and shout 666. Kneeling on the ground and shouting 666 is the funniest thing I've ever heard, ha.
Seeing this scene, Amaterasu, the sun god, laughed triumphantly once again on the battlefield.
Sun Wukong, you have been completely defeated. Kneel down and accept your death. The arrogant voice rang out once more. Amaterasu, you won't kill me today. Sun Wukong roared and charged toward Amaterasu once more.
The cracks on his body grew deeper, and it seemed he couldn't hold on much longer.
Amaterasu, kill Sun Wukong quickly.
That's right, kill Sun Wukong quickly before things get complicated.
Sun Wukong must die. The audience in Sakura country witnessed this scene and frantically typed out comments.
They knew just how powerful Sun Wukong, the main deity, was. He was the ultimate trump card of the Dragon Shin Kingdom. If they could kill him now, it would be an absolute cause for celebration for the entire Sakura nation. Amaterasu, the great sun god, watched as Sun Wukong charged toward him. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes as he swung his massive axe with blinding speed, closing the distance in an instant.
The axe's power was immense. Even Sun Wukong's formidable physique would likely suffer severe injuries.
Unfortunately, this was merely an illusion created by Sun Wukong. Amaterasu's axe struck empty air, and due to her excessive force, she was sent flying forward, crashing heavily onto the ground.
How is this possible? Amaterasu was filled with disbelief.
She couldn't believe that Sun Wukong had managed to deceive her with his illusion. Sun Wukong's figure appeared before Amaterasu, giving a cold snort.
You mere demon god, after gaining a slight advantage, you actually think that old sun isn't your match?
As he spoke, an overwhelming aura emanated from his body, resembling a demon god emerging from the depths of hell, sending shivers down the spines of all who witnessed it. This aura was too powerful. Even Amaterasu, who had already gained the upper hand, couldn't help but change her expression slightly.
How is this possible? He's broken through. Amaterasu was utterly astonished.
In just a few years, Sun Wukong has reached this level of cultivation.
Could it be because he possesses a treasure? Tianzhao, the great god, you won't be able to kill me today.
Sun Wukong snorted coldly and punched toward Amaterasu.
Oomph.
Sun Wukong, since you're asking for death, this god will send you on your way. Amaterasu let out a cold snort as the giant axe in his hands also slammed toward Sun Wukong.
Boom! The two collided once more.
This time, their bodies were flung hundreds of meters away, shattering countless mountains before finally colliding with a towering mountain that reached into the clouds.
The mountain instantly shattered into a cloud of debris. Cough!
Both of them spat out a mouthful of blood, and their wounds widened once more. However, this time, Sun Wukong did not fall to the ground. Instead, he slowly stood up, a faint smile curving his lips.
I told you, you can't kill me today. Sun Wukong said with a cold laugh.
The energy surging from his body grew increasingly powerful, eventually condensing into a massive purple-gold dragon, which roared and charged forward. This dragon stood over 10 zhang tall, its body covered in golden scales, exuding an air of dominance and raw power. At this moment, Sun Wukong's aura had reached an extreme peak. The great sun god witnessed this scene, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief.
How could this stinking monkey have improved so quickly? She never imagined that Sun Wukong, who had just been severely wounded by her, could recover so quickly. What? Do you know now that you were wrong? Sun Wukong grinned. Sun Wukong, do you really think you can match me with your own strength?
You really underestimate this divine being.
Amaterasu snorted coldly, swinging her massive axe once more. A gigantic axe beam erupted from it.
It tore through the void, charging forward with unstoppable momentum, aiming straight for Sun Wukong.
Sun Wukong snorted coldly, and an endless glow once again emanated from his body.
The light grew brighter and brighter, eventually condensing into a beam of light that sliced toward the giant axe.
Boom!
The light sword collided fiercely with the giant axe, erupting in blinding light, as if the sun had exploded. Amaterasu's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly withdrew his attack.
But it was too late. Puff!
Several blood holes appeared on her body, and her body was sent flying backward, spraying fresh blood everywhere. Sun Wukong's golden giant ape form swelled again, growing to 5 meters in height. His form swayed as he charged toward Amaterasu, roaring furiously as he pursued her.
Amaterasu, you ugly monster, dare you bully this old monkey? Chapter 213, The Reversal. Today, I'm going to beat you so badly that you'll be looking for your teeth on the ground. Watch how old son, will trample you, you ugly monster, under my feet.
Seeing this scene, the crowd watching the battle froze in shock. No one expected Sun Wukong to turn the tables and outwit the sun god.
Sun Wukong, you bastard. I will kill you. How dare you call me an ugly monster? I'll fight you to the death. Amaterasu roared in anger. As the mighty Amaterasu, how could she tolerate being called an ugly monster? Bang! Amaterasu once again clashed with Sun Wukong in a fierce battle. The two of them fought again.
Sun Wukong's strength was more than double that of Amaterasu, so every time they clashed, Amaterasu was at a disadvantage.
Damn it, how could he be this powerful? Amaterasu roared in frustration. Sun Wukong, you wait. I'll make you beg for your life.
She let out a loud scream and flew directly toward the direction of the Western Ox Head continent, unwilling to continue her battle with Sun Wukong. Stay here! Sun Wukong's eyes flashed with intense murderous intent. He flipped his palm, and a golden staff appeared in his hand, which he swung viciously toward Amaterasu. The great sun goddess's eyelids twitched violently upon seeing the golden staff, and her expression turned grim. Amaterasu, you won't escape this time. I'll make you beg for death. Sun Wukong roared angrily, swinging the golden staff once more toward Amaterasu. No! Amaterasu sensed the dangerous aura emanating from the golden staff and was filled with terror. She dared not hesitate, swinging her massive axe swiftly toward herself. Boom! The axe blade collided with the golden staff, erupting in a deafening roar, causing the surrounding space to collapse. Crack! Amaterasu's giant axe shattered under the impact of the golden staff, sending her flying backward. The power of the golden staff was truly terrifying, shattering the giant axe in her hands. Sun Wukong flickered into the air above Amaterasu, once again descending to suppress her. This time, Sun Wukong's power had reached a terrifying level, even Amaterasu could not withstand it. Bang! Amaterasu was directly suppressed by Sun Wukong, with one arm completely shattered. She clenched her teeth tightly and continuously channeled her divine energy to heal her wounds. Unfortunately, Sun Wukong's attacks were too terrifying. She couldn't recover to her peak state, let alone unleash even half of her power. Ah, you despicable monkey! I'll make you pay with your life. Amaterasu screamed wildly, unleashing boundless power from her body as she charged towards Sun Wukong once more. Her eyes blazed with brilliant light. Rays of light gathered in Amaterasu's hands, eventually coalescing into a dazzling energy sphere. This energy ball contained destructive power. Once it exploded, the entire world would be reduced to ashes, and all life would be extinguished. Amaterasu had unleashed her full power this time. Sun Wukong was doomed. The audience witnessed this scene, their eyes widening in shock, their hearts racing with fear. The power of Amaterasu is not something ordinary deities can match. When she fights with all her might, she is truly terrifying. Amaterasu, I'll see if you can kill me. Sun Wukong coldly snorted, his body surging with endless light. In the next instant, his body vanished from where he stood, reappearing before Amaterasu in the next second. His fist struck out with terrifying force, crashing toward Amaterasu. Amaterasu saw this and her pupils contracted sharply, her eyes filled with fear. Sun Wukong's strength had grown so powerful that he had surpassed her in an instant. This left her utterly speechless. However, her body was unable to dodge, and she was struck directly by Sun Wukong's fist. She spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying into the void. Boom! Another massive explosion erupted in the void, sending terrifying energy ripples spreading out in all directions, overturning the entire void. Puff! Amaterasu once again spat out several mouthfuls of blood, her entire body plummeting back out of the void and crashing onto the ground. Sun Wukong saw her pitiful state and a mocking expression appeared on his face. Amaterasu, if you have any more tricks up your sleeve, bring them on. Amaterasu's expression was extremely humiliating. Sun Wukong was simply too powerful for her to withstand, so she could only retreat for now. With that thought, her form flickered, and she transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from the spot. She had lost all courage to continue fighting. Trying to escape? It's not that easy. Stop right there. A cold gleam flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes as he swiftly gave chase. His speed was as fast as lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he caught up to Amaterasu. The golden staff in his hand swung once more, striking the great sun god with tremendous force. Bang! Sun Wukong's golden staff continued to strike Amaterasu, forcing her to retreat constantly, unable to mount any defense. Amaterasu had been cornered by Sun Wukong and could not escape. Sun Wukong, you just wait. I will make you pay for this. Amaterasu's beautiful eyes were filled with hatred as she shouted angrily. Ha, I'm waiting for you, you stinking monkey. I'll kill you sooner or later. Sun Wukong said with a smile. After speaking, his gaze once again fell upon Amaterasu, his eyes flickering with icy intent. I'm curious to see what tricks this clown has up his sleeve. Sun Wukong spoke, and the golden monkey staff crashed down toward Amaterasu. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed through the sky, sending a wave of shock through Amaterasu. She felt trapped, unable to dodge, and could only brace herself for the impact. Boom! The golden staff struck the great sun goddess's chest with tremendous force, sending her crashing into the ground. This time, Amaterasu's chest caved in and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Ha, Amaterasu, you finally met your match. This is so satisfying. Sun Wukong laughed maniacally to the heavens. Sun Wukong, I will remember this humiliation today. One day, I will repay you 100-fold. I hope you still have the ability then. Amaterasu struggled to her feet, glaring coldly at Sun Wukong. Haha, of course I will. I will repay this humiliation 10-fold, 100-fold. Sun Wukong sneered, his face brimming with mockery. I'm looking forward to it. Amaterasu snorted coldly and turned to leave. Just then, she suddenly noticed a massive vortex slowly spinning, enveloping her within its swirl.
The vortex emitted a powerful gravitational pull, attempting to drag her in. Chapter 214, The Pull. However, Amaterasu's physical body was incredibly resilient and couldn't be pulled in.
Sun Wukong, you're dreaming. Amaterasu laughed coldly, her eyes flashing with determination. She suddenly opened her mouth and spat out a round pearl. The pearl was pale yellow in color and emitted a dazzling golden glow.
Boom!
As soon as the pearl appeared, the sky was filled with rumbling thunder, and the heavens and earth shifted unpredictably, as if a storm were about to break. Amaterasu held the pearl in her hand and hurled it forward. The pearl emitted a piercing screech, instantly slicing through the sky and hurtling towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong looked up at the whistling bead and a playful smile appeared on his lips.
You're asking for death.
Sun Wukong snorted coldly, charging forward and swinging his golden staff, smashing it down on the celestial pearl with all his might. His speed was simply too fast for the heavenly pearl to dodge.
Boom!
The pearl and the golden staff collided, causing a violent explosion that warped the entire void, as if it were about to collapse at any moment.
What a powerful rebound force!
Sun Wukong furrowed his brows slightly, a hint of caution flashing in his eyes.
Amaterasu, you filthy monkey, you won't kill me today.
Amaterasu spoke coldly, her body emanating an overwhelming aura as she steadied her form. Sun Wukong furrowed his brows, surprised that Amaterasu had been hiding her true strength. She truly lived up to her reputation as the great deity of the land of cherry blossoms. Her tactics were indeed cunning.
He raised his golden staff once more and swung it toward Amaterasu.
Sun Wukong, don't think that your current strength makes you invincible. Today, I will teach you a lesson and see how you dare to be so arrogant. Amaterasu snorted coldly, activated the heavenly pearl once more, and launched a furious attack. Sun Wukong sneered, swinging his golden staff horizontally in rapid succession, colliding with the heavenly pearl.
Boom! Another terrifying collision sent Sun Wukong staggering back several steps.
The power of the heavenly pearl was simply too overwhelming, leaving him struggling to withstand the assault.
Amaterasu took advantage of the opportunity to cast his teleportation technique and fled quickly. You think you can escape? Leave him behind.
Sun Wukong roared, his figure flickering as he gave chase after Amaterasu. The two clashed repeatedly, locked in a fierce battle. Amaterasu was no match for Sun Wukong, who kept him at bay, leaving him unable to mount a counterattack and at a disadvantage.
Damn monkey, how did you train to become so powerful? Amaterasu was filled with terror.
She never imagined Sun Wukong's strength had reached such a terrifying level, capable of suppressing her.
Amaterasu, you stinking monkey, once I kill you, I'll tell you. The score between us, I will settle with you in due time. Sun Wukong spoke coldly, swinging his golden staff wildly and attacking Amaterasu relentlessly. Damn it!
Anger surged within Amaterasu's heart. She had never encountered such a powerful opponent before. They were not even in the same league. It was complete domination.
Heavenly Pearl explosion.
Suddenly, Sun Wukong heard Amaterasu's furious roar ringing in his ears.
Boom! A deafening explosion echoed, and a violently chaotic force erupted outward in all directions.
Caught off guard, Sun Wukong was blown back and hurriedly retreated.
Put!
The cloud of somersaults surrounding his body shattered instantly, revealing his true form beneath, with blood spurting out.
Damn it, the Heavenly Pearl is indeed a powerful artifact. It can even destroy my cloud of somersaults.
Sun Wukong muttered under his breath, quickly healing his wounds.
The power of the Heavenly Pearl is indeed formidable.
If Sun Wukong hadn't used his cloud to protect himself beforehand, he would have been injured long ago.
Haha, you stinking monkey, now you know how powerful I am. Amaterasu laughed triumphantly.
Sun Wukong snorted coldly, ignoring Amaterasu, and charged toward her once more.
This celestial pearl was truly terrifying.
He dared not take it lightly, otherwise, if he were struck by it, he would be in serious trouble.
Sun Wukong, don't harbor any delusions. You're no match for me. Just admit defeat and surrender. Otherwise, I'll make you suffer terribly.
Amaterasu laughed coldly, clasped his hands together, and the heavenly pearl shone even more brilliantly, transforming into a shower of stars that descended upon Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong dared not confront it head-on and immediately activated his innate divine ability. A golden war ape appeared in the void, wielding a golden staff, and charged forward.
Boom!
The two collided, unleashing a violent force that swept out in all directions. Everything in its path withered, trees snapped, and mountains were leveled, reduced to dust.
How could this creature's power have become so terrifying?
Sun Wukong's heart grew solemn, daring not to underestimate his opponent.
Boom!
The celestial pearls continued to fall, each containing immense explosive power, their might staggering. Although the golden monkey staff was formidable, it could not withstand the relentless assault of the heavenly pearls, retreating step by step until it was finally blasted away. A trickle of blood flowed from Sun Wukong's lips, and his face turned pale. Though his physical body was sturdy, it could not withstand the attacks of the celestial pearls. After all, the celestial pearls possessed immense power, while he was merely an ordinary mortal.
Haha, now you're finished, you monkey.
Amaterasu laughed coldly, flickering her figure and appearing before Sun Wukong.
Bang!
She raised her foot to stomp on Sun Wukong's chest, intending to crush him to death. However, at that very moment, a golden fist suddenly emerged from the void, striking Amaterasu's ankle with such force that her body staggered, nearly causing her to fall to the ground. She felt a sharp pain in her ankle and couldn't help but cry out in pain.
Damn monkey, dare to ambush me?
Amaterasu's face turned ashen, glaring at Sun Wukong, wanting to tear him to pieces. This monkey is nothing but a scoundrel, taking advantage of someone in their moment of weakness. Hee, your strength is impressive, but killing me won't be so easy. Sun Wukong snorted coldly, his eyes blazing with intense light. I'll deal with you first. As soon as he finished speaking, his body flickered, and he swiftly closed in on Amaterasu.
Sun Wukong, today I'll show you my true strength.
Amaterasu roared angrily, her body erupting with blinding white light, and terrifying auras rose from her form. Her skin was translucent and flawless, as if carved from jade. The clothes on her arms fluttered in the wind, rustling loudly and emitting a biting coldness.
The scene was utterly bizarre, resembling a celestial maiden descending to the mortal realm.
Her demeanor was incredibly noble and beautiful, like the nine heavens fairy descended from the heavens, transcending the ordinary. Sun Wukong, upon seeing this, his pupils suddenly contracted, and a strong sense of caution welled up within him. The power of this Amaterasu before him far exceeded his expectations.
Chapter 215, Sudden Turn of Events.
Kill! The great sun goddess let out a furious roar, her eyes blazing with an icy cold intent to kill. Immediately, she swung her right hand violently, and a massive silver dragon burst forth, charging fiercely toward Sun Wukong.
Sun Wukong's expression flickered, and he dodged aside. Boom!
The silver dragon and the golden staff collided, erupting in a deafening explosion. Sun Wukong's body involuntarily stepped back, his face solemn as he gripped the golden monkey staff tightly, preparing to deal with any sudden changes.
Oomph, Sun Wukong, you're finished this time.
Amaterasu laughed coldly, and his body suddenly vanished from the spot. Sun Wukong's heart jolted violently. He quickly turned around to look, only to see Amaterasu attacking him from behind. Such a sneak attack was truly despicable.
Amaterasu, you're asking for death.
Sun Wukong roared angrily, his body spinning rapidly as he swung his golden staff with all his might, aiming it at Amaterasu. Amaterasu quickly raised his long sword to block the golden staff, simultaneously forming hand seals with both hands.
Hum!
The void trembled, and the heavenly pearl reappeared, transforming into billions of brilliant stars that rained down upon Sun Wukong.
Get out of here!
Sun Wukong roared, gripping the golden staff tightly with both hands, raising it high, and smashing it down toward the heavenly pearl. Amaterasu, seeing this, his expression changed slightly, and he quickly dodged to the side.
Boom!
Tens of thousands of celestial pearls crashed onto the ground, unleashing a violent gale that caused nearby mountains to collapse and shatter.
Cough!
Sun Wukong's body swayed slightly as he hurriedly took a few steps back.
After regaining his balance, he couldn't help but cough several times.
But the battle intent and killing intent in those golden eyes were nearly tangible. Damn monkey, I'll show you the true power of this one.
Seeing Sun Wukong's appearance, Amaterasu roared angrily once more, swinging his hands again.
Countless massive celestial orbs once again materialized from the void, transforming into a torrential downpour that engulfed the sky, crashing down upon Sun Wukong. This time, the celestial orbs moved much faster than before, swarming densely, covering the sky and blocking out the sun. Sun Wukong dodged swiftly, and a golden glow erupted from his body once more.
Hum!
A golden light shield enveloped his entire body, protecting him within.
Puff!
The countless celestial pearls struck the golden defensive light barrier, erupting into a series of hissing sounds. However, the defensive light barrier was incredibly sturdy and remained intact. Amaterasu, seeing this, flashed a look of anger and embarrassment in his eyes. Damn monkey, just wait and see how I'll deal with you this time. She let out a shrill cry, her body flickered, and she transformed into a white beam of light, charging toward Sun Wukong.
Amaterasu, do you think only you can hide your form?
Sun Wukong sneered coldly, his eyes blazing with intense gaze, as he wildly swung his golden staff, shattering all the celestial pearls floating in the void.
Boom! A deafening roar echoed through the sky as the celestial pearls were shattered into pieces, transforming into a dazzling display of fireworks that scattered across the heavens. Amaterasu, is that all you've got? You think you can take on this old monkey?
Sun Wukong mocked, swinging his golden staff once more with all his might, aiming it at the great deity Amaterasu.
Oomph, don't get too cocky.
Once you're dead, I have plenty of ways to deal with you. By then, I'll make sure you die with your eyes wide open. Amaterasu snorted coldly, his face contorting into a hideous grimace. Sun Wukong heard this and was slightly taken aback. No wonder the sun goddess had been relentlessly pursuing him all this time. She had come prepared. It seems she knows I possess a treasure, which is why she's targeting me so relentlessly. However, her words caused Sun Wukong's brows to furrow. It seems that the great sun goddess truly has many tricks up her sleeve, otherwise, she wouldn't have been relentlessly pursuing him all this time. Thinking this, a playful smile curled the corners of his mouth. Amaterasu, let's continue this battle and see who emerges victorious in the end.
You think you're so clever? I'll skin you alive.
Amaterasu snorted coldly, her eyes filled with hatred, and her long sword swung down once more. Boom! Two colossal forces collided, erupting in a deafening explosion.
Hum. In an instant, the golden defensive barrier shook violently. Damn it, break through!
Sun Wukong's expression darkened as he swung his golden staff with all his might, smashing it down once more. The golden staff and the long sword collided, erupting in a deafening roar.
Boom! Another intense collision echoed, shattering the celestial pearl into powder that scattered across the ground.
Under the collision of the two colossal forces, the entire sky seemed to collapse, and the ground cracked open, forming countless deep, bottomless gorges.
Boom!
Another thunderous sound echoed, and the golden monkey staff struck down once more, sending the heavenly light great god flying again. Sun Wukong swung his staff once more, sending the sun god flying hundreds of meters away. Damn monkey, I'll tear your flesh apart.
Amaterasu roared furiously, gathering another celestial pearl in his hand.
Sun Wukong snorted coldly, his body suddenly swelling to 100 feet in size. His two golden feet stomped on the void, crushing toward Amaterasu.
Boom!
The golden feet collided with the celestial pearl, triggering another earth-shattering explosion, sending sparks flying in all directions.
Boom!
Sun Wukong's body retreated repeatedly, leaving deep imprints on the ground with each step.
Meanwhile, Amaterasu remained as calm as ever.
Seeing this, the battle intent in Sun Wukong's eyes grew even more intense. His body swelled once more, growing to 1,000 feet in size. A golden face appeared in the sky, its mouth opening to spew forth streams of golden flames. These golden flames contained terrifying power. They scorched the void, distorting it, and emitted intense heat as they charged toward Amaterasu. Amaterasu sensed this and her expression changed involuntarily. But she quickly regained her composure. In her hands, she once again gained a celestial pearl.
Boom!
At that moment, Sun Wukong and the celestial pearl collided violently once more, producing a deafening explosion. The entire space trembled violently, with ripples of spatial disturbances spreading out like ripples on a mirror, layer upon layer, radiating outward. The power of this strike was even greater and more terrifying than before. Boom! Another deafening explosion echoed through the air, sending Sun Wukong's body staggering backward. With each step he took, fresh blood trickled from the wounds on his feet.
Ha, Tensho, you're not so impressive after all. I thought you had some secret technique.
Sun Wukong burst into laughter. Amaterasu clenched his teeth in anger, hating Sun Wukong with every fiber of his being.
Chapter 216, A Humiliating Defeat.
The angel seated beside the revered Nuwa, the goddess of heaven, had been toyed with by a mere monkey. It was an utter disgrace. Don't get too cocky, our war has only just begun. Amaterasu clenched her teeth and spoke, then once again threw the heavenly pearl towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong's eyes flashed with cold light as he held his golden staff and charged forward. The heavenly pearl and the golden monkey staff collided violently once more. Hum! A deafening sound echoed throughout the sky, golden light shot into the heavens, transforming into golden lightning bolts that spread out in all directions.
Bang! In the next instant, the two collided once more with tremendous force, unleashing an earth-shattering explosion that caused the entire void to tremble.
Sun Wukong's expression darkened as he channeled his inner strength, frantically infusing it into the golden monkey staff. The heavenly pearl, under the attack of the golden monkey staff, gradually dimmed, growing darker and darker. Finally, unable to withstand the backlash, it exploded with a deafening boom.
Put!
Amaterasu once again spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning pale.
Haha, Amaterasu, is that all the power you have?
You wanted to strip my bones and flesh, so come and do it now.
Sun Wukong laughed wildly. Amaterasu's expression fluctuated between anger and fear, a flash of savagery gleaming in her eyes. Monkey, you forced my hand. When the time comes, I'll make sure you beg for your life. With that, she suddenly turned around and sprinted off into the distance, disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye. Think you can escape? Dream on.
Sun Wukong growled lowly, swinging his golden staff once more with all his might, smashing it into the distant mountain peak.
Boom! The mountain peak collapsed instantly, revealing a bottomless abyss.
Oomph! Sun Wukong growled again, following closely behind. His figure shot forward once more, his speed even faster than before. Tianzhao the great god saw this and his face turned pale with shock. He never expected Sun Wukong to be so fast. Moreover, he possessed such terrifying power, which made her feel extremely uneasy. Damn it! How did this monkey train? How could he be so powerful? Amaterasu cursed under her breath, suddenly increasing her speed several-fold and flying toward the distance. Sun Wukong, seeing this, curved his lips into a sinister smile and swung his golden staff down with all his might. Bang! This time, Amaterasu could no longer dodge and was struck directly by the staff. Good. I'll see how Amaterasu can withstand Monkey Brother's strike. This battle is certain to end in Monkey King's victory. You're talking nonsense. Our Amaterasu is extremely powerful. As Sun Wukong's staff came down, the entire screen erupted in chaos. Under Sun Wukong's single strike, Amaterasu was forced into retreat, continuously fleeing deeper into the mountains. Such a scene was incredibly thrilling, leaving everyone exhilarated. Sun Wukong closed in step by step, and with each step, the void trembled. Beneath his feet, the earth cracked open, forming countless fissures that spread out in all directions like a spider's web, a sight that was truly terrifying. Boom! Sun Wukong's speed was too fast. In the blink of an eye, he caught up with Amaterasu and swung his golden staff once more, striking her with all his might. This time, Amaterasu had no way to dodge. Because Sun Wukong's speed was too fast for her to react. She could only grit her teeth and roar in anger, as a torrent of divine energy surged from her body. One after another, treasures flew out from the celestial pearl, transforming into a sea of stars, forming a barrier in front of her, attempting to block the attack of the golden staff. Boom! Sun Wukong's golden staff crashed down with tremendous force, shattering the stars one by one. The shattered star fragments fell from the sky like a meteor shower, crashing onto the ground and erupting with deafening explosions. Crack! Crack! The earth cracked open continuously, forming massive fissures that spread out like a spider's web. Amaterasu's face paled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with panic. He hurriedly fled toward the distance. Where do you think you're going? Sun Wukong snorted coldly, his feet stepping on the 7 stars, his body transforming into a streak of light, chasing after Amaterasu's figure at full speed. Though Amaterasu's speed was extraordinary, it paled in comparison to Sun Wukong's. Soon, Amaterasu was once again caught by Sun Wukong, who brought down his golden staff with a mighty blow. Crack! Amaterasu was struck again, and a massive crack appeared on his body once more. Ah! Amaterasu let out an agonizing scream, coughing up another mouthful of blood. Her face turned deathly pale, and she stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. Although her divine energy surged forth, quickly healing her wounds, the intense pain left her face twisted in agony. Amaterasu, you won't escape today. Sun Wukong roared angrily, raising his golden staff once more. Amaterasu clenched her teeth, spat out another mouthful of essence blood, and transformed into a green dragon, clawing and flying toward the sky. Boom! The green dragon soared into the sky, emitting a deafening roar that shook the heavens and split the earth. The entire mountain range was overturned, and massive boulders plummeted downward, thundering like the end of the world had arrived. Even if you're a green dragon, so what? You'll still have to endure a strike from my golden staff. Sun Wukong's eyes flashed with a savage gleam as he raised his arm slightly and struck downward once more. Amaterasu sensed the danger, her form flickering as she transformed into a streak of green light, darting into the sky to evade the blow. You think you can escape? Sun Wukong coldly snorted, raised his right leg, and stomped down with all his might. The ground beneath his feet instantly cracked open. A deep, bottomless chasm appeared, and Sun Wukong followed closely behind, stomping on it once more, causing the earth to collapse again. Bang! Sun Wukong's golden staff struck down once more, reducing the mountain to a pile of rubble. That damned monkey! I will kill you! Amaterasu, enraged, roared, her body involuntarily halting mid-air as she once again summoned her divine powers, attempting to draw Sun Wukong back. Amaterasu, even if you are the emperor himself, you shall not escape today. Sun Wukong's eyes turned blood red as he swung his golden staff down with all his might. Boom! Another deafening explosion echoed, reducing the mountain to a pile of rubble. Amaterasu's form trembled, and he couldn't help but cough twice, his face growing even paler. This stinking monkey! Amaterasu's face twisted into a hideous grimace, her anger boiling over. She had thought she could easily slay Sun Wukong, but instead, she had been entangled by him. Moreover, she was now severely injured and had little fighting strength left. Monkey head, I spare your life today. Dare you fight me fairly? Chapter 217, A Desperate Battle. Sun Wukong roared, raising his golden staff high. The great sun goddess heard this and felt a slight stir in her heart. She knew she had no chance of escaping now. Since that was the case, she might as well fight Sun Wukong to the death. This was similar to the bet Sun Wukong had made with Sun Wukong back then. Alright. Since that's the case, I'll fight you to the death. Amaterasu let out a furious roar, her eyes turning blood red as a torrent of divine energy surged from her body. A vast and overwhelming pressure instantly engulfed the entire valley, causing all the demon beasts within to crawl to the ground, trembling in fear, dared not lift their heads. Whoosh! Amaterasu transformed into a streak of light and charged towards Sun Wukong. Whoosh! Sun Wukong's eyes lit up. He took a step forward and charged toward Amaterasu, swinging his golden staff and smashing it down with all his might. Amaterasu clasped her hands together, formed a seal, and chanted incantations as divine energy surged around her. At that moment, a full moon appeared above Amaterasu's head, emitting a gentle glow that bathed her in light. This added a touch of sanctity to her, making her resemble a divine maiden descending from the heavens. Snowflakes began to drift down from the sky, as large as goose feathers, falling slowly to the ground. As they landed on his body, they instantly transformed into white mist, completely enveloping Sun Wukong's body. Sun Wukong's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly activated his golden staff, attempting to dispel the white mist completely. However, his attack was blocked by the mist. Sun Wukong cursed under his breath. Damn it, what's going on?
How can this mist be so powerful? My golden monkey staff couldn't destroy them all.
In the sky, the full moon emitted a gentle glow, slowly rotating.
A gentle breeze blew, and the bright moonlight followed, gently cascading down.
White smoke swirled around Sun Wukong's body. This was the white mist emerging from his body, attempting to block his golden staff from reaching them.
Damn it!
Sun Wukong growled softly and struck the golden staff down once more. This time, a layer of golden light appeared on the surface of his body. The golden light was accompanied by intense flames, resembling a fiery ball that emitted a terrifying heat. Sun Wukong struck down with a single punch, completely vaporizing the white mist, while the round moon was shattered and twisted.
Boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the sky.
Visible ripples spread rapidly outward, as if the entire world were shattering under the force of that single punch. Amaterasu's form wavered, blood spurting from his mouth as his face grew increasingly pale.
How powerful!
Amaterasu's expression grew grim as his figure flickered once more, charging toward Sun Wukong again.
Bang! Sun Wukong swung his staff once more, sending Amaterasu plummeting back to the ground. Amaterasu, stop struggling in vain. Surrender peacefully.
Sun Wukong's lips curled into a smile as his figure vanished from the spot. Amaterasu's pupils contracted sharply, and an unprecedented sense of fear surged in his heart.
Damn it, what is this stinking monkey? How could he be so strong? Sun Wukong's figure reappeared above Amaterasu's head.
At that moment, a torrent of demonic energy erupted from his body, and he swung his golden staff down with all his might. Amaterasu, seeing this, was filled with terror and hurriedly activated his divine artifact to block the attack. However, though Amaterasu's magical artifact was powerful, it paled in comparison to Sun Wukong's golden staff.
Boom! Amaterasu's protective aura was shattered into pieces.
Her stunningly beautiful face was contorted with pain, and her body flew backward, crashing into a large rock.
Sun Wukong's speed was extremely fast, and he instantly arrived beside the large rock.
Sun Wukong narrowed his eyes and swung his golden staff down with all his might.
Puff!
The boulder was instantly split into two halves by the golden staff, revealing a deep crater. Amaterasu emerged from the deep pit, his face dark and grim, glaring at Sun Wukong with anger in his eyes.
This bastard is simply too much. Ha! Amaterasu, surrender now, or I'll show you no mercy.
Sun Wukong laughed loudly, raised the golden staff once more, and struck down with all his might. Amaterasu's face turned pale, but she could do nothing about it. Because she had already been injured earlier, and if she were to clash with Sun Wukong head-on again, she would gain nothing. She was well aware of this, so she did not choose to fight back. Oomph! She let out a low snort, and golden light erupted from her body, causing her to vanish from her original position and reappear behind Sun Wukong.
HM?
Sun Wukong narrowed his eyes slightly, shifted his body, and dodged the fatal attack from the great sun god.
Amaterasu's expression turned icy, and she grew even more furious. As the mighty Amaterasu, she had never been evaded before. It was an utter disgrace. Bang!
Sun Wukong struck down again. Amaterasu snorted coldly and vanished from her original spot.
Bang! Sun Wukong continued to smash down. Bang! Another attack, and Amaterasu dodged it once more. Amaterasu, this is pointless. Sun Wukong sneered. Do you think you can keep dodging forever?
The injuries on your body will eventually weaken you, and in the end, you will still be defeated by me. Upon hearing this, Amaterasu's face turned ashen, and she cursed under her breath.
Damn it, that accursed monkey. Once I recover, I'll teach you a lesson you'll never forget. But she could do nothing about it.
At this moment, she was indeed severely injured. She refused to accept defeat so easily. But she knew that, given Sun Wukong's strength, if she were to fight him again, she would definitely be at a disadvantage, and even risking her life was a possibility.
Damn monkey, just wait and see. I'll make you pay for this.
Amaterasu clenched her teeth, her eyes cold as ice.
Amaterasu, I'm waiting.
Sun Wukong shrugged his shoulders and swung his golden staff once more. Amaterasu saw this and her expression suddenly changed.
Damn it!
This monkey is like a stubborn plaster, you can't shake him off no matter how hard you try.
Amaterasu clenched his teeth, feeling a growing sense of urgency.
If he continued fighting Sun Wukong like this, he would certainly be slain here.
Heaven and earth, all living beings, heed my command.
Amaterasu suddenly roared, and golden light erupted from her body.
A simple yet vibrant mountain peak appeared behind her. Whoosh!
The mountain peak rapidly grew larger, eventually reaching 100 zhang in height, obscuring an area of 1,000 li in all directions.
Sun Wukong's golden staff struck down, directly hitting the massive mountain peak. Chapter 218, Trembling in Fear. Boom!
A deafening sound echoed through the sky, which was filled with dark clouds and rolling thunder. This scene left the sun goddess stunned in her tracks, her fair face growing pale, and her body trembling uncontrollably. She never imagined that Sun Wukong's power could be so immense. The power of a single blow was enough to destroy an entire world. That accursed monkey, what kind of deity is it? I am one of the most powerful deities in the land of cherry blossoms. How dare this monkey insult me so?
I will tear you to pieces and scatter your remains to satisfy my hatred. Amaterasu's eyes turned blood red as she gritted her teeth. Boom! At that moment, dark clouds gathered overhead and thunder rolled. The entire sky grew dim, as if night had fallen. Sun Wukong watched Amaterasu's reaction, a look of amusement in his eyes. I'll see how long you can last. With that, Sun Wukong raised his golden staff once more and swung it fiercely toward Amaterasu. Crack! Cracks began to spread from Sun Wukong's golden staff, radiating out in all directions. Put! Amaterasu could no longer endure it and spat out a mouthful of blood, her eyes flickering with shock and disbelief. This monkey's physical body has reached such a terrifying level. Her golden body was already one of the strongest among the gods, a body that could rival both gods and demons. Even other deities of the same rank in the land of cherry blossoms would find it difficult to destroy it. But now, the golden staff in the monkey's hands had forcefully split her golden body apart. This was beyond her imagination. No, this monkey's physical form is too abnormal. If I continue to fight him up close, I will eventually be killed by him. The thought flashed through Amaterasu's mind. Boom! Sun Wukong's golden staff continued to strike down with force. Amaterasu's eyes narrowed, and her form vanished once more. HM? Seeing this, Sun Wukong's eyebrows shot up, and the golden light on his body surged several times over. Bang! The blow once again missed its mark, striking the ground with a thunderous crash. Instantly, a cloud of dust erupted, swirling through the air and obscuring the sky. Ha, monkey, don't harbor such foolish hopes. From the distance, the voice of the sun god once again echoed. Sun Wukong furrowed his brows, a hint of anxiety rising in his heart. Amaterasu was powerful and swift chasing her would be no easy task. However, since I've decided to fight you, I won't back down. I'll give it my all and kill you. Sun Wukong clenched his teeth, his eyes growing wildly intense. Whoosh! In that instant, Sun Wukong's figure suddenly appeared hundreds of meters away. Monkey, doing this will get you killed. Amaterasu reappeared dozens of meters away, smiling as she spoke. Sun Wukong's lips curled into a sinister smile. Want me to die? With just you? The mockery in his tone was evident, and his golden eyes were filled with coldness. Let's see if you can. Amaterasu's expression flickered, and his golden light shone brightly before disappearing once more. Sun Wukong furrowed his brows. Amaterasu had vanished once again. This did surprise Sun Wukong somewhat. Logically speaking, Amaterasu had just spoken in that manner to force him to use his divine abilities, then suppress or slay him. Yet the outcome was not what he had expected, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Could it be that the great sun god had some other means at his disposal? Sun Wukong speculated in his mind, but he had no way to find out. He could only wait and see what would happen next. But just then, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his feet. Looking down, he saw a long chain emerging from the ground, tightly wrapped around his thigh. Sun Wukong's expression changed, and he quickly pulled his leg free, then raised his golden staff and struck down with all his might. Boom! The heavens trembled, and a large section of the ground collapsed. But the sun god did not appear, seeming to toy with Sun Wukong. This damned monkey! How dare he break my chain? Amaterasu felt a surge of anger. Though she believed her true form was not present here. However, she possessed infinite law-based power, capable of controlling everything around her. Moreover, this world was filled with countless laws that could be harnessed to suppress her. Therefore, no matter how powerful Sun Wukong was, under the power of the laws, it was difficult for him to break free from the chain's constraints. That was why she was so confident. However, her plan had been disrupted by this monkey. However, Sun Wukong is unaware of Amaterasu's intentions. Upon witnessing this scene, he couldn't help but grow furious. This woman is truly cunning. No matter what, she cannot be completely subdued. Sun Wukong sighed inwardly, then shifted his gaze to the chain. But I refuse to believe I'm trapped in this damn thing. Sun Wukong roared angrily, raised his golden staff once more, and struck forward with all his might. This strike was nearly his full power. Boom! The ground exploded, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. But Sun Wukong gained nothing, and there was still no response. This caused a sense of foreboding to rise in Sun Wukong's heart. Amaterasu, seeing this, couldn't help but curve the corners of his mouth into a sinister smile. Haha, monkey, weren't you trying to kill me? Come on. Sun Wukong heard this, his brows furrowing deeply, and the killing intent in his heart surged to the heavens. Monkey, don't just stand there like an idiot. Keep coming. Amaterasu's voice rang out once more. Sun Wukong's eyes grew cold as he swung his golden staff once more, smashing it into the ground. Boom! Terrifying energy ripples spread out, leaving terrifying cracks on the ground. But even so, Sun Wukong was unable to defeat it. Damn it! A cold gleam flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes as he channeled his magical power once more, swinging the golden staff and smashing it down with all his might. Boom! Another deafening explosion echoed, and Amaterasu vanished once more. Sun Wukong furrowed his brows. Could it be that Amaterasu's power is stronger than mine, allowing her to evade my attacks? Sun Wukong frowned, filled with confusion. The power of Amaterasu was far beyond his imagination. Regardless, I must slay Amaterasu today.
A fierce gleam flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes. Amaterasu was hiding in the shadows, and no one knew what schemes he was plotting.
But no matter what, he must slay the great sun god. Roar!
Sun Wukong raised his head and roared furiously, his eyes filled with savage light, and golden light surged from his body.
Whoosh!
Every hair on his body stood on end, as sharp as steel needles, giving him a terrifying appearance.
Swish!
At that moment, Sun Wukong suddenly transformed into a golden bolt of lightning and charged toward the location of the sun god.
Oomph, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Chapter 219, Uncontrollable?
Amaterasu snorted coldly and reappeared from the shadows.
Clang!
A pitch-black iron chain appeared, writhing like a dragon, heading straight for Sun Wukong.
Looking for death.
Sun Wukong gripped his golden staff tightly and swung it with all his might, shattering the black iron chain. However, his golden staff still carried a terrifying aura as it continued to charge toward Amaterasu.
A golden opportunity. Tian Zhaodishan saw this and a smile appeared on his face. Seize him!
She gave a light shout, and the chains instantly shrank, eventually condensing into a single black rope that tightly bound Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong's body trembled, but the pulling force grew even stronger.
Get out of here!
Sun Wukong's face was filled with rage, his eyes icy cold, and his body flew uncontrollably toward that direction.
This monkey's physical body is too powerful. Killing him today will be no easy task.
The great sun god's expression darkened as he thought to himself.
Whoosh!
Sun Wukong's figure appeared instantly at the peak of a mountain, but his arms were still bound by iron chains.
Amaterasu saw this and couldn't help but smile. Monkey, this is your own doing. Don't blame me. Boom!
As he spoke, Amaterasu clenched her fist, and the black iron chain exploded into countless fragments.
HM?
Seeing this, Sun Wukong's expression changed drastically.
He quickly summoned his divine energy and shattered the chains binding his body.
His arms were finally able to move freely once more. Seeing this, the anger in Sun Wukong's eyes grew even more intense. He glared coldly at Amaterasu, eager to slay her immediately and eliminate the threat once and for all. Amaterasu, however, showed no fear and instead gave a cold laugh.
Monkey, you are indeed an extraordinary divine being.
But I tell you, my power is far greater than you could ever imagine. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the palm of Amaterasu's hand reached out toward Sun Wukong's head. She struck while laughing coldly.
With your current strength, you can't possibly defeat me.
Seeing this, Sun Wukong narrowed his eyes, but a sinister smile suddenly appeared on his lips. His right foot stomped down violently, causing the ground to sink instantly, and a terrifying aura surged up from beneath the earth.
Roar! At that moment, a primal roar, as if from the ancient primordial chaos, erupted from Sun Wukong's mouth.
Instantly, Sun Wukong's body swelled to 100 feet in height, transforming into a colossal ape, his form radiating an overwhelming battle intent.
This can't be possible. How is this possible? How could this monkey suddenly transform into this monstrous form? Amaterasu's eyes widened in disbelief.
But Sun Wukong paid her no mind, instead lowering his head to gaze down at Amaterasu.
Amaterasu, I have told you, today I will slay you.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than Sun Wukong swung his golden staff once more, striking toward Amaterasu. This strike seemed to contain the weight of 1,000 jun, causing the space around them to twist and distort.
No!
Amaterasu, seeing this, her expression changed drastically. She quickly retracted the iron chains, transforming into a ball of green light, and vanished into the void.
Bang!
However, Sun Wukong's golden staff struck the void, instantly shaking it out and crashing toward Amaterasu in the void.
Damn it!
Amaterasu, seeing this, was filled with rage, but she had no way to stop it and could only continue fleeing. She knew that if she were struck by this golden staff, she would certainly be injured. At that point, her power would be greatly weakened, making it even harder to kill Sun Wukong. Amaterasu continuously activated the divine chains of her artifact, attempting to break free from the golden staff's constraints. However, the golden staff acted like a giant whale sucking water, continuously drawing the divine energy from the chains. In just a few minutes, the divine energy within Amaterasu's body had already decreased by 1/5. However, none of this had any effect on Sun Wukong.
Monkey, cease your arrogance. Today, I shall let you taste my ultimate technique.
Suddenly, a cold gleam flashed in Amaterasu's eyes. He changed his hand seals, and a long sword appeared.
Slash!
The long sword in Amaterasu's hand instantly grew 3 feet longer, emitting a dazzling glow. The sword's blade was adorned with intertwining sword shadows, appearing extremely terrifying. Amaterasu's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and she swung the sword horizontally towards Sun Wukong.
Clang!
The sword struck the golden staff, producing a crisp clanging sound. However, the sword failed to harm the golden staff, instead being deflected back.
Impossible!
Amaterasu's expression changed drastically, her mind filled with horror, unable to believe what she was seeing. Sun Wukong did not stop his attack but swung the golden staff toward Amaterasu.
Crack!
Amaterasu's sword was shattered into pieces, and streams of blood spurted out, splattering the ground. Ah! Amaterasu let out an agonizing scream, her eyes turning red.
She never imagined that Sun Wukong, merely an ordinary human, could possess strength rivaling that of a quasi-saint.
This completely shattered her understanding of power. In that moment, she felt as though her heart was being torn apart, the pain nearly causing her to suffocate.
Sun Wukong, you wait.
I will grind your bones to dust. Amaterasu let out a roar and turned to leave. But just as she turned, she suddenly felt a sense of danger approaching from behind. Whoosh! Amaterasu's body trembled and she quickly dodged to the left. Whoosh! As soon as Amaterasu no Makoto had regained her footing, she heard the sound of wind cutting through the air.
The next second, her body was wrapped tightly by a massive golden iron chain.
The chain emitted an astonishing aura of power and force.
Damn it!
Amaterasu's expression changed drastically as she immediately channeled all her power and struck the chains with all her might.
Bang!
Though her attack was fierce, it only managed to deflect the chain, unable to shatter it.
Damn monkey!
I'll remember this today. Amaterasu's eyes flashed with cold intent as she channeled her divine energy to block all the force on the chains and attempted to flee.
Come on, let me send you to the west.
Sun Wukong snorted coldly, stomped his legs on the void, and charged toward Amaterasu.
Boom!
Amaterasu sensed the threat of Sun Wukong's charge and immediately unleashed his full power, transforming into a series of afterimages as he fled into the distance. Oomph! Seeing this, Sun Wukong snorted coldly, and his body vanished from the spot in an instant. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Sun Wukong's figure appeared behind Amaterasu, his golden staff whistling through the air as he swung it repeatedly. Boom! A dull thud echoed as Amaterasu's body was struck violently, blood spurting everywhere.
Chapter 220, Wounds.
However, Sun Wukong's golden staff only pierced Amaterasu's shoulder, causing no severe injuries.
This scene was undeniably bizarre. How is that possible?
Amaterasu's pupils contracted sharply, her eyes filled with intense resentment and panic. Her physical body was so powerful, how could it be so easily pierced by the golden staff?
This was simply unimaginable. Get out of my way.
She clenched her teeth and once again activated the divine chain, attempting to break free. But in the next instant, a blinding golden light sliced through the sky, instantly dispersing her divine energy and then violently striking her back. Tianzhao the great god saw this and his heart sank. She knew that if she were hit by that golden light, even as a quasi-saint level powerhouse, she would be doomed. In that moment, she truly felt the threat to her life. Whoosh! But her reaction was still half a beat too slow. The golden monkey staff's speed was faster than she had anticipated, and its power was even more formidable. Put! The chest of the sun god was instantly pierced, and blood spurted everywhere. But just as she was about to channel her energy to heal herself, she suddenly realized that all the strength in her body had been completely drained in that instant. No! Amaterasu was utterly shocked. For she realized that the divine energy within her body was vanishing at an unimaginable speed.
Damn that monkey! Amaterasu was in a panic.
She never expected to be defeated so completely. But at that very moment, a vast and boundless aura swept in from the distance. Boom! In the next instant, Sun Wukong and Amaterasu simultaneously felt an immense sense of terror and oppression descending from above their heads. Sun Wukong raised his eyes and immediately noticed a golden pillar of light shooting straight up into the sky, then plummeting toward the two of them. No! The great sun god's pupils contracted slightly, but he showed no signs of resistance. Bang! The golden pillar of light struck Amaterasu directly, sending her crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater. With this single blow, Amaterasu was defeated without a doubt. Amaterasu was driven into the ground, but this was only the beginning. Golden light columns continued to fall from the sky, each one erupting with a devastating burst of energy. Sun Wukong was completely engulfed by this terrifying energy. Boom! Wave after wave of terrifying destructive energy surged into Sun Wukong's body, causing him to let out agonizing screams. Boom! The terrifying energy continued to strike him, causing Sun Wukong to spew blood. Put! The final terrifying golden light pillar descended, and Sun Wukong's body exploded once more, turning into a shower of blood. Boom! The heavens and earth seemed to be enveloped by endless golden flames, and the entire void became scorching hot. Roar! Sun Wukong let out a furious roar, his body slowly rising into the air. His entire being radiated blazing light, resembling a scorching sun. The space around him was being burned away, emitting constant crackling explosions. Sun Wukong! What a guy! Is this Monkey King's technique or what's going on? It can't be the Sun God's technique, can it? Seeing this scene, the global audience watching the livestream were all stunned. Whoa! That's terrifying! Even the audience and the livestream were startled. Sun Wukong's move was simply too overwhelming. Even those divine beings who had left a profound impression on everyone before might not be able to withstand it. This move is undoubtedly the ultimate offensive martial art technique. Boom! In the sky above, lightning snakes twisted and turned, and divine retribution raged.
Boom! Massive purple lightning bolts, carrying boundless might, crashed down upon Sun Wukong with overwhelming force. Boom!
Sun Wukong's body trembled violently, but he charged forward undeterred, meeting the lightning head-on and slashing fiercely. Crack! In the next instant, the golden staff in Sun Wukong's hand shattered the purple lightning bolt, then crashed violently into the sky.
As the purple lightning vanished, Sun Wukong's body swayed violently, as if struck by lightning, suffering immense damage.
However, Sun Wukong did not stop, continuing to swing his golden staff and strike down fiercely.
Bang! With each swing of his staff, Sun Wukong unleashed an endless torrent of terrifying energy, reducing an entire mountain peak to dust.
For a moment, the heavens and earth fell silent, and everyone watching the live broadcast of the battle stared wide-eyed, frozen in place.
No wonder he's the sun god. He's truly incredibly powerful.
My goodness, how could Monkey King's power have improved so much?
Such terrifying attack power could easily rival the full force of a divine being's strike. It's too terrifying. How did he manage to do that?
Whether they were netizens from the Xianlong Kingdom or from other countries, everyone sucked in a cold breath, their faces filled with horror.
Bang!
Sun Wukong's attack speed had reached its peak. In the blink of an eye, he shattered hundreds of mountain peaks and reduced thousands of feet of land to ruins. Whoosh! Sun Wukong gasped for breath, his face pale. But his eyes were filled with overwhelming battle intent, fixated on the Amaterasu below, as if he wanted to tear her to pieces. Amaterasu also stared intently at Sun Wukong, his eyes filled with intense hatred and venom.
Damn monkey, today, I will kill you. Humph, with you?
Sun Wukong sneered coldly, his eyes brimming with contempt.
Boom!
As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped into the air, swinging his golden staff fiercely toward Amaterasu.
Humph, I've been wanting to test how strong you really are. Since that's the case, I'll grant you your wish and send you on your way.
With that, the great sun god waved his hand. Whoosh!
6 wings suddenly appeared behind her.
As they flapped gently, her body soared upward, transforming into a giant bird hundreds of meters tall, charging toward Sun Wukong.
Boom! In the next instant, the 6 massive wings collided violently. Boom! A torrential gust of wind erupted, sweeping away dust and obscuring the sky. Boom!
The power of the sun god was far superior to Sun Wukong's. With a single punch, he sent Sun Wukong flying backward. But before he could react, he realized he had been countered by Sun Wukong.
Impossible! Amaterasu stared in disbelief. How could this monkey be so strong?
Amaterasu was astonished, but he showed no signs of retreat. Clatter! In the next moment, she flapped her wings and charged toward Sun Wukong. The sharp feathers on her wings sliced through the air like blades, striking toward her opponent.
Chapter 221, Sweeping. Bang!
Sun Wukong's eyes narrowed, and he raised his golden staff once more, striking fiercely toward the great sun god.
Boom!
The clash between the two once again triggered a massive explosion, sending terrifying shockwaves rippling out, causing the void itself to collapse. However, it was clear that this attack had no effect. The sharp feathers on Amaterasu's wings pierced through the golden staff, deeply embedding themselves into Sun Wukong's body.
Boom!
Sun Wukong grunted, his body crashing heavily onto the ground, causing a small mountain to collapse. Yet even this was no more than a mere scratch for Sun Wukong. With his golden, indestructible body, his durability far exceeded everyone's imagination. Indeed, Amaterasu was no ordinary deity, her power surpasses even the wildest expectations. However, this was merely an appetizer. There were many more techniques awaiting you. Sun Wukong gave a cold laugh, gripped the golden staff once more, and his aura surged even more violently.
Golden lightning bolts shot out from the staff. Hum!
In the sky, 6 wings suddenly spread wide. In the next instant, Amaterasu's figure vanished from where he stood and appeared behind Sun Wukong, reaching out with a claw to grab him.
Ha!
Sun Wukong let out a low growl, raised his arm suddenly, and struck at Amaterasu's claw.
Wow, the two deities are about to clash again. Sun Wukong is truly powerful. This is the main deity of our dragon kingdom, of course he's powerful. Our Amaterasu of Sakura Kingdom isn't just any ordinary deity, don't get too cocky, Dragon Xian Kingdom. Bullet comments flew by, and Sun Wukong's fans also blared angrily at Long Xuanqua's bullet comments. Bang!
Sun Wukong struck the hand of the great sun god with a mighty blow, sending out a deafening roar. However, it was clear that the two were evenly matched in strength. However, since Sun Wukong's attack was somewhat rushed, he was forced to step back several paces before coming to a halt.
Haha, Sun Wukong, you really are weak. Haha, is this the best Sun Wukong of Longxian Kingdom can do? To be suppressed so brutally by a divine deity, I'm truly delighted.
Goodness gracious, Sun Wukong, such a powerful deity, has actually been suppressed by a divine being.
Sun Wukong, get up quickly. Let us see just how strong you really are. Roar!
Sun Wukong roared to the heavens, using all his strength to push himself up with his arms, trying to get back on his feet.
Boom!
But just then, the great sun god reappeared beside Sun Wukong and struck him again with a powerful palm strike.
You little demon, do you really think your great-grandfather the great sage is only this powerful? I, Sun Wukong, am not so easily defeated.
Sun Wukong roared angrily and swung his golden staff once more, striking toward Amaterasu with all his might. Boom! The golden staff and Amaterasu's right claw collided, erupting in a deafening explosion that shook the surrounding trees to their cores.
Monkey, what do you have left to fight me with now? Surrender and be captured.
Sun Wukong's lips bled, and his eyes flashed with a glint.
If you think I'll surrender, you're dreaming.
You worthless monkey, since you're asking for death, don't blame me for being ruthless. The great god of the sun sneered coldly and suddenly kicked down with all his might.
Oomph, do you really think you can hurt old Sun? Dream on.
Sun Wukong sneered disdainfully, swinging his golden staff toward Amaterasu's toes.
Bang!
The golden staff struck Amaterasu's legs, yet not even a single mark was left behind.
Is this his divine power? Sun Wukong's pupils contracted. Boom!
At that moment, the dark clouds in the sky began to swirl faster and faster, and bolts of lightning struck Amaterasu repeatedly.
However, Amaterasu remained unharmed.
The 6 wings on her body continued to emit dazzling, blinding light.
How is this possible? Amaterasu's defenses are this powerful? That's incredible.
Monkey King's golden staff is supposed to be incredibly powerful, yet it can't even scratch her.
How could Amaterasu's 6 wings be so terrifying?
Ha, this is the divine being of my cherry blossom nation.
Sun Wukong, just accept your fate.
Seeing this scene, all the viewers watching the live stream couldn't help but discuss it fervently.
They never imagined that Amaterasu's defense could be this powerful. Damn it!
Sun Wukong's face turned angry, his teeth clenched, and he longed to charge forward and slay Amaterasu immediately. But reason told Sun Wukong that doing so would only be a futile sacrifice.
Because his golden staff couldn't break through Amaterasu's 6 wings. Whoosh!
Sun Wukong heaved heavily, beads of sweat the size of peas rolling down his forehead, his eyes filled with resentment and anger.
No, he couldn't keep this up.
If I hadn't been severely injured in the last battle, this little demon would have already been struck down by my golden staff. Sun Wukong muttered under his breath, then suddenly raised his golden staff and swung it forward with all his might.
The power of that strike was truly awe-inspiring. Boom! The golden staff struck the 6 wings of Amaterasu with tremendous force, instantly transmitting a terrifying power through the staff into Amaterasu's body. Crack! The 6 wings of Amaterasu were instantly covered in cracks. And a series of loud cracking sounds echoed through the air. What? How is this possible? Amaterasu was completely stunned. She could feel her 6 wings slowly cracking apart. No, this can't go on. Sun Wukong, die!
Amaterasu roared in anger, her 6 wings suddenly spreading wide, transforming into 6 sharp sides that slashed viciously towards Sun Wukong. Whoosh! The 6 sides, shrouded in a pitch-black glow, slashed down with tremendous force, instantly tearing through the void and aiming straight for Sun Wukong's head. Monkey brother, be careful! Monkey brother, don't get hit! My goodness, this is too dangerous! Seeing this, countless citizens of Longshan cried out in terror, their hearts nearly leaping out of their chests. However, at that very moment, Sun Wukong suddenly extended a massive palm, gripping the sides in his hand, and swung them violently. Put! Instantly, the sickles snapped into 2 pieces and fell to the ground. Immediately afterward, Sun Wukong flipped and leaped into the air, delivering a powerful punch toward the great sun god. Dawn! 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 Each blow contained earth-shattering power, sending Amaterasu flying backward, spitting blood from his mouth. This monkey is so powerful. Amaterasu was utterly speechless with disbelief. Though she was a woman and not physically superior, her 6 wings were no easy feat to break through. Yet now, she was actually being held back by Sun Wukong's bare hands? Chapter 222, Certain Death. You insignificant mortal, I don't care what kind of demon or monster you are, but you are doomed today. Sun Wukong struck Amaterasu with both fists, unleashing a torrent of brilliant flames that consumed her wings entirely. Boom! A piercing scream echoed throughout the heavens and earth, reverberating in the ears of all the viewers watching the live stream, sending a chill down their spines. At this point, Sun Wukong's attacks had begun to slow down, even showing signs of fatigue. Nevertheless, he had shattered Amaterasu's wings into pieces. But immediately afterward, Amaterasu's massive form transformed into a blur and charged towards Sun Wukong. Amaterasu's attack was incredibly fast, closing the distance in an instant. Sun Wukong's expression darkened, and he suddenly punched toward Amaterasu. Boom! Sun Wukong's fist collided with Amaterasu's. Boom! 2 colossal forces erupted, sending both Sun Wukong and Amaterasu flying to the ground. Put! Amaterasu spewed a mouthful of blood, her face filled with astonishment. She never expected that she would be knocked back by Sun Wukong's single punch and even sustain minor injuries. A golden opportunity. Sun Wukong's eyes widened suddenly, and his arm trembled violently. Another golden staff appeared in his palm. Swish! The golden staff thrust forward, piercing fiercely toward Amaterasu's chest. Boom! The golden staff pierced through Amaterasu's abdomen, sending her crashing down from the sky. Put! Amaterasu, the great sun goddess, spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, her face filled with disbelief. How is this possible? How could you be so powerful?
How could you possibly have injured me?
She was utterly shocked, unable to comprehend how she had been so completely outmatched just moments ago.
I told you, you're too weak. You can't possibly hurt me.
Sun Wukong grinned widely, his face twisted into a hideous grimace.
I don't believe it. I refuse to accept it.
Amaterasu shouted, spreading her wings suddenly and flapping them violently, instantly sending Sun Wukong flying. Amaterasu transformed into a black mist once more and charged towards Sun Wukong.
Even if you can turn into black mist, I have the golden monkey staff. What can you do to me?
Sun Wukong snorted coldly, glanced at Amaterasu with disdain, and swung his golden staff fiercely once more.
Boom! A colossal force erupted from the golden monkey staff, smashing into Amaterasu's body with tremendous force.
Amaterasu was once again knocked flying, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth.
Damn it! Amaterasu was furious. Though she was a deity of the God King realm, she remained at a disadvantage when facing Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong was like a war god, invincible in battle. Boom!
Amaterasu once again transformed into a black mist, enveloping Sun Wukong and attempting to devour him.
Get out of my way!
However, at that moment, Sun Wukong struck again with a powerful punch, shattering her black mist in an instant, and then delivered another blow directly to her chest.
Put!
Blood spurted everywhere, and Amaterasu was once again knocked flying by Sun Wukong.
Damn it!
Amaterasu gritted her teeth and glared at Sun Wukong.
You actually managed to defeat me. It seems you're no ordinary opponent after all. This is just the beginning. Sun Wukong grinned. You!
Amaterasu, enraged, glared at Sun Wukong with a serious expression.
This guy is too powerful. I won't give up. Next time I get the chance, I'll make you regret it. As the words fell, Amaterasu's figure vanished quickly. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a wisp of black smoke and shot off into the distance. Where are you going?
Sun Wukong saw this and his expression suddenly changed. He punched toward the black mist with all his might. Boom! Golden light erupted, shattering the black mist into pieces.
Damn it!
The great sun god gritted his teeth in anger. What had just happened was utterly humiliating. To be defeated by a mere mortal and chased for so long, it left her seething with anger. But now, she had no time to dwell on it. She had to escape immediately, or else Sun Wukong would be coming after her. Boom! Sun Wukong swiftly gave chase, his golden staff striking the void with a thunderous roar. Swish! Suddenly, a hole appeared in the void, and Amaterasu quickly darted inside.
Damn it, you escaped!
Sun Wukong's face was filled with intense murderous intent as he swung his golden staff with all his might. Boom! The golden staff struck the void with tremendous force, unleashing a deafening roar. But soon, the void returned to its original state, as if it had never been struck at all. Seeing this, Sun Wukong's expression grew even more somber.
It seems you already knew I would do this. Sun Wukong, just wait until I devour you.
The voice of Amaterasu, the sun god, echoed triumphantly from the void.
Don't think I can't find you just because you're hiding.
Sun Wukong snorted coldly and began searching the area with his eyes. Amaterasu hid in the shadows, a mocking expression on his face.
Monkey brother, are you looking for me?
Suddenly, a sinister voice rang out.
Who?
Sun Wukong suddenly raised his head and looked around. But he saw nothing.
Are you looking for me? Another eerie laugh echoed, this time coming from behind Sun Wukong.
Sun Wukong froze in shock, whirling around to see a pitch-black snaketail striking toward him from behind. Sun Wukong quickly swung his golden staff, shattering the black snaketail.
Stop hiding. Who are you?
Sun Wukong glared at the void with a cold expression and shouted in a deep voice.
Stop playing tricks. Playing tricks?
Hearing these words, the great sun god nearly spat blood in anger.
Sun Wukong, who are you calling a trickster?
She gritted her teeth and roared angrily. The techniques she had just used were her most powerful ones, yet Sun Wukong had managed to see through them, leaving her feeling utterly humiliated.
Besides you, who else has such abilities?
Sun Wukong snorted coldly. Earlier, he hadn't noticed where the sun god was. After all, Amaterasu was a divine dragon, and her speed was incredibly fast. Although Sun Wukong could detect his location, he could only see him flickering within the black mist.
Now that you know, just surrender peacefully. Otherwise, you'll just have to wait to be devoured by me, piece by piece. Amaterasu said again. Is that so?
Sun Wukong snorted coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his golden staff once more and charged forward with all his might. Boom! In the void, golden staff shadows filled the air, each 1,000s of feet long.
Chapter 223, The Roar.
Upon seeing this, the sun god roared in anger, opening his mouth to spew forth a series of black mist that quickly gathered together, forming a massive black shadow that charged towards Sun Wukong.
Bang!
The staff shadows collided with the black shadow, producing a series of explosive sounds.
Boom! The two continued to collide, each clash accompanied by deafening roars.
A terrifying aftereffect spread out, causing the mountains around Sun Wukong to collapse and countless plants and trees to turn into dust. Sun Wukong, you're no match for me.
Just admit defeat.
The great sun god spoke disdainfully.
I admit you're a formidable opponent, but do you really think this is enough to defeat me? You're delusional.
Sun Wukong sneered, if I let you go today, I'll write my name backwards.
What a bold claim.
The great sun god, enraged, burst into laughter and coldly snorted, since you seek death, I shall grant you your wish.
Whoosh! Amaterasu transformed into countless black mist and surrounded Sun Wukong.
Sun Wukong, your physical body is quite impressive.
I have decided to make you my meal.
Amaterasu laughed coldly, her voice filled with mockery and cruelty.
Eat me? You're not worthy. Watch this.
Sun Wukong snorted coldly, swinging his golden staff violently toward the black mist.
Boom! The golden staff continued to attack the void.
But each strike was blocked by the black mist.
No matter how powerful you are, you won't be able to shake me in the slightest. Boom!
The golden monkey staff strikes wildly. But it still couldn't shake the great sun god.
Haha, I'll see just how much power you have.
Amaterasu laughed wildly, his face filled with mockery.
Do you really think I can't do anything?
Sun Wukong snorted coldly, once again wielding the golden monkey staff, smashing it fiercely into the black mist. A series of explosions echoed, and the black mist that Amaterasu had transformed into was instantly shattered.
How could this happen? Why are you so powerful?
Amaterasu was completely baffled, utterly unable to comprehend Sun Wukong's power or why he was so overwhelming.
I am Sun Wukong, how could anyone possibly comprehend me?
Today, I'll crush your head and see if you dare to show your face again. Sun Wukong snorted coldly, his body radiating golden light, and charged toward Amaterasu with all his might. Seeing Sun Wukong charging toward him, Amaterasu was instantly terrified, his face drained of color. Damn it, how much more power does this guy have hidden up his sleeve? She kept backing away, her heart filled with panic.
Boom!
But Sun Wukong wouldn't give her a chance. His golden staff, carrying overwhelming might, crashed down on her with relentless force.
Damn monkey!
As Sun Wukong descended, Amaterasu roared in anger, swinging her claws, and a sphere the size of a fist materialized in midair.
In the next instant, the sphere suddenly expanded, erupting with dazzling, blinding light.
A thunderous dragon's roar echoed across the heavens.
Roar!
Immediately afterward, a massive dragon's tail suddenly emerged, sweeping toward Sun Wukong.
Boom!
The golden monkey staff collided with the dragon's tail, producing a deafening roar. A golden light and a purple light burst forth, forming a massive mushroom cloud. Sun Wukong grunted and was sent flying backward. On his shoulder was a gruesome wound, bleeding profusely, a sight to make one's blood run cold.
Sigh.
Seeing this, Sun Wukong, Zhu Beiji, Xiao Wujing, and the others sucked in their breath in shock. They never imagined that Sun Wukong had been defeated.
Haha, monkey, dare you still be so arrogant now? Amaterasu laughed triumphantly.
At that moment, she finally felt vindicated, having trampled Sun Wukong underfoot. Sun Wukong took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with a cold glint, and spoke in a deep voice.
If that's the case, I'll let you taste true despair.
As he spoke, he suddenly clenched the golden staff and swung it fiercely, once again smashing it down toward Amaterasu.
Sun Wukong, today I'll see how you make me taste the bitterness of despair.
Seeing the golden staff coming toward him, Amaterasu snorted coldly and transformed into a swirling black mist, charging forward to meet it.
Boom! Another collision, and the two clashed once more. Bang!
The golden staff struck the black mist formed by Amaterasu with tremendous force, erupting in a deafening roar that shook the entire heavens and earth.
Bang!
The golden staff struck the black mist once more, emitting a crisp sound, and Amaterasu's body collapsed instantly.
Put!
A mouthful of essence blood spurted from Amaterasu's mouth. Her eyes widened in horror as she stared at Sun Wukong in disbelief.
How is this possible?
I'm clearly much stronger than you, and I was just gaining the upper hand.
Why did you defeat me?
Sun Wukong remained silent, a flash of savagery crossing his eyes.
You dared to ambush me? Die!
Sun Wukong growled, swinging his golden staff violently, unleashing a blinding golden light that engulfed Amaterasu.
Damn it! Feeling Sun Wukong's attack, Amaterasu's expression turned utterly humiliated.
She had finally managed to pause to catch her breath, but Sun Wukong seemed to know no fatigue, continuing his relentless assault without showing any signs of weariness.
Damn it, Sun Wukong.
I don't care what demonic arts you're using, but I'll tell you this, I am Amaterasu, the supreme ruler of all spirits.
You can't possibly defeat me. Amaterasu roared angrily. Supreme ruler of all beings? So what? Today, no one can save you.
Sun Wukong sneered, his body shimmering with golden light, as if a divine being had descended from the heavens, exuding an air of majestic dominance.
He emanated an overwhelming aura of battle from every pore. Boom!
The golden monkey staff struck down with tremendous force, shattering Amaterasu's defenses and striking her chest.
Put!
Amaterasu suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, her face turning deathly pale.
Damn it!
Amaterasu cursed furiously, her body surging with thick black smoke, which transformed into a black phoenix and soared into the sky.
Trying to escape? Not so easy.
Sun Wukong snorted coldly, his body radiating golden light. The golden monkey staff suddenly trembled, transforming into a pillar that pierced the heavens, crashing down on the black phoenix with tremendous force.
The black phoenix was instantly reduced to dust by the golden staff, vanishing into the void. Haha, Sun Wukong, do you think I'd let you kill me?
The great sun god suddenly burst into laughter.
Trouble.
Hearing this, Sun Wukong's expression changed slightly.
Boom.
In the next instant, a terrifying wave surged forth from the void, forming a massive array pattern that sealed off the surrounding area.
Sun Wukong, you've fallen into a trap.
Amaterasu smiled coldly, the fear on his face vanishing, replaced by a look of intense mockery in his eyes.
Damn it.
Sun Wukong's expression changed drastically, his eyes widening in shock.
Sun Wukong, do you really think you can kill me with your cultivation? Don't even dream about it. Surrender peacefully. Amaterasu shouted triumphantly. Chapter 224, Imprisonment. Damn it.
Sun Wukong's expression grew grim. He had thought that with his speed, he could easily catch up to Amaterasu. But he never expected Amaterasu to have the ability to seal off the surrounding space. Once he was restrained, it would be quite challenging for him to launch an attack. As the victor over demons, Sun Wukong's combat experience is vast, and he could naturally analyze the situation.
No matter what, you won't escape.
With that, his figure flickered, and he suddenly dived into the void. The next moment, he appeared in a corner of the void, wielding his golden staff once more as he charged toward Amaterasu. Amaterasu, seeing this, coldly snorted. Sun Wukong, don't harbor such foolish hopes.
You will never be able to kill me.
As he spoke, he transformed into a swirling black mist, attempting to vanish from Sun Wukong's sight.
It's not that simple.
Sun Wukong snorted coldly, his body flickered, and he transformed into a golden meteor, instantly charging toward Amaterasu.
Boom!
Sun Wukong's golden staff struck the swirling black mist that Amaterasu had transformed into.
A deafening roar echoed through the heavens, shaking the surrounding void violently.
Damn it, Sun Wukong, I'll kill you. Amaterasu roared furiously, his voice filled with venom. As the revered deity of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, how could she have been reduced to a defeated foe of Sun Wukong? If this news spreads, what face will she have left?
Break it!
Sun Wukong roared, swinging his golden staff violently once more toward Amaterasu.
Get out of my way!
Amaterasu roared in anger, transforming into a swirling black mist and attempting to flee, but was crushed by the golden staff.
Boom! Finally, the black mist was completely suppressed, and Amaterasu transformed into a ball of black gas floating in mid-air. Sun Wukong, do you think I would surrender to you? You're overestimating yourself. Amaterasu laughed coldly.
Sun Wukong said nothing, but swung his golden staff once more toward Amaterasu.
The Monkey King has begun.
My goodness, no matter how many times I watch this, I can still feel how terrifying Monkey Brothers' dominance is.
Exactly.
This is pure violent aesthetics. Seriously, I feel a bit sorry for Amaterasu. A mighty deity being beaten like a dog by Monkey Brother. Those above who dare to speak so disrespectfully of our Cherry Blossom Nation's deities. The comments flew by wildly, quickly drowned out by the sea of countless comments. Sun Wukong, how dare you look down on me like this? I will make you regret it. Taking another direct hit, Amaterasu let out a cold shout, and a vast surge of energy erupted from her body. As one of the main gods of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, her divine power was not something ordinary gods could compare to. Her divine form emitted a black mist, which quickly gathered and transformed into a massive black serpent. This serpent was 1,000 feet long, emanating an overwhelming aura that seemed capable of destroying the world, giving off an extremely dangerous vibe. Sun Wukong's pupils suddenly contracted, and his eyes filled with intense fear. For the divine power released by Amaterasu was, in fact, on par with his own.
Kneel before me and accept your doom. Amaterasu coldly commanded. Boom!
As Amaterasu's words fell, the black snake instantly lunged toward Sun Wukong, moving at an unimaginable speed, closing the distance in the blink of an eye.
You think you can kill this old monkey? You're not strong enough?
Sun Wukong smiled coldly, clenched his fists, and a golden flame erupted, burning fiercely, as bright as two small suns.
Break for me, old sun!
Sun Wukong roared, swinging his arms forward with all his might. Instantly, rings of fiery red flames erupted from his arms, roaring like two divine dragons.
Bang!
Sun Wukong swung his golden staff down with all his might, striking the black snake.
Crack! The golden staff struck the black snake with tremendous force, erupting in a deafening roar.
The entire void seemed to shatter like glass. Countless cracks appeared, and even the fabric of space began to collapse.
This scene left the surrounding audience speechless. SSSS. My goodness, Monkey Brother's strength is too powerful. This is the true invincible body of the golden monkey.
Sun Wukong's physical body is simply terrifying. This must be the true golden body.
Sun Wukong's defense is too overpowered, it's downright abnormal. The viewers watching this livestream couldn't help but gasp in awe at the scene. Crack. Boom.
The black snake was violently struck by the golden staff and sent flying into the void barrier, shattering it into pieces.
But it didn't die, instead, it regenerated.
Sun Wukong frowned upon seeing this. Although the black snake's soul had been completely shattered by his golden staff, it was still a menace and must be eliminated.
Without hesitation, he struck again.
The golden staff, blazing with intense flames, struck the black snake's head with tremendous force.
The black snake was instantly reduced to a pile of debris.
Whoosh!
Sun Wukong exhaled a deep breath of stale air, a smile spreading across his face. Haha, that should settle it completely.
Sun Wukong burst into laughter once more, then turned his gaze toward the sun god. At that moment, Amaterasu was looking at Sun Wukong with a mocking expression.
Sun Wukong, this is one of my trump cards. Do you really think it's that easy to resolve?
Amaterasu smiled indifferently, her tone brimming with mockery. Let me tell you, next, I will unleash an even more powerful spell. As the words fell, Amaterasu suddenly opened her mouth and a terrifying divine power erupted, gathering into a massive vortex beside her.
What the hell is that?
Sun Wukong furrowed his brows and scanned the vortex with his gaze.
Within the vortex, a massive black shadow flickered in and out of view.
The shadow was neither dragon nor snake, entirely pitch black, its form indistinguishable. However, the aura it emitted was exceptionally fierce and terrifying, sending chills down one's spine. Moreover, Sun Wukong could sense a suffocating threat emanating from the shadow.
Is this the true power of Amaterasu?
Sun Wukong's heart grew heavy.
The opponent's power was indeed beyond what ordinary deities could match.
Though his own strength was formidable, he was clearly no match for a deity of the main god level. It seems like it's time to fight to the death. Facing such a powerful attack, Sun Wukong's heart grew calm instead. This time, he had truly encountered a formidable enemy. However, his nature was that of someone who would rather break than bend. He would never surrender easily. Moreover, the stronger the enemy, the more exhilarating the battle becomes for him.
It's just a big fish.
Sun Wukong snorted coldly, his golden armor shimmering with blinding light, the golden glow dazzling the eyes.
Chapter 225, The War God Descends.
Under the unique aura, Sun Wukong seemed to have descended as a golden war god.
His demeanor grew increasingly domineering.
Kill! Sun Wukong roared to the heavens, gripping his golden staff, and transformed into a streak of light, charging toward the dark figure at an incredible speed.
Ha! You stinking monkey, if you're looking for death, I'll grant you your wish.
Amaterasu, seeing this, wore a savage grin on her face.
She didn't believe Sun Wukong could withstand her attack.
Sun Wukong was fast, but the shadow speed was no joke either. In the blink of an eye, it had caught up and swung its tail horizontally towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, seeing this, remained completely unfazed. He swung his golden staff down with all his might toward the black shadow.
Boom! The golden staff struck the black shadow with tremendous force, sending a cloud of dust and a rolling wave of air into the sky, shaking the snow on the ground into icicles. What terrifying power!
A gleam flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes, and his expression grew solemn. Though his power far surpassed that of ordinary deities, he was no match for a main god. To defeat his opponent, he could only rely on his own strength to confront him head-on.
Boom!
Sun Wukong leaped into the air, charging once more toward the black shadow. Golden light blazed brilliantly, filling the entire space. Haha, monkey, against this move of mine, you have no chance to fight back. Amaterasu laughed arrogantly, a powerful killing intent spreading out and enveloping the entire void. Who wins or loses is yet to be determined. Sun Wukong coldly snorted, his golden figure vanishing like a mirage from where he stood. The next moment, Sun Wukong appeared above the black shadow, swinging his golden staff down with all his might.
Boom! The golden staff struck the black shadow with tremendous force.
A piercing scream echoed through the air. Piercing screams echoed throughout the entire mountain forest, sending chills down the spines of all who heard them. The black shadow trembled violently, emitting endless wails of agony, its body rapidly collapsing and disintegrating until it vanished completely.
Condense!
Seeing his secret technique shattered once more, Tian Zhao remained unfazed, simply waving his finger again. Stars began to appear, swirling around him. Whoosh! Immediately afterward, the stars erupted outward, carrying the force of destruction as they hurtled toward Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong's expression darkened as he swung his golden staff, shattering them all.
Damn it! Who are you? How do you know so many amazing techniques?
Sun Wukong glared at Amaterasu with anger, his eyes filled with rage. He had originally planned to fight Amaterasu to become stronger, but now he had been driven into a corner by his opponent. This feeling made him feel terrible.
Ha! Monkey, don't rush. There's something even more fun coming up.
Amaterasu laughed loudly, and suddenly 9 brilliant stars appeared behind him.
9 stars in a row. With a loud shout from Amaterasu, the 9 brilliant stars floated into the air, suspended mid-sky. Boom!
In an instant, the earth trembled, the sun and moon were obscured, and the 9 stars emitted dazzling light, crushing toward Sun Wukong.
Break them for me, old sun.
A cold gleam flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes as he punched out, his golden fist streaking across the sky like a comet, crashing heavily into the 9 stars. Boom! The heavens and earth roared, and the 9 stars exploded instantly, scattering into a shower of starlight. Sun Wukong's face paled slightly, and his eyes narrowed.
This guy is indeed a formidable opponent.
The previous clash had made Sun Wukong feel a danger he had never experienced before, causing him to grow extremely vigilant. But it also ignited his inner resolve, making him grow stronger with each setback. Boom! In the sky, thunder rolled, dark clouds gathered, and a terrifying aura descended, causing all living creatures in the vicinity to crawl to the ground, trembling in fear. Haha, monkey, now you'll see just how powerful I am. Amaterasu, the sun god, saw the strange phenomenon in the sky and curled the corners of his mouth into a mocking smile. In the next instant, 9 stars suddenly merged into one, growing immense in size, and hurtled toward Sun Wukong like a meteorite. No! Sun Wukong's pupils contracted, his expression turned grim, and his eyes filled with a look of grave determination. He knew the power of this meteorite was extraordinary, far beyond what he could withstand. He had to dodge it at all costs. Boom! Just then, golden patterns suddenly appeared before Sun Wukong's eyes. These golden patterns merged together, forming a massive light net that enveloped Sun Wukong. The meteorite collided with the light net, erupting in a deafening explosion. What? It actually managed to block my attack. A look of astonishment flashed across the eyes of Amaterasu. But he didn't hesitate, continuing to manipulate the meteorite as it barreled towards Sun Wukong. Trouble! Sun Wukong's expression changed slightly, his body suddenly swayed, and he fled toward the distance. Boom! The meteorite crashed down, causing the ground to crack and the entire mountain peak to shake, transforming the terrain within a 100-meter radius once again. This scene caused Amaterasu's expression to change slightly. How is that possible? That guy actually managed to escape. Without hesitation, he once again manipulated the meteorite to chase after Sun Wukong. This battle is going to end with the Monkey Brothers' victory. Standing in an absolutely safe area, Chen Gong rested his chin on his hand, watching the battle in the heavens above with no trace of emotion. Although it currently appeared that Sun Wukong was at a disadvantage, Chen Gong had a clear understanding of Monkey Brothers' combat prowess. Boom! 9 stars screamed toward Sun Wukong, each weighing over 1,000 pounds, carrying endless might as they crashed toward him. Sun Wukong raised his golden staff high, charging toward one of the stars. Boom! The immense impact sends a spray of blood from Sun Wukong's mouth, turning his face deathly pale. He is clearly severely injured. Haha, monkey brother, you're finished. Surrender peacefully. The sun god laughed triumphantly, his eyes filled with mockery. I think you're the one who can't do it. Sun Wukong sneered, his eyes brimming with disdain. You're asking for death. Seeing this, Amaterasu grew furious, and 2 beams of divine light shot out from his eyes. The 2 beams of divine light seemed as solid as substance, piercing directly into Sun Wukong's eyes, causing him to wince in pain and his body to stagger slightly. Bang! Sun Wukong swung his staff, shattering the void and colliding violently with Amaterasu's body. Amaterasu let out an agonizing scream and was sent flying backward. Roar! Sun Wukong roared, his eyes flashing with a bloodthirsty glow, as Healy charged after Amaterasu. This time, he would use his true strength to conquer his opponent. Amaterasu was chased by Sun Wukong, running wildly in all directions. The wounds on his body continued to expand, and his blood-soaked robes were stained red, leaving him in a pitiful state. Monkey, die! Chapter 226, The Final Assault. Amaterasu roared, his body engulfed in blazing golden divine flames, charging towards Sun Wukong. Come on! Sun Wukong let out a piercing scream, his golden hair standing on end, muscles bulging, resembling a demon god. In the next instant, he swung his golden staff with all his might, smashing it into Amaterasu. Bang! Amaterasu's body burst into brilliant light, transforming into a streak of light that swept past Sun Wukong and fled once more toward the distance. Damn it! Sun Wukong glared at Amaterasu with eyes filled with rage. This guy truly lives up to his reputation as a figure from ancient mythology. His power is truly extraordinary. Boom! Sun Wukong swung his golden staff with all his might, smashing it into the ground. The earth trembled violently, and deep gullies appeared. Monkey, you will die today. Boom! The figure of Amaterasu flashed and vanished once more. She knew full well that Sun Wukong's strength lay in close combat. Although she possessed numerous divine arts, if she were to be engaged in close combat by Sun Wukong, it would indeed be troublesome, as his speed was simply too great. But now, with the meteorite's power boost, his strength had greatly increased, and he naturally had no fear of Sun Wukong's close combat. Damn it! This guy is truly cunning. Sun Wukong's eyes grew icy cold. He had also anticipated the other's intentions. But it was already too late to dodge. He had no choice but to confront him head-on. He suddenly raised his golden staff, aimed it at the sky, and struck down with all his might. Instantly, the heavens and earth changed color, the sun and moon lost their light, and all creatures fell silent. Only a golden pillar of divine power, carrying unimaginable force, swept toward the great sun god. Feeling the power contained within the divine pillar, Amaterasu's expression changed drastically, and her body vanished in an instant.
Boom! The divine pillar crashed down, causing the entire space to collapse.
The heavens and earth collapsed, the sun and moon lost their light, the void shattered, and the earth plunged into chaos. In the sky, a dark cloud formed from black mist drifted toward the scene, obscuring the sun and moon and shrouding the void. From within the dark cloud, terrifying roars echoed out, resembling the howls of primordial beasts, causing one's heart to race uncontrollably. Roar! At that moment, a deafening roar echoed from within the dark cloud. This roar seemed to come from the depths of an abyss, containing destructive power that sent shivers down the spine, causing one to tremble uncontrollably. Boom! A terrifying wave of energy erupted from the dark clouds, sweeping across the sky in an instant and reducing the earth to dust. A colossal dragon emerged, opening its massive jaws and lunging towards Sun Wukong to devour him.
Damn it!
Upon witnessing this scene, Sun Wukong's pupils contracted sharply, and a sense of foreboding welled up within him.
Golden monkey staff.
He growled, gripping the golden monkey staff tightly in both hands, and swung it down with all his might. Crack! The golden monkey staff erupted with dazzling light, and a brilliant divine glow burst forth, slicing through the massive creature like a sharp blade, severing it in two. A piercing howl erupted. The massive body plummeted into the sea, emitting a piercing scream and unleashing towering waves. Swish! At that moment, a powerful force surged from behind Sun Wukong, causing his body to pause slightly. He turned to look, only to see Amaterasu once again charging toward him from behind.
Damn it!
Sun Wukong clenched his teeth, quickly turned around, and swung his golden staff to meet the attack. His body towered thousands of meters high, his muscles bulging, emanating boundless power, resembling a majestic mountain suspended in the sky. Boom! The golden staff collided with Amaterasu, sparks flying everywhere, and a tremendous shockwave erupted. Boom! The aftereffects of the collision spread out, blowing the molten lava on the ground into the air. Boom! The air in the heavens and earth churned violently, as if countless bolts of lightning were intertwining in the sky, erupting into a deafening roar. Sun Wukong and Amaterasu both retreated hundreds of steps before coming to a halt, their eyes filled with horror.
What immense power!
Sun Wukong licked his lips, tasting the flavor in his mouth, and his heart tightened involuntarily.
I actually tasted the sky's saliva?
Amaterasu's expression changed slightly.
Sun Wukong's recent moves had completely humiliated her. Damn monkey, I won't let you get away with this.
Amaterasu clenched her teeth, her eyes flashing with a cold, menacing glow. Roar! Sun Wukong roared in anger, his eyes blazing with ferocity, and swung his golden staff once more toward Amaterasu.
Hum! Amaterasu shifted her form and transformed into a black cloud once more, vanishing into the void. Oomph! Do you think you can escape so easily?
Sun Wukong's eyes flashed with a cold light as he swung his golden staff once more, smashing it down fiercely into the void ahead.
Put!
The void shattered once more, and Amaterasu was once again struck out, her body charred and in a pitiful state. Roar! Amaterasu roared in anger and transformed into a black cloud, fleeing once more. She knew that such attacks were no match for Sun Wukong. So she chose to flee. Sun Wukong followed closely behind, launching a furious pursuit of Amaterasu. Though Amaterasu was terrifyingly powerful, she was ultimately just a fragment of a soul and couldn't fully restore her peak state. Her speed was not fast, and she was constantly being held back by Sun Wukong.
Damn it! Amaterasu was filled with rage.
She never imagined that in her lifetime, she would be forced into hiding by a monkey demon. Boom! At that moment, a fist imprint struck her from behind.
Damn monkey, you're asking for death.
Amaterasu's face twisted into a ferocious expression as she turned around and struck out with her palm. Boom! The fist's force collided with Amaterasu's, both exploding simultaneously, unleashing devastating power. Roar! Amaterasu let out a piercing scream, venting her pent-up anger. Her remnant soul had been driven to the brink by Sun Wukong, nearly being slain. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before she was completely obliterated.
Amaterasu, surrender peacefully. There's no point in struggling anymore.
Sun Wukong stood mid-air, looking confident in his victory. Hearing this, Amaterasu's expression fluctuated between anger and fear, and she hesitated for a moment. She wasn't a fool, she could hear the mockery in Sun Wukong's words, and her anger boiled over.
Damn monkey! I'll fight you to the death.
Amaterasu roared, her eyes flashing with intense murderous intent. She suddenly turned around, and the black clouds behind her once again transformed into a terrifying black dragon. This black dragon was entirely pitch black, as if forged from steel, emanating a terrifying aura that seemed capable of piercing the heavens. Roar! The black dragon opened its mouth and spat out searing black flames, resembling a fiery dragon, charging towards Sun Wukong. Roar! Sun Wukong raised his head and roared in anger. The golden monkey staff burst into dazzling golden light, transforming into a golden staff that met the black flames head-on.
Chapter 227, Complete Chaos.
Meanwhile, as Sun Wukong and Amaterasu battled fiercely, the outside world of the divine realm had already descended into complete chaos.
Sakura Nation Presidential Hall. Damn it! Our Sakura nation's main deity, Amaterasu, is being so brutally mistreated by a monkey. That damned monkey has driven the great Amaterasu to this point. We must dispatch troops to annihilate Sun Wukong and tear him to pieces. The kings of the gods glared angrily, eager to immediately dispatch troops to Sakura country to tear Sun Wukong to pieces. I will handle this matter. As everyone argued, the Cherry Blossom King paused for a moment and said, Sun Wukong is too powerful. It will be extremely difficult for the Cherry Blossom Kingdom to eliminate him. So the most important thing now is to restore the power of the Sun God as soon as possible. Otherwise, we won't stand a chance against him. Hai, please rest assured, Your Majesty. I will train diligently and return as soon as possible. Beside him, an elderly minister bowed and said, Very good. The Cherry Blossom King smiled with satisfaction, then continued. Additionally, we must expedite the investigation into the information regarding Sun Wukong and this man Chen Gong. As soon as any clues are found, report them to me immediately. Do you understand? Yes, sir. A group of ministers nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with reverence. Huff. At that moment, the Cherry Blossom King took a deep breath, calming the restlessness in his heart. He looked down, a gleam of determination flashing in his eyes, and spoke in a solemn voice. This storm has been brewing for far too long. It is time to put an end to it. So why is the chosen one of the Dragon Kingdom so powerful? In the United States, the US president watched the live broadcast before him and couldn't help but rub his temples. His combat power far exceeds our expectations. The secretary beside him sighed wryly. Although it was merely a remnant soul, it was the most terrifying main god I have ever seen, and its power was on par with that of a true main god. True main gods are already invincible beings, yet he was able to stand up to him and even injure him. This Chen Gong is only 20 years old? Why can he summon such a powerful main god? The US president furrowed his brows, his eyes filled with shock. Though he was the ruler of a nation, he felt a deep sense of apprehension toward Chen Gong. He was well aware of how powerful the main gods were. Ordinary main gods in the mortal world are already divine beings. However, once they reach the main god realm, their power increases dramatically, even rivaling some deities. And Sun Wukong had not only defeated one main god but also severely wounded another. Regardless, we must swiftly enhance our strength, otherwise, even if Sun Wukong is as powerful as he is, he will be killed by him. The US president spoke in a solemn tone. Mr. President, Japan is currently under attack by foreign forces. If we act rashly, it will undermine the morale of both the Japanese and American people. The secretary whispered in warning. Upon hearing this, the US president nodded. He was well aware of Sakura Nation's current predicament. But he couldn't accept it. After all, the United States is the most powerful nation in the world. Yet there was this rising China, growing at an astonishing pace and quickly surpassing them. How could the US president accept that? No matter the cost, I will crush that Chen Gong brat in his cradle. The US president gritted his teeth. Within the borders of Sakura country, atop a mountain peak, a balding middle-aged man watched the live broadcast before him, his face twisted in anger. Damn it, our Sakura nation's Amaterasu has been beaten to a pulp by a monkey in front of the entire world. Damn it, we must find a way to eliminate Sun Wukong. The bald man said angrily, his eyes filled with hatred. I have an idea that might just kill Sun Wukong. A sinister voice echoed. What plan? Hurry up and tell us. The bald-headed middle-aged man asked excitedly. Aren't you planning to attack China? The sinister voice spoke. We can provide covert support, allowing your forces to infiltrate the heartland of the Xianlong kingdom and annihilate them. Once the Huaxia Empire's strength is severely weakened, it will fall into crisis, and our Sakura nation can then take advantage of the situation to eliminate Chen Gong. Upon hearing this, the balding middle-aged man's eyes lit up. Haha, you truly have a plan. He patted the bald man on the shoulder and burst into laughter. I will provide you with detailed information about Chen Gong. At that time, you can dispatch a large force into the heartland of the Xianlong kingdom. Chen Gong will have no chance of escape. Excellent. I will ensure this matter is handled flawlessly. The bald-headed middle-aged man nodded, his eyes brimming with joy. Ha ha. The balding middle-aged man laughed, then glanced at the video footage on the screen and snorted coldly. This bastard named Chen Gong dares to offend our Sakura kingdom. I will not let him off lightly. At the same time, in the northeastern part of China, within an ancient and majestic mansion, a middle-aged man dressed in black robes sat on a wooden chair, his gaze fixed on a massive stone sculpture in the distance. Chen Gong, you will eventually die by my hands. The black-robed middle-aged man murmured softly, his voice brimming with arrogance and self-confidence. As he watched Chen Gong on the live stream, a flash of murderous intent crossed his eyes. Although Chen Gong is currently the strongest warrior in Longshan Kingdom, for him, a razor-sharp blade that he couldn't control was nothing but a broken piece of metal. I will kill you with my own hands before you die, seize your divine essence, and cultivate a blade that obeys me completely. The middle-aged man in black robes spoke coldly, his eyes flickering with cruelty and greed. Dong. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. Come in.
The middle-aged man in black robes barked and a figure walked in. It was none other than the bald-headed middle-aged man.
How about it? Any news from over there?
The middle-aged man in black robes asked.
Not yet.
The bald-headed middle-aged man shook his head, his face filled with worry.
What about the divine beings? Why haven't they appeared yet? Have they forgotten our promise to unite against Chen Gong?
Our current task is not only to deal with Sun Wukong, but also to deal with that monkey named Chen Gong. The balding middle-aged man said.
Chen Gong? Is he that powerful?
The middle-aged man in black robes asked doubtfully. He had never seen Chen Gong with his own eyes, but from the bald middle-aged man's description, he could still guess Chen Gong's strength. He isn't particularly strong, but he possesses a mysterious power, so
he's a real pain in the neck.
The middle-aged man in black robes frowned. The gods refuse to aid us. It seems we must take matters into our own hands.
That's right, this time we must eliminate Chen Gong completely.
The bald-headed middle-aged man nodded.
Chapter 228, The Brigadier General. Alright then. Go make preparations. I will lead a group of men to China to engage Chen Gong in a decisive battle. Qianlong Kingdom.
In a pitch-black room, a young boy sat cross-legged with his eyes tightly closed, appearing to be in deep meditation. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, revealing a gleam of determination.
Finally, it's time to begin.
The youth murmured to himself, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth, as if a hunter had spotted its prey.
Lieutenant General, it's time to depart.
At that moment, a calm voice echoed from the shadows. The young man nodded slightly, stood up, and walked toward the exit. Colonel, please be careful this time and under no circumstances reveal your identity. Otherwise, it might attract the attention of those powerful factions, and leaving China will become even more difficult.
I understand.
The colonel nodded, but there was no trace of fear in his eyes.
If the battle of national fortune were to begin in the realm of the gods, his strength alone might not be enough.
But outside the divine realm, he was invincible under the title of Major General. They raced forward, and after 2 or 3 hours, 2 military vehicles appeared in a dense forest and came to a stop.
Major General, we've arrived.
The driver said respectfully.
The general nodded slightly and jumped out of the military vehicle. You go back first.
I'll handle those rats hiding in the shadows.
You don't need to follow me.
The driver nodded in response.
Yes, sir. He then turned around and drove away.
After watching him leave, the colonel walked deeper into the forest, searching for those who were hiding. A minute later, he stopped in his tracks, looked around, and his expression grew serious. Before him, several hundred meters away, there were 7 or 8 black-clad figures, each exuding an extraordinary aura, clearly all skilled warriors.
Sure enough, a group of old hands.
The colonel spoke coldly, his eyes flashing with a chill, and his figure flickered, instantly appearing in front of the group of black-clad figures. The 7 or 8 black-clad figures saw the Major General's arrival, their pupils contracting sharply before they drew their swords in unison.
A bunch of ants, daring to resist? The Brigadier General snorted coldly, unleashing a terrifying aura from within his body. The 7 or 8 black-clad men were instantly blown away, spitting blood as they flew backward. One after another, they crashed to the ground, their faces filled with horror, their eyes wide with fear. Is this the true strength of the warriors of the Qianlong Kingdom?
No wonder they're the peak of martial arts in the Qianlong Kingdom, truly terrifying. Several black-clad figures were utterly shocked.
U.S. Black Palace. How about it? Have we received any reports from our infiltrators yet?
An elderly man with white hair asked urgently.
Report, sir. We have not received any information yet.
A soldier replied in a solemn voice.
What?
The old man's face twisted in anger, and a surge of rage rose within him.
How much time has passed? Why hasn't any news been relayed yet?
The soldier remained silent, his heart filled with anxiety. You must understand, there are 20 high-ranking psychics on our side, plus members of that mysterious organization.
Over 100 people, yet they couldn't even handle a mere rookie.
This was an utter disgrace.
Damn it, who the hell is Chen Gong? Why are those gods helping him and not us?
The American commander gritted his teeth and said. The soldiers hung their heads, feeling deeply wronged.
Commander, please calm down. Let's wait a little longer. Perhaps Chen Gong will eventually fall into our trap.
A soldier nearby hurriedly tried to comfort him. The American commander glared at him before snorting coldly. Just then, his eyelids twitched and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes.
Ha! Chen Gong's trail has disappeared? How is that possible? Could it be that? The American official couldn't help but marvel inwardly.
He felt as though he had uncovered some earth-shattering secret.
Never mind, we've already come this far. I don't believe he can escape now.
The American official snorted coldly and waved his hand. Continue the investigation.
Yes.
Additionally, have those men hurry to China.
Yes.
The soldier bowed in response. Furthermore, I want you to dispatch 2 men to search for the enemy who appeared in the shadows within the borders of Longxian Kingdom and its surrounding territories.
No matter what, you must capture him.
The American commander ordered.
Yes. The soldier nodded and turned to leave. Once this matter is resolved, your merits will be great. The US official muttered to himself. He had already decided to deploy his greatest resources to deal with this young prince of China, Chen Gong. Moreover, in his view, even those few divine beings couldn't defeat Chen Gong. He was certain they would reappear in a certain valley in China. The valley was now a scene of utter devastation, with blood flowing everywhere and corpses littering the ground. This battle had claimed the lives of nearly 500 or 600 people, with nearly 100 ordinary civilians also perishing. Here, the colonel stood alone, staring at the bodies lying on the ground, his face cold and expressionless. These trashy fools dared to ambush us. This time, you'll taste the might of this lieutenant general. The colonel clenched his fist tightly, his icy eyes filled with murderous intent. He knew exactly what these people were trying to do. The Dragon Xian Kingdom had finally produced such a powerful divine chosen one in Chen Gong, yet these people dared to attempt an assassination. This enraged him to the point of madness, and he longed to eliminate every last one of them. How much longer until our reinforcements arrive? The general composed himself and turned to a man in black standing beside him. Reporting to the general, they will arrive in half an hour. The black-clad man bowed respectfully. Half an hour? That's enough. A smile curled at the corner of the general's mouth. When those chosen ones arrive, I'll make them see these damned scum kneel at my feet. Yes. The black-clad man bowed again. Although the enemies sent by the other side were incredibly powerful, he didn't take them too seriously. Because, in his eyes, as long as he was willing, he could easily defeat them. Moreover, his identity was special. Once his actions here were exposed, at that point, even if those few deities did not wish to intervene, the others would likely not remain idle. However, recently, even if those deities were to appear in the real world, I would not back down. Chen Gong, I will protect you. My life is not something you can control. The colonel glared coldly at the sky. At that moment, a massive spaceship broke through the clouds and approached rapidly from the distance. Whoosh! As the spacecraft approached, a cannonball pierced through the valley and crashed into the valley below. Chapter 229, Forces gather from all directions. A deafening explosion echoed through the valley, causing the entire area to tremble as dust swirled in the air. Immediately afterward, a group of fully armed soldiers charged into the valley and began clearing the area. Who dares to block our path? A deep, authoritative voice echoed through the valley. Then, a dark figure flickered, emerging from the void to reveal a young man with a tall, straight posture and a stern expression. Who are you? What do you want? The general narrowed his eyes and looked at the black-clad figure approaching him, asking coldly. My name is Regigrakler. You are challenging our authority, so today, I will personally send you on your way. Grakler said coldly. Upon hearing Grakler's words, the soldiers around him all paled. You think you can kill us with just the two of you? The colonel sneered. You're too weak. Since you're asking for death, don't blame me. Grakler's expression grew dark and his body suddenly moved, lunging toward the colonel. Boom! The major general coldly smiled, punching out with both fists, colliding with Grakler. Bang! Both of their bodies were sent flying dozens of meters back before stabilizing their positions. Who are you? Grakler furrowed his brows, looking at the colonel with a hint of caution, and said in a deep voice, Your strength. Could you be? The colonel glanced around indifferently. My name is the colonel. Just as the colonel began to clash with the powerful warrior sent by the United States, the power struggle surrounding the nation's fate in Chen Gong had yet to reach its conclusion. At this moment, Chen Gong had drawn the attention of world leaders from all corners of the globe. Meanwhile, after a brief rest, the leader of Xianlong Kingdom immediately summoned the high-ranking officials of Longshan Kingdom to begin discussions. Everyone, I know you are worried and concerned that Longshan Kingdom may be attacked, but I hope you can trust me. I will not let you down. But I believe that Chen Gong will not let anyone down. The leader of Xianlong Kingdom swept his gaze across the crowd. Every word he spoke now carried a profound sense of threat. Your Majesty, please rest assured. We believe in you. Indeed, Chen Gong, the palace master, is a man of his word, and we believe he will not let us down. The crowd spoke in unison. The leader of the Xianlong Kingdom heard this and paused for a moment before nodding. He had not expected these people to trust him so deeply. All right. I promise you, I will handle this matter flawlessly. However, before that, we need an accomplice. The leader of Xianlong Kingdom looked at the other high-ranking officials, his eyes flashing with a ruthless gleam. An accomplice, of course, referred to the Americans. As the supreme leader, he had finally found such a promising candidate in Chen Gong and would spare no effort to cultivate him. Moreover, his methods were extremely ruthless. Of course, he was well aware that these individuals trusted him not merely because of his own strength. What was even more important were the divine beings behind Chen Gong. Summoning two deities of the main god level at the same time. Such beings who dares to provoke them? Who wouldn't treat them like treasures and nurture them carefully? If Chen Gong could be fully developed, his strength would skyrocket. At that point, the entire Longshan Kingdom would rise several ranks because of him. At this thought, the leader of the Xianlong Kingdom's eyes grew even more ruthless.
He had already made preparations should Chen Gong face any danger, he would personally go to rescue him. Just then, an old man dressed in white robes and wearing a straw hat slowly emerged from the void. Upon seeing the old man, the leader of the Qianlong kingdom was overjoyed and hurried forward to greet him. "Master, why have you come personally? With such a serious matter occurring in your country, how could I not come to see for myself?" The old man's voice was low and hoarse, sounding like metal scraping against metal. "Thank you for your concern, master. These young upstarts are all yours to deal with." The old man in the conical hat looked at the crowd in the meeting room, sneered disdainfully, and sat down directly in the main seat. "Master, I'll go check on the situation over there. This time, I must ensure that Chen Gong escapes danger." The old man in the conical hat said indifferently. "Yes, master." The leader of the Qianlong kingdom spoke respectfully. Then, he turned and left the meeting room, heading toward the exit. "Chen Gong, you are my precious treasure. Today, I will risk my life to protect you." The old man in the straw hat sighed softly and closed his eyes. Though he had been in seclusion for many years, he had heard of Chen Gong, the chosen one who could summon two main gods. He was also curious to know just how much potential Chen Gong truly possessed. However, at that very moment, a cold, indifferent voice suddenly echoed through the air. "A mere demigod dares to protect Chen Gong." The old man in the straw hat slowly opened his eyes and scanned the surroundings. "Your courage is growing by the day?" An old man stepped forward. He was short and stout, with a face covered in a thick beard, resembling a Maitreya Buddha. However, between his eyebrows, a hint of murderous intent flickered. "Humph, I never expected that the Lashy gang would actually bring you out. Why aren't you staying home to serve your deity like a dog? Coming out here means you really don't want to live anymore?" Seeing the mysterious figure appear before him, the old man in the straw hat showed no sign of panic. Instead, the corners of his mouth curled into a mocking smile. "Old man, your mouth is sharp, but do you really think you can stop me?" The mysterious old man's eyes narrowed slightly. A surge of terrifying energy surged from his body. "Ha! I'd like to see just what you're capable of. Don't let yourself be intimidated." The old man in the conical hat burst into laughter, then flickered and vanished from the spot. "Again? Damn it, have those people from Longshan Kingdom lost their minds? Just to protect Chen Gong, they've even made that old man come out?" Inside the Black Palace of the United States, President Freestag, upon receiving the latest intelligence, flashed a cold, murderous glint in his eyes. He had made up his mind no matter the cost, he would kill Chen Gong. Only then could he sleep soundly. He could feel a mountain slowly descending upon his head. And his head was at the base of that mountain. Once it crushed him, there would be nothing left but bones. Therefore, he must act quickly. At any cost. "Your Majesty, the deity from the United States has not yet arrived in the United States. Appearing at this time must be part of some scheme. In that case, we must immediately contact the other three countries." In the White House of the United States, an old man wearing a wide-brimmed hat and loose-fitting clothes spoke. He was hunched over, with both legs crippled. Despite his pitiful appearance, no one in the United States dared to utter a single word against him. He was the most unique existence in the United States. Because he is not a member of the American royal family. But rather, he belongs to a mysterious race. Chapter 230, The Price. Although the history of the United States is not very long, they have discovered many civilizations from beyond Blue Star. His ancestors were exceptionally gifted warriors who sacrificed their lives to defend the peace of their homeland. In the end, they defeated their enemies. However, they could not escape their fate. They sacrificed themselves, leaving only this lonely old man behind. In this world, aside from him, the United States still has three other dominant-level powerhouses. But they too perished in that disaster. They were the United States' last guardians. And the most loyal to the United States. Yet now their deities refuse to aid them. Therefore, upon learning of Chen Gong, the genius from the Dragon Kingdom, he rushed here immediately. For them, such powerful combat strength, if they couldn't utilize it, they had no choice but to eliminate it. Such a large uncontrollable factor, they would certainly not leave it behind. Meanwhile, in the United States, there was also someone quietly watching this place. Her name was Carl. She was also one of the three great gods of the United States. Though she appears to be in her 70s, she remains vibrant and energetic, even resembling a youthful old woman with snow-white hair. However, Carlos exudes an air of world weariness, as if she has experienced countless trials and tribulations. In this world, every country has its own temple, and each temple is home to numerous deities. However, the vast majority of these deities are in a state of slumber. Some, like Zeus, who was killed by Yang Jin and Sun Wukong, have had their divine chosen ones die, making it impossible for them to return to the world in the short term. Only a small number of deities still retain their powerful strength, guarding this land. Among the three great temples, Carl's is the weakest, and his power is the weakest as well. This is because she is an old woman and also disabled, which prevents her from continuing to grow stronger. However, Carlos has not given up. Instead, she continues to train diligently, striving to extend her lifespan. Unfortunately, her cultivation was far too low, and no matter how hard she tried, she could not make any progress. She can only watch helplessly as her body slowly withers away, eventually turning into a withered old woman. This filled her heart with endless pain and anger. She hated the gods who had abandoned her, and she hated those gods who had abandoned her for their own gain. Her heart was filled with an overwhelming sense of resentment. But even so, she could not change anything. All she could do was remove the obstacles in her path while she was still alive. And now, Chen Gong in the arena of the gods was a stumbling block. She must personally remove this obstacle from Chen Gong's hands.
Amaterasu, dare you still confront old Sun head on now?
Within the divine realm, Sun Wukong shone with golden light, clutching his golden staff tightly in his hands, gazing defiantly at Amaterasu, whose face was twisted in fury. His massive body looms like a small mountain. His eyes blazed with golden divine light, like two small suns suspended in the sky. Sun Wukong, I was indeed careless earlier, but now I am no longer afraid of you.
I'll see what you can do to me.
Amaterasu gritted her teeth, her face flushing red. The battle, which had clearly been in her favor, had been completely turned around by Sun Wukong, and it was indeed the most humiliating moment of her life. Especially since it was being broadcast live worldwide. Even though she was a divine being, she could be said to care not at all about what mortals thought or felt. But she still felt humiliated.
If that's the case, then I won't hold back either.
As he spoke, the golden staff in Sun Wukong's hand suddenly erupted with a blinding golden light, transforming into a streak of light that swept toward Tenzo.
Bang! The golden staff shadows whistled through the air, splitting into countless golden streaks that engulfed Amaterasu, shattering the void in an instant. This damn monkey actually dares to attack again.
Tian Zhao's fair face darkened instantly, her eyes flashing with cold intent. This Sun Wukong dared to attack her in front of a global live broadcast. This was a blatant provocation against her. However, she did not panic, instead letting out a cold smile.
Since I can't finish you off, why not try a different god? What can you do then? Boom!
As soon as the words left her mouth, Amaterasu, the sun goddess, erupted in a burst of purple flames, transforming into a torrent of fire that engulfed the golden staff.
Boom!
The golden staff and the purple flames collided.
A series of thunderous sounds echoed through the air. Two intertwining beams of golden and purple light clashed against each other. However, Amaterasu's face showed no sign of joy. For she could clearly sense her power fading away at an alarming rate. Moreover, the opponent's power was growing stronger by the moment. This filled Amaterasu's heart with gravity and fear. Come forth, O god of the underworld, O great Oho no Makoto.
Sun Wukong, I refuse to believe it today.
Facing two divine beings, what can you possibly do? I don't believe you won't grow tired. Seeing Sun Wukong's expression, Amaterasu could no longer contain his inner rage and roared. Hearing Amaterasu's roar, Sun Wukong snorted coldly. You talk too much.
Old Sun here once fought against 10,000 heavenly soldiers and generals.
What can the two of you mere evil gods do? Let me tell you, don't think you can just accuse me because you're a woman. I'm not someone you can bully so easily.
A cold smile appeared on Sun Wukong's face.
Although he was a Buddhist deity. But his temper and personality were nothing like those of a Buddhist deity. On the contrary, his temper was just like his weapon, a sword drawn from its sheath. As soon as he saw an enemy, he would charge forward without hesitation. Sun Wukong, you're just asking for death. Tian Zhao coldly snapped. Sun Wukong couldn't help but laugh coldly upon hearing this. Haha, Amaterasu, I think you're the one looking for death. Old Sun isn't afraid of you. If you've got the guts, come and take me down.
As he spoke, he swung his golden staff, which instantly transformed into a golden lightning bolt, slashing fiercely toward Tian Zhao.
Tian Zhao's expression fluctuated between anger and fear.
She knew Sun Wukong's fighting style and temperament. If she acted rashly, she would surely lose. But now she was cornered. If she surrendered now, her life would be over. But at that moment, a divine aura enveloped her, gradually revealing a figure. The deity who ruled over the divine realm of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, Daikoku Tsuchi, had descended.
Where did this monkey come from? Amaterasu, your strength is no longer what it once was.
But since he wants to die, I'll step in. As he spoke, Great Hole Machi fully materialized, a sinister smile curving his lips. Whoosh! With a sharp whistling sound, Great Cave Mochizuki's speed reached its peak, transforming into a purple afterimage that appeared before Sun Wukong in the blink of an eye. He extended his right hand, and a purple dagger appeared in his palm. Then, he slightly curved his left hand, and the purple dagger instantly sliced open a bloody gash on his right arm.
Chapter 231, The Unexpected.
A trickle of crimson blood slowly flowed out. Upon witnessing this scene, Sun Wukong's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise. He had indeed encountered such a before, where one used their own essence blood as a means of attack. But he never expected that even someone like Fan, who had already ascended to the rank of a main god, would resort to such an extremely heretical and bizarre technique. Such a dark art was highly prone to backlash. Moreover, if the practitioner's strength wasn't high enough, it would be difficult to minimize the damage. Therefore, from the very beginning of the battle, Sun Wukong had regarded this Dashue as a deity-level expert.
But now it seems he was wrong. Damn it! Dashue Mochizuki, you may have to pay a heavy price for this.
Sun Wukong growled, his body suddenly retreating backward.
Oomph! You underestimate me too much. Dashue Machu coldly shouted, swinging his right hand violently.
Instantly, a purple whip shadow hundreds of feet long shot forward, accompanied by a piercing, ear-splitting whistling sound, lashing towards Sun Wukong with brutal force. This whip shadow was imbued with an overwhelming demonic aura, as if it were about to tear apart the very fabric of space. Sun Wukong, seeing this, his expression changed instantly. He swiftly swung his golden staff, sending a massive golden staff shadow hurtling forward, colliding violently with the whip shadow.
Boom!
The entire void trembled violently, and chaotic ripples swept out in all directions. Sun Wukong's body was sent flying backward uncontrollably, continuing to soar for hundreds of miles before finally stabilizing. Dashue body retreated dozens of steps before coming to a halt, and a pale expression flashed across his handsome face. Gazing at Sun Wukong in the distance, his eyes betrayed a hint of shock. He never expected that the other party could block his attack.
This guy is really that strong?
No wonder the three of us, the three main gods, couldn't defeat him even when we joined forces.
Has he already reached the mid-stage of the main god realm? Dashue beautiful eyes were filled with shock.
And in his mind, he couldn't help but recall the gruesome scenes of the other main gods from the alliance. A sense of relief welled up within him. Thankfully, Sun Wukong didn't release his main god power. Otherwise, even if he were as strong as he is, he would definitely have died at his hands.
Damn that monkey. I refuse to accept this. You must die today. Dashue eyes flickered with icy coldness.
His eyes gradually turned blood red, and his entire body seemed to grow larger, returning to its original form. Seeing this, Sun Wukong furrowed his brows, sensing a dangerous signal.
This is bad. Is this demon god about to use a forbidden technique?
Sun Wukong's expression changed drastically.
Whoosh! Almost simultaneously, dozens of purple whip-like shadows erupted from Dashue body.
These dozens of whip shadows began to merge mid-air, forming an even larger whip shadow that lashed violently towards Sun Wukong. This attack had reached the peak of the heavenly sovereign realm, even surpassing any previous attack in power. Seeing this, Sun Wukong's expression changed drastically. He quickly swung his golden staff and struck the whip-like shadow with all his might. He clearly remembered that Dashue had once used this secret technique to boost his own strength by 2 minor realms. And this time, he had combined the two techniques. It could be said that if this whip shadow struck him, he would either die or be severely injured. Bang! A deafening explosion echoed through the air, followed by a colossal gust of wind sweeping past him. Whoosh!
Sun Wukong's face turned ashen in an instant. Because this time, his golden staff couldn't withstand the whip's force.
His entire arm exploded into pieces.
Awah!
Sun Wukong couldn't help but let out an agonizing scream, his body covered in blood, looking utterly disheveled. Seeing this, Dakshuochu's face broke into a mocking smile. His gaze fixed on Sun Wukong, he asked slowly and deliberately.
Monkey, do you still think I'm a pushover? Ha, I am now a deity-level existence, and this is my domain. Do you really think you can escape?
Oomph. You were so arrogant before. Now it seems you're still far from your goal.
Now, die.
With that, Dashue let out a loud shout, his body suddenly shooting forward, once again charging towards Sun Wukong.
At that moment, his body emanated a thick, malevolent aura.
His eyes were filled with crimson demonic flames, making him look like a demon from hell. Seeing this, Sun Wukong's pupils contracted.
Although his strength was far inferior to Dashue he was not someone Dashue could easily handle.
Roar! With a furious roar, Sun Wukong's legs erupted with power, propelling his body like a cannonball toward Dashue.
Oomph! With your strength, you'd better surrender peacefully.
Dashue snorted coldly, planted his feet, and his speed surged instantly. However, his speed was even faster than Sun Wukong's, and in the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Sun Wukong.
Boom!
He raised his massive whip and swung it down with all his might towards Sun Wukong. Seeing this, Sun Wukong's face darkened. He swung his golden staff toward the whip's shadow. However, his attack had no effect, and was directly dispersed by the purple whip shadow. Immediately afterward, the purple whip shadow continued its descent, lashing viciously towards Sun Wukong. Seeing this, Sun Wukong's expression changed drastically.
This demon god was indeed not someone an ordinary god king could compare to.
If he chose to confront it head-on now, he would easily find himself at a disadvantage. Thinking this, Sun Wukong suddenly steeled his resolve and plunged downward with all his might. He aimed to evade the whip's shadow. However, Dakshuochuchi seemed to have anticipated Sun Wukong's move, and a mocking smile curled at the corners of his lips.
The next moment, the whip shadow struck the mountain peak below with tremendous force. Boom! The terrifying aftereffects directly blew a massive hole in the mountain peak. Ha ha! Dashue let out a hearty laugh.
Monkey, your physical body is truly formidable.
You managed to withstand my attack and survive.
After speaking, he once again channeled the demonic energy within his body. Instantly, the whip shadows surged with terrifying destructive energy. Sun Wukong felt a chill run down his spine, and he muttered to himself, "This is bad." He quickly summoned his divine energy to protect his physical body. Whoosh! A blinding bolt of lightning erupted in the sky, then transformed into a purple thunderbolt, striking Sun Wukong's chest with tremendous force. Do you think this alone can render this old monkey powerless? You're dreaming. Sun Wukong sneered coldly, channeling his divine energy to suppress the demonic energy within his body, swiftly healing his wounds.
Chapter 232, Astonishment. How could this be?
Feeling the recovery within his body, a trace of astonishment flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes.
How is this possible? Feeling Sun Wukong's injuries rapidly healing, Daxamuchi screamed in disbelief. How is this possible?
My demonic energy, how could you possibly suppress it so easily?
Daxamuchi's voice was filled with endless disbelief and panic.
Sun Wukong looked at him, a mocking smile curving his lips, and said,
Hee, Daxuochu, do you think this demonic energy is a deadly toxin to others? Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, Daxuomuchi's face flashed a hint of embarrassment.
Indeed, that was exactly what he believed.
But that merely meant he didn't know that the demonic aura had a natural countermeasure. Sun Wukong, however, knew.
At that moment, Daxuomuchi finally understood what Sun Wukong had said earlier. He had made a fatal mistake.
In this world, not all divine kings fear the demonic energy, and dealing with it is actually much simpler. After all, the physical bodies of divine kings are already powerful enough to withstand many powerful attacks.
However, Daxuomuchi had underestimated Sun Wukong. He had greatly underestimated him.
Your demonic energy is completely ineffective against me. I've traversed the entire underworld. Do you really think your divine energy tainted with the chi of the underworld can suppress me? Get out of here.
Sun Wukong swung his golden staff, instantly sweeping Dixuemao flying through the air. His body traced a beautiful arc through the air before crashing heavily onto the ground hundreds of meters away, creating a deep crater.
Put!
A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Daxuomuchi's body trembled slightly, his face contorted in pain.
You actually broke my demonic energy?
He stared at Sun Wukong in disbelief. This was his most prideful technique, and he had even believed he could effortlessly slay any divine king with it. Yet, Sun Wukong had shattered it with just 3 strikes. This was simply too shocking for him.
Daxuomuchi, since your demonic aura cannot harm me, it is now my turn to deal with you.
As Sun Wukong spoke, he charged toward Daxuomuchi once more. Daxuomuchi saw this and was startled, trying to dodge, but it was too late. A sharp sound rang out. A faint sound echoed, and Dixuemauchi's right arm was shattered by Sun Wukong's staff.
Intense pain surged through his body, causing Daxuomuchi to let out an agonizing scream. However, Daxuomuchi quickly regained his composure.
Because he knew that this was not the moment when he was most severely injured.
The next second, Sun Wukong charged toward Daxuomuchi once more. You've really made me angry. Daxuomuchi gritted his teeth and said.
A savage expression appeared on his face, and 2 icy beams shot out from his eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, the divine energy within his body surged, restoring his injured arm to its original state.
Whoosh! Daxuomuchi charged toward Sun Wukong once more.
This time, his movements were even faster and more agile than before, and the destructive aura emanating from his body grew even more intense. Watching this, Sun Wukong couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He hadn't expected Daxuomuchi to be so decisive. However, this was for the best. It would save him the trouble. The next moment, he charged toward Daxuomuchi again, swinging his golden staff toward him.
At that moment, Daxuomuchi once again unleashed his ultimate technique.
With his hands forming seals, demonic energy surged wildly around him, transforming into countless sword blades that stabbed toward Sun Wukong. Whoosh! Countless sharp whistling sounds filled the air as the sword blades instantly pierced through Sun Wukong's defenses and sank deeply into his body.
It must be said that Daxuomuchi's move was extremely powerful. If it were any other divine king, they would likely be instantly killed by this move. Bang! A dull thud echoed as Sun Wukong was once again blasted flying. Oomph! Seeing Sun Wukong knocked flying by his single strike, Daxuomuchi couldn't help but sneer coldly before continuing to chase after Sun Wukong. Swish! He transformed into a ball of demonic energy, instantly enveloping Sun Wukong. However, Sun Wukong showed no fear. He swung his golden staff once more, striking Daxuomuchi with a powerful blow. Clang! As Daxuomuchi launched his attack, countless black beams of light erupted from his body, forming a protective barrier around him. The golden staff collided heavily with the black light, producing a crisp clanging sound, but it failed to break through the protective barrier of the black light. Sun Wukong's eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of surprise flashing in them. The defensive power of this demonic energy is truly abnormal. It can't even be broken by my golden monkey staff. But can you withstand 3 strikes from Sun Wukong? As he spoke, Sun Wukong swung his staff once more. This time, Daxuomuchi wasn't foolish enough to use the black light to defend himself again.
Instead, he immediately unleashed another attack. Boom! With a deafening roar, countless black mist erupted from Dashuemuchi's hands, spreading out in all directions. Whoosh, whoosh. Countless black mist gathered in the void, coalescing into a black snake with claws and fangs, charging toward Sun Wukong. Seeing this, Sun Wukong's face curled into a cold smile. He swung his golden staff horizontally, colliding directly with the black snake. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the sky, and black smoke spread in all directions, shrouding the area in a hazy glow. Bang! More deafening explosions followed, and the black smoke dissipated once more. Daksuamuchi's body flew out from within, crashing to the ground far away, staring at Sun Wukong with a look of sheer terror. Sun Wukong remained standing in the same spot, showing no signs of movement. The black demonic energy had already vanished completely. How is that possible? Seeing this scene, Dashuemuchi stood there dumbfounded, muttering to himself. How is this possible? How could you defeat me with a single blow? Haha, little demon god, I'm not the weakling you think I am. Sun Wukong looked at Dashuemuchi with a smug expression and said. Upon hearing this, Daksuamuchi's lips twitched involuntarily. He knew that no matter what he said now, it would be of no use. The only choice left was to fight with all his might. I admit you're strong, but can you defeat me? Dashuemuchi sneered coldly. As he spoke, a colossal surge of demonic energy erupted from within his body. The demonic energy swirled violently within him, constantly devouring the surrounding celestial and earthly energies, while his aura continued to surge upward. HM? Seeing this, Sun Wukong furrowed his brows, a look of confusion flashing in his eyes. How did this demon god suddenly grow so powerful? Boom! In the next instant, Daksuamuchi's aura surged to its peak, resembling a torrential flood, sweeping across the surroundings. A faint layer of light appeared around him. Seeing this, Sun Wukong's eyes narrowed instantly. Chapter 233, Protection. Clang! The golden monkey staff crashed down with great force. Golden divine energy surged from Dashuemuchi's body, forming a protective shield that completely enveloped him. His body spun violently, and the long sword in his hand swept horizontally towards Sun Wukong. Boom! The two weapons collided once more, producing a deafening roar. As the golden monkey staff collided with the long sword, it suddenly erupted into a blinding golden light. Wherever the golden light passed, space itself seemed to vanish. The long sword in Dashuemuchi's hands began to tremble violently, and the patterns on its surface grew dimmer. Clearly, this divine sword had been struck by Sun Wukong's staff and was struggling to withstand the blow. Crack! The next moment, the long sword finally shattered, turning into countless golden sparks that scattered and fell to the ground. Haha, is that all? Dashuemuchi laughed coldly. This divine being still has even more powerful techniques waiting for you. Oh, bring it on. Sun Wukong's face remained expressionless. He knew his advantage lay in speed so fast that he could ignore many attacks. No matter how powerful the opponent's techniques were, they would all turn into bubbles under his golden staff. Ha! Daksuamuchi roared angrily, swinging his staff horizontally towards Sun Wukong once more. This time, the staff in his hands erupted with a blinding golden light. It emitted an intense aura of killing intent, its might far surpassing its previous form. Clang! Sun Wukong's golden staff collided with the long sword once more. Instantly, another ring of golden ripples spread out, causing the surrounding space to shatter like glass, layer by layer. Boom! The two retreated once more, with Sun Wukong stepping back 5 or 6 meters before stabilizing his stance. Huff! Daksuamuchi stood in place, panting heavily, his face slightly flushed. Clearly, the direct clash with Sun Wukong had drained a significant portion of his divine energy. What a tough nut to crack! Divine power surged through his body, restoring his weapon to its original state. A savage expression appeared on Dashuemuchi's face. Since that's the case, I'll let you see the true power of this divine being. Boom! As Dashuemuchi finished speaking, a colossal surge of energy erupted from his body. This aura was more terrifying than any previous encounter, and even more dangerous than before. Upon sensing this aura, Sun Wukong's expression grew grim. This was the aura of Dashuemuchi, an aura only possessed by those who had survived the tribulation stage. Oomph! With your strength, you dare to challenge this divine being? Sun Wukong snorted coldly. The golden light on his body surged, and his form soared like a golden crow. The golden staff in his hand erupted with blinding golden light, as if containing a destructive force. Die! Dashuemuchi wielded his long sword and charged towards Sun Wukong. Bang! The two collided violently once more, sending a deafening roar echoing through the sky. Dashuemuchi's body was sent flying backward once more, while Sun Wukong remained motionless, merely tapping his feet lightly on the ground. His figure vanished once more. Oomph, let's see where you can escape this time. Dashuemuchi coldly snorted and thrust his long sword forward once more. Clang! A crisp sound rang out. The golden staff collided fiercely with the long sword in his hand. Boom! A violent shockwave swept out, sending Sun Wukong flying through the air and crashing to the ground meters away. Clang! Under the overwhelming force, Sun Wukong's expression grew solemn as his body slid across the ground, continuously retreating.
Not bad, not bad.
A mere minor deity can actually push back this old monkey.
That's quite interesting.
Sun Wukong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and spoke slowly.
You are indeed powerful, but don't get too cocky.
Dakshuich's eyes locked onto Sun Wukong, and the long sword in his hand suddenly trembled, emitting dazzling golden light, as if it could pierce through space.
Subdue him.
As his command echoed, the aura surging from his body surged wildly. Finally, a mountain made of golden light charged straight towards Sun Wukong. A look of gravity flashed across Sun Wukong's eyes. An attack of this caliber was indeed capable of going head-to-head with him. Though he possessed the invincible strength of the golden monkey and overwhelming power, blocking it without injury was still a daunting task.
But who was Sun Wukong?
He was the one who dared to single-handedly storm the Heavenly Palace, defeat 10,000 heavenly soldiers and generals, and even knock the Jade Emperor off his throne. The words retreat and fear had never crossed his mind. He swung his golden staff toward the sky once more.
Boom!
A massive golden mountain peak is instantly split in two, turning into a cloud of dust that scatters in all directions. While the battle raged fiercely within the realm of the gods, the outside world was equally chaotic. High-level secret doors opened, and the leaders of Sakura Country and Kimchi Country entered a hidden chamber, watching the figure inside with caution.
You two have arrived? The President of the United States sat in the main seat, wearing a warm smile, and asked, "Did you gain anything from entering here this time?" We have nothing to report. The two replied in unison. They dared not mention any secrets in the presence of the President.
Moreover, their hearts were filled with fear and anxiety.
Because this mysterious man's strength was unimaginable, they couldn't detect any information about him. Since that's the case, let's just chat for a while.
The US President's smile remained gentle as he spoke slowly. The two of them heard this and their hearts began to race wildly, filled with anxiety.
Mr. President, there is something I do not understand.
Suddenly, the leader of Sakura Country spoke with a hint of fear.
Sir, since Chen Gong is such a difficult opponent, especially in the divine realm where he is incredibly powerful, why can't we assassinate him outside?
Upon hearing this, the US President's previously smiling face turned pale, and his eyes flashed with a cold glint.
Do you really think I haven't tried?
Regardless, he is a thorn in our side.
Do you really think my temper is that good?
His tone was extremely serious. The two of them felt a chill run down their spines, as if their hearts had stopped beating. If the US President really had such thoughts, then the implications of this matter would be enormous.
Don't worry, that kid is as good as dead.
I wouldn't let someone that powerful grow up unscathed. The US President's tone was firm. Upon hearing these words, the two of them immediately breathed a sigh of relief. However, soon afterward, a deep sense of apprehension began to grow in their hearts.
If the US President is so concerned about him, that little brat must not be ordinary.